You merely raised your hand to summon millions of skeletons. All candidates under the mirror exited the dungeon. Even the dungeon boss came out to beg for mercy. But during the awakening ceremony, your girlfriend, even the crowd mocked you for awakening a useless talent. They even said your skeletons are only fit for cleaning. At this moment, you had just awakened your talent and were about to enter the novice dungeon, but no one was willing to team up with you. You awakened the unique profession of Necromancer, which is a hidden class, but the skeletons you summon shatter at the slightest touch. Thus, you helplessly shrank into a corner, and before long, your girlfriend found you. You saw her linking arms with a man, and she said, Lin Xie, we've broken up. Kai Koen has awakened a 3S level talent, and he's destined to trample you. Without waiting for your response, she turned and left, and in anger, you slammed your fist on the ground. Just when you thought your future was ruined, a notification sounded, detecting host's low mood. Divine system binding successful. Skill Summon Skeleton has transformed into Divine Summon Skeleton. Stunned by the two notifications, you stood there, wondering what the divine system was. So my skill has leveled up, right? You quickly opened the system panel, but aside from the addition of divine before the name, nothing else had changed. The only difference is that after gaining divine effects, the skill now consumes 1 point of mental power to automatically summon 1 skeleton per second instead of just 1 for 1 point of mental power. This is like a little cow flying on a plane. I'm going to summon over 80,000 skeletons in a day. Hearing this, a wicked smile crept across your lips as a bold idea took root in your mind. The next moment, the dungeon portal opened, and your ex-girlfriend couldn't resist coming over to taunt you before entering. Little loser, why are you still here, Lin Xie? I thought you'd given up. You don't think participating in the test will get you accepted into a school, do you? With your uselessness, you'll probably be killed in under a minute. If you beg me now, I might let my boyfriend help you. Standing next to her, Kai Koen mocked you, saying, I know all about you. As Tsuewa's ex-boyfriend, I can reluctantly tutor you in classical Chinese. Without a second thought, you shot back a classic retort and turned to jump into the portal. Once inside, you hadn't taken a few steps when a rabbit appeared in front of you. You summoned all your skeletons, and the rabbit was instantly surrounded by the skeleton army, overwhelming it in moments. You successfully killed a level 1 magic rabbit and gained 1 experience point. I have to say, my skeletons are indeed a bit weak. Just because the rabbit struggled a bit, 2 or 3 skeletons were lost. You quickly ordered them to spread out and hunt for other monsters. Soon, a series of notifications appeared, and your level increased to 2. You received an upgrade reward, +1 to mental attribute and +5 to free attributes. You immediately chose to allocate all free attributes to mental power. As you leveled up, your skeleton army also reached level 2. Now, their attributes doubled, and even the subsequent attribute boosts increased. The scene shifted to Tsuehua and her group, who were also searching for monsters. Suddenly, a hidden magic ambush attacked them. At that moment, Kai Koen stepped forward with a smile, positioning himself in front of them, wanting to showcase the power of his SSS-level profession, Flame Envoy. A fiery elemental missile shot from the tip of his staff. The robust Tsuehua began to praise him, saying, Koen, you're amazing. This strike could easily kill that little rabbit. However, before the elemental missile could hit, dozens of skeletons suddenly appeared around, surrounding and slaughtering the rabbit within seconds. After a few dozen skeletons saw the blood on the ground but couldn't find the magic rabbit, they stood there for a moment before quickly dispersing. Seeing this, Tsuehua and the others were dumbfounded. What's going on? How did so many skeletons come out, and they stole my kill? A teammate spoke up in confusion. Tsuehua, what's happening? Could this be summoned by Lin Xie? Upon hearing this, Tsuehua was filled with rage. She began demonstrating her T-skills and said to Kai Koen, these are Lin Xie's skeletons. Quickly blow them all up. After seeing her T-skills, Kai Koen was not only unbothered. In fact, he became even more excited. Without thinking, he immediately launched an elemental missile, instantly killing one of the skeletons. At that moment, while you were perched in a tree, you received a notification. Your skeleton is being attacked by a neutral target. Do you want to retaliate? Hearing this, you plucked a leaf from the tree, wiped your hands, and said, let's see which fool it is. You closed your eyes and switched your perspective to the skeleton. It was none other than Tsuehua and her basketball-loving boyfriend. Seeing this, you smiled slightly and immediately ordered your skeletons to open fire. Hit them hard. In the next second, all the skeletons within a kilometer locked onto the target. Upon receiving the command, the skeletons that had been leaving instantly turned around and charged toward Tsuehua. Kai Koen remained calm, retreating while launching elemental missiles, blasting each approaching skeleton. Despite this, the skeletons continued their charge. Dozens of skeletons charged towards Tsuehua and her group. Seeing this, Kai Koen began to panic. Although his damage was high, his defense was too weak. Not just Kai Koen, but everyone behind him also panicked. They quickly formed a formation, ready to fight the skeleton army to the death. At this moment, Suehwa shouted, "Lin Xie, there are at most 1 or 200 skeletons. Let's show him just how weak they are in front of us." Meanwhile, you were lying under a tree, and seeing the dozens of skeletons you lost, you felt no sorrow at all. In just half an hour since entering the dungeon, your skeleton count had reached 2,000, and after leveling up to 3, their attributes also increased to 3 points. Even if Suehwa and her team could withstand attacks from dozens of skeletons, what about hundreds or even thousands? By the time the nearby army had gathered, these few could only wait for death. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on your lips. What a joke, an SSS Flame Envoy is just a little brother in front of my undead calamity. The scene shifted back to Suehwa and her group, who were starting to struggle. The number of skeletons not only hadn't decreased but was increasing. Suehwa couldn't help but laugh, saying, "He really is a petty man. I didn't expect him to be so angry after breaking up with me." On the other side, Kai Koen ordered a warrior to stand in front of him. He smiled and reassured Suehwa, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. These few dozen skeletons are nothing. I'll wipe them out easily. Today, I'll show you what I can do." What does it mean for an SSS level profession to have significant value? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 300 to 400 skeletons surrounding him from all directions. At that moment, his scalp went numb, and while he was in shock, one skeleton had quietly appeared behind him. In the next second, the skeletal hand raised its bone blade slowly, then suddenly slashed down. Accompanied by a scream, Kai Koen's fragile health bar instantly lost a hit. At this moment, Kai Koen was completely panicked. He turned into a coward and fled. Seeing this scene, Suehwa was completely stunned. Noticing this, you smiled slightly and issued the command to surround him. With a single order, all the skeletons immediately formed a siege. However, the current skeletons were too weak to catch up to Kai Koen, so they could only surround the stunned Suehwa. When Suehwa saw that the 300 to 400 skeletons had completely blocked all his escape routes, he was utterly dumbfounded. Although he was an SSS level profession, as a primary priest, he had no offensive capabilities at all. With hundreds of skeletons surrounding him, how could he fight? Seeing his dejected state, you felt bored. You didn't expect Suehwa to give up so quickly. Even more amusing was that Kai Koen had actually fled in fear. But it didn't matter. In the face of your endless undead disaster, Kai Koen had no chance of escape unless he voluntarily surrendered and exited the binding. When he heard one of the skeletons speak in your voice, Suehwa angrily shouted, "Lin Shiyuan, how shameless can you be to call all the skeletons over?" Hearing your words, you almost laughed out loud. You really have a lot of nerve. Do you have any idea why I'm wasting my time with you? I have over 2,000 skeletons helping me farm monsters. If I don't find some fun to distract myself, wouldn't I be too bored? Suehwa's mindset completely collapsed. He couldn't believe the gap between him and you was so vast. He had already given his all against just a few dozen, and now you were telling him you had over 2,000 of these things? At this point, you were also too lazy to continue wasting time. You disdainfully issued your final command, "Kill without mercy." The skeleton's encirclement quickly shrank, and the skeleton army surged forward. In an instant, Suehwa and the others were directly killed out of the instance. Outside the instance, several principals from Tianshui City were chatting together. "Old Zhao, I'm really envious of you. I heard your team awakened in SSS level profession. It seems the final report for this new player instance will definitely be yours." Zhao Bofeng couldn't suppress his smile and began to engage in mutual flattery. "Lin Sanzhong is amazing. He awakened as an SSS level mage, the fire messenger." Li Yuntian quickly waved his hand and asked again, "I heard there's a student at your school named Lin Xie. Not only did he awaken a hidden profession, but it also has unique first-level characteristics." Zhao Bofeng shook his head. "That kid's hidden profession seems to be called a Necromancer, capable of summoning skeletons. However, those skeletons are incredibly weak. I'm worried he won't last an hour before getting killed out of the instance." They were about to continue their banter when suddenly a few figures appeared at the entrance of the new player instance. Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian were instantly shocked into place. Isn't that Suehwa's team? Why did they come out so quickly? Inside the instance, it wasn't just Suehwa's team that was under attack. On the other side, a blonde warrior was raising his long sword, about to strike the magical rabbit in front of him. Suddenly, a dozen skeleton warriors charged out, rushing in front of him and hacking the rabbit to death. Before the blonde warrior could react, the silhouettes of the skeletons disappeared from his sight. The blonde warrior was dumbfounded. These skeletons had no sense of reason. They charged in, killed the monster, and then left. It wasn't just him, other players in the instance were also crying out in despair. Everyone was collapsing. They couldn't even farm monsters, Before they could see any, the skeleton army had already surged forward. Meanwhile, the system's notifications kept ringing in your ears. Congratulations on killing a level 2 giant python, earning 2 experience points. Your level has risen to level 4. Congratulations on receiving upgrade rewards, +1 to mental attribute, +5 to free attribute. Without hesitation, you allocated all of it to mental power. Seeing your mental attribute at 26 points, you nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, all the skeleton's attributes had also increased to 4 points. At this moment, you muttered to yourself, once I reach level 10 and complete the class change quest, I can awaken a new talent. Every 10 levels, a profession triggers an upgrade, and after completing it, a brand new talent is obtained. An SSS level profession will awaken a second talent of the same SSS level strength. You wondered what your next unique first level talent would be. After thinking for a moment, you summoned more skeletons and ordered them to continue farming monsters. At that moment, this already small new player instance was filled with nearly 3,000 skeletons. It is said that after clearing an instance for the first time, one can earn profession-specific skill scrolls. You wondered what skills you would obtain after clearing this instance. Moreover, defeating the final boss in the new player instance grants qualification for entry into the Dongshan Province training camp, which contains an instance encompassing the entire Dongshan Province. Once inside, you can farm monsters without restraint, and you couldn't help but drool at the countless experience points. In the next moment, a golden light fell upon you. Congratulations on killing a level 6 capsule, earning 6 experience points. Your level has risen to level 5. Entering the third hour of the instance, your skeleton count had reached over 10,000. Just as you were about to lie down to sleep, your eyes brightened. Wasn't that Kai Koen who just fled? You didn't expect to catch him so soon. At this moment, Kai Koen had just killed a rabbit and had reached level 2. Moreover, he had temporarily gathered 9 other students as teammates. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, suddenly, he felt a chill sweep through the area. Kai Koen instinctively looked around, but just a glance sent a shiver down his spine. He saw thousands of skeletons approaching from not far away, already forming a surrounding formation as they slowly closed in on them. At that moment, a warrior teammate seriously asked, Koen, what should we do now? Kai Koen sneered and confidently said, You all protect me and don't let those skeletons get close. No matter how many there are, I can easily crush them. With a command, his teammates all surrounded him, taking up battle stances. Watching this scene, you smiled lightly and directly ordered the skeletons to charge. After receiving the command, the skeletons quickly reached Kai Koen and the others, shaking the ground beneath them. Seeing this, Kai Koen felt a bit anxious, but it was too late to run. Everywhere he could see was already surrounded by skeletons. He then ordered 2 warriors to act as a suicide squad and charge out. As long as he could break through the encirclement, he could rely on his profession's strength to slowly take down all the skeletons. However, he never expected that those 2 A-class meat shield warriors would be instantly killed. Kai Koen was completely dumbfounded. These were 2 A-class meat shields. Meanwhile, his other 6 teammates panicked, shifting their focus onto Kai Koen. Seeing this, Kai Koen shouted angrily, Don't panic. What are those 2 meat shields afraid of? Hold the line. When everyone saw his determined expression, they finally calmed down. The remaining 6 teammates prepared to reform their formation, but before they could set it up, the massive number of summoned skeletons had already charged to their front. Before those few could even begin to resist, they were instantly surrounded, and the advancing skeleton army wiped them out. Only Kai Koen remained, standing blankly in place, staring at the skeletons right in front of him. Kai Koen was completely desperate. Isn't this guy supposed to be a useless profession? Why is he so overpowered? At that moment, the skeleton in front of Kai Koen suddenly spoke in your voice. I thought SSS level professions were supposed to be strong. Hearing the voice, Kai Koen felt a wave of relief. Brother Chie, you don't want to kill me, do you? Just spare me this time, and all the resources from this instance will be yours, including the final report and everything else. If I kill you, these things are different, you said. You immediately ordered a beheading. In the next moment, countless skeleton monsters surged toward him. Next was finding the final report to finish this instance. An hour passed as you continued to slaughter in the new player village while searching for the final boss's presence. However, after a full hour, you still hadn't found it, and your level had risen to 7. Just when you were at a loss, you suddenly spotted a figure from your skeleton's perspective. He slowly spoke. Is that a skeleton of the sun god? I am a B-class warrior profession, a hunter. If you spare my life, I can lead you to find the final boss of this instance. You recognized the girl. She was in the same class as you, namely Chin. Thinking of this, you felt a bit puzzled, but soon, after a few questions, she quickly explained the situation. It turned out that after entering the instance, she had also been part of a team that abandoned her after helping them find the boss. After thinking it over, you decided to keep her. With her talent, it would indeed make finding some secrets easier. You ordered the girl to lead your skeletons to the destination. More than half an hour later, you finally spotted the final boss. At first glance, the sunlight tiger before you radiated a faint golden glow from its fur, and all its attributes had exceeded the white point. Even the lowest mental attribute reached 110 points, aside from the sunlight tiger itself. Surrounding it were also quite a few creatures at levels 8 and 9. There were even a couple of hundred ordinary players who had long since arrived here. At this moment, you directly issued an expulsion order. You have 10 seconds, either all get out or all die here. One female warrior disdainfully replied, "With just these broken skeletons, you think you can threaten me?" Seeing this, you slowly raised your hand and made an attacking gesture, and in an instant, thousands of skeletons erupted from all directions. Upon seeing this, everyone was instantly stunned in place. This is already comparable to a small-scale monster disaster. How are we supposed to fight this? At this moment, it is unknown who shouted, and everyone worked together to unleash their skills in one direction, trying to break through. Seeing this, you smiled slightly, raised your hand again to issue the attack order, and over 30,000 skeleton soldiers surged in crazily, starting to charge wildly towards the target. When he saw the endless sea of skeletons, Wang Fei was on the verge of collapse. Watching the number of fallen professionals around him dwindle, his mindset was nearly one of despair. There was simply no sign of a chance to survive. Damn it! Who said that necromancers are even worse than the most useless F-class professions? With so many skeletons, who the hell can withstand this? In just a few minutes, when he saw Zhao Wei beside him being overwhelmed and buried under a dozen skeletons, Wang Fei also fell to his knees with a thud. Helpless, crushed, desperate. At that moment, countless sorrowful emotions surged within Wang Fei's heart. It was terrifying. Faced with this overwhelming army of skeletons, relying solely on his own strength, it was simply impossible to resist. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, Wang Fei, in despair, allowed the bone blades in the skeleton's hands to strike him, completely devoid of any thought of resistance. Outside the dungeon. What is going on? Why are so many students being killed at the same time? Seeing a large group of students emerging one after another from the dungeon entrance, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and others were instantly bewildered. Not just the two of them, even Hanishu and Chen Yang showed shocked expressions. Not daring to think too much, Zhao Guofeng hurried to a student and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Lu, what happened? Why are you all being killed?" Sigh. Lu Chang sighed, recalling the terrifying scene from earlier, and couldn't help but say, "There were just too many. The number of skeletons was simply overwhelming. We couldn't fight back at all." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng was instantly frozen in place. Skeletons? Lu, are you saying those were Yi Chen's skeletons? Yes. Lu Chang sighed again. We originally thought it would be easy to deal with, but unexpectedly, before we even started fighting, thousands of skeletons suddenly appeared. They wiped us all out in an instant. Thousands. Thousands? At that moment, everyone present was completely stunned. Where did Yi Chen summon thousands of skeletons from? Lu, you can't be joking with the principal. Yeah, we clearly saw the necromancer's skills. Even if he chugged down spirit recovery potions all night, summoning a few hundred or 1,000 skeletons would be the limit. After a long while, when Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian regained their composure, they couldn't help but press for more details. However, before Lu Chang could speak, the other students who had also been killed chimed in directly. Principal, we really aren't lying to you. Yi Chen really has at least 5,000 or 6,000 skeletons, if not more. That's right. You really didn't see it. The mountains were covered in skeletons, principals. Exactly. It was terrifying. We had no ability to resist at all. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng and the others fell completely silent. If it were just one person's word, it could still be a lie. But if a couple of hundred students all said the same thing, what traces of deception could there be? Thousands of skeletons. My God, how did Yi Chen manage to do this? Just this number alone, even if they were just thousands of ants, would be a considerable force. Not to mention, those skeletons can grow. Thinking of this, the several principals felt cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. This profession was simply too exaggerated. Not only did it overpower tens of thousands of students, even SSS and SS class professions were easily crushed by him. Although it was said that this was just the early stage, and that SSS class professions had not fully unleashed their strength yet. But what if it reached the later stages? Wouldn't Yi Chen's necromancer continue to grow? Could it be that? Did they really misjudge this time? This necromancer is actually not the weakest profession, but has another level of strength? It's not just a few principals. Even Hanishu was shocked. She originally thought that they were just outnumbered, plus Chen Yang, the SSS-level main damage dealer, had run away, which was why they couldn't resist these skeletons. But now, they watched helplessly as 100 or 200 people were directly killed out of the dungeon. What else could they say? No way. When Yi Chen comes out of the dungeon, I must become his girlfriend. I absolutely cannot let him be taken away by another girl. Hanishu clenched her fists, secretly making up her mind. He. At that moment, Chen Yang in the corner couldn't help but sneer a couple of times. Can you stop being so smug? It's just a matter of killing 100 or 200 new professionals. What's there to be proud of? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng, Hanishu, and even Li Yuntian, Chen Yang's principal, couldn't help but be taken aback. Chen Yang, what do you mean by that? What else could I mean? Chen Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I admit, Yi Chen's skeletons do have some level, and there are a lot of them, but that's only for new professionals. If he faces the final boss of this dungeon, he has no chance at all. Why do you say that? Zhao Guofeng frowned. Right now, most of the students were either killed by Yi Chen's skeletons or had died early at the hands of the monsters. It seemed that the only strong competitor left to challenge the final boss was Yi Chen. If something unexpected happened to him, not to mention that this year Tianshui No. One high school would fall into decline, the entire Tianshui city might not have anyone who could compete for the qualification of the special training camp in Dongshan province. However, Chen Yang just shrugged and sneered. Do I need to say more? Just find a student who was just killed out of the dungeon and ask them about the final boss's information, and you'll know. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and others instinctively approached a student who had just been killed out of the dungeon and seriously interrogated them. The result shocked them greatly. That final boss not only had terrifying attributes with all 4 dimensions exceeding 100 points, but also had a heaven-defying area attack skill, Sunlight. Once unleashed, within 100 meters, everyone would instantly turn to ashes. Oh my god, this is simply Yi Chen's nemesis. After hearing this information, Zhao Guofeng's face turned pale. Not to mention whether this final boss, Sunlight Tiger, had any other mechanisms, just this one skill had already completely restrained Yi Chen. At that moment, why was Yi Chen able to be unmatched in the novice dungeon? Wasn't it relying on his endless number of skeletons? Not to mention how he managed to do it, just the sheer number of thousands or tens of thousands of skeletons comparable to new professionals was enough to terrify all the students. Not to mention newcomers, even soldiers who hadn't experienced a few real battles would feel uneasy seeing this situation. But that final boss, Sunlight Tiger, was precisely the least afraid of numbers. You have a lot of skeletons? With one massive area attack, Sunlight, I can wipe you all out in one go. No matter how many skeletons you have, they can't even get close. How can you fight this? Plus, with all 4 dimensions exceeding 100 points, it was basically an invincible existence. It's over. Zhao Guofeng's eyes darkened, and his body was about to fall back. A few teachers saw this and quickly stepped forward to support him. He had originally thought that if Yi Chen could rise against the odds, as the principal, he could completely drag Yi Chen along and soar in his career. Not to mention anything else, becoming the vice president of Tianshui City, or even the president, was not impossible. But now, Yi Chen was being thoroughly restrained by this final boss. Not to mention taking off, even the training camp quota seemed hopeless. Damn it! The heavens want to destroy me, Zhao Guofeng. Just thinking about this made Zhao Guofeng feel as if his heart was on fire, both hot and suffocating. Principal, don't panic. This kid Yi Chen is our Tianshui No. One high schools, and even the entire Tianshui city's top scholar in both literature and martial arts for 3 years. Maybe he has some way to handle this? Sigh, what other way could there be? What Chen Yang said is not wrong. Being able to defeat new professional players is indeed a skill, but if he can't defeat the final boss, there's ultimately no room for improvement. I thought I had misjudged this time and would pick up an ultra-strong profession far beyond SSS level. I didn't expect that in the end. I still couldn't escape the definition of a useless profession. Shaking his head, Zhao Guofeng had already lost hope. Beside him, Li Yuntian, although showing a look of regret, was secretly pleased. He was truly afraid his friend would suffer, yet also feared his friend would drive a Land Rover. Originally, after seeing Chen Yang being killed by that kid, he thought Tianshui No. One high school would be taken to new heights by Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, he was still a useless one. Ding, you have killed Fire Mage Wang Fei. Ding, ding, on the other side, Yi Chen, expressionless, was examining a series of kill notifications. For him, killing was of little use. The main goal was to clear out those students so he could confidently fight the boss. Otherwise, when his skeletons launched a massive attack on the boss, it wouldn't be good if those professionals came to disrupt. And now, seeing the professionals all cleared away, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. As for what was happening outside, he had no idea. However, even if he knew, Yi Chen wouldn't be interested at all. What god-level profession, useless profession. He knew his own worth. What strength his profession had, why let others define it? Next up is this boss. Yi Chen's gaze fell directly on the Sun Tiger. As long as he killed it, he could obtain a exclusive profession skill scroll. Just thinking about it made Yi Chen feel excited. At that moment, the girl who had come with Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Yi Chen, when I was with the team tackling this boss earlier, I found that it not only has strong attributes but also a large area attack skill. Area attack skill? This information was quite important to Yi Chen. After all, it was his first time fighting this boss, and aside from seeing its attributes, he couldn't see any other information. In that case, I know how to fight it. With a slight smile, Yi Chen first gave an attack order to one skeleton. Put! As that skeleton rushed to the boss's side, it raised its hand and swung the bone blade towards the boss. The result: the Sun Tiger didn't release any area attack skill at all, it merely raised its paw, and with a normal attack, it directly took down that skeleton. Following that, the second, third skeleton. Without exception, they couldn't trigger the Sun Tiger's area attack skill and were all taken down by a single normal attack. It seems that one or two skeletons just won't do. Yi Chen originally wanted to use a few skeletons to bait out this guy's area attack skill, then let all the skeletons swarm in for a team fight. But now, this guy was holding back the area attack skill, and Yi Chen couldn't recklessly attack. In that case, let's increase the numbers. Not wanting to think too much, Yi Chen directly increased the number of attacking skeletons to 100 in one go. For him, summoning 100 skeletons was merely a matter of 1 or 2 minutes, completely inconsequential. In an instant, hundreds of skeletons surged forward, directly rushing to the boss's side. Put! After hundreds of attacks, although the Sunlight Tiger didn't lose much health, its body suddenly erupted with a faint golden light. Not good. This is the boss's wind-up for releasing a group attack skill. Seeing this scene, the girl exclaimed in surprise. However, at this moment, the skeletons that had already charged in could no longer escape. Moreover, Yi Chen had no intention of letting these skeletons return. The next second, roar! The Sunlight Tiger unleashed a thunderous roar. Immediately after, that faint golden light erupted with a terrifying power. Sunlight! Boom! In an instant, the 100 skeletons that had just rushed to the boss's side instantly perished. Not even leaving behind their corpses, they were completely obliterated by this wave of sunlight. Hiss! Forget about whether this boss has any other skills. Just this wave of group attack, if it hit me, it would instantly kill me. I have to say. After all, it is a boss-level monster with all attributes over 100 points. This strength is simply too fierce. However, that was all there was to it. Just as the impact of the sunlight ended, Yi Chen directly commanded all the skeletons to charge forward. At this moment, the tens of thousands of skeletons that had gathered around directly rushed to the boss's side. Roar! Faced with the continuous waves of attacks from the skeleton army, the Sunlight Tiger boss seemed to go mad, frantically attacking. With just one swipe of its claw, 3 to 5 skeletons would be smashed to pieces. But immediately after, the gaps that had just been cleared would be filled by even more skeletons. Although the damage each skeleton could inflict on it was minimal, the sheer number was overwhelming. The Sunlight Tiger couldn't even escape, being firmly held in place by the countless skeletons. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was quietly enjoying this scene under the shade of a tree, 100 miles away. As expected of the final boss, this strength is just too strong. After more than a minute, when Yi Chen saw that the Sunlight Tiger's health had finally dropped by 1%, he couldn't help but chuckle. The boss being too strong was indeed one aspect, but mainly because the tens of thousands of skeletons Yi Chen summoned couldn't all attack the boss at once. Only about 3 to 500 could simultaneously attack the boss, while most of the skeletons were waiting on the periphery, ready to fill in as soon as the frontline skeletons fell. Therefore, upon realizing this, Yi Chen decided not to summon more skeletons from other areas. It would be a waste of time. It was better to farm monsters outside. Because of this, Yi Chen not only could fight the boss, but his experience bar, which was already close to half at level 8, had now risen to over 60%. This is pretty good. I can fight the boss while leveling up by farming monsters. The key is that I don't have to do anything, just lie back and give commands to collect all the rewards. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. If others found out, they would probably be envious to death. Not only could he mindlessly tackle the boss, but he could also farm small monsters to level up at the same time, and most importantly, he was in no danger at all. Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Not to mention others. Just standing far away, Li Qing was already stunned. Goodness, Who said that necromancers were the weakest class? One person could directly face thousands of troops, and the key was that he could still relax. To be honest, Li Qing still hadn't seen Yi Chen's true form in the dungeon until now. Just seeing his skeleton made me instinctively want to communicate with him through it. I didn't expect that the great Yi Chen would actually be willing to let me go, which felt really good. Although defeating this boss brought no benefits to Li Qing, being a little closer to the person she admired the most was enough to satisfy her. At this rate, it should take less than 2 hours to defeat this boss. In 2 hours, even if I go slowly, I can directly level up to level 9. Originally, Yi Chen's speed had been maintaining at about 1 level per hour. Now, with about half of the skeletons sent to fight the boss, the efficiency naturally slowed down quite a bit. However, in nearly 2 hours of battling the boss, Yi Chen could summon another 5,000 to 6,000 skeletons. So, even if defeating this sun tiger required a significant loss of skeletons, for Yi Chen, it was basically equivalent to no loss at all. Suddenly thinking of something, Yi Chen instinctively asked, "By the way, Li Qing, do you know what the cooldown time for this boss's area attack skill is?" "It should be 5 minutes, Li Qing replied after a moment's thought. "Because I was kicked out of the team after failing to help during 2 consecutive area attacks." "Got it." Yi Chen glanced at the boss's health, which had dropped to about 3.6%. Based on this health, nearly 5 minutes had already passed. When Yi Chen had dealt 1% of the health earlier, it had taken less than a minute and a half. Now that the time was almost up, Yi Chen immediately gave the order, "Retreat." In an instant, over 10,000 skeletons withdrew from the battlefield, leaving only 1,000 or 2,000 to continue whittling down the boss's health. But the ultimate goal was still to force the boss to use its area attack skill. Sure enough, just a few seconds after the skeletons had retreated, the sun tiger erupted with a terrifying pale golden light. Boom! In an instant, the remaining 1,000 skeletons turned to ashes. Damn, this final boss is indeed a bit fierce. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. So, as long as I make the skeletons retreat every 5 minutes, and take 2.5 hours to slowly wear down the boss? After calculating the time a bit, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly. To defeat the final boss of the novice dungeon without any losses, I guess I could be considered unprecedented, right? Not quite. After all, even though there had been over 500 years since the Great Upheaval in Blue Star, it had only been a little over 200 years since complete order was established. The creation history of the novice dungeon was barely less than 100 years. So, at least since the rules of the novice dungeon appeared, there had really been no reports of anyone being able to defeat the final boss without any losses. Soon, more than 2 hours passed. During this time, not only had the boss's health dropped to less than 1%, but Yi Chen's level had also been forcibly raised to 78% of level 9. It was simply too satisfying. Then, another half-minute passed. As the last bit of the boss's meager health was cleared by Yi Chen's skeleton, the massive body of the sun tiger crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Immediately after, a series of system prompts appeared before Yi Chen. Ding! You have killed the final boss sun tiger, you gain 10,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully cleared the dungeon, rewards, experience x 10,000 points, class-specific equipment chest x1. Ding! Your level has increased, current, LV 10. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, +1 to all attributes, +5 to free attributes. Ding! Your current level has risen to level 10, successfully triggering an advancement quest. Seeing this scene, Li Qing, who was standing far away, was completely shocked. Is this the end of the game? The Sunday Tiger, which hundreds of people couldn't handle, was actually conquered so easily by him. Looking at the corpse of the Sunday Tiger in the distance, Li Qing felt a chill run down her spine. But in fact, it wasn't easy for Yi Chen to conquer this boss. It just looked mindless. Because, in these 2 hours, Yi Chen had lost at least 6,000 or 7,000 skeletons to the Sunday Tiger. Fortunately, during this time, Yi Chen had summoned over 8,000 skeletons. Calculating it, it was about breaking even. Next, it's finally harvest time. Seeing the several glowing orbs floating in the air, Yi Chen felt immensely satisfied. The first and foremost was, of course, the exclusive job skill scroll he had been longing for. The textbook says that the skill scrolls produced in novice dungeons do not disappear like those from ordinary dungeons after use. Instead, they absorb the special elemental energy within. After use, the user will gain the skill contained within, marked with the user's imprint. Therefore, this used special skill scroll will become a piece of waste paper for others, only serving as proof of the user's qualification for the training camp. Recalling the knowledge from the textbook, Yi Chen had no hesitation and directly used the special, exclusive job skill scroll. The next second, ding! You have successfully used the exclusive job skill scroll, and you have gained the exclusive skill, Necromancer Summon Skeleton Mage. Skill Summon Skeleton Mage, consumes 10 points of mental power, summons one skeleton mage to fight for you. Skeleton Mage? Now, I finally have a necromantic summon that can attack from a distance. Seeing this skill, Yi Chen was incredibly excited. If his undead army had a skeleton mage assisting him from the start, defeating this final boss, the Sunday Tiger, might not even take half an hour. No, it might not even take 10 minutes, and Yi Chen could directly defeat the Sunday Tiger. First, limited by melee attacks, the initial skeletons summoned by Yi Chen could only surround the boss and attack. Because of this, even though there were thousands of skeletons surrounding the Sunday Tiger, only about 300 to 500 could truly make an impact. This was still because this boss was very large. Otherwise, it would probably take even longer to defeat this boss. But the skeleton mage wouldn't be so cumbersome. The advantage of ranged attacks lies here. Once the boss is surrounded, those distant skeleton mages can also exert their influence. That's very powerful. Second, compared to the initial skeletons, the attributes of the skeleton mage are much higher. At the very least, just the mental power attribute alone could easily overpower the initial skeletons. However, just as Yi Chen integrated this skill into his attribute panel, another familiar prompt came directly. Ding! Skill Summon Skeleton Mage has successfully evolved into Divine Level Summon Skeleton Mage. Divine Level Summon Skeleton Mage consumes 10 points of mental power, summons one skeleton mage to fight for you every 10 seconds. Awesome, it has transformed into a divine level skill. After seeing the change in this exclusive skill, Yi Chen felt immensely satisfied. The original skill required 10 points of mental power to summon one. After evolving into a god level skill, as long as the skill is activated, he can summon one skeleton mage every 10 seconds. This is simply exhilarating. Without much thought, Yi Chen activated the skill and silently waited for 10 seconds before directly extracting a skeleton mage from the summoning space. Information: Skeleton Mage level, 10 Strength, 10, plus 0, 64%. Spirit, 20, plus 0, 64%. Constitution, 10, plus 0, 64%. Agility, 10, plus 0, 64%. Skill Necromantic Missile condenses a necromantic missile that deals Spirit X10 points of massive damage to any enemy within a range of Spirit X1 meters, cooldown 5 seconds. Not bad, this spirit attribute is directly double that of the other 3 attributes. The most outrageous is this built-in skill, Necromantic Missile. Based on the current attributes, it can directly deal over 200 points of damage to enemies within a range of over 20 meters. That's a direct 20 times damage compared to the initial skeleton. After seeing the attributes of the skeleton mage, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. The damage of the initial skeleton relied entirely on the normal attack damage from the strength attribute. But the skeleton mage directly brought Yi Chen a transformation. If it's one every 10 seconds, then that's 8,640 in a day. Goodness. By the time the special training camp in Dongshan province opens in 3 days, I'll have over 24,000 skeletons? This is just too exhilarating. Casually returning the skeleton mage to the summoning space, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Moreover, this was just the first reward. Later, there was also a class-specific equipment treasure chest obtained after clearing the dungeon. However, this equipment treasure chest is different from the skill treasure chest. It will disappear immediately after use. Yi Chen didn't think much and directly opened it. Ding! You have successfully used the class-specific equipment treasure chest, and you have obtained a class-specific weapon, Necromancer Necromantic Codex. The next moment, a dim light surged out from the treasure chest. Following that, a book-like object slowly appeared in front of Yi Chen. Necromantic Codex, LV10, Attributes, Spirit plus 200 Special, increases the 4-dimensional attributes of all summoned creatures under your command by 10%. Wow! This weapon is pretty amazing. Seeing the attributes of this weapon, Yi Chen was instantly shocked. Not only did it directly increase his spirit by a full 100 points, but it also had a special skill that increased the 4-dimensional attributes of all summoned creatures under his command by 10%. This equipment might not show much effect in the early stages, but in the later stages, that would be simply outrageous. Not only that, after equipping this Necromantic Codex, Yi Chen's attributes also experienced a dramatic increase. Name, Yi Chen Class, Necromancer, Unique Level, 10 Strength, 19 Spirit, 264 Constitution, 19 Agility, 19. This spirit power is simply explosive. Satisfied, Yi Chen nodded and directly closed the attribute panel. Finally, Yi Chen glanced at the other rewards dropped by the Daylight Tiger boss. At a glance, there wasn't much else worth paying attention to, just some origin rewards. Of course, don't be fooled by how impressive origin rewards sounds. it's actually just superficial. Just like the Origin class, Chen Yang's SSS level Fire Messenger, and that previous one who awakened as an A-level Flame Mage, Wang Fei. Their Origin classes are all categorized under the Mage class, also known as the Origin Mage class, and Yi Chen's Necromancer can generally be considered part of the Origin Summoner category. Simply put, it's like the races on Blue Star, whether they are black, white, or yellow, they all belong to the Origin Human category. So, these seemingly high-end Origin rewards are actually the garbage that practitioners least want to see. Iron Boots, LV10, Limited, Origin Warrior Attributes, Agility plus 12. Yes, the other pieces of equipment dropped from the boss are all junk gear like these Iron Boots, but fortunately, all Origin Warrior class practitioners can use them, so the applicability is quite broad. Because of this, the seemingly shabby equipment can still fetch a good price, as even if it's not used later, it can be easily recycled. However, since no Origin Summoner class dropped, Yi Chen put all these rewards into his backpack. Finally, it's this advancement task. Instinctively, Yi Chen glanced at the last system prompt after clearing the dungeon. Every practitioner triggers an advancement task every time they level up by 10 levels. After completion, not only can they elevate their rank from 0 rank to 1st rank, but their growth attributes in the attribute template can also receive a significant boost. Most importantly, they can also gain a second talent. This second talent is the reason Yi Chen is eager to advance. Moreover, one cannot level up before completing the advancement task. Without hesitation, Yi Chen's mind moved, selecting the advance button on his attribute panel. Ding! Your current level has been raised to level 10. Please choose the difficulty of the advancement task you want to complete. 1-star difficulty reward, gain 1 point in all attributes and 6 points in free attributes after each level up. 2-star difficulty reward, gain 2 points in all attributes and 10 points in free attributes after each level up. 3-star difficulty reward, gain 3 points in all attributes and 15 points in free attributes after each level up. 4-star difficulty reward, gain 4 points in all attributes and 20 points in free attributes after each level up and have a chance to gain a second exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward, gain 5 points in all attributes and 50 points in free attributes after each level up and definitely gain a second exclusive talent. Note, once the difficulty of the advancement task is selected, it cannot be changed. So it turns out, only the 5-star difficulty advancement task can guarantee a second talent. After carefully reviewing the 5 major star level attribute templates, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a bit surprised. That attribute template is different from the attribute panel. The term practitioner attribute template simply refers to the personal growth panel. That is, how many attributes can be gained after each level up. Of course, he already knew in class that the higher the star level of the attribute template, the stronger the attribute growth it can provide, and he learned about the second talent from books. However, the information in the books was too narrow. At first, Yi Chen thought that as long as he could advance, he could continuously gain talents. It wasn't until he truly saw the differences among these 5 major star-level attribute templates that he realized the gap between them. Also, the true way to obtain the second talent, that is the 4-star or 5-star template. But it must be said that the gap between the 5-star template and the 1-star template is indeed quite large. Compared to the initial attribute template, which only allows gaining 1 point in all attributes and 5 points in free attributes for each level up, the 1-star attribute template only adds 1 point in free attributes. The 5-star attribute template not only allows gaining a full 5 points in all attributes per level but also provides 50 points in free attributes. Even more terrifying is the gap in the second talent. Indeed, besides personal talent, subsequent effort is also quite important. Even if you awaken an SSS level profession during the awakening ceremony, if you continue to only complete 1-star advancement tasks afterward, in the end, that SSS level profession will become indistinguishable from the rest. However, if you start with an F level or E level profession, no matter how hard you try later on, bridging the gap with an SSS level profession is not an easy task. Until now, Yi Chen finally understood the importance of talent and effort. Without further thought, after reviewing these attribute templates, Yi Chen directly confirmed the 5-star advancement task. Ding! You have chosen the 5-star advancement task. 5-star advancement task, successfully clear a level 10 or above Shura level dungeon solo, and you cannot form a team. Damn! Upon seeing this requirement, Yi Chen instantly exclaimed, "This is too exaggerated. No wonder it's a 5-star difficulty advancement task." If an ordinary person encountered such a task, their mindset would probably collapse. you have to know. Soloing a Shura level dungeon is no less than crushing all the trainees and monsters in a novice dungeon with just one person's strength. Plus, you also have to solo the final boss of the novice dungeon. But then again, a 5-star difficulty task has historically only been completed by super geniuses. With such difficulty, it's not surprising. Because of this, even though SSS level professions are extremely rare talents across the entire Dragon Country, if the subsequent template star level strength is too low, it's still trash. In other words, awakening an SSS level strength profession only means you've touched the limit of the strongest, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can become the strongest. True strong individuals are forged from countless battles of blood and fire. A genius nurtured in a greenhouse will ultimately be extinguished by those ruthless individuals who survived countless wars. However, let's not even talk about clearing Shura level dungeons. If I can't enter the special training camp, just finding a dungeon will be extremely difficult. It seems that after leaving the dungeon later, I still need to find a teacher or principal Zhao to ask where I can get information about dungeons. The appearance of outdoor dungeons is completely random. Ordinary people cannot grasp the locations of dungeons at all. Even some prominent families might only have information on a few scattered dungeon locations in their area. For this reason, once those families discover that their descendants have awakened true geniuses, they can't wait to send them to special training camps, universities, or even military academies and other official organizations. At the very least, sending them to the local practitioners guild is much better than staying in their own family. There's no way around it. The information controlled by national-level organizations is too powerful. This is something that private family forces cannot compare to. In a Dongshan province special training camp, there is a heavenly eye observation device that can monitor the entire Dongshan province. Such a terrifying device. And the rumored 3 supreme academies of the Dragon Country even have devices that can monitor the entire territory of the Dragon Country. With this, one can obtain dungeon location resources anywhere and anytime within the Dragon Country. Ask yourself, who else besides national-level organizations has such capability? Not thinking too much, after collecting all the rewards into his backpack, Yi-Chin prepared to exit the dungeon. The final boss is dead. Even if he doesn't exit the dungeon, at most in 10 minutes, this novice dungeon will completely collapse. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, when Li Qing snapped back to reality from the shock of Yi-Chin soloing the Sunlight Tiger, she directly exited the dungeon. As a result, just as she appeared at the dungeon entrance, her previous teammates recognized her. Wow, isn't that Li Qing? It really is. Isn't she with Yi-Chen? Why are you out so quickly? Ha ha ha. Just as Qing Yang said, even if Yi-Chen can defeat all of us, he can't beat the final boss of the dungeon. He must have been killed out of the dungeon now. I'm dying of laughter. When Chen Yang said this before, I was a bit skeptical, but now it seems. This necromancer Yi-Chen is nothing special. Tisk TSK. We got killed out, and after recovering a bit, we can fight again, but Yi-Chen, this necromancer, got killed out. I'm afraid all those thousands of skeletons were wiped out by the boss, right? So funny, all his summoned skeletons are gone. How is he going to level up in the future? Why do I only see Li Qing and not that Yi-Chen? What else is there to say? All his skeletons were wiped out. Too embarrassed to show his face, so he just ran away. That's true, that's just too tragic. Moreover, the most important thing is, obtaining the exclusive skill scroll from the final boss is just the qualification to enter the training camp. If Yi-Chen has lost his skeletons, let alone passing the selection test for the training camp, even leveling up normally will be very difficult, right? Tisk TSK. Who could have known? He insisted on showing off, clearing everyone out of the dungeon, thinking he could solo the boss, and now this result. He can only say he deserves it. When Li Qing appeared at the dungeon entrance, her previous teammates and a bunch of students who had already been killed out couldn't help but mock her. They originally thought Li Qing had latched onto a big shot. Now it seems, she had latched onto a ham. This is too funny. However, there were others who, not having seen any news of Yi-Chan from the dungeon entrance, instinctively came to Li Qing's side to ask, Li Qing, why are you the only one who came out? Where's the great Yi-Chen? Ha! Hearing her friend's question, Li Qing finally snapped out of her daze. It couldn't be helped. The scene of Yi-Chen's thousands of skeletons annihilating that Sun Tiger was just too shocking. Xiaoyun, what did you just ask? After a moment, Li Qing asked again. I said, why are you the only one? Where's the great Yi-Chen? Weren't you always with the great Yi-Chen? The girl named Xiaoyun shrugged helplessly and asked again. The great Yi-Chen? Li Qing thought for a moment. Oh, he just finished killing the boss. He should be sorting out his loot now. He should be out soon. Killed the boss? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun was instantly frozen in place. Are you saying, the great Yi-Chen killed that final boss all by himself? Yes, why not? Li Qing shrugged nonchalantly. However, this statement not only shocked Xiao Yun, but also stunned several students nearby. No way. Li Qing, you're not joking, right? You mean Yi Chen has already killed the boss? Damn, that's too insane. I've seen that final boss, and Yi Chen really soloed that Sun Tiger? That's incredible. Soloing the final boss, he must be the first person in the history of Tianshui. Not just in our Tianshui city, there's probably no one like him in the entire Dongshan province. So strong. At this moment, after hearing Li Qing's words, those students looked at the novice dungeon with new eyes. They originally thought Li Qing was like Yi Chen, being killed out of the dungeon by the final boss. It turned out, Li Qing had already enjoyed watching Yi Chen solo the boss and thought it was boring, so she exited the dungeon. This is simply unbelievable. The students' shock immediately caught the attention of several principals nearby. Hearing these discussions, Zhao Guofeng didn't think twice and directly approached Li Qing. Classmate Li Qing, is what you just said true? Yi Chen really killed the final boss by himself? Yes, principal. Li Qing nodded seriously. I saw classmate Yi Chen finish off the final boss before I came out. Good. A prodigy. Classmate Yi Chen is simply a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng felt as if he had just received a year-end bonus. No, he was even more excited than that. You have to understand. A super genius who can solo a novice dungeon, not to mention Tianshui City, even in Dongshan province, such a genius hasn't appeared in 100 years. With Yi Chen's support, in the future, Zhao Guofeng could not only aim to become the president of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, but even make a push for a position in the Provincial Professional Guild. It's not impossible. Hurry! Zhao Guofeng turned around and directly ordered his secretary, quickly inform President Lin of this news. Yes. The female secretary bowed slightly and immediately set off towards the Tianshui City Professional Guild. However, at that moment, Chen Yang suddenly sneered twice. Li Yuntian beside him was taken aback. Chen Yang, why are you laughing all of a sudden? What am I laughing at? Chen Yang snorted coldly. I'm laughing at Principal Zhao from Tianshui No. One being a bit too naive. What do you mean? Li Yuntian frowned and couldn't help but ask. It's simple. Chen Yang sneered disdainfully. Soloing the final boss of a novice dungeon? How is that possible? You have to know. Even the talents cultivated by the super families of the three supreme cities of the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, are few who can achieve such a feat. Just based on him, a mere Yi Chen? Principal Li, do you think it's possible? Upon hearing this, Li Yuntian fell silent. To be fair, when he first heard Li Qing say that Yi Chen soloed the final boss, he was also skeptical. But that girl was the only one left who could be in the dungeon. She firmly stated that she had seen it with her own eyes. What could he doubt? But, now after hearing Chen Yang's analysis, he hesitated. Yes, such an unparalleled genius, even the three supreme cities couldn't produce many, and he, a mere orphan, awakened a hidden profession whose strength was still undetermined. What right did he have to solo the final boss? Ha ha ha. Hearing their conversation, Zhao Guofeng walked over with a proud expression. Classmate Chen Yang, brotherly, I see you both are a bit deluded. Classmate Li Qing just said she saw Yi Chen solo the boss, and you still don't believe it? It's hilarious. Chen Yang shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling up. What if Li Qing is lying to you? After all, I heard that this woman had a crush on Yi Chen before. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntian sighed. Good. Zhao Guofeng sneered, looking at Li Yuntian. So, brotherly thinks the same? Li Yuntian hesitated for a moment but still said, Brother Zhao, I think soloing the final boss is indeed quite unlikely. Very good. Zhao Guofeng nodded. At this moment, he had seen through these people's true colors. Since that's the case, he couldn't be bothered to waste words. Alright, since you all think so, why don't we make a bet? We all know that once the final boss is killed, the dungeon will completely collapse in 10 minutes. So, we only have to wait for a maximum of 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, if the dungeon hasn't disappeared and Yi Chen has come out, then it really is as you said. I will directly offer 1 million dragon coins. On the contrary, you all should take out 1 million dragon coins, of course. You don't need to give it to me, just give it directly to Yi Chen. What do you think? Dare to bet? Zhao Guofeng had already endured enough from these people today. Now, he simply couldn't hold back any longer. What a joke. The best student in his school was being ridiculed at will by students and principals from other schools. Who could tolerate that? Previously, he thought they had a point, so he could only swallow his anger. But now, a female classmate who had been with Yi Chen had clearly stated that she had seen him single-handedly defeat the final boss of the dungeon, and these people were still speaking so shamelessly. How could he endure this any longer? Seeing Zhao Guofeng's imposing demeanor, Li Yuntian hesitated. 1 million dragon coins wasn't much for him, but if he lost the bet, he would lose face. Moreover, he was only half convinced by Chen Yang's words. That's why he was hesitating now. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang couldn't help but speak up. Principal Zhao, our Principal Li is unwilling to bet with you, so I will bet with you. You want to bet with me? Zhao Guofeng shot a glance at Chen Yang, and his expression instantly turned cold. What the hell are you? You want to bet with me? Little Chen, don't think just because you're from a prominent family, you can act arrogantly in front of me. Even if you brought your father here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. You. This statement left Chen Yang speechless. There was no way. As the principal of the top university in Tianshui, Zhao Guofeng's official rank was actually only half a level lower than the vice president of the Tianshui City Practitioner Association. And for these private family forces, even encountering an ordinary member of the Practitioner Association required careful consideration, let alone someone of Zhao Guofeng's status. This was the power of official organizations. Otherwise, why do so many people dream of becoming civil servants? The stable salary and resource security were secondary. The key was the level of protection the national organization provided for its own people, which was far beyond what private family forces could compare to. Seeing this path blocked, Chen Yang returned to Li Yuntian's side. Principal Li, bet with him. At worst, I'll cover the 1 million. Forget it. Li Yuntian waved his hand. Chen Yang's words had already put him on the hot seat. He was now in a dilemma, whether to bet or not to bet. If he lost the bet, his reputation would be ruined. If he didn't bet, he would still be looked down upon in this situation, and his reputation would still suffer. He took a slow step forward and approached Zhao Guofeng. Since Brother Zhao wants to bet, then I'll play with you once. It's just 1 million, I can still take it out. Very good. Zhao Guofeng smiled slightly. Now, there are at most 3 or 4 minutes left until the dungeon collapses. Let's see who wins. He. Li Yuntian let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Brother Zhao, I think you're being too confident. You don't really believe that Yi Chen, a mere orphan from a common background, can truly possess the talent comparable to the top geniuses cultivated by the 3 supreme cities, do you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng instinctively wanted to retort. However, just then, before Zhao Guofeng could start speaking, a loud rumble echoed in everyone's ears. Immediately after, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, Chen Yang, Hanishu, and the thousands of students present all witnessed the scene of the novice dungeon disappearing in an instant not far away. The next second, a figure familiar to everyone suddenly appeared before the crowd. Yi Chen. Upon seeing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. What the hell? The novice dungeon has disappeared. So, Yi Chen really defeated the final boss? No way. Is that even possible? Soloing the final boss of the novice dungeon? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. How did Yi Chen manage to do it? I saw with my own eyes that the final boss, the Sun Tiger, had terrifying strength with all 4 attributes over 100 points. Having 4 attributes over 100 is just the basic strength of that final boss, okay? The most terrifying part is that boss's area attack skill, which can instantly kill everyone within 100 meters. This is too bizarre. I heard this guy's skeletons weren't very strong, right? Didn't they say he couldn't even beat a rabbit? How did he solo the final boss now? This is insane. Whoa, Yi Chen is truly my super idol whom I've secretly admired for 3 years. So amazing. Yeah, if it weren't for Hanishu always flirting with our Yi Chen, I would have started pursuing him long ago. Damn it. No matter what, I have to confess later. I can't leave any regrets in my high school life. Count me in. I want to go too. +1. I also want to confess to Yi Chen. At this moment, when they truly saw Yi Chen's figure, everyone was completely shocked. Countless gazes instantly converged on this young man. Shock, admiration, confusion, horror. In the hearts of the thousands of students present, countless emotions surged. Oh my, am I dreaming? This kid Yi Chen actually did it? Soloing the final boss of the novice dungeon. This is something no one in Dongshan province has ever accomplished since ancient times. After witnessing this, Li Yuntian was also stunned. He never expected that just after mocking Yi Chen for being unable to do it, he would be slapped in the face in less than a second. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, when he truly saw the novice dungeon disappear and Yi Chen standing there with his proud figure, Zhao Guofeng burst into laughter. Just a moment ago, he wanted to explain something to Li Yuntian, but now, the figure of Yi Chen standing before them was the most powerful explanation. How is this possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Even I, an SSS level fire messenger, couldn't solo the final boss. How could a shabby necromancer who can only summon skeletons do such a thing? Meanwhile, Chen Yang was also losing his composure. he couldn't believe it at all. Yi Chen managed to accomplish what even the super geniuses cultivated by the three supreme cities wouldn't dare to guarantee. Doesn't that mean he completely relied on his own abilities to showcase the level of a top-tier genius in the country? No wonder he's the man that Hanishu has her eyes on. On the other side, Hanishu looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of admiration and adoration. This was the man she had always dreamed of. What Chen Yang? What SSS-level genius? At this moment, in front of Yi Chen, they didn't even count as dog poop. Without a second thought, Hanishu squeezed through the crowd and came to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen, congratulations! To think you could solo the final boss, you're amazing. As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes, raised her arms, and wanted to wrap them around Yi Chen's neck to kiss him. She wanted to announce to everyone that Yi Chen was her man. However, just as Hanishu's arms reached out, Yi Chen instinctively took a step back. Seeing Yi Chen take that half step back, Hanishu was instantly stunned. Ahem, Hanishu, haven't you heard that boys and girls shouldn't be too close? Besides, don't you like Chen Yang? So I hope you can show some self-respect and keep your distance from me. Looking at Hanishu in front of him, Yi Chen's expression was emotionless. He was not the kind of person who would fawn over someone. Moreover, even if he were a fawning person, he had been at it for 3 years, so he should have developed some feelings, right? But someone like Hanishu clearly just looked down on others. It was only now that she saw him single-handedly defeat the final boss that her attitude might have improved a bit. What if he encountered someone better later? Laughable. Yi Chen would never let such a woman touch him. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Hanishu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Yi Chen, you've misunderstood me. How could I possibly like someone as trashy as Chen Yang? The gap between him and you is even greater than that between a human and a dog. I've always liked you, don't you know? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. You've always liked me? Can you stop making such international jokes? Have you forgotten? During the final exams of our first year, you forced me to pretend to be sick and skip the exam just to get first place. In the end, it was only because our grade director couldn't stand it that he secretly let me retake the exam. Later, during the final exams of our second year, I accidentally got first place and you scolded me for a whole month. In the end, you even made me give you all the rewards for being the top student. Let's not talk about the past. Just today, after I awakened as a necromancer, you still wanted me to use all the skeletons to protect you and Chen Yang. And now you tell me you've always liked me? Hanishu, even if you're trying to fool a fool, you can't use such a clumsy lie, right? At that moment, hearing this barrage of questions, Hanishu felt her head buzzing. No, it's not like that. After a long time, Hanishu finally came to her senses. Yi Chen, those were just my tests for you. Now that the 3 years of testing are over, I know your feelings for me are genuine. I know, you've always only liked me, right? I can just roll the hell away. Yi Chen replied, what kind of test? Let me tell you, aside from the country and the people, no one can test me. What do you think you are, to test me? Don't even say I have no interest in dating right now, even if I wanted to date. If I had to choose between you and this classmate Li Qing beside me, I wouldn't even bother to look at you. Why you what? Upon hearing this, Hanishu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that the Yi Chen in front of her was the same Yi Chen who used to obey her every whim, willing to comply with whatever she said. It was as if he had completely transformed overnight. However, what Yi Chen had just said was the truth. Compared to Hanishu, Li Qing had at least sincerely helped him. After helping him find the boss, she didn't make any demands, just watched him defeat the final boss from a distance before leaving the dungeon. If it weren't for seeing Li Qing run to his side after coming out of the dungeon, Yi Chen would have been worried he wouldn't be able to thank her. Not only that, Chen Yang, who was nearby, heard Hanishu's words and his already crumbling mentality shattered instantly. He had originally thought Yi Chen was just an ant beneath his feet. As long as he successfully cleared the dungeon today, relying on the power of his SSS-level profession to secure the first kill of the final boss and obtain the exclusive profession skill scroll, he could not only toy with this ant but also win the beauty's heart. But now, he was being humiliated by Hanishu in front of so many people. Moreover, the person she confessed to was actually Yi Chen, whom she had previously looked down upon the most. Heartbroken, upset, crushed, ashamed. In an instant, countless complex emotions surged into Chen Yang's heart. However, at that moment, Li Qing beside him also saw through the current situation. She had secretly had a crush on Chen Yang for a long time but had been struggling to find an opportunity to confess. After all, everyone in the school knew that Yi Chen had been pursuing Hanishu all along. Now, her chance had finally come. She boldly stood next to Yi Chen and looked directly at Hanishu, saying, "Alright, Miss Hanishu, you can see that Yi Chen doesn't like you at all. Stop wasting your time. Seeing Li Qing suddenly appear, Han Ishu instinctively froze for a moment, but the next second, her shattered mentality from being humiliated by Yi Chen erupted. You little bitch, what do you think you are, daring to comment on me? Even if Yi Chen doesn't like me, would he like a bitch like you? Ha! Hearing Han Ishu's angry insults, Li Qing took a deep breath. Miss Han, in front of you, someone from a common background like me may indeed not count for much, but now, in Yi Chen's heart, my status seems to be slightly higher than yours. You. At that moment, Han Ishu completely broke down. Anger surged. In a fit of rage, Han Ishu didn't even think and reached out to slap Li Qing's face. However, at that moment, a powerful hand swept over and instantly knocked Han Ishu's wrist away. The next second, Yi Chen retaliated with a slap directly on Han Ishu's face. Han Ishu, I didn't expect you to be such a low-quality person, daring to publicly hit your classmate? If I had known you were this kind of person, 5 years ago, I would never have let my parents save a worthless person like you. This slap today is my way of educating you on behalf of Uncle Han. At that moment, when the nearby female classmates heard Yi Chen's words, they couldn't help but start discussing. Look, it seems my husband has fallen out with Han Ishu. It's true, but Han Ishu is really shameless. She ignored my Yi Chen before, and now she's shamelessly saying she only likes him? Exactly. How could she even say that she's testing Yi Chen? Does my husband need a bitch like her to consider him? I'm dying of laughter. She should look in the mirror and see what kind of person she is. When Chen Yang awakened his SSS level profession, she didn't say that. That's right, now she's only sticking around because she saw my husband soloing the final boss of the dungeon, right? Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Thankfully Yi Chen has woken up now. Honestly, I was really worried that Yi Chen would be charmed by this bitch again. Wait, now that they've fallen out, does that mean we have a chance again? Oh my, it really seems so. Oh heavens, this is a great opportunity, and since Li Qing has already made her move, my husband can't let her take him away. Huang Xiaoya, what do you mean by my husband? He's clearly my husband. Stop saying so much, but Yi Chen looks so fierce now. I like it when he's a bit fierce. What kind of strange preference is that? What's strange about it? I like fierce too. Stop talking. If we keep hesitating, Yi Chen will be taken away by Li Qing. Thinking of this, a dozen girls huddled together and directly surrounded Yi Chen. Looking at Han Ishu, who was like a drowned dog in front of them, those girls immediately began to kick her while she was down. Cough, Miss Han Ishu, since our Yi Chen doesn't want to pay attention to you anymore, could you please keep your distance from him? Exactly. What does it mean to keep clinging to my husband? Why don't you go find your Qing Yang? Pfft, I heard that in the dungeon, that Chen Yang not only got chased away by the great Yi Chen, but later he didn't even have a chance to fight back and was directly slaughtered. I'm dying of laughter. Is this what it means to have an SSS level profession? Truly. So strong. Alright, Han Ishu, could you please stay away from my husband? He already said he doesn't want to deal with you. A dozen girls were taking turns hurling those unbearable insults at Han Ishu. At that moment, Han Ishu, who had just been slapped by Yi Chen in front of so many people, was instantly brought to tears by these taunts. Yi Chen, how dare you bully me? Just wait. I'm going to tell my dad and have him teach you a lesson. After throwing out that line, Han Ishu turned around and ran straight home. Not far away, seeing Han Ishu leave in despair, Chen Yang felt a struggle in his heart. This was the best opportunity to approach her. If he could comfort her well, there was a good chance he could pull Han Ishu to his side. After all, he had already lost the qualification to compete for the Dongshan Province Training Camp Selection Assessment, and if he lost Han Ishu too, that would be a huge loss. After hesitating for just a few seconds, Chen Yang quickly stepped forward and rushed in front of Han Ishu. Ishu, don't be angry. That guy is clueless and doesn't know how good you are to him. But it's okay. I know. Don't worry, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Hearing Chen Yang's voice, the furious Han Ishu slowly stopped, turning to glance at him. However, at that moment, the more she looked at Chen Yang, the more displeased she became. The next moment, the grievances Han Ishu had just suffered from Yi Chen erupted, and she began to scold Chen Yang. You think you can be good to me? Chen Yang, you worthless dog. Do you know I'm suffering because of you right now? You with your pathetic SSS level profession, how can you compare to my Yi Chen's unique hidden profession? You are such a waste. You aren't even worthy to carry Yi Chen's shoes. Stay away from me. I'm telling you, starting today, don't come near me again. My heart only has Yi Chen. In my heart, you're not even as good as a dog. After saying that, Han Ishu turned around again and ran straight towards the Han family's villa. Meanwhile, Chen Yang stood there, his mind echoing with thunderous roars. His SSS level profession, just a worthless profession? Compared to Yi Chen, he wasn't even as good as a dog? So Hanishu's heart had always only had Yi-Chen? In an instant, Chen Yang felt like a clown. His gaze swept over the classmates behind him who were pointing and whispering, and he felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. On the other side was a completely different scene. Brother Yi-Chen, I've really liked you for 3 years. Will you be my boyfriend? Husband? You know, I've always liked you. Great Yi-Chen, should we go make a baby tonight? Be with me, I'm begging you. Yi-Chen stood there, surrounded by dozens of girls, unable to move an inch. Sighing, he finally spoke, I really don't have any thoughts about dating right now. Let's talk about it later. Upon hearing this, the girls were instantly disappointed. Taking advantage of their moment of distraction, Yi-Chen quickly squeezed out of the crowd. Just then, Zhao Guofeng also came before Yi-Chen. To be honest, he had seen the dramatic scene between Yi-Chen and Hanishu just now. He just didn't want to get involved. As the top scholar and martial artist of Tianshui No, one high school for 3 years, how could Zhao Guofeng not pay attention to him? This kid had invested so much in Hanishu over the past 3 years. It was obvious to anyone with eyes. Until today, he was still being humiliated by Hanishu, who said that his skeletons were all trash, only useful as meat shields to protect her and Chen Yang. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed long ago. And now, he finally had a chance to breathe easy. How could Zhao Guofeng not see that? However, these matters were not something a principal from one school could meddle in. Without further thought, he directly asked Yi-Chen, Yi-Chen, did you really solo the final boss? Yes. Yi-Chen nodded slowly, then took out the already used, exclusive profession skill scroll from his backpack. Good. Zhao Guofeng was extremely satisfied, nodding repeatedly. In that case, please come with me. This isn't a place for conversation. Alright, then I'll trouble you to lead the way, principal. Yi-Chen nodded and followed Zhao Guofeng as they walked on. However, after walking for a while, Yi-Chen noticed that Zhao Guofeng's direction didn't seem to be heading back to the school. Isn't this the Tianshui City Adventurers Guild? What does Principal Zhao want to bring me here for? When they finally arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, Yi-Chen couldn't help but ask. Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Zhao Guofeng didn't hold back and directly replied, it's simple. You just got the qualification for the Dongshan Province Training Camp Selection Assessment, right? When you enter the special training camp later, it will be President Lin Changfeng who takes you, not me. I don't have that qualification. I see. With that explanation, Yi-Chen understood. Then, he followed Zhao Guofeng all the way to President Lin Changfeng's office. Upon seeing Yi-Chen, Lin Changfeng, who had been sitting in his chair, suddenly sat up straight. Principal Zhao, this young man, is he the one you just sent someone to tell me about? The one who can solo the final boss of the novice dungeon? Yes. Zhao Guofeng nodded solemnly and then stepped back to Yi-Chen's side. Hello, President Lin. Yi-Chen bowed slightly, respectfully. No need to be polite. Lin Changfeng hurried over to Yi-Chen, lifting him up with both hands. Look, this kid is quite polite, but you don't need to be overly formal with me. Please sit. Lin Changfeng pointed to the sofa beside him. After Yi-Chen sat down, he got straight to the point. I don't know if Principal Zhou has told you about the rules of the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp? No. Yi-Chen shook his head. Alright, then I'll explain it to you now. Lin Changfeng smiled lightly. In simple terms, 3 days from now is the start of the Special Training Camp Selection Assessment. At that time, all students who have qualified for the assessment in Dongshan Province will go to Qingmiao City to participate. I can give you a heads up, although I just heard from Principal Zhao's secretary that you've already reached level 10. To truly pass the selection assessment, you need to be at least level 15, and your first tier attribute template must be at least 3 stars or above. Level 15? 3-star template? Is the selection assessment really that difficult? Upon hearing this requirement, Yi-Chen instinctively frowned. Don't think that just because Yi-Chen had reached level 10, this goal was easy. That was only because he had monopolized almost all the resources from this novice dungeon to reach that level. Theoretically speaking, leveling up to 15 in 3 days was nearly impossible for an average person. For ordinary civilians, reaching level 5 in 3 days would be impressive. Even a genius who has awakened an A-level profession can only reach level 12 or 13 in 3 days at most. To reach level 15, one must at least be a genius of S-level or above. Even more outrageous is that 3-star first-order attribute template. This is the most exaggerated. Yi-Chen had truly witnessed the gap in advancement tasks among the major star levels before. If the star level of the attribute template is too low, don't even mention level 15. Even if you reach level 20, you still can't compare to someone with a 3-star attribute template at level 15. The difference in attribute growth is too great for those with a 3-star attribute template or above. It's simply an insurmountable chasm for ordinary people. no need to be so surprised. Lin Changfeng comforted Yi Chen, then continued, the full name of this special training camp is the Dongshan Province Genius Special Training Camp. If you're not a true genius, you won't even meet the entry threshold here. The final boss of the novice dungeon can only be considered as an elimination in the preliminary selection. This special training camp is the real beginning of the Devil's Road. In a place like this, even if you forcibly stuff ordinary people inside, they simply can't endure it. So there's no need to be too shocked. I understand. Yi Chen nodded seriously. Then, Lin Changfeng stopped talking and directly took out a scroll, handing it to Yi Chen. This is your reward. A first-order exclusive profession skill scroll. After using it, you will obtain a first-order exclusive skill. Hiss. Upon seeing the scroll, Yi Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with light. This thing is a priceless treasure outside. Even if it costs millions, no one could buy it. However, at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly thought of his advancement task. He had already chosen a 5-star advancement task, and the task's requirement was to clear a dungeon of Azura-level difficulty. So, Yi Chen's immediate priority was to find a dungeon first. Thinking of this, Yi Chen directly asked without hesitation, by the way, President Lin, do you have the entrance coordinates for a first-order dungeon? A first-order dungeon? Lin Changfeng thought for a moment and said directly, you can check the task hall of the Adventurers Guild. Perhaps there will be some commission tasks regarding first-order dungeons there. If not, you can contact me later. Got it. Thank you, President Lin. Yi Chen nodded gratefully. This information was quite important to him. No need to thank me, since that's the case. You can get busy now. 3 days later, at 7 a.m., come back here to find me. By the way, this is a warning source stone. Once you crush it, I will immediately receive information and your coordinates. When you're out, you still need to pay attention to safety. Lin Changfeng took out a blood-red crystal about the size of a palm and gently placed it in Yi Chen's hand. Upon seeing this, Zhao Guofeng's eyes lit up. This is the highest level red warning source stone? Red warning source stone? Hearing Zhao Guofeng's words, Yi Chen asked with some confusion. Yes. Zhao Guofeng took a deep breath and slowly said, warning source stones are divided into 5 levels. Red, yellow, blue, green, and white, each corresponding to different effects. The lowest white warning source stone, when used, can only make the giver feel a slight sense of danger. It's only at the blue warning level that one can obtain the victim's information and coordinates. As for the red warning level source stone in your hand, once used, President Lin will immediately open a space-time tunnel and arrive at your side. I see. Hearing Zhao Guofeng's explanation, Yi Chen was instantly stunned. As long as he uses this warning source stone, the level 60, 5-tier powerhouse, the president of the Tianshui City Adventurers Guild, Lin Changfeng, just appeared right in front of me? This is too exhilarating, right? But, at this moment, Zhao Guofeng turned to Lin Changfeng with a guilty expression and said, President Lin, I remember that the red alert level source stone from the Flower Institute can only be issued during the year-end bonus, right? Giving it to Yi Chen. Isn't that a bit too precious? What's so precious about it? Lin Changfeng smiled gently as always, as long as it allows Yi Chen to level up steadily within these 3 days. Even if I have to give him my year-end bonus, it doesn't matter. Ha ha ha. The super genius who soloed the final boss of the novice dungeon. When the special training camp selection assessment begins, I want to see if Ouyang Long and Zhang Yintian still dare to look down on us from Tianshui City. Hearing these words, Zhao Guofeng let out a deep sigh. In Dongshan Province, while Tianshui City isn't considered a bottom-tier city, it's still in the mid-lower range. Back in the day, Ouyang Long, the president of Qingniao City, and Zhang Yintian, the president of Nanjiqing, were all geniuses who graduated in the same class as President Lin Changfeng. Unfortunately, due to an unfavorable performance on the battlefield, Lin Changfeng's achievements declined, and he was ultimately relegated to a place like Tianshui City. Over the years, due to a lack of resources, the student's performance has also been unsatisfactory. Lin Changfeng has always been looked down upon by Ouyang Long and Zhang Yuntian. Even more absurdly, Qingniao and Nanjiqing are among the top cities in Dongshan Province. Now that he has finally discovered such a good seedling in Yi Chen, it is understandable that Lin Changfeng is willing to invest so heavily in him. Alright, since President Lin has his own thoughts, I naturally won't dare to interfere too much. Yi Chen. For now, let's go to the task hall together and see if there are any tasks related to dungeons. Zhao Guofeng had no further thoughts. After bidding farewell to Lin Changfeng, he took Yi Chen to the task hall of the Adventurers Guild. Strictly speaking, the Adventurers Guild is divided into 3 main parts: the Affairs Hall, the Task Hall, and the Trading Hall. The place Yi Chen just came from was the Affairs Hall, which is also where Lin Changfeng works. And now, they were in the Task Hall. As for the Trading Hall, it is where various adventurers trade different items. Upon arriving at the task hall, under Zhao Guofeng's guidance, Yi-chan easily obtained a list of commission tasks suitable for first-tier adventurers. Wow! There are really quite a few tasks. There are various tasks for killing wild bosses and gathering materials. At a glance, the dazzling array of task options made Yi-chan's eyes dazzle. However, his goal was tasks related to dungeons. This immediately eliminated over 90% of the tasks. After all, to complete dungeon-related tasks, one must at least have a fixed team to successfully tackle the dungeon. Soloing a dungeon? That's almost impossible, even for the simplest normal difficulty dungeon tasks. Meanwhile, while Yi-chan was searching for tasks, on the other side, Hanishu finally returned home. Without a second thought, she directly told her father, Han Ji-chan, about how Yi-chan had bullied her. She even embellished the story, saying many bad things about Yi-chan. Father, Yi-chan is really too despicable. I kindly wanted to take him to level up, and he not only refused but even slapped me. Woo-woo. Father, you must teach this man a lesson for me. Hanishu covered her left cheek, crying like a pear blossom in front of Han Ji-chan. However, deep down, she was extremely excited. She is the only daughter of the Han family, always treated like a precious gem at home. I told my dad about these things. Yi-chan is bound to have bad luck next. However, just as Hanishu was contemplating how to make her dad teach Yi-chan a lesson, suddenly, a strong and powerful hand came rushing towards her right cheek. Slap! With one strike, Hanishu's body spun 2 or 3 times before softly collapsing to the ground. Before she could even react to what was happening, Han Ji-chan's thunderous roar directly filled her ears. Hanishu, how can you be so shameless? Hearing her father's words, Hanishu was completely stunned. Dad, what are you talking about? Why do you say I'm shameless? Still don't understand why, right? Let me tell you. I already knew about your little affair with that Chen kid. The way you treat Yi-chan, a slap from him is already light. Today, I must teach you a good lesson. Seeing his daughter's hypocritical appearance, Han Ji-chan was furious. Let me tell you, if it weren't for brother Yi-chuan's family risking their lives to save us during the Demon Tide 5 years ago, where would you be now? You are ungrateful, and yet you humiliate Yi-chan in front of so many classmates? Saying things like making him summon everything to protect you? My heavens, how did my Han family end up with such a disloyal and unfilial child like you? If brother Yi-chuan knew about this in the underworld, I, Han Ji-chan, would never forgive myself in this lifetime. Ji-chiang, this matter isn't that serious. Seeing this scene, Han Ji-chan's wife, Tian Shui, hurried over to persuade him. Our daughter was just with that Chin kid because she wanted to pursue a higher happiness. After all, he is an SSS level professional, isn't that right? A woman's perspective. Truly a woman's perspective. Hearing these words, Han Ji-chiang became even angrier. He stood up abruptly, pointing at Tian Shui's face and scolding again. Ishu is what she is today. All because you spoiled her. If I don't manage her now, she will eventually cause me big trouble. While saying this, Han Ji-chiang's eyes filled with tears as he ran to a secret room in their home. Without thinking, he knelt down with a thud. Brother Yi-chuan, I'm sorry. I didn't teach my daughter well, causing my good nephew to suffer. Slap. It's my fault. You can consider it my mistake in the underworld. Slap. From today on, I will definitely educate my daughter well. Please forgive my little girl for her ignorance this time. Han Ji-chiang knelt before the spirit tablet of Yi-chuan, praying with a heart-wrenching cry while wildly slapping his own face. Seeing this scene, Hanishu was also terrified. It was the first time she saw her dad break down like this. Not daring to think too much, she ran in front of Han Ji-chan, hugged his arm, and pleaded, Dad, I was wrong. Can't I just go apologize to Yi-chan? Please don't do this. Apologize? Hearing Hanishu's words, Han Ji-chan's eyes were so furious they seemed to be spitting fire. Do you think you deserve to apologize to Yi-chan? Why don't you look at what kind of person you are now? Then, what do you want me to do? Hanishu was completely confused. She already knew she was wrong. How could she not even apologize? Oof. Han Ji-chan snorted coldly, turned to his wife and said, Tian Shui, today you take the gifts, and we will go to Brother Ye's house together to personally apologize to our nephew Yi-chan. Ha! Tian Shui was stunned for a moment. Now? What nonsense! Han Ji-chan shouted angrily, if we don't go now, do we have to wait until next year? What if Yi-chan isn't home? Tian Shui frowned and asked instinctively, not at home? Han Ji-chan pondered for a moment. Then we will wait right at his doorstep until my nephew returns. The next second, he turned to Hanishu and said, You, from now on, kneel before your uncle Ye's spirit. You can only stand up when Yi-chan forgives us. Hearing this, Tian Shui felt a pang of heartache. After all, this was her own daughter, who had just been slapped, and now she had to kneel before his spirit. To be honest, she thought her husband was indeed making a big deal out of nothing. Ji Qiang, I think you're being too serious. This is just a careless mistake made by our daughter. Is it really necessary for the head of the Han family to go to such lengths, to personally apologize to a junior? You. Hearing Tian Shui's words, Han Jiqiang was almost faint with anger. How could he be surrounded by such ungrateful ingrates? Alright, you won't go, will you? I will go. With that, Han Jiqiang slammed the door and left. 5 years ago, it was brother Yi Chuan who sacrificed his life to save him from the jaws of a beast. For this, he and his wife Su Qiao had risked their lives. This kindness. He couldn't repay brother Yi Chuan and sister-in-law Su, so he could only treat Yi Chen well in hopes of finding some peace in his heart. But now, with these two unreasonable people in his family, he had to take matters into his own hands. Thinking this, Han Jiqiang quickly arrived at Yi Chen's home. However, as Tian Shui had said, Yi Chen really wasn't home. This nephew just finished a beginner dungeon, and now he's not coming home. What could he be doing? Finally found a dungeon task. In the Adventurers Guild task hall, Yi Chen had no idea that so much had happened in the Han family in such a short time, nor did he know that Han Jiqiang was waiting at his doorstep. However, when he discovered this dungeon task, Yi Chen was still a bit excited. The task requirements were simple. He just needed to find something called Black Spirit Stone in the dungeon named Black Spirit Forest. Moreover, for every Black Spirit Stone found, he would receive a reward of 10,000 dragon coins. The minimum requirement was to find more than 10. Black Spirit Stone? This thing seems to be a minor monster in a first-tier dungeon. It might drop. After looking at the task requirements, Zhao Guofeng said directly. Yi Chen might not have encountered these things, but as a fourth-tier adventurer, he had seen plenty. Of course, for Yi Chen, the Black Spirit Stone was secondary. The main point was that after accepting this task, he would obtain the coordinate information for the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. However, accepting a dungeon-related commission task wasn't something to be taken lightly. Hello, are you sure you want to choose this task? At that moment, a beautiful waitress approached Yi Chen and asked softly. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. The beautiful waitress then said directly, alright, you will need to pay a deposit of 100,000 dragon coins. Once you complete the task, the deposit will be refunded along with your reward. Yi Chen, let me handle this deposit. Upon hearing the 100,000 dragon coins deposit, Zhao Guofeng immediately stepped forward. He had known from the start that dungeon tasks required a deposit, otherwise, how could they provide you with the coordinates for the dungeon entrance? However, Yi Chen refused. Thank you, Principal Zhao, but I still have some money. Saying this, he took out his bank card and handed it to the beautiful waitress to process. To be honest, ever since his parents passed away 5 years ago, although Yi Chen was an orphan, he was not short on money. The reason was that the head of the Tianshui Han family, Han Jiqiang, who was also Han Ishu's father, had been supporting him all along. Perhaps it was out of guilt, or perhaps to repay a kindness. In any case, Yi Chen did not refuse. So, that 100,000 dragon coins was not much for him at the moment. Because of this, Yi Chen still felt some gratitude towards Han Jiqiang, but Han Ishu, like a mouse dropping, spoiled his impression of the Han family. Soon, the transaction was completed, and Yi Chen's account balance changed from 1,130,000 dragon coins to 1,030,000 dragon coins. After that, the beautiful waitress also provided Yi Chen with the coordinates for the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. Alright. Seeing the dungeon coordinates, Zhao Guofeng nodded in satisfaction. Yi Chen, it's getting late today, so go home and rest. I'll accompany you to run the dungeon tomorrow morning. Okay. Yi Chen thought the same. After spending the whole day in the novice dungeon, he was indeed a bit tired. Well, how should he put it? Although he hadn't lifted a finger, there's a saying that goes, the less you move, the more tired you feel. Even though he had done nothing, he just felt exhausted. That was how Yi Chen felt at the moment. Moreover, he hadn't done nothing at all. You have to know. Commanding thousands of skeleton summons to run a dungeon was itself quite a drain on mental energy. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen said goodbye to Zhao Guofeng at the entrance of the mission hall. Then, he headed straight home. However, just as he arrived home, Yi Chen noticed two familiar figures standing at his doorstep. Uncle Han? What brings you here? Upon seeing Yi Chen, Han Jiqiang's eyes lit up. Yi Chen, my nephew, you're back. Yi Chen nodded and directly asked, Uncle Han, did you come to find me for something? Sigh. What else could it be? Han Jiqiang sighed. My daughter did some wrong things to you before, and it's all my fault for finding out too late, making you suffer. I came today, specifically to apologize to you. Also, there's 1 million in this card, so please don't refuse it. Consider it a small token of my sincerity, and I hope you can forgive Ishu in the future. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Uncle Han, you don't need to do this. No, I must do this. Han Jiqian's attitude was firm. If I don't come personally this time, Brother Yi Chuan in the underworld won't forgive me. Today, you're going home with Uncle Han, and I'll have Ishu personally apologize to you. After some back and forth, Yi Chen couldn't resist Han Jiqian any longer. Soon, under Han Jiqian's lead, Yi Chen arrived at the Han family villa. Han Ishu, come out here. As soon as he entered the house, Han Jiqian shouted Han Ishu's name. Dad, what? Yi Chen? What are you doing here? Upon seeing Yi Chen, Han Ishu's expression immediately changed. However, before she could say anything further, Han Jiqian shouted angrily, kneel. Ha! Han Ishu was stunned for a moment. Dad, are you asking me to kneel to Yi Chen? Of course. Han Jiqian's expression was serious as he emphasized again, kneel to your brother Yi Chen and apologize. I won't. Han Ishu was extremely aggrieved. Why should I kneel to him? He clearly bullied me. I confessed to him in front of so many people, and he slapped me right away. Now, you still want me to kneel to him? I'd rather die. Dying would be too light a punishment. Hearing Han Ishu's words, Han Jiqiang was almost faint with anger. Without your brother Yi Chen, without the Yi Chuan family, where would you be now? You've done well, using your brother Yi Chen for 3 whole years. 3 years? I can't even imagine how your brother Yi Chen has endured these 3 years. Today, if you don't kneel, then as your father, I will kneel for you. Standing in front of Han Ishu, Han Jiqiang spoke each word with unwavering determination. I won't kneel. I have my own pride. How could you ask me to kneel before him? It's impossible? Han Ishu gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, and, is all of this my fault alone? Setting aside the facts, doesn't Yi Chen have any blame? You, put. This statement made Han Jiqiang so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly blacked out and fell backward. Jiqiang. Seeing this scene, Tianshui quickly rushed to Han Jiqiang's side and gently helped him up. After calling her husband's name for a long time without any response, Tianshui could only sigh. Turning around, she gently patted Han Jiqiang's chest while speaking to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, my dear nephew, you saw it too. Your uncle Han has fainted from anger. How about we just let this matter go? Hearing this, Yi Chen was at a loss for words. In fact, after seeing Han Jiqiang's attitude just now, he had no intention of making a big deal out of Han Ishu's situation. After all, now that he had awakened his system, along with the unique hidden class of Necromancer, his strength was no longer comparable to before. Not to mention Han Ishu, an SS-level support class. Even that Chun Yang with his SSS-level combat class was not worth Yi Chen's attention. It wouldn't be long before the gap between them would grow wider. Whether there would be any contact in the future was still uncertain. Why should he be angry with them? However, before Yi Chen could say anything, upon seeing her father faint, Han Ishu immediately began to curse angrily. Yi Chen, it's all your fault. It's because of you that my dad ended up like this. You're a disaster. Why didn't you die with your parents during the Magic Tide riot back then? What did you say? Hearing Han Ishu's words, Yi Chen's previously indifferent attitude suddenly erupted with killing intent. Instinctively, he wanted to summon tens of thousands of skeletons from the summoning space to tear this woman apart. However, at that moment, Tianshui also realized that Han Ishu had said something wrong. Without thinking, she raised her hand and slapped Han Ishu hard across the face. Slap! With a crisp sound, Han Ishu knelt on the ground, looking at her mother with disbelief. Xiao Shu, what nonsense are you talking? Yi Chen's parents are the saviors of our Han family. How could you say such things? Hearing her mother's scolding, Han Ishu covered her face, feeling wronged. However, Tianshui didn't care about how her daughter was doing. She turned to Yi Chen and apologized directly. Yi Chen, my dear nephew, it's my failure in education. It's all my fault for spoiling your little sister Xiao Shu. For the sake of your aunt and your uncle Han, please forgive her this once. Ha. Hearing Tianshui's words, Yi Chen shook his head and forced a bitter smile. Alright, no need to say more. Just consider it my last favor to Uncle Han. But, from now on, our Yi family and your Han family will sever all ties. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. If I hear Han Ishu speak disrespectfully again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Yi Chen threw the 1 million dragon coins bank card that Han Jiqiang had just given him onto the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he left the Han family's door without looking back. To be honest, for the entire Han family, the only person Yi Chen had a slight fondness for was Han Jiqiang. But now, no matter the reason, Han Jiqiang could never be so enraged as to kill his own daughter. And he would absolutely not forgive this woman. Since that's the case, then the two families would completely sever ties from now on. If he were to encounter Han Ishu boasting in front of him in the future, it wouldn't be his lack of courtesy, no matter who it was, whether they insulted him or his deceased parents. he would make them pay a bloody price. This time, he would let Hanishu have a way out, considering Han Jichan's selfless help over the years. From now on, they would owe each other nothing. Sigh, Xiaoshu, look at what you've done. You made your dad so angry, and even scared off your favorite brother Yi Chen. Watching Yi Chen's resolute back as he left, Tianshui squatted on the ground, sighing repeatedly. However, Hanishu snorted coldly, "Humph, Mom, you underestimate me too much. No matter what, I'm an SS-level support class, and I'm popular wherever I go. Just watch. Tonight I'll find teammates to level up by hunting monsters in the wild, and tomorrow I'll easily surpass that guy Yi Chen." You. Seeing Hanishu storm out of the house in anger, Tianshui's already gloomy mood worsened. Her daughter was simply too unreasonable. She had clearly made such a mistake, all she had to do was apologize. But she insisted on making a big deal out of it. The most ridiculous part was, her husband was still unconscious and couldn't care less about all this. Old Wang, here. Hearing Tianshui's call, a middle-aged man immediately appeared by her side. "Madam, what can I do for you? The young lady has gone out. Send a few people to protect her in secret. Don't let her encounter any danger." Tianshui shook her head and directly gave the order. Understood. Butler Wang nodded, quickly counting the dozen or so second-tier professionals from the Han family, and headed in the direction Hanishu had left. Butler Wang himself was a peak-level third-tier professional at level 40. Coupled with a dozen second-tier professionals in their 20s, protecting Hanishu's safety in a mere first-tier wilderness was more than sufficient. The next day, at the Yi family villa, Yi Chen slept soundly until dawn. However, just as he finished washing up and was about to head out, he found Zhao Guofeng already standing at his doorstep. "Principal Zhao? What brings you here?" "I came to give you this." Seeing Yi Chen, Zhao Guofeng chuckled lightly, directly taking out a bank card and handing it to Yi Chen. "Principal Zhao, this is..." Seeing the bank card, Yi Chen instinctively asked. Zhao Guofeng waved his hand, explaining, "No need to think too much. This is what that old rascal Li Yuntian lost to me in a bet yesterday. He ran away to avoid paying, so this morning I specifically went to his house to get it. There's 1 million in the card, consider it your startup capital for growth." "I see, then I'll accept it with gratitude." Yi Chen smiled slightly and put away the bank card. "All right, now I can rest easy." Zhao Guofeng nodded in satisfaction and then said directly, "Now, you should head to that Black Spirit Forest dungeon. Remember, if you encounter any danger in the wild, just use it." Without hesitation, after bidding farewell to Zhao Guofeng, Yi Chen left through the North City Gate, heading straight for the coordinates of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon he had obtained yesterday. 2 or 3 hours later, Yi Chen finally saw a deep, dark, oval-shaped dungeon entrance floating in midair not far ahead. Along the way, Yi Chen released thousands of skeletons, starting to search for monsters to slaughter in the surrounding area. However, the experience in the wild was too little and too scattered. In these 2 or 3 hours, Yi Chen had gained less than 30% experience, which was simply tragic. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. At a glance, there were quite a few professionals gathered in front of the dungeon entrance. It seemed they were also preparing to tackle this dungeon. With the coordinates for the dungeon quest, it really saves a lot of trouble. If I were to blindly search in the wild, even if I had tens of thousands of skeletons, I'm afraid I wouldn't find this dungeon entrance in 3 to 5 days. Seeing the dungeon entrance before him, Yi Chen suddenly recalled some knowledge he had learned in class about dungeons in similar areas. The Outer Secret Realm. Simply put, since the Great Mutation era of Blue Star began 500 years ago, many dungeons and entrances to Outer Secret Realms would randomly appear around the world at any time. Unlike the dungeons in his previous life's online games, if the monsters in a dungeon or secret realm were not completely cleared within a certain time frame, the terrifying monsters would break through the dungeon and enter reality. 5 years ago, the magical tide that caused Yi Chen to lose his parents was due to a 5th-tier secret realm not being breached within the time limit, resulting in a massive influx of monsters into reality. However, if these dungeons and secret realms could be successfully cleared, the benefits they brought to professionals were simply incomparable to those wild monsters. But, although dungeons and secret realms were essentially the same, there were various differences. The difficulty of clearing a secret realm was far greater than that of a dungeon. Yesterday, Yi Chen and a group of newly graduated professionals from Tianshui City had cleared that beginner dungeon, which, strictly speaking, belonged to a secret realm. It was just that. It was an artificial secret realm, not a natural one. Its purpose was simple. It was just to give the new generation of professionals some training in combat skills. And the Black Spirit Forest that Yi Chen was about to face was a proper dungeon. However, just as he stepped into this place, he instantly felt countless probing spells descend upon him. "Oh, another little brat who isn't afraid of death. wants to come and tackle the Black Spirit Forest? Only level 10? The little brat who just went in, claiming to be an SSS level fire messenger, seems to be level 10 too, right? Yes, but unfortunately, that guy couldn't even last an hour after attempting the simplest normal difficulty 3 times, before being killed out. Oh, this little guy looks quite handsome, almost catching up to our esteemed readers. Should I let my sister take you? My sister's team configuration is quite high, I guarantee to carry you. At that moment, several teens immediately cast their gazes at Yi Chen. Not only that, but a mature woman in a tight short skirt, with long legs clad in black stockings, approached Yi Chen. Thanks, but I prefer to solo. Yi Chen declined the mature woman's kindness and took a few steps directly to the dungeon entrance. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, not only the mature woman but even the professionals gathered at the dungeon entrance were taken aback. What did he just say? He wants to solo the Black Spirit Forest? I must be hearing things. I'm dying of laughter. The last little brat who wanted to solo just entered normal difficulty and couldn't last even 10 minutes before being killed out. So funny, a little brat who just reached level 10 and hasn't even completed a first tier advancement quest dares to talk so big? Tisk TSK. I thought he was some kind of genius, but it seems he's just another fool. Guess how many minutes this kid will last if he goes in by himself? Sigh. The last so-called celestial fire messenger only lasted 10 minutes. I think, if he can last 5 minutes, that would be impressive. 5 minutes? If he can last 3 minutes, that would be a miracle. Indeed. This dungeon isn't like a secret realm. As soon as you leave the safe zone, you'll encounter a continuous stream of monsters. With his small frame, lasting 2 or 3 minutes would truly be extraordinary. When the elegant woman heard Yi Chen's intention to solo the dungeon, she was somewhat incredulous but didn't get angry. Little handsome guy, don't be so arrogant. The monsters in this dungeon are nothing like the beginner dungeons you've cleared before. The density of monsters is very high, and their attributes and strength are quite formidable. If you go in alone, it could be very dangerous. Approaching Yi Chen, the elegant woman couldn't help but kindly advise him. However, Yi Chen firmly refused. Thank you, but I really want to try soloing. After saying that, he stepped forward and opened the dungeon entrance. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before Yi Chen. Ding, you have opened a Tier 1 dungeon entrance, Black Spirit Forest. Please select the difficulty level you wish to start, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, Azura. Black Spirit Forest Space Dungeon, Collapse Countdown, 27 days. As mentioned before, both dungeons and secret realms have a time limit. This collapse countdown indicates its existence time. If the dungeon isn't cleared before the countdown ends, the monsters within will directly flood into the real world. However, as long as the nightmare level or higher is successfully cleared before the time ends, the dungeon will completely disappear when the countdown finishes. Clearing the hell level will shorten the collapse countdown by half. If the Azura level is cleared, the dungeon will vanish entirely. In other words, dungeons and secret realms are like a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Successfully clearing not only grants immense rewards but also alleviates the crisis. If it can't be cleared, the monsters with attributes far exceeding those of ordinary wild monsters will wreak havoc in the real world. Fortunately, the monsters in a Tier 1 dungeon are only within the level range of 11 to 20, but similarly, only practitioners within the level range of 11 to 20 are allowed to enter a Tier 1 dungeon. So, the teams surrounding this dungeon entrance are mostly level 18 and above, with most already at level 20. However, when Yi Chen saw the dungeon's clearing records, he couldn't help but smile. Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Clearing Records. Normal, 8 hours 35 minutes 47 seconds. Hard, 21 hours 17 minutes 26 seconds. Nightmare, Phase 1 31%. Hell, none. Azura, none. At a glance, only the normal and hard difficulties had teams that successfully cleared them. The nightmare level had only achieved 31% progress. There was still a long way to go for a complete clear. However, thinking about his advancement task, which required him to solo a dungeon of Azura level difficulty, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and directly selected the Azura difficulty for this dungeon. Because, every time you enter a dungeon, regardless of whether you successfully clear it or not, there is a 24-hour cooldown after you exit. If you want to enter again, you can only do so after midnight the next day. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't have much time to waste, and he couldn't gradually adapt from normal to Azura difficulty step by step. Otherwise, even if he cleared it smoothly each time, it would still take at least 5 days to complete his advancement task. However, just as Yi Chen was about to enter the dungeon, at that moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Their eyes met. The young leader of the team immediately recognized Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Upon seeing Yi Chen, the boy's brows furrowed tightly. You came to grind this dungeon too? So it's Chang Yang. What? can't I come to this dungeon? Seeing Chen Yang emerge from the dungeon entrance, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this guy had actually leveled up to level 10 so quickly. He must have stayed up all night yesterday, grinding monsters in the wild, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter this dungeon. However, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more words with this guy. After casually responding, he stepped into the dungeon. Damn, this guy actually dares to enter the dungeon alone? Is he out of his mind? Seeing Yi Chen's figure disappear, Chen Yang's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He had actually arrived here long ago. Moreover, the little brat who wanted to solo the dungeon but was killed in just 10 minutes at normal difficulty, as mentioned by the onlooking professionals, was him. After truly experiencing the strength of the dungeon monsters, Chen Yang became honest all of a sudden. This damn place was not something that could be soloed at all. Furthermore, even with 9 level 20 peak first-tier professionals bringing him into the dungeon, they barely managed to see the final boss at normal difficulty. Unfortunately, the healer ran out of mental energy and could no longer restore the team's status, so they had to exit urgently and discuss strategies. Anyway, there were a total of 10 of them, and they could enter the dungeon 10 times a day. Failing a few times didn't affect him much, but now, seeing Yi Chen also enter the dungeon alone, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. I want to see how long you can last in this dungeon. Saying this, Chen Yang directly found an open space, restoring the status of his family's guards while adopting a spectator's posture. Not just him, the expressions of the surrounding onlooking professionals also became lively. Did you see that? That kid really went in. Sigh. In the early stages of the Great Upheaval, there were too many madmen, and normal people had no way to survive. Now, only normal people can survive. But there are too many fools. Exactly, dreaming that he can solo the dungeon? He should take a look in the mirror and see what he's worth. So funny, when he encounters monsters in the dungeon, he'll know how foolish he is. Indeed, who hasn't been young and reckless? Haha, Wang, I heard you also wanted to solo a dungeon back in the day. And the first little monster in the dungeon took you out, right? Don't mention it, don't mention it. That's an old story. Why bring it up now? Tisk tsk, I dare say, when this kid encounters monsters in the dungeon, he probably won't fare much better than you did back then. Wang Gu, a little setback and he'll be honest. Since we're just sitting around, why don't we make a bet and guess how long this kid can last? Sure, I'll go first. At most 3 minutes. 3 minutes? I think 2 minutes is already too much. Tisk tsk. 30 seconds, can't be more than that. With that little body, a gust of wind could blow him away. Too funny. Hearing the discussions of the onlooking professionals, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. At least he had lasted 10 minutes in the dungeon. But in front of these seasoned veterans, Yi Chen probably wouldn't even last a minute. The outcome was obvious, wasn't it? On the other side, the elegant Chen Xiu felt worried after seeing Yi Chen's figure disappear. Who doesn't like a handsome face? If he really dies in the dungeon, that would be such a pity. I just forgot to ask what his profession is. But now that he's already inside, it's too late to say anything. With a sigh, Chen Xiu instinctively looked up at the entrance of the dungeon. Just as Yi Chen entered the dungeon, a void light screen appeared above the entrance. Yi Chen's team Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Progress, Stage 10%. So, this handsome guy is called Yi Chen. I hope he can at least come out safely. The dungeon is just like the wild areas. If he gets killed by monsters inside, then he would really be dead. Therefore, those who tackle dungeons usually prepare some items to avoid death, or if things look bad, they will exit the dungeon immediately. They would rather waste a chance to clear the dungeon than take any risks. Ding! You have entered the dungeon, Black Spirit Forest. At the same time, Yi Chen, who had just entered the dungeon, was unaware of all that was happening outside. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After entering the dungeon, Yi Chen first surveyed his surroundings. To be honest, the name Black Spirit Forest is quite fitting. In his view, apart from the dim sky, there were various dense branches crisscrossing, resembling a tropical rainforest in the night sky. After finding a direction, Yi Chen moved forward. However, just after taking a couple of steps, a sudden rustling sound echoed around him. They're coming! At that moment, without a second thought, Yi Chen summoned 10,000 skeletons and over 2,000 skeleton mages from his summoning space, surrounding himself with them. From around 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon until now, 9 o'clock in the morning, a full 15 hours had passed. Yi Chen now had over 54,000 ordinary skeletons. Adding the more than 30,000 summoned in the dungeon before, he had a total of over 90,000 ordinary skeletons. Not only that, but during these 10+ hours, the number of skeleton mages had also reached over 5,400. Don't underestimate this number. the key is that the output capability of a skeleton mage is explosive. It's no exaggeration to say that one skeleton mage is worth dozens, even hundreds, of ordinary skeletons. Not to mention, skeleton mages also have ranged attack capabilities, which is simply overpowered. At the moment when all 12,000 skeletons were summoned, Yi-Chen instantly gave orders to all his undead summons. Ordinary skeletons protect the skeleton mages, and kill any monsters you encounter. After a thought, the more than 10,000 ordinary skeletons that had just been summoned and were still in a daze instantly surrounded the skeleton mages. At a glance, each skeleton mage was surrounded by ordinary skeletons like a wall of bones. The sense of security was maxed out. At the same time, once all the undead summons formed their formation, they quickly located the source of the earlier rustling sound. After switching his perspective, the appearance of the monster immediately came into view. A Jura-level Shadow Knight Cat, LV11, Strength, 46 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 38 Agility, 55 Skill, Swift Kill. At first glance, the attributes of this Shadow Knight Cat were almost invincible. No wonder it's a dungeon of Azura difficulty. Just the attributes of this one Shadow Knight Cat could easily wipe out an entire team of level 10 professionals. Moreover, the number of Shadow Knight Cats appearing near Yi-Chen was not just one. Following the skeleton's line of sight, Yi-Chen saw there were at least a dozen Shadow Knight Cats within his field of vision. To be honest, the more than a dozen Shadow Knight Cats, even if faced with a fully equipped team of 10 level 20 peak first-tier professionals, could send them all home in less than a minute. And now, these Shadow Knight Cats were suddenly dumbfounded when they saw the skeleton army that had appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them completely. Initially, they had thought about launching a sneak attack on Yi-Chen's figure. But now, the skeleton army, filled with a chilling aura, stood right in front of them, staring them down. Ordinary skeletons, hold them back. Skeleton mages, focus fire, and take them out. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen directly issued combat orders to the skeleton army. At that moment, hundreds of ordinary skeletons charged towards the Shadow Knight Cats. Although the Shadow Knight Cats had strong attributes and could easily kill an ordinary skeleton with just one basic attack, the sheer number of ordinary skeletons was overwhelming. Even if they could kill them instantly, they could not escape the encirclement formed by the skeletons. No matter how frantically they struggled, all they could see was an endless swarm of skeletons, even more numerous than before. The most terrifying part was that while the Shadow Knight Cats struggled, the ordinary skeletons did not just stand there waiting to be killed, they swung their bone blades and relentlessly slashed at them. Although the damage was minimal, it inflicted great mental torment on the Shadow Knight Cats. It should be known that the Shadow Knight Cats excelled in agile and mobile combat. Now trapped in this tiny space, they could not utilize their strengths at all. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages on the periphery raised their staffs, buzzing. With a wave of air, hundreds of skeleton mages gathered dark gray, fist-sized elemental magic balls filled with necromantic energy at the tips of their staffs. Following that, necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile. At that moment, hundreds of dark gray necromantic missiles bombarded the area where the dozen or so Shadow Knight Cats were located. In an instant, the necromantic missiles fell like hail from the sky, crashing down on the heads of the Shadow Knight Cats. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of terrifying damage numbers erupted from their bodies. Just enduring one necromantic missile caused their health to plummet significantly. At most, 4 or 5 necromantic missiles would completely obliterate a Shadow Knight Cat. However, they were now facing a barrage of 700 to 800 necromantic missiles. In just a moment, the Shadow Knight Cats that had been struggling fiercely were blasted into a mist of blood, completely dissipating into the air. Ding, you have killed LV11 Shadow Knight Cat. You gained 110 experience points. Ding, ding, current dungeon progress, phase 1-1. 3%. Seeing this series of kill notifications, Yi-Chen instinctively shifted his gaze to his experience bar. It must be said, the experience rewards in this Shura-level difficulty dungeon were indeed explosive. Just one Shadow Knight Cat could raise his experience bar by about 2%. After taking down these more than a dozen Shadow Knight Cats, Yi-Chen's experience bar skyrocketed from the initial 22% to the current 55%. It was simply exhilarating. So, if I encounter another wave of this number of Shadow Knight Cats, I can level up? The experience in this Shura-level difficulty dungeon is just too satisfying. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen strolled over to the spot where the Shadow Knight Cats had just died, collecting all the items they dropped into his backpack. Ding! You have received a reward, Black Spirit Stone X1. Ding! Ding! 13 Shadow Knight Cats allowed Yi-Chen to harvest 26 Black Spirit Stones. This drop rate is simply outrageous. If it were a normal difficulty dungeon, those dozen or so Shadow Knight Cats would be lucky to drop 1 or 2 Black Spirit Stones, right? However, now Yi-Chen is facing the Azura level Shadow Knight Cats, and one can drop 2 black spirit stones. If the outside adventurers saw this scene, they would probably be envious to death. This is insane. In just a minute or two, I've already earned 260,000 dragon coins? Earning money as an adventurer is indeed easy. Looking at the more than 20 black spirit stones in his backpack, Yi-chan felt immensely satisfied. However, if the adventurer teams outside heard what he just said, they would probably curse him to death. Goodness, earning money as an adventurer is easy? The money adventurers earn is all blood money, earned with their lives. Who the hell can be like you, just lying there, and easily start grinding Azura-level dungeons? You have to know. Even the strongest adventurer team at the entrance, the one called Brother Wang, is still stuck at nightmare-level difficulty. They can't even clear hell-level difficulty, let alone Azura level. But well, these things have nothing to do with Yi-chan. After collecting the rewards, Yi-chan commanded the skeletons to disperse and start hunting monsters. Over 80,000 ordinary skeletons and more than 4,000 skeleton mages were all dispatched. That's an average of 20 ordinary skeletons protecting one skeleton mage. The sense of security was simply maxed out. Ding, you have killed LV-11 Shadow Nightcat. You gain 110 experience. Ding, ding. With a series of system prompts appearing before him, Yi-chan felt immensely satisfied. Nearly 100,000 skeleton army deployed. For this dungeon, it was almost a devastating blow. Almost every second, a large number of Shadow Nightcats died at Yi-chan's hands. Outside the dungeon, seeing that Yi-chan had been inside for 2 or 3 minutes without coming out, the surrounding adventurer team suddenly became interested. Oh, this kid can really take it, he's lasted this long. Yeah, I thought he could only last a minute or 2 at most. He probably found a safe place to hide as soon as he entered the dungeon, right? This is hilarious, it's possible. Still holding on. I bet he won't last a few more minutes before getting killed. It wasn't just the onlooking adventurer teams. On the other side, seeing that Yi-chan hadn't come out for so long, Chunyang also became nervous. However, when he thought of Yi-chan's profession, he quickly calmed down. Wait, this guy's profession is Necromancer. He can summon a lot of skeletons. By now, he must have secretly summoned a lot of skeletons at home during the night. So inside the dungeon, he should still be able to hold on for a while. But, once his skeletons are exhausted, he won't be able to hold on anymore. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips. Even he, a dignified SSS-level adventurer, found it so difficult to deal with those Shadow Nightcats. How could Yi-chan, a mere necromancer who can only summon skeletons, possibly defeat them? Even if he lasts longer than me in the dungeon, once his skeletons are used up, he will have no combat power left. And although I only lasted 10 minutes in the dungeon, as long as I recover my state, I'm still a good fighter. Just right. When he gets killed and comes out, I can take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. After comforting himself for a while, Chen Yang felt much better. However, if Yi-chan knew about his thoughts, he would probably laugh to death. When he fought those Shadow Nightcats before, he did lose some skeletons, but it was only about 1 or 200. Moreover, at the same time he was killing the Shadow Nightcats, those 1 or 200 skeletons had already been replenished by Yi-chan, so it could be said that there was no loss at all. And if Chen Yang knew that Yi-chan was currently grinding not at the normal difficulty level, but at the Azura difficulty level, he wouldn't know what kind of expression he would have. Meanwhile, the elegant woman Chen Shiyu was stuck waiting for Yi-chan to come out for so long, constantly praying for him in her heart. Sigh, it's been so long, that little handsome guy still hasn't come out. I wonder how he's doing. Being alone in the dungeon must be really tough, right? Hearing her words, several of Chen Shiyu's friends comforted her. Shiyu, don't worry so much, if he hasn't come out, it means he's still alive. If he were killed, his body would have definitely been teleported out. That's true. Chen Shiyu sighed. However, if Chen Shiyu and her friends saw that Yi-chan had casually found a small hill to rest on, lying there leisurely watching the skeletons grind monsters, their expressions would surely be quite something. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Damn! Look, that guy's dungeon progress has changed." What? Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at the light screen above the dungeon entrance. Yi-chan's Team Black Spirit Forest dungeon progress, stage 1-1. 3%. After seeing Yi-chan's dungeon progress, everyone fell silent for several seconds before finally someone snapped back to reality. Damn, that guy went into the dungeon alone and can actually kill those Shadow Nightcats? Unbelievable. 3% dungeon progress, which means he has already killed 13 Shadow Nightcats. How is that possible? The Shadow Nightcats come out in groups of 10 or more. Even Wangu and his team find it hard to kill one, yet this guy alone has directly killed more than 10. What kind of strength is that? Incredible. I just said he definitely wouldn't last long, but with this strength, as long as he plays it safe, he can just go on a killing spree. Too outrageous. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. They originally thought this unknown guy would definitely not last long in the dungeon. But, in just 2 or 3 minutes, he had directly killed more than 10 Shadow Nightcats. This strength was simply invincible. Not just the onlooking professionals. Chen Yang, who had just been planning how to teach Yi Chen a lesson after he was killed, was also dumbfounded. One person, directly solo killed 13 Shadow Nightcats? How is that possible? To know, when he entered the dungeon alone, he couldn't even defeat a single Shadow Nightcat. But Yi Chen, alone, directly solo killed 13. The gap was simply terrifying. On the other side, the elegant woman Chen Shiyu was also frozen in place after seeing the change in dungeon progress. No way? This guy named Yi Chen can really grind monsters alone in the dungeon? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Could it be he really has the ability to solo this dungeon? Thinking of this, Chen Shiyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She had been a professional for several years, and now at the first stage, she had been stuck for 2 or 3 years. There was no way. Although she was an S-rank professional, the 3-star second-tier advancement task she chose was just too difficult. It had been more than 2 years without any promotion. And because of this, Chen Shiyu finally realized just how terrifying the monsters in this first-tier dungeon were. Forget about soloing it. The first time someone entered, even if they could kill a few monsters alone, that would be quite impressive. At least, in the past 2 years, she hadn't heard of anyone in the first-tier adventurer circle of Tianshui City being able to kill monsters solo in a dungeon. However, when a few adventurers nearby heard Chen Shiyu's words, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Shiyu, did I hear you right? This kid has only killed a few Shadow Nightcats. Do you really think he can solo the entire dungeon? Hearing this, Chen Shiyu shot them a glance. I just think he's impressive. I never said he could actually solo the dungeon. Besides, Wangshin, you'd better keep your subordinates in check. How dare they challenge me? In the first-tier circle of Tianshui City, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that Chen Shiyu was genuinely angry, Wangshin quickly pulled his subordinates back. What are you guys doing? Why provoke this crazy woman? Don't you know she's got the worst temper in our first-tier adventurer circle? He. The brothers all know. Yeah, we just wanted to tease her a bit since we saw her today. Tisk tsk, but Chen Shiyu is really delusional. A kid who just reached level 10 actually thinks he can solo a dungeon? Indeed, if he were level 11, that would be a different story. After all, he could level up while grinding monsters in the dungeon, but he's level 10. Until he completes his advancement quest, any extra experience can only be stored in the experience bar, which means he can't get stronger at all. Hearing you guys say this, I really want to see that kid getting kicked out of the dungeon. Old Wu, I think you just want to see the disappointed look on Chen Shiyu's face, right? You know me well, huh? Looking at Chen Shiyu's intimidating expression, the adventurers wore mischievous smiles. They were even eager to see the disappointed look on Chen Shiyu's face when Yi Chen got kicked out of the dungeon. Moreover, soloing the Black Spirit Forest? In their eyes, that was simply impossible. Back then, their captain, Big Brother Wang, after challenging it 3 or 4 times, could barely manage to kill over 30 Shadow Nightcats in the dungeon, and that was only because they had support from priests and other buffs. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to kill 20. Now, with Yi Chen, a newly awakened adventurer, thinking he could solo the Black Spirit Forest? Even in dreams, ordinary people wouldn't dare to think that. However, if they knew that Yi Chen was currently grinding Shadow Nightcats at the Azura difficulty level, they wouldn't know what to think. Chen Shiyu had heard their discussions, but she couldn't be bothered with them now. Since this guy named Yi Chen had the ability to kill over a dozen Shadow Nightcats alone, he definitely wouldn't be easily kicked out of the dungeon. Go for it. Yi Chen, little handsome guy, when you come out, the sisters will take you to grind the hard-level dungeons. Chen Shiyu clenched her small pink fists, her eyes fixed on the dungeon entrance. In her view, even if Yi Chen exited the dungeon now, he would have enough strength to fight alongside them. However, just then, Chen Shiyu noticed that Yi Chen's dungeon progress had changed again. Yi Chen's Team Black Spirit Forest dungeon progress, 1%. At that moment, when everyone saw Yi Chen's latest dungeon progress, they were once again filled with shock. 1% progress. This meant that in just 2 or 3 minutes, Yi Chen had killed another 20 or 30 Shadow Nightcats? Oh my god, what kind of strength was this? Not only that, just after the second change in the dungeon progress, it surged forward like a roaring train, skyrocketing. In just a few minutes, the dungeon progress reached 5% again. In less than half an hour, the progress crazily shot up to 15%. Damn, this is insane. What on earth is this kid doing in the dungeon? No way, bro, I can't be seeing this wrong, right? In just half an hour, it's already at 5%, which means he could directly clear over 30% in an hour. He could blow through this dungeon in just over 10 hours? Freak, monster, genius, this is too crazy. Is this really a human? What kind of profession did that kid awaken? An SSS level profession? Impossible. The kid who just awakened an SSS level profession was killed in less than 10 minutes after entering the dungeon. Heavens! What kind of genius am I witnessing? This kid's profession strength is even more terrifying than that of SSS level professionals? At that moment, the hundreds of professionals present were all stunned, and Chen Yang, who heard their discussions, had a face as dark as if it could drip water. He was a proper SSS level professional. But now, every time there was any change in Yi Chen's dungeon progress, he would be compared to him. This feeling was even worse than being whipped. After all, among the professionals present, most were level 20 and had been seasoned first-tier professionals for a long time. Only Chen Yang, like Yi Chen, had just awakened and was also a level 10 professional. The most ridiculous part was that Chen Yang was killed in the dungeon in less than 10 minutes. But what about that guy named Yi Chen? Not only did he stay for over 30 minutes, but he also killed so many monsters. Comparing the two, the difference was clear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 20% progress. That's over 200 Shadow Nightcats. How did Yi Chen manage to do it? The strength of those Shadow Nightcats is completely on par with his skeletons. How could he kill them so easily? Standing there, Chen Yang simply couldn't understand what Yi Chen had done to kill over 200 Shadow Nightcats in such a short time. No wonder he's the man my Chen Shiyu has her eyes on. On the other side, seeing Yi Chen's dungeon progress continuously rising, Chen Shiyu's previously tense emotions slowly calmed down. Not just her, but the sisters beside Chen Shiyu were also astonished. Sister Shiyu, I didn't expect this handsome guy Yi Chen to be so amazing. Yeah, it's been almost an hour now, and his dungeon progress has skyrocketed to 28%. It's simply incredible. I wonder how long it will take this handsome guy Yi Chen to clear the Shadow Nightcat stage. No matter what, his strength is too impressive. Once he comes out, I must pull him into our team and let him join us in tackling the hard difficulty. Exactly. Being handsome is already very attractive, and his strength is so strong. I wonder, does this handsome guy have a girlfriend? Whoa, if he could be my husband, I would feel so secure. Seeing Yi Chen's dungeon progress soar to nearly 33% in just 1 hour, the few sisters around Chen Shiyu suddenly felt their hearts flutter. In this era of great upheaval, everyone feared the strong. They were no exception. Not to mention, these girls, including Chen Shiyu, had all been seasoned in the first tier for a long time. If they could have such a powerful handsome guy leading them, the second tier advancement tasks would probably be easily overcome. However, at this moment in the dungeon, Yi Chen was still unaware of all the happenings outside while he had only cleared a few hundred Shadow Nightcats. Ding! You have killed LV11 Shadow Nightcat. You gain 110 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress phase 1, 46%. As he admired the kill notifications continuously flashing before his eyes, Yi Chen was too preoccupied to think much. To be honest, the rewards for the Sajura level difficulty dungeon were simply outrageous. In just 1 hour, his experience bar had skyrocketed to 851%. Although I haven't completed the advancement task and can't level up, as long as I can store this experience in the experience bar, it will still be quite good once the advancement task is completed. However, this experience bar storage does have a limit. If I remember correctly, the storage limit for the level 10 experience bar should be 10,000%, which is the level 10 100 times experience cap. In any case, I can definitely finish this dungeon. I just don't know how many levels I can directly level up to after clearing the dungeon and completing the advancement task. With a slight expectation in his heart, Yi Chen revealed a faint smile. However, after grinding for over an hour, the only monster he encountered was still the Shadow Nightcat, which puzzled Yi Chen a bit. Most importantly, his nearly 100,000 strong skeleton army had completely explored the entire dungeon area. It was just a vast expanse of dense forest. In class, we previously discussed knowledge about dungeons. Unlike secret realms, monsters in dungeons appear in phases and batches. Only after clearing all the monsters in the first phase will the second phase monsters appear. If I'm not mistaken, this Shadow Nightcat should be a first phase monster. Based on the current progress, at most 3 hours, I can completely clear the first phase of the Shadow Nightcat. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart suddenly filled with excitement. Of course, what excited him the most was that after killing hundreds of Shadow Nightcats, he had collected over 900 Black Spirit Stones. To know, 1 Black Spirit Stone is equivalent to 10,000 Dragon Coins. This means, in just over an hour, Yi Chen had earned nearly 10 million. It was simply too comfortable. Soon, after just 3 hours, a system notification finally appeared before Yi Chen. Ding! You have killed LV-11 Shadow Night Cat. You gain 110 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, Phase 1 100%. Finally, the Shadow Night Cat. Next, let me see what kind of monster the second phase of the Black Spirit Forest is. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen quietly awaited the appearance of the second phase monster. Not long after, as the last Shadow Night Cat fell to the skeleton mage, within seconds, several bizarre monsters with smooth dark gray skin, resembling humanoids but extremely thin, crawled frantically towards the nearby skeletons. A Jura-level dark crawler, LV-15, strength, 86 spirit, 50 constitution, 90 agility, 75 skill, blood devour, after each kill, can devour the enemy's blood to restore 10% of its own health. A detection spell was cast, and the attributes of the dark crawler immediately appeared before Yi Chen. However, these attributes were quite exaggerated. Just the strength attribute alone reached 86 points. His skeleton, with only 10 points in total attributes, simply couldn't withstand a single blow from the dark crawler. The most outrageous part was that blood devour. As long as it caused a kill, it could restore 10% of its own health. To be honest, this is simply my nemesis. After all, the attributes of the skeletons are too weak. A dark crawler can easily slap down and instantly kill a skeleton. If it charges into a pile of skeletons, it simply can't be killed. In that case, we can only settle this quickly. Ordinary skeletons surround these dark crawlers. All skeleton mages focus fire on the nearest one. With a command given, the ordinary skeletons surged forward again, using their bodies to block the fast-charging dark crawlers in place. Seeing this, the dark crawlers were instantly enraged, raising their arms that were nearly 2 meters long and slamming down at the skeleton in front of them. Bam! With a sweep, the skeleton before it instantly fell apart. Unfortunately, this dark crawler was still at full health. Even though it killed a skeleton in an instant, it did not activate its bloodthirsty devour skill. At the same time, not far away, over 1,000 skeleton mages had also gathered their energy, and at the tips of their staffs, dark necromantic orbs were coalescing. Kill! In the next second, all the skeleton mages cast their spells together. Thousands of necromantic orbs rained down heavily on a single dark crawler. Boom boom boom. In just a moment, the dark crawler hadn't even had time to strike a second time before its health was completely drained. Ding! You have killed LV-15 dark crawler. You gained 150 experience points. Current dungeon progress, stage 2 1%. Not bad. Seeing the system prompt, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems, as long as I can instantly kill this dark crawler, then their bloodthirsty devour is practically nullified. If that's the case, this guy is only slightly stronger than the Shadow Night Cat in attributes. In other aspects, it doesn't even compare to the Shadow Night Cat. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It should be noted that with the effect of the Swift Kill skill, the Shadow Night Cat's burst speed can reach a full 165 points, which is a threefold agility boost. But this dark crawler simply can't do that. Soon, in just a minute or two, the 10 dark crawlers that had just respawned were instantly wiped out by Yi Chen's skeleton army. Ding! You have killed LV-15 dark crawler. You gained 150 experience points. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, stage 2 12%. It looks like, as long as I find another 10 waves of dark crawlers, I can break through the second stage. Without further thought, Yi Chen focused his mind and immediately commanded all the skeletons to start searching for the traces of dark crawlers in the dungeon. However, if others saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. While others carefully lured out monsters one by one, slowly strategizing, and most of the time, the second wave would arrive before the first was even finished. Yet, he was breaking the norm, actively chasing after those monsters in the dungeon. But Yi Chen didn't care about that. He just wanted to quickly clear the dungeon to complete his advancement task. As for the reward for the dungeon commission task, that was just a bonus. It is worth mentioning that after killing the first wave of 10 dark crawlers, Yi Chen also collected over 60 black spirit stones. This was quite evident. Compared to the previous Shadow Night Cat, this dark crawler could drop 5 or 6 black spirit stones. That was quite satisfying. Not only that, the experience from this dark crawler was also significantly higher than that of the Shadow Night Cat. Of course, compared to the difficulty of the Shadow Night Cat, the experience from this dark crawler was indeed a bit low. At this moment, outside the dungeon, when Chen Shiyu had waited at the dungeon entrance for a full 2 to 3 hours and saw that Yi Chen had finally broken through the first stage, her mood instantly became tense. Xiaoyun, that handsome guy Yi Chen has already completed the first stage. Do you think he can handle the second stage against the dark crawlers? Before the girl named Xiaoyun could respond, Wang Xin, who was nearby, let out a cold laugh. I say, Shiyu, you really overestimate this Yi-Chen, don't you? Even though he soloed the dungeon, theoretically, the bloodthirsty devour skill of the dark crawlers is indeed useless, but have you forgotten that the pure attribute strength of these dark crawlers is more than double that of the Shadow Knight cats? Not to mention that there are usually a dozen of them spawned at a time. Even if there was only one, Yi-Chen might not be able to defeat it. At that moment, just as Wang Shen was halfway through his sentence, a player guarding the dungeon entrance suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! Look, the progress of Yi-Chen's dungeon in the second stage has changed." Hearing this, everyone's gaze converged once again. Yi-Chen's team Black Spirit Forest dungeon progress, second stage 3%. What the hell? I must be seeing things, right? It's already 3% progress so quickly? What on earth is this guy doing in the dungeon? This is terrifying. Those are dark crawlers. He killed 3 in just a few seconds. Even if Brother Wang's full team went in, it wouldn't be this fast, right? Unbelievable. I really regret not asking him what kind of profession he is. It must be at least SSS level, if not stronger. It has to be a hidden profession, and one that has never appeared before. So fierce, this strength is simply unheard of. Look, it's already 5%. So fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 more dark crawlers were killed? 7%. Wait, it's already 10%. My god, the first wave of dark crawlers was completely wiped out by this guy in less than a minute. That's outrageous. If I remember correctly, Brother Wang's team took at least half an hour to clear the first wave of dark crawlers, right? So strong. Could it be that this dungeon is really going to be soloed by this guy? Holy crap, this is really unpredictable. Seeing Yi-Chen's terrifying monster-killing efficiency, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Not just them, even Wang Shen, who had always been respected as Brother Wang, was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that the terrifying 4-dimensional attributes of the dark crawlers would easily slaughter a mere level 10 player. However, he never expected that these 10 dark crawlers wouldn't even last a minute in front of this guy. My god, this guy can't be a reincarnated deity, can he? So fierce? Shen Yang beside him was also stunned. In just 1 minute, he wiped out an entire wave of dark crawlers. You have to know, even when he just cleared that dungeon with 9 level 20 players helping him, it still took nearly an hour to barely deal with a wave of dark crawlers. And Yi-Chen only took a minute? What the hell is this gap? Soon, after just a few minutes of continuous astonishment from everyone, the progress of the second stage quickly soared to 100%. Hiss, so strong. Is it time for the third stage? My goodness, this efficiency is too fierce. The third stage seems to be the Phantom Swordsman. This guy definitely can't handle it. There's no way he can win, right? Who knows? I don't even dare to speak now. A genius. Seeing that Yi-Chen's dungeon progress finally entered the third stage, everyone began to hold their breath in anticipation, nervous to the point of not daring to breathe. You have to know, they have lived for over 20 years, and even the strongest Wang Shen has never seen anyone capable of soloing a dungeon. And now, they might just witness it. Gulp. Brother Wang, do you really think this kid can solo this dungeon? At that moment, a teammate beside Wang Shen tentatively asked him. After all, among all the professionals present, if anyone had the longest experience and the most time accumulated during the first tier, it would be Wang Shen. Even that Chen Shiyu couldn't compare. However, after some deep thought, Wang Shen shook his head. I think it's unlikely. Although this kid has already given us quite a few surprises, this time he is facing 5 ghost swordsmen, all with attributes over 100. If it were a full 10-person team, we could have a few teammates draw away some ghost swordsmen. But this kid is alone, facing 5 ghost swordsmen. Not getting killed instantly would be good enough. How could he possibly win? Not to mention us first-tier professionals, even second-tier peak professionals have little chance of soloing, let alone that Yi-Chen hasn't even stepped into the first tier. Hiss. Brother Wang makes a good point. Sighing, the teammates still acknowledged Wang Shen's thoughts. However, if Wang Shen and the others knew that the Shura-level dark crawlers, equivalent in strength to the ghost swordsman with over 100 points in attributes at normal difficulty, had just been beaten down by Yi-Chen to the point of not being able to catch his breath, they wouldn't know what to think. But, as Yi-Chen in the dungeon saw the attributes of the Shura-level ghost swordsman, he couldn't help but gasp. Shura-level ghost swordsman, LV18, strength, 230 spirit, 160 constitution, 280 agility, 250 skills, mastery ghost sword chi, ghost assassination, ghost body. Damn, 3 skills. This is a bit over the top. After seriously reviewing the attributes of the ghost swordsman, Yi-Chen suddenly became interested. To be honest, if he faced such attribute strength of a ghost swordsman with his current attributes, he would definitely run away without a second thought. The difficulty of the Shura-level dungeon. Indeed, it was no different from facing the Grim Reaper Shura. Even more outrageous was, there wasn't just one of them. This wave of respawn was directly 5. Moreover, this was just the pure pressure brought by their attribute strength. Their first skill releases Sword Chi with every attack, dealing, Strength x10, points of massive damage to all enemies within, Strength x1, meter range in front. Once activated, ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. Simply put, according to the current attributes of the Ghost Swordsman, this skill is equivalent to it being able to one-shot all enemies within a 230-meter range with every normal attack. Yes, one shot, because no first-tier professional could withstand the damage that bursts forth from a staggering 230 points of strength. Moreover, it also has a 10-fold damage bonus. There is only one way. That is to max out one's agility skills, allowing every normal attack to dodge directly. Only then would there be a chance to strategize. This is the difficulty of the Shura-level dungeon. Fortunately, its Ghost Body skill had no effect on Yi Chen, but rather lowered the difficulty, because Ghost Body reduces physical damage by 50%, but increases spell damage by 10%. Among the skeleton army, although the number of ordinary skeletons is the majority, but the skeleton mage is the real main damage dealer. This means that the Ghost Swordsman will suffer an additional 10% damage for nothing. Fortunately, my skeleton army is large enough. Then let's see who is stronger in this war of attrition. Ordinary skeletons, hold the line. Skeleton mages, unleash the necromantic missiles now. With a wave of his arm, the first wave of over 10,000 skeletons charged directly at the 5 Ghost Swordsmen. Upon seeing this, the 5 Ghost Swordsmen did not just stand there, allowing the skeleton army to slaughter them. Whoosh! Ghost Sword Chi. At this moment, facing the skeleton army surrounding them from all directions, each of the 5 Ghost Swordsmen took responsibility for one direction, unleashing terrifying illusory sword energy. The next second, sizzle sizzle sizzle, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds of bones being severed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a large number of ordinary skeletons were directly cut in half. Wow, these Ghost Swordsmen are quite fierce. Seeing a Ghost Swordsman slash through hundreds of his skeletons, Yi Chen immediately became serious. It must be said that as elite-level monsters, the strength of these Ghost Swordsmen is indeed formidable. However, these dozens of skeletons are nothing to Yi Chen. After all, to him, these ordinary skeletons are purely neat shields, and he doesn't expect them to deal any damage. With nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons, even if they could eliminate 1,000 per second, it would still take over a minute to wipe them all out. Moreover, just as the Ghost Swordsmen were venting their frustrations on those ordinary skeletons, the skeleton mages also began to act. Necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile. In an instant, 5,000 to 6,000 skeleton mages launched their attacks simultaneously. A torrent of necromantic missiles surged toward the Ghost Swordsmen. Boom boom boom. As large amounts of damage erupted from above the Ghost Swordsmen's heads, their health bars were instantly emptied in that moment. The next second, ding, you have killed LV-18 Ghost Swordsman, you gain 18,000 experience. Current dungeon progress, stage 3 20%. Ding ya ding, current dungeon progress, stage 3 100%. In just a moment, the 5 Ghost Swordsmen were directly reduced to dust by thousands of skeleton mages. It should be noted, the power of the necromantic missile is quite terrifying. Necromantic missile condenses a necromantic missile, dealing mental x10 points of massive damage to any enemy within mental x1 meter range, cooldown 5 seconds. Although there is a 5-second cooldown, it can instantly unleash damage up to 10 times the mental power. Moreover, although the skeleton mages have not leveled up, their base mental power is already as high as 20 points. Adding the skill bonus of the necromantic missile and the 10% spell vulnerability effect from Ghostly Body, it is almost equivalent to an attack of 220 points of mental power. Most importantly, while the Ghost Swordsmen have strong attributes in other areas, their mental power attribute is not high. This means their own spell defense capability is quite poor. Coupled with thousands of skeleton mages attacking simultaneously, these guys had no chance to fight back at all. However, it must be said that the experience from these Ghost Swordsmen is indeed explosive. Just the experience from one Ghost Swordsman made Yi Chen's experience bar surge by over 180%. With 5 of them, it directly increased the experience bar progress by 900%. Adding to the experience Yi Chen had accumulated before, his experience bar was almost approaching 2000%. Fortunately, this experience bar can hold a lot of experience. Otherwise, this Shura level dungeon has been a total loss in terms of experience. I just don't know, after finishing this dungeon, how many levels this stored experience will let me level up. It's worth mentioning that Yi Chin is currently at nearly level 10 with a 2000% experience bar, but that doesn't mean he can directly level up 20 levels after completing the advancement task. It's just 20 times the experience bar of level 10. After all, the higher the level, the more experience is needed to level up. Moreover, every time he advances, the experience bar can multiply several times, even by a dozen times. So, even though Yi Chin currently has as much as 2000% experience, being able to level up 2 levels after completing the advancement is already quite good. Without thinking too much, after seeing all those ghost swordsmen wiped out, Yi Chin commanded a few skeletons to collect all the rewards on the ground. Ding! You have obtained Black Spirit Stones X210. Ding! Ding! Wow! These ghost swordsmen not only give high experience rewards, but even the Black Spirit Stones rewards are so outrageous. This is too explosive, right? After seeing this series of system prompts, Yi Chin was immediately shocked. The Black Spirit Stones dropped by just a few ghost swordsmen were even more than the hundreds of dark crawlers from earlier. A total of over 1,000 stones dropped. This is so satisfying. In just this short time, I've earned over 10 million. In the world of professionals, money is not just for eating. Skill scrolls, rare equipment. These are things that require high prices, often only obtainable through auctions. For example, the exclusive profession skill scroll. These things can only be seen once a month at the city-level auction in Tianshui City, and even then, only 1 or 2 might appear. Moreover, every time they appear, the price they are auctioned off for is never less than 7 digits in dragon coins. And this is just the most basic, Tier 1 exclusive profession skill scroll. If it were Tier 2, Tier 3, or even higher, the value would be almost incalculable. Furthermore, in Yi Chin's memory, in the past 5 years, the highest tier of exclusive profession skill scroll that appeared in Tianshui City was only Tier 3, and it had only appeared once. Generally speaking, Tier 2 scrolls are things that major families fight over madly. Even the highest 4, universal skill scrolls, has only reached Tier 5. And that Tier 3 scroll, if Yi Chin remembers correctly, was auctioned off for a price that even broke into the 10-digit dragon coins. That is, over 1 billion at a high price. Therefore, making money is quite necessary. Aside from 0-tier professionals, who only have 1 skill slot, each tier has 5 skill slots. Ordinary professionals below Tier 3 might not even be able to fill their skill slots in their entire lives. Of course, these are not things Yi Chin needs to consider right now. After all, if he wants to obtain exclusive profession skill scrolls, he can just run Shura level difficulty dungeons, because, as long as he successfully clears a Shura level dungeon once, he can 100% obtain an exclusive profession skill scroll. Unfortunately, for ordinary people, Shura level dungeons are basically an unattainable existence. Just like Wangshin, Chen Shiyu, those people. This dungeon has been out for 3 days, and they haven't even cleared the first phase of the nightmare level difficulty. In just a month, even seeing Shura level difficulty is like climbing to the sky for them, let alone completely smashing through the Shura level dungeon. If I remember correctly, this Black Spirit Forest dungeon is divided into 4 phases. Next up is the final boss phase. After putting all the rewards into his backpack, Yi Chin took a deep breath and became serious. After all, the strength of that ghostly swordsman just now was already so outrageous. Who knows how strong the final boss of this dungeon will be. However, just as the bodies of those ghostly swordsmen completely dissipated into the air, strange laughter suddenly echoed from all directions. Kick, human practitioners, your souls are my best nourishment. Before the voice fell, Yi Chin suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression descending from above his head. Not good. He instinctively stepped back a few paces and looked up. At a glance, the terrifying appearance of the final boss appeared before him. Shura level Black Spirit King, LV20, category, boss level monster power, 420 spirit, 1230 constitution, 380 agility, 350 skills, mastery Black Spirit summon, Black Spirit impact, Black Spirit will. At first glance, the other attributes were nothing special, but that terrifying spirit attribute made Yi Chin feel uneasy. However, when he truly saw the skills of the Black Spirit King, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So, it's not a mage-type boss, but a summoning-type boss. To be honest, if it were a mage-type boss, it would be too much of a restraint on Yi Chin right now. After all, his current combat method relies purely on ordinary skeletons for blood sacrifice, then using skeleton mages for output. Facing a mage-type opponent with large area suppression capabilities, the chances of winning would be very slim. But if he were to engage in a war of attrition with a summoning-type boss, then Yi Chen wouldn't be afraid. Just as the final boss appeared, countless dark magic circles suddenly appeared on the ground around its body. Immediately, before Yi Chen could figure out what was happening, numerous monsters suddenly crawled out from those dark magic circles. Shadow Knight Cat Dark Crawler Ghostly Swordsman. Damn, this is directly summoning all the small monsters from the previous 3 stages. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect the summoning method of the Black Spirit King to be so simple and brutal. The most outrageous part was that these summoned monsters had attributes even stronger than those he encountered just now. Not to mention skills, just the attributes were at least 1.5 times better. Take that Ghostly Swordsman for example. The highest constitution attribute of the Ghostly Swordsman Yi Chen saw earlier was only 280 points, and now the summoned Ghostly Swordsman had its constitution attribute skyrocketing to over 400 points. Summon Ghostly Swordsman, LV18, Power, 230, plus 50%, Spirit, 160, plus 50%, Constitution, 280, plus 50%, Agility, 250, plus 50%, Skills, Mastery Ghostly Sword Chi, Ghostly Assassination, Ghostly Body Status, Black Spirit Will, received the enhancement of the Black Spirit King's Will, all attributes increased by 50%. Yes, the reason the Ghostly Swordsman's attributes skyrocketed was that it was affected by the Black Spirit King's Black Spirit Will effect. Even the Shadow Knight Cat and the Dark Crawler's attribute strength, under the enhancement of Black Spirit Will, were almost catching up to the attributes of the final boss Yi Chen encountered in the Novice Dungeon, the Sun Tiger. Simply too fierce. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, just as Yi Chen's progress in the 3rd stage reached 100%, Wang Shen was completely stunned. No, it can't be. That was a Ghostly Swordsman, and with over 100 attribute points, how could he kill them all in less than a minute? It wasn't just him. The other players were also dumbfounded by the scene. What the hell? What's going on here? That's insane. A 3rd stage, and this kid wiped them all out in under a minute? So strong, this power is just terrifying. I remember, when Wangu first encountered it 2 days ago, it took him over an hour to barely kill one, right? Exactly. And during the first raid, when Wangu killed the first, they almost got wiped out. If they hadn't retreated quickly, they probably would have died in the dungeon. No. The scariest part is that Wangu had a full team of 10 to get this far, and they were all a fixed team that had been cooperating for years. Yeah, this kid soloed and took down 5 in a minute. What kind of power is that? Monster. Freak. This is not human at all. Everyone was stunned. No one could imagine that a top-tier first-stage team from Tianshui City, after exhausting so much effort, could barely kill one, only to be wiped out in a minute by some unknown kid who just popped up. This was simply shocking. Chen Shiyu was also dumbfounded. She had thought Yi Chen would be strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. It's no exaggeration to say that even she, after seeing Yi Chen enter the 3rd stage, was sure she couldn't defeat her. There was no way. Those guys were just too powerful. Strong in melee, fierce in ranged attacks. They even had a passive skill like that could reduce physical damage by 50%. They were simply invincible hexagonal warriors. But such a terrifying existence couldn't even last a minute in front of him. This kind of power, she wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Yet Yi Chen had done it. So terrifying. When did such a strong genius emerge? Could it be he just graduated from high school a couple of days ago? Thinking about the graduation awakening ceremony from various high schools in Tianshui just a few days ago, Chen Shiyu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. It had only been a few days. His strength could even reach the level of soloing dungeons? Wait, Yi Chen? That name sounds so familiar? Could it be that he is the Yi Chen who topped the charts for 3 years as the academic and martial arts champion at Tianshui No. 1 high school? Suddenly realizing this, Chen Shiyu was enlightened. Although she hadn't been in school for several years, her cousin Li Qing had just graduated a couple of days ago. Her cousin had occasionally mentioned that she had a crush on a genius named Yi Chen in school. However, those were words from a long time ago, and she hadn't taken them to heart. Although she had heard that this Yi Chen had excellent grades in school, she knew what was most important in this era. Nothing else. It was about what level of profession one could awaken during the graduation awakening ceremony. That was the most important thing in life. So, she had only casually listened to the school grades and hadn't thought much about it. But now it seemed, this Yi Chen was truly extraordinary, topping the charts for 3 years as the academic and martial arts champion, soloing the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. It was said, he had also obtained A in the Novice dungeon, which was the opportunity for selection into the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. No way. I have to tell my cousin about this. If she can win over Yichen, then her future is bound to take off. If my cousin doesn't take action, then I'll have to step in myself. Thinking of this, Shin Shiyu couldn't help but feel excited. Whether it's my cousin or myself, as long as we can make Yichen our man, the path to growth in the future will surely be prosperous. On the other side, inside the dungeon, Yichen had no idea that while he casually killed a few ghost swordsmen, so much was happening outside. Looking at the Black Spirit King in front of him, Yichen was still quite serious. After all, this Black Spirit King boss, although it was a main summoning type boss, also had its own damage skill, Black Spirit Impact. He just didn't know what kind of effect this Black Spirit Impact skill had. Then let me see how strong this Black Spirit Impact really is. Little skeleton, go. With a thought, thousands of ordinary skeletons received Yichen's battle command and instantly charged towards the Black Spirit King. Undead creatures? I didn't expect that there are actually human practitioners who can master the ability to communicate with the undead. Seeing the scene of those fragile ordinary skeletons charging towards him, a contemptuous smile appeared on the Black Spirit King's face. In that case, human practitioner, let me show you what the power of the Black Spirit really is. Black Spirit Impact. In the next second, the Black Spirit King's ethereal arm gently raised, a slender finger lightly pointed towards the direction of the charging skeletons, and a deep, dark, and eerie shockwave burst forth from his fingertip. Boom! In an instant, as the pitch-black beam, about the thickness of a thigh, erupted, all the ordinary skeletons within at least 1,000 meters ahead were instantly pierced and killed. In that moment, at least hundreds of ordinary skeletons were directly annihilated by the Black Spirit King. However, upon seeing this scene, Yichen not only felt no fear but couldn't help but want to laugh. So it turns out, it's just such a trashy area attack skill. I actually took it seriously for so long. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Little skeletons surround the Black Spirit King directly. Skeleton mages, spread out, don't line up. With a thought, nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons immediately sprang into action, quickly surrounding the Black Spirit King, along with the monsters it summoned. Not only that, within about 100 meters of the Black Spirit King, the skeleton mages also moved. Seeing this scene, the Black Spirit King sneered coldly. Not bad. You can actually mobilize so many undead creatures. In that case, my servants, let's have a big fight. At that moment, the Black Spirit King waved his arm, and hundreds of summoning arrays identical to the previous ones appeared on the ground again. Before long, hundreds of shadowy night cats, dark crawlers, and a few ghost swordsmen crawled out from those summoning arrays on the ground. My servants, annihilate these insignificant undead creatures for me. With a command, the thousands of monsters he summoned immediately charged towards Yichen's skeleton army. The ghost swordsmen were the first to strike. The moment it crawled out from the summoning array, it raised the long sword in its hand and swung it directly at the skeleton in front. Ghost sword chi. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of terrifying phantom sword energies erupted from the ghost swordsman's long sword. In just a moment, hundreds of ordinary skeletons not far away were directly obliterated by the sword energy. Following that, the fastest shadowy night cat also rushed to the front of the skeleton army. Hundreds of shadowy night cats leaped into the air simultaneously. At a glance, the enormous shadows seemed to cover the entire sky. Whoosh! In the next second, several hundred shadowy night cats struck at once, their sharp claws swiping, and hundreds of skeletons were shattered in a single blow. Then, the dark crawlers followed closely behind. Upon seeing the skeletons before them, over 100 dark crawlers instantly sprang into action, jumping onto the skeletons. With a light tap, the skeletons crumbled into a chaotic heap of broken bones, scattered across the ground. Not only that, seeing so many fearless skeletons charging towards him, the Dark Spirit King was not idle. With a gentle point of his finger, deep, dark shock beams erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, thousands of skeletons vanished within those dark beams. Just a moment later, the shadowy night cats, dark crawlers, ghostly swordsmen, and the Dark Spirit King BSOS all struck at once, swiftly eliminating thousands of skeletons. However, at that moment, hidden among the skeleton army, the skeleton mages finally completed their gathering of energy. At this moment, a full 5,000 to 6,000 skeleton mages raised their bony staffs high and unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Necromancer missile, Necromancer missile, Necromancer missile, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a number of Necromancer missiles sufficient to block out the sun surged towards those monsters. In just the blink of an eye, hundreds of summoned monsters were completely annihilated. Following that, a flood of kill notifications crazily refreshed before Yichen's eyes. Ding, you killed LV-11 Shadow Night Cat. you gain 110 experience. Ding, you killed LV-18 Ghostly Swordsman, you gain 18,000 experience. Ding, you killed LV-15 Dark Crawler, you gain 150 experience. Ding, ding, wow. I didn't expect to gain experience from killing these Dark Spirit King summons. If that's the case, I can't kill him so quickly. Seeing the massive kill notifications and his rapidly increasing experience bar, Yi-Chen was tempted. It's worth noting, just from this wave of skeleton mages, Yi-Chen's experience bar skyrocketed from 1863% to 2,545%, an increase of a whopping 680% or more. It was simply exhilarating. If I can keep squeezing this Dark Spirit King, it won't be long before my experience bar will be completely filled. With this thought, Yi-Chen was instantly excited. In the next second, he directly issued orders to all the skeletons, only kill the Dark Spirit King summons, do not touch the Dark Spirit King boss. Soon, after just 5 seconds, when the skeleton mage's Necromancer missile skill cooled down, they struck again. Necromancer missile, Necromancer missile, boom, boom, boom. At this moment, as the second wave of Necromancer missiles howled in, several hundred summoned creatures were taken away. Following that, another massive wave of kill notifications appeared before Yi-Chen, and his experience surged again. It directly rose to over 3,400%. So satisfying. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen let out a deep breath. This time, he had to drain this Dark Spirit King dry. However, upon seeing his hard-summoned minions easily wiped out by the skeleton army, the Dark Spirit King panicked. Damn it! Why are these undead creatures so troublesome? Minions, keep coming out. Resist these damned undead creatures for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, as large summoning circles reappeared on the ground, soon several hundred summoned creatures appeared before him. However, before they could make a move, in midair, those terrifying dark gray elemental missiles had already begun to rain down upon them. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, you have killed LV-15 Dark Crawler, you gained 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed LV-11 Shadow Nightcat, you gained 110 experience points. Ding, ding, ding. Glancing at the massive number of kill notifications, Yi-Chen immediately shifted his gaze to his experience bar. Name, Yi-Chen level, 10, 3,886%. Damn, this is truly outrageous. It increased by over 400%, nearly 500% experience. This feels great. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi-Chen turned his attention to the skeleton closest to the Black Spirit King's summons. Once he saw those summons wiped out, he would immediately order the skeleton mages to stop. He just needed to let the skeleton army close in, creating a sense of crisis for the Black Spirit King, forcing him to continue summoning. This is impossible. My minions, how could they possibly lose to these weak undead creatures? Come out. Keep coming out. At first, the Black Spirit King merely raised an arm to activate the summoning array. But now, seeing the skeleton army getting closer, the Black Spirit King was suddenly filled with fear. He waved his arms frantically, desperately activating the summoning array. However, what filled him with despair was that at the beginning, his minions could at least crawl out of the summoning array and show their faces before the undead missiles appeared. Later on, before his summons could even crawl out of the array, those undead missiles had already completely enveloped them. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen casually found a spot to sit down, watching his experience bar skyrocketing step by step. Level 10, 4,461%. Level 10, 5,233%. Level 10, 5,918%. Level. So comfortable. Too comfortable. So much experience. If I were to grind this in a normal extra run, it would probably take a year to get this much, right? Seeing his experience soar, Yi-Chen was so happy he could almost burst out laughing. This Black Spirit King was simply the strongest black slave for grinding experience. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, when Wang Shen finally snapped out of the shock of Yi-Chen blasting through the third phase, a little brother beside him couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, now there's only one final boss left. Do you think this guy named Yi-Chen is really going to solo this dungeon? How is that possible? That's the Black Spirit King." Hearing this, Wang Shen immediately shouted angrily, "Don't even talk about the hard mode, even the weakest normal difficulty Black Spirit King has over 400 points of mental power. Just one Black Spirit charge could wipe us out completely. Not to mention, it can infinitely summon monsters from the first 3 phases. If this Yi-Chen really can beat it, I'll stand on my head and swallow my own waste." After saying that, Wang Shen said no more, quietly waiting with his teammates for the final phase results from Yi-Chen. 5 minutes, no sign of movement in the final phase. 10 minutes, the progress of the final phase remained completely still. After a full half hour, when Wang Shen saw that Yi-Chen had finished the third phase and there was still no movement, he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? This guy really can't do it, right? Sigh, so the Black Spirit King really can't do it? Inside the dungeon. After waiting several minutes, seeing that the Black Spirit King had finally squeezed out no more oil, Yi-chan ultimately felt disappointed. Level 10, 8,557%. Glancing at his experience, Yi-chan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He was only 1,400% away from maxing out his experience, so why was the Black Spirit King so weak? In fact, Yi-chan had discovered long ago that the Black Spirit King was already on its last legs. At first, this guy summoned hundreds of minions at a time, but later, it dwindled to dozens, and finally, just a few minutes ago, it was down to a handful, and now, it could only summon one every half a day. Even each time it unleashed the Black Spirit Impact, the originally dark face of the Black Spirit King would turn a shade paler. It was simply tragic. Forget it. Since you're of no use anymore, I'll send you on your way. Skeleton Mage. Attack! With a command, thousands of skeleton mages that had been waiting for a long time sprang into action. A torrent of necromantic missiles surged toward the Black Spirit King. Boom! 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 Just one wave of necromantic missiles, and the Black Spirit King's health plummeted to the bottom. Ha! It didn't get instantly killed? Seeing that the Black Spirit King had less than 10% health left, Yi-chan was somewhat surprised, but soon, he figured it out. It wasn't that the Black Spirit King had thick health, but rather that its mental power attribute was too high, resulting in high spell defense. But it didn't matter. If one wave didn't kill it, then there would be a second wave. Continue. With a wave of his arm, the skeleton mage army attacked again. However, upon seeing this scene, the Black Spirit King was utterly terrified. No, no, no. Don't! Lord Necromancer. It wanted to beg for mercy. However, before it could finish its sentence, the second wave of merciless necromantic missiles came crashing down. The Black Spirit King didn't even have time to let out a final scream before its health was completely drained. The damage from these skeleton mages is just insane. With a slight sigh, as he watched the towering 5 to 6 meter body of the Black Spirit King crash to the ground. Immediately after, a massive amount of system notifications refreshed right in front of Yi-chan. Ding! You have killed the final boss Black Spirit King. You gain 100,000 experience. Ding! You have successfully cleared the dungeon. Rewards: Experience X 200,000, Exclusive Class Equipment Chest X1, Exclusive Class Skill Chest X1. Ding! You have successfully cleared Azura level Black Spirit Forest. You completed the First Order Advancement task. Ding! You received a 5-star Attribute Growth Template. Your level cap has increased to level 20. Ding! You obtained a First Order Talent Skill, Soul Transfer. Ding! Your level has increased, current, LV 11. Ding! You received upgrade rewards, 5 points to all attributes, 50 free attribute points. Ding! Your level has increased, current, LV 12. Ding! 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 Your level has increased, current, LV 18. Ding! You received upgrade rewards, 5 points to all attributes, 50 free attribute points. This is outrageous. I just finished the dungeon, and I'm already at 18 level with 58% experience. So, if I level up 2 more times, I can directly start the Second Order Advancement task? Seeing this series of system notifications, Yi-chan couldn't help but feel excited. He had thought that the experience rewards for the Azura level Black Spirit Forest dungeon would be high, but he never expected them to be this high. One wave and he jumped up 8 levels. It was simply exhilarating, and this 8-level increase also brought a huge change to Yi-chan's attribute panel. Name: Yi-chan. Occupation: First rank Necromancer. Only rank: Level 18 Strength, 59 Spirit, 704 Constitution, 59 Agility, 59 First rank. 5-star Attribute Growth Template. Each level up grants 5 points to all attributes and 50 points to free attributes. At a glance, all of Yi-chan's other attributes had increased by 40 points. His spirit was even more outrageous, skyrocketing from over 260 points to now over 700 points. Not only that, even the occupation information had changed to first rank Necromancer. Additionally, when Yi-chan's level rose to 18, the attributes of the little skeleton and skeleton mage also experienced a surge. Information: Skeleton, LV 18, Strength, 18, plus 7. 4%. Spirit, 18, plus 7. 4%. Constitution, 18, plus 7. 4%. Agility, 18, plus 7. 4%. Information: Skeleton Mage, LV 12, Strength, 18, plus 7. 4%. Spirit, 36, plus 7. 4%. Constitution, 18, plus 7. 4%. Agility, 18, plus 7. 4%. At a glance, the little skeleton's base attributes had risen to 18 points, and considering Yi-chan's spirit boost, it could be counted as 19 points. Compared to the negligible increase before, now at least there was some noticeable improvement. The skeleton mage's increase was even more apparent, with a base spirit attribute of 36 points, factoring in the boost. That made it 38. 5 points of spirit. When it gets to the later stages, with hundreds of thousands, even millions of attributes, that boost will be terrifying. Right now, there's no need to rush. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen began to sort through the other gains brought by this dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Yi-Chen's dungeon information appeared before everyone. Yi-Chen's Team Black Spirit Forest dungeon progress, final stage 100%, cleared. At this moment, when everyone saw the striking words cleared, the crowd erupted. What the hell? Is this for real? Cleared? This guy named Yi-Chen actually soloed and blew up the entire Black Spirit Forest dungeon? That's terrifying. The most outrageous part is, this guy's clearing time should only be a little over 4 hours, right? That's more than half faster than Wang Ji's fixed team's record. Unbelievable. The speed of soloing the dungeon is even stronger than a fixed team. This is just explosive. Oh my god, what am I even looking at? That's insane. Has this world really become like this? A newly leveled 10 adventurer can solo a dungeon? And with efficiency that surpasses seasoned fixed teams? Freak. Monster. This guy is simply not human. At first, no one dared to believe that Yi-Chen could solo the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. In fact, everyone thought that even if it was just the first stage, if Yi-Chen could last for 10 or 8 minutes, that would be quite impressive. However, in just over 3 hours, the first stage's Shadow Night Cat was easily defeated by Yi-Chen. In just over 10 minutes, the second stage's Dark Crawler was completely crushed by him. In less than a minute, the third stage's 5 Ghost Swordsmen were also instantly taken down by this kid. Although it took him a full half hour to finally defeat the Black Spirit King in the final stage, no one present would consider Yi-Chen's half-hour solo kill of the Black Spirit King as an ordinary achievement. It should be noted that when Wang Xin and their fixed team cleared it for the first time, they took over 3 hours to barely get through. Yi-Chen alone only took half an hour. This was already an incredibly outrageous feat. However, they didn't know that if it weren't for the oil and water to be squeezed from the Black Spirit King, this final boss would probably not last even 10 seconds and would be directly obliterated by Yi-Chen. If they knew this truth, what kind of expression would they have? However, Yi-Chen in the dungeon had no idea that he was causing such a huge commotion outside just by clearing a dungeon. After collecting all the rewards dropped by the Black Spirit King into his backpack, Yi-Chen began to sort through his rewards. First, of course, was the first-tier talent skill he obtained after completing the 5-star advancement task. First-tier talent Soul Transfer consumes 1 point of mental power, allowing you to swap positions with any of your summoned creatures. Holy crap, this talent is a bit explosive. It only consumes 1 point of mental power to swap positions with any summoned creature? If this is on the battlefield, wouldn't my mobility be off the charts? Seeing this talent, Yi-Chen couldn't wait to experiment. Soul Transfer. Whoosh! When Yi-Chen's mind locked onto an ordinary skeleton several kilometers away, his figure instantly vanished without a sound from his original spot. In its place was the ordinary skeleton he had locked onto with his mind, and he himself had instantly transferred to several kilometers away. Wait, this talent actually has no cooldown? So that means, as long as my mental power is sufficient, I can move without limits? This is just too explosive. After seeing this effect, Yi-Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Originally, he thought his survival ability was quite poor. Aside from being able to gain the vision of the skeleton army and detect danger from a great distance, he had almost no means of self-preservation. If he were to be mindlessly charged at by enemies, there would truly be no way out. Because of this, every time Yi-Chen entered a dungeon and began his battles, he would reserve several hundred, even thousands of skeletons to protect himself from enemy ambushes. But even so, Yi-Chen knew, if he encountered flying monsters that forced their way in, there would be no way to deal with it. But now, Yi-Chen no longer had to worry about this situation. With the ultra-wide vision of soul symbiosis, combined with the ultra-high mobility of soul transfer, his current safety was almost maxed out. In fact, he wouldn't even need to reserve troops in the future. He could deploy as many summoned creatures as he had. The farther his skeleton army was from him, the higher his safety would be. It was simply exhilarating. After calming his emotions a bit, Yi-Chen shifted his gaze to another reward, the exclusive profession skill chest. Without a second thought, Yi-Chen opened it directly. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive profession skill scroll, and you have obtained the exclusive skill, Necromancer Summon Stealth Skeleton. Skill Summon Stealth Skeleton. Consumes 10 points of mental power to summon one stealth skeleton to fight for you. Stealth Skeleton? My goodness, is this the assassin type in the skeleton army? Seeing this skill, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. You have to know. Assassins are synonymous with single target burst damage, killing invisibly. He never expected he would actually obtain the skill to summon a stealth skeleton. This is just too awesome, right? Without thinking much, Yi Chen learned it directly and wanted to see what the attributes of this stealth skeleton were like. However, just after integrating this skill into his attribute panel, before he could summon it, another system prompt appeared right in front of him. Ding! Skill, Summon Stealth Skeleton has successfully evolved into God level, Summon Stealth Skeleton. God level, Summon Skeleton Mage, consumes 10 points of mental power, summons one stealth skeleton to fight for you every 10 seconds. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Shaking his head, Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Then, he directly activated this skill. After 10 seconds, the first stealth skeleton appeared in Yi Chen's summoning space. Immediately after, he summoned the stealth skeleton right in front of him. Information, stealth skeleton level, 18 strength, 36, plus 7, 4%, mental, 18, plus 7, 4%, constitution, 18, plus 7, 4%, agility, 36, plus 7, 4%, skill, Undead Stealth. The stealth skeleton has a permanent stealth effect. Attacking will break its stealth, but it can re-enter stealth after 10 seconds. A breaking stealth strike will deal, strength x 10, points of terrifying damage. Wow, this stealth skeleton is going to be overpowered. It comes with permanent stealth, and even if it breaks stealth by attacking, it can re-enter stealth. But this built-in cooldown for re-entering stealth seems a bit long, but that doesn't matter. If it could instantly re-enter stealth, wouldn't this stealth skeleton be invincible? Most importantly, the first attack after breaking stealth can deal huge damage equal to 10 times its strength attribute, which is really fierce. Plus, this stealth skeleton has double the strength attribute compared to a normal skeleton, so the damage is simply explosive. After carefully reviewing the attributes and skills of the stealth skeleton, Yi Chen was completely shocked. The original skeleton mage had already given him a great surprise. He never expected this stealth skeleton was even more formidable than the skeleton mage. Now, if I encounter enemies that even the skeleton mage can't get close to, I can let the stealth skeleton charge in and take them out in one go. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with the stealth skeleton. This time, the skeleton army could not only instill fear in the enemies but could even cause panic. After all, a skeleton that can turn invisible is simply impossible to guard against. If there are no anti-stealth skills or items, this stealth skeleton is practically invincible. Then, there was a special class equipment treasure chest. To be honest, the value of exclusive equipment is not lower than that of exclusive skills, because, whether it's general equipment or source class general equipment, its attributes and effects are far inferior to exclusive class equipment. Moreover, for ordinary people, although equipment will definitely need to be replaced later, the replaced equipment can still be sold. However, for Yi Chen, selling it would be quite difficult, because he not only has a hidden class but is also the only unique level 1 hidden class. This means, looking across the entire world, there is only him as a necromancer. So even if he sells the replaced equipment, others can't use it. But no matter what, just the attributes of the exclusive class equipment have already made Yi Chen very tempted. Ding! You have successfully used the class exclusive equipment treasure chest, and you have obtained the class exclusive weapon, Necromancer Resurrection Pendant. The next moment, a necklace-like equipment appeared in front of Yi Chen. Resurrection Pendant, LV11, attributes, mental plus 300, constitution plus 100 set. If all your summoned undead minions die, there is a 30% chance to directly resurrect them. 1/2. Wow, directly resurrecting summoned minions? This is simply a divine skill for me. Seeing the attribute effect of this resurrection pendant, Yi Chen was instantly shocked. This is simply too powerful. All deceased summoned undead have a chance to be resurrected. Although it's only a 30% chance, that's still incredibly overpowered. Not to mention, just during Yi Chen's attempt to conquer the Black Spirit King, although it seemed effortless, he lost around 30 to 40,000 ordinary skeletons over the course of half an hour. Moreover, he even lost several hundred skeleton mages. There was no choice. Although those Shadow Nightcats, Dark Crawlers, and Ghost Swordsmen would be instantly killed by the skeleton army as soon as they showed up, the Black Spirit King was constantly unleashing Black Spirit Impact. Each Black Spirit Impact would cost Yi Chen several hundred skeletons, and that was with them spread out. If they had clustered together, One black spirit impact could have wiped out over 1,000. If he had had this resurrection pendant earlier, he could have reduced his losses by 30%. It would have been simply amazing. It's a pity that this resurrection set only has this one pendant. If I could gather the second set effect, that would be fantastic. But even just the attributes of this resurrection pendant are already very strong. Without further thought, Yi-Chen directly equipped the resurrection pendant. In an instant, his mental power surged to over 1,000 points, and his physical attributes increased to 159 points. Finally, there are these black spirit stones dropped by the Black Spirit King. Wait, what is this Black Spirit Pearl? When Yi-Chen glanced at the over 10,000 black spirit stones dropped by the Black Spirit King, he suddenly noticed an item named Black Spirit Pearl had appeared in his backpack. However, it was Yi-Chen's first time seeing this item, and he had no idea what it was for. Forget it. I'll ask President Lin or Principal Zhao later, they should know its use. After placing the Black Spirit Pearl in his backpack, Yi-Chen decided not to think about it for now. Looking at the number of Black Spirit stones, after killing the Black Spirit King, the quantity had skyrocketed to over 14,000. That means, from this dungeon run, Yi-Chen had earned over 100 million. This feels great. Now, it's time to exit the dungeon. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen waved his arm, recalling the tens of thousands of skeletons back to the summoning space, and then directly chose to exit the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the professionals gathered at the entrance of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon were all eagerly waiting for Yi-Chan's return. After all, he was the only person they had ever seen who could solo a dungeon. Moreover, his efficiency in clearing the dungeon was even double that of the highest record set by Wang Shen and his fixed team. It was simply incredible. I'm telling you, when this big brother Yi-Chen comes out of the dungeon, no one better compete with me. I must take him to clear the hard-level dungeon. Ha ha. Old Lu, stop joking around, okay? You're just a mage. Do you really think he would want you? Exactly, I'm an S-rank priest. In a hard-level dungeon, big brother Yi-Chen will definitely need my support. Ha ha ha. Stop joking. You're just a 2-star attribute template S-rank priest. Do you really think he would want you? Everyone step aside. Let's see who dares to compete with me. This time, the hard-level record for the Black Spirit Forest dungeon is mine. I'm definitely taking big brother Yi-Chen as my teammate. At this moment, Wang Shen pushed through the crowd with his team, squeezing to the very front of the dungeon entrance. However, Chen Shiyu couldn't stand it any longer and, along with a few of her sisters, squeezed right into the middle of the crowd. Wang Shen, I say you're really shameless. Who was just looking down on Yi-Chen? Besides, you're just an S-rank warrior. Do you really think Yi-Chen would be interested in you? Exactly. Us sisters are the ones most likely to bring Yi-Chen into our team, so don't you dare compete with us. He. Hearing Chen Shiyu's words, Wang Shen immediately laughed. Chen Shiyu, don't blame me for not giving you face. If you really want to compete with me, then I can only take action now. Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? Before Wang Shen could make a move, Chen Shiyu and her sisters instantly entered battle mode. However, at that moment, a nearby player at the entrance of the dungeon suddenly shouted, "Look, Yi-Chen has appeared." Upon hearing this, Wang Shen, Chen Shiyu, and the other players immediately stopped arguing and turned to look at the dungeon entrance. They saw a familiar, slender figure slowly appearing before them. It was Yi-Chen. At that moment, everyone present went wild, rushing towards Yi-Chen. Brother Yi-Chen, take me to the dungeon. I'm an A-rank warrior with strong defense. Yang Gu, don't listen to him. I'm an S-rank shield of 10,000 lights, and I'm a 4-star attribute template, way stronger than him. Brother Yi-Chen, pick me. I'm an S-rank priest. Look at me. Brother Yi-Chen, I've always liked you. Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned. What are you all doing? Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Wang Shen eagerly squeezed in front of him. Brother Yi-Chen, I really didn't expect you to have such strong abilities, able to solo a dungeon. Next, you're definitely going to challenge a hard-level dungeon, right? Our team has a few people with strategy attempts left, and we are the strongest player team in the Tianquay City area. Come join us. Yi-Chen was filled with question marks. Soloing a hard-level dungeon? What does that mean? But soon, he realized. They thought he had just cleared the easiest normal-level dungeon? Without further ado, Yi-Chen directly explained to Wang Shen and the others, "No need, you don't have to clear this dungeon anymore." Wang Shen was taken aback. What do you mean? What do you mean we don't have to clear it anymore? However, before Yi-Chen could speak, a player standing next to the dungeon entrance suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! You guys, look at this! Why is the dungeon entrance about to disappear?" Hearing this, everyone's gaze instinctively gathered at the dungeon entrance. They saw the originally dark and deep dungeon entrance was now gradually becoming ethereal. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, Wang Shen's eyes widened, and his scalp tightened. Holy crap, no way, could it be that Yi Chen cleared a Shura-level dungeon? Thinking of this, Wang Shen felt like his head had been struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. Not just him, other players were also instantly stunned after hearing this explanation. What the hell? How is this possible? A Shura-level dungeon? This can't be a joke. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A Shura-level dungeon. Not to mention soloing it, even going in as a group would get us wiped out instantly. How did this guy do it? What did he just do? So terrifying. A Shura-level dungeon. I actually saw someone able to solo a Shura-level dungeon. Mom, my life has not been in vain. Not just those ordinary players. With the complete disappearance of the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, Chen Shiyu was utterly dumbfounded. The dungeon entrance. It really is gone. This Yi Chen actually cleared a dungeon at the Azura difficulty level. How is this even possible? As Yi Chen walked further away, the discussions behind him gradually faded away. Next, it's time to submit this dungeon commission task. More than 2 hours later, Yi Chen successfully arrived at the task hall of the Adventurers Guild. Hello, I'm here to submit the commission task for the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. After finding the beautiful waitress from before, Yi Chen spoke directly. All right. The beautiful waitress nodded gently. The commission task for the Black Spirit Forest requires at least 10 Black Spirit stones to be submitted. If it's less than 10, the deposit will not be refunded. I know. Yi Chen nodded. I brought over 14,000. Okay, you brought. Wait. How many did you bring? Soon, when Yi Chen took out all the Black Spirit stones from his backpack, the beautiful waitress was completely stunned. In front of her lay over 10,000 Black Spirit stones, piled up like a small mountain. Not only the beautiful waitress, but even the bystanders around were shocked at the sight. Heavens, are these Black Spirit stones? That's way too many. How many times did this guy clear the Black Spirit Forest dungeon? So fierce. He must have cleared the Black Spirit Forest completely. The people present were all first-tier adventurers at levels 10 to 20, and they knew very well the drop rate of Black Spirit stones. Generally, a person clearing a normal difficulty Black Spirit Forest dungeon would only get a few hundred at most, and if lucky, maybe over 1,000, but not more. This meant this guy had cleared the dungeon at least a dozen times. The key point: this Black Spirit Forest dungeon had only appeared for about 3 days. 3 days. Clearing the dungeon over a dozen times. How did this guy manage that? Even if he had such strength, it was impossible to have that much stamina, right? However, even seeing so many stones, they didn't dare to act. First, being able to drop so many Black Spirit stones represented the terrifying strength of this young man. Second, this was the official trading hall. Anyone who dared to act here would be opposing the authorities. After a moment, when the beautiful waitress regained her composure, she immediately said to Yi Chen, Sir, this quantity is too much. I need to count it. Don't worry, it will only take a few minutes of your time. All right. Yi Chen didn't mind the few minutes, casually found a seat nearby, and waited for the waitress to count. At that moment, at the entrance of the original Black Spirit Forest dungeon, Chen Yang was truly shocked to see Yi Chen clear the Black Spirit Forest dungeon in one go, and at the Azura difficulty level. His mindset instantly shattered. Originally, he thought that having awakened an SSS-level profession meant he would surely stand at the pinnacle of existence, becoming the strongest. Or rather, not just him, every student who had awakened an SSS-level profession throughout history thought the same. But most people, after exhausting their life's fortune and awakening an SSS-level profession, not only became arrogant but also felt they had fallen. It's no exaggeration to say that out of 10 students with SSS-level professions, at least 8 were stuck at the first tier, 5-star advancement task. They couldn't even break through the level 10 cap, ultimately leading to a collapse in their mindset. The final outcome was either becoming indistinguishable from the masses or falling into despair and committing suicide. Because being unable to break through the advancement task meant being unable to level up. A mere level 10, but later on, those A-rank and even B-rank professions steadily level up to the 40s or 50s, their strength easily capable of crushing them. And now, after witnessing Yi Chen's true power, Chen Yang was utterly despaired. He couldn't even last 10 minutes in a normal difficulty dungeon, while Yi Chen breezed through the Shura-level dungeon in one go. The gap was simply worlds apart. Forget it. Perhaps, this is what true genius looks like. Maybe Yi Chen never even considered me. With a bitter smile, Chen Yang shook his head and, supported by his family's guards, slowly stood up, preparing to leave this place of turmoil. However, after just a couple of steps, Chen Yang suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Han Ishu, what are you doing here? Chen Yang, what are you doing here too? The moment they met, they almost simultaneously exclaimed. Yesterday, Hanishu, under the guidance of her family's guards, had spent the entire night grinding monsters in this area and had finally reached level 10. There was no other way. Although she was an SS rank profession, she was still a support type class. There was still a significant gap in leveling efficiency compared to Chen Yang's SSS rank combat profession. After a moment's pause, Hanishu sized up Chen Yang and said disdainfully, "Chen Yang, you can't be wanting to grind the Black Spirit Forest dungeon too, right? Let me tell you, I've already inquired, and the first kill for the nightmare difficulty of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon hasn't happened yet. This time, it will definitely belong to me. You and that Yi Chen, I will surely trample you all underfoot." Ha, ha. Hearing Hanishu's arrogant tone, Chen Yang instinctively sneered, "Hanishu, do you want to check if the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon is still there?" Hanishu was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look in the direction behind Chen Yang. Sure enough, although there were still a few first-tier players around level 20 gathering there, the dungeon entrance was nowhere to be found. What's going on? Why has the dungeon entrance disappeared? The task commissioner in the trading hall told me the entrance was right here. Are you confused? I'm just as confused. Chen Yang pushed Hanishu aside and, as he walked behind her, said in a low voice, "I still can't understand why Yi Chen was able to solo the Shura level difficulty of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon." With that, he turned and left without looking back. However, when Hanishu heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Someone actually soloed this dungeon at Shura level difficulty? And it was a solo run? How could that be possible? A genius like this emerged from Tianshui City, and she, Hanishu, knew nothing about it? Wait a minute. Suddenly realizing something, Hanishu spun around and shouted in the direction Chen Yang had left. "Chen Yang, what did you just say? Did Yi Chen solo the Shura level difficulty of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon?" At this thought, Hanishu felt a chill run down her spine. However, Chen Yang had already walked far away and didn't hear her shout. In the president's office of the Adventurers Guild, Lin Changfeng sat in his chair, gesturing for the middle-aged man in front of him to take a seat wherever he liked. "Old Wu, it's been years. What brings you here to see me today?" The middle-aged man, Old Wu, was named Wu Ning. Like him, Wu Ning was also the president of a city-level adventurers guild. However, Wu Ning was the president of the Silver Mirror City Guild. "Help yourself to a drink. There's all kinds of spirit tea in that cabinet next to you." The two of them were graduates of the same year and had fought together on the battlefield, so they were too lazy to fuss over formalities at this moment. Wu Ning didn't consider himself an outsider. He casually picked up a packet of spirit tea and started brewing it. After a while, Wu Ning shook the teacup in his hand and looked at Lin Changfeng with interest, saying, "Old Lin, you look good today. Did you encounter some good fortune?" "Oh, there's nothing good," Lin Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I just came across a few promising talents. This year, our Tianshui city can finally send a few more people to the special training camp in Dongshan province." "Oh, it seems you really did encounter some good fortune," Wu Ning said leisurely, crossing his legs and continuing to ask, "So tell me, what's the situation with the promising talents in Tianshui City this year?" He. Lin Changfeng's lips curled up slightly, proudly stating, "It's nothing much, just that one awakened an SSS level combat profession, and there's another SS level support profession. The most outrageous part is, there's also a unique hidden profession that shot straight to level 10 in the novice dungeon yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to break through the first tier advancement task today." "Ha, just an SSS level profession and some hidden profession, and you called it your promising talent in Tianshui City?" Hearing this, Wu Ning chuckled. "What are you laughing at? Could it be that you guys in Yinzhou City also have some promising talent?" Lin Changfeng was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Wu Ning, who was also one of the 3 unfortunate souls from Dongshan province, had anything to be proud of. Back then, he, Wu Ning, and Li Feng were sent to the 3 weakest cities in Dongshan province after failing on the battlefield. Besides him and Wu Ning, only Li Feng remained in Jiangyun City. It was a pity that both Wu Ning and Li Feng had always been workaholics. Over the years, they had thought of countless ways and put in so much effort to cultivate promising talents, all in hopes of one day being able to escape from this godforsaken place. But, unexpectedly, the usually busy Wu Ning actually had time to visit him now. Moreover, he had just laughed so strangely, which made Lin Changfeng even more suspicious. As the saying goes, one fears their brother living in misery, but even more so fears their brother driving a Land Rover. If Wu Ning took off and left him behind, wouldn't Lin Changfeng be even lonelier? Wu Ning, however, didn't linger. After sipping the fine spirit tea, he spoke nonchalantly, "Actually, they're not that great. it's just that 3 SSS level combat professions awakened, along with 1 SS level combat profession and 1 SS level support profession. Sigh. You don't know, those 3 SSS level combat professionals just worked overtime last night to clear a hell level difficulty dungeon and completed a 4-star difficulty advancement task. It seems they've just reached level 15? Oh, the lowest one is only at level 14. Sigh, the worst off are those 2 with SS level professions. You have no idea. They just completed a 3-star advancement task this morning, and now they seem to have only reached level 13. It's driving me crazy. I wonder if our city's few SSS level professionals can compare to your Qianchui's whatever hidden profession. While drinking tea, Wu Ning sighed dramatically. Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng's chest heaved with anger, nearly driving him to madness. To be fair, ever since he was assigned to Tianshui City over a decade ago, and after finally having a few professionals break into the special training camp 5 or 6 years ago only to be eliminated in the first round, Lin Chongfeng had gradually fallen into despair. Since then, for a full 5 or 6 years, no one from Tianshui City had been able to break into the selection assessment for the special training camp. In recent years, he has been neglecting the training of the new generation of professionals, even too lazy to inquire about the situation of those talented students from universities. He directly delegated authority to the presidents of several major universities, allowing them to train as they pleased. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of a dark horse like Yi Chen this year, he wouldn't have known how many professionals these major universities had awakened in the past few years. However, even Yi Chen only reached level 10 just yesterday. He has no certainty about whether he has completed the advancement task. No need to think. He is probably still worrying about the advancement task, right? Just look at the situation in Yinzhou City this year. 3 SSS level combat professionals, 2 SS level support professionals. Who knows how many S level advanced professions are behind them? The most astonishing thing is that those 3 SSS level combat professionals broke through the 4-star advancement task last night, skyrocketing to level 15. Even the 2 SS level students have already completed the 3-star advancement task. No need to think. By the end of tomorrow, if these 5 people team up and gather some S level support professions, wanting to charge to level 15 and meet the selection criteria for the special training camp is practically a sure thing. As for the follow-up, with the support of these SSS level and SS level new generation professionals, Wu Ning will definitely be promoted to Dongshan province tomorrow. In the end, only he and Li Feng, who can't even produce a fart, will be left among the 3 major unfortunate souls of Dongshan province. Ha ha ha, alright, old Lin, you don't need to be angry. Who knows, maybe next year your Tianshui City will take off directly. Alas, it's a pity that our Yinzhou City is doomed. So many top professionals suddenly emerged this year, it seems like they have burned all my luck for a lifetime. Seeing Lin Chongfeng's frustrated expression, Wu Ning couldn't help but laugh. However, after all, they have been old classmates and comrades for many years, so it is necessary to comfort him at the right time. But Wu Ning's lack of comfort was fine. That last sentence almost made Lin Chongfeng spit out a mouthful of old blood. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of his office. Come in. Lin Chongfeng sighed, putting down his teacup casually. Outside the door, a female secretary in a black and white short skirt professional outfit gently pushed the door open. President Lin, there is a young man named Yi Chen outside who wants to see you. Yi Chen? Lin Chongfeng raised an eyebrow and waved to the female secretary. Let him in. Yes. The female secretary stepped back a few steps, making way for Yi Chen. A few seconds later, Yi Chen's figure appeared in front of Lin Chongfeng. Hello, President Lin. Who is this? Yi Chen greeted Lin Chongfeng as usual, but when he saw another middle-aged man in the office, he froze for a moment. It seemed that this person should be President Lin's friend. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so casual in his office. Lin Chongfeng didn't linger, and after signaling Yi Chen to sit down, he directly introduced them. Old Wu, this is the awakened one of the unique hidden profession I told you about, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is the president of Yinzhou City, Wu Ning. Hello, President Wu. Wu Ning looked Yi Chen up and down and casually said, Old Lin, I have to say, this young man is quite handsome, isn't he? If it were in the peaceful era 500 years ago, I wonder how many young girls would be infatuated with him. What a pity. Now is the era of great upheaval. Being handsome doesn't put food on the table, only with strong abilities can one attract the opposite sex. As soon as Wu Ning spoke, Lin Chongfeng immediately understood what he meant. Isn't this clearly belittling the talents of his Tianshui City? Oh, you guys in Silver Mirror City have 3 super geniuses who broke through to the first level within a day and even reached level 15. And you can look down on our only hidden class that shot up to level 10 in a day? Old Wu, shut your stinky mouth. Lin Chongfeng returned to his seat and turned to Yi Chen, asking, Yi Chen, is there something you need to discuss with me? There is indeed something. Yi Chen nodded. He then took out the Black Spirit Pearl from his backpack and handed it to Lin Changfeng through his secretary. This is what I just farmed from the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. I wanted to ask President Lin, what is this Black Spirit Pearl used for? Black Spirit Pearl? Damn, it really is a Black Spirit Pearl? Seeing the pitch-black, glossy, palm-sized orb, Lin Changfeng's eyes lit up. I heard that this thing can only be obtained from the nightmare-level difficulty Black Spirit Forest dungeon, right? Seems like it. Yi Chen shrugged. He didn't know if it could be farmed from nightmare-level difficulty. Anyway, he got it directly from the final boss of the Azura-level difficulty. Wu Ning, on the side, was also a bit surprised. After taking the Black Spirit Pearl from Lin Changfeng and examining it seriously, his expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that this student who awakened a hidden class at the first level actually had some skills. To be able to clear a nightmare-level dungeon? The intensity. Saying it is comparable to an SS-level class is not an exaggeration. After all, the two SS-level classes in Silver Mirror City could only barely clear the nightmare-level difficulty because they had an SSS-level player leading them. It really is a Black Spirit Pearl. I remember this thing confused several pieces of Universal Source class equipment into a dedicated class equipment. However, because the Black Spirit King is a first-level monster, this Black Spirit Pearl can only fuse one piece of first-level dedicated class equipment. After returning the Black Spirit Pearl to Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning casually shared this information. Hearing this news, Yi Chen was still a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the item he accidentally obtained would have such a significant effect. Just then, Lin Changfeng finally couldn't help but ask his question. Yi Chen, this Black Spirit Pearl is also a treasure for you first-level players. How did you discuss it with your teammates who cleared the dungeon together? Could it be that you gave up all the other rewards in the dungeon to get this thing? Yi Chen was taken aback for a second. President Lin, what teammates? I soloed this. Puff. Hearing this, Wu Ning, who had just taken a sip of tea, instantly spat it out. What did you just say? You soloed the nightmare-level dungeon? Are you kidding? How is that even possible? Not only Wu Ning, but Lin Changfeng was also shocked. Yi Chen, you can't be joking with me about this. I'm not. I really soloed it. Yi Chen shrugged, sounding as if he were talking about something completely unrelated. However, Wu Ning couldn't take it anymore. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Soloing a dungeon is one thing, but soloing a nightmare-level dungeon? Are you joking? Do you even know what the difficulty of a nightmare-level dungeon is? Young man, it's not that I'm old-fashioned, but you probably haven't even entered a nightmare-level dungeon, have you? Hearing this, Yi Chen felt speechless. He finally understood why, when he first entered, Lin Changfeng's expression seemed like a forced smile, but inside he looked quite suffocated. It was probably because he was upset about something caused by this so-called president of Yinzhou City, right? However, this had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He directly corrected, well, President Wu, I think you might have misunderstood. I didn't solo a nightmare-level dungeon, I soloed. I knew it. Before Yi Chen could finish, Wu Ning slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Don't even say you can't solo a nightmare-level dungeon. Even a level 20 SSS class professional with a 5-star template would find it hard to solo a nightmare-level first-tier dungeon. Old Wu. Yi Chen's words were forcibly interrupted by Wu Ning, and Lin Changfeng shot him a glare. Yi Chen hasn't finished speaking yet. Why are you cutting him off? Is there any politeness? Yi Chen, what were you going to say? Yi Chen shrugged, not caring too much, and directly said, well, I wanted to say, I soloed a Shura-level difficulty dungeon. What? X2. At that moment, both Lin Changfeng and Wu Ning shouted in unison, and the decibel level in the room instantly shot up several notches. No, that's not it. Lin Changfeng rubbed his temples, trying to stabilize his emotions. After a moment, he finally spoke. Yi Chen, you're not joking, right? What you just said was, you soloed a Shura-level difficulty dungeon? At that moment, before Yi Chen could respond, another person entered from outside. It was Wang Kai, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Tianshui City Professional Association and the general manager of the Tianshui City Trading Hall. Oh, what a rare guest, President Wu, you're here too. Wang Kai first greeted Wu Ning, then turned to report to Lin Changfeng. President Lin, there was news just now that the Black Spirit Forest dungeon has been cleared. Many people who had taken on the commission tasks are now coming to withdraw their deposits. I came to ask you to approve 1 billion dragon coins for this. Here are the deposit receipts for the dungeon commission tasks. Please check and sign. What did you say? The Black Spirit Forest has been cleared? At this, Lin Changfeng was completely dumbfounded. Yi Chen could deceive him, but this Wang Kai had been his subordinate for over 10 years. How could he possibly lie to him? Xiao Wang, are you saying the Shura level difficulty was cleared? Yes. Wang Kai was a bit confused. This situation wasn't the first time it had happened, right? After all, dungeon commission tasks required a deposit. Once the deposit was submitted, it was reviewed by Lin Changfeng and then handed over to the finance department. If the dungeon was cleared or expired, he naturally had to come to him for funding approval to refund those people. What was going on with President Lin today? Why was he so shocked over such a normal process? After a moment, Lin Changfeng tried to calm his emotions and said again, Xiao Wang, do you know who cleared the Shura level Black Spirit Forest dungeon? I heard from Wangshen that it seems to be someone named Jichen. I forgot. Just now, that old Wangshen was still saying he wanted to meet you, but I stopped him, hee. Wang Kai smiled, wearing an expression of look at how much trouble I've handled for you. However, Lin Changfeng's face instantly darkened. You, go call Wangshen over here right now. Ha! Wang Kai was taken aback. Why do you want to see him? Don't give me any nonsense, hurry up and call him. Yes. Hearing Lin Changfeng's reprimand, Wang Kai instantly became obedient. After a moment, he went to the trading hall and brought Wang Shen before Lin Changfeng. President Lin, I have something important to report to you. I discovered an extraordinary talent. He actually soloed a. Halfway through, Wang Shen suddenly noticed Yi Chen sitting nearby. With a thud, the towering figure of Wang Shen, who stood at nearly 2 meters, softened and knelt on the ground. Why, brother Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Oh, I just soloed a Black Spirit Pearl in the Black Spirit Forest and came to ask President Lin what it is. Yi Chen shrugged and casually replied. Lin Changfeng could no longer hold back and sternly urged, Wangshen, finish what you were saying. Hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Wangshen turned to glance at Yi Chen, then at the unfamiliar middle-aged man with a gloomy expression beside him, unsure of what was happening. However, he dared not hesitate in response to Lin Changfeng's inquiry. I wanted to tell you that I found an exceptional genius in the North District. He soloed the Shura level difficulty Black Spirit Forest dungeon all by himself. You said that as long as I recommended genius to you, I could get some rewards, so I... Boom! At that moment, upon hearing Wang Shen's words, Lin Changfeng was completely stunned. At this point, the situation was very clear. Yi Chen, he really wasn't lying. He truly soloed a Shura level difficulty dungeon. Moreover, he did it all by himself. Not only Lin Changfeng, but Wu Ning was also dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Clearing a first-tier dungeon, Shura level difficulty, solo. He recognized every word, but how could they string together and feel so unfamiliar? Soloing a Shura level dungeon. Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? Ironically, just a moment ago, he had boasted to Lin Changfeng about some SSS level genius from Silver Mirror City, who broke through the first tier in a day and jumped 15 levels the next day. But now, someone from Tianshui City had suddenly emerged, capable of soloing a Shura level dungeon. It should be noted that this is not only rare in Dongshan province, but even across the entire Dragon Country. Such a prodigy is extremely rare. Ha, tisk tsk, old Wu, don't look so bad. So many SSS level geniuses have emerged from your Silver Mirror City this year. I wonder if our lucky hidden class player who can solo a Shura level dungeon can compare, right? They say that smiles never disappear, only shift. At this moment, Wu Ning, who had just been full of spirit, quickly became dejected. On the contrary, Lin Changfeng, who had been holding back his anger, seemed to have welcomed a second spring. After sending Wu Ning away, oh no, it should be said that Wu Ning was driven away in anger. Lin Changfeng casually rewarded Wangshen with 1 million dragon coins and sent him off. Then, he invited Yi Chen back into the room without any hesitation and directly said, Quick, tell me how you soloed a Shura level dungeon. To be honest, Lin Changfeng was very interested in this. Not to mention ordinary people, even with Lin Changfeng's decades of experience as a player and having seen countless geniuses, he had never encountered someone as formidable as Yi Chen. He had seen people soloing ordinary level dungeons. He had heard of geniuses who soloed difficult, even nightmare level dungeons, though he had never seen one. The 3 supreme cities of the Dragon Country, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, produced many top geniuses capable of soloing dungeons of the same tier every year. But, being able to solo a dungeon at the Azura difficulty level, Lin Changfeng had never even heard of such a thing before. And now, this kind of genius was standing right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, when it came down to it, Yi Chen's experience of soloing the dungeon wasn't particularly remarkable. But even though it was just a casual retelling, Lin Changfeng listened with great interest. So strong. Really too strong. So, in the end, that Black Spirit King ended up working for you? Hearing this, Lin Changfeng felt it was incredibly fresh. After all, Who goes to clear a dungeon without wanting to finish it as quickly as possible? Yet Yi Chen managed to take an unconventional route and actually train the final boss, the Black Spirit King, like a dog. Brilliant, truly brilliant. By the way, President Lin, how do I use that Black Spirit Pearl? Can I directly find someone to craft a piece of exclusive professional equipment for you? To be honest, Yi Chen couldn't empathize with Lin Changfeng's excitement at all. He had come here just to figure out what the Black Spirit Pearl was. Now that he knew its powerful function, Yi Chen certainly wouldn't waste it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Changfeng said directly, "Well, how about this? You hand over the Black Spirit Pearl to me first, and then I'll take a drop of your blood. By tonight, I can give you a piece of exclusive equipment for a necromancer. Oh, by the way, what type of equipment do you want? You can choose the type?" Hearing this, Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Of course, Lin Changfeng smiled, since it's handcrafted, you can choose whatever type you want. As for the initial purchase of common source equipment and the craftsman's manufacturing fee, I'll cover that for you. Then thank you in advance, President Lin. In that case, I want a ring-type equipment. Yi Chen smiled and directly stated his request. Alright, you little rascal. Specifically picking the most expensive one. Lin Changfeng laughed heartily, not taking it too seriously. But to be fair, the most expensive types of equipment to craft are indeed rings and necklaces. But it didn't matter. Since he had already said he would take care of crafting for Yi Chen, the cost was irrelevant. After all, it was just a first-tier equipment, and it wouldn't break the bank for Lin Changfeng. By the way, suddenly remembering something, Lin Changfeng took out over 100 bottles of bright red potions from his backpack. Actually, regarding your soloing the Azura level dungeon, I should have expressed my appreciation. I almost forgot in the moment of excitement. Here are 100 bottles of first-tier beast blood potions, which can directly increase your monster killing experience gain by 100%. Lasts for 1 hour. And here are 10 bottles of second-tier beast blood potions, which can increase your monster killing experience gain by 200%, also lasting for only 1 hour. You should level up well these days. Strive to reach a level you're satisfied with by the time the training camp starts. Beast blood potions? Seeing these, Yi Chen was still a bit surprised. He had only seen this in textbooks and was seeing it in reality for the first time. After all, this stuff had never even appeared in the trading hall of Tianshui City. Even at the monthly auctions held in the trading hall, only a very limited number would show up, usually not exceeding 10 bottles. Even a single first-tier beast blood potion would be worth at least $1 million. As for the second-tier beast blood potions, they were even more valuable and hard to find. It might not even be possible to buy one for tens of millions. It's not an exaggeration to say that, even though Yi Chen had just completed a dungeon run and already had over 100 million dragon coins, its value couldn't compare to the more than 100 bottles of beast blood potions that Lin Changfeng casually gifted him. The most important thing was that these items couldn't be bought with money. With the same 100 million dragon coins, anyone with a functioning brain would choose the 100 bottles of first-tier beast blood potions, because, even if you had the money, you still couldn't buy these things. President Lin, this reward seems a bit too extravagant, doesn't it? To be honest, Yi Chen could hardly believe it. Completing a Shura-level dungeon actually came with such exaggerated rewards? However, Lin Changfeng simply shook his head lightly. If it were an ordinary first-tier adventurer team, this reward would indeed be excessive, but you are different. This little bit, to put it plainly, is actually part of my year-end bonus. Consider it my personal investment in you. Just accept it. Alright, thank you, President Lin. Yi Chen nodded solemnly. With these beast blood potions, he could level up even faster. No need to thank me. Mainly, I didn't know you actually had the ability to solo a Shura-level dungeon. That was my oversight. If I had given you these beast blood potions earlier, you might have already been able to start your second-tier advancement quest by now. Lin Changfeng sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't predict the future, so he could only make up for it as best as he could. The most regrettable thing was that Yi Chen had already completed a dungeon today. If he wanted to continue, he would have to wait until tomorrow. No, wait. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng suddenly realized he had overlooked something. By the way, Yi Chen, you said you just soloed a Shura-level dungeon, right? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. What's up, President Lin? Ha, that's great. Lin Changfeng laughed heartily. Since you soloed it, you can just team up later to share someone else's dungeon runs. You probably don't know, but the experience gained from killing monsters in a dungeon isn't shared with teammates. There's such a mechanism? Yi Chen genuinely didn't know this, as it wasn't covered in textbooks. In fact, there was very little knowledge about dungeons taught in class. Ever since the era of great upheaval began over 500 years ago, the current era, subjects like language, math, and foreign languages are no longer the main focus. Practical skills, monster encyclopedias, combat techniques, and wilderness geography. These subjects are what everyone considers the most important. There is information about dungeons, but for the average person, it isn't very useful. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Changfeng smiled lightly. Yes, that's why many people team up to enter dungeons, because they can share dungeon runs, and most will gather a full team of 10. The goal is to return the team leader to others after a failed dungeon run, allowing them to continue entering the dungeon. Got it. Yi Chen nodded seriously. If that were the case, he indeed needed to find a team. Moreover, he wouldn't need those people to exert themselves. As long as they didn't talk too much and could provide dungeon runs, that would be enough. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly became excited. Originally, he thought that now that he finally had beast blood potions, he could level up faster. But if he couldn't run dungeons, it would be a waste of a whole day. Now, with the idea Lin Changfeng provided, it could significantly boost his leveling efficiency. Moreover, he had previously been puzzled about why Chen Yang and the others could enter the dungeon multiple times in the Black Spirit Forest while he could only enter once. Now it all made sense. Auntie, is my cousin home? After returning home, Chen Shiyu headed straight to the Tian Shuili family. Her goal was clear. She wanted to find Li Qing, no matter what. As long as there is a little opportunity, Li Cheng and Yi Chen must be brought closer together. This guy is too strong. If they could become a family in the future, then Chen Shiyu could also benefit from it. To be honest, she also wants to. Unfortunately, back in the Black Spirit Forest instance, Yi Chen had no feelings for her at all, not even willing to let her join the team to farm monsters. So, Chen Shiyu, feeling helpless, had to resort to this desperate measure. Otherwise, with such a strong man, she would have made her move long ago. How could she let this opportunity slip away to someone else? At this moment, after hearing Chen Shiyu's words, Wang Shuiying, who was Chen Shiyu's mother's sister, spoke up directly. Your sister is in the bedroom. She farmed monsters all night yesterday and is still sleeping. Still sleeping? If she keeps sleeping, she doesn't even know how many opportunities she's missed. Saying this, Chen Shiyu pushed open Li Qing's bedroom door. Li Qing, don't sleep anymore. Ha? Oh, it's Shiyu Jia. Is there something? Li Qing rubbed her eyes and finally saw who it was. I have something to ask you. How's your relationship with Yi Chun from your school? It's okay. He even took me to farm the hand instance yesterday. After waking up, Li Qing recalled and felt a bit happy. How could she not know about the big scene with Hanishu in the novice instance yesterday? Moreover, Yi Chen even said in front of Hanishu that he would rather choose her than get any closer to Hanishu. Isn't that clearly giving her a chance? However, upon hearing this, Chen Shiyu exploded. Wow, he actually took you to farm the instance? What's wrong with that? Is there a problem? There's a big problem. Chen Shiyu sighed, looking frustrated. Then, she recounted everything that happened this morning to Li Qing. Following that, Chen Shiyu got straight to the point. Let me tell you, this is a big opportunity for you. If you can become Yi Chen's woman, who knows how happy you will be in the future. If it weren't for the fact that I, your sister, have no chance anymore, I wouldn't let such a good man go to you for free. While there's still a chance, hurry up and make your move. If you wait until he grows up, you might not even have the qualification to look at him for the rest of your life. But, I can't just force myself on him, right? Hearing Chen Shiyu's words, Li Qing suddenly panicked. She was already a bit shy. How could she put aside her pride to pursue a boy? Anyway, let me tell you, someone just messaged me saying Yi Chen is in the task hall, probably looking for some instance task to farm again. The opportunity is right here. Whether you can seize it depends on you. Don't think too much. A girl chasing a boy is just a thin veil. Just go ahead and love him directly. While saying this, Chen Shiyu had a sly smile on her face. Can I really do it? If you can, then stop hesitating. Yi Chen is probably being watched by so many girls right now. If you go a minute late, you don't know how many rivals you'll have. Chen Shiyu was almost speechless. If she hadn't already been rejected by Yi Chen, she would have gotten up long ago. Alright, then. I'll give it a try. Li Qing got out of bed, and after Chen Shiyu helped her get ready, they headed straight to the task hall. Meanwhile, in the task hall, after Yi Chen arrived here, he prepared to look for another first-level instance commission. Anyway, once he got there would definitely be quite a few professionals at the instance entrance. At that time, he could just find a teammate who looked a bit quieter and wouldn't be too annoying. After all, I just want to get a few more runs in the dungeon. This one seems good. Venomous Swamp. The dungeon has been open for 18 days. Only 12 days left. Go in and look for illusionary poison grass. Each plant costs 1 million dragon coins. Without thinking much, after directly paying a deposit of 2 million dragon coins, Yi Chen received the task and the coordinates for the venomous swamp dungeon entrance. However, just as he stepped out, Yi Chen ran into a familiar face. "Hey, Yi Chen, you're here too?" Seeing Yi Chen, Li Cheng immediately panicked and couldn't even speak. After struggling for a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. What a coincidence, Yi Chen, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to run a dungeon," Yi Chen replied casually. Suddenly remembering something, he spoke again. "By the way, have you run a dungeon today? If not, we can go together." After all, his goal was to find someone who hadn't run a dungeon yet. Li Qing was shy and quiet, just the kind of ideal teammate he was looking for. Moreover, during the beginner dungeon, Li Qing had helped him quite a bit, and at that time, he had nothing to repay her. Now was the perfect opportunity. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's invitation, Li Qing's face instantly turned as red as a beet. Yi Chen was actually inviting her? Was this a date? Did Yi Chen really like her? In just a moment, a little drama played out in Li Qing's mind. On the way here, Chen Shiyu had prepared many pickup lines for her. However, when she actually saw Yi Chen, all those random pickup lines were instantly forgotten. After all, she never expected Yi Chen would take the initiative to invite her, because Qin Shiyu had also told her that she had personally invited Yi Chen before, and he had rejected her with just one sentence. Not a single word more. Now he was taking the initiative to invite her. Did he really like her? Can I? I really haven't run a dungeon today, but will I hold you back? After all, my strength is really too weak. It's fine. Yi Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head. Once we enter the dungeon, you just need to lie there and do nothing. I can handle it myself. Ha! Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Qing's face turned even redder. But Yi Chen didn't linger. He directly pulled her into the team and headed towards the venomous swamp dungeon entrance in the eastern district of Tianshui City. Along the way, Li Qing followed Yi Chen like a well-behaved little girlfriend. More than 2 hours later, close to 6 in the afternoon, Yi Chen brought Li Qing finally arrived at the venomous swamp dungeon entrance. During these 2 hours, Yi Chen didn't waste any time. He summoned all the skeletons from his summoning space and kept hunting monsters in the wild. By the time they reached the dungeon entrance, his experience had increased from 58% at level 18 to 74%. Although it was only an increase of 16%, it was still good. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, Yi Chen took a look around. At a glance, unlike the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, the venomous swamp dungeon entrance had a much larger crowd of players. There were at least 1,000 people. It couldn't be helped. The Black Spirit Forest had only just appeared a few days ago, and many people didn't want to bother with the grind. They preferred to wait until someone successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty and then directly benefit from it by paying for the strategy. But the situation was different at the venomous swamp. The nightmare difficulty had already been broken through several days ago. After all, many precious materials simply didn't exist in the normal and hard dungeons. Only in the nightmare difficulty did the real adventure begin. Lord Yi Chen, do we need to find other teammates? Is it really okay with just the two of us? Li Qing asked softly as she was brought to the entrance of the dungeon by Yi Chen. It's fine, Yi Chen casually replied, then squeezed into the crowd, making his way toward the entrance of the venomous swamp dungeon. However, halfway through, Yi Chen was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man in his 30s. "Young man, are you here to run this dungeon too?" "Ha!" Yi Chen glanced at him. "Is there something? If you're inviting me to join your team, then I'm sorry. I already have a teammate." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the middle-aged man instinctively looked at Li Qing beside him, then shook his head and said, "No. I wanted to tell you, don't go into this dungeon for now." "Why is that?" Yi Chen was a bit confused, wondering why they couldn't run it now. "Don't you know? This dungeon has already been booked by the Yin Zhaochu family. They are reportedly looking for a material called illusionary poison grass in the Hell level or Azura level dungeons." The middle-aged man didn't hold back and directly explained the reason to Yi Chen. "Illusionary poison grass?" Yi Chen found the name somewhat familiar. Then why is there also a quest for this in our Tianshui city's task hall? That was issued by our Lu family in Tianshui, trying to compete with the Yin Zhaochu family. Both families want to collect this material. However, our Lu family's strength isn't very strong. The day before yesterday, after a little friction between the two families here, the Lu family from Tianshui was chased away, leaving only the people from the Yin Zhaochu family. I see. Yi Chen was too lazy to think too much. He just wanted to enter the dungeon to farm monsters and take on that illusionary poison grass quest, which, to put it simply, was just to obtain the coordinates for the dungeon entrance. As for the value of this material, it wasn't important to him. Even to put it another way, even if Yi Chen entered the dungeon and didn't find a single illusionary poison grass, and in the end didn't get his deposit back. Spending 2 million to buy the coordinates for a dungeon entrance wouldn't be considered a loss. Lord Yi-Chen, why don't we just switch to another dungeon? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the usually timidly Qing couldn't help but speak up softly. No need. Yi-Chen smiled gently, ignoring the middle-aged man's advice, and took Li Qing's hand, heading straight for the dungeon entrance. Hey, why aren't you listening to advice, young man? The second-tier professionals from the Chu family guarding the dungeon entrance really will kill. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man panicked. That's how it is with big families. Moreover, not to mention big families, as long as you're in the wild, it's universally recognized as a lawless place. To survive in the wild, you either have to have enough strength, or you have to accept the danger of losing your life at any moment. After all, even if you are really killed by someone, in the end, you can just blame it on the wild monsters, insisting that you were killed by a beast. What can anyone do? Except for those big families, who can afford to investigate, ordinary people have no chance for revenge at all. Because of this, members of those families can act lawlessly in the wild. After all, once you leave the safety of the city, in the wild, it's all about strength. And just a moment ago, a team of first-tier professionals, not believing in evil, tried to force their way into the dungeon. But before they could do much, they were wiped out by the second-tier professionals from the Chu family. However, Yi-Chen wasn't afraid. Although his ordinary skeletons were weak, with the support of the skeleton mage and the invisible skeleton, those mere second-tier professionals would only be seconds away from being killed. After all, he was just a mere second-tier practitioner. How could he compare to those ghostly swordsmen and the Black Spirit King monsters in the Shura-level dungeons, whose attributes reached 400 to 500 points? It's no exaggeration to say that an ordinary second-tier practitioner, even one who has reached level 30 and attained the peak of second-tier strength, would be lucky to average 200 to 300 points in attributes. Just then, as Yi-Chen approached the entrance of the dungeon, a group of over a dozen level 30 practitioners stood directly in his way. One bald warrior stepped forward, towering nearly 2 meters tall, looking down at Yi-Chen with disdain. Kid, this place has already been booked by our Chu family. If you don't want to die, get lost. With that, the dozen or so second-tier practitioners behind him immediately surrounded Yi-Chen. Get out of the way. Yi-Chen coldly uttered 2 words, his sharp gaze cutting through the air like a dagger, piercing the bodies of those second-tier practitioners. Ha! A little brat who hasn't even grown up yet, still wants to show off in front of me? As he spoke, the bald warrior cast a detection spell on Yi-Chen. Necromancer? Haven't seen this class before. Come. Let your father see what kind of thing this necromancer really is. With that, the bald warrior drew his long knife and swung it down towards Yi-Chen's head. Swish! The blade fell, and Yi-Chen was instantly cut in half. Just this. Wait, what the hell is this skeleton? Just as the bald warrior was about to laugh, he froze when he saw the shattered skeleton on the ground. What the hell? What kind of trick is this? The bald warrior was stunned. Just a second ago, he had seen that young man standing right in front of him, and now, after the blade fell, he had turned into a pile of broken bones. What, still looking for me? At that moment, Yi-Chen's voice suddenly came from not far behind the bald warrior. What the hell? Hearing that eerie voice, the bald warrior felt a chill run down his spine, nearly jumping in fright. Why you? When did you get behind me? The bald warrior stumbled back a few steps, pointing at Yi-Chen in terror. However, Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Invisible skeletons. Attack! With a thought, over 100 skeletons eerily emerged from the air, surrounding the bald warrior. Before he could react, the skeletal dual blades in the hands of those 100 invisible skeletons had already struck him. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the bald warrior didn't even know what had happened before he was subjected to a brutal execution by the invisible skeletons. In just a few seconds, his entire body had turned into a skeleton with a few pieces of flesh hanging off. Seeing this scene, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. What the hell? What kind of trick is this? Where did those skeletons come from? So fierce. In the blink of an eye, a peak second-tier practitioner was killed by those skeletons? So strong. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The looks they cast at Yi-Chen revealed panic and fear. No one expected that a mere level 18 practitioner, who had just advanced to the first tier, could so easily annihilate a second-tier practitioner. This was too exaggerated, right? Not only the onlooking practitioners, the bald warrior's teammates were also instantly dumbfounded. Those suddenly appearing skeletons were simply too bizarre. They hadn't even noticed when those dual-blade-wielding skeletons had appeared beside them. But none of that mattered anymore. These skeletons could kill the bald warrior in an instant, and they could do the same to them. They had to know. The bald warrior is an S-class main defense warrior. His physical attributes exceed 300 points. If such resistance can be directly killed by those dual-blade skeletons, how could these fragile ones possibly have any chance of survival? If they stay here any longer, their fate will likely be the same as their boss. Retreat! Quick, let's call for help from the Chu family. Someone shouted, and the dozen or so second-tier professionals immediately fled without looking back. However, they hadn't run far when they suddenly saw the endless, massive army of skeletons surrounding them. What the hell is this? Seeing the skeleton army before them, the dozen or so professionals panicked. But one of the leaders reacted first, realizing that the strength of these skeletons was completely different from those elusive skeletons earlier. Brothers, don't panic. These skeletons are very weak, with all attributes only around 20 or 30 points. We are second-tier professionals. As long as we cooperate well and find a breakthrough, we can easily kill our way out. With those words, the professionals were immediately calmed down. Yes, skeletons with all attributes of 20 or 30 points are at most the strength of mid-tier first-tier professionals. What were they worried about? Without a second thought, the dozen second-tier professionals quickly formed a group and charged in one direction. Thunder strike, shield charge, rain of arrows, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the skeleton army was quickly blasted open by the group attack skills of these second-tier professionals, creating a huge gap. Seeing this glimmer of hope, the second-tier professionals became excited. These skeletons are too weak. That's right. If it weren't for Brother Kai being ambushed earlier, he could have easily countered. Brothers, charge out. Singing loudly, those second-tier professionals, with their heads heated and fearless, charged towards the skeleton army. But it wasn't long before they noticed something was wrong. Damn! There were too many skeletons. They had just used a large area group attack skill to blast open a gap, and in less than a second, even more skeletons filled that breach. However, it was already too late for them to retreat. What the hell? How many skeletons are there? We can't kill them all. It's impossible. This is terrifying. Could it be that all these skeletons were summoned by that young man? Impossible. How could he have so much mental power? One of the mage professionals, after casting a group attack skill, couldn't help but be stunned. Looking around, the sky was filled with a pale white. Skeletons. All skeletons. In all directions. Extending at least several thousand meters, everything was covered by these skeletons. To kill all these skeletons was simply impossible. Even worse, it didn't stop there. As a mage, his perception of elements far exceeded that of those physical professionals. Just as they were surrounded for a short time, he suddenly felt a terrifying wave of death element energy surging towards them. Instinctively, he couldn't help but look up. He saw thousands of dark gray necromantic missiles in the air, like a pitch-black cloud, completely shrouding the sky above them. Oh my god. At that moment, the mage professional, along with the other dozen second-tier professionals, didn't even have time to resist before being completely obliterated by the thousands of necromantic missiles. Finally over. Standing on the other side, Yichen let out a gentle sigh. In the next second, with a thought, he instantly erased the countless skeletons that had covered the area within several thousand meters, all of them drawn into his summoning space. It was as if these skeletons had never existed at all. If it weren't for the remains of the few second-tier professionals that had just been smashed into fragments on the ground, no one would have imagined that a fierce battle had just taken place here. This is just too brutal. Dozens of second-tier professionals just vanished like that? Who the hell is that guy? Could it be that all those thousands of skeletons were summoned by him? Isn't that a bit too strong? I just checked his information. Isn't he just a first-tier professional? How could he be this powerful? Necromancer? I've never seen this profession before. Could it be some bizarre hidden class? This is outrageous. Dozens of second-tier professionals had no ability to resist in front of him and were all killed just like that? This is a bit against the heavens. At this moment, the professionals who had been watching nearby were completely stunned. How could this guy be so fierce? A first tier taking down second tier without even blinking. It was simply unreasonable. However, Yichen was too lazy to think about all that. It was these second tier professionals who insisted on blocking his way into the dungeon, and if it weren't for his recently acquired soul transfer, life-saving skill, that bald warrior's blade would have truly split him in half. It was clearly a lethal attack. How could he bypass them? Now that the matter was resolved, Yichen didn't want to think too much about it. Let's go, Li Cheng. You take the lead and directly open the Shura-level difficulty dungeon. Turning around, Yichen spoke directly to Li Cheng. However, Li Cheng had just recovered from her shock, and upon hearing Yichen's words, she was stunned again. Yichen, are you serious? Just the two of us? Open a Shura-level difficulty? After this sentence, the surrounding professionals also lost their composure. Wait, did I hear that right? He actually said he wants to open a Shura-level dungeon? He can't possibly think that just because he killed a few second-tier professionals, he can challenge a Shura-level dungeon, right? How ridiculously arrogant. The most absurd part is, that kid's team only has 2 people. Yeah, and that girl is a hunter. I've seen that profession, and aside from quickly finding monsters, it has no other use. So, is that kid planning to solo the Shura-level dungeon? Is he crazy? Yi Chen paid no attention to their discussions. He directly confirmed with Li Qing, that's right, just open the Shura-level difficulty. Okay. As Li Qing opened the dungeon entrance, she said to Yi Chen, but I have to tell you in advance, I won't be of much use in this Shura-level dungeon. You don't need to be of any use. Didn't I tell you before? Just lie there and I'll handle it myself, Yi Chen casually said, then quietly waited for Li Qing to open the dungeon. Okay. Nodding obediently, Li Qing directly opened the dungeon. Ding, you have opened a first-tier dungeon entrance, Venomous Swamp. Please select the dungeon difficulty you want to open, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, Shura. Venomous Space Dungeon Collapse Countdown, 12 days. Select Shura level difficulty. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing tried to calm her emotions before directly opening the Shura level difficulty. Oh heavens, please ensure I stay safe. While opening the dungeon, Li Qing silently prayed in her heart. However, if Yi Chen heard this, he would probably laugh out loud. If it was my first time tackling a Shura level dungeon, I would indeed need to pray a little. But now that I have experience from one run through a Shura level dungeon, charging through this toxic swamp, there's really no pressure at all. Not to mention, compared to my last attempt at the Black Forest, my strength has increased several times. Name, Yi Chen. Profession, first rank Necromancer, unique rank, level, 18 strength, 59 spirit, 1004 constitution, 159 agility, 59. At a glance, with over 1,000 points in spirit attributes, I gain a whopping 10% boost to all attributes of my skeletons. Now, the base attributes of a regular skeleton have already reached 18 points, and with the spirit boost, it directly hits around 20 points. The skeleton mages are even more formidable, with a base spirit attribute of 36 points, and after the boost, they reach a staggering 40 points in spirit power. What's even scarier is that necromantic missile has a damage bonus of 10 times the spirit power. That's equivalent to an attack power of 400 points in spirit. It's simply overwhelming. Not only that, but after a few hours of replenishment, the number of regular skeletons in Yi Chen's army has increased from over 73,000, right after finishing the Black Forest dungeon, to over 87,000. The number of skeleton mages has also reached nearly 9,000. The number of invisible skeletons is relatively small, as it's a newly acquired skill, and like the skeleton mages, it takes 10 seconds to summon one, so there are currently less than 1,500. But even with these 1,500 invisible skeletons, once they initiate a decapitation strike and focus fire on a single target, the damage is quite terrifying. After all, infinite invisibility is an incredibly frightening ability. Closing the attribute panel, Yi Chen instinctively glanced at the record of the dungeon strategy for the Toxic Swamp. Toxic Swamp Dungeon Strategy Record. Normal level, 15 hours 53 minutes 18 seconds. Hard level, 42 hours 16 minutes 47 seconds. Nightmare level, 105 hours 22 minutes 8 seconds. Hell level, second stage 56%. Shura level, none yet. At a glance, although the progress of the Toxic Swamp has reached Hell level difficulty, the record for this dungeon strategy is much longer than that of the previous Black Forest. So, is it because the Toxic Swamp is a bit harder than the Black Forest? With a slight smile, Yi Chen stopped overthinking and directly followed Li Qing into the dungeon. Look, those two went in. Goodness, are they really going to tackle a Shura level dungeon? I just heard, that girl is indeed going for the Shura level difficulty. Impressive. Are the young people today this brave? Or do they not know what the Shura level dungeon is really like? I'm dying of laughter. The nightmare level dungeon I did before, just the first stage's toxic sphere, was impossible for a human to handle. Exactly, and they're going for Shura level? That's just ridiculous. I bet that guy wants to show off in front of his sister. Laughing to death, this time he's really risking his life to show off. Let's see how long it takes for this guy to get killed out of the dungeon. After seeing Yi Chen and the other enter the dungeon, hundreds or even thousands of adventurers eagerly awaited, wanting to see what Yi Chen was capable of. After all, this is a Shura level difficulty. Throughout history, very few adventurers have managed to solo it. Even in groups, the risk of being wiped out is extremely high. Otherwise, how could it be that this toxic swamp dungeon has been open for over half a month and only reached hell level difficulty? What's even more outrageous is, this toxic swamp dungeon can be said to be the hardest dungeon among the first-ranked dungeons. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the discussions of those professionals were lost on Yi Chen. After entering the instance, he saw the surroundings, a dim, dark green everywhere. In the distance, there were bizarre, withered trees and branches, leaning haphazardly in the ground, as if they would snap if touched. Ding, you have been affected by deadly poisonous miasma, reducing attack power by 10% and defense by 30%. So, it's all this deadly poisonous miasma. No wonder I felt a bit uncomfortable as soon as I entered this instance. A 30% reduction in defense wasn't much for Yi Chen. After all, the 3 types of skeletons didn't have high defense. Fortunately, his attack power wasn't reduced by much. That was the lucky part. How strange. Yi Chen, can we really defeat this Shura level difficulty instance? At that moment, when Li Qing glanced at the surrounding environment, she couldn't help but swallow nervously. Under the tension, even beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Don't worry. Yi Chen smiled faintly and then summoned his entire army of skeletons from his summoning space. Looking around, a staggering 100,000 skeletons filled the entire field of vision. Kill! With a slight thought, the 100,000 skeletons immediately began to move. Before long, some skeletons discovered the first batch of monsters. Yi Chen switched his perspective and found that there were about 20 to 30 spider monsters, crawling on the branches, each about half a meter in size. At that moment, when Yi Chen looked at them, those 20 to 30 pairs of eerie green eyes were also fixated on Yi Chen. Shura level deadly poisonous demon spider, LV11, strength, 55 spirit, 60 constitution, 50 agility, 40 skill demon spider's web, releases a demon spider's web to enemies within, spirit x1, meters, dealing, spirit x5, points of damage and adding a 1-second immobilization effect. Immobilization, unable to move. It must be said that although the attributes of this deadly poisonous demon spider were similar to those of the previous Shadow Knight cat, its skilled demon spider's web was too powerful. The normal attack directly released a web. Although the damage wasn't high, the added 1-second immobilization effect was terrifying. You must know, if it were an ordinary person, a slight misstep and being hit once, what awaited next could be an infinite chain control. There would be no way out. Unless one's movement skills were exceptional, there would be no chance of clearing even the first phase of this instance. My god, is this the monster of a Shura level difficulty instance? These attributes are too outrageous. Just as Yi Chen was about to command the skeletons to attack, Li Qing suddenly spoke up. However, those deadly poisonous demon spiders were still a kilometer away. With so many withered trees and branches blocking the view, how did Li Qing see them? Li Qing, you saw those deadly poisonous demon spiders too? Ah, yes, Li Qing instinctively replied. When we just entered the wilderness, and you released those skeletons, I also received a prompt that allowed me to switch my perspective to those skeletons. Wow, this talent skill can be shared with teammates? Yi Chen was immediately astonished. He had always been soloing, even in the novice instance. He had never teamed up with Li Qing, so he had no idea about this information. Now it felt like a new world had opened up. However, since this soul symbiosis talent skill could be shared with teammates, what about the second talent soul transfer? With that thought, Yi Chen directly released a normal skeleton from the summoning space, placing it a few meters away. Immediately after, Yi Chen focused his attention on Li Qing and the skeleton, activating his talent. Soul transfer. Whoosh! In an instant, the positions of Li Qing and the skeleton swapped. Ah! The sudden displacement startled Li Qing, causing her to scream. However, Yi Chen was shocked. My goodness! I didn't expect that all my talent skills could actually be shared with my teammates, but it seems that only the soul symbiosis allows teammates to use it freely. As for soul transfer, that can only be used by me. After testing this effect, Yi Chen was completely amazed by the Necromancer class. Truly a talent skill. This effect was indeed far stronger than ordinary skills. Moreover, he had felt that his talent was more than just this. Now it seemed there was still a lot of potential to develop. Without further thought, after testing the effect of this second talent, Yi Chen directly commanded the skeletons to start attacking the venomous magic spiders. Little skeletons, hold the front line. Don't let the skeleton mages get attacked. Skeleton mages, attack. With a single command, thousands of ordinary skeletons instantly surrounded the venomous magic spiders perched on the branches. Hiss hiss hiss. At that moment, the venomous magic spiders felt the hostility from the skeleton army. The next second, dozens of spider webs shot out from their bodies. However, these mere dozens of spider webs could not stop the advance of the skeleton army. When the frontmost skeleton was ensnared by the webs and unable to move, the skeletons behind it simply trampled over its body, crossing over without hesitation. This scene would surely scare any ordinary human to death. Just then, the skeleton mages in the back began to take action. Necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile. In just a moment, with hundreds of necromantic missiles whistling through the air, not only were the venomous magic spiders obliterated, but even the decayed branches beneath them were completely destroyed. Ding! You have killed LV11 venomous magic spider. You gain 110 plus 200% experience. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, phase 10, 23%. Ha! This venomous magic spider only has 0.1% progress? Seeing this dungeon progress, even Yi-Chin couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder this venomous swamp dungeon was so hard to clear. Just this first phase would take quite a bit of time. However, this didn't matter to Yi-Chin. After all, it was all skeletons doing the fighting. He didn't need to lift a finger, just slowly grind it out. Ding! You have killed LV11 venomous magic spider. You gain 110 plus 200% experience. Ding! Ding! Watching the string of kill notifications, Yi-Chin felt quite satisfied. In just half an hour, his experience bar at level 18 was completely filled. Ding! Your level has increased, current, LV19. Ding! You have received upgrade rewards, 5 points to all attributes, 50 points to free attributes. Nice! The effect of this second tier beast blood potion is just too powerful. 26% of the experience bar filled up so quickly. I have to say, this second tier beast blood potion is amazing. Although it only lasts for an hour, the effect is explosive. Directly double the extra experience, it's simply delightful. After leveling up, the full 50 points of free attributes were directly added to his mental attribute. Not only that, under the enhancement of the 5-star attribute growth template, other attributes also received a significant boost after leveling up. Name, Yi-Chin, LV19, Profession, First rank Necromancer, only level, Strength, 64 Spirit, 1059 Constitution, 164 Agility, 64. Not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi-Chin continued to watch his skeleton army as they farmed monsters. Moreover, seeing Yi-Chin's skeletons so powerful, the originally tense Li Qing also relaxed. Yi-Chen's skeletons are too amazing. These are monsters from a Shura level difficulty dungeon, and he's slaughtering them so easily? Witnessing Yi-Chen's skeletons kill monsters in an orderly fashion like a legion, Li Qing was completely shocked. This is the super genius who dominated the top of the rankings at Tianshui No. 1 high school for 3 years, both in academics and martial arts. Commanding 100,000 skeletons was as simple as eating and drinking. To be honest, if he handed over all these 100,000 skeletons to me, just directing them to kill monsters would tire me out. And now, Yi-Chin was just sitting here, as if nothing was happening. However, if Yi-Chin heard this, he would probably laugh to death. These skeletons didn't need any command at all. Anyway, the dungeon was only this big, and once the skeletons were released, they could just be left to roam freely without consuming any mental energy. However, outside the dungeon, when the onlookers saw the change in Yi-Chen's dungeon progress, they were instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap, look, the dungeon progress moved. First stage 0, 23%? This guy just entered the dungeon for less than 2 minutes and has already killed over 20 venomous demon spiders? Unbelievable. Those venomous demon spiders have control skills. How could they be killed so easily? This is outrageous. It changed again, now at 0, 56% progress. So fast. This monster killing efficiency is terrifying. It went up again, now at 21%. What the hell? This guy is going insane. Yeah, in such a short time, he has already killed over 100 venomous spiders. This is too insane. Can those webs from the venomous spiders not affect him at all? Seeing Yi-Chen's dungeon progress skyrocketing, the onlookers went wild. You have to understand. This is a Shura level difficulty dungeon. In just 1 or 2 minutes, he directly killed over 100 monsters. To put it bluntly, with such a speed, even if they were in a normal level dungeon, they couldn't kill this fast. Moreover, let alone killing. In 1 or 2 minutes, even finding so many monsters would be impossible. Yet, now they were witnessing this terrifying scene. Just then, at the dungeon entrance, several figures appeared before the crowd. Sigh. Failed again. How is the hell level difficulty of the venomous swamp so outrageous? The boy speaking was named Chu Ran, an SSS level genius from the Chu family in Silverlight City. This time, he happened to accompany his family on a mission to collect illusionary poison grass and came to Tianshui City, led by 9 peak first-rank guardian professionals, to train. However, They didn't expect the hell-level difficulty of the venomous swamp to far exceed their imagination. Previously, they had exerted all their strength and could barely break through the first stage. This time, they didn't even last through 10% of the first stage. Too careless. I can't release skills recklessly. I must take this seriously. Chu Ran took a deep breath, preparing to recover before charging into the dungeon again. But, just then, he suddenly noticed something was off. Wait, where are Chu Feng and the others? Why can't I see them? After looking around for a long time, Chu Ran still couldn't find the bald warrior and his group who had been guarding the entrance to the dungeon. What's going on? Chu Ran was a bit confused. He directly called over a first-tier professional nearby and had his subordinates forcefully interrogate him. Soon, he understood the reason behind it. Someone named Yi Chen killed all the people from the Chu family? Where did this guy come from? He even entered a Shura-level dungeon? Is he crazy? Chu Ran frowned. However, when he saw the screen behind him that recorded the progress of entering the dungeon, he was instantly dumbfounded. Li Qing's Team Venomous Swamp Dungeon Progress, Stage 1-8, 36%. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You mean he just went in for a few minutes and has already reached 8% progress in the first stage? That's a venomous demon spider. How could he be so fast? After seeing the information about Yi Chen's dungeon progress, Chu Ran was instantly stunned. To be clear, the last time he entered a hell-level difficulty dungeon, he had to kill for nearly 2 to 3 hours and still hadn't reached 10% progress. Yet this guy went in for just a few minutes and reached 8%? How could it be so outrageous? Young master, I heard that recently in Tianshui City, a top genius named Yi Chen suddenly appeared. It can't be this person, right? At that moment, a guard beside him slowly approached and whispered, "Top genius? How top?" Hearing this, Chu Ran frowned and instinctively asked. The guard thought for a moment and replied directly, "It is said that he seems to be able to solo a Shura-level dungeon, and he just did it today. How is that possible?" Chu Ran instinctively shouted, "Even when I teamed up with those SSS-level geniuses from the Zheng family, we couldn't clear a Shura-level dungeon. He can solo it? I also heard it as a rumor, young master. Please don't be angry." Feeling Chu Ran's anger, the guard was so scared that he kept bowing and apologizing. However, Chu Ran couldn't care less. Soloing a Shura-level dungeon? Very well. Then let me see what skills you have to solo this Shura-level venomous swamp. But when the guard next to him thought that Yi Chen was the super genius capable of soloing a Shura-level dungeon, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Instinctively, the guard lowered his head and whispered to Chu Ran, "Young master, if this kid really solos the dungeon, what will we do about the illusory poison grass task that the master assigned to us?" Hearing the guard's words, Chu Ran's previously expectant expression suddenly darkened. Yes, although the family called him over just for training, the main task was still to collect illusory poison grass. After all, they were competing with the Lu family from Tianshui. But soon, Chu Ran smiled nonchalantly. "You mean, you really think this guy can solo this Shura-level dungeon? It's better to be safe than sorry." The guard looked worried, pouting as he spoke to Chu Ran, "Young master, if he really clears the Shura-level difficulty, this dungeon will disappear." Chu Ran chuckled, "Don't worry, even if it really is as you say, this guy can solo the Shura-level difficulty. When he comes out of the dungeon, we can still get the illusory poison grass. How do we get it?" The guard's eyes lit up, immediately asking. "Very simple." Chu Ran's lips curled slightly, "Then we just have to ask him to give it to us." When he said the word ask, Chu Ran noticeably emphasized it. Hearing this, the guard, who had just looked gloomy, suddenly brightened up. "Ha, I understand. Young master, are you saying that once this kid comes out of the dungeon, we will?" As he spoke, the guard made a gesture of slitting his throat towards Chu Ran. "After all, this is the wilderness. Killing someone here doesn't even require dealing with the body. No one cares who did it." "Look, you're so anxious." Chu Ran had a shrewd expression. "We should at least show some courtesy before resorting to violence, right? Although this illusion poison grass is something our Chu family has locked down, if he can solo a Shura-level dungeon, that would make him a top talent. If he is willing to join our Chu family, it would be a tremendous boon for us. If he doesn't want to, then we can only ask our Chu family members to have a good discussion with him." "Yes, yes, yes." The guard nodded repeatedly. "Young master, don't worry, I'll call Captain Chu Fei over right now." Don't bother me with these matters. I still want to see how long this guy can last in the Shura-level dungeon." Chu Ran nodded. Chu Fei is the captain of their Chu family's guard. He is at level 40, a peak SS-level professional. Although Chu Ran heard from that passerby that Yi Chen had killed more than a dozen of their Chu family's second-tier members, if he really understands the situation and is willing to join the Chu family, then those matters wouldn't be a big deal. After returning home, he could just report to his father, the head of the Chu family, that they sacrificed themselves heroically to protect him. If he is unwilling to join the Chu family, then the peak SS level Chu Fei will teach Yi-Chen what it means to be a person. By the way, they could also seize the illusion poison grass he scavenged from the Shura level dungeon. No matter how it goes, he wouldn't lose out. Inside the dungeon, Yi-Chen. Oh no, it should be the tens of thousands of skeletons summoned by Yi-Chen, still grinding monsters. Bored, he opened the dungeon progress panel and took a look. Current dungeon progress, stage 126, 36%. Wait, it's been an hour, and we've only progressed 26%? This is too slow. Yi-Chen sighed. It seems that just to finish this first stage, it would take 4 to 5 hours. By now, Yi-Chen finally understood why the completion rate for the ordinary difficulty of this venomous swamp dungeon takes over 10 hours. Not to mention anything else. Just this first stage would waste him 4 to 5 hours, let alone a regular team. Completing the ordinary difficulty in 15 to 16 hours is already quite impressive. However, after this hour, Yi-Chen's level also reached 73% experience at level 19, and he was about to level up to 20. Yi-Chen, is there anything I need to do? Li Qing, who had been sitting beside Yi-Chen, felt a bit embarrassed. After all, since she entered the dungeon, she hadn't done anything. She said she was here to grind the dungeon, but she had just been resting? Yi-Chen glanced at her and joked, if you want, you can go practice against those venomous demon spiders. If you're willing, I can activate my talent skill right now and teleport you right in front of those venomous demon spiders. No, I really can't do that. Li Qing's gaze flickered. Those are all Shura level monsters. How could I possibly defeat them? She was quite clear about her own strength. As a mere B-level professional hunter, she had basically no useful talents for combat. Rushing in front of the venomous demon spiders would be like seeking death, wouldn't it? By the way, these tree roots are uncomfortable to rest on. How about I make a temporary sofa for Yi-Chen? Suddenly thinking of something, Li Qing proposed directly. Sure. Yi-Chen did not refuse. After all, lying down on the roots of this tree was indeed uncomfortable. Moreover, in this venomous swamp, there were small branches everywhere, making it impossible to lean against anything. Compared to the environment of the Black Spirit Forest before, this was much worse. If there were a sofa, it would be extremely comfortable. Without hesitation, Li Qing quickly made 2 simple and comfortable little beds after collecting a pile of dry branches from around. Come on, Yi-Chen, you lie on top. Li Qing moved the simple bed in front of Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen did not hesitate and lay down directly on it. You can't say this isn't quite comfortable. I have to admit, Li Qing's hands-on ability is really strong. By the way, Yi-Chen, do we really not need to do anything? What else do you want to do? Yi-Chen closed his eyes to rest and casually replied, nothing, just feel a bit unbelievable. I feel like I'm not here to grind dungeons, but on vacation. Li Qing also lay down on her little bed, but it was a different one. She never expected that one day she would be so relaxed while grinding dungeons. That woman Hanishu is too stupid. Such a talented genius pursued her for 3 whole years, and in the end, she secretly met with that Chen Yang? She probably doesn't know that, let alone the current Yi-Chen. Even during school, there were quite a few people who had a crush on him, right? But that woman Hanishu actually handed over such a good man. It could make others laugh to death. And now, she could lie together with the one she had been thinking about, Yi-Chen. Although they weren't lying on the same bed, she was still quite satisfied. I wonder what Hanishu would feel if she saw this scene now. Meanwhile, after Hanishu left the entrance of the original Black Spirit Forest dungeon, she had just returned to Tianshui City. All the way, Hanishu's mood was extremely conflicted. She originally thought that with just one night's effort, relying on her SS-level super-strong profession, she could easily surpass Yi-Chen. But, unexpectedly, Yi-Chen had soloed a Shura-level difficulty dungeon overnight. At this moment, Hanishu completely regretted it. A person who could solo a Shura-level dungeon was, even within the entire Dragon Country, one of the top geniuses. Such a genius should have been easily within her grasp. But now, because of her foolish operation, she had involved Chen Yang, causing Yi-Chen to instantly change his attitude towards her. Right, all of this is because of Chen Yang. So as long as I clear the boundaries with that Chen Yang in the future, can I win back Yi-Chen's heart? It must be like that. Just like a few years ago, I was always testing Yi-Chen's true feelings for me. What he said to me yesterday must also be a test for me. Yes, it must be like that. Thinking of this, Hanishu suddenly felt enlightened. Ishu, what are you doing here? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ear. Turning her head, she saw her best friend from school, Xiaoya. What's up? What could I be doing? Xiaoya shrugged. I was just here to buy something, but I just saw Yi Chen seem to go out with Li Qing. Didn't you want to reconcile with Yi Chen yesterday? Aren't you afraid he might be taken away by that Li Qing? Yi Chen? Hearing this, Hanishu was momentarily stunned. Do you know where they went? I heard it seems to be the venomous swamp. Xiaoya thought for a moment and said directly, Venomous swamp? The one that the Lu family and the Yin Zhaochu family are competing for in the East District? Ah, I don't know about that, I just happened to see it while passing by. Xiaoya shrugged. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. I have things to do at home. Alright. Hanishu nodded. After seeing Xiaoya off, she immediately headed towards the direction of the toxic swamp dungeon in the East District. The Han family had wanted to clear this dungeon before, but seeing so many families involved, including the Lu family, who were their enemies, they decided to give up. That's why Hanishu knew where the toxic swamp dungeon was. No way! Yi Chen, you are mine. That woman Li Qing doesn't deserve you. You can only be by my side. While running, Hanishu cursed Li Qing in her heart, wishing her a miserable fate. Inside the dungeon, achoo! Just as Li Qing was about to imitate Yi Chen and take a nap on the small bed, a sudden sneeze startled her awake. What's wrong? Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and casually asked. I don't know. Li Qing shrugged. Maybe it's the toxic miasma in the dungeon that's a bit suffocating. Alright then. Yi Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Just then, he was about to close his eyes again to continue resting when suddenly a golden light shone down on him. Ding! You have killed LV11 Toxic Demon Spider. You have gained 110, plus 200%, experience points. Current dungeon progress, phase 134. 55%, ding, your level has increased, current, LV20. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards, 5 points to all attributes, 50 points to free attributes. Ding, your current level has risen to level 10, successfully triggering the second tier advancement task. Finally reached level 20? After casually adding all 50 free attribute points to Spirit, Yi Chen looked at the advancement task. Ding, your current level has risen to level 20. Please choose the difficulty of the advancement task you want to complete. 1-star difficulty reward, gain 5 points to all attributes, 60 points to free attributes after each level up. 2-star difficulty reward, gain 10 points to all attributes, 100 points to free attributes after each level up. 3-star difficulty reward, gain 20 points to all attributes, 200 points to free attributes after each level up. 4-star difficulty reward, gain 30 points to all attributes, 300 points to free attributes after each level up, and have a chance to gain a third exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward, gain 50 points to all attributes, 500 points to free attributes after each level up, and definitely gain a third exclusive talent. If I remember correctly, this second tier attribute growth template is based on the first tier attribute growth template. If the first tier template is only 1 star, even if the second tier attribute template completes a 5-star task, its attributes can't compare to those who have consistently completed 5-star tasks. So, it's equivalent to saying that if you slack off at the beginning, it will all be over when you try to work hard later. After looking at the effects of the 5-star second tier attribute growth templates, Yi Chen suddenly recalled what the teacher had taught in class about attribute growth templates. In summary, to become a top-tier powerhouse, besides awakening as an SSS level top-tier professional at the beginning, one must also choose the highest star level for the attribute growth template later on. Otherwise, if there's even one instance of slacking off, thinking that having awakened an SSS level profession means it doesn't matter what star level template you choose later, then you will eventually be eliminated. Because of this, the special training camp in Dongshan province, when screening talents, not only has level requirements but also requires attribute template star levels. However, Yi Chen certainly wouldn't be that foolish. Even if I am not a top-tier figure who has dominated the rankings for 3 years, just seeing the gap between these major star levels makes it clear to even a fool how important a high-star template is for a professional. Without further thought, Yi Chen directly confirmed the 5-star advancement task. Ding, you have chosen the 5-star advancement task. 5-star advancement task, successfully clear a level 20 or above Azura level dungeon solo. Additionally, obtain a Starshine Source Stone. Starshine Source Stone? What is that? After seeing this second-tier advancement task, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Clearing a level 20 or above Azura level dungeon is easy to understand. It's just about grinding through a wave of second-tier dungeons. However, Yi Chen had never learned about such a thing as the Starshine Source Stone. There was no way around it. Because in school, even if there was knowledge about professionals, it would only cover information about first-tier professionals at most. Beyond that, one would either have to go to a higher-level academy or rely on personal exploration, or be guided by other seniors. It seems that after finishing this dungeon run, I'll have to consult President Lin again. Yi Chen pursed his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he didn't know the information about the Starshine Source Stone, President Lin was already at level 60, a professional who had solidified his strength at the peak of the 5th tier for many years. He must know about this thing, but no matter what, it was definitely impossible to complete this 2nd tier advancement task directly in this dungeon. After all, the first condition of the advancement task is solo dungeon run. Since Li Cheng is still in Yi Chen's team, even if the Starshine Source Stone is not needed, they definitely can't complete the task through this dungeon. However, this dungeon was entered thanks to Li Cheng's runs, so there was no way around it. By the time they finished this dungeon, the day would be almost over. At that time, after asking President Lin what the Starshine Source Stone is, he could immediately start strategizing for this 2nd tier advancement task. But, just then, a familiar object suddenly appeared before Yi Chen. Wait, isn't that the illusionary poison grass? Wow, so this thing doesn't actually drop from monsters. After casually switching his view to a skeleton that was hunting monsters, Yi Chen suddenly discovered the illusionary poison grass from the item catalog of the previous commission task. However, just as Yi Chen locked his sight on this illusionary poison grass, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Your summoned creature has luckily discovered a special treasure in the Venomous Marsh dungeon, illusionary poison grass. Would you like to collect it? So, this thing actually doesn't drop from monsters but exists directly within the dungeon? Seeing this prompt, Yi Chen was still somewhat surprised. He originally thought that the illusionary poison grass from the commission task could drop directly from monsters, but perhaps due to a low drop rate, he had never obtained it. Now it seems, it can only be found in the dungeon. Collect all. Without hesitation, Yi Chen directly commanded the nearby skeleton summon to gather all the illusionary poison grass. Immediately after, a series of system prompts began to appear one after another. Ding! You have collected illusionary poison grass X1. Ding! Ding! After collecting more than 10, the system prompt finally stopped. I didn't expect to collect so many at once. If I remember correctly, the commission task for one illusionary poison grass seems to be worth a full 1 million. If that's the case, I just made over 10 million again? Goodness, the speed of making money is indeed outrageous. I never expected that the task in the Venomous Swamp would be this profitable. Thinking back to that Black Spirit Stone task, you could only earn 10,000 for one illusionary poison herb, a special herb, an essential material for pharmacists to create certain antidotes. Essential material for antidotes? Huh? No wonder the Tian Shui and Yin Zhao families are eyeing this material so closely. If there weren't such an antidote, I guess this antidote wouldn't have been made, right? Glancing at the information about the illusionary poison herb, Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested. He wasn't a pharmacist, he was just a bit curious about this material that both families were competing for. But, to gather over a dozen in such a short time, this shouldn't be a rare herb, right? Why are these two families expending so much effort to fight over it here? What Yi Chen didn't know was, if the Yin Zhao and Tian Shui families heard this, they would probably scold him to death. Goodness. For him, collecting the herbs was indeed not difficult, you should know. In hell-level dungeons, being able to gather 1 or 2 each time is considered very lucky, although the yield of illusionary poison herbs in Shura-level dungeons is higher. For ordinary practitioners, the danger of collecting illusionary poison herbs in Shura-level dungeons is much greater than in hell-level dungeons. At the beginning, the Tian Shui family recklessly entered a Shura-level dungeon, and less than 2 hours later, their entire team was wiped out. Since then, no one from the two families dared to enter the Shura-level dungeon. So, the purpose of the Chu family bringing the genius Chu Ran here for training was purely for the sake of training. They didn't care how far Chu Ran could go in the hell-level dungeon, they just wanted to hone his fighting spirit and collect more illusionary poison herbs. However, these matters had nothing to do with Yi Chen. Since he had accepted the task of collecting illusionary poison herbs, he naturally wouldn't let any of them go in this dungeon. So far, after less than 2 hours of running the dungeon, Yi Chen not only reached 66% progress in the first phase, but even the number of skeletons in the summoning space had exceeded 8,000. Ordinary skeletons provided about 6,700, and the skeleton mages and invisible skeletons added up to about 1,300. In the next second, he summoned all these 8,000 skeletons. Immediately, Yi Chen issued a death command to this batch of skeletons. Go find illusionary poison herbs. Once discovered, collect them all. The reason Yi Chen hadn't collected any illusionary poison herbs before was that the batch of skeletons sent to farm monsters was only responsible for killing monsters. So illusionary poison herbs were not within their target range at all. This was the weakness of the skeletons. Once they locked onto a target, they would only search for that one target. If Yi Chen hadn't happened to find a patch of illusionary poison herbs while constantly switching perspectives, this task would have really been a loss. However, just as these tens of thousands of skeletons set off, not long after, a series of system prompts appeared right in front of Yi Chen. Of course, it wasn't just this batch of skeletons, he had also given commands to the previous batch, which numbered a staggering 100,000. However, the main purpose of that 100,000 skeleton army was to kill monsters. Collecting illusionary poison herbs was not their main goal. If they encountered any along the way, they would definitely collect them. Soon, Yi Chen had just issued the command when a series of system prompts suddenly flooded in. Ding! You have collected illusion poison grass X1. Ding! Ding! After more than an hour had passed, Yi Chen glanced at his backpack, and the number of illusion poison grass had reached nearly 500. In other words, that's a value of 500 million dragon coins. My goodness, no wonder the deposit for this task is a full 2 million. It turns out this task is even more profitable than the last one in the Black Spirit Forest. It's worth noting, Yi Chen had previously cleared the Black Spirit Forest, and he had only earned just over 100 million. And now, in just over an hour, he had directly earned nearly 500 million. It was simply exhilarating. However, after this hour, the frequency of prompts for collecting illusion poison grass had noticeably decreased. It should be that there aren't many illusion poison grass left, but that's to be expected. After all, this stuff exists directly in the dungeon, so the more you collect, the less there will be. Yi Chen didn't take this too seriously. Then, he glanced at the system prompt. Current dungeon progress, phase 187, 95%. Finally almost done. At most, there's still half an hour left. We should be moving to phase 2 soon. After deeply exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Chen finally saw a glimmer of hope. He had to admit, this dungeon grinding was incredibly tedious. He could only lie there, unable to do anything. It was almost boring him to death. But, just then, Yi Chen suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching him in the dungeon. Without thinking, he looked in the direction of the danger, and he directly saw at least dozens of venomous demon spiders charging at him from a dead tree branch just a few meters away. Seeing this scene, Li Qing beside him was instantly frightened. It's worth noting that even a single venomous demon spider had attributes that could easily overpower an ordinary first-tier practitioner. Now, there were more than 10 appearing at once. How could she fight that? However, just as Li Qing instinctively wanted to run, she suddenly thought of Yi Chen beside her. At that moment, Li Qing hesitated. If she ran away, wouldn't that put Yi Chen in danger? Just then, Li Qing performed a flip and sat up from the simple wooden bed, directly blocking in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you retreat first. I'll hold them off for you. As she spoke, 2 daggers emitting a dim glow appeared in Li Qing's hands. This was the exclusive weapon of the B-class profession, Hunter, twin blades. However, Yi Chen simply shook his head lightly. No need to be so nervous. Since I brought you into this dungeon, there definitely won't be any danger. Seeing Li Qing so tense and still protecting him, a warm current surged in Yi Chen's heart. But when Li Qing heard Yi Chen's words, she looked astonished. No danger? Yi Chen, you're not joking, are you? Just a few of these venomous demon spiders could kill us in no time. You've already sent all your skeletons out to fight, right? How could you still have any combat power left? Although Li Qing didn't understand what kind of profession Yi Chen's necromancer was, after spending these few hours with him, she had roughly figured out that his combat power came mainly from his skeletons. Now that all his skeletons had been sent out, how could he possibly have any combat ability left? But, just at the moment they were talking, the venomous giant spider, which had originally been only a dozen meters away, had now charged right in front of them. We're doomed. Seeing this scene, Li Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Yi Chen, take care of yourself. After saying this, Li Qing, wielding her dual blades, recklessly charged at the leading venomous giant spider. But just then, Yi Chen placed a hand directly on Li Qing's shoulder. Immediately, whoosh, soul transfer. With a whoosh, as the air rippled, the positions of Li Qing and Yi Chen suddenly changed. Before Li Qing could react to what was happening, the 2 blades in her hands were plunged straight into a nearby dead tree. Seeing this scene, Li Qing was instantly dumbfounded. Where did this come from? Weren't they just surrounded by a dozen venomous giant spiders? How did they suddenly change places? This is my talent skill, soul transfer. Yi Chen did not hide it and directly explained to Li Qing, this talent can instantly transfer myself in any skeleton's position, and the effect can also be used on teammates. By the way, didn't I already demonstrate it to you before? How could you forget so quickly? Looking at Li Qing, who was still in shock, Yi Chen was speechless. This talent can actually teleport such a long distance? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Qing instinctively glanced around. The simple little bed from before, along with those dozen venomous giant spiders that were ready to kill them, had long since disappeared. However, before Li Qing could calm her emotions, she suddenly pointed and shouted, "Ah, giant spider! There's still a venomous giant spider here." Hearing this, Yi Chen also instinctively looked in the direction Li Qing was pointing. "I didn't expect to be so unlucky. We just teleported right in front of another venomous giant spider." Yi Chen was also quite speechless. However, this was considered a normal situation. After all, apart from the initial area of the dungeon, there were almost no safe places. It was normal for monsters to suddenly appear in front of them. It was just unexpected that this time the teleportation would land them right in front of another batch of venomous giant spiders. But soon, Yi Chen figured it out. You see, the orders he had given to those skeletons were to keep looking for monsters to kill. So, since he had exchanged positions with the summoned skeletons, being teleported right in front of these monsters was quite reasonable. Not wanting to think too much, Yi Chen placed his arm on Li Qing's shoulder again, and then, soul transfer. Whoosh! For the second teleportation, Yi Chen observed the surroundings and finally found that there were no monsters nearby. It seemed that this batch of summoned skeletons that had moved with him had not yet found any monsters. Finally, I can relax. Yi Chen sighed, but it was a pity that the little wooden bed he had just found comfortable was gone, which was quite troublesome. Are you tired, Yi Chen? Seeing Yi Chen's not-so-good expression, Li Qing couldn't help but ask. She had also surveyed the area and only dared to relax after confirming there were no monsters. This talent skill must consume a lot of mental energy, right? I'll go make 2 little beds for you to rest a bit. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, Li Qing quickly ran off to gather many dead branches and leaves nearby, arranging them for Yi Chen. One must say, having someone to attend to you was indeed quite comfortable. At least he didn't have to lie under the shade of a tree every time he entered a dungeon. Lying on that wooden bed, Yi Chen couldn't help but ponder. How about putting a bed or a sofa in the backpack in the future? When I'm running a dungeon, should I just lie down and take a nap? Isn't that much more comfortable than lying on these dead branches and leaves? Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly felt that his idea was quite reasonable. However, if others heard this, they would probably scold him to death. Goodness! While others come to grind through normal difficulty dungeons, each one is fighting for their lives, as if facing a great enemy. And here you are, grinding through an Azura-level dungeon, and you even want to bring a bed or a sofa? Why not bring a seaside villa and live in the dungeon directly? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? But, just as Yi Chen shifted positions twice and finally settled down, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have killed LV11 venomous spider. You gain 110 plus 200% experience points. Current dungeon progress, stage 1 100%. Hiss. Finally finished grinding? Let me see what the second stage of the venomous swamp is like. Lying on that comfortable little wooden bed, Yi Chen placed his hands behind his head, leisurely anticipating the monsters that would appear next. A few seconds later, just as the last venomous spider was taken down by a group of invisible skeletons that suddenly appeared from the air, several giant wolves covered in pure black fur slowly emerged behind those invisible skeletons. Finally here, monsters of the second stage. Switching his perspective to those invisible skeletons, Yi Chen immediately spotted the giant wolf monsters. Azura-level black magic giant wolf, LV16, strength, 118, plus 20%, spirit, 80 constitution, 100 agility, 130, plus 20%, skills, group combat, magic wolf strangle. A detection spell was cast, and the attributes of the 7 or 8 black magic giant wolves instantly appeared before Yi Chen. At a glance, just the base strength of 118 points and agility of 130 points were enough to make one feel intimidated. Even more terrifying was the passive skill, Group Combat, which could enhance their strength and agility by 20%. Calculating it out, the maximum strength and agility of these black magic giant wolves shot up to 141 points and 156 points. Simply too fierce. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Hanishu spurred her horse and finally arrived here. Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Han family, Hanishu? What brings you here? Seeing Hanishu's figure, Shu Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, Hanishu was a genius who had awakened an SS-level profession. Even in this year's Silver Mirror City, she could be considered a top figure. Moreover, the Han family from Tianshui was also a significant force, comparable to their Chu family. So, Shu Ran had long known Hanishu. However, in response to Chu Ran's casual greeting, Hanishu appeared disinterested. What, does this young lady need to report to you where I go? Don't think that just because you awakened an SSS-level profession, you're so impressive. Do you think there's no one in Tianshui City who has awakened an SSS-level profession? Not at all. Chu Ran smiled lightly. I was just curious. The Han family had already stated that they would no longer compete for the illusory poison grass, so I was curious if the eldest daughter of the Han family was also starting to take an interest in this thing. He. Hanishu sneered, you don't need to think too much. I'm not here to compete with your Chu family for these materials, and since our Han family has already stated that we won't participate in this dungeon, how could I, Hanishu, break this rule? That's good. Chu Ran pondered, then what brings Miss Han here? I'm here to find my husband. Find your husband? Who is your husband? Hearing this, Chu Ran was even more shocked than when he heard that Hanishu was coming to compete with him for dungeon resources. It should be known, regardless of strength. In terms of looks, Hanishu was indeed very beautiful, scoring at least a 9 out of 10. Anyone who could be called husband by him must be extraordinary. Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, Hanishu glanced at the entrance of the dungeon, where the name of the team currently strategizing for this dungeon was displayed on the screen. However, when Hanishu saw the captain's name, her expression instantly darkened. At that moment, following Hanishu's gaze, Chu Ran's mouth twitched involuntarily. Miss Han, I really didn't realize you were actually a lesbian? What lesbian? Hanishu shot him a glare. I said I went in with that man. His name is Yi Chen. What did you say his name was? Yi Chen. Seeing the shocked expression on Chu Ran's face, Hanishu rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Yi Chen. Upon hearing this name, Chu Ran felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. Yi Chen. Just a moment ago, his bodyguard had mentioned this name. They said this top genius had just completed the feat of soloing a dungeon at the Azura difficulty level today. Originally, Chu Ran thought it was impossible for someone to be that strong. At the very least, that genius named Yi Chen shouldn't coincidentally run into him. Now, hearing Hanishu call out this person's name, Chu Ran was instantly dumbfounded. Soloing a dungeon at the Azura difficulty level. Just this terrifying achievement alone was enough to crush all the geniuses in Inzhou City. It should be known that the 3 SSS level geniuses from Inzhou City, the 2 SS level geniuses, plus 5 or 6 S level geniuses had tried for a whole day yesterday and still couldn't conquer the Azura difficulty dungeon. Even the Hell difficulty dungeon, they had to attempt countless times before barely passing. And this Yi Chen actually managed to solo the Azura difficulty dungeon. This could be said to have completely refreshed his worldview. It should be known, the selection assessment competition for the training camp in Dongshan province starts the day after tomorrow. If he encounters such a monstrous existence during the selection assessment, how could he possibly compete? At this moment, he couldn't care about his pride anymore and subconsciously asked Hanishu, Miss Han, did this Yi Chen really solo the Azura difficulty dungeon? How do you know? Hanishu frowned, surprised by the question. Damn, it really is true. Hearing Hanishu's answer, Chu Ran was completely dumbfounded. Hanishu had no reason to lie to him. But, this Yi Chen is actually her husband? This was something Chu Ran had never considered. No, wait. Since this Yi Chen is your husband, why did he just bring another girl into the dungeon? For a moment, the gossip fire in Chu Ran's heart blazed fiercely. His subconscious told him that there must be something going on here. A woman's words are deceiving. If this Yi Chen is Hanishu's husband, he absolutely cannot be fooling around with another woman. Unless Hanishu is lying to me. That's it. Hanishu must be lying to me. When she said that Yi Chen could solo the Azura difficulty dungeon, she must also be lying. Thinking of this, Chu Ran suddenly felt relieved. Miss Han, can you please speak with some credibility? Yi Chen is your husband? Then why did he just bring another woman into the dungeon instead of you? Also, soloing the Azura difficulty dungeon? Can you stop joking around? Do you know what kind of strength is required to solo the Azura difficulty dungeon? Have you seen what the monsters in the Azura difficulty dungeon are like? Hearing Chu Ran's words, Hanishu was instantly speechless. Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to argue with you about this. Alright, then let's wait and see. Chu Ran said with a calm smile, if he can really solo the Azura level dungeon, my Chu family will no longer enter the venomous swamp to look for illusionary poison grass from now on. What does that have to do with me? Hanishu looked at him as if he were a fool. Whether you guys farm illusionary poison grass or not has nothing to do with me. Or rather, with our Han family. Chu Ran was left speechless by this remark. He had long heard that Hanishu had an aloof personality, but he never expected it to be even more outrageous than the rumors. No wonder you were abandoned by a man, with your personality. Even a dog would spit twice before leaving. Say that again? Hanishu, who had already been humiliated by Yi Chen yesterday, was on the verge of breaking down. Now, Being mocked by this outsider, Chu ran for no reason. She almost couldn't hold back. However, Chu Ran couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman like her and simply stared quietly at the dungeon strategy information in front of him. Li Cheng's Team Venomous Swamp Forest Dungeon Strategy Progress, Stage 2 0%. Is it finally time to start Stage 2? Suddenly seeing the dungeon progress jump to Stage 2, Chu Ran's heart tightened. You have to know. In this dungeon, he had only managed to reach a maximum of 56% in Stage 2. That was the highest record for the Venomous Swamp so far. But that was a record for Hell level difficulty. And now, Yi Chen was tackling Azura level difficulty. Black Magic Giant Wolf. Group Charge can increase agility and strength attributes by 20%, and the Magic Wolf Strangle can instantly rush to the enemy's front, dealing 5 times the strength attribute damage to a straight line of enemies. Touch it and die. Absolutely impossible. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran quietly watched the record screen above the dungeon entrance. However, in less than 10 seconds, the dungeon record suddenly changed. Li Cheng's Team Venomous Swamp Forest Dungeon Strategy Progress, Stage 2 6%. How is this possible? Seeing the change in Yi Chen's dungeon progress, Chu Ran was instantly dumbfounded. That was the Black Magic Giant Wolf. And it was the Azura level Black Magic Giant Wolf. A progress of 6% meant that in less than a minute, he had directly killed over 20 Black Magic Giant Wolves. You have to know. When he first entered Hell difficulty, the first wave of Black Magic Giant Wolves took him almost an hour to barely defeat. However, before their team could fully recover, the second wave of Black Magic Giant Wolves was already upon them. There was no choice. They could only exit directly and look for ways to continue the strategy. Moreover, until now, their team had only managed to reach 56% in Stage 2. No way. This guy is too strong. If we encounter this guy in the selection assessment of the special training camp the day after tomorrow, won't all the geniuses from Silver Mirror City be finished? It must be said. Chu Ran's instincts were quite sharp. Although he knew he had awakened an SSS level profession, his attribute template was only 4-star. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to successfully awaken a second talent. Aside from the growth attribute range of the template being slightly worse than that of a 5-star template, everything else was fine. But, looking at Yi Chen's situation now, this guy most likely had a 5-star attribute growth template. When will Chu Feng arrive? Turning to his bodyguard behind him, Chu Ran instinctively asked, "Young master, I just sent a message to Captain Chu Feng. He should be here in about 2 hours." After sensing Chu Ran's intense emotions, the guard was immediately startled, shivering all over, and quickly reported to him. 2 hours? That should be enough. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, looking at the entrance of the dungeon with an increasingly vicious gaze. This kind of person absolutely cannot be allowed to leave this place alive. To be honest, although Chu Ran had never killed anyone before, he had done plenty of similar things. After all, since awakening, he had been training in the wild. He had encountered quite a few reckless raiders out there. However, most of those raiders were dealt with by the guards around him. And now, if he didn't take care of Yi Chen, he feared he wouldn't be able to stand out in this special training camp at all. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, as expected, the number of illusion poison grass is limited. This quantity of over 1200 illusion poison grass should be the limit of this Shura level dungeon. For Yi Chen, he didn't care about the lives of those Black Magic Giant Wolves. It simply didn't matter. Although the Black Magic Giant Wolves had strong attributes, they were still not enough in front of the Skeleton Legion. A few minutes ago, as soon as those Black Magic Giant Wolves appeared, they were directly wiped out by a concentrated attack from the Skeleton Mages. Until now, the final army of skeletons, around 120,000 in number, was scattered in every corner of this dungeon. As long as those Black Magic Giant Wolves dared to respawn, they would be met with at least thousands of ordinary skeletons attacking them, along with hundreds of skeleton mages focusing their fire. There was absolutely no chance of survival. However, after the second wave of skeletons sent out by Yi Chen had thoroughly harvested the illusion poison grass for 2 to 3 hours, he felt a bit disappointed when it was completely collected. 1256 illusion poison grass, this quantity is about right. If one is worth 1 million, then this is roughly worth 1.2 billion. After putting all these illusion poison grass into his backpack, Yi Chen felt quite satisfied. This wave of the toxic swamp dungeon, not to mention the experience gained, the value of just the illusion poison grass was already 10 times that of the previous Black Spirit Forest dungeon. It was simply exhilarating. Ding, 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 you have killed LV-16 Black Magic Giant Wolf. You gain 160, plus 200% experience. Current dungeon progress, second stage 5%. Based on the current progress, one Black Magic Giant Wolf is about 0. 1% progress. That means, about 1000 black magic giant wolves can clear the second stage of this dungeon. Not bad. If they respawn quickly, it should only take 1 or 2 hours to completely clear this stage. Lying leisurely on the small bed that Li Qing made for him, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. What surprised him even more was that after just finishing the first stage, his experience bar had already reached 73% of level 20. That felt quite comfortable. However, although this dungeon had only just reached the first stage, this time he didn't have to worry about the experience bar, because, unlike the level 10 experience bar, the level 20 experience bar could accommodate up to 20,000% experience, which is 200 times the experience of the level 20 experience bar. Moreover, the last time the experience bar was insufficient was because he encountered a summoner-type boss at the end, and even after draining that Black Spirit King boss, he only gained about 70 to 80 times the experience. Continue hunting. Quickly clear this dungeon. I still want to see what exclusive job skills I can obtain after finishing this Shura level dungeon. Every time after clearing a dungeon of the Azura difficulty, a exclusive profession skill scroll would drop. This toxic swamp was no exception. Soon, after more than an hour, a system notification appeared right in front of Yi Chen. Ding! You have killed LV-16 Black Magic Giant Wolf. You gain 160 plus 200% experience points. Current dungeon progress, stage 2 100%. So fast. Seeing the dungeon progress information, Li Qing was also surprised. It had been nearly 6 hours since they entered the dungeon, and she had just been lying next to Yi Chen doing nothing, yet the dungeon progress had jumped straight to stage 3. Is this the joy of lying down? It was simply too comfortable. We're about to reach stage 3. Yi Chen wasn't as excited. Instead, he felt a bit bored. After all, while others were clearing dungeons, they had to scout the terrain, figure out the monsters' situations, and even desperately try to defeat the monsters that had spawned as quickly as possible. But he just needed to lie there. So annoying. Why wasn't there anything else to do? You see, if others didn't eliminate the spawn monsters in time, the number of monsters would keep accumulating. However, in front of Yi Chen, whether it was the toxic demon spider or the black magic giant wolf, they were almost instantly killed as soon as they showed their heads. There was hardly any time for survival. Not long after, once the black magic giant wolf was completely wiped out, the elite-level monsters of Stage 3 finally appeared before Yi Chen. At a glance, not far behind a skeleton, in a patch of swampy mud, several black-gray crocodile monsters with tough skin, each over 10 meters long, slowly crawled towards them. Outside the dungeon, when the onlooking professionals saw Yi Chen's dungeon progress, they all stood frozen in place. Holy crap, did I see that right? The black magic giant wolf in Stage 2 was actually wiped out by that kid in less than 2 hours? That's terrifying. The most ridiculous part is, he was doing it on Azura difficulty. I was grinding on normal difficulty, and I couldn't even break through Stage 2 in 2 hours. Where did this genius come from? How come I've never heard of him before? I haven't heard of him either. His strength is simply too strong. Yeah, with this strength, it seems the death crocodile in Stage 3 won't be able to hold him back for long. No, don't joke around. The death crocodile's passive, tough skin, is enough to drink a pot. Regardless, this kid can solo clear Stage 2. It's unprecedented. Looking at his age, he should just have graduated from high school, right? Hiss. I remember the high school graduation awakening ceremony just ended a couple of days ago, right? So, this kid has only developed for 2 or 3 days and already has the strength to solo an Azura-level dungeon? That's terrifying. Am I dreaming? Not far away, when Shu Ran heard the discussions of these professionals, his already displeased mood became even more prickly, like a thorn in his back, like a fishbone in his throat. He must die. This guy absolutely cannot be left alive. Originally, Shu Ran wanted to recruit Yi Chen into the Chu family, but now it seemed, with his current strength, how could he possibly agree to his request? Even if, hypothetically, Yi Chen really agreed and came to the Chu family, with his terrifying potential, it wouldn't be long before the entire Chu family would have to bow at his feet. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Shu Ran's ear. Young master, Shu Feng has arrived. Do you have any orders? Standing beside Shu Ran, the captain of the Chu family's guard, Shu Feng, had a solemn expression. Seeing this person arrive, Shu Ran finally felt a bit relieved. You finally came. My request is very simple. After this person finishes the dungeon, if he can survive, kill him immediately. Hearing Shu Ran's words, Shu Feng instinctively glanced at the progress screen above the dungeon entrance. Li Qing? A woman? Shu Feng blinked, feeling somewhat incredulous. A girl could actually put so much pressure on his young master? What kind of profession had this woman awakened? It should be known that Chu Ran had already awakened an SSS-level profession. It was almost impossible for anyone to be stronger than him. Not this woman. Chu Ran shook his head and quickly added, "It's the man who went in with this woman. His name is Yichen. What's wrong with him?" Chu Feng asked directly. Chu Ran did not answer his question but said directly, "This Yichen is currently soloing this dungeon, and it's at the Azura difficulty." Azura difficulty? Soloing? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng finally understood what his young master meant. Soloing an Azura-level dungeon. Moreover, he had already breached the second stage. No matter how one looked at it, this was already an existence that transcended common sense. "Young master, do you mean for me to take him out directly?" "Yes." Chu Ran nodded. "The selection assessment for the special training camp is coming up soon. I can allow someone stronger than me to exist, but absolutely cannot have such a freak appear in the selection assessment. If we don't act now, there might not be another opportunity." Chu Feng was the strongest force he could mobilize within the Chu family. An SS-level profession. Peak of the third stage. Level 40 strength. Beyond that, those people were either family elders or side branch leaders of the Chu family. Although Chu Ran was the strongest genius of the direct line of the Chu family, he still couldn't mobilize those side branch leaders. But even with Chu Feng's strength, it would be easy to eliminate a mere second stage practitioner. Moreover, this time, Chu Feng didn't come alone. He also brought along more than a dozen high-ranking guards of the third stage from the Chu family. This force, let alone Yichen, who was just a small first-stage practitioner. Even if a fourth-stage practitioner came, they would have to weigh their own worth. "Young master, I understand." In an instant, even Chu Feng became serious. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Yichen had no idea that the genius of the Chu family had such a big reaction after seeing his dungeon progress. After switching his perspective to the skeleton, Yichen finally saw the attribute information of those death crocodiles. Azura-level death crocodile, LV-19, category, elite monster strength, 430 spirit, 300 constitution, 500 agility, 400 skills, mastery death roll, venomous fangs, tough skin. Is this the elite monster of the third stage? It should be just this wave, like the Black Spirit Forest, right? After glancing at the attributes of this group of death crocodiles, Yichen didn't feel particularly nervous. After all, since they hadn't respawned right next to him, no matter how strong their attributes were, they posed no threat to Yichen himself. Moreover, even if they did appear right in front of him, Yichen only needed a soul transfer to escape the danger. Furthermore, although Yichen had never studied any knowledge about dungeons in school, when his parents were still alive in this life, he often heard them discussing information about high-level dungeons. The difficulty of a first-stage dungeon wasn't considered very high. At the very least, in terms of dungeon terrain and monster mechanics, it wasn't very complicated. At least after reaching the second tier, the true difficulty of the dungeon begins. What global debuffs, what special attack formations, and the various special mechanisms of the monsters. It is no exaggeration to say that, in high-level dungeons, just studying those monsters' special mechanisms can consume a significant amount of time and energy. Some people have even sacrificed their lives in the pursuit of understanding the dungeon. However, if one does not study, once the dungeon's duration ends and those monsters cross over into the real world, the resulting losses would not just be a matter of a few lives. 5 years ago, the 5th-tier dungeon in Tianshui City was unable to be cleared due to no one being able to tackle the nightmare-level difficulty, which led to a wave of demonic riots sweeping through several cities. Not only Tianshui City, but even surrounding cities like Yinzhou and Ninghai suffered heavy losses. Let's attack directly. The next phase should be the final boss phase. With a command, Yichen's army of skeletons, without a hint of hesitation, instantly gathered towards the 10 death crocs. Boom! At this moment, when tens of thousands of skeletons surged forward, even the ground of the entire dungeon began to shake. At this time, feeling the murderous intent from those skeletons, the death crocs showed no hesitation and charged directly at them. Bang bang bang! In just a moment, as the 10 death crocs charged, large groups of skeletons were instantly smashed into shattered bones, scattering everywhere. Goodness! I didn't expect these death crocs to be so tough. These ordinary skeletons can't stop them at all. This time, Yichen felt a bit troubled. If he couldn't trap these death crocs, the skeleton mages wouldn't be able to take action. After all, the skeleton mages needed 1 second to gather energy to release their necromantic missiles. Don't underestimate that 1 second. It was enough for the death crocs to charge out several dozen meters. There was no way That 400 points of agility was no joke. The speed was too fast. In this situation, it was simply impossible for the necromantic missiles to hit. I don't believe it. Keep going. Increase the encirclement density. We must stop these death crocs. Without thinking much, Yichin directly summoned all the skeletons into the summoning space, then deployed over 100,000 skeletons near the death crocs. In an instant, those 100,000 skeletons formed a solid wall of bones, tightly surrounding the death crocs within. Just then, the death crocs charged again. However, this time, the death crocs were not able to move freely within the sea of skeletons as they had before. They had barely sprinted less than 100 meters within the skeleton army when they were forcefully intercepted. Although nearly 1,000 skeletons were lost in this attempt, Yichin felt no sorrow at all, because it didn't matter. The little skeletons died, so what? After all, 1 per second, it was hardly a loss. Finally, I've stopped them. Skeleton mages, it's your turn to take action now. With a command, over 10,000 skeleton mages, just summoned from the summoning space, instantly raised their staffs. As the 1 second of energy gathering time passed in an instant, the next second, necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile, boom boom boom. In an instant, tens of thousands of necromantic missiles, like a torrential rain, instantly enveloped the sky. The next second, the downpour came. Those necromantic missiles, enough to cover the sky, came crashing down. The death crocs didn't even know what was happening before they were instantly obliterated by the necromantic missiles. Ding, you have killed LV-19 death crocodile, you have gained 18,000, plus 200% experience points. Current dungeon progress, Stage 3 10% ding, ding. Current dungeon progress, Stage 3 100%. With this series of kill notifications, they appeared before Yichin. These death crocodiles had been present for less than a minute, yet Yichin had instantly wiped them all out. At this moment, just as Yichin finished off all the death crocodiles in Stage 3, everyone outside the dungeon erupted in excitement. What the hell? Is this a joke? The death crocodiles in Stage 3 were completely wiped out by that kid in just 2 or 3 minutes? That's outrageous. If I remember correctly, even the nightmare-level death crocodiles have over 300 points in all attributes, right? How powerful must these Shuro-level death crocodiles be? Yeah, a genius. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Next is the final boss stage. Could it be that this Shuro-level venomous swamp is really going to be soloed by this kid? Damn, I thought he was just bragging before, but it seems he really has that strength. So strong. I never expected to witness a super genius soloing a Shuro-level dungeon in my lifetime. Although they had watched Yichin clear the dungeon for several hours, none of the professional teams wanted to leave. After all, this was a chance to see a super genius personally solo a Shuro-level dungeon, and no one wanted to miss it. However, Chu Ran was getting anxious. He had cleared the Hell-level dungeon 4 or 5 times, and at most he had struggled through the second stage. As for the death crocodiles in the third stage, he hadn't even seen them. And now, Yichin had taken only 2 or 3 minutes in the third stage to completely kill all those death crocodiles. How could such a super genius not make him wary? Only one final boss stage left. Yichin, you better be killed by that final boss Death Raven, so I won't have to waste so much effort dealing with you. Looking at the prominent progress information of Stage 3 100% above the dungeon, Chu Feng felt his heart racing. To be honest, if he had to face someone with such strength, Chu Ran had no confidence in winning. Even whether he could survive against him was uncertain. But fortunately, their family's captain, Chu Feng, arrived just in time, with over a dozen third-tier guards. With them, Chu Ran was absolutely confident he could easily handle Yichin. Most importantly, after killing Yichin, he could directly reap a large amount of illusionary poison grass. This way, he could achieve great merit in the family. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, if Yichin could be killed by the final boss Death Raven, then there would be no need for so much trouble. If I remember correctly, the passive skill of Death Raven, Death's Power, deals double damage to enemies at full health, and it also has the ability to become invisible. If nothing unexpected happens, Yichin definitely won't be able to withstand a single blow from Death Raven. Reflecting on the information about the final boss Death Raven at nightmare level difficulty, Chu Ran quietly stayed in place. Just then, after wiping out all the death crocodiles, a piercing scream suddenly cut through the sky. Following that, a bird-like figure, as dark as ink, charged towards Yichin. The moment he sensed danger, Yichin didn't even have time to think. He instinctively activated his innate skill, Soul Transfer. In the next second, Yichin and a nearby skeleton directly swapped positions, and in the place where Yichin had been, the skeleton that was hit directly was instantly pierced through with a hole the size of a thigh. Immediately after, that skeleton's body went limp, and its entire frame collapsed to the ground. Goodness, is this the final boss? This speed is just too fast, right? I almost didn't react in time. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chin finally relaxed. Then, when Yi-Chin shifted his gaze to the skeleton near the bird, he finally saw its attributes. Azura-level Deathblood Crow, LV20, category, boss-level monster strength, 860 spirit, 820 constitution, 750 agility, 1230 skills, mastery death power, dark stealth, death assault. No wonder it's so fast. It has over 1,200 points in agility. But, these other attributes are also outrageous. Luckily, I wasn't hit. Otherwise, with over 800 points in strength, I would have been pierced through in one hit. After seeing the attributes of the Deathblood Crow, Yi-Chin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This speed is too fast, and it's a flying-type monster. How do I fight it? I've got a plan. Just from that one attack by the Deathblood Crow, Yi-Chin analyzed its weakness. It seems that every time it attacks, it falls into a moment of stiffness. Although this stiffness doesn't last long, it's about 3 to 5 seconds. As long as I make good use of this stiffness, I can easily deal with it. With his super strong mental power, although the Deathblood Crow was powerful, its weakness was laid bare before Yi-Chin. In that case, when it flies up into the sky, I'll first recall the skeleton mages. Once the sky lands, I'll release the skeleton mages to start attacking. But, I also need to be careful. Even though those monsters are killed by the summoned skeletons, ultimately, the monster's aggro is counted on me. So this flying final boss, once it attacks, is likely to come straight for me. Thinking of this, Yi-Chin waved his arm and directly recalled all the skeleton mages into the summoning space. As for himself, he found a cave entrance on a hill and hid inside. Of course, Yi-Chin wasn't really hiding. Entering this cave was part of his own plan. Sure enough, just as Yi-Chin expected, he had barely entered the cave for a few seconds when he sensed a dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. Looking up, sure enough, he saw the Deathblood Crow charging straight at him in midair. Finally waiting for you. Last time I wasn't paying attention, this time, you're the one looking for death. Staring intently at the Deathblood Crow, Yi-Chin didn't dare to split his focus. Soon, just as it was only a dozen meters away from him, Yi-Chin activated his second innate skill, Soul Transfer. Whoosh! As the surrounding space fluctuated once more, Yi-Chin's figure disappeared from the spot. In its place was a small skeleton, facing the Deathblood Crow's attack head-on. Boom! The Deathblood Crow pierced through that skeleton again. However, at that moment, it itself fell into the deep cave. Block the entrance. Skeleton mages, attack the entrance now. With a command, all the skeleton mages raised their staffs at that moment. 1 second later, before the Deathblood Crow could charge out of the cave, it was met with a relentless barrage of undead missiles. Boom! 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 With wave after wave of undead missiles striking the Deathblood Crow, the health of this final boss plummeted rapidly. Health, 90%. Health, 72%. Health, 55%. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, those players watching saw the progress of this final stage increase dramatically almost every second, and they felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell is that guy doing in the dungeon? How is this final boss losing health so quickly? Yeah, it's almost 10% health loss per second. That's just ridiculous. Unbelievable. I was just stunned for a moment, and this guy has already pushed the final boss's health down to over 60%. That's insane. I thought when he reached the final boss stage, there would definitely be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect this final boss to be unable to withstand this guy's firepower. On the other side, Shu Ran was also dumbfounded. He had originally planned to use the final boss to directly deal with Yi-Chin, but he never expected that this guy could beat the final boss down like this, losing over 10% of health in just 1 second. Even when he fought small monsters, he didn't have such outrageous efficiency. So this Yi-Chin was treating the final boss like a small monster to kill? However, what Shu Ran didn't know was that if it weren't for the fact that the final boss, the Deathblood Crow, was currently trapped in the cave, surrounded by tens of thousands of skeleton mages, and only 100 or 200, or even fewer, skeleton mages were actually able to do any real damage per second, he might have been scared to death. If all the hundreds of skeleton mages had attacked at once, after a wave of undead missiles bombarded the Deathblood Crow, there wouldn't have been any need for such troublesome matters. In just 1 second, they could have wiped out this final boss. But even so, just a few breaths later, the final stage of the Toxic Swamp Dungeon was directly breached by Yi-Chin. Seeing this scene, the onlooking players were completely blown away. What the hell? What am I seeing? I actually saw someone soloing in a Jura-level dungeon. So fierce. I never expected to see such a genius in my lifetime. This is just absurd. This is a bit outrageous, this guy is killing the boss easier than I kill small monsters. It's really making me envious. Damn it, I've been stuck at the first level for 4 or 5 years. If I had such strength, I would have been standing shoulder to shoulder with the strongest long ago. Yeah, don't even talk about me having such strength. Even if I could just have this genius take me through a few dungeons, it would be worth it. I'm so envious. I can't take it anymore. The jealousy is hitting me. All the players present never expected that a seemingly ordinary day would suddenly encounter such a genius. However, seeing this scene, Shu Ran became anxious. Although he hadn't expected Yi Chen to truly breach the dungeon, he was still prepared for the possibility. Shu Feng, get ready to act. As soon as someone comes out of the dungeon, we strike immediately. We absolutely cannot give him any chance to resist. Shu Ran took a deep breath. Such a genius is too terrifying. Being able to breach an Azura-level dungeon is already outrageous, and he can even solo it, if he walks out alive. I'm afraid in the Eastern Mountain Province training camp, neither I nor any of the geniuses from our entire Silver Mirror City will have any way to survive. Yes. Hearing Chu Ran's words, Chu Feng, who had long been prepared, immediately responded. Not just Chu Feng. Even the dozen or so high-ranking guards of the Chu family behind him, all at the third tier of strength, wore solemn expressions. Just looking at them gave the impression that they bore expressions akin to those about to kill. At this moment, Yi Chen inside the dungeon was unaware that the outside was already filled with murderous intent. A few seconds ago, just as he had defeated the final boss, the Deathblood Crow, completely vanquishing it at the entrance of the hill cave, several system prompts appeared before him. Ding, you have killed the final boss, Deathblood Crow. You have gained 300,000 experience points. Ding, you have successfully cleared the dungeon, Azura-level Venomous Swamp. You have received rewards, Experience X 1 million, Exclusive Class Equipment Chest X1, Exclusive Class Skill Chest X1. At this moment, a large amount of rewards instantly burst forth from this final boss. Not to mention anything else. Just the clearing reward for this dungeon made Yi Chen's experience bar soar from just over level 20 to a staggering 586%. This is a bit outrageous. I didn't expect. The biggest reward from the Venomous Swamp would actually be this clearing reward. It should be noted that previously, a venomous spider only gave 110 experience points, so the entire first phase barely amounted to just over 1 million experience. And now, just the experience from this wave of dungeon clearing rewards reached a full 1 million. Plus the individual experience reward from killing the Deathblood Crow, it totaled a whopping 1,300,000. Compared to the experience from all the small monsters in the first phase, this was a significant boost. It was simply exhilarating. However, after clearing the dungeon, this experience reward was merely the most ordinary reward. What Yi Chen truly desired lay ahead. Without further thought, after collecting all the rewards into his backpack, Yi Chen immediately opened the Exclusive Class Equipment Chest. Ding! You have successfully used the Exclusive Class Equipment Chest. You have obtained the Exclusive Class Equipment, Necromancer Resurrection Ring. Wow! Resurrection Ring? Isn't this the other piece from the Resurrection Jewelry set? My luck is just too good. Seeing what he had drawn from the exclusive equipment chest, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He had originally thought he wouldn't find this ring through any channels, yet unexpectedly, he had collected another piece of the Resurrection Jewelry set so quickly. This felt quite satisfying. Resurrection Ring, LV15, Attributes, Spirit plus 300, Agility plus 100 set effect. If all summoned undead under your command die, there is a 30% chance to resurrect them directly. 2 halves activated. After equipping the Resurrection Ring, Yi Chen not only saw a significant increase in his attributes, but even the resurrection effect directly changed to the 2 of 2 activated status. From now on, all my dead skeletons have a chance to resurrect directly. This truly feels like a real undead calamity. A true undead calamity has never been about how many undead legions or skeletons you possess, or how great a momentum you can create. It is about the true core of the Necromancer race, undying and unyielding, dead yet reborn. So, whether Yi Chen initially had a skeleton army of 10,000 or 100,000, he never considered these to be effects of calamity level. And now, with this resurrection ring, it finally felt a bit like a calamity of the undead. Because a true undead legion is absolutely undying and unyielding. As long as the necromancer does not die, those undead legions will forever serve him. Name, Yi Chen, LV19, Occupation, First Rank Necromancer, Exclusive Rank, Strength, 69 Spirit, 1414 Constitution, 169 Agility, 169 at the same time. After equipping the Resurrection Ring, Yi Chen's attributes soared once again. Not to mention anything else, Just the over 1,400 points of spirit could enhance the attributes of his undead army by more than 14%. That felt quite nice. Next, is this exclusive skill scroll? Let me see what kind of undead I can summon this time. Without hesitation, he took out the exclusive profession skill scroll from his backpack and opened it directly. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive profession skill scroll. You have received the reward, Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Skill Fusion Scroll? What is this? Isn't the exclusive skill scroll supposed to only grant skills? After seeing this prompt, Yichen was momentarily confused. He had never encountered such a situation before. To open another scroll from one scroll? That's quite novel. With a hint of curiosity, Yichen directly checked the information of the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll can fuse two skills into one enhanced skill. Note, limited to first rank exclusive skills. Unbelievable. Two skills can actually fuse into an enhanced skill, and it can only fuse exclusive skills? Perfect. Let me try this thing and see what I can fuse. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Yichen directly used the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Immediately, a system prompt appeared right in front of Yichen. Ding! You have used the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Do you want to fuse Summon Skeleton Mage and Summon Stealth Skeleton? Wow, it really can fuse. Confirm. Slightly surprised, Yichen chose to confirm. The two skills fused together. It shouldn't be worse than the previous skills, right? Otherwise, wouldn't his Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll have been a waste? Then, at the moment Yichen confirmed the fusion, the icons of the two major skills, Summon Skeleton Mage and Summon Stealth Skeleton, instantly became blurry. A few seconds later, the two skill icons slowly merged together, transforming into a new skill icon. Soon, as the skill icon became clear, a brand new skill appeared before Yichen. Ding! You have successfully fused Summon Skeleton Mage and Summon Stealth Skeleton. You have obtained a new skill, Summon Stealth Skeleton Archmage. Summon Stealth Skeleton Archmage consumes 10 points of spirit, summons one Stealth Skeleton Archmage to fight for you. Wow! Stealth Skeleton Archmage? This feels a bit overpowered. Just then, before Yichen could summon this brand new skeleton, another system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Summon Stealth Skeleton Archmage has successfully evolved into Divine Level Summon Stealth Skeleton Archmage. Divine Level Summon Stealth Skeleton Archmage consumes 10 points of spirit, summons one Stealth Skeleton Archmage every 10 seconds to fight for you. I almost forgot. With a slight smile, Yichen no longer hesitated. He directly spent 10 points of spirit to activate this brand new skill. After 10 seconds, a brand new skeleton unit appeared right in front of Yichen. Information, Stealth Skeleton Archmage level, 20 strength, 20, plus 14. 14% spirit, 100, plus 14. 14%. Constitution, 40, plus 14. 14%. Agility, 60, plus 14. 14%. Skill 1 Necromantic Missile. Condenses a necromantic missile that deals Spirit x 10 points of massive damage to any enemy within a range of Spirit x 10 meters, cooldown of 1 second. Skill 2 Necromantic Invisibility. The invisible skeletal mage possesses a permanent invisibility effect. Attacking will break its invisibility, which can be reactivated after 10 seconds. A breaking strike will deal all attributes x 10 points of terrifying damage. Wow! This invisible skeletal mage is simply out of this world. Upon seeing this brand new type of skeleton, Yichen was completely stunned. First and foremost, it was the change in attributes. The original skeletal mage had only double the spirit attribute compared to a regular skeleton. The invisible skeleton had merely double the strength and agility attributes. However, when these two types of skeletons merged, not only did the attributes not decline, they skyrocketed. The spirit attribute alone increased fivefold, and the agility attribute was equivalent to 3 times that of a regular skeleton. Even the constitution attribute was twice that of a regular skeleton. It was simply overwhelming. Then, after the fusion of the two major skills, all the skills that originally belonged to the skeletal mage and the invisible skeleton were combined into this brand new type of skeleton, invisible skeletal mage. Moreover, both skills underwent enhancement effects. First, let's talk about the Necromantic Missile. Originally, this skill was called Necromantic Missile, and after evolving into Necromantic Missile, the attack range increased from Spirit x 1 meters to Spirit x 10 meters. It instantly surged tenfold. Even the cooldown time was reduced from the previous 5 seconds to just 1 second. It was simply exhilarating. Next was Necromantic Invisibility. Originally, this skill was a straightforward, necromantic invisibility. After evolving into necromantic invisibility, the breaking strike that originally dealt strength x 10 points of damage evolved into a terrifying damage of all attributes x 10 points. According to the current attributes of the invisible skeletal mage, if it were just strength x 10 points of damage, that would only be 200 points. But if it were all attributes x 10 points of damage, that would be a whopping 2,200 points. That's a staggering increase of 11 times. This was a bit outrageous. Even more absurd was that after the fusion of these two skills, the original 12,000 skeletal mages and over 3,000 invisible skeletons all transformed. They all evolved into the brand new type of skeleton invisible skeletal mage. Wait, if this invisible skeletal mage releases the necromantic missile while in the state of necromantic invisibility, wouldn't that mean a double amplification? Thinking of this, Yi-chan suddenly felt excited. However, all the monsters in this toxic swamp dungeon had already been killed by him, and there were no other monsters left for him to experiment on. It doesn't matter, once I leave the dungeon, I can just find a random weak monster in the wild to test the damage. Yi-chan was not in a hurry. After collecting all the rewards, he prepared to exit the dungeon. Next, it's time to start the second-tier advancement task. He opened his advancement task panel and took a glance, not thinking too much. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all the skeletons into the summoning space and then left the dungeon with Li Qing. There's movement at the dungeon entrance. They're coming out. Chu Feng, get ready to act. The moment Chu Ran saw the change at the dungeon entrance, he became tense. However, before Chu Feng could speak, Hanishu stepped out from the side. Chu Ran, are you trying to lay a hand on my husband? I will never let you succeed. Hanishu? Chu Ran's lips curled slightly as she glanced at her. With just your mere first-tier status, do you really think you can stop us? Humph. In any case, I will absolutely not let you touch my husband. If you want to fight, you'll have to step over my dead body. Hanishu's expression was resolute as she stood directly in front of Chu Ran and the guards behind her. However, she dared to step forward not because she thought she was powerful. What a joke. No matter what level of strength she had awakened, she was still barely at the first tier. Facing a peak third tier and over a dozen third-tier elite practitioners, she wouldn't even be enough to fill someone else's gaps. What Hanishu relied on was her family, the Han family. After all, in terms of family strength, the Han family of Tianshui was not at all inferior to the Yin Zhaochu family. If Chu Ran really dared to lay a hand on her, she would have to be prepared to face the wrath of the entire Han family. Moreover, if Yi-chan came out and saw her risking her life for him, he would probably be so moved he might die. Just thinking about this filled Hanishu with an inexplicable courage. You damn. Chu Ran's mentality was about to collapse. She never expected that Hanishu would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Young master, what should we do? The young lady of the Tianshui Han family is blocking us. We can't make a move at all. Chu Feng was also confused. If they targeted Hanishu, then the Chu family would also suffer. I have a plan. After a moment's pause, Chu Ran snorted coldly. When that guy comes out of the dungeon entrance, I'll hold Hanishu back, and you can directly take action against Yi-chan. Right. Young master is brilliant. Then young master must be careful. Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately flattered him a couple of times. No need to waste words, keep a close watch on the dungeon entrance. Chu Ran instructed directly. Yes, Chu Feng replied, his gaze shifting from Hanishu to the dungeon entrance. And just then, before the eerie green dungeon entrance, two figures slowly appeared before everyone. Seeing this scene, Chu Ran showed no hesitation. Looking at the woman in front of him, he summoned his staff and shouted at Hanishu, Hanishu, you brought this on yourself. Breath of ice. The next moment, Hanishu felt a terrifying icy aura sweeping toward her. If she were affected by this icy aura, she would probably be frozen in place in an instant. This is the second talent effect of the SSS level profession, Lord of Profound Ice. Sensing the icy aura, Hanishu didn't think twice and instantly rolled to the side. To be fair, Hanishu's 3 years of high school life, following Yi-chan, were not in vain. As a top-tier genius who had dominated the martial and academic rankings at Tianshui No. 1 high school for 3 years, her agility was second only to Yi-chan. She easily dodged this attack. Chu Ran, you dare to lay a hand on me. Hanishu gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Holy Light Blessing. Saying this, Hanishu also unleashed her SSS level talent, Daughter of Holy Light, and her attributes surged dramatically. She even radiated a sacred silver-white light. The next second, without a second thought, Hanishu charged directly in front of Chu Ran. Big-chested and brainless. Truly a foolish woman. You fell for it so easily. As an SSS level practitioner, Chu Ran naturally wasn't afraid of Hanishu, who was merely an SS level support type practitioner. His purpose in attacking Hanishu was very simple. First, he wanted to test if there were any ambushes around to protect Hanishu. If there were, then he would just pretend to fight her for a while, and in the end, feign defeat and escape. He wasn't afraid of Hanishu, just wary of the Han family behind her. If there weren't any, then it would be simple. Just beat this woman to a pulp, to prevent her from ruining his good plans. Secondly, this was his true objective: lure out Hanishu. After all, his target was Yi Chen, as long as he took care of that man. As for Hanishu, it didn't matter how he dealt with her. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the instance, Yi Chen was holding Li Qing's hand, slowly appearing before everyone. However, before he could regain his composure, he felt a dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. Soul transfer. Without a second thought, in an instant, Yi Chen unleashed countless skeletons while simultaneously teleporting himself and Li Qing 100 meters away. The third-tier professional, Xu Feng, didn't even react to what had happened before he struck one of the two skeletons with his sword. Crash! With just one strike, the two skeletons were instantly reduced to a pile of shattered bones, scattering on the ground. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Xu Feng panicked. He clearly saw a man and a woman appear in front of him. How could they suddenly turn into two skeletons? Could it be this is that kid's special ability? Holding his long knife, Xu Feng scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Yi Chen not far away. Kid, quick reflexes. You actually managed to dodge my attack. Seeing the young man 100 meters away, a cruel smile appeared on Xu Feng's face. No wonder the young master values you so much. If I could just take you out easily, that would be really boring. Hearing Xu Feng's words, Yi Chen, with a cold expression, couldn't even be bothered to respond and directly asked, "Why are you attacking me?" "Why, kid, you aren't even qualified to ask me that." As he spoke, Xu Feng suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a fierce burst of power that propelled him right in front of Yi Chen. So fast. Seeing Xu Feng's incredible speed, Yi Chen's heart tightened. This was definitely not the strength that an ordinary first or second tier professional could display. At least a third tier, or even a fourth tier professional, would possess such power. Moreover, with this kind of strength, neither ordinary skeletons nor the invisible skeleton mage Yi Chen had just acquired could stop him. There was no time to think. Yi Chen activated soul transfer again, dodging Xu Feng's second attack. Not strong, but your ability to escape is quite impressive. Since that's the case, I'll have some fun with you. Seeing Yi Chen inexplicably appear behind him again, Xu Feng wasn't in a hurry. However, when Xu Ran saw the situation on Xu Feng's side, he immediately panicked. "Xu Feng, don't waste time talking to him. Since you've already made a move, go all out." "Yes." Hearing his young master's command, Xu Feng didn't dare to hesitate. With a swing of his knife, as the terrifying blade light erupted, the skeleton army that tried to surround Xu Feng was instantly opened up with a huge gap. This was Xu Feng's SS-level profession, the Radiant Swordsman's fourth ability, Brilliant Light. Every time he attacked, he could unleash extremely high damage with a wide range of dazzling blade light. Just this one ability made it impossible for those skeletons to surround him. However, after 2 or 3 consecutive displacements, Xu Feng also figured out the mechanism behind Yi Chen's sudden disappearance and reappearance elsewhere. Is it really him, able to shift positions with these skeletons? If that's the case, then I'll blow all your skeletons to pieces, so you can't shift positions. Swish, swish, swish. A few slashes were made. Several terrifying beams of light from the blades instantly swept in all directions. In just a few seconds, thousands of skeletons vanished into thin air. Hiss. It really doesn't work, does it? Yi Chen originally wanted to use the old method, trapping this third-tier professional with ordinary skeletons, and then let the invisible skeleton mage focus fire. But now, these ordinary skeletons clearly had no effect at all. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yi Chen waved his hand and directly summoned all the skeletons back into the summoning space. "What's wrong, kid? Scared now? Just surrender obediently." Seeing the skeletons disappear in an instant, Xu Feng immediately laughed. He thought this genius was so strong. Who would have thought? He was just a coward. Indeed, no matter how strong a genius is, they are no match for the gap in strength. Since that's the case, I'll let you go quickly. Go. Before he could finish the words reincarnate, the previously arrogant Xu Feng suddenly shut his mouth, frozen in place, not daring to move. "Xu Feng, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and act." Seeing this scene, Xu Ran immediately panicked. What was Xu Feng dawdling about? Killing a first-tier professional. Why so much fuss? However, before Xu Feng could respond, he saw a terrifying sight. A deep red circular spacetime tunnel, about 2 meters in diameter, appeared near Yi Chen. Immediately after, a middle-aged figure, exuding an aura that made everyone tremble, appeared before them. Upon seeing this scene, both Xu Ran and Xu Feng, who had just wanted to attack Yi Chen, were completely stunned. What? How could the president of the Tianshui City Guild appear in a place like this? Damn, this time we're finished. Yes, the middle-aged man who appeared before everyone was none other than Lin Changfeng, the president of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, with a peak strength of level 5 and level 60. Just moments ago, when Yi Chen summoned all his skeletons back into the skeleton space, he already knew that defeating such a, oh no, it should be said, a group of third-tier professionals with his own strength was basically impossible, especially since this Chu Feng was an SS-level peak third-tier professional. However, since Chu Ran wanted to call someone to deal with him, then he could call someone too. And so, Yi Chen used the Red Alert Source Stone that Lin Changfeng had given him earlier. A few seconds ago, Lin Changfeng was still in his office handling affairs, and upon seeing the red tunnel open before him, he immediately understood what was happening. He had only given this thing to Yi Chen. Without a second thought, Lin Changfeng stepped through the space-time tunnel and appeared before everyone. Seeing the dozen or so third-tier professionals in front of him, along with Yi Chen by his side, Lin Changfeng immediately understood the situation. Not to mention, not far away was the eldest son of the Chu family's direct line, Chu Ran. Isn't this the child of the Silver Zhaos from the Chu family? What, is the dungeon in Silver Zhao City not enough for you to farm, so you came to our Tianshui City to show off? Or do you intend to have ulterior motives against the geniuses of our Tianshui City? At this moment, upon seeing Lin Changfeng, Chu Ran also panicked. He had thought about having someone from the Han family secretly protect Hanishu, but he never expected that Lin Changfeng would be secretly protecting Yi Chen. Moreover, the way he appeared was just too bizarre. The Chu family did not have any high-ranking personnel within the system, so they had never seen this Red Alert Source Stone. President Lin, what do you want to do? Chu Ran gritted his teeth, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, the oppressive aura of a peak 5th-tier professional was simply too strong. Even though Chu Ran forced himself to remain calm, his whole body trembled uncontrollably like a sieve. What do I want to do? Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, Lin Changfeng chuckled. That's something you should ask yourselves about what you've already done. As he spoke, Lin Changfeng was about to make a move. President Lin. At that moment, Chu Ran shouted loudly, we haven't done anything. We just learned that there are powerful geniuses in Tianshui City, so we wanted to come and spar. Ha ha ha, spar? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng laughed. You think sparring means letting a peak 3rd-tier professional spar with a 1st-tier novice from Tianshui City? These are just people sent by our Chu family to protect my safety. Chu Ran desperately tried to explain. Just then, a flustered Chu Feng hurried back to Chu Ran's side to inquire about the situation. There's no way out. This is the president of Tianshui City. This guy. Even if we brought our entire Chu family out, we might not be able to defeat him alone. Chu Ran swallowed hard, feeling extremely tense. Retreat! With a command, Chu Ran wanted to lead everyone he had called to retreat. However, upon seeing this scene, Lin Changfeng suddenly laughed. Still want to run? In an instant, Lin Changfeng's figure appeared behind Chu Feng. A large hand suddenly reached out and directly clamped down on Chu Feng's crown. Ah! At that moment, accompanied by a scream, Chu Feng's body went limp and he knelt on the ground. However, Lin Changfeng showed no signs of mercy. Capturing someone requires evidence. Countering requires only a coordinate. These guys had already thought of showing off their power on his territory, and as the president of Tianshui City, how could he let them off? Tell me, why did you come to our Tianshui City to commit violence? You still want to touch the geniuses of Tianshui City? Didn't your president from Yinzhou City teach you that when you leave your own city, it's best to keep a low profile? President, I was wrong. I won't dare again. At this moment, Chu Feng felt as if a steel clamp was tightly gripping his head. Hearing Lin Changfeng's question, he didn't even have time to think and blurted out, "It was all Chu Ran who made us do this. He told me to kill that Yi Chen. I was just following orders." Still want to kill our Tianshui City's genius? You have quite the audacity. It's one thing to act tough in Yinzhou City, but you actually dare to come to Tianshui City to show off. Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng was furious. At that moment, he exerted a bit of force with his right hand and directly crushed Chu Feng's head. In that instant, Chu Feng's head burst like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. However, Lin Changfeng didn't care about these details at all. Without much thought, he looked towards the direction where Chu Ran and the other 10 or so third-tier professionals were fleeing, and he had no intention of pursuing them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up, but he simply didn't want to chase. What if it was a ploy to lure him away? If he left this place, and those third-tier professionals secretly circled back to attack Yi Chen, that would be a huge mistake. Yi Chen, are you alright? Returning to Yi Chen's side, Lin Changfeng looked him up and down and said with concern, "I'm sorry I came late." "President Lin, please don't say that." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I'm already surprised that you could come." "Alright, No need to say so much. For those from the Chu family, I will personally talk to the president of the Silver Mirror City about them later. These people are really something. A mere family force dares to act arrogantly across cities. I really don't know who can manage this place. After casually venting his frustrations, Lin Changfeng took out a red alert source stone and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, take this. Although the Chu family shouldn't dare to trouble you for a while, if anything unexpected happens, just use this alert source stone. Another one? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. President Lin, do you have many of these? Of course. Lin Changfeng smiled. I've been the president in Tianshui City for almost 10 years, not to mention, I have at least 5 or 6 of these. All right, thank you, President Lin. Yi Chen nodded and accepted the red alert source stone. He hadn't thought much of this thing before, but after using it this time, he completely understood. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Changfeng smiled lightly. Since there's nothing going on now, I'll take my leave. With that, his figure vanished from the spot. However, just as Yi Chen was about to leave after watching Lin Changfeng go, Hanishu suddenly appeared beside him. To be honest, it was only now that Yi Chen realized Hanishu had also come here. Yi Chen, are you okay? I was so worried about you. Come back with me, okay? Hanishu ignored Li Qing beside Yi Chen and reached out to grab his hand. However, Yi Chen waved his arm and dodged Hanishu's outstretched hand. Sorry, Miss Han. It seems we don't have much of a relationship, do we? Why aren't you looking for your genius from the Chun family and instead come here? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Hanishu immediately felt wronged. Yi Chen, you've misunderstood me. I have nothing to do with that Chen Yang. Whether you have something or not has nothing to do with me, Yi Chen replied, feeling speechless. Why was this person like a stubborn adhesive? At this moment, Li Qing also spoke up. Miss Han, could you please step aside? We still need to go back. Upon hearing this, Hanishu instantly became furious. Li Qing, you don't really think Yi Chen likes you, do you? He's just using you to annoy me. What are you even worth? After saying that, Hanishu turned to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, I know you're testing me, right? You know, I've always liked you. Don't be with this kind of woman anymore. Let's get back together. Ugh, hearing this, Yi Chen almost vomited his breakfast. Hanishu, can you stop being so disgusting? With someone like you, not even worth a second glance. After saying that, Yi Chen pushed Hanishu aside and took Li Qing's hand to leave directly. I'm the disgusting one? Not even worth a second glance? Upon hearing this, Hanishu instantly felt a bit broken. She couldn't believe that Yi Chen, who had always been so obedient to her, would say such things. Of course, Yi Chen had no idea about her thoughts. Tianshui City Professional Association. After returning from the wild, Yi Chen came directly here. There was no way around it. In the previous dangerous situation, Yi Chen had only called Lin Changfeng over, but he had forgotten to ask about one important thing. That was the essential material needed for the advancement task, Starlight Source Stone. Starlight Source Stone? In the office, when Lin Changfeng heard Yi Chen's question, he became curious. Yi Chen, why are you suddenly asking about this? It's required for the second-tier advancement task. Yi Chen said directly, I don't even know where this thing was collected from, so I came to ask President Lin. However, upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng instantly stood up in shock. Materials for the advancement task? Yi Chen, you're already at the second tier? Yeah, Yi Chen shrugged and replied directly. My goodness, what kind of heaven-defying upgrade speed is this? When I first met you, you were barely level 10 and hadn't even completed the first-tier advancement task. It's only been a little over a day, and you're already about to start the second-tier advancement task? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Changfeng felt it was somewhat unbelievable. In just one day, he had shot up to level 10. To be clear, the qualification for the special training camp in Dongshan province is only level 15. Moreover, it can only be unlocked the day after tomorrow. It's hard to imagine what Yi Chen would become if he continued to develop like this for another day. Nevertheless, when Lin Changfeng heard Yi Chen mention the Starlight Source Stone, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Yi Chen, if the Starlight Source Stone has appeared in your advancement task, you didn't choose a 5-star difficulty advancement task, did you? How does President Lin know? Yi Chen asked curiously. It's simple, Lin Changfeng shook his head. You're still not at the second tier, so you wouldn't know. From the second tier onward, almost all advancement tasks require the Starlight Source Stone, and only 5-star advancement tasks need this thing. I see. Yi Chen suddenly understood. No wonder President Lin knew he had chosen a 5-star difficulty task. It turns out that all advancement tasks after the second tier require this item. So, where can I get this thing? Yi Chen instinctively asked. Lin Changfeng didn't hesitate and explained directly to Yi Chen. It's very simple. As long as you kill the final boss in a Shura level difficulty dungeon above the second tier without taking any damage, you can obtain a Starlight Source Stone without taking damage. Kill the boss. If that's the case, combined with the basic requirements of the 5-star advancement task, it means I need to solo the boss without taking damage, right? Thinking of this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown. For ordinary professionals, not taking damage while killing the boss simply means avoiding the boss's attacks. As long as one's agility and skills are strong enough, it is theoretically possible. However, for his necromancer profession, it might be a bit troublesome. I wonder if losing some skeletons but not taking damage myself counts as a no-damage kill. Hearing Lin Chongfeng's explanation, Yi-Chen couldn't help but ponder in his heart. But in any case, he finally understood the channel for collecting the Starlight Source Stone. In that case, thank you, President Lin. I'm going to find a second-tier dungeon now. With that, Yi-Chen stood up to leave. You're going now? Lin Chongfeng was somewhat surprised. It's already past 1 a.m., are you sure you don't want to rest a bit? Oh, what's there for a professional to rest for? Yi-Chen replied casually. Aren't you tired? Lin Chongfeng asked with concern. It's just soloing a Shura-level difficulty dungeon. It doesn't feel that tiring, Yi-Chen said in surprise. Just soloing a Shura-level difficulty dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng was completely speechless. Listen to this. Does it sound like something a person would say? To be clear, the Shura-level difficulty dungeon is already the highest difficulty dungeon. For an ordinary person, not to mention soloing it, even forming a full team would be a daunting task. Now, it sounded like you were casually talking about killing a few small monsters. However, Lin Chongfeng did not know that Yi-Chen was also eager to experiment quickly. He wanted to see if, in the dungeon, if he only lost skeletons without taking any damage, would that count as a no-damage solo run of the dungeon. By the way, President Lin, just before leaving, Yi-Chen suddenly thought of something and instinctively asked, do you know the coordinates for the entrance to the second-tier dungeon? Second-tier dungeon? I'm really not too clear on that. Lin Chongfeng frowned. Why are you asking this? It's nothing. Mainly because at this hour, our task hall should be closed. If I want to look for a commission task for the second-tier dungeon, I won't be able to find it. The employees of the Tianshui City Adventurers Guild basically have fixed working hours. Not to mention that it's already 1 or 2 in the morning. After 6 in the evening, they basically stop operations. There's no way around it. This is the excellent welfare of the system. Fixed working hours every day, plus good benefits. In addition to a fixed salary, there are even beast blood potions, universal equipment chests, universal skill scrolls, a whole series of materials. Most importantly, once someone within the system encounters danger, help will arrive quickly, and there are even protections superior to ordinary people. Just like Lin Chongfeng, every year, his year-end bonus comes with a Red Alert Source Stone. If he personally uses this Red Alert Source Stone, he could even call for powerful rescuers from the Provincial Adventurers Guild. Such a powerful protection system is completely unmatched by private family forces. Children from families like Chu Ran have never even seen a Red Alert Source Stone. Because of this, many people are eager to join official organizations like the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, even private family forces are trying hard to get involved with official guild organizations. However, the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild has had a strict order since ancient times. All members within the system are prohibited from creating families or mingling with private forces. Therefore, aside from supplying talent to the official, private family forces are almost entirely crushed by local official organizations like the Adventurers Guild. Especially in Dongshan Province, this situation is even more intense. But no matter what, it is already midnight. Since Yi-Chen wants to find the second-tier dungeon, without the commission tasks from the Adventurers Guild's task hall, there are basically no channels to obtain the dungeon coordinates. Relying on his vast number of skeletons to explore? Of course. Theoretically, it is possible to find it. But the vastness of a wild area is far beyond imagination. Even if he really found it, the time it would take would not be something that could be resolved in just a day or two. Just after hearing Yi-Chen's words, Lin Chongfeng smiled slightly. That's simple. As the president of Tianshui City, I can just find someone to open the door for you. It can be done like that? Yi-Chen was suddenly a bit surprised by the concept of power. But then again, in this world where strength is paramount, Lin Chongfeng in Tianshui City could basically be called a local emperor. As long as he doesn't do anything excessive, the higher-ups generally won't interfere. Moreover, now it's to open a back door for nurturing his own genius. Isn't that perfectly normal? Soon, Lin Chongfeng casually made a few phone calls, and Yi-Chen saw that the task hall, which should have been silent, was once again brightly lit. Even the vice president of Tianshui City, who Yi-Chen had seen before, the general manager of this task hall, Wang Kai, came directly to him. Upon seeing Yi-Chen, Wang Kai wore a smiling face. So this is the Yi-Chen who wants to find a second-tier dungeon task? Come with me, feel free to choose any task you want. Goodness, this is the authority of a city lord. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Alright, you all carry on, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't join you in looking for tasks. With Wang Kai leading the way, Lin Changfeng was too lazy to waste any more time here. He had something much more important to do. Under Wang Kai's guidance, Yi Chen quickly found a suitable second-tier dungeon task. However, when Yi Chen saw the task, he noticed something was off. President Wang, why has this task become unavailable? Yes, Yi Chen initially thought the second-tier dungeon task was quite good. After all, the route was very close, and it would only take a little over 2 hours to reach. However, just as Yi Chen was about to accept it, he discovered that it was marked as unavailable. Oh, this, Wang Kai glanced at it and directly explained to Yi Chen, this is because this dungeon has either been cleared at the Shura difficulty level, or the dungeon has completely collapsed, but the deposits of those who accepted the task have not been refunded. So, although this type of commission task still exists on the task list, it is actually in an unavailable state. I see. Hearing this, Yi Chen fell silent. Because on the list of dungeon commission tasks, there was only this one second-tier dungeon task. The other commission tasks were either first-tier or above third-tier. So, President Wang, does that mean there are no other second-tier dungeon tasks in Tianshui City? After returning the task list to Wang Kai, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, second-tier dungeon tasks? Wang Kai thought for a moment and suddenly realized, oh, I almost forgot. Our Tianshui City's second-tier dungeon will soon be depleted, and there is only this one second-tier dungeon. Not long ago, it was cleared by the Han family. So, for now, there are no second-tier dungeon commission tasks. We need to wait until a pioneering team discovers a new dungeon entrance before more can be released. Is that so? Yi Chen frowned. If Tianshui City had no second-tier dungeons, how would he complete his second-tier advancement task? Seemingly seeing through Yi Chen's thoughts, Wang Kai pondered for a moment and said directly, if you want to find a second-tier dungeon now, Yinzhou City is a great choice. Yinzhou City? That's right. Wang Kai nodded and continued, in recent years, Yinzhou City has been flooded with second-tier dungeons. Many second-tier dungeons have even been left unchallenged by local professionals, so President Wu of Yinzhou City often goes to other cities to recruit second-tier professionals for assistance. After all, the restriction for second-tier dungeons is that only professionals below level 30 can enter. Professionals like us at level 5, although strong, simply cannot enter the dungeons. To be honest, Yinzhou City has experienced many second-tier monster tide outbreaks in recent years due to the overflow of second-tier dungeons. Although the monsters that escape from second-tier dungeons can be easily exterminated by high-level professionals, once those beasts rush into the city, they still cause significant impact and casualties among civilians and low-level professionals. The most outrageous part is, the Yinzhou City Professional Guild has started to personally intervene in these second-tier dungeons, issuing extermination tasks. As long as they can successfully clear a dungeon at the Shura difficulty level, they can even receive quite a few rewards. So if you want to find a second-tier dungeon, you can go check out Yinzhou City. Hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. Yinzhou City had actually experienced many monster tide outbreaks in recent years? Even, they are still calling for second-tier professional reinforcements from other cities? If that's the case, then for me now, Silverlight City is practically a paradise. In that case, thank you, President Wang. Yi Chen did not hesitate. Tomorrow marks the start of the selection assessment for the special training camp in Dongshan Province. I only have one last day left for my development. Since the second-tier dungeons in Silverlight City are overflowing, it's the perfect opportunity for me to go on a big sweep. A whole day, and unlimited second-tier dungeons. I can't even imagine how much I could develop. But no matter what, I need to complete this second-tier advancement task first. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Kai smiled lightly. No need to be polite with me. Alright, then I'm going now. Without hesitation, Yi Chen left the task hall and headed straight to the Fiat station in Tianshui City. On the way, Yi Chen kept pondering his current strength. After all, ever since his last clash with Chu Ran, Yi Chen understood his current capabilities. It was almost impossible to clash with a peak third-tier professional. Looking out at the scenery, Yi Chen quickly grasped his current strength. The quality of my skeletons, if they were to clash with ordinary second or third-tier professionals, would basically be a crushing situation. However, if it's against peak third-tier or even fourth-tier professionals, I would have no ability to resist at all. Yi Chen was quite clear-headed now. Even though he had the divine skill system, he wouldn't recklessly engage in battle with someone whose strength was vastly superior. The reason was simple. It was the last encounter with Chu Feng that left a deep impression on him. Although he could summon a large number of skeletons now, the quantity could not compensate for the quality gap. If the strength difference was too great, numbers wouldn't make a difference. For example, that Chufeng could take out a large number of skeletons with a single strike, and he couldn't even get close, let alone attack. So, my current strength can handle professionals at peak 3rd tier and below quite well. But, if it's peak 3rd tier or above, I basically have no ability to resist. There's nothing to be done. The strength gap is just too large. Next, let's see what talents will awaken after reaching 2nd tier. With that thought, Yi-Chen smiled slightly. So far, his Necromancer talent had never disappointed him. Soon, after arriving in Silverlight City, Yi-Chen went directly to the task hall. Unlike Tianquo City, due to the overflow of 2nd tier dungeons, it was already around 3 or 4 in the morning, yet the task hall in Silverlight City was still brightly lit. Moreover, not only the task hall, but even the trading hall was bustling with many professionals. Indeed, even for professionals within the system, if they encounter a crisis, they still have to work overtime. Yi-Chen smiled lightly and entered the task hall, starting to look for 2nd tier dungeon tasks. Unlike the task hall in Tianquo City, the 1st tier dungeons in Silverlight City were on the verge of a breakdown, while the 2nd tier dungeon commission tasks were almost overflowing at a glance. It wasn't long before Yi-Chen found a 2nd tier dungeon task. Desert Ruins. This dungeon will completely collapse in 2 days. In that case, let me handle this soon-to-collapse dungeon. Without further thought, Yi-Chen directly accepted the task. Unlike Tianquo City, in Yinjiao City, 2nd tier dungeon commission tasks do not even require a deposit. You can directly obtain the coordinates of the dungeon as soon as you accept the commission. This is different from ordinary commission tasks. The 2nd tier dungeon commissions in Yinjiao City are almost all issued personally by the local adventurer guild as dungeon clearing tasks. As long as you are willing to take on the 2nd tier dungeon clearing task, you can directly receive the coordinates. Without a second thought, after Yi-Chen accepted the task, he headed straight to the entrance coordinates of the dungeon, just as he had imagined. When he arrived at the entrance coordinates of this Desert Ruins dungeon, there were already hundreds of adventurers gathered, ready to go. However, the expressions of the 2nd tier adventurers here all showed a kind of deep gloom. What's going on? Pushing past the adventurers surrounding the dungeon entrance, Yi-Chen arrived directly at the entrance. At that moment, when Yi-Chen saw the dungeon's completion records, he finally understood why those adventurers looked so distressed. Desert Ruins Space Dungeon Collapse Countdown, 1 day 21 hours. Desert Ruins Dungeon Strategy Records. Normal level, 13 hours 16 minutes 22 seconds. Hard level, 42 hours 27 minutes 38 seconds. Nightmare level, 2nd phase 38%. Hell level, none. Azura level, none. No wonder these adventurers all look so gloomy. It turns out this dungeon is about to collapse. If we can't quickly conquer the nightmare level of this dungeon, it's likely to trigger another 2nd tier demon tide riot. In his life, Yi-Chen had only experienced a demon tide riot once, 5 years ago. Although a 2nd tier demon tide riot cannot be compared to the catastrophic 5th tier ones, he could still imagine. If the demon tide riot spread into Yinjiao City, who knows how many ordinary people would perish in this chaos? Yes, even the Blue Star has been in the Great Mutation era for over 500 years. Not everyone can awaken to become an adventurer. According to statistics from the Dragon Kingdom, only about 10% of people can successfully become adventurers. This means, more than 90% of humanity cannot become adventurers and remain ordinary people. However, these individuals are not like the purely powerless ordinary people from over 500 years ago during the Peace Era. From what Yi-Chen knows, after the awakening ceremony, although they do not become adventurers, they all receive a life-related talent. While life-related talents cannot compare to combat-type adventurers, they still play a crucial role. For example, a chef's life talent allows them to cook dishes with special effects, and even eating dishes made by chefs can enhance one's attributes. Medical talents also provide additional effects for healing. In addition, there are also pharmacists, craftsmen, and so on. For instance, the beast blood potion that Yi-Chen used before was produced by these life profession practitioners. It is even said that the value of an item crafted by a top-tier master craftsman can rival the economy of a small city. So, even though ordinary people do not become adventurers, as long as they have a good life-related talent and work hard, they too can have a bright future. Many times, the state will specifically cultivate top-tier life professionals, even treating some of them as national treasures. However, the most outrageous thing is, some timid people even hope to awaken a life-related talent to just get by. At the very least, this way they wouldn't have to face monsters and beasts in their daily lives, and their safety would surely be much higher. So, if the magic tide riot spreads into the city, let alone a second-tier magic tide, even a first-tier magic tide would still have a huge impact on ordinary people or those in life professions. Since that's the case, isn't this the perfect time for me to be here? With this thought, Yi Chen's mood instantly improved. He originally thought that the second-tier dungeon in Tianshui City had encountered a rupture, and that he might not be able to complete his second-tier advancement task. He never expected to stumble upon such a treasure of a place. Without a second thought, Yi Chen directly opened the dungeon entrance. Ding, you have opened the second-tier dungeon entrance, Desert Ruins. Please select the difficulty level you want to open, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, Shura. Note, nightmare level and above for second-tier dungeons will have special mechanisms, including but not limited to, global dungeon status, special monster buffs, etc. Unlike the first-tier dungeon, as soon as Yi Chen opened the entrance to the second-tier dungeon, Desert Ruins, he received a prompt. Sure enough, the difficulty of this second-tier dungeon is much greater than that of the first-tier dungeon. The Venomous Swamp is considered one of the most difficult dungeons in the first tier, but it only has a global dungeon status at the Shura level. Yet this second-tier dungeon, Desert Ruins, even has a global dungeon status activated at the Nightmare level. With a slight sigh, Yi Chen was eager to enter the dungeon. However, at that moment, a young female practitioner suddenly called out to him, "Handsome, don't enter the dungeon." Hearing this, Yi Chen paused slightly. "What's wrong? Why can't I go in now?" The girl approached Yi Chen and looked at him with a surprised gaze. "There's a second-tier dungeon nearby that will collapse in 10 hours. If you enter the dungeon now, won't you just run into the magic tide riot when you come out?" "Got it. So that's how it is." After hearing the girl's explanation, Yi Chen understood. "So as long as I finish this dungeon within 10 hours, it's fine, right?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the girl was left dumbfounded. What kind of thought process is this? Didn't he see that even the completion record for the normal difficulty takes at least 13 hours? 10 hours. What can that accomplish? Forget it. Since you insist on seeking your own death, I won't bother to advise you. Sure enough, there are really more than one fool like you who seek their own demise. After giving Yi Chen a reluctant glance, the girl turned and left without looking back. She just felt a bit regretful. This boy could clearly rely on his looks to get by. Why was he pushing himself so hard? It seems that good-looking people really don't have enough brains. Anyway, she had to hurry and leave. After 10 hours, this area would be completely flattened by the magic tide riot, and she needed to rush back to the city to report this matter to the president of Yinzhou City. This is really bad. If that guy had chosen a more ordinary dungeon, he might have had a chance to survive. But he chose the Desert Ruins. This dungeon is the hardest one to conquer in the second tier. With a sigh, although the female practitioner wanted to stay a bit longer, her guards nearby couldn't help but urge her. "Miss, the magic tide riot is about to arrive. We should leave quickly." "Understood." The girl nodded. It was just a chance encounter with someone, and although he was indeed as handsome as the readers, for the sake of his life, he had to escape quickly now. "Handsome guy, I hope you can walk out of this tide of chaos alive." With a sigh, the young female adventurer, escorted by several powerful professionals, headed straight into the city. On the other side, Yi Chen didn't think too much after watching the suddenly appearing girl leave. He directly chose a Shura-level difficulty dungeon. The next moment, as a familiar feeling of dizziness spread through every corner of Yi Chen's body, he quickly entered the dungeon completely. At that moment, a series of system prompts appeared right in front of him. "Ding, you have entered the second-tier dungeon, Desert Ruins. Ding, you are affected by Shura-level sandstorm mist, defense reduced by 30%, vision reduced by 50%, movement speed reduced by 50%. As expected of a second-tier dungeon, just this global negative status is something ordinary people can't bear. The reduction in defense and vision range wasn't too much of a problem for Yi Chen. However, the halving of his movement speed did have a significant impact on his exploration of the dungeon. With a thought, Yi Chen summoned all the skeletons from his summoning space. A total of 110,000 ordinary skeletons and over 16,000 invisible skeleton mages appeared right in front of him. As the saying goes, an army of 100,000 can cover the sky. Yi Chen now commanded an army of 130,000 skeletons, and looking around, even at the limit of his vision, it was all a sea of white skeletons. 10 hours. Until the tide of chaos begins? In that case, I need to speed up. Without hesitation, Yi Chen immediately issued a combat order to all the skeletons. Immediately search for monsters. With a single command, hundreds of thousands of skeletons instantly scattered. Not long after, a group of skeletons was the first to discover the first batch of monsters hidden in the desert. At a glance, several yellow giant scorpions, each over a meter long, emerged from the desert in front of Yi Chen. Shura level Desert Giant Scorpion, LV21, Strength, 125 Spirit, 110 Constitution, 150 Agility, 120 Skill, Venomous Scorpion Tail. Each time an attack hits, it deals Spirit X 10% points of poison damage per second, lasting until the target dies. Goodness! If an ordinary adventurer team were to tackle this Desert Giant Scorpion, the difficulty would be outrageous. Just this Venomous Scorpion Tail, getting hit means certain death, unless the team has a lot of strong priests. After seeing the attributes of the Desert Giant Scorpion, Yi-Chen was a bit surprised. Although this was a Shura level difficulty dungeon, and the Desert Giant Scorpion at ordinary hell or even nightmare level would be slightly different, but the difficulty level of the dungeon wouldn't change the monster's mechanics. He had learned this knowledge in class at school long ago. So, even at nightmare or hell level difficulty, the most it would do is reduce the toxin damage, but it would still last until the target dies. To break this mechanism, one would have to purify the toxin immediately after being poisoned, or rely on one's own powerful agility and positioning skills to avoid being hit by the Desert Giant Scorpion, although only a few would appear each time. As long as there was a misstep in positioning and they were hit by these Desert Giant Scorpions, if the priest couldn't clear the toxin in time, what awaited them would be a significant loss of status. Not to mention the difficulty of the strategy, just this mental pressure was already terrifying enough. However, this Venomous Scorpion Tail is quite powerful for ordinary professionals, but it poses no threat to Yi-Chen. Not to mention that Yi-Chen isn't afraid of losing the skeleton army. With just a few hundred of them, they are simply no match for the skeleton army. Go for it. Let's finish this quickly. Without hesitation, after Yi-Chen finished reviewing the attributes of the Desert Giant Scorpion, he didn't want to waste any more time. He only had 10 hours. He had to quickly clear this dungeon. After receiving Yi-Chen's battle command, thousands of skeletons surged around the few hundred Desert Giant Scorpions, tightly surrounding them so they couldn't move. Immediately after, hundreds of invisible skeletal archmages hidden in the air appeared. In the next second, the skeletal archmages raised their dark gray staves, emanating a faint aura of death. Compared to the staves held by the previous skeletal mages, those looked like mere bones picked up from the roadside, shabby and worn. However, the staves in the hands of these invisible skeletal archmages were clearly finely polished, looking like high-quality hard bone staves. 1 second later, when the necromantic projectiles of these skeletal archmages were fully charged, they were instantly released towards the Desert Giant Scorpions. In an instant, hundreds of necromantic projectiles were unleashed simultaneously. Necromantic projectile, necromantic projectile, necromantic projectile. The original necromantic missiles were merely a suppressed dark gray, but now the necromantic projectiles had turned pitch black, looking incredibly eerie. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the Desert Giant Scorpions felt that slaughtering these ordinary little skeletons was immensely pleasurable, and hadn't even realized any danger was approaching, they were all blasted to bits by the necromantic projectiles. Following that, a series of kill notifications appeared before Yi-Chen. However, when Yi-Chen saw those kill notifications, he couldn't help but frown. Ding, you have killed LV21 Desert Giant Scorpion, you gain 210 points, plus 100% experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.05%, ding, ding, damn. The progress for one Desert Giant Scorpion is only 0.5%? So, I need to kill 2,000 Desert Giant Scorpions to clear this first phase? Seeing these kill notifications, Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown. The most critical point is, the progress for this one Desert Giant Scorpion is very low, and the spawn rate is also very slow. After a full half hour, Yi-Chen had only reached about 13% progress. It seems, just this first phase will take over 7 hours. I hope the later phases will allow me to kill faster. After roughly calculating the time for the first phase, Yi-Chen sighed. Just the first phase would take 7 or 8 hours. If the later phases couldn't be cleared within 2 hours, he would likely fall into the chaos of the demon tide. At this point, although Yi-Chen in the dungeon was still like before, hardly needing to do anything, just sitting in place and watching his skeleton army slowly farm monsters, the urgency of time made him feel a bit anxious. On the other side, led by a dozen guards, the young female professional successfully returned to the north gate of Silverlight City. Once here, it was basically a safe zone. At the very least, she wouldn't face danger at the first moment of the demon tide outbreak. However, after returning to the north gate, the young female professional stopped, constantly gazing in the direction she had come from. "Miss, why aren't you leaving?" After seeing this scene, a guard leader couldn't help but feel a bit curious. "Are you waiting for something?" "No," the girl shook her head. "Then why aren't you leaving? The North City Gate is safer than the wilderness, but if the tide of monsters breaks out, it will soon spread here. Those second-tier professionals in the wild can hardly stop the tide. The guard felt a bit anxious. This girl before him was none other than the young lady of the Shin family, Shin Mengyu. If anything happened to her, the family head Shin Guangming would surely flay him alive. However, the girl, Shin Mengyu, remained calm after hearing the guard's words. Hasn't someone already gone to notify President Wu? He should be back soon to send people to guard this area, right? That's true. But you know that the defensive power of a city is limited. It's fine to deal with some human riots and maintain order within the city. But if a monster tide breaks out, they will have to draw forces from outside the city. This back and forth takes time. Moreover, even if President Wu really gathers enough strength, they will only guard the city and won't care about the wilderness. The guard sighed and explained to Shin Mengyu. However, Shin Mengyu showed no intention of leaving. If you're scared, you can go first. I want to stay here, waiting for someone to come back. Anyway, this is already inside the city, so I won't be in any danger. You're waiting for someone? The guard was taken aback by this. Aren't we out here training alone? The young master of the Chu family and the young lady of the Qian family didn't come with us. Don't mention that spoiled brat Chu ran to me. Hearing that name, Shin Mengyu felt a bit nauseous. I could never be with him. What kind of man I like is my own decision. Miss, does this mean you have someone in mind? The guard frowned, his curiosity ignited. It seemed like the young lady hadn't interacted with anyone during this time, so how could she suddenly like someone? Moreover, what kind of man would be favored by their young lady? However, Shin Mengyu just smiled casually. Not really, just a bit curious. If he can survive today, I really want to know more about this person. As she spoke, a solitary figure of a boy appeared in Shin Mengyu's mind. That boy stood alone at the entrance of the notoriously difficult second-tier dungeon, the Desert Ruins, determined to clear the dungeon even knowing the monster tide was coming. From her memory, Shin Mengyu had no impression of this person at all. This meant he definitely wasn't from Yinzhou City. However, since she had already said there was danger here, if that man insisted on clearing the dungeon, there could only be two situations. First, he was confident in his own strength. Second, he was truly reckless. Even in this era of great upheaval, humans were still visual creatures. If he had both strength and looks, countless opposite sexes would naturally be infatuated with him. And this man had already taken the looks. As for strength, if he could really survive today, or successfully come out of the extremely dangerous monster tide, it would mean he was not only handsome but also incredibly strong. There was no helping it. Shin Mengyu was too annoyed by her family's pressure. Her father had already given her a death order. If there was no suitable partner, she must marry into the Chu family. She didn't want to become a victim, but after looking around, there wasn't a single man in the entire Yinzhou city that satisfied her. Today, suddenly there appeared a. How could Shin Mengyu easily give up? Anyway, there was no danger in this place, even if the tide of demons really spread here. At worst, she could leave early under the protection of the guards. It's been over 3 hours already. The Desert Ruins are known as the strongest second-tier dungeon. You haven't already died from the venom of those desert giant scorpions, have you? Shin Mengyu's mind kept conjuring up Yichen's figure, and she couldn't help but silently pray for him. However, it wasn't that she had fallen in love with Yichen at first sight, it was just that when she first saw him, she was initially attracted by his looks, but then felt a sense of familiarity. Yet, Shin Mengyu couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Just then, Shin Mengyu's phone suddenly rang. Huh? It's actually Yi Shu? Seeing the caller ID, Shin Mengyu felt a bit curious. Han Yishu and Shin Mengyu had known each other for a long time, and they had always been very close friends. But now that she suddenly called, Shin Mengyu was a bit puzzled. After answering the call, she directly asked, Yishu, what's up? Nothing. I just heard that there seems to be a tide of demons about to break out in Yinzhou City. I saw that the Yinzhou City Guild sent people over to dispatch professionals in our Tianshui City. Are you in any danger? If you need help, our Han family can come over. As the children of a prominent family in Tianshui City, Han Ishu naturally knew quickly if anything happened in Tianshui City. Upon learning that Yinzhou City was likely to face a tide of demons, Han Ishu immediately thought of her friend, which is why she called to check. However, Shin Mengyu didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, the tide of demons hasn't started yet, and it's just a second-tier tide of demons, so there won't be any danger. Please send my regards to Uncle Han. Alright, Han Ishu nodded, and after chatting a bit more, they hung up the phone. Just then, Shin Mengyu suddenly realized, right, I remember where I've seen this man. Isn't he the one Ishu often talks about, the one who is particularly infatuated with her? If Han Ishu hadn't called just now, Shin Mengyu wouldn't have thought of this. Now, Shin Mengyu suddenly recalled everything. Previously, when they were eating and playing around, Hanishu had mentioned that she had a particularly clingy admirer who she couldn't shake off. Although he looked decent, he was just an orphan with no background, and he would never amount to anything in the future. You see, Hanishu's taste was quite good, at least in terms of looks. Both of them had very high standards. So, at that time, she had been curious about what kind of man could make Hanishu overlook the standard of strength and directly say that this man looked decent. As a result, Hanishu casually flipped through her records and showed her a photo of this man. However, that was just a casual photo of Hanishu, and the man happened to appear in the corner of the picture. At that time, she hadn't paid much attention, and this was already more than a year ago, because back then, she was just focused on helping Hanishu devise a plan to get rid of this clingy admirer, and as for his appearance, she had only glanced at it casually. The advice she had given Hanishu was to keep this decent admirer hanging for now, and after the graduation awakening ceremony, find someone whose strength matched her own and make it clear in front of this admirer. In that case, once the sycophant sees the relationship between Hanishu and her new partner, he will naturally withdraw. Moreover, if this sycophant could awaken to a decent profession, then perhaps they could try to develop something together. If it doesn't work out, they could just be straightforward about it. And this idea, Hanishu has been holding on to since more than a year ago, until, after the graduation awakening ceremony ended, she and Shen Yang walked together, and a series of events from the novice dungeon unfolded. However, it is precisely because of this series of events that Hanishu is now almost regretting it. Yet, what Hanishu doesn't know is that the original Yi Chen, on the day of the graduation awakening ceremony, after walking hand in hand with Chun Yang past him, had his original self directly angered to death that very night. Hanishu never expected that. The current Yi Chen is completely different from the Yi Chen she once knew. So, since this man has such strong abilities, why isn't Hanishu with him? Shin Mengyu couldn't quite understand the reason. After all, from the novice dungeon to the series of events that have happened since, Shin Mengyu had no idea. She didn't see Hanishu swaggering, holding Chen Yang's hand, walking past Yi Chen. She also didn't see Hanishu humiliating Yi Chen in front of thousands of classmates at the entrance of the novice dungeon in Tianshui City, even making Yi Chen summon a skeleton to act as a shield for Chen Yang. From that moment on, whether it was Yi Chen's original self or the current Yi Chen, there was no way they could have any relationship with Hanishu. At that time, in front of the entrance to the venomous swamp dungeon, not directly punishing Hanishu on the spot, was all out of respect for Hans Qiang, the head of the Han family, who had been helping him over the years. No, I must get to the bottom of this. If I remember correctly, this man seems to have already reached level 20. Hanishu seems to have just barely broken through to the first tier of her advancement task, only at level 11. If those two really got together, how could this man not level up with Ishu? Could it be they had a falling out? Until now, Shin Mengyu still didn't know that Hanishu was with Chen Yang. After all, these events only spanned 2 or 3 days. Moreover, considering the subsequent series of events that were not very glorious for Hanishu, how could she possibly tell Shin Mengyu about them? But the more it was like this, the stronger Shin Mengyu's curiosity became. If this man really is the sycophant Hanishu mentioned before, then it means he, like her, is just a high school graduate from a couple of days ago. And now, after 2 days of graduation, she had to struggle to reach level 16, but this man had shot straight up to level 20. Don't underestimate this mere 4-level difference. Even Shen Mengyu would at least have to go without food or drink, practicing hard for 2 or 3 days to have even a little hope. And this man, as someone who started at the same line as them, could actually reach level 20. It shows his strength is far beyond what she could casually grasp. If that's the case, then there's no need. This man's strength must be very strong. If he could become my man, then wouldn't I be able to directly eliminate those unclear relationships with the Chu family? No, I must go back and find him. Suddenly thinking of this, Shin Mengyu could no longer contain her emotions and directly ran back in the direction she had just come from. It's been almost 4 hours already. That man should have experienced the difficulty of the desert ruins by now. Who knows, maybe they've already retreated, leaving the instance. Perhaps I'll run into him on the way. Glancing at the time instinctively, Shin Mengyu no longer hesitated for a moment and ran straight towards the entrance of the desert ruins instance. Seeing this scene, the few guards were startled. "Miss, where are you going? The magic tide is about to erupt, and the wilderness is very dangerous right now." Ignoring the guards behind her, Shin Mengyu continued to sprint as if she hadn't heard them at all. Along the way, those adventurers retreating into the city couldn't help but be curious upon seeing this. Isn't that the young lady of the Shin family? Why is she heading to the wilderness now? Yeah, doesn't she know the magic tide is about to erupt? Is she crazy? Going to the wilderness now? It's like courting death. Ha ha. The thoughts of young people are really hard to fathom. Tisk tsk, she might just die out there this time. Seeing Shin Mengyu head into the wilderness, the adventurers along the wayside in disbelief. However, the guard wasn't foolish either. While taking a few people to protect Shin Mengyu in the wilderness, he also sent one person back to the Shin family to report the news. After all, they were only at the peak of the 3rd tier. Although it wasn't a big problem to protect themselves during the magic tide eruption, if they really got too deep into it, plus having to protect Shin Mengyu, it would be completely beyond their capability. Meanwhile, Yi Chen in the instance had no idea about all that was happening outside. After resting for a few hours, Yi Chen opened his eyes and checked the current progress of the instance. Current instance progress, Phase 197, 68%. Damn, waking up early is better than waking up just in time. Yawn. I didn't expect to wake up just as the instance was about to finish. Yes, after calculating the time to clear the first phase, Yi Chen found a comfortable place to sleep. After all, he had stayed up all night yesterday, and when he entered the Desert Ruins instance, it was already around 3 or 4 in the morning. No one could withstand staying up all night. It was impossible not to sleep for a bit. Unfortunately, looking around, it was all endless yellow sand, making it impossible to find a good place to sleep. It was only because Yi Chen summoned hundreds of skeletons to burrow into the sand and support his body, combined with the softness and fluidity of the sand itself, that he managed to create a makeshift little bed. Indeed, it's more comfortable when someone takes care of you. If Li Qing were here, I might be able to sleep on a proper bed right now. Stretching, Yi Chen felt much more refreshed. However, after sleeping for a full 7 or 8 hours, his summoning space had gained quite a few more skeletons. Over 28,000 ordinary skeletons. Over 2,800 invisible skeleton mages. Not bad. Since you've been summoned, go and get to work. With a thought, tens of thousands of skeletons appeared beside Yi Chen again. Without further ado, Yi Chen directly issued combat orders to these skeletons. Just then, a system prompt appeared before Yi Chen. Ding, you have killed LV-21 Desert Giant Scorpion, you gain 210 points, plus 100% experience. Ding, ding, current instance progress, Phase 1 100%, finally completed. Next, it's Phase 2. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, watching as the last Desert Giant Scorpion was annihilated by a group of invisible skeleton mages' necromantic spells, eagerly anticipating the appearance of monsters in the second phase. However, after waiting for several minutes, the second stage monster still had not appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. It should be noted that Yi Chen was currently overseeing more than 160,000 skeletons. Yet, despite this, he could not find a trace of the second stage monster among the skeletons. However, at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly spotted a building that resembled a palace through the vision of one of the skeletons. But, this palace looked quite dilapidated, resembling a ruin. Could it be that the meaning of this desert ruin is this palace ruin? So, the second stage monster is within this palace? With this thought, Yi Chen immediately issued orders to all the skeletons to charge into the palace ruins. Soon, in less than 3 to 5 minutes, over 10,000 skeletons rushed into the palace. Some skeletons broke through the main entrance directly, others climbed over the crumbling palace walls, and even those skeletons that were blocked beneath the high walls. The subsequent skeleton army stepped on the bodies of the former, stacking up layer by layer to force their way across. From a distance, the visual effect was extremely shocking, and just as the skeleton army stormed into the palace, Yi Chen also saw the second stage monster. At a glance, from a distance of about several hundred meters ahead, a dozen half-human, half-snake monsters suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. At the same time they appeared, Yi Chen also saw the attribute information of these snake women monsters. Azura-level snake woman demon, LV-26, strength, 100 spirit, 210 constitution, 120 agility, 110 skill, enchanting eye, use the enchanting eye forward, causing all enemies within, spirit x1, meters ahead to be affected by the charm effect. Charm, when attacking, ignore both enemies and allies. Goodness, these attributes are quite fierce. After seeing the attributes of the snake woman demon, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Although the other 3 main attributes were quite average, just the spirit attribute exceeding 200 points was terrifying enough. However, just as Yi Chen was observing them, these snake woman demons also noticed the skeleton army charging towards them. Oh ho! So it's a necromantic creature. Such fierce little skeletons, I wonder what it would feel like if these guys were the consorts of our snake matriarchs. It must feel very hard, right? After all, they don't have the robust muscles of other creatures. Tisk tsk tsk. I can't wait to play with them. Sisters, kill. When these snake woman demons saw the skeleton army, they felt no panic. Instead, their eyes displayed a lewd expression. At that moment, the eyes of the dozen snake woman demons suddenly shot out two beams of ghostly green light, directly hitting the skeletons at the forefront. Immediately after, those skeletons struck by the ghostly green light turned around and began to swing their bone blades at their fellow skeletons behind them. However, before these enchanted skeletons could strike their first blow, the following skeleton army instantly trampled them underfoot, stepping on their bodies as they continued to charge towards the snake woman demons. It should be known that the normal skeletons under Yi Chen's command only had the thought of charging forward. Anyone who turned back was equivalent to a deserter on the battlefield. They might not be killed by the enemy, but the relentless army would not give these traitors a chance to survive. There was no need for Yi Chen to intervene. In a short moment, those enchanted skeletons were completely annihilated, and the subsequent skeleton army is to continue charging over their corpses. Is this the charm effect? It does seem to have some effect, but it doesn't seem very strong. After seeing the effect of the charm eye skill, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. To be fair, similar mental type attack skills are all determined by mental power. The mental power of ordinary little skeletons isn't strong, so they are easily affected by the charm effect. Moreover, when the skeleton army charges, they are very concentrated. Such a group attack skill can easily hit a large area. But, even if hundreds of skeletons are charmed and wiped out, it doesn't hurt Yi Chen at all. In just a few breaths, the subsequent skeleton army had already charged in front of those snake woman monsters. Seeing the skeletons closing in on them, the snake women finally panicked. They do possess intelligence, but it's not very high. At best, they have only the most primitive instincts of living beings. Faced with the charge of tens of thousands of skeletons, just the sheer momentum instantly rendered them immobile with fear. However, Yi Chen would not give these snake monsters any chance of survival. Surround them all. Invisible skeleton archmage, now is the time to strike. Annihilate all these snake monsters. With a command, a massive army of skeletons instantly surrounded the pitiful dozen or so snake women tightly. Even though the attributes of ordinary skeletons are not strong, once these mage-type monsters are surrounded by ordinary skeletons, they have no room to move at all. Then, over 1,000 invisible skeleton archmages, who had long been hidden in the air, suddenly revealed themselves. Following that, countless hard bone staffs, infused with the aura of death, were raised high, gathering the terrifying breath of death, all at the tips of their staffs. The next second, necromantic magic missile, necromantic magic missile, necromantic magic missile. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of necromantic magic missiles shot out in an instant, directly striking the bodies of those snake women. In just 1 second, before these snake women could react to what was happening, they were instantly overwhelmed by thousands of necromantic magic missiles. In an instant, a series of kill notifications appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Ding! You have killed LV-26 Snake Woman, you gain 260 points, plus 200% experience. Ding! Current dungeon progress, second stage 0. 1% ding, ding, damn. I didn't expect the progress of this one snake woman to be so low. Only a dozen spawn in one wave, and each one's progress is only 0.1%? So, I need to kill 1,000 snake women to clear the second stage of this dungeon? After seeing these kill notifications, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. He had already spent nearly 8 hours in the first stage, and there were only 2 hours left until the time the girl mentioned for the magic tide outbreak. However, if calculated this way, just to clear this second stage would take at least 3 to 4 hours. But soon, Yi Chen felt that it might not be that simple. The spawn rate of these snake women seems to be much faster than those desert giant scorpions. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's mood instantly brightened. However, perhaps it wasn't that these snake women spawned quickly, but rather that this palace ruin was still too small in scope for the entire desert. Once tens of thousands of pioneer skeletons stormed into this palace ruin, they almost occupied a small part of the place. If all the skeletons were to surge into this palace ruin, every corner would surely be filled with the figures of skeletons, coupled with those ever-present invisible skeletal archmages assisting from the shadows. The speed of exterminating these serpent women would naturally be much faster than that of the previous desert giant scorpions. Without further thought, after completely annihilating this batch of serpent women, Yi Chen directly issued a battle command to all the skeletons. All skeletons, charge into the palace ruins. Clear out all the serpent monsters. With a slight mental movement, the skeletal army that was still wandering outside instantly changed direction, all rushing towards the palace ruins. In less than half an hour, a total of 140,000 ordinary skeletons, along with over 20,000 invisible skeletal archmages, all charged into this palace ruin. Looking around, The skeletal army nearly filled every corner of the palace ruins. The originally golden sand color was completely covered by those pale skeletons. Soon, wave after wave of kill notifications crazily refreshed before each end. Ding! You have killed LV-26 Serpent Woman, you gain 260 points, plus 200% experience. Ding! Current dungeon progress, stage 2-2, 6%, ding, ding, just as all the skeletons rushed into this ruin. In less than 10 minutes, the dungeon progress directly surged to 13%. In less than half an hour, the dungeon progress rapidly climbed to 42%. This feels good. At this rate, it should take just over an hour to complete this second stage. This is quite comfortable. Seeing the current speed of the dungeon progress, Yi-Chen let out a deep breath. He certainly didn't want to be caught up in the tide of demonic chaos for no reason. However, with his current strength, once he finished this dungeon and successfully broke through to the second tier, even if he faced the second tier demonic chaos head-on, it wouldn't necessarily pose a threat to him. It should be known, just relying on the strength of those hundreds of thousands of skeletons, Yi-Chen could easily resist the second tier level of demonic chaos. Plus, with the incredible talent of soul transfer, even if he ultimately couldn't win, escaping from the demonic chaos would be a piece of cake. Soon, as Yi-Chen expected, after an hour and a half, the progress of the second stage directly soared to 95%. A few seconds later, when the last serpent woman was directly focused down by dozens of invisible skeletal archmages, a system notification appeared before Yi-Chen. Ding! You have killed LV-26 Serpent Woman, you gain 260 points, plus 200% experience. Ding! Ding! Current dungeon progress, stage 2 100%. Not bad. Finally, I can move on to the third stage. Once I finish this dungeon, not only will I directly break through the second tier advancement task and gain a new talent, but I'll also receive a second tier exclusive class skill scroll. I wonder what kind of skills this second tier exclusive class skill scroll will grant me. To be honest, ever since he opened that fusion skill scroll last time, Yi-Chen had been increasingly looking forward to what strange things could come from this exclusive skill scroll, initially thinking it could only yield skills, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Wait, it seems like the demonic chaos outside is about to start now. In that case, I'll see if I can withstand this wave of demonic chaos after I transform into a second-tier class. Originally, Yi-Chen felt a bit nervous upon learning he was about to face the demonic chaos. But now, since the tide of monsters has already begun, we can only accept it as it comes. I just wonder what the situation outside is like now. After a moment of contemplation, when Yi-Chen saw the third stage monsters appear in his line of sight, he immediately focused his mental energy on these creatures. At a glance, the third stage monsters were still those snake women with human bodies and snake tails. If it weren't for seeing their attributes, Yi-Chen would have thought he was still in the second stage. Shura level, Snake Woman Matriarch, Solia, LV-28, category, Elite Monster. Strength, 850 Spirit, 600 Constitution, 920 Agility, 800 Skill, Death Strangulation. Shura level, Snake Woman Matriarch, Ailey, LV-29, category, Elite Monster. Strength, 420 Spirit, 1500 Constitution, 600 Agility, 530 Skill, Mental Annihilation. Shura level, Snake Woman Matriarch, Alokecia, LV-28, category, Elite Monster. Strength, at a glance, there were a total of 10 Snake Woman Matriarch monsters in front of him, with varying attributes. Some had absurdly high physical attributes, some had exaggerated mental attributes, and others had agility attributes that were simply outrageous. Each Snake Woman monster had its own unique attack direction, simply perverse. Invisible skeleton mages, look for opportunities to ambush. Little skeleton, go and entangle them. The moment he issued the battle commands, Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered to manage it any further. Although the attributes of the ordinary skeletons were not strong, as long as they could delay their attacks, those invisible skeleton mages could find their own opportunities to strike. After several rounds of battle, Yi-Chen now also discovered that compared to those ordinary skeleton mages before, the current invisible skeleton mages had stronger agility attributes and faster casting speeds. As long as they found an opportunity, they would instantly annihilate their targets. Just then, after receiving Yi-Chen's battle command, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons charged fearlessly towards the 10 Snake Woman matriarchs. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Shen Mengyu had just arrived at the entrance of the Desert Ruins dungeon. However, when the guards following her saw the current time, they couldn't help but persuade her. "Miss, the tide of monsters seems to have already begun. We should hurry and get out. If it spreads here, it will be very dangerous for us to try to escape later." Hearing the guard's words, Shin Mengyu had no mind to respond to them at all. Because, as soon as she saw the screen above the dungeon entrance displaying the dungeon progress, she was completely stunned in place. How is this possible? This guy actually cleared it so fast? It's only been 10 hours, and he has already cleared 2 stages? Seeing the dungeon progress in front of her, Shin Mengyu's body went weak, and she almost fell backward. If it weren't for a close female guard catching her, she would have fallen to the ground. There was no way. The speed at which this man cleared the dungeon was simply terrifying. She even doubted whether her eyes were broken, but she never doubted Yi Chen's strength. This was too explosive. It should be known that an ordinary team of adventurers would take at least 10 hours just to reach the second stage. Yet Yi Chen, all by himself, had cleared the second stage in less than 10 hours. However, when the guards beside her saw their young lady's ghostly expression, they couldn't help but feel curious. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Why are you so shocked? Is there something wrong with this person clearing the dungeon?" Hearing the guard's words, Shin Mengyu took a moment to collect herself and instinctively said, "The person currently running the dungeon. He went in alone, and in less than 10 hours, he directly cleared the 2 major phases of this desert ruin. Do you understand why I'm shocked? Solo clearing? In 10 hours, he cleared the 2 major phases of the desert ruin dungeon?" Upon hearing this, the other second-tier guards were immediately frightened. If the captain didn't understand the significance of this, then they, as second-tier professionals, certainly did. "You have to know. This desert ruin is known as the strongest second-tier dungeon in Silverlight City. This guy is simply defying the heavens." However, at that moment, everyone present suddenly felt a tremor as if the ground was shaking. Instinctively looking ahead, they saw at the limit of their vision an endless horde of monsters charging towards them. Seeing this scene, the guards were instantly terrified. "Miss, it's bad. The tide of demons has spread here. We must leave immediately." "I won't." Hearing the guard's words, Shin Mengyu didn't even move her feet. "What if I leave? What will happen to the person running the dungeon? He will also be caught in the tide of demons." "Miss, this person's strength is indeed formidable, but his life is not as precious as yours. Perhaps this is his fate. We must leave immediately." Watching countless monsters rushing towards them from a distance, the guards were nearly on the verge of panic. However, this time, Shin Mengyu did not respond to them again. She simply stood quietly in place, watching the dungeon progress in front of her. "Form a battle line. Protect the young lady's safety." Seeing that Shin Mengyu was unwilling to leave, the guard captain had no choice but to order the second-tier professionals to form an outer encirclement, while the third-tier professionals protected Shin Mengyu, forming an inner circle, tightly surrounding her in the middle, ready to face the oncoming tide of demons. To be honest, in such a situation, they really wanted to escape. However, even if they fled back to the Shin family now, if they failed to ensure Shin Mengyu's safety, they would still be executed by Shin Guangming, the head of the Shin family. Even if they ran far away, a mere rogue third-tier professional could be killed at any moment. In this era, most people, after becoming professionals, either squeezed into official organizations or relied on a family. Once it was discovered that you had no background, to others, that was a piece of meat just waiting to be devoured at any moment. So, they had no choice. They could only hold their ground to protect Shin Mengyu, hoping to find a glimmer of hope amidst the tide of demons. Boom! Just a moment later, when the countless demon horde charged in front of them, the hundreds of second and third-tier professional guards immediately fought bravely against the monsters. And at that moment, Shin Mengyu suddenly saw that the dungeon progress of the desert ruin had changed again. Yi Chen's team desert ruin dungeon progress, third phase 100%. How could this be? It's only been a few minutes, and he cleared the third phase again? At that moment, upon seeing Yi Chen's dungeon progress, Shin Mengyu was completely shocked. Just a moment of distraction caused by the demon horde charging towards her, and the dungeon progress jumped from 0% to 100% in the third phase. What happened in between? She hadn't seen clearly at all. What on earth did this guy do in the dungeon? The third stage seems to be the stage of the top 10 Snake Woman bosses. I just blinked, and he killed them all? At this moment, Shin Mengyu was even more amazed by Yi Chen. This guy is really a high school graduate from the same day as her? How is it that she, a dignified SSS-level professional, can't even solo a first-tier dungeon, and this guy has already managed to solo a second-tier dungeon? What kind of gap is this? He's handsome, and so powerful. What is Han Ishu thinking? A man like this hasn't even been drawn to her side? Just thinking about Han Ishu made Shin Mengyu's thoughts completely chaotic. But, Ishu, since you don't cherish a man like this, then you can't blame me for making a move. At this moment, Shin Mengyu had completely set her sights on Yi Chen. First, to cope with her family's pressure. Second, for her own future. She absolutely could not allow herself to be with a playboy like Shu Ran, even if it meant death. It was absolutely not allowed. Now that she finally had such a goal, she couldn't give it up. Next up is the final boss stage. If I remember correctly, that final boss seems to be a 9-headed snake monster. Can you really defeat this boss? Shin Mingyu gently bit her lower lip, feeling extremely nervous. She truly didn't want to see the man she had just found as a potential partner die in the dungeon. No matter what, this man had managed to fight his way to the final stage of the desert ruins all by himself. His strength was completely beyond doubt. Shen Mingyu would rather Yi Chen directly exit the dungeon now and rush out of this tide of monsters with her. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, ding, you have killed LV-28 Snake Woman Boss Soria, you have gained 28,000 points, plus 200% experience. Ding, current dungeon progress, third stage 10%, ding, 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 current dungeon progress, third stage 100%. Seeing this series of kill notifications and the final display of 100% progress in the third stage, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only the last stage is left. I hope the situation outside isn't too dangerous. Yi Chen frowned. It had been almost an hour since that young female professional told him about the tide of monsters. Theoretically speaking, it was very likely that this entire wilderness area had already been occupied by the monster army. As for why the tide of monsters hadn't spread into the city, that was still an unknown. After all, Yi Chen had only experienced a tide of monsters once, and during that time, he was only 12 or 13 years old, still not very sensible. However, just at that moment, after the last Snake Woman boss was surrounded and killed by countless invisible skeleton mages, not long after, Yi Chen saw a huge snake monster slowly emerge from the building at the center of the palace. At first glance, although the snake monster still had a snake tail and a human body, it had a total of 9 heads on its neck, looking extremely terrifying. However, if one were to look at the faces on the 9 heads of the Snake Woman, each face was incredibly alluring. Not only that, just the hundreds of meters long body brought a tremendous sense of oppression from the moment it appeared. If Yi Chen were to face this 9-headed Snake Woman directly, the mere pressure alone would probably leave him gasping for breath. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was currently resting in a distant desert area, completely free from any danger. And at the very moment the 9-headed serpent demon appeared, Yi Chen saw this creature's attribute information. Azura level, 9-headed serpent woman Aishilia, LV30, category, boss level monster. Strength, 3200 spirit, 4500 constitution, 3600 agility, 4000 skills, death whip, enchanting eye, illusory serpent, soul impact. At a glance, those astonishing 4-dimensional attributes were completely beyond what a second-tier practitioner could handle. With over 3000 points in strength and more than 4000 points in spirit and agility, it simply didn't seem like a second-tier boss. Holy crap! With such outrageous constitution attributes, I wonder if this invisible skeleton mage can even take her on. After carefully examining the attributes of the 9-headed serpent woman, even Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. The most outrageous part was, the strongest aspect of this boss wasn't her attributes, but rather that each of her heads possessed an incredible skill. However, despite this, Yi Chen showed no signs of retreat. There was no choice. This was his second-tier advancement task. Even if it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens, he had to face it head-on. To take a step back, even if it meant losing all his current skeletons, as long as he could defeat this boss, he would not hesitate. After all, if the skeleton army was wiped out, as long as he had time, he could continue to summon. If this boss couldn't be killed, he would only have 2 options left. Either directly exit the dungeon, or be killed by the 9-headed serpent woman. There was simply no third option. Little skeletons, charge at the boss from the front to attract her attention. Invisible skeleton mage, wait for the little skeletons to establish aggro, then look for an opportunity to ambush from behind. After formulating the tactics, Yi Chen directly issued combat orders to his skeleton army. At that moment, over 100,000 ordinary little skeletons fearlessly charged towards the 9-headed serpent woman. However, when she saw these undead creatures before her, like ants, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the 9-headed serpent woman. Hiss, are you really thinking of challenging me with these humble skeletons? Very well, let me show you the power of my serpent clan. Soul impact. Whoosh! At the moment the 9-headed serpent woman unleashed her skill, 2 strange transparent lights burst forth from her eyes. The next second, Yi Chen only sensed a slight fluctuation in the surrounding air, and nearly 5,000 of his charging skeleton army were instantly annihilated. What the hell? Is this guy that strong? Seeing this scene, Yi Chen, who had been leisurely lying on his desert bed, suddenly sat up. He had anticipated that this boss might be strong, but he never expected her to be this strong. with a single soul impact. Yi-Chin didn't even see the source of the attack, and thousands of his skeletons were directly wiped out. Moreover, those destroyed skeletons didn't leave a single body behind, completely dissipating into the air. Invisible skeleton mage, do not attack now. Continue to wait for an opportunity. Ordinary skeletons, spread out. Don't let the nine-headed serpent woman suppress you on a large scale. Without a second thought, Yi-Chen immediately issued orders to the invisible skeleton mages. Losing a few ordinary skeletons was no big deal, but those invisible skeleton mages could not be sacrificed so easily. After all, they were his strongest means of output, and if they revealed themselves now, it seemed that they were about to be instantly wiped out by this Hydra woman at any moment. However, just as over 5,000 skeletons perished, influenced by the resurrection jewelry set, more than 1,000 skeletons were instantly revived. Not bad. This resurrection jewelry set is indeed powerful. With this wave, I've saved myself nearly half an hour. Seeing the impressive revival effect of the resurrection jewelry set, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, even as the aftershocks of the soul impact had not yet subsided, the second head of the Hydra woman struck again. Insignificant undead creatures, let's see how you fare against this. Can you withstand the beauty of me, Aishilia? Charming eye, buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, as the second head of the Hydra woman's eyes transformed into a blood-red color, a beam of crimson light shot out from her pupils. In the next second, thousands of skeletons were instantly affected by the charm. Even compared to the initial charm from those snake woman minions, the skeletons charmed by the Hydra woman became even more frenzied. Fortunately, as those skeletons fell under the charm, the subsequent charging skeleton army immediately regarded them as enemy targets and began to attack. For a full minute or two, after losing nearly 20,000 skeletons, the originally charmed skeletons were finally cleared out. Damn, we haven't even reached this boss yet, and we've already lost almost 30,000 skeletons. This second-tier dungeon's Shura-level difficulty boss truly cannot be underestimated. Seeing the brutal scene before him, Yi-Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, although nearly 30,000 skeletons were lost in this wave, soon nearly 8,000 or 9,000 skeletons began to glow with a ghostly green light from their shattered bodies. Following that, these skeletons gradually healed completely, rising from the ground again, charging towards the Hydra woman. Unbelievable! Over 8,700 skeletons, equivalent to nearly 2.5 hours of my summoning capacity. With a slight smile, Yi-Chen was extremely satisfied with the effect of this resurrection jewelry set. To be honest, if it weren't for this resurrection jewelry set, he would have lost at least another 10,000 skeletons by now. And now, with the enhancement of the resurrection jewelry set, he still had a full 120,000 skeletons left. Of course, this 120,000 skeleton count does not include the additional 30,000 or so invisible skeleton Archmage Legion. However, as the effect of the charming eye completely ended, the charging skeleton army finally reached the front of the Hydra woman. Ding ding ding, clang clang clang. As those little skeletons swung their bone blades at this snake woman boss, the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Goodness, this snake woman's over 3,000 points of constitution is no joke. Her body is so tough that the little skeletons can't break through her defenses at all. Seeing the scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, the skeletons that charged to the front of the Hydra woman boss even climbed onto her body, continuously attacking the softest parts of her body. There was no other way. The snake tail of this Hydra woman boss, protected by snake scales, was simply too hard to penetrate. Only by climbing to her upper body, which was relatively softer, was there a slight chance of breaking through her defenses. However, Yi-Chen did not expect these little skeletons to deal much damage to the nine-headed serpent woman boss. He only hoped they could draw her aggro. Sure enough, as the dense swarm of skeletons climbed onto her proud body, the nine-headed serpent woman boss went completely insane. Damn it! Damn it! You undead creatures, like ants! How dare you invade my body? Death whip! Bang bang bang! At that moment, the nine-headed serpent seemed to have gone mad, wildly whipping at the grayish-white undead creatures on her body with her massive serpent tail. However, despite each lash crushing hundreds of skeletons, more skeletons quickly crawled back onto her body. The more this happened, the more frantically the nine-headed serpent boss lashed out. Not only that, some skeletons even crawled into her mouth, eyes, and even ears, causing her immense pain. The opportunity has come. Seeing the nine-headed serpent boss in a frenzy, Yi-Chen immediately seized the moment. Now's the time. All invisible skeleton archmages, move out. Focus all fire. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, as the surrounding air twisted subtly, wave after wave of invisible skeleton archmages wielding hard bone staffs appeared in an instant. Then, As the necromantic magic bullets at the tips of their staffs coalesced, all the invisible skeleton archmages, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their attacks on the nine-headed serpent boss. Necromantic magic bullet, necromantic magic bullet, necromantic magic bullet. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, as tens of thousands of necromantic magic bullets poured out and struck the nine-headed serpent, the progress of this final boss phase surged by over 20%. However, upon seeing this damage, Yi-Chen felt something was off. With over 3,000 points of constitution, how could this round of tens of thousands of necromantic magic bullets only take off this little bit of health? Just as Yi-Chen pondered this, he suddenly noticed the 9 blood bars above the nine-headed serpent. Among these 9 blood bars, one had turned grayish-white, indicating it was completely empty, and another was more than half gray. At that moment, upon seeing this scene, Yi-Chen instantly understood. So, this nine-headed serpent has the equivalent of 9 bosses' health concentrated together. Although the progress of this final boss phase only increased by nearly 28%, it actually means we've taken down 2.5 of her health bars. With this realization, Yi-Chen understood the mechanism of the nine-headed serpent. If that's the case, then the difficulty of this desert relic dungeon is indeed quite exaggerated. Not to mention anything else, just the difficulty of this final boss compared to other dungeons is already very extreme. Killing one boss is equivalent to killing 9 bosses in other dungeons. How can that not be exaggerated? No wonder when he accepted the quest for this desert relic at the Silverlight City Guild, the attendant advised against taking it, saying the difficulty was simply too high. Now, recalling that statement, Yi-Chen instantly understood. However, for Yi-Chen, even if this nine-headed serpent had 9 times the health, now that she was in a frenzy, she was just a slightly tougher boss. There was no real threat at all. Invisible skeleton archmages, continue the attack. With a command, over 10,000 invisible skeleton archmages launched their assault again. A wave of necromantic magic bullets sent the progress of the final phase skyrocketing to over half. The health of the Hydra woman was once again reduced by 2 or 3 health bars. I have to say, the output capability of these 30 to 40,000 invisible skeletal mages is quite terrifying. Just the basic necromantic magic bolt has a 10-fold mental power bonus. Plus, with the necromantic magic stealth S 10-fold all-attribute bonus for that devastating strike, just one necromantic magic bolt is a devastating blow for an ordinary second-tier professional. And now, this wave has tens of thousands of necromantic magic bolts. Even the final boss with 9 lives can't withstand a few rounds of bombardment. Before long, the third round of necromantic magic bolts was ready again. There was no need to wait for Yi-Chen to give the order. Those invisible skeletal mages surrounding the Hydra woman had already taken action. In the next second, the health of this final boss plummeted again, dropping directly to just over 20%. Just one last wave to go. If I blow up this boss, I can break through to become a second-tier professional. Taking a deep breath, the invisible skeletal mage legion had prepared the final round of necromantic magic bolts. Immediately, necromantic magic bolt, necromantic magic bolt, necromantic magic bolt. Boom, boom, boom. With the final wave of tens of thousands of necromantic magic bolts striking, the final boss, a Hydra woman, had all 9 health bars completely emptied by Yi-Chen in an instant. Following that, several system prompts appeared directly in front of Yi-Chen. Ding, you have killed the final boss. Hydra woman Ishelia, you have gained 3 million experience points. Ding, you have successfully cleared the dungeon. Azura level desert ruins, rewards, experience x 5 million points. Second tier exclusive profession equipment chest x1, second tier exclusive profession skill chest x1. After seeing these 2 system prompts, Yi-Chen didn't think twice, and directly collected all the rewards dropped by the final boss, a Hydra woman, into his backpack. Ding, you have obtained second tier warrior class universal equipment, radiant armor. Ding, 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 you have obtained a special reward, Starlight Source Stone. Starlight Source Stone, not bad. It seems that the losses of my skeletal legion will indeed not be counted towards the damage I received. If that's the case, future advancement tasks will be much easier. After receiving information from Lin Changfeng, Yi-Chen knew that starting from the second tier advancement tasks, the subsequent tasks would almost all require the Starlight Source Stone. So, to obtain this item, one must clear the final boss of the Azura level dungeon without taking any damage each time. Just then, when Yi-Chen obtained the Starlight Source Stone, a series of system prompts instantly appeared in front of him. Ding, you have successfully solo cleared the Azura level second tier dungeon, and successfully fused the Starlight Source Stone. You have completed the second tier advancement task. Ding, you have obtained a 5-star attribute growth template. Your level cap has been raised to level 30. Ding, you have obtained a second tier talent skill, Soul of Faith. Ding, your level has increased, current, LV 21. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards, 50 points to all attributes, 500 points to free attributes. Ding, your level has increased, current, LV 22. Ding, 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 your level has increased, current, LV 25. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards, 50 points to all attributes, 500 points to free attributes. At this moment, the instant Yi Chen successfully blew up the Hydra Woman, it was directly determined that he had completed the second-tier advancement task, and the level cap had directly broken through to level 30. Not only that, after clearing this wave of hellish difficulty Desert Ruins dungeon, the terrifying experience accumulated made Yi Chen's level instantly soar from level 20 to 25 with 91% experience, and he was about to level up to 26. It was simply exhilarating. The most outrageous part was the explosive attribute points brought by this incredible second-tier 5-star attribute growth template. Just from a 5-level increase, Yi Chen's overall attributes surged by 250 points. Even his free attributes instantly increased by as much as 2,500 points. One had to say, every breakthrough in a professional's rank felt almost like a rebirth. Without further thought, after pouring all 2,500 points of free attributes into mental attribute, Yi Chen directly opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Yi Chen, LV 25, Profession, Second-tier Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 324 Mental, 4219 Constitution, 424 Agility, 424 Talent, Soul Symbiosis, Soul Transfer, Soul of Faith. Skills, Summon Skeleton, Summon Invisible Skeleton Mage. Second tier, 5-star Attribute Growth Template. Gain 50 points in all attributes and 500 points in free attributes after each level up. At a glance, the Strength attribute, which originally had only a few dozen points, now directly increased to over 300 points. Even the Constitution and Agility attributes soared from the original 169 points to over 400 points now. The most outrageous was the terrifying Mental attribute. It skyrocketed from the original 1400 points to over 4200 points now, simply astonishing. With a hint of anticipation, Yi Chen opened the attribute panel of his Invisible Skeleton Mages again, wanting to see what kind of transformation the 5-level increase would bring to the Invisible Skeleton Mages. Information, Invisible Skeleton Mage level, 25 Strength, 25, plus 42, 19%. Mental, 125, plus 42, 19%. Constitution, 50, plus 42, 19%. Agility, 75, plus 42, 19%. Skills, omitted. After carefully reviewing the attributes of the Invisible Skeleton Mage, Yi Chen couldn't help but be amazed. At a glance, just the base mental attribute had directly increased from 100 points to 125 points now. If considering Yi Chen's mental power enhancement, the maximum mental attribute had even soared to 177 points. And this was only the attribute of the Invisible Skeleton Mage. One must know, the damage of the Necromancer's magic bullet had a full 10 times mental power bonus. Moreover, Necromancer's magic concealment would additionally grant 10 times all attributes, which meant nearly 4,000 points of damage. Calculating it, just one Necromancer's magic bullet's damage had already reached nearly 6,000 points. One must know that ordinary second-tier professionals, even those above S rank, might not be able to deal 6,000 points of damage. Yet Yi Chen now commanded over 30,000 Invisible Skeleton Mages, equivalent to having over 30,000 professionals fighting desperately for him after entering the dungeon. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. As for the ordinary little skeletons, there were no changes. Aside from the base attributes increasing from 20 points to 25 points, enjoying Yi Chen's mental power enhancement also became 42, 19%, with no other changes. Next, it's time to sort out all the gains from this dungeon. After closing the attribute panel, Yi Chen directly looked at the third talent that appeared in his talent bar, Soul of Faith. Second-tier talent Soul of Faith. When the user takes damage, all damage will be automatically transferred to their summoned creatures. If all summoned creatures die, this talent becomes ineffective. What the hell? After seeing the effect of this talent, Yi Chen was completely shocked. Isn't this just a scapegoat? Once he takes damage, it will automatically transfer to the summoned creatures. Unless all his summoned creatures die, this talent will become ineffective. But, will his summoned creatures really all die? That's simply impossible. Not to mention anything else. Just the ordinary little skeletons that spawn 1 per second are practically an endless supply. This means, from now on, he can't die at all? That's a bit overpowered, right? If that's the case, even an ordinary necromancer, after reaching this stage, would be able to take off right from the spot. Plus this divine skill system transforming my skills. It's simply an invincible existence. Without thinking too much, from now on, from the moment he acquired this talent, Yi Chen was almost immortal. Of course, it's not completely invincible. One must know that those high-tier professionals, like Tier 7, Tier 8, or even stronger professionals, their attack methods are not as simple as ordinary people imagine. But at the very least, within the range of people Yi Chen has encountered so far, he could almost be considered invincible. With the two overpowered talents of Soul of Faith and Soul Transfer, even if Yi Chen really encounters danger, surviving would be an incredibly easy feat. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen was extremely satisfied with the effect of this second-tier talent. Next, let me see what this second-tier exclusive professional skill scroll can give me. Without hesitation, Yi Chen took out the second-tier exclusive professional skill scroll from his backpack and immediately activated it. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, standing at the entrance of the dungeon, Shen Mangyu also saw Yi Chen's dungeon progress information. Yi Chen's Team Desert Ruins dungeon progress, cleared. At this moment, Shen Mangyu was completely dumbfounded. Cleared? He actually soloed this Desert Ruins. Oh my god, what did he do in the dungeon with the Hydra Woman? In less than half an hour, he defeated the so-called strongest final boss of Tier 2, the Hydra Woman? Am I dreaming? Is there really someone who can do this? Stunned for a long time, Shen Mengyu couldn't believe that what she was seeing was real. Awakening for 3 days and skyrocketing to level 20. Soloing a second-tier dungeon. Any one of these achievements is terrifying. Yet, today she witnessed it with her own eyes. Even now, the shock Yi Chen brought her had completely made Shen Mengyu forget that she was still surrounded by a large group of second-tier monsters. However, just as Shen Mengyu was in a daze, a guard beside her suddenly shouted, "Miss, we must retreat now. There are too many second-tier monsters. We can't hold on much longer." Hearing the guard's warning, Shen Mengyu finally reacted. But, thinking of the man still inside the dungeon, who hadn't come out yet, Shen Mengyu was troubled again. If we leave, what about that man inside the dungeon? He will definitely die here. This is a second-tier monster tide. He won't be able to withstand it. Miss, now we can't worry about so much. Let's save our lives first. The guard was also extremely anxious. To be honest, someone who could single-handedly complete a second-tier dungeon, especially a super genius who could solo the Desert Ruins, was a terrifying existence no matter where they were. But now, their strength was limited, and they couldn't afford to think too much. However, Shen Mengyu was unwilling to leave. Shen Wang, just hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. He has already finished the dungeon. He will definitely be out soon. The guard captain named Shen Wang was immediately troubled upon hearing Shen Mengyu's words. Looking at the current situation, Shen Mengyu had no intention of leaving at all. But, there were too many second-tier monsters in this place. They had just killed a batch, and soon more monsters were surrounding them. However, after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. 10 minutes. Brothers, hold on for another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Yi Chen in the dungeon had no idea how dire the situation outside had become. To be honest, from the moment the magic tide erupted, countless second-tier professionals in this wilderness area had been instantly swept in. Moreover, in just under an hour, over 90% of the second-tier professionals in this wilderness area had already perished. This is the terrifying aspect of the magic tide. Even at this moment, the massive magic tide had already spread to the border of Yinzhou City, because 500 years ago, after Blue Star was forcibly thrust into the Great Mutation Era, or the Universal Job Change Era, the constant influx of elemental energy caused Blue Star's area to rapidly expand. In just a short 100 years, the area of Blue Star had expanded by about 10,000 times. By now, the true area of Blue Star was beyond estimation. However, it was precisely because of this infinitely expanding area that vast gaps appeared between the major cities and provinces that were once connected in peaceful times. This forced the major cities to become independent base cities. These gaps turned into the current wilderness areas where monsters thrived. At this moment, although Yinzhou City had erupted in a magic tide, apart from those professionals who had been dispatched in advance, there was no one else who could help Yinzhou City. Even though Yinzhou City had dispatched countless professionals early on, this force was only enough to guard the city gates and was far from sufficient to suppress the magic tide in the wilderness. However, Yi Chen, who was in the dungeon, had no knowledge of these matters. Ding! You have successfully used the second-tier exclusive job skill scroll. You have received the reward, Necromancer, Summon Tyrant Skeleton. Skill Summon Skeleton Tyrant. Consumes 100 points of mental power to summon one shield skeleton mage to fight for you. Summon Skeleton Tyrant? Upon seeing this skill, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Skeleton Tyrant? What kind of skeleton is this? From the name, it seems this guy is a frontline resistance type skeleton. If that's the case, then it fits my current combat needs perfectly. To be honest, the little skeletons were no longer useful. There was no way. Their attributes were too poor. Even as a meat shield, the damage they could withstand was very limited. They were purely used as cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention. Fortunately, the cost of summoning these skeletons was very low, and one could be summoned in just 1 second, so even if they died, for Yi-Chen, it wasn't too impactful. However, if he were to lose a wave of invisible skeleton mages, he would feel quite distressed. After all, this skill could only summon over 8,000 skeletons a day, which was far too inefficient. Yet, just as Yi-Chen integrated this skill into his skill bar, another system prompt appeared right in front of him. Ding! Skill, Summon Skeleton Tyrant has successfully evolved into God level, Summon Skeleton Tyrant. God level, Summon Skeleton Tyrant, consumes 100 mental power to activate this skill, automatically summons one skeleton tyrant to fight for you every 100 seconds. Not bad. Let me see what this skeleton tyrant, which can only be summoned every 100 seconds, looks like. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi-Chen silently waited for nearly 2 minutes. Soon, a skeleton tyrant, though still just a skeleton, appeared in Yi-Chen's summoning space, looking robust and massive. Without further thought, Yi-Chen directly teleported it out of the summoning space. Information: Skeleton Tyrant level, 25 strength, 125, plus 42, 19%. Mental, 25, plus 42, 19%. Constitution, 250, plus 42, 19%. Agility, 75, plus 42, 19%. Skill 1, Brutal Devour. Devour any friendly unit to gain a layer of Fury status, increasing all attributes by 10% for 10 seconds. Fury status can stack up to 100 layers. Skill 2, Fury Rampage. When entering maximum Fury status and attacking, increases attack and defense by 10 times. Holy crap! At that moment, upon seeing the attributes of this skeleton tyrant, Yi-Chen was instantly shocked. This second-tier skeleton type was simply outrageous. It was no exaggeration to say, the power of this skeleton tyrant could completely crush an invisible skeleton mage. After all, the invisible skeleton mage only had slightly higher damage but was quite weak in resistance. Once hit, it would be almost no different from an ordinary little skeleton. But this skeleton tyrant was something else entirely. As long as it devoured 100 friendly units, it could directly increase all attributes by a whopping 10 times. Just based on its current level, that meant over 1,200 strength and a terrifying 2,500 constitution. The most outrageous part was that once it entered the 100-layer Fury state, its attack and defense would surge by 10 times. That equated to a staggering 12,000 strength and 25,000 constitution. Not to mention, just these two incredible attributes were enough to instill fear. Moreover, this was just the base attribute. If Yi-Chen's mental power bonuses were factored in, the skeleton tyrant could even unleash a terrifying power equivalent to 17,000 strength and over 35,000 constitution in its ultimate state. Truly deserving of the title tyrant. So, as long as before the battle starts, I let all the skeleton tyrants devour 100 ordinary little skeletons in charge. I wouldn't even need the invisible skeleton mages to show up. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile. This rare skill synthesized from 2 first-tier exclusive skills was now even inferior to a second-tier ordinary exclusive skill. However, nothing in the world is absolute. The invisible skeleton mage could be considered a hidden weapon lurking in the shadows. Most importantly, they all had magical attacks and long-range capabilities. If some monsters couldn't get close, they would still need to fire from a distance. At the very least, these invisible skeletal archmages can also use firepower suppression to assist the skeletal tyrants in charging. Summoning one every 100 seconds means over 800 in a day. I can't imagine how terrifying it would be if just these 800 fully powered skeletal tyrants charged at the enemy. Not to mention, even if there are only 1 or 2 skeletal tyrants, once we leave the dungeon, they could easily crush those second-tier magical beasts amidst the magical tide. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen felt much more relaxed. If before, when he only had ordinary skeletons and invisible skeletal archmages, he felt a bit hesitant about facing the second-tier magical tide, now with the skeletal tyrants, he didn't need to worry about anything at all. It's not an exaggeration to say, a tireless as fearless, 3-meter-tall fully powered skeletal tyrant could easily smash a large group of second-tier magical beasts with a single punch. Next up, is this exclusive equipment. After recalling the skeletal tyrant back to the summoning space, Yi-Chen casually took out the second-tier exclusive class equipment chest from his backpack. Without thinking much, Yi-Chen opened it directly. Ding! You have successfully used the second-tier exclusive class skill chest. you have received the reward, Necromancer Dark Robe. Second tier Dark Robe, LV21, Attributes, Spirit plus 3200, Constitution plus 1800. Special, all summon creatures under your command have a 10% damage reduction effect. Is this the second tier equipment? These attributes are simply overwhelming compared to first tier exclusive equipment. Seeing the attributes of the Dark Robe, Yi-Chen was completely astonished. If he hadn't rubbed his eyes and confirmed again, he would have thought that the Spirit and Constitution attributes had an extra 0 at the end. Just one piece of equipment could provide Yi-Chen with over 3,000 points of Spirit and nearly 2,000 points of Constitution. Truly worthy of being exclusive class equipment. If it were ordinary universal class equipment, it would be lucky to have even 1/10 of these attributes. Subconsciously, Yi-Chen casually pulled out a piece of recently dropped warrior-type universal equipment from his backpack. Moreover, it was also an armor piece. Second-tier Radiant Armor, LV27 Constitution plus 580. At a glance, it only had a lonely 580 points of Constitution, which was quite disheartening. You must know, among the warrior class, Constitution is considered the strongest growth attribute. Yet, as a second-tier equipment, this level-restricted Radiant Armor, which is 6 levels higher than the Dark Robe, only has 580 points of Constitution. That's more than 3 times worse than the Dark Robe. It's simply tragic. If it were a universal equipment for all classes, the attributes would probably be even worse. Moreover, this Dark Robe not only has 2 attribute entries but also a powerful special effect. All summoned creatures under your command have a 10% damage reduction. That's just outrageous. Of course, the gap in exclusive class equipment is also related to the class's rank. An SSS class profession, compared to an S-class or even F-class trash profession, even if they both have exclusive class equipment, their attributes would differ greatly. Because of this, when some people awaken unknown hidden professions, there will be analyses based on equipment, skills, talents, and various other data regarding this profession. Once the data stabilizes, the rank of this profession will be made public. However, looking at the national scope, the number of students awakening hidden professions each year is countless. But a unique level hidden profession like Yi-Chen's has almost never appeared. At the very least, up until now, Yi-Chen had never seen any unique level hidden profession besides himself. Not wanting to think too much, after seeing the incredible attributes of this Dark Robe, Yi-Chen directly donned it. In an instant, Yi-Chen's attributes surged once again. Name, Yi-Chen, LV25, Profession, Second Tier Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 324 Spirit, 7419 Constitution, 2224 Agility, 424. Glancing at his attribute panel, his original spirit attribute of over 4,000 points had now skyrocketed to over 7,400 points. Moreover, with the surge in Yi-Chen's spirit attribute, all the skeletons in his summoning space also received a tremendous boost. The original 19% total attribute increase had now directly surged to 19%, nearly doubling. Now, it finally looks a bit like a necromancer. But, at this stage, it's still far from enough. A true necromancer has all their summoned creatures be undying and can continuously spawn. At this stage, it's merely a prototype. With a slight smile, Yi-Chen envisioned his future state. Millions of undead creatures under his command. Sea of skeletons, legion of evil spirits, nightmare souls, death knights, dark warriors, and abominations, stitchers, tyrants of divine retribution, abyssal reflections, dark assassins. A necromancer is not just a summoner who can call forth some weak skeletons. Summon, transform, evolve, sublimate. Right now, it's just the first step. The road ahead is still long. Now, it's time to leave the dungeon. I wonder what the situation outside is like now. I estimate that the tide of demons has already covered the entire wilderness area, right? You must know, once the tide of demons erupts, it's not just the monsters inside the dungeon that will surge into reality. Those monsters from the dungeon, carrying the strange aura of another world, will directly infect the magical creatures of Blue Star, causing them to enter a demonic state. Not only will their power surge, but even their temperament will become furious. Because of this, every time the tide of demons erupts, it is a huge disaster for both ordinary people and professionals. Taking a deep breath, Yi-Chen glanced at the situation in his summoning space. At this moment, after a battle with the Hydra Woman, the number of ordinary skeletons in Yi-Chen's summoning space had dwindled to just over 120,000. The invisible skeleton archmage had not suffered much loss, still having over 34,000, which is quite a powerful number, and the newly acquired Skeleton Tyrant now had 3. It's a bit of a pity. The rage state of the Skeleton Tyrant needs to continuously devour skeletons to be sustained. If it breaks midway, it can only last for 10 seconds before it directly degrades. Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. For ordinary little skeletons to still be usable at this stage, it's a blessing for them. Not wanting to think too much, Yi Chen's mind moved, and he directly exited the dungeon. Just then, outside the dungeon, Shin Mingyu and the 100 or so guards around her were also caught in a fierce battle. "Miss, we really can't wait any longer. Shin Cheng and the others are already heavily injured and have no ability to continue fighting. There are too few of us third-tier professionals. We can't hold on any longer. We must leave now." The captain of the guards, Shin Wang, glanced at the situation of his teammates and couldn't help but feel a bit desperate. He had followed Shin Mingyu for several years and naturally knew the temper of this spoiled young lady. But he never expected that now, in a life and death situation, she would willingly put herself in such a dangerous position for a complete stranger she had never met. What on earth was she thinking? Hearing this, Shin Mingyu also felt a bit ashamed. Seeing the more than 10 heavily injured guards around her, and the 30 or so who were lightly injured, she felt that she should give up now. However, just as she was about to say something to comfort those guards, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. "It's him!" Upon seeing this scene, Shin Mingyu couldn't help but scream. "Who?" Hearing Shin Mingyu's shout, everyone instinctively turned to look at the dungeon entrance. There, a young man in a casual white shirt was appearing at the entrance of the dungeon. However, just because of this moment of distraction, a second-tier professional guard was suddenly ambushed from behind by a second-tier magical beast, the red-armored scorpion. At that moment, as the red-armored scorpion approached the guard from behind, its venomous tail, over half a meter long, shot towards the back of his head. "Danger!" Instinctively, the young man in the white shirt couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, at that moment, he released hundreds of ordinary skeletons from his summoning space, crowding behind that second-tier professional. With a clatter, accompanied by the demise of several skeletons, the assault of the red-armored scorpion finally slowed down. At this time, the second-tier professional guard realized that he had just narrowly avoided an ambush. Moreover, when he saw the red-armored scorpion being held back by hundreds of skeletons, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If that venomous tail had hit him just now, his priest teammate wouldn't have had time to heal him, and he would have been killed on the spot. There was no way. After fighting here for so long, he was no longer at full strength. His health was even less than a third. However, as the assault of the red-armored scorpion slowed, the young man in the white shirt showed no hesitation and released dozens of invisible skeleton mages from his summoning space, directly attacking the red-armored scorpion. Necromantic magic missile. Necromantic magic missile. Necromantic magic missile. Boom! In an instant, a series of pitch-black magic orbs, permeated with the aura of death, struck out, and the red-armored scorpion didn't even have time to dodge before being blasted into pieces. Then, a kill notification slowly appeared before him. "Ding! You have killed LV-28 red-armored scorpion, you gain 280 points, plus 200% experience." Ignoring this kill notification, Yi Chen was too lazy to linger and immediately unleashed the hundreds of thousands of skeleton army from his summoning space. In an instant, the area visible to the eye was filled with gray-white skeletal creatures. In less than a second, the skeleton army instantly engaged in battle with the countless second-tier magical beasts. All hostile creatures. Annihilate them all. With a command, the hundreds of thousands of skeletons seemed to be stimulated and immediately sprang into action. Ordinary skeletons wielded their bone blades and attacked the magical beasts in front of them. Tens of thousands of invisible skeleton mages continuously emerged from the air, raising their hard bone staffs and unleashing dark necromantic magic missiles. Not only that, even the 4 skeleton tyrants were all summoned by Yi Chen from the summoning space to join the battle. Skeleton tyrants, devour the ordinary little skeletons. Reach peak state. With a slight thought, the skeletal tyrants suddenly seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackles, directly grabbing the ordinary skeletons nearby and instantly merging them into their own bodies. Accompanied by a series of eerie pale lights continuously emanating from the skeletal tyrants, their attributes skyrocketed in that moment. In just a minute or two, the skeletal tyrant, which originally had only a couple of hundred points in attributes, instantly transformed into a skeletal giant with over 1,000 points of strength and more than 2,000 points of constitution. Even its original 3-meter height expanded to a towering 5 meters. Just a glance gave an overwhelming sense of oppression. At that moment, just as the skeletal tyrant had barely entered its peak rage state, a self-important blood demon tiger charged right in front of it. However, the skeletal tyrant showed not a hint of hesitation, directly raising its right arm, and its massive bony fist smashed down towards the blood demon tiger. Boom! With a single punch, the blood demon tiger's abdomen was instantly pierced by the skeletal tyrant's enormous fist, creating a transparent hole as thick as a bucket. Not only this skeletal tyrant, but the other 3 skeletal tyrants also entered their peak rage state at this time. Seeing the second-tier magical beasts before them, these skeletal tyrants simply kept swinging their fists, quickly slaughtering hundreds of nearby second-tier magical beasts. At a glance, the area around the skeletal tyrants was filled with dense blood mist. Soon, with the appearance of the skeletal tyrants, the once despairing escort team suddenly felt at ease. Even when they witnessed the brutal scene of the skeletal army, everyone present was shocked. What kind of monster is this? One punch to obliterate a second-tier magical beast? This is simply outrageous. Unbelievable. These second-tier magical beasts would take me 2 or 3 moves to kill, yet these skeletal giants can pierce through several with just one punch? This is too fierce. This is simply absurd. With these skeletal giants, we have nothing to worry about. Isn't the scariest part that young man? He looks about the same age as the young lady. How can he have such formidable strength? Wait, if I remember correctly, this kid just soloed the desert ruin. Hiss, soloing a second-tier dungeon. No wonder his strength is so abnormal. At this moment, after witnessing the strength of the skeletal army under Yi Chen, Shen Wang and his escort team felt a chill run down their spines. Facing the second-tier magical tide, they had fought for several hours and felt they could barely hold on. However, with the skeletal army led by this young man in white joining the battlefield, in just a moment, they completely obliterated those damned second-tier magical beasts. The gap was not just significant. It is no exaggeration to say that even if their escort team of over 100 people combined their strength, and all were in peak condition, they would still be no match for those skeletal giants. Even Shen Wang had a feeling that the skeletal giant before him could probably kill him, a peak SS level 3rd tier professional, with just one punch. Soon, as several skeletal tyrants blocked the second tier magical beasts a dozen meters away, Shen Wang and the professionals from the escort team also relaxed. At the same time, Shin Mingyu, who had been staring at Yi Chen since his appearance, came to his side. Handsome, may I ask, are you called Yi Chen? Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. It seems we don't know each other. How do you know my name? Don't worry about that. Shin Mingyu directly changed the subject and got straight to the point. I want to ask you something. Can you be my boyfriend? I really like you. Hearing this, Yi Chen was instantly at a loss. Wait, they didn't even know each other, so why was she confessing right away? However, after looking around at the environment, Yi Chen realized that this didn't seem like the right time for such a conversation. Without answering Shin Mingyu's question, Yi Chen spoke up. Beauty, although I don't know what you really want, our priority right now is to deal with this magic tide riot first. Then we can talk about these things? Yes, this little brother is right. Before Shin Mingyu could continue, Shen Wang jumped in. The most critical thing for us now is to get out of this magic tide riot. Not only Shen Wang, but the other guardians also chimed in. Miss, since this little brother you've been looking forward to has appeared, you can rest assured. Let's go back. Yes, it's too dangerous here. Let's go to a safe place and talk later. The magic tide riot has been going on for 2 or 3 hours now. While we can still fight, it's not too late to leave this hellish place. That's right, miss, come back with us. Hearing the guardian's persuasion, Shin Mingyu glanced at Yi Chen and felt a bit soft-hearted. She had come here recklessly, risking her life, just to see if Yi Chen was still alive. Now that she had seen a living person, leaving this dangerous place was naturally the most important thing. Then, let's leave here together, okay? Coming in front of Yi Chen, Shin Mingyu instinctively reached out to take his hand to leave. However, Yi Chen let go of Shin Mingyu's hand and refused. No, you all can go, but I'm not leaving. You're not leaving? Hearing this, not only was Shin Mingyu surprised, but even Shen Wang and the others found it hard to believe. Little brother, what do you mean? It's so dangerous here. Why aren't you leaving? Yeah, even if there are huge matters at stake, you should prioritize your life. Let's go together. Although we may not be as strong as those skeleton giants you summoned, but as third-tier professionals, it's still quite simple for us to fight our way out of this second-tier magic tide. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. However, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly, turned to look at the nearby second-tier magical beasts rampaging, and directly said, Actually, I don't have any other intentions for staying here. The reason I'm here is to suppress this magic tide riot. What did you say? At that moment, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what Yi Chen had just said. Little brother, I didn't mishear, did I? You mean, you want to suppress this magic tide riot by yourself? That's impossible. Although this magic tide riot is only second tier, Its strength is even more exaggerated than soloing a second-tier nightmare-level dungeon. You will die here. Exactly. If you really want to suppress this magic tide riot, unless you can solo a second-tier hell-level dungeon. But that's simply impossible. Right, just come with us. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was shocked. Suppressing a magic tide riot? Not to mention second or third tier professionals. Even fourth tier professionals couldn't accomplish such a feat. After all, the wilderness area is so vast that a mere fourth tier professional, no matter how strong, would be overwhelmed and unable to suppress a magical tide uprising. However, the difficulty of soloing a second-tier hell dungeon? At this point, Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, it seems I already have. What do you mean? Shen Wang instinctively asked. It's nothing. Yi Chen shrugged. I just soloed the Shura level difficulty of the second-tier Desert Ruins dungeon. You soloed the Shura level. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Shen Wang instinctively looked towards the dungeon entrance behind Yi Chen. This glance was enough to make Shen Wang's eyes widen as if he had seen a devil. Not just him, even the guards beside him were all frightened. What the hell? How is this possible? The dungeon entrance disappeared? Did this guy really solo the Shura level difficulty of the Desert Ruins just now? This. How is this possible? Everyone present couldn't believe that Yi Chen's words were actually not a joke. This guy is simply too outrageous. Soloing a second-tier dungeon is one thing, but you actually soloed the second-tier Shura-level dungeon. The most outrageous part is, this is the so-called most difficult Shura-level dungeon of the second tier, the Desert Ruins. After being stunned for a long time, Shen Wang finally managed to recover from his shock. He stared directly at Yi Chen's face, his expression filled with horror. Since that's the case, we won't stop you. Then, he turned his head and said to Shen Mengyu, Miss, since this young brother has such terrifying strength, we don't need to worry about his safety. Let's leave quickly. To be fair, although Yi Chen is very strong, capable of soloing the second-tier Shura-level Desert Ruins, when truly facing the second-tier Magical Tide Uprising, life and death are still uncertain. However, no matter what, they must ensure Shen Mengyu's safety. So, for now, they could only coax the young lady to leave quickly. After hearing Shen Wang's words, Shen Mengyu finally felt relieved for a moment. Before leaving, she looked at Yi Chen with a hint of reluctance, then followed Shen Wang away. Yi Chen, you must be careful. Accompanied by a parting reminder, Shen Mengyu's figure gradually disappeared from Yi Chen's sight. What a strange woman. Although Yi Chen was somewhat unclear about what Shen Mengyu wanted to do, at least the few seconds of safety after leaving the dungeon were guaranteed by her. Otherwise, if the dungeon entrance had been blocked by those magical tide armies, he would definitely face some danger after leaving the dungeon. At this moment, seeing them leave, Yi Chen finally felt at ease. Now, I can finally have a big fight. The second-tier magical tide, huh? Then let me see whether your magical tide uprising is stronger, or my undead calamity is superior. With a thought, Yi Chen directly issued combat orders to all the skeletons. Now, start pushing back the magical tide uprising for me. With a command, hundreds of thousands of skeletons instantly condensed from their scattered battle state into an indestructible skeleton wall. From a great distance, this skeleton wall looked like a white great wall, standing firm against all the magical beasts. At this moment, countless ordinary skeletons braved the pressure of the magical tide, while invisible skeleton mages continuously unleashed necromantic projectiles. At this moment, the number had increased to over a dozen, and all the skeleton tyrants, now in peak condition, charged to the front like a battlefield meat grinder, crazily destroying all the monsters that came near them. Meanwhile, countless magical beasts were launching a frenzied assault towards the skeleton city wall, and a large number of adventurers, who had been leveling up in the wild, were also fleeing madly under the pursuit of those beasts. There was no other choice. These scattered adventurers, unlike those from large families with extensive connections and reliable information, had no idea about the outbreak of the demon tide at first. It was only when this demon tide spread to their vicinity that they began to flee. Some even had no time to escape and could only find a temporary hiding place, waiting for a more suitable moment to flee. And at this moment, these adventurers, being chased by magical beasts and constantly fleeing, were the ones who had been forced to hide at the beginning. However, just when they finally felt hopeful about escaping the demon tide, they suddenly saw the white skeleton city wall in front of them. Upon seeing this scene, all the adventurers preparing to flee were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are there so many skeletons? Could it be they are here to ambush us? No way. Why would they ambush us? Wait, look, these skeletons don't seem to be targeting us. They seem to be intercepting this demon tide. That's right, it really is like that. Quick, let's rush to that skeleton army. we should be saved. At first, these fleeing adventurers thought that this white skeleton city wall had appeared to block them. However, when they saw the skeleton army continuously exterminating the magical beasts, they instantly became excited. Hunting magical beasts. This meant that these skeletons were not enemies, but allies. Thinking of this, everyone wished they could rush to the side of those skeletons right now. Soon, as these adventurers approached the skeleton army, they indeed found that the skeletons would not attack them at all. We're saved. Ha ha ha, yes. I thought we were doomed. By the way, where did these skeletons come from? Look, there's a young man over there. In their excitement, they noticed Yi Chen's figure. Moreover, near his body, he was continuously summoning various skeletons. Could it be that all these skeletons are summoned by him? No way. This young man is actually this strong? Incredible. With such strength. How come I've never seen this person before? I haven't seen him either. Could it be that he's from another city? No way. Someone from another city is actually fighting so hard for us in Silverlight City? Thinking of this, those adventurers who had just escaped felt an overwhelming sense of shame. They had only wanted to save their lives, to survive. The demon tide was too terrifying. They had no ability to resist at all. However, now seeing someone from another city fighting so hard for their Silverlight City, they instantly felt a sense of deep embarrassment. After a long silence, someone suddenly spoke up. Brothers, even someone from another city is fighting so hard to help us in Silverlight City. As locals, should we still be afraid of death? Brothers, for our own home, for Silverlight City. This time, even if I die, I will use my life to help the skeleton army relieve pressure and hold back this demon tide. Charge! This speech exploded in the hearts of the group of professionals like a bomb. Damn it! No matter what, for my wife and children in the city, I'm charging in. Bro, don't leave me behind. Tell my mom I'm not a coward. Brothers, this time it's not for ourselves. It's for the safety zone behind us. For our Silverlight City. Charge! In an instant, the 1,000 or 2,000 professionals who had just fled raised their weapons again and charged into the ferocious tide of monsters. Not just them. Even the professionals who had escaped to the skeleton city wall were inspired by them, and turned back to join the ranks suppressing the monster tide. Although these ferocious beasts posed a great threat to them normally, with the assistance of the skeleton army, they quickly pushed back the invading monster horde. Not far away, Yi Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If I had this strength 5 years ago, perhaps my parents wouldn't have died in this life. I must become stronger. I have to become stronger faster. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen silently vowed in his heart. Right now, the wave of monster tide he faced was only at the 2nd tier. But the monster tide riot 5 years ago was at a terrifying 5th tier intensity. Not to mention his current self. Even Lin Changfeng, after seeking help from the provincial district back then, couldn't hold back those monster hordes outside the city. This led to the instantaneous collapse of Tianshui City in a single day. Even the nearby major cities of Silverlight and Wanfang, the source of the 3 major grievances in Dongshan Province, was precisely due to this reason. Meanwhile, Silverlight City Professional Guild. When Wu Ning saw the secretary enter the office, he anxiously asked, "What's going on? How's the monster tide riot? Has it spread into the city? Have the professionals from other cities managed to hold those beasts outside the city?" Hearing Wu Ning's words, the secretary didn't even have time to catch his breath and immediately replied, "No, President. The monster tide riot has not spread into the city. And strangely, not even a single beast has been found within 100 kilometers of the city. How could this be?" Hearing his secretary's words, Wu Ning's previously anxious heart became even more complicated. It should be known, that was a 2nd-tier monster tide riot. Not to mention ordinary 2nd or 3rd-tier professionals, even 4th-tier peak professionals could not possibly suppress so many beasts. One person's strength cannot withstand so many beasts. Let's go. I want to see for myself. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ning took the secretary directly to the North City Gate. Upon arriving here, the scene Wu Ning saw was indeed peaceful and stable. Aside from the professionals from other cities he had dispatched, who were still gathering their strength, there was not a single trace of a beast to be seen. What on earth is going on? Instinctively, Wu Ning approached a professional responsible for guarding and asked. Hearing Wu Ning's question, the guard did not dare to hesitate. "President Wu, about half an hour ago, there was indeed a small group of beasts that spread here, but the number wasn't large, only about 1,000 or 2,000, and they were quickly dealt with by the guard army. But since then, not a single beast has appeared. None." Hearing this, Wu Ning was even more confused. The initial presence of beasts indicated that the monster tide riot had indeed spread to the city gates, but why had they disappeared later? Wu Ning wanted to go out and see the situation, but reality simply did not allow him to do so. As the mayor of a city, during the upheaval of the demon tide, he had to share life and death with everyone in the city, making sure everyone knew that he, as the president, was determined to share honor and disgrace with all. If he went out now, the morale of the troops would likely collapse in an instant. There must be powerful experts suppressing the demon tide. Otherwise, how could those magical beasts stop attacking so easily? Taking a deep breath, although everything seemed calm for now, Wu Ning did not dare to let his guard down. Meanwhile, Shen Mengyu was also near the North City Gate, constantly gazing into the distance. Although Shen Wang and the others had already told her that with Yi Chen's strength, there was no need to worry about his safety, Shen Mengyu also knew that for a mere second-tier practitioner, surviving in this second-tier demon tide upheaval was an incredibly difficult task. Survive! You must survive. Shen Mengyu looked into the distance, eagerly hoping to see Yi Chen's figure appear in her line of sight soon. At the same time, in the wild area, after a fierce battle lasting 4 to 5 hours, the wall formed by Yi Chen's army of over 100,000 skeletons had not allowed any magical beasts to break through his defenses. During these hours, the number of Yi Chen's invisible skeleton mages had increased from the initial 34,000 to over 36,000 now. The number of skeleton tyrants had also grown to nearly 200. Moreover, nearly all of these 200 skeleton tyrants were in peak condition. At first, there were only 4 or 5 skeleton tyrants, which did not have much effect. But now, with over 100 skeleton tyrants, they had completely prevented all magical beasts in a 10,000-meter area from advancing. With every punch thrown, dozens of second-tier magical beasts were directly obliterated. With every step taken, a large number of magical beasts were trampled into meat paste. In the face of such terrifying power equivalent to over 10,000 in strength and physique attributes, those second-tier magical beasts had no ability to resist at all. However, those ordinary little skeletons were suffering. Although during these hours, Yi Chen had been continuously summoning ordinary little skeletons, their attributes were ultimately too weak. On one hand, they had to withstand the charge of the demon tide army, and on the other hand, they were constantly being devoured by hundreds of skeleton tyrants. After these few hours, the originally over 100,000 ordinary little skeletons had instantly dropped to less than 100,000. This was still under the effect of the resurrection set, which allowed them to maintain a count of 100,000. Otherwise, Yi Chen's ordinary little skeletons would have long since collapsed. It is no exaggeration to say that without the effect of the resurrection set, which continuously revived the skeletons, Yi Chen would have lost at least 50 to 60,000 skeletons by now. In other words, the fact that he could still save 70,000 skeletons was already quite considerable. However, despite losing so many skeletons, Yi Chen's gains were also quite substantial. One must know, why did Yi Chen insist on staying behind to resist the demon tide army, risking everything? Was it to protect that young female practitioner at the entrance of the dungeon, ensuring his own safety? That was just one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that this massive number of magical beasts represented a vast amount of experience for Yi Chen. Not to mention anything else, just in these short 4 to 5 hours, Yi Chen's level had skyrocketed from the original 25th level with 91% experience to the 29th level with 32% experience. He had gained a full 3.5 levels of experience. This massive amount of experience, let alone in ordinary wild areas, is simply unattainable. Even in a dungeon, gaining such experience in just 4 or 5 hours is impossible. Previously, Yi Chen had calculated that after leveling up to the second tier this time, even if he worked hard to grind dungeons, it would be considered very lucky to reach level 28 or 29 in just one day. To step into the third tier area before the training camp in Dongshan province opens is simply impossible. After all, just reaching level 30 with 100% experience in one day is the first major hurdle. Even if he accomplished this goal in a day, the difficulty of the 5-star third-tier advancement task would likely not be something that could be easily completed in just a few hours. And now, heaven has given him such a great opportunity. If he could withstand this wave of the demon tide, not only would his level be able to smoothly reach 30 with 100% experience, but he might even have enough time to complete the third-tier advancement task. Name, Yi Chen, LV29, Profession, Second-tier Necromancer, only Level 1, Strength, 524 Spirit, 9619 Constitution, 2424 Agility, 624. After glancing at his current attribute panel, after a full 4 levels of improvement, his attributes had skyrocketed significantly. not to mention anything else. Just the spirit attribute had directly surged from over 7,400 points to now over 9,600 points. It was simply exhilarating. However, although Yi-Chin didn't care about other things, when those professionals who were also facing the demon tide saw how many skeletons Yi-Chin had lost, they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Little brother, for this demon tide uprising, your losses are too great. In just a few hours, you've lost at least tens of thousands of skeletons. These must have been summoned with great effort using your spirit, right? If you keep consuming like this, you won't be able to hold on. If you run out of these skeletons, how will you survive later? To be honest, although they didn't understand what profession this young man was, they had seen summoners before. No matter what kind of summoner, their summoned creatures were all painstakingly summoned through sleepless nights, exchanged bit by bit with their own spirit, let alone losing tens of thousands at once. Even losing a few thousand, or even a few hundred could sometimes break their hearts. And now, seeing an outsider fighting so hard for their Silver Mirror City, these locals felt a bit guilty. They had just fled here a few hours ago, only thinking about protecting their own lives. In contrast, this young man clearly didn't need to exert so much effort, yet he still stayed here to resist the demon tide for Silver Mirror City, making them feel utterly ashamed. However, after hearing the advice from these professionals, Yi-Chin just smiled lightly. It's okay. And besides, I can't care so much now. If we let go of the resistance and allow the demon tide to flood into the city, who knows how many people will die inside? I have the ability to resist the demon tide now, to buy a little more time for the people of Silver Mirror City. Why not? Don't be afraid of losing these jars and pots. As long as we're alive, we can continue to make more. At that moment, upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, those professionals were instantly moved to tears. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go all out too. Charge! Let's fight these monster brats. Brothers, this time, we won't take a single step back until all the beasts are sent to hell. Right, kill all these monsters. Charge! In an instant, the professionals became even more excited. The 2,000 to 3,000 second-tier professionals gathered over a few hours formed an incredibly strong force. However, despite their addition causing Yi-Chen to lose quite a bit of experience, it also relieved a significant portion of the pressure on his skeleton army. After all, if it weren't for these 2,000 to 3,000 second-tier professionals, the number of skeletons he would have lost by now would have at least doubled. And now, with their addition, although his experience decreased, it became much more stable. Another 2 hours passed. Yi-Chen once again saw the familiar level up notification. Ding, your level has increased, current, LV 30. Ding, you have received level up rewards, 50 points to all attributes, 500 free attribute points. This time, Yi-Chen's attribute panel surged dramatically again. Name, Yi-Chen, LV 30, Profession, Second Tier Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 574 Spirit, 10169 Constitution, 2474 Agility, 674. Feels good. This spirit attribute finally broke 10,000. Seeing his current attribute panel, Yi-Chen felt immensely satisfied. Truly a 5-star attribute template. The growth rate of these attributes is simply outrageous. It's important to know, this spirit attribute exceeding 10,000 means that all the skeleton summons under his command can directly receive a doubling of all attributes. Moreover, his own body, which has yet to acquire any offensive means, once he gains his own attack methods, with just this over 10,000 spirit attribute, he could easily crush all monsters of the same level. However, with the tens of thousands of skeletons under his command, whether he has any attack means has become irrelevant. Why not let his skeleton army do the work? With them, why bother doing it himself? Furthermore, with the 3 extraordinary talents of Soul Symbiosis, Soul Transfer, and Soul of Faith enhancing him, his survival ability has completely exceeded the standard. He didn't have to worry about his safety at all. Soon, another 3 hours passed. Yi-Chen's experience finally reached 100% at level 30. Just then, a familiar system notification appeared right in front of him. Ding, your current level has increased to level 30, 100% experience, successfully triggering the 3rd-tier advancement task. Ha! Finally reached level 30. After seeing this system notification, Yi-Chen couldn't be more satisfied. From around 3 p.m. yesterday when he encountered the tide of monsters, he had fought tirelessly until 4 a.m. the next day, without resting at all. Without further thought, he directly began to check the 3rd-tier advancement task. Ding, your current level has increased to level 30. Please choose the difficulty of the advancement task you want to complete. 1-star difficulty reward, gain 50 points to all attributes, 600 free attribute points for each level up. 2-star difficulty reward, gain 100 points to all attributes, 800 free attribute points for each level up. 3-star difficulty reward, gain 200 points to all attributes, 2000 spirit points, 1000 free attribute points for each level up. 4-star difficulty reward, gain 300 points to all attributes, 3000 spirit points, 2000 free attribute points for each level up, and there is a chance to obtain a third exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward, after each level up, gain 500 points in all attributes, 5000 points in mental attributes, and 3000 points in free attributes, and you will definitely receive the third exclusive talent. As expected, the better the foundation in the beginning, even if I want to slack off later, the growth intensity of this attribute template is still impressive. At a glance, with the support of 5-star templates in the first and second tiers. Now in the third tier, even if I choose the 1-star template, the intensity still has a full 50 points in all attributes, plus a solid 600 points in free attributes. Looking at that 5-star template, just the growth intensity of one level completely crushes the growth of 10 levels in the 1-star template. It's simply outrageous. Moreover, the 5-star template not only has the support of all attributes and free attributes, but also adds an extra mental attribute growth entry. Just thinking about it, if I could get the 5-star template, just one level would directly boost my mental attributes by a whopping 5000 points. It's simply exhilarating. Of course, Yi Chen definitely wouldn't slack off at this moment. The more he strives for the peak, the more obsessed he becomes with the path to the pinnacle. Yi Chen knows he is just getting started, and if he chooses to slack off now, he will have even less chance to challenge the supreme path in the future. Without further thought, Yi Chen directly chose the 5-star intensity attribute growth template. Just then, the 5-star third-tier advancement task appeared before Yi Chen. Ding, you have chosen third-tier, 5-star advancement task. Third-tier, 5-star advancement task. Successfully clear a level 30 or above Shura level dungeon without forming a team, and obtain a third-tier extraordinary weapon of at least perfect quality. Obtain a third-tier extraordinary weapon of at least perfect quality? What is this extraordinary weapon? After seeing this third-tier 5-star advancement task, Yi Chen was instantly confused. He realized, ever since he crossed from 0 tier to 1st tier, many things he didn't understand had appeared. For example, the Black Spirit Pearl that dropped from the Black Spirit King at the beginning, and the Starlight Source Stone in the 2nd-tier advancement task. Now, another perfect quality extraordinary weapon has appeared. Wait, didn't President Lin say that after the 2nd-tier task, there would be a requirement for the Starlight Source Stone? Why is it gone now? After carefully reading the advancement task, Yi Chen became more and more puzzled. It seems, after this wave of demonic tide is dealt with, he should go find President Lin again to explain what this extraordinary weapon really is. However, with Yi Chen's skeleton army holding strong for a full 10 hours, the momentum of the demonic tide army has weakened considerably compared to the beginning. In fact, nearly 50,000 2nd-tier professionals have gathered and are now able to push back the demonic tide army with their own strength. Soon, after another 2 or 3 hours, this 2nd-tier demonic tide was finally suppressed under the desperate efforts of Yi Chen and tens of thousands of 2nd-tier professionals. Not long after, as the last demonic monster was sliced in half by a level 27 warrior professional, everyone immediately cheered. Ah, this is incredible. We actually managed to push this wave of demonic tide army back. Yeah, I can hardly believe it. If it were before, even in the 1st-tier demonic tide riot, I wouldn't have dared to fight back. It felt so good to kill. After these few hours, my experience has increased by over 10%. This is so comfortable. To be honest, that boy who can summon skeletons is really impressive. Yeah, if it weren't for him forming the skeleton wall first, blocking the path of the demon tide army, we would have been no match for them with our tens of thousands. So strong. I never expected that a person from another city would help us in Silverlight City so desperately. Exactly. This time, I must tell President Wu to reward this young man properly. Hey, where did that little brother go? I don't know. Forget it. Let's report the good news that the Demon Tide riot has been suppressed to President Wu first. Right. Who knows, President Wu might still be in the city, worried sick. After the Demon Tide riot was completely suppressed, all the professionals began to search for Yi Chen's figure. However, Yi Chen had no time to hold a celebration with these professionals. He had quietly left long before the Demon Tide riot was about to end. You see, it was already nearly 5 a.m., and the rising sun was about to light up the sky. If he remembered correctly, President Lin had told him that the special training camp in Dongshan province would start at noon today. This meant that at 9 a.m. this morning, he had to set off to Qingyao City with President Lin. In the few hours in between, Yi Chen could just go home to tidy up a bit and then head directly to the Tianshui City Professional Guild to set off with President Lin. On the other side, North City Gate of Silverlight City. Many heavily injured professionals slowly returned here. These people had fought alongside Yi Chen's skeleton army against the Demon Tide army. Due to their severe injuries, they were unable to continue fighting and had to withdraw from the battlefield early. Just in time, they could take this opportunity to return to the city and report information to Wu Ning. At that moment, when Wu Ning saw this group of returning professionals, his eyes lit up. Without thinking, he rushed to their side and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't there a Demon Tide outbreak in this area? How did you come back? What is the current situation of the Demon Tide riot? How many people died outside? And how far has the Demon Tide spread? How far is it from our Silverlight City?" Hearing Wu Ning's rapid-fire questions, the already dazed injured professionals became even more anxious. After calming down, they took several minutes before answering one by one. "President Wu, there indeed was a Demon Tide riot in this area. But there was a very powerful young man who managed to stop the second-tier Demon Tide over 300 miles away from the city gate of Silverlight City. The current Demon Tide is much milder compared to the beginning. We were heavily injured. That's why we had no choice but to return. By the way, I must report to you that during this Demon Tide riot, there were countless injuries, but not a single person died. All of this is thanks to that young man who can summon skeletons. As long as we were injured and unable to fight, he would let us return to the city first to avoid losing our lives. It was he who helped us in Silverlight City to intercept this second-tier Demon Tide riot." Boom! Upon hearing this, Wu Ning's mind felt like it exploded in an instant. This second-tier Demon Tide riot was actually intercepted in the wild? Not a single beast got through? Even more outrageous was that during this Demon Tide riot, aside from many injuries, not a single person died? This is just too unbelievable. Wait! At that moment, Wu Ning suddenly thought of something and instinctively asked the professional again, "Did you just say that the one who intercepted the Magic Tide riot is a young man who can summon skeletons?" "Yes," the professional answered without a second thought. However, upon hearing this, Wu Ning fell into deep contemplation. A professional who can summon skeletons. Why does that sound so familiar? Wu Ning had seen many summoners, but he felt a vague impression of a professional who could summon skeletons, yet he couldn't recall it at all at that moment. Meanwhile, the secretary beside him suddenly reminded Wu Ning, "President Wu, do you think this professional who can summon skeletons is related to that necromancer you met last time in Tianshui City, who could solo the Azura level dungeon?" "Necromancer? Solo the Azura level dungeon?" Hearing this, Wu Ning suddenly realized, "Are you talking about that young man named Yi Chen?" "Yes." The secretary nodded. After returning from Tianshui City, Wu Ning had been quite upset about this necromancer who could summon skeletons, and he had complained about it for quite a while, which was why he had some impression. "That's it. It's definitely him. There's no doubt about it. It must be that kid." With this thought, Wu Ning slapped his forehead, and the image of the slender young man in a white shirt immediately surfaced in his mind. However, Wu Ning couldn't understand why Yi Chen, who was fine leveling up in Tianshui City, had inexplicably come to Xinjiao City. After pondering for a moment, Wu Ning still had no clue. But in any case, those professionals who returned from the wild areas wouldn't lie to him. Everyone spoke in unison, praising just how strong that young man was, how his army of skeletons suppressed the Magic Tide army. So, the fact that this Yi Chen resisted the Magic Tide riot for him was an undeniable truth. "I didn't expect this little guy to give me another shock. How should I thank him for resisting the Magic Tide riot all by himself?" Sighing, Wu Ning couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, at that moment, Wu Ning suddenly thought of something, and his face turned red. It was none other than when Lin Changfeng contacted him yesterday, questioning why the local family forces in Yinjiao City would bully the genius of Tianshui City. Just thinking about this made Wu Ning feel a bit embarrassed. He couldn't believe that the genius of Yinjiao City had already been so rude to him. Why would he still go all out to help when there was a crisis in Yinjiao City? He had just heard from those severely injured professionals that this kid's army of over 100,000 skeletons had lost more than half of their numbers in just a few hours while resisting the Magic Tide riot. It was no exaggeration to say, if he hadn't intervened this time, if he hadn't intercepted those Magic Tide armies, not only would he have suffered no injuries, but he could have severely damaged Yinjiao City, causing great harm to the local family forces. Why wouldn't this kid take such a good opportunity for revenge? Why would he still exert all his strength, even at the cost of his own injuries, to protect Yinjiao City? Meanwhile, as he was pondering, not far away, a large group of seemingly battered professionals slowly appeared in everyone's sight. These must be the warriors who resisted the Magic Tide army for our Injiao city. They really have worked hard. Watching these people slowly arrive at the North City Gate, Wu Ning felt 3 parts excitement and 7 parts guilt. The excitement was because these professionals were able to return alive, which meant a significant reduction in losses for Silverlight City. The guilt stemmed from Wu Ning knowing that the reason these professionals could come back alive was undoubtedly due to Yi Chen's skeleton army's assistance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, these professionals would barely have managed to escape for their own lives, let alone have the courage to turn back and resist the tide of demonic forces. However, this was a person who had given everything for Silverlight City, yet his own city had treated him poorly. Just thinking about this made Wu Ning feel he had no face to stay here. Nevertheless, to resolve the doubts in his heart, Wu Ning chose to remain. Moreover, he had already made a decision in his heart. After sending Yi Chen off, he must find the Chu family and the other local family forces in Silverlight City for a serious discussion. These local family forces had already made a nuisance of themselves in his city. They even went to other cities to bully the talents from outside. As the mayor, this was something Wu Ning absolutely could not tolerate. Furthermore, if such things continued to happen and he did not step in, those local family forces might truly forget who was in charge of Silverlight City. It is no exaggeration to say, relying solely on Wu Ning's own strength, if he decided to take action, he could easily wipe out the entire Chu family in Silverlight. This was the oppressive feeling of a peak 5th-tier professional. It was completely incomparable to those peak 4th-tier professionals like Chu Tianxiong. Not long after, as those professionals drew closer, Wu Ning finally spotted the figure of the young man in a white shirt walking at the front among the tens of thousands. It really is him. It's that kid from Tianshui City. As Yi Chen arrived at the North City Gate, without a second thought, Wu Ning walked directly to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen, I never expected that in this time of great disaster for Silverlight City, it would be you who came to our aid. Thank you so much. Seeing Wu Ning suddenly appear before him, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, then immediately replied, President Wu, you're too polite. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. If you hadn't stopped the tide of demonic forces, I don't know how many citizens of Silverlight City would have lost their lives. Wu Ning laughed heartily, then directly took Yi Chen's hand. Come, let's go back together. This time, I must reward you properly. After that, without further ado, Wu Ning pulled Yi Chen back to the Silverlight City Guild. Yi Chen, you've helped us immensely this time. Just tell me, what do you want? As long as I can provide it, I will definitely help you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was at a loss. He knew, if he refused Wu Ning's goodwill, it would weigh on his heart for a lifetime. But, what did he want? That was indeed hard to say. However, at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something he needed right now. President Wu, since you've offered, I won't decline. Could you help me get a perfect grade extraordinary weapon of tier 3 or above? Yes, what Yi Chen wanted was precisely this perfect grade extraordinary weapon of tier 3 or above. This was a necessity for his tier 3 advancement task. As a 5th-tier professional, it should be a piece of cake for Wu Ning to procure such an item, right? However, upon hearing Yi Chen's request, Wu Ning instinctively frowned. A tier 3 extraordinary weapon? Perfect grade quality? What do you need this for now? Hearing Wu Ning's words, Yi Chen had no intention of hiding anything and replied directly, This is needed for my 3rd-tier advancement task. Third-tier advancement task? At that moment, when Wu Ning heard Yi Chen's words, he was instantly dumbfounded. Didn't this kid just advance to the 1st tier a couple of days ago? How could he suddenly be starting a 3rd-tier advancement task after just a day or two? Instinctively, Wu Ning cast a detection spell on Yi Chen. Upon seeing this, Wu Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. No. It hasn't even been a day or two since we last met, and you've jumped from over 10 levels to level 30? What have you been doing these past few days? I just cleared a few Shura level dungeons, and then I leveled up to this rank. Yi Chen shrugged and replied directly. You just cleared a few Shura level dungeons. Hearing this, Wu Ning completely broke down. Good heavens, do you hear yourself? How can you make it sound like clearing a Shura level dungeon is as easy as picking a cabbage? You should know, even their Silver Mirror City's newly awakened 3 SSS level geniuses, along with those 2 SS level geniuses, might not be able to conquer a Shura level dungeon. And you, all by yourself, casually cleared a few Shura level dungeons? Is there no justice left? You should know. Among the 3 SSS level geniuses in Silver Mirror City, the highest level reached since awakening is just the little daughter of the Shin family, who has barely reached level 16. And now, your level is almost double that. Comparing this, Wu Ning even felt that the few super geniuses that Silver Mirror City had finally awakened were somewhat lacking. How can they compare? not to mention the difference in professional strength. Just the gap between level 30 and level 16 means that even an S-level level 30 professional could easily crush an SSS level 16 professional. Not to mention, this kid's professional strength is not even inferior to that of an SSS level professional. It's over. After seeing this East Mountain Province special training camp, this kid is going to turn everything upside down. Sighing silently, Wu Ning was too lazy to think about it any further. Remembering the request Yi Chen had just made, Wu Ning said directly, "Yi Chen, it's not that I don't want to help you with this matter, but you can only handle it yourself. Do you know what this third-tier extraordinary specialized weapon really is?" I really don't know. Yi Chen shrugged and said helplessly, "If President Wu is willing, please enlighten me." "No problem." Wu Ning waved his hand and said directly, "I won't waste time with you. This so-called extraordinary specialized weapon is a type of weapon that transcends ordinary mundane quality. Compared to the specialized professional weapons you get from dungeons, the strength of extraordinary specialized weapons far surpasses them. Moreover, extraordinary specialized weapons are divided into 5 qualities. They are ordinary, fine, perfect, divine, and ghostly quality. And obtaining an extraordinary specialized weapon is quite difficult. Just the crafting materials for an ordinary quality extraordinary specialized weapon require a complete set of the same tier specialized professional equipment plus a Starshine Source Stone, and 1 drop of your own perfect essence. As for ghostly quality, it's even more outrageous, requiring 5 sets of specialized professional equipment, 5 Starshine Source Stones, and they must all be of the same tier. Of course, for perfect essence, whether it's for an ordinary quality extraordinary specialized weapon or a ghostly quality one, only 1 drop is needed. So, I can help you get the Starshine Source Stone. Although this thing is rare, I can still manage to get it at the provincial auction. As for these 5 sets of exclusive class equipment, if I remember correctly, Old Lin should have told me that your Necromancer class is supposed to be a unique level 1 hidden class, right? At this point, Yi Chen understood. His unique level 1 hidden class naturally had no exclusive equipment for sale in the market. To obtain these 5 sets of exclusive equipment, he would have to do it himself. It seemed that while this 3-tier 5-star attribute growth template appeared incredibly powerful, the 5-star advancement task was extraordinarily difficult. Not to mention anything else, just gathering these 5 sets of exclusive class equipment was not something that could be done in a short time. One had to know. Every time he cleared a Shura level dungeon, he could only obtain 1 exclusive class equipment chest, and a complete set of class equipment had 5 slots. Even if he had incredible luck and could get non-repeating equipment every time, he would need to clear a total of 25 Shura-level dungeons to gather these 5 sets of exclusive class equipment. Just this step, without a significant amount of time, it was simply impossible to complete. It seems that at this point, I have to grind hard. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen felt somewhat helpless, clearing 25 3-tier Shura-level dungeons. Even with Yi Chen's formidable strength, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The most important thing was that today was the day the special training camp in Dongshan Province opened. It seemed that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to complete the 3-tier advancement task. Wait! At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly thought of a shortcut to quickly collect 5 sets of exclusive class equipment. If I remember correctly, Wu Ning mentioned before that this Black Spirit Pearl can fuse level 1 source class equipment into an exclusive class equipment. However, the grade of the Black Spirit Pearl is too low. It can only work on level 1 source class equipment. But if I could obtain higher grade pearls, then I wouldn't need to desperately grind in Shura level dungeons to collect exclusive class equipment. I would just need a sufficient number of high grade pearls in the source class equipment. With this thought, Yi Chen's mind became clear. One had to know. His Necromancer was also part of the source summoner class. If he had a sufficient number of 3-tier pearls, he would only need to collect a large amount of source summoner class equipment. With this in mind, Yi Chen took out the Black Spirit Pearl and asked Wu Ning, "President Wu, I heard this thing can fuse source class equipment into exclusive class equipment, right? Do you know how to operate it?" "Oh, isn't this the Black Spirit Pearl you got before? Why haven't you used it yet?" Seeing the Black Spirit Pearl, Wu Ning instinctively asked. "Well, I wanted to use it before, but I leveled up too quickly, so I didn't get the chance." Yi Chen didn't hide it and directly said, "Didn't you say at the time that this thing can only be used to fuse 1 piece of level 1 exclusive class equipment?" Put. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wu Ning almost spat out blood. Good heavens, is this even human talk? He leveled up too quickly, so he didn't even use the source life pearl? Who would dare to say such a thing among those 5th-tier professionals who calculate their leveling time in years? For ordinary level 1 professionals, leveling up a few levels in 3 to 5 days is already quite good. Even those SSS level geniuses from Silver Mirror City can only progress at a speed of 1 or 2 levels a day. Who the hell can be like you? After just one day apart, you jumped straight from the first to the third level. Your advancement is simply faster than anyone else's. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Wu Ning calmed his mind and explained to Yi Chen, alright, I understand what you mean. You want to use the Source Life Pearl to fuse enough exclusive class equipment, and then create a third-level extraordinary weapon, right? Exactly. Yi Chen nodded, but I'm not quite sure how this thing works. No worries. Wu Ning shook his head. It's actually quite simple to use. Generally speaking, you need 10 pieces of source class equipment to fuse into one piece of exclusive class equipment. However, the success rate is a bit low. There's a success rate for fusion? Yi Chen suddenly felt like he had opened a new world, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yes. Wu Ning nodded. If you use 10 pieces of source equipment for fusion, the success rate is 10%. For 20 pieces, it's 20%. And so on. If you use 100 pieces for fusion, the success rate is 100%. Got it. Yi Chen nodded seriously. What about the acquisition channels for this Source Life Pearl? Does President Wu have any information on that? That's quite simple, of course. I mean, it's simple for you. Wu Ning chuckled bitterly and continued. Although this thing doesn't drop often in first and second level dungeons, it's almost everywhere in third level dungeons. If you clear a normal difficulty dungeon, there's about a 10% drop rate, and you can directly obtain the Source Life Pearl from the final boss. For a Shura level difficulty dungeon, the drop rate is around 99%, or you could say it's guaranteed. Of course, this thing is also frequently sold at auctions or in the official trading hall, with a price of about 10 million for one. 10 million, Yi Chen calculated in his mind. He needed to fuse 25 pieces of exclusive class equipment. If he used the 100% success rate fusion method for all of them, that would require 2,500 pieces of source class equipment and 25 source life pearls. As for the price of source summoning equipment, Yi Chen had also noticed it when he was in the trading hall. The market price for third level source summoning equipment was generally around 3 million, and weapons might be a bit more expensive, but still around 5 million. If that's the case, he would need a total of about 8.75 billion dragon coins to create such a godly quality third level extraordinary weapon. Damn! I didn't expect this third level extraordinary weapon to be so expensive. A single weapon is almost 10 billion dragon coins. How can an ordinary person afford that? After calculating the price, Yi Chen was almost in despair. After completing 2 dungeon commission tasks, he had only earned less than 2 billion dragon coins in rewards. In other words, to gather this 10 billion dragon coins, he would at least have to run through dungeons a dozen more times. That seems a bit exaggerated, right? However, if he just wanted to deal with the advancement task and aimed for perfect quality, he would still need at least 25 billion dragon coins. After thinking it over, Yi Chen decided to abandon the idea of settling for perfect quality. Although this time he recognized the existence of extraordinary weapons because of the advancement task, he didn't want to create an extraordinary weapon just to deal with the task. So, since he was going to do it, he might as well go for the best, directly aiming for godly quality. In that case, now the task is to make money. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen had already set his goal in his heart. First, he would earn 10 billion and then talk. However, just at that moment, when Wu Ning saw Yi Chen's expression, it was as if he could read his thoughts. Without a second thought, Wu Ning directly took out a bank card and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I know you probably don't have much money. This is a little private stash I've saved. There should be about 20 billion in it. You can use it for now. You helped us a lot in Yingzhou City this time. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Glancing at the bank card, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned. What did you just say? This 20 billion is just a little private stash? Goodness, the salary of a city-level president is actually this outrageous? Yi Chen did not refuse. He directly accepted the bank card. He knew, if he didn't take it now, it would be disrespectful to Wu Ning's goodwill. To put it bluntly, even if Yi Chen directly asked Wu Ning to fully provide all the materials for his third-tier extraordinary weapon, he wouldn't be able to refuse. After all, even if he didn't consider his own face, he had to consider the face of his old classmate, Lin Changfeng. To be fair, if Lin Changfeng found out that he had helped Yingzhou City with such a big task and asked for nothing in return, then it might not just be about this little private stash. Not emptying Wu Ning's pockets would be Lin Changfeng giving him face. In that case, thank you, President Wu. No, you're too polite. Wu Ning waved his hands repeatedly. This little money is just an extra reward for you. This is the real reward you should receive after resisting the tide of monsters. As he spoke, Wu Ning waved his arm, and suddenly over 100 bottles of beast blood potions appeared in front of Yi Chen. This is Seeing these beast blood potions, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned. This is 100 bottles of third-tier beast blood potions, which can increase your monster killing rewards by 500%. Wu Ning smiled faintly. I know you level up quickly, so this will definitely be of greater help to you. Third tier, beast blood potions. Hearing this, Yi Chen was immediately astonished. You have to know, for ordinary people, they can't even get their hands on a mere first-tier beast blood potion. If it's a second-tier beast blood potion, they can only occasionally see a few bottles at public auctions at the city level. Back then, when he obtained them, he had only gotten 100 bottles of first-tier beast blood potions and a pitiful 10 bottles of second-tier beast blood potions. As for third-tier beast blood potions, he had never even seen one. It was unimaginable how long it would take Wu Ning to gather such a large quantity of third-tier beast blood potions. At that moment, when Wu Ning saw Yi Chen hesitating to take action, he urged again, take it. This is what you should have. Okay. Yi Chen nodded seriously and then collected all 100 bottles of third-tier beast blood potions. Seeing this scene, Wu Ning finally nodded in satisfaction. After a moment, Wu Ning finally voiced a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Yi Chen, actually, I called you here not only to reward you but also to ask you something more important in person. Hearing this, Yi Chen asked in confusion, President Wu, if you have something to say, please go ahead. It's like this. Wu Ning sighed and confessed, I heard that a family in Yingzhou City seemed to have ill intentions towards you a couple of days ago, and even wanted to take your life. I want to ask, the people of Yingzhou City have already turned against you. Why do you still want to help us suppress the tide of demons? You could easily sit back and watch this tide of demons spread into Yingzhou City. If that happens, those who have ill intentions towards you might very well lose their lives in this tide of demons, right? Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. President Wu, forgive me for being blunt, but has the mindset of you public officials changed to this extent? As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, since I have encountered the tide of demons and have the ability to suppress it, how can I just stand by? The Chu family of Yingzhou indeed has acted unfavorably towards me in the past, but that has nothing to do with the ordinary people of Yingzhou City. How could I use such a dangerous situation as the tide of demons to vent my personal grievances, dragging countless ordinary people into it? Are the people of Yingzhou City not citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? Upon hearing these words, Wu Ning instantly felt a surge of respect. Such a vision and realm, even he might not possess. Just thinking about how young Yi Chen was and yet had such a perspective, made him reflect on the local family powers in Yingzhou City. They seemed utterly pitiful, like rats in dark corners. I understand. Wu Ning deeply exhaled, suppressing his anger with all his might. After a moment, he looked at his secretary and said in a deep voice, Go, call in Chu Tianxiang and his son right now. Yes. Upon hearing Wu Ning's order, the secretary immediately left the office and called Chu Tianxiang, and Chu ran into Wu Ning's office from another room. Seeing the two, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. President Wu, what is this? Yi Chen, you don't need to think too much. Wu Ning waved his hand, looking at Chu Ran and Chu Tianxiang with an imposing demeanor. I just want them to kneel and apologize to you. Hearing this, Chu Ran, who had just entered, was instantly startled. He had heard about what happened today in Yingzhou City. A white-clad youth who could summon skeletons single-handedly stopped a second-tier tide of demons for Yingzhou City. However, he never expected that this genius was actually Yi Chen. Originally, he had harbored resentment for not being able to take down Yi Chen at the entrance of the venomous swamp dungeon. After all, if it weren't for Lin Changfeng's appearance, he and a few from the Chu family could have easily dealt with Yi Chen. But now, Chu Ran was completely convinced. It was no exaggeration to say, if this tide of demons really spread into Yingzhou City, his life would undoubtedly be in grave danger. After all, he was just a level 15 first-tier practitioner. Facing those endless second-tier demon beasts, he was like a fish on a chopping board, with no ability to resist at all. And now, this person he originally wanted to kill had indirectly saved him. At that moment, Chu Ran suddenly knelt on the ground. Brother Yi Chen, it was my fault for not recognizing greatness. I was foolish. You have a magnanimous heart. If it weren't for your mercy, not only would Yingzhou City suffer huge losses, but even my own life would. Not only Chu Ran, but even the peak fourth-tier patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiang, couldn't help but feel his face flush. Originally, when his son returned from Tianshui City, he had mentioned being bullied there. At that time, he even thought about restoring his son's dignity. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Chen, he had to teach him a lesson. But now, President Wu, Yi Chen, I won't say anything more. It is my fault for not teaching my son properly. From now on, I, Chu Tianxiang, and even our Chu family are willing to compensate you. Seeing the expressions of the two, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. He understood Wu Ning's intention. Wu Ning was just afraid that he would harbor some resentment towards them in Silver Mirror City because of this Chu family matter. However, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to think so much. After all, he was already at the peak of the second tier and was about to break through to become a third-tier practitioner. And what about Chu Ran? He was just a mere first-tier practitioner at a level barely in the teens. In front of him, he was even less than an ant. How could one possibly get angry with an ant? Without saying much, Yi Chen simply turned around indifferently and left Wu Ning's office. The chaos of the demon tide had ended. Wu Ning had already taken out all the rewards for himself. Staying here any longer was just a waste of time. In a few hours, he would be setting off for the selection assessment of the special training camp in Dongshan province. He had no time to waste with these people. However, upon seeing Yi Chen's departing figure, Wu Ning's emotions were like being stabbed and twisted by needles, filled with pain. This Chu family, these powerful families in the community, had completely embarrassed Silver Mirror City. Chu Tianxiong, Chu clan leader, look at what your son has done. You have brought great shame to Silver Mirror City. At a time when humanity faces a great calamity, while all the brave are resisting the demon tide, what are you doing with your family infighting? What a disgrace, what a disgrace. The faces of those heroes who fought to the last breath against the beasts for humanity have been completely tarnished by you parasites. After scolding for nearly half an hour, Wu Ning still showed no sign of stopping. If it weren't for the secretary suddenly coming in, Wu Ning might have even considered taking action. What are you doing here? Suppressing his anger, Wu Ning said in a deep voice to the secretary. The secretary dared not waste words and directly spoke. President, isn't today the day the special training camp in Dongshan province starts? The Shin family and the other 3 families have sent their geniuses over and want to know when you will set off? Upon hearing this, Wu Ning finally reacted. Damn, I almost forgot such an important matter. Saying this, Wu Ning glanced at Chu Ran and Chu Tianxiong before directly telling the secretary, go call them over, we will set off right away. Yes. The secretary bowed and then went out to call the geniuses from the Shin family and other families. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Ning glared coldly at the delighted Chu father and son and scolded, are you still happy? Are you still wagging your dog tongues? Let me tell you, don't think that just because your Chu Ran is the strongest genius in Silver Mirror City, you can be proud. I tell you, your Chu family cannot go to the training camp this time. I can't afford to lose that face. Upon hearing this, both Chu Tianxiong and Chu Ran were instantly filled with despair. They had originally thought that Wu Ning would let them off the hook for the sake of Chu Ran, who would surely bring glory to him at the training camp, but they never expected that as soon as Wu Ning finished speaking, he kicked both of them unconscious. Back home, Yi Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 in the morning. After having breakfast and casually washing up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Without thinking much, Yi Chen set off directly for the Practitioner Guild in Tianshui City. Meanwhile, in Lin Changfeng's office, when Lin Changfeng heard the reports from the practitioners returning from Silver Mirror City, he was instantly stunned. What did you just say? You people who went to Silverlight City for support, have you not been of any use at all? What's going on? Are you afraid of the tide of monsters and didn't take action? What does the country support you for? How dare you flee the battlefield at such a critical moment? Hearing Lin Changfeng's reprimand, the professionals hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that, President Lin. When we arrived in Silverlight City, the tide of monsters didn't even spread into the city. So even if we wanted to help, we couldn't. How could this happen? Lin Changfeng was puzzled. How could the tide of monsters not attack human cities? It's because a white-clad boy who can summon skeletons suddenly appeared. At this moment, a leading professional directly explained, he summoned the skeleton army and forcefully intercepted the tide of monsters from the wild, preventing those second-tier beasts from spreading into the city. A white-clad boy? Summoning skeletons? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng was instantly stunned. Instinctively, a familiar figure flashed in his mind. Damn, it can't be that kid Yi Chen, right? How did he end up in Silverlight City? Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng directly asked, what about now? Where is that white-clad boy who can summon skeletons? How is he? Hearing this, the professional replied, it is said that, after the tide of monsters ended, he was taken away by President Wu. I thought we had nothing to do with it at that time, so I came back to report to you. Wu Ning. Upon hearing this name, Lin Changfeng didn't think twice and directly called Wu Ning. A few seconds later, Wu Ning, who was in a rage, furiously reprimanding the Chu family father and son, was forced to stop his education upon seeing the incoming call. However, just as he answered the phone, before Wu Ning could speak, a furious roar came from the other end. Old dog Wu, what have you done to my unparalleled genius? Let me tell you, if he loses even a single hair, I will come over and skin you alive. hearing Lin Chongfeng's roar. Wu Ning almost couldn't help but laugh. I say, old Lin, why are you so anxious? Your genius is perfectly fine. He should be home by now. Home? Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng frowned. Just then, a series of knocks echoed in Lin Chongfeng's ears. Immediately after, the figure he had been eagerly awaiting appeared right before his eyes. It was none other than Yi Chen. At that moment, Lin Chongfeng's expression changed dramatically. Hee, I was just anxious to call you, wondering if you had died in the tide of monsters. Alright, it's fine now, you can go. With that, Lin Chongfeng hung up the phone. On the other side, Wu Ning was instantly amused by Lin Chongfeng's anger. This guy was purely dog-like, always wanting to see people, and his mood changed faster than flipping a book. Yi Chen, you're here. Hee, I was just about to find someone to call you. So, how's the preparation going? If there are no issues, we can head directly to Qingyao City now to participate in the special training camp in Dongshan Province. Seeing Yi Chen, Lin Chongfeng's mood instantly brightened. After all, he was counting on Yi Chen to shine in the selection assessment of the special training camp in Dongshan Province, to earn some face for the long-silent Tianshui City. Hearing Lin Chongfeng's words, Yi Chen nodded seriously. President Lin, I've been ready for a long time. Alright, Lin Chongfeng glanced at the time and said directly, it's about time. Chen Yang and Hanishu should be here now. As soon as Lin Chongfeng finished speaking, his secretary walked in from outside. President, the two students, Hanishu from the Han family and Chen Yang from the Chen family, have already arrived at the guild entrance. I wanted to ask you when we should set off for the training camp? Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng smiled faintly. Let's go now. Saying this, Lin Chongfeng directly pulled Yi Chen and, after arriving at the entrance of the professional guild, headed straight for the Flying Iron Station in Tianshui City. After boarding the Flying Iron, it took less than an hour for them to travel from Tianshui to the Flying Iron Station in Qingyao City, nearly 3 million kilometers away. The whole journey felt to Yi Chen like taking a bus on Earth in his previous life. Looking at the scenery, Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim from time to time while on the Flying Iron. 500 years ago, before entering the Great Mutation Era or the era of universal job changes, Tianshui City and Qingyao City were still neighboring cities, only a few hundred miles apart. However, with the onset of the Great Mutation Era and the expansion of Blue Star's area by 10,000 times, the distance between the two cities has continued to grow. But, over these few hundred years, Blue Star's development has not only been about the power of professionals. Technological advancements have also rapidly evolved under the influence of elemental energy and technology-based life professionals. As of today, the technology of Blue Star is now in a new era dominated by elemental energy. Even a high-speed train, which is quite similar to a bus in my previous life, can reach an astonishing speed of several million kilometers per hour with the enhancement of elemental energy. Of course, the ticket price for such a high-speed train is also quite outrageous. The tickets for this trip to Qingyao City were bought for them by Lin Chongfeng. But Yi Chen saw the price. Each ticket cost over 500,000 dragon coins, equivalent to nearly 10 years of living expenses for an ordinary person. It's simply unbelievable. For an ordinary family, leaving the city in this era is basically impossible. One day, my own speed will surpass that of the Flying Iron. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen silently set his goal. In this era, top professionals have speeds of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of meters per second, which is quite common. Of course, at this moment, he certainly couldn't possess such an outrageous speed, including Lin Chongfeng. Wanting to compare speed with the Flying Iron is still a significant gap. Afterward, when everyone left the Flying Iron Station, under Lin Chongfeng's lead, Yi Chen finally saw the entrance to the East Mountain Province training camp. At a glance, in front of this gate, which resembled a military base, countless students from various cities had gathered to register. However, just as Lin Chongfeng appeared here, a middle-aged man leading over 100 students nearby immediately spotted Lin Chongfeng. Oh, isn't that our Tianshui City's President Lin? What brings you to the training camp? Could it be that the one-round elimination 5 years ago made our President Lin determined to improve? While speaking, the middle-aged man glanced at Yi Chen beside Lin Chongfeng. Oh, so this is the genius you brought from Tianshui City. Why are there only a few of you? Ha ha ha. Although Yi Chen did not know this middle-aged man, he was an old acquaintance of Lin Chongfeng. He was Ouyang Long, the president of Qingyao City. Known as the strongest city-level president in East Mountain Province, he possessed peak 6th-tier strength, reaching level 70 as an SSS-level professional, the envoy of Sacred Fire. However, Lin Chongfeng was still quite unconvinced by Ouyang Long. Are you kidding me? Qingyao City is a place of outstanding people and rich resources. If I were in that position, the resources I've accumulated over the years would probably have allowed me to break through to the 7th tier. Facing Ouyang Long's provocation, Lin Chongfeng was not intimidated at all. President Ouyang, I know that Qingmiao City is very strong, but after so many years, our Tianshui City is no longer as weak as it used to be. Moreover, in this special training camp, there is competition among the younger generation. 5 years ago, our Tianshui City's genius was indeed eliminated in the first round of the selection assessment. But can you be sure that your Qingmiao City's geniuses can withstand our Tianshui City's geniuses this year? Put. Upon hearing Lin Chongfeng's words, Ouyang Long immediately laughed. I say, President Lin, you should know the situation in Tianshui City. I shouldn't need to elaborate, right? And you're still being stubborn here? I see you probably don't know what kind of strength our Qingmiao City's geniuses possess, do you? Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng smiled calmly. Oh, so what is the strength of your Qingmiao City? Ouyang Long's lips curled slightly as he sneered. I won't hide it from you. This year, the geniuses of Qingmiao City have almost all reached level 20 or above, and some have even reached level 25. Moreover, to be honest, these geniuses' most impressive achievement is that after teaming up yesterday in several SSS level professions, they almost cleared the second-tier Shura level difficulty dungeon in one go. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang and Hanishu's expressions changed dramatically. It was already outrageous to awaken and reach level 20 in 3 days, but there was actually a super genius at level 25? How is that possible? It should be known that ordinary S-level profession geniuses, after breaking through to the second tier, level up based on years. Even at the early 20s level, it usually takes 7 to 8 months to level up by one. It is no exaggeration to say, even a top genius like Chen Yang would need at least 3 to 4 months to level up by one. Not to mention, the higher the level, the harder it becomes to level up. Not to mention anything else. Just for Chen Yang to go from level 20 to level 25, it would take at least 3 to 4 years. How did these geniuses from Qingmiao City manage to achieve such an outrageous level increase in just a few days? It wasn't just Chen Yang and Hanishu. Even Lin Chongfeng was somewhat surprised after hearing this information. Originally, he thought it was already terrifying that someone like Yi Chen existed in the world. He didn't expect the geniuses from Qingmiao City to be so strong. However, thinking back, he wondered if these level 20, at most level 25 geniuses from Qingmiao City could be Yi Chen's opponents, who had already reached level 30. Moreover, if he heard correctly, Ouyang Long seemed to have mentioned that these few SSS geniuses, after teaming up, almost cleared the second-tier Shura level difficulty dungeon? Thinking of this, Lin Chongfeng almost laughed out loud. If he remembered correctly, his own Yi Chen seemed to have been able to easily solo the second-tier Shura level difficulty dungeon long ago, right? However, Lin Chongfeng was too lazy to say these words now. When the selection assessment begins, let Ouyang Long see what a true genius is. At this moment, seeing the panic on the faces of a few people, Ouyang Long became smug. So, if you think your Tianshui City's geniuses are impressive, then let's meet in the selection assessment of the special training camp. I hope your genius can last an hour in the secret realm. After saying this, Ouyang Long was too lazy to waste words with Lin Chongfeng and directly led his hundreds of students, marching towards the entrance of the special training camp. However, when those genius students from behind Ouyang Long walked past Yi Chen, they couldn't help but cast disdainful glances at him. TSK, TSK, TSK. The geniuses of Tianshui City are indeed rare. I heard that 5 years ago, a genius from Tianshui City entered the secret realm and was killed in less than 10 minutes. Ha ha ha, how funny. In that case, when this kid enters the secret realm, let's try to take him down in 5 minutes. Look at you, you have to be able to find him first. After being teleported into the secret realm, it's not guaranteed we'll be together. True, let's see if this kid has good luck. Ha ha ha. If we find him, let's all go together and let this lone genius from Tianshui City enjoy himself. After hearing these people's discussions, Chen Yang and Hanishu felt a surge of anger. However, thinking of the incredible strength of those introduced by Ouyang Long just now, they instantly calmed down. Yet, facing these provocations, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, a bunch of useless people, only daring to bully the few with their numbers. What did you say? At that moment, when a genius from Qingmiao City, who had just walked up to Yi Chen, heard his words, he immediately stopped, his eyes wide open, staring fiercely at Yi Chen. Nothing. Yi Chen smiled faintly. I just wanted to say, a fierce tiger walks alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. You actually dare to say we're cattle and sheep? Today, I'll show you who the real cattle and sheep are. This statement instantly ignited the anger of all the geniuses from Qingmiao City. Am I wrong? Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, but he quickly realized that he might have indeed misspoken. He then added, I was wrong, you aren't cattle and sheep, you should be cattle and horses. You bastard. Upon hearing this, the 7 or 8 students closest to Yi Chen immediately leaped up, drawing their weapons and preparing to attack him. However, at that moment, the president of Qingyao City, Ouyang Long, immediately shouted, "Stop, you guys! Have you forgotten that if you fight before the selection assessment in the training camp, you'll be disqualified?" Hearing this, the few students who were about to attack instantly calmed down. After all, they were here to participate in the special training camp assessment, wanting to enter the camp and secure better development resources, not to squabble with trash from a place like Tianshui City. Moreover, even if they wanted to compete, they should find some worthy opponents. These mere wastes from Tianshui City weren't even worth their effort. However, seeing this scene, Yichen couldn't help but laugh. This is hilarious. If you really want to fight, you don't need to pretend to be tough here knowing someone is stopping you. When the selection assessment starts, you can attack me in the secret realm. By the way, and you all can join in. After all, you are cattle and horses, so you might need to gather more people to muster the courage to fight, right? After saying this, Yichen turned and followed Lin Changfeng directly into the entrance of the training camp. Damn, this bastard, he actually said we're bullying the weak? Damn, just a bunch of wastes from Tianshui City, and they dare to speak arrogantly to us geniuses from Qingyao City. Let you be arrogant for a while. Once we get to the secret realm, let's see what qualifications you have to talk back to us. Exactly. If I don't kill this dog thing, then I'm not a genius from Qingyao City. Provoked by Yi Chen's words, those geniuses from Qingyao City instantly became furious. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had already walked far away and could not hear the impotent rage of these people at all. Moreover, even if he did hear it, Yi Chen wouldn't take it to heart, thinking they could use their numbers to suppress him? Very well, if that's the case, when the selection assessment begins, let's see who has more people. President Lin, do you have a grudge against the president of Qingyao City? After Ouyang Long and that group of buzzing students left, Yi Chen instinctively asked Lin Changfeng, "How do you know?" Lin Changfeng couldn't help but ask, but soon realized something was off. "How do you know he's the president of Qingyao City? I don't think I mentioned it just now." Yi Chen was a bit speechless. "President Lin, you just called him President Ouyang and mentioned Qingyao City, so how could he not be the president of Qingyao City?" "Alright," Lin Changfeng didn't think too much. "I do have some history with this kid. If it weren't for him plotting against me in the outer secret realm back in the day, I wouldn't have been sent to Tianshui City. But that's all old news. If possible, when the selection assessment starts, just blow up all the geniuses from Qingyao City. I believe you have that strength." Yi Chen smiled faintly, not taking it too seriously. If the selection assessment starts later, those geniuses from Qingyao City better pray for their own good. If they aren't found by his skeleton army, that's one thing. Once the skeleton legion finds their trace, the invisible skeleton archmage, the skeleton tyrant, and even the sea of skeletons among the tens of thousands, won't show them any mercy. Soon, noon arrived, and after all the students gathered in the training camp, the routine strength assessment began. Well, actually, this strength assessment wasn't much. It was just to see if the registered students were at least level 15 and if their attribute growth template had reached 3 stars or above. As long as they met the standards, they could all qualify for the training camp. A few hours later, the strength assessment process ended. Almost. Oh no. It should be said that nearly 1,000 geniuses from various cities present all passed the selection assessment. Soon, these over 1,000 geniuses were gathered in front of a secret realm entrance by an instructor from the training camp dressed in camouflage. "Hello, I am the instructor responsible for your selection assessment, Zhang Chang. Now, I will explain the rules of this selection assessment. The rules are very simple. By 6 p.m. this afternoon, all of you can enter the second-tier secret realm. The duration of the selection assessment is 24 hours. Killing monsters in the secret realm will earn you trial points, and the top 100 in points will officially gain a spot in this Dongshan province training camp. Moreover, if you kill other students, you can also plunder their points. Similarly, if a student is killed, even if you are first in points, you still won't gain a spot in our training camp. Alright, the rules are explained. Now you can act freely. Gather back here before 6 p.m. After saying this, Instructor Zhang Chang left directly. Interesting. You can actually kill people in the secret realm? That's quite fresh. But, if you kill other students, won't you plunder all their points? Then why does it say that even if the killed student is first in points, they won't gain a spot? After hearing the rules explained by Instructor Zhang Chang, Yi Chen couldn't help but be filled with questions. However, at that moment, Lin Changfeng, realizing that Yi Chen had never heard of the training camp qualifications, also arrived here. Without hesitation, Lin Changfeng directly began to explain to Yi Chen, no need to be curious. In the secret realm, killing someone doesn't result in true death, instead, they are directly teleported out. Just like the novice dungeon you encountered at the beginning. That's why it's said, the novice dungeon isn't really a dungeon, it should be called a novice secret realm. It's just that everyone has gotten used to calling it that. As for those students who were killed, although they lost points, their point cap will still appear on the leaderboard. Moreover, even if they are killed, the points they lost are just a small part compared to their point cap. Because of this, some students who are afraid of being eliminated will directly trade away a portion of their trial points to secure their eligibility. So, if you can't exceed the point cap of those eliminated students, naturally, you won't be able to obtain a selection spot. So that's how it is. Thank you, President Lin, for clarifying. Upon hearing Lin Changfeng's explanations, Yi Chen suddenly felt enlightened. By the way, President Lin, if you're not busy, could you share some details about the assessment rules of the Genius Training Camp? I heard that you were also selected for the Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp 30 years ago. Ha ha ha, how do you know about that? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng burst into laughter. Earlier in Yinzhou City, when I was talking to President Wu Ning about you, he mentioned those past events. Yi Chen shrugged and directly said this. So it was that kid Wu Ning. But, a hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Talking about these things is just a fleeting memory from many years ago. Although he said this, Yi Chen could clearly see that Lin Changfeng felt quite proud when he thought about his glorious past. Though he claimed not to care, he was clearly pleased inside. After all, Yi Chen also knew, back in the day, or rather, just 5 years ago before the Demon Tide Uprising, Tianshui City wasn't too desolate. It could still secure 7 or 8 assessment spots for the Genius Training Camp in Dongshan Province each year. Although it couldn't compare to top cities like Qingmiao, Nanjing, and Linyan in Dongshan Province, or other first-tier cities, it was still barely acceptable to be in the middle tier. With a bit of luck, there would always be 1 or 2 people each year who managed to pass the special training camp in Dongshan Province. However, time has changed, and today's Tianshui City has long lost its former glory. But no matter what, when Yi Chen heard that Lin Changfeng had once been selected for the Dongshan Province training camp based on his top 10 performance in the Secret Realm assessment, he was still quite surprised. Then, Lin Changfeng no longer held back. After being praised by Yi Chen, scenes of how he had outperformed many talented students in Dongshan Province and successfully entered the special training camp began to slowly emerge in his mind. Not long after, having crossed over that glorious history, Lin Changfeng began to detail the other hidden rules of the selection assessment for the Genius Training Camp to Yi Chen. Simply put, once you enter the secret realm, monsters are not the biggest enemy of the students. On the contrary, every student entering the secret realm is the biggest enemy, because while you can escape or hide from monsters, those students who will stop at nothing for trial points will not only hunt other students but may even ambush and assassinate, using all sorts of despicable means. I see. After hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. So, if I eliminate all the other students, I can safely farm monsters, right? If you want to understand it that way, then that's not impossible. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This unparalleled genius's idea is quite extraordinary. If an ordinary person were to learn this information, they would probably keep their distance from those other students. And Yi Chen actually thought of a way to eliminate all the other students so he could comfortably farm monsters. That's truly outrageous. Not wanting to think too much about it, Lin Changfeng explained to Yi Chen some other details about this selection assessment for the secret realm. After all, this was Yi Chen's first time entering the secret realm. There was so much he didn't understand about it. For example, the monsters in the instance, while comparable in strength to those in the wild, are actually several times stronger than the monsters outside. Because of this, the qualification for the special training camp's selection assessment is set at a standard of level 15 with a 3-star attribute growth template or higher. If one does not meet this requirement, even if they are allowed to enter the assessment, they would be utterly unable to defeat the monsters in the secret realm. It would simply be a pointless death. Soon, as the time approached 6 in the afternoon, Yi Chen returned to the assessment team. A few minutes later, when the clock struck 6, Zhang Cheng appeared once again before all the students. Alright, the assessment is about to begin, and I hope all of you students have a smooth experience. Zhang Cheng stepped back, clearing the entrance to the secret realm, and directly announced to all the students, "Now, the selection assessment for the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp officially begins. Everyone, enter the secret realm." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhang Cheng finished his announcement, countless students rushed into the entrance of the secret realm. Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. With a movement, he directly entered the secret realm. Seeing this scene, the few geniuses from Qingmiao City behind Yichen couldn't help but snort coldly. Heh, a student from Tianshui City. I hope you don't get teleported to the same place as me. Otherwise, I'll make you experience the feeling of being eliminated just like those useless Tianshui City students from 5 years ago. Laughing inwardly, those geniuses from Qingmiao City also stepped into the secret realm. At the same time, after Yichen entered the secret realm, a system prompt appeared right in front of him. Ding! You have entered the second-tier Outland Secret Realm, Poisonous Fog Jungle. As the familiar dizziness faded, Yichen successfully arrived in the secret realm. Looking around, the environment was shrouded in a faint dark purple mist. As far as the eye could see, there were only dilapidated jungles and small mounds a few meters high. However, after looking around, Yichen did not find a single student nearby. It seems, the arrival points for each student are completely random. They definitely won't appear in the same place. In that case, let those Qingmiao City students live a little longer. Yichen had originally thought that after entering the secret realm, he would directly capture all the geniuses from Qingmiao City, allowing him to farm monsters in peace. But now, not to mention the geniuses from Qingmiao City, there wasn't even a single scum around him. However, just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from afar. Did I encounter monsters so soon? Instinctively, Yichen released hundreds of skeletons from his summoning space, surrounding himself. At that moment, those monsters that looked like giant centipedes appeared right in front of Yichen. Shadow Centipede, LV1, Strength, 75 Spirit, 50 Constitution, 55 Agility, 70 Skill, Shadow Spiderweb. Holy crap, is this the attribute of a level 1 monster in the secret realm? I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? After seeing the information about this monster, Yichen almost thought he was mistaken. Just a level 1 secret realm monster, and it can completely crush the attributes of the small monsters in the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. Moreover, it's crushing monsters of the Azura level difficulty. You have to know that the Black Spirit Forest dungeon is for first tier. That is, monsters in the level 10 to 20 range. And this Shadow Centipede is only level 1. This is a bit too outrageous. No wonder the selection criteria for the training camp require at least a 15-level practitioner with a 3-star template. Now it seems, it's not that they think they are too weak, but that anyone below this strength, even if allowed in, would be completely sending them to their deaths. There's really no need to come here. Just then, hundreds of shadow centipedes fell from the branches to the ground, instantly charging towards Yichen. Without a second thought, Yichen directly summoned his skeleton army. In an instant, thousands of ordinary skeletons, a dozen skeleton tyrants, and even hundreds of invisible skeleton mages surrounded Yichen. Kill them all! Taking a step back, Yichen waved his arm, and the skeleton army behind him immediately began to act. The next second, without even waiting for the skeleton tyrants to make a move, those hundreds of invisible skeleton mages suddenly revealed themselves from the air and immediately began to attack. Moments later, as large swaths of dark necromantic projectiles descended upon the heads of those shadow centipedes, these monsters didn't even have time to move a few steps before they completely perished in just 3 to 5 seconds. Following that, a series of kill notifications instantly appeared before Yichen. Ding! You killed LV1 Shadow Centipede, you gained 100 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 1 monster, you gained 1 trial point. Ding! Ding! Just then, those slow-moving skeleton tyrants had just completed the pre-action of Brutal Devour. However, upon seeing the kill notifications from these secret realm monsters, Yichen was instantly astonished. I didn't expect the rewards from the monsters in this secret realm to be quite terrifying. It's equivalent to 100 times the rewards of monsters of the same level in dungeons. Yichen had never entered a secret realm before. Although the novice dungeon could be considered a secret realm, it was merely an artificial secret realm created by a strong person, completely different from the wild outer secret realms. It was entirely for novice practitioners to practice, and this pure outer secret realm area was simply a holy land for practitioners to level up. If I could level up continuously in this secret realm, I can't imagine how great that would be. Then, Yichen no longer hesitated, used a bottle of 3rd-tier beast blood potion, and directly summoned all the skeletons in his summoning space. In an instant, over 300 skeleton tyrants, more than 37,000 invisible skeleton mages, and nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons formed a skeleton army. Instantly filled the vast area around Yichen's body. A glance around, even the limits of his vision were covered with gray-white skeletons. Now, let's start sweeping this area. At that moment, upon receiving Yichen's battle command, the hundreds of thousands of skeletons did not pause for a moment and immediately spread out in this secret realm area. Soon, a massive number of kill notifications crazily refreshed before Yichen. Ding! You killed LV2 Flame Armored Giant Bug, you gain 200 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 2 monster, you gain 2 trial points. Ding! Ding! Seeing this series of kill notifications and the trial points gained, Yi-Chen was simply extremely satisfied. In just under a minute or two, Yi-Chen's skeleton army had directly hunted down over 100 monsters. However, this was only because they had just entered the secret realm, and the skeletons had not yet fully dispersed. In less than an hour, once all the skeletons spread out, occupying every corner of this outer secret realm, that would be the moment when the skeleton army truly began to unleash its power. The secret realm is different from a dungeon. In a dungeon, if you can't finish off the monsters from the previous stage, even if you explore the entire area of the dungeon, you won't find any other monsters. But the secret realm is different. The outer secret realm is divided into stages. Just like a novice dungeon, the outer areas only have the weakest monsters, and the closer you get to the core area of the secret realm, the stronger the monsters become. Similarly, the stronger the monsters, the more terrifying the experience rewards and trial points rewards will be. With an army of over 100,000 skeletons at his command, Yi-Chen was not afraid of how strong the monsters in the secret realm were. He was only worried that the number of monsters in this secret realm was not enough. Not wanting to think too much, after releasing all the skeletons, Yi-Chen found a quiet place to rest. After all, he had nothing to do himself and didn't need to grind monsters. Plus, after staying up all night in Silverlight City to resist the tide of demons, he was starting to feel the fatigue set in. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the geniuses from Qingniao City entered the dungeon, several students who wanted to join them immediately gathered together. There was no other way. They could find each other thanks to the locator that Ouyang Long had prepared for them in advance. This locator could accurately find the location of their Qingniao City geniuses in the secret realm. However, once they gathered, one of the strongest among them, a student named Wang Ji with an SSS level profession and a level of 25, immediately spoke up. "Did you find that Ji-chun from Tianshui City on your way here?" Hearing this, the other Qingniao City geniuses shook their heads. "All right," Wang Ji sighed, "this kid is quite lucky. He didn't land near us. Let's let him live for a while. Just right to fatten him up before we take all his points. That way, this kid can be even more desperate." Ha ha. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, the other Qingniao City geniuses immediately flattered him. "Brother Ji really has a good mind. Hee, that's right. What's the point of killing him now? If we wait until the secret realm is about to end and then kill him, that would give him hope before completely crushing it." Exactly. Just thinking about it feels great. Just then, while these Qingniao City students were excited, dozens of shadow centipedes quietly descended near them. "Monsters are coming. Everyone be careful." It must be said, as a top genius from Qingniao City, Wang Ji's perception was still quite powerful. Even in the midst of excitement, he instantly detected the presence of those monsters. In a matter of moments, as soon as Wang Ji spotted the shadow centipedes, the group of over 10 people quickly formed a team. Tank professions to the front. 2 people protect me. Melee professions go and draw aggro. Protect my output. After a wave of clear commands, the 10 or so Qingniao City geniuses immediately launched an orderly attack on the 30 to 50 shadow centipedes. Wang Ji himself was an SSS level thunder mage, with extremely high burst damage, coupled with the other tank and melee professions around him, all of which were also incredibly powerful SSS level professions. In just 2 or 3 minutes, these dozens of shadow centipedes were easily dealt with by them. The battle was over. The geniuses from Qingniao City immediately became excited. "Aren't these shadow centipedes too weak?" "Exactly. With just over 10 of us working together, we wiped them out in a few minutes." "Ha, if the Ji-chun from Tianshui City encountered these centipedes, he wouldn't even dare to make a move. He might be scared to death." "That's right. Once we graduate and reach level 10, we'll head straight into the secret realm to grind monsters. Dealing with these secret realm monsters is a piece of cake. In a poor place like Tianshui City, I bet Ji-chan and his group haven't even seen a secret realm yet." "You're killing me." If they have no experience and just entered the secret realm, they might actually wet their pants from fear. Ha 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 ha. Not long after the discussion, a student suddenly spotted 2 figures not far away. Upon seeing these 2, a genius beside Wang Ji immediately reminded him, "Brother Ji, look. Aren't those 2 the other geniuses from Tianshui City we met at the training camp entrance?" Following the direction indicated by the genius, Wang Ji quickly spotted the pair. They really are the 2 geniuses from Tianshui City. If they can be with that Yi-Chen, then the quality of geniuses from Tianshui City must be similar. In that case, since we can't find Yi-Chen right now, let's take care of these 2 first and see what level the geniuses from Tianshui City are at. Let's go! With a command, Wang Ji immediately led over a dozen geniuses from Qingyao City towards the pair. Meanwhile, Chen Yang followed closely behind Hanishu, constantly trying to ingratiate himself. Shu, listen to me, our meeting in this secret realm is fate. Besides, that Yi Chen has already soared to great heights. Do you think you can still curry favor with him? And you don't need to look down on me, I'm an SSS level genius, and I completed a 3-star attribute template during my first awakening. In the future, I will definitely soar too. I won't be any worse than that Yi Chen. When they first entered the secret realm, Chen Yang was fortunate enough to land within just a few meters of Hanishu. Seeing this rare opportunity for the two of them to be alone, Chen Yang rushed towards Hanishu. However, after hearing Chen Yang's words, Hanishu coldly smiled. Chen Yang, what do you think you are? How can you even compare yourself to Yi Chen? You probably don't know, right? Yi Chen went to contact my friend Shin Mengyu in Yinzhou City. He must not know how to approach me, which is why he went to Yinzhou City to find Shin Mengyu. Don't you understand? Yi Chen cares about his image and doesn't know how to reconcile with me, so he wants to use Shin Mengyu as a middleman, to ease our relationship. Yes. Ever since she heard that Yi Chen returned from Yinzhou City, Hanishu directly called Shin Mengyu and learned that they had met. After finding this out, Hanishu, who was almost in despair, suddenly became clear-headed. She truly didn't expect that while Yi Chen appeared so cold towards her on the surface, he actually had such delicate thoughts. By using Shin Mengyu to ease their relationship, he could maintain his dignity while subtly reconciling. This idea was simply flawless. No wonder she liked him. She knew that after so many years of growing up together, Yi Chen's feelings for her would not change. It's just that he had become much more mature now. However, upon hearing Hanishu's words, Chen Yang shook his head. However, before he could say anything, a dozen unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared, surrounding them completely. What do you want? At that moment, Hanishu stepped forward, her expression serious as she shouted. At this time, the leader, Wang Ji, took a step forward and smiled indifferently. What do we want? Don't you recognize us? We are the ones you saw at the training camp entrance. Hearing this, Hanishu panicked instantly. You are the geniuses from Qingyao City? That's right. Wang Ji smiled lightly. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Now, let me see what level the geniuses from Tianshui City are at. Upon hearing this, Hanishu felt a chill run down her spine. Looking around, all the geniuses from Qingyao City were above level 20. And they were all top-tier geniuses with SSS-level professions who had completed their second awakening. Competing with them? Wasn't that asking for death? At that moment, Hanishu's mind raced, and she suddenly thought of a plan. She looked at Chen Yang behind her and immediately said, Chen Yang, didn't you want to prove how much you like me? Alright, now is the time to show your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it! You want me to go against this group of top-tier SSS-level experts over level 20? Isn't that asking for death? Hanishu, how can you be such a utilitarian person? You are disappointing me too much. After saying that, Chen Yang didn't think twice, and instantly ran in the opposite direction. Put. Seeing this scene, Wang Ji almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He thought the geniuses from Tianshui City were strong, but before the fight even started, this guy was already trying to run away. What a joke! However, want to run? You should at least ask if my brothers here agree. At that moment, before Wang Ji's words fell, the dozen or so geniuses from Qingyao City, all above level 20, instantly made their move. Cross backstab, night slash, 7-star convergence arrow, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, before Chen Yang could take a few steps, countless blades and shadows descended upon him. Immediately after, in less than a second, Chen Yang was instantly killed. Damn, this is too weak, right? Seeing this scene, Wang Ji's mindset collapsed instantly. He originally thought that even if this guy was weak, he could at least put up some resistance, right? But he was taken out in one wave? No, he hadn't even made a move yet. Next, it's your turn. Looking at Hanishu, Wang Ji couldn't be bothered to drag it out. He knew that in any battle, even with an absolute advantage, it was best to end it quickly. At this moment, Hanishu was completely desperate. She even thought that Yi Chen would come to save her like the heroes in those myths. However, after dragging this out for so long, not to mention Yi Chen, not even a single skeleton of Yi Chen's was seen. You Qingyao City dogs, don't get too proud. If you kill me, Yi Chen's skeleton army will avenge us. Yi Chen? Skeleton? So, he is a summoner, and a summoner of skeletons, right? Hearing this, Wang Ji smiled slightly. It's just that you won't wait for him to save you. You two are so weak. How can your Yi Chen do anything? What skeleton army? This guy. Better not let me run into him. Otherwise, I will personally smash every single one of his skeletons. After saying that, Wang Ji raised his staff high, and the lightning elements in the air instantly became agitated. The next second, 5 thunder explosion. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, as 5 bolts of lightning flickered, Hanishu was instantly reduced to a charred corpse. Seeing this scene, the geniuses from Qingmiao City immediately became excited. I thought the genius from Tianshui City had some skills. I didn't expect them to be such useless trash. So weak. That guy just now didn't even get a chance to fight back before Wu Kai killed him with one strike. Yeah, boring, so boring, these guys from Tianshui City. They're even weaker than those level 1 monsters in the secret realm. Tisk TSK. It seems these so-called geniuses from Tianshui City are just frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant trash. They think they're geniuses just because they stay in their little corner of Tianshui City, but when they come to this training camp, they're nothing. Exactly. So weak. Hearing the discussions of his companions, Wang Ji snorted coldly. He had thought that the people from Tianshui City might be weak, but he never expected them to be this weak. They couldn't even block a single move. Can these people really be called geniuses? He knew that among the true top geniuses in Qingmiao City, he, Wang Ji, wouldn't even rank. Forget about the top 10, even the top 30 would be a stretch. However, just then, a genius from Qingmiao City suddenly shouted, "Holy crap, Ji Gu, look over there, what is that? Why is it all white?" Hearing this, the other geniuses from Qingmiao City also looked up. They saw, on the highest peak of a hill several kilometers away, a large number of white figures appeared in their line of sight. Illuminated by the sunlight from across, those figures seemed to shimmer with the color of bones. Holy crap, that can't be the skeleton that girl mentioned just now, right? What did you say? Skeleton? You mean all of those are freaking skeletons? Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt a chill run down his spine. Looking out, the number of skeletons charging towards them from the hilltop was at least in the thousands. No, at least tens of thousands. At this stage, even a level 1 or 2 professional, no matter how tirelessly they worked day and night, couldn't summon this many skeletons, right? What the hell? That's way too many. Where did they all come from? Could it all be summoned by that Yi Chen? How is that possible? How could he summon so many skeletons? Seeing this scene, everyone panicked. However, Wang Ji was the first to calm down, immediately commanding, "Don't panic, perhaps those skeletons aren't strong. Let's stick together, we must not scatter." Although he said this, the pressure in his heart was immense. Just looking at the tens of thousands of skeletons, even if they weren't strong, just a swarm of them would be enough to overwhelm them. Hearing Wang Ji's words, the geniuses from Qingmiao City also calmed down instantly. However, before they could huddle together, a few hundred invisible skeleton mages suddenly materialized from the air just a few dozen meters away. Holy crap, where did these things come from? Seeing the skeletons that suddenly appeared beside him, Wang Ji was instantly terrified. However, those invisible skeleton mages wouldn't waste time with him. Once they appeared, it meant they were about to attack. The next second, necromantic magic missile, necromantic magic missile, necromantic magic missile. In an instant, those magic missiles, each capable of instantly killing a peak level 2 professional, surged towards them in the hundreds. Seeing this, Wang Ji, a fragile mage, immediately roared, "Protect! Protect me!" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 or 3 SSS-level warrior geniuses from Qingmiao City instantly found themselves in front of him, their shields raised high against the pitch-black death magic projectiles. However, boom! The moment the first death magic projectile collided with him, that SSS-level warrior genius was sent flying dozens of meters away. Immediately after, before he could even land from the air, another dozen death magic projectiles followed in quick succession. Before he hit the ground, the warrior was obliterated to the point where not even ashes remained. Another warrior fared no better. Facing dozens of death magic projectiles, this guy was instantly turned to dust the moment he collided with them. Subsequently, a dozen geniuses from Qingmiao City didn't even have time to resist the invisible skeleton mage legion before they were all reduced to ashes in an instant. Seconds later, those tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons trampled over their bodies, charging unimpeded into the next area. In the last second before Wang Ji's death, seeing his brothers around him utterly incapable of resistance, swept away by the skeletons, he fell into complete despair. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this skeleton legion? To think, he was on the verge of clearing a top-tier second-level Azura difficulty dungeon. How could he have no power to resist in front of this skeleton legion? What is this gap? However, what Wang Ji didn't know was that a round of bombardment from these invisible skeleton mage legions could even instantly kill the final boss of a second-level Azura difficulty dungeon. Using it against them, who didn't even have the strength of peak second-level professionals, was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Ha! Is this the genius of Qingniao City? Is this it? It seems they're not that impressive after all. They can't withstand a round of bombardment from the invisible skeleton mage legion. On the other side, far away, Yi Chen rolled his eyes upon seeing this. Earlier, at the entrance of the training camp, he had thought these Qingniao City geniuses were somewhat capable, but unexpectedly, they were swept away by the Skeleton Legion? Meanwhile, at the Dongshan Province Training Camp's Secret Realm Assessment Monitoring Center, a few minutes ago, when all the trainees entered the Secret Realm, the city-level presidents from Dongshan Province, numbering 20 to 30, who accompanied their city's trainees to participate in the training camp assessment, were sitting here chatting. In addition, there were dozens of instructors from the training camp and family heads from the 2 or 3 dozen cities. These city-level presidents were usually busy with official duties and rarely had the chance to sit together. The annual training camp selection assessment was one of the few opportunities for them to gather. However, although they were chatting, most people were gathered around the president of Qingniao City, Ouyang Long. President Ouyang, this year your Qingniao City is surprisingly amazing. I just saw the list of selected candidates, and your Qingniao City actually has over 170 people this time? That's too exaggerated. Yeah, Qingniao City this year. It's like a potential explosion. I remember last year there were barely 100 people, right? This year it's almost doubled. Sigh. Compared to you, our Nanjishi seems like we just crawled out of a dirt ditch. This year we only have over 70 people. My goodness. Old Zhang, your Nanjishi actually has over 70 people this year? That's incredible. I remember last year you only had around 40, right? Yeah, and having over 70 people isn't enough? If that's the case, how can we, who just barely gathered 50 geniuses in Linyan City, hold our heads up? Damn it, you top 3 cities in Dongshan Province, can you stop being so modest with each other? Having 50 or 60 people is already a miracle. Unlike us second-tier cities, we can barely gather 30. Stop talking, stop talking. I saw President Ouyang with over 170 people. I'm almost envious to death. The number of geniuses from Qingniao City can completely match 3 or 4 times the number from Wanfang City. I'm so envious. By the end of this special training camp, it seems President Ouyang is going to make a fortune again. Hearing these people boast about themselves, Ouyang Long couldn't help but curl his lips. Just last year, Qingniao City was still neck and neck with Nanjishi, both having around 60 or 70 people. And this year, the number of geniuses in Qingniao City has exploded, instantly doubling. It's simply too satisfying. Alright, this year our Qingniao City is just lucky. Next year, perhaps our big brother from Nanjishi might crush us in no time. As he spoke, Ouyang Long's gaze began to wander. Soon, he spotted Lin Chongfeng sitting in the distance. Not just him. While Ouyang Long was scanning the area, other city leaders from second-tier cities nearby were also observing with his gaze. Soon, the president of Wanfang City, Wu Pingsheng, also unexpectedly noticed Lin Chongfeng's arrival. Oh, isn't that President Lin from Tianshui City? Wow, this is quite a rare guest. Why are you here this year? Upon hearing Wu Pingsheng's words, the other city leaders also chimed in. Yeah, it seems like President Lin hasn't been here for 5 or 6 years. Ha! I remember 5 years ago President Lin brought 3 students over, and it seemed they were all eliminated in less than 10 minutes? That cracked me up. Our second-tier city geniuses, no matter how incompetent, can at least last half a day. Being eliminated in less than 10 minutes is just too funny. President Lin, the quality of our geniuses this year shouldn't be that low, right? Yes, President Lin, how many people did we bring this year? 10? Hearing the city leader's question, Lin Chongfeng smiled indifferently. Our Tianshui City is not doing well this year. I only brought 1 person. Put, ha 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 ha. President Lin, I must have misheard. You only brought 1 person? This is hilarious. If it were just 1 person, I wouldn't even feel embarrassed to come. Exactly, you should learn from Wu Ning of Yinzhou City and Li Feng of Jiangyun City. I heard their cities awakened a few geniuses this year, but the quality was so poor that they simply didn't come. Tisk tsk. Don't say that. Look at President Lin. He might be counting on this lone genius from Tianshui City to take first place in the Secret Realm assessment. Ha, that's too funny. After hearing that there was only 1 person, all the city leaders present burst into laughter. However, despite hearing their mockery, Lin Chongfeng couldn't be bothered to get angry. Yinzhou City? That kid Wu Ning, their city just had a magical tide riot yesterday, and they barely managed to have 5 or 6 qualified geniuses, only to lose half of them. Even the so-called strongest genius, Xu Ran, was beaten down by his own Yi Chen. As for Li Feng from Jiangyun City, there's no need to mention, just a few SS-level geniuses. Yesterday, they contacted each other and heard that those SS-level geniuses were at most level 16. You have to know, although the selection criteria for the training camp is merely level 15, who among those who can come here isn't above level 20? Or even those who have already broken through to the second-tier tasks? Even those super geniuses who are expected to compete for the top 10 have already reached around level 25. What are mere level 15 or 16 professionals doing here, serving as punching bags for others? Just then, seeing so many city-level presidents attacking Lin Changfeng, Ouyang Long pretended to persuade, Alright, since President Lin can come here, he must believe that his genius has a certain competitive strength. Why should we mock him? Besides, since he is willing to use his genius to train our city's students as punching bags, what's wrong with that? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Listening to President Ouyang, do you think your genius this year is very strong? He could tolerate the other city-level presidents, but he couldn't stand Ouyang Long, that dog. If it weren't for Ouyang Long's betrayal back then, even if Lin Changfeng couldn't become the president of the top city in Dongshan province, he would at least be a president of a first-class city. How could he be branded with the infamous title of one of the three great wronged souls of Dongshan province? However, upon hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Ouyang Long couldn't hold back. What? President Lin, are my 177 genius students in Qingniao City not as good as your lone seedling in Tianshui City this year? This is not what I said. Lin Changfeng smiled slightly, but, I really don't think your more than 100 so-called geniuses are that strong. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Long couldn't help but laugh. President Lin, I think you haven't been to the training camp for too long and don't know the current situation? I forgot to tell you, this year, our Qingniao City didn't just bring these 170 plus genius professionals. Moreover, there are a full 12 potentialists, and now, their strength has already broken through to become third-tier professionals, reaching nearly level 30. Wow! Upon hearing this, all the city-level presidents present changed their expressions drastically. Damn! Qingniao City this year actually produced potentialists? My god, isn't this something that only the three supreme cities can produce? That's so freakishly abnormal, no wonder Ouyang Long came in flaunting his power, even looking down on Zhang Yuntian. It turns out they produced 12 potentialists. When they heard the term potentialist, the other city-level presidents' faces changed dramatically. Qingniao City is truly a place of extraordinary talent. They can even produce such monsters. So-called potentialists are professionals who awaken early and develop their maximum potential. Simply put, ordinary professionals can only officially become professionals after turning 18 and completing the professional awakening ceremony. However, potentialists do not need the professional awakening ceremony at all. They can evolve from ordinary humans into professionals even before the age of 18. Therefore, compared to ordinary professionals, potentialists have much more ample development time. What's even more terrifying is that once they become potentialists, they inherently possess SSS-level super talents. Not only that, the SSS-level talents of these potentialists are even more exaggerated in strength compared to those of ordinary SSS-level professionals. In other words, for the same talent that increases one's damage, an ordinary SSS-level professional might only increase damage by 10 times, but if it's an SSS-level potentialist, it could even reach 100 times or even more exaggerated strength. Because of this, the emergence of almost every potential user is like a dimensional blow to the contemporary genius of an ordinary city. Not only the city-level presidents, but even Lin Changfeng couldn't help but shudder upon hearing this news. At that moment, he instantly understood. Back at the training camp entrance, why Ouyang Long was able to endure Yi Chen's provocation and told the geniuses of Qingniao City not to act. It was clearly to wait until the secret realm assessment began, allowing the geniuses of Qingniao City to trample the face of their Tianshui City in front of everyone. However, having a team of potential users only means barely passing the Shura-level dungeon, which seems a bit too low, right? Moreover, just thinking about how those geniuses from Qingniao City, who are potential users, are only around level 30 in strength, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but laugh. If he remembered correctly, his own Yi Chen seemed to also be at level 30 now, right? The most outrageous part is, this kid has been pushing through with a full 5-star attribute template. He just didn't know what level those potential user geniuses from Qingniao City were at now. It just so happens, this time he could see for himself whether these so-called potential users were strong, or if his own unique hidden class was stronger. However, although Lin Changfeng didn't care too much after hearing the news about the potential users, the other city presidents all gathered around Ouyang Long at this moment. President Ouyang, you are too amazing. So many potential users suddenly emerged from your Qingniao city. It seems that this time, the top 10 in the Secret Realm assessment is definitely yours. Yes, in previous years, only Nanjishi could occasionally produce 1 or 2 potential users, but this year there are none. Qingniao City has truly defied the odds. President Ouyang, it seems that your Qingniao City is bound to sweep the top 10 in the training camp assessment. Wow, I'm so envious. The praise from these city-level presidents towards Ouyang Long was not without reason. Due to the limited resources in their own cities, they could cultivate very few geniuses. If they could make Ouyang Long feel comfortable, and he could reward them with some resources, that would be fantastic. However, after hearing the flattery from these city-level presidents, Ouyang Long clearly felt very pleased. Don't worry. If our Qingniao City really manages to get into the top 10 of the training camp assessment, we definitely won't treat everyone poorly. Ha ha ha. Back in the day, Ouyang Long's performance when entering the training camp was crushed by Lin Changfeng. He only ranked 17th. And now, times have changed. He was revered by thousands, while this guy beside him was left with no one to talk to. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Long felt even more refreshed. And when those city-level presidents heard Ouyang Long's words, they flattered him again. Yes, we will definitely rely on President Ouyang. It seems that the hope for our Dongshan province still depends on Qingniao City. Even the president of Nanjishi has been completely crushed by Qingniao City. Yes, President Ouyang is too strong. Do you have any secret methods for cultivating geniuses? Hearing this, Ouyang Long's lips curled slightly. I don't have any secret methods. It's just that those family heads have raised them well. Plus our Qingniao City has a bit more resources. Unlike some cities, clearly having no resources, yet still trying to hold on. Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng almost got anxious. This statement, wasn't it clearly pointing at him? Looking across Dongshan province, the 3 cities with the worst resources, aside from Li Feng's Jiangyun City, are his own Tianshui City. Next is Yinzhou City, one of the 3 great wrong cities. The most outrageous part is, this time when Yi Chen was promoted to the 2nd tier, he was forced to go to Yinzhou City to take risks because Tianshui City lacked resources and had no 2nd tier dungeons. He almost fell victim to the tide of monsters. However, before he could even speak, at the very moment Ouyang Long finished his sentence, a name suddenly appeared on the huge monitor in the Secret Realm Assessment Monitoring Center. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Score Monitoring. First place, Yi Chen, 7 points. Second place, none. Third place, none. Fourth place, at a glance. The name of the student called Yi Chen was prominently displayed in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the city-level presidents were instantly excited. Damn, it's been less than a minute since entering the secret realm, and he's already killed 7 monsters? That's too strong. Yeah, you have to know that those small monsters in the secret realm, although they are only level 1 on the outermost layer, their strength is comparable to the attributes of level 10 monsters in an Azura level difficulty dungeon. By the way, this Yi Chen, is he the genius from that city? How come I've never heard of him? Of course, it goes without saying, he must be the genius from President Ouyang's Qingniao City. Right. I thought President Ouyang's genius was strong. I didn't expect him to be this strong. The efficiency of killing monsters is just too exaggerated, killing 7 or 8 monsters in less than a minute of entering the secret realm. So fierce. Look, the secret realm score has changed again. It's already reached 37 points. Wow, is this guy going to go crazy killing? In just a moment of distraction, he's killed more than 10 monsters? Yeah, I remember. Even President Zhang wasn't this exaggerated back in the day. This monster killing efficiency, it's against the heavens. Now the score has changed again. It's already 68 points. It's gone up again. Now it's 126 points. So fast. This is just too fierce. President Ouyang, are all the geniuses from your Qingniao City this strong? After seeing this, all the city-level presidents present were dumbfounded. At the moment the score of this boy named Yi Chen appeared on the monitoring screen. In less than a minute, the score skyrocketed to over 100 points. This is equivalent to, in this less than a minute, he directly killed over 100 monsters, an average of 2 monsters killed per second. This efficiency in killing monsters is simply against the heavens. Moreover, this kind of efficiency must be the result of a solo achievement. Because in the secret realm, once you team up, although the experience gained from killing those monsters won't be evenly distributed, the trial points will be. So if you team up, it's impossible to directly kill hundreds of monsters in a short time. You wouldn't even be able to find them. And if it's a solo run, That's even more against the heavens, killing over 100 small monsters in 1 minute, let alone a genius at level 20. Even those potential users with level 30 strength, as Ouyang Long said, might not be able to achieve such a feat. What's even more terrifying is, after the information about this guy named Jichen came out for a while, the names of all the other city geniuses still hadn't appeared. Until now, the position of second place still shows none. One can imagine just how fierce this kid is. He completely crushed all the thousands of geniuses who came to apply for the training camp in Dongshan province. However, when Ouyang Long saw the name on the surveillance screen and heard the words of those city-level presidents, he was stunned. No, this Yi Chen, he isn't the genius from our Qingyao city. I don't even know where he's from. At that moment, when the other city-level presidents heard Ouyang Long's words, they were all dumbfounded. Not from Qingyao city? Then where did this guy come from? Could it be that there is also a powerful genius in Nanjishi today? However, when the president of Nanjishi, Zhang Yuntian, saw the many city-level presidents looking at him, he simply shook his head lightly. At this moment, the city-level presidents were even more confused. Not from Qingyao city, and not from Nanjishi? Then where did this guy come from? Just then, when Wu Ning, the president of Yinzhou City, sitting next to Lin Changfeng, saw the name on the surveillance screen, he was instantly frozen in place. After a long time, he barely turned his head and said to Lin Changfeng in surprise, "Old Lin, if I remember correctly, that genius from your Tianshui city seems to be called Yi Chen, right? What did you say?" Upon hearing this, all the city-level presidents immediately focused their attention on Wu Ning and Lin Changfeng. Only then, feeling the gaze of the many city-level presidents, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised both hands and pressed them in the air, pondering for a moment. Calm down, calm down. Our little genius from Tianshui City has embarrassed everyone. This kid is just a bit strong in the early stages. What the hell? No way? After hearing Lin Changfeng's tacit acknowledgement, several city-level presidents around immediately exclaimed, "This super genius who could crush all of Dongshan province actually came from the once desolate Tianshui city? That's too exaggerated. Could it be that the Tianshui city, once called one of the 3 great wrong cities of Dongshan province, is really about to turn things around now?" At this moment, let alone those city-level presidents, even Ouyang Long, who had just been the center of attention, suddenly changed his expression. No, impossible. Tianshui City has such scarce resources. How could such a powerful genius emerge? After a long while, Ouyang Long's spirit finally calmed down. Suddenly, he shouted out loud, "I understand. It must be that the surveillance screen has malfunctioned. Otherwise, how come until now, the information of the other geniuses hasn't appeared?" Upon hearing this, the other city-level presidents suddenly realized, yes, it must be that the surveillance equipment has a problem. Otherwise, how could it only show this kid's information for so long? That really scared me. I thought this kid from Tianshui City could directly crush all the geniuses in Dongshan province. I didn't expect it was actually a problem with the surveillance equipment. Indeed, if that's the explanation, then it makes sense. Who knows? The trial points that Yi Chen has now might also be due to the surveillance equipment's issues causing confusion. Ha, it must be like that. I'm dying of laughter. I thought Tianshui City was going to turn things around this time, but I didn't expect it to be like this. At first, when everyone saw Yi Chen's information, they were all shocked. Although some suspected it was a problem with the surveillance equipment, no one dared to say it. Now that Ouyang Long took the lead, the city-level presidents couldn't help but speak up. At this moment, everyone's gaze immediately shifted to Lin Changfeng. However, upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng became furious. These people insulted him. Lin Changfeng could remain calm, but if someone insulted his genius, he could not tolerate it. However, before Lin Changfeng could speak, a nearby instructor, upon hearing Ouyang Long and the others' discussions, suddenly darkened his expression. The instructor, whose strength reached the peak of the 6th tier, slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on Ouyang Long, and an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body. "Ouyang President, what the hell do you think you are? How dare you insult our training camp's monitoring equipment? Do you even know anything? Do you know? All the technological equipment in this training camp is personally maintained by Tian Yuan. If you think there's a problem with these things, why don't you come and check them yourself?" Buzz. Upon hearing this, all the city-level presidents present, including Ouyang Long and Lin Changfeng, felt a buzzing in their heads. It should be known, Tian Yuan's strength, although on par with Ouyang Long, was also at the peak of the 6th tier, a top-tier SSS-level professional at level 70. But if Ouyang Long and Tian Yuan were to spar, it wouldn't take 10 minutes for Ouyang Long to be defeated. There was no way around it. Everyone knew. This East Mountain Province training camp was on par with the East Mountain Province Professional Association, a provincial-level department. This meant that any professional who could stay here would not be weaker than any city-level president. It was no exaggeration to say Tian Yuan's 6th-tier strength was that of a top-tier powerhouse who had emerged from a 4-star template. And Ouyang Long? After reaching the 3rd tier, he could only barely complete a 3-star template. This meant, not to mention the differences in equipment and skills, just the gap brought by talent alone was a significant distance. Moreover, Tian Yuan was the deputy camp leader of the training camp, his strength second only to the camp's overall leader, Zhang Chen, who was at the peak of the 7th tier, an SSS-level professional at level 80. At this moment, upon hearing Tian Yuan's words, Ouyang Long was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe. Tian, camp leader, I was just a bit hasty earlier. I didn't really mean to question the monitoring equipment. Ouyang Long first apologized, then for the sake of his own face, continued, besides, these devices are at least a few hundred years old. It's normal for them to malfunction, right? Otherwise, why is it still only showing that brat Yi Chen's name? Upon hearing this, Tian Yuan was about to get angry when he saw the monitoring screen change again. East Mountain Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Score Monitoring. First place, Yi Chen, 586 points. Second place, Wang Ji, 18 points. Third place, Liu, 13 points. Fourth place, He Huaning, 11 points. Fifth place. In an instant, more than a dozen new names appeared before everyone. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Long was instantly dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to argue a bit more with Tian Yuan for the sake of his dignity as the president of Qingyao City. But now, when the names of geniuses from Qingyao City, like Wang Ji and Liu, appeared on the monitoring screen, Ouyang Long was completely speechless. At this moment, Tian Yuan's expression was even colder than before. He clenched his fists and coldly said to Ouyang Long again, Ouyang President, now, do you still think there's a malfunction? This. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Ouyang Long swallowed hard. The monitoring equipment really had no issues? That kid Yi Chun from Tianshui City actually crushed all the geniuses from Qingyao City? How could such a situation exist? Speak up? Why are you silent now? Seeing Ouyang Long too afraid to answer, Tian Yuan urged again. Captain Tian, it's my fault. I didn't recognize the greatness. I shouldn't have doubted your skills. I was wrong, truly wrong, Captain Tian. At this moment, upon hearing Tian Yuan's words, Ouyang Long was so frightened he nearly knelt before him. Tian Yuan didn't really intend to do anything to Ouyang Long. After all, he was still a city mayor. If this guy was the patriarch of those influential families behind the scenes, daring to speak like this in front of him, Tian Yuan wouldn't mind directly suppressing him with a single strike. Let them experience what the true power of a peak 6th-tier professional is. However, when the other city presidents witnessed this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, I can't believe my eyes. This surveillance equipment really has no issues. This kid Yi Chun from Tianshui City actually crushed all the geniuses in Dongshan Province. Yeah, this is just too exaggerated, right? The most ridiculous part is, this isn't just a normal crushing. I know that Wang Ji kid, he's a strong genius from the Qingyao Wang family. And now, Wang Ji's trial points are barely under 20, but that Yi Chen guy is already close to 600. That's a full 30 times the difference. So fierce. Yi Chen's current trial points score, even if you add up all the points of the geniuses on the leaderboard, wouldn't compare. Damn it! How can a genius from Tianshui City be this strong? How did that old man Lin Changfeng get so lucky? Isn't he one of the 3 biggest fools in our Dongshan province? Yeah, it really makes me envious. Having such a genius is simply more powerful than those dozen potential geniuses from Qingyao City. At this moment, upon hearing the discussions of the city presidents, Ouyang Long, who had already been pushed to the limit by Tian Yuan, suddenly erupted. You useless fools! What nonsense are you talking about? Our potential geniuses from Qingyao City haven't even shown their true power yet. Who are you to judge? That Yi Chen just killed a few small monsters, that's all. Just wait. If this Yi Chen encounters our potential geniuses from Qingyao City, he'll be crushed in an instant. Moreover, don't even mention our potential geniuses from Qingyao City. If this Yi Chen encounters Wang Ji and the others, he might not even be able to win. By then, no matter how many points he earns, won't they all be snatched away by our geniuses from Qingyao City? Don't forget, the true nature of this secret realm assessment isn't about who kills more monsters and earns more points, but rather, the survival aspect of a battle royale. At this moment, Upon hearing Ouyang Long's words, the city president suddenly understood. Yes, President Ouyang is right. This special training camp's secret realm assessment, although it looks at secret realm points, you have to survive first before they consider how many points you have. If you can't survive, it doesn't matter how many points you earn. Exactly. In previous years, there were always those who killed monsters quickly, but once they encountered real battles, they just collapsed. Don't mention it. There was a genius from Nanjishi who quickly racked up tens of thousands of points, but, after being ambushed and assassinated, those points were directly stolen. Indeed, if that's the case, it feels like raising pigs. The more points this Yichin genius earns now, the worse his losses will be later. Tisk tsk. You can't say that, after all, they gained real experience after grinding monsters in the secret realm. Don't say that. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Yeah, I'm already looking forward to how exciting it will be when Yi Chen and that kid Wang Ji meet. Sigh. It's a pity that our Dongshan province doesn't have good conditions. We can only see the trial scores and can't watch the live footage. If we could see the footage, that would be even better. Tisk tsk. I'm already looking forward to it. Hearing these discussions, Lin Changfeng felt like a huge nail had been driven deep into his heart. These people were being a bit too shameless. The resources in Tianshui City were indeed limited. But did that mean they couldn't produce geniuses? To be honest, if it weren't for being in this cursed training camp, he really wanted to take action against these foul-mouthed dogs. You have to know. Based solely on his personal strength, apart from the three top city leaders with peak 6th tier strength Ouyang Long from Qingyao City, Zhang Yuntian from Nanjiqing, and Zhao Mingze from Linyan City, Lin Changfeng was not afraid of anyone. However, seeing Lin Changfeng's frustrated expression, Ouyang Long's previously suppressed mood instantly lightened. What was Tianshui City? First-tier dungeons were scarce, second-tier dungeons were lacking, third-tier dungeons were even rarer. With such limited dungeon resources, let alone those precious secret realm resources, in this situation, even if a city produced a super genius like the powerful potentialists from Qingyao City, they wouldn't be able to nurture them. Perhaps, some might say, if the local city resources are insufficient, can't they develop in other cities? What a joke! Why should the resources of other cities be given to the geniuses from other cities? There is a way, however, to smoothly allow these top geniuses to develop in other cities. That is, changing residency. Yes, if that super genius is willing to transfer their household registration to another city and become a genius under that city's name, then the city managers would naturally be happy to let geniuses from outside come to their city to develop. Besides, there are cases like Tianshui City and Yinzhou City, where the two city leaders have a good relationship and have helped each other, so there would naturally be no problem. Otherwise, once discovered, the lightest consequence would be expulsion, and the heaviest could very well be losing their life. After all professionals know that wild areas are the forbidden lands far from the emperor's reach. However, just as Ouyang Long was feeling proud, fantasizing about Wang Ji, or other geniuses from Qingyao City crushing Yi Chen, several eye-catching notifications suddenly appeared on the monitoring screen. Ding! Tianshui City Chen Yan was killed by Qingyao City Liu, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Tianshui City Hanishu was killed by Qingyao City He Huaning, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. At that moment, upon seeing these two kill notifications, the city leaders burst into laughter. Ha, President Lin, it seems your geniuses from Tianshui City aren't that impressive after all. Yeah, it's no different from a few years ago, still less than 10 minutes, and they were directly wiped out. That's too pathetic, right? I remember those geniuses from 5 years ago could at least last a few minutes, but now they're gone in less than 5 minutes? Tisk tsk. If I remember correctly, it seems our President Lin. This year, let's just bring 3 people, right? Oh my, 2 of them just died, leaving only Yi Chen as the lone survivor. At this moment, when Lin Changfeng saw the kill notifications for Chunyang and Hanishu, his expression didn't change at all. To be honest, actually, from the very beginning, ever since he discovered the genius Yi Chen, Lin Changfeng had no intention of letting those 2 participate in the training camp anymore. Recalling 5 years ago, he had finally gathered 5 or 6 geniuses who had reached levels 17 or 18 to attend the training camp, only to have them all swept away in just 10 minutes. Lin Changfeng still felt that scene was like a nightmare. From that moment on, Lin Changfeng knew, although the selection criteria for the training camp hadn't changed, to truly secure a spot, having a mere level 17 or 18 strength was simply not enough. This time, if it weren't for Han Jiqiang and Chen Guangtian desperately begging him to let their children go to the training camp to gain some experience, Lin Changfeng wouldn't have bothered to bring them along at all. Now, with these two being directly eliminated. It was only to be expected. Listening to the mockery from the city-level presidents, Lin Changfeng merely smiled faintly, showing no reaction at all. However, the more he acted this way, the more those city-level presidents felt that Lin Changfeng was just being stubborn about his pride, and the more they mocked him. Not only the city-level presidents from first and second-tier cities, but even Ouyang Long couldn't help but show a smug expression when he saw the kill notifications for the two geniuses from Tianshui City. After all, the two geniuses eliminated from Tianshui City were all taken down by the geniuses from Qingyao City. However, before they could bask in their triumph for long, another wave of kill notifications suddenly appeared before everyone. This time, more than a dozen kill notifications refreshed instantly. Ding! Qingyao City He Huaning was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Qingyao City Li Yu was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! 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 Qingyao City Wang Ji was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Seeing this scene, all the city-level presidents were instantly frozen in place. What the hell? What's going on? That kid from the Wang family, and so many geniuses from Qingyao City, how did they suddenly get eliminated? Damn! Look, the one eliminating these geniuses from Qingyao City is actually that kid named Yi Chen? No way! Could it be that Yi Chen guy is actually this strong? Wait, what's going on with this guy? He single-handedly challenged more than 10 people, and in the blink of an eye, he killed them all? How on earth did that guy named Yi Chen do it? This is terrifying. Wait, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is really a genius from Tianshui City? Unbelievable. I just said that once Yi Chen encountered the geniuses from Qingyao City, he would definitely be slaughtered. This is way too fast for a slap in the face. At this moment, all the city-level presidents present were trembling in shock. This was simply unbelievable. You have to know, most of the geniuses from Qingyao City were known to these city-level presidents. After all, these city-level presidents from first and second-tier cities would occasionally visit Ouyang Long, so they were well aware of the situation regarding the geniuses from Qingyao City. Not to mention others. Just talking about that Wang Ji, he was not only a direct descendant genius of the Wang family in Qingyao, but he was also already at level 25, a top-tier powerhouse with a full 4-star template. Such a terrifying genius, placed among these second-rate cities, would completely be the top genius of the city. However, how could such a person be killed in just an instant by that kid named Yi Chen? How is that even possible? Not only the city-level presidents, but Ouyang Long was also stunned. How could this happen? That kid Wang Ji was actually eliminated by a mere genius from Tianshui City? Who exactly is this Yi Chen? At that moment, Ouyang Long could no longer sit still. Moreover, those city-level presidents also began to frantically inquire about Yi Chen's information. Even after witnessing this scene, Wu Ning was also shocked. He knew Yi Chen was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. In just a short moment, the gazes of dozens of city-level presidents towards Ouyang Long and Lin Changfeng changed. It seems, Lin Changfeng came to the training camp this time with a big move up his sleeve. Yeah, this kid named Yi Chen is too fierce. If he was just fast at farming monsters, one could say he might just have a special profession. But now, this kid took out more than a dozen geniuses from Qingyao City in one move. His strength is simply against the heavens. I think, with Yi Chen's strength, even those potential geniuses Ouyang Long mentioned might not be able to achieve such feats. Exactly. Potentialists are also human. They also need to cultivate. You have to know, Wang Ji's strength is already very strong. Even a proper third-tier professional would find it impossible to defeat him without some effort. That's right. Moreover, that kid Wang Ji is also clever. Even if he can't win, it's not easy for those third-tier professionals to really kill him. This is too outrageous. Not to mention Wang Ji. So many geniuses were actually taken down by that kid Yi Chen. This is just too strong, right? In an instant, after truly witnessing Yi Chen's strength, those city-level presidents immediately set aside their biases and flocked to Lin Changfeng's side. Old Lin, you little rascal are hiding a beauty in a golden house. Yeah, hiding such a strong move, and we didn't have a clue. Right, how did you cultivate this kid? How could he have such strong strength? Quickly say, is this kid from your Tianshui City's family? Seeing these city-level presidents fawning over him, Lin Changfeng felt utterly disgusted. Damn it, who was it just now that slandered our Tianshui City as a poor and remote place, claiming it was impossible to cultivate top geniuses? Who said that our Tianshui City's geniuses would definitely be crushed by the geniuses of Qingyao City? However, Lin Changfeng couldn't be bothered to argue with them. After hearing the president's questions, Lin Changfeng just waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This kid Yi Chen has no family background, he's just from an orphan family. Moreover, his current strength isn't due to anyone's cultivation, it's all self-developed." Upon hearing this, the faces of those city-level presidents immediately darkened. "Old Lin, if you don't want to say, you don't have to be so perfunctory with us, right?" "Exactly. How could such a powerful genius come from an orphan background? President Lin, that's really unfair of you. We just want to ask how you cultivated this genius, not to snatch him from you." Sigh. So disappointing. Yeah, talking about an orphan background, it's really laughable. With a genius of this level, let alone ordinary family forces, even the super families of the three supreme cities might not be able to nurture one. Indeed, resources are a necessary condition for a genius to develop. Old Lin, you haven't gone stupid staying in Tianshui City these past few days, have you? Upon hearing these words, Lin Changfeng was completely speechless. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Ouyang Long saw those fence-sitting city presidents all leave his side to gather around Lin Changfeng, his expression darkened even more. Impossible. Gritting his teeth, Ouyang Long silently seethed in his heart, this genius from Tianshui City cannot possibly be this strong. I still have those 12 potential candidates. Once the Yi Chun encounters these potential candidates, he will definitely not be their match. After slightly satisfying himself with his own mental victory, Ouyang Long's mood eased a bit. On the other side, after witnessing Yi Chen's astonishing strength, even some instructors could no longer sit still. The first to act was Zhang Chang, the instructor responsible for the secret realm assessment. It's important to know, the strength level of the geniuses from Qingyao City in previous years was something these instructors understood far better than those city presidents. And now, they were witnessing a super genius who could completely crush the students from Qingyao City. Even more absurdly, this genius appeared in the usually underperforming Tianshui City. At this moment, Zhang Chang no longer cared about avoiding any rules and directly approached Lin Changfeng. "President Lin, can you elaborate on the background of this genius? With such strength, we should have heard of him, yet how come we've never heard of him before?" Hearing this, Lin Changfeng almost laughed out loud. "Goodness, now you realize you've never heard of him. Just a few days ago, when I first registered Yi Chen for the training camp, why didn't you say you had never heard of any genius emerging from Tianshui City?" Even more ridiculous was that when I registered, the genius responsible for organizing the student information mocked me, saying things like, "In a place like Tianshui City, how could anyone possibly meet the selection criteria for the training camp?" However, Lin Changfeng certainly wouldn't want to create any conflict with Zhang Chang. After all, he was the overall head of this training camp in Dongshan province. Going against him would not only ruin Yi Chen's future as a genius but also jeopardize his own future. At this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Chang. Other instructors from the training camp also gathered around, eager to hear Lin Changfeng's explanation. Seeing this scene, it infuriated Ouyang Long even more. It's important to note that during the peak of Qingyao City, there were no instructors surrounding him, inquiring about the students' information. And now, these instructors were openly surrounding Lin Changfeng without any concern for appearances. However, what Ouyang Long didn't know was that as instructors, if they could cultivate a top genius in the training camp each session, they would receive considerable rewards within the Dongshan province. Of course, these rewards were distributed by the state, or rather, the Educational Guild of the Long Kingdom's Central Court. The Occupational Guild of Dongshan Province merely acted as a conduit for distributing the rewards. Because of this, these instructors were eager to build a closer relationship with Lin Changfeng. They hoped that once Yi Chen, this super genius, was officially selected for the training camp, he would choose them as the main training supervisor. In simple terms, they wanted to claim Yi Chen as their own. No one rises early without a profit. If it weren't for the country's support and welfare mechanisms for nurturing talent, who would wholeheartedly support the next generation? However, seeing so many instructors surrounding him, Lin Changfeng still did not change his words at all. "Instructor Zhang, all the instructors, I truly did not lie just now. This child, Yi Chen, indeed has no family support behind him. He is just an orphan. It seems that 5 years ago, after the 5th-level Magic Tide riot broke out in Tianshui City, his parents perished as a result. Everything he has achieved today is solely due to his own efforts." Really? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang was still a bit skeptical. "Of course it's true," Lin Changfeng sighed. "I can guarantee it with my own head." "President Lin is joking. Why would I need your head?" Zhang Cheng chuckled. "But, if that's really the case, then this genius is truly rare. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he also works incredibly hard. You must know, for a professional, even if they awaken an extraordinary profession, without sufficient resources, they cannot cultivate it all. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have been blocked at this step due to lack of resources. President Lin. If you trust me, I, Zheng Chang, dare to guarantee that I will cultivate Yi Chen into a super genius that can rival the 3 supreme cities of Dongshan province. Upon hearing this, before Lin Changfeng could speak, the other instructors began to argue fiercely. President Lin, don't listen to this old fool Zheng Chang. He doesn't have many resources. It's better to leave it with me. No. Leave it with me. You understand, right? I am the chief instructor of our Dongshan province special training camp. I have the most resources. You're talking nonsense, old Wu. You're just spouting lies with your eyes wide open. I am the chief instructor. You can just get lost. Your chief instructor title is from hundreds of years ago. How many resources do you have now? Just give it to me. This is the most reliable. No way. Give it to me. It must be given to me. In an instant, over 20 instructors began to fight over it like bargaining housewives in a market. Seeing this scene, Lin Changfeng was completely speechless. After holding it in for a long time, he finally spoke. Dear instructors, I think in the end, we should still listen to Lord Jiang Chen on this matter. If I remember correctly, the allocation of student affiliations should be personally managed by Lord Jiang Chen, right? Jiang Chen, the overall head of the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp, a figure whose status is only half a level lower than that of the president of Dongshan Province, Wang Chong. Generally speaking, once the secret realm assessment is over and the selected spots for the special training camp are confirmed, the issue of those talented students' affiliations is indeed managed by him, but in reality, Jiang Chen just lets them draw lots to decide. In other words, whether one can draw Yi Chen, all depends on luck. Moreover, before the drawing, if those students have their own preferred affiliations, Jiang Chen would not stop them. Typically, provinces like Ouyang Long, Zhang Yuntian, and Jiaomingzi, which often produce geniuses that can officially enter the special training camp, are relatively familiar with the resource information controlled by those instructors in the special training camp. But the key is, in Lin Changfeng's jurisdiction, Tianshui City, no one has been able to take the entrance assessment for the special training camp in the past 5 years, and for over 10 years, no genius has appeared that could officially enter the special training camp. So, he is completely in the dark about the situation of those instructors in the special training camp. To avoid offending anyone, he could only say this. After all, although those instructors may not sound very impressive, their strength is certainly on par with the city-level presidents. Moreover, don't be fooled by their low official ranks. Their influence is immense. With just a word, they can easily decide how many resources a genius can access for development. What's even more outrageous is that if an instructor targets you, even if you have enough points, you won't be able to compete for resources in the training camp normally. Just this alone, ordinary city-level presidents would have to curry favor with these instructors whenever they encountered them. And now, after hearing Lin Changfeng's words, those instructors were also helpless. Indeed, just by listening to themselves, who could know how many resources you actually control in the training camp? With a sigh, Zhang Chang was completely at a loss. If it weren't for these dogs fighting with him, Lin Changfeng would have probably already given Yi Chen to him. As for now, he could only rely on his luck. However, he was the overall head of this assessment, so theoretically, he still had a slight advantage in familiarity when facing those unfamiliar geniuses. Just then, when everyone stopped arguing and looked at the monitoring screen of the secret realm, they were instantly shocked by Yi Chen's current points. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Chen, 18,456 points. Second place, Ouyang Tian, 366 points. Third place, Lu Feng, 351 points. Fourth place, Chen Huiyang, 338 points. Fifth place. At this moment, the ranking of trial points in the Secret Realm assessment had undergone a tremendous change compared to the beginning. The only thing that remained unchanged was Yi Chen's astonishingly high trial points score. At a glance, except for the top 10, which barely had over 300 points, the other geniuses only had a little over 200 points in trial points. And when they saw Yi Chen's terrifying score, the city-level presidents present were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on with Yi Chen? I haven't looked for just a few minutes, and this guy has already racked up over 10,000 points? Oh my god, this guy is too exaggerated, right? Over 10,000 points. Some students wouldn't even be able to score that much even if they played for a full 24 hours. Yeah, the most ridiculous thing is that this secret realm assessment has only just started for a little over 10 minutes. If he keeps this up for a whole day, how many points can he possibly score? Too terrifying. I've seen geniuses, but I've never seen such a horrifying genius. Now I'm really convinced. What on earth is this guy doing in this secret realm? To be fair, with his monstrous monster-killing speed, once the potential-level geniuses from Qingyao City clash with Yi Chen, they probably won't stand a chance. Yeah, look at President Ouyang's face. It's so dark it's about to drip water. At this moment, when everyone saw Ouyang Long's twisted expression, they immediately fell silent. But sitting on the other side, Lin Changfeng felt a wave of exhilaration after hearing these discussions. He had waited too long for this day. Decades ago, he had been schemed against by Ouyang Long, which led to his current predicament. And now, decades later, he was making a comeback. It's not an exaggeration to say, based solely on the strength Yi Chen is demonstrating now, with the achievements he will carve out for himself in the future, Lin Changfeng would have more than enough qualifications to hold a senior position in the Dongshan province area. And Ouyang Long? Decades ago, he took advantage of him and used that opportunity to become the president of Qingyao City. Now, he could only continue to reign supreme in the city. You must know, the positions within the province are rewarded far more than mere city-level positions. And at this moment, within the secret realm, the genius named Ouyang Tian from Qingyao City is continuously hunting monsters, having gathered a team of 30 to 40 people, collaborating with him to farm monsters. And he is also the strongest genius in Qingyao City. He is recognized by Ouyang Long as the strongest potential user of this generation, and there is no one else like him. The reason is simple. Ouyang Tian not only awakened an extraordinary profession, but he also awakened as a professional at the age of 15. This gives him a full 3 years more developmental opportunity than the average professional. And now, he has also become a potential user of the SSS level, the Son of Eternal Night, reaching level 30. SSS level Eternal Night envelopment. After taking damage, the attacker will fall into an irrepressible permanent blindness effect. After dealing damage, the target will enter an irrepressible permanent forbidden spell effect. Blindness, vision ability is reduced by 100%, and cannot lock onto attack targets. Forbidden spell, cannot release skills. Just relying on this one talent effect is enough to make Ouyang Tian stand out among the geniuses of Dongshan province. 1 permanent blindness, 1 permanent forbidden spell. Once these 2 effects are applied to a professional, it is equivalent to binding their hands and feet. Unable to see, unable to release skills. The most outrageous part is that this is a permanent irrepressible effect. It can be called extraordinary. Of course, this effect is not completely irrepressible. It simply has no effect against ordinary purification type effects. If there are those transcendent beings who have transformed into divine level professionals mastering holy power, they can easily purify such effects, because the power mastered by those divine level professionals is the power of the holy sequence. For example, holy damage that can ignore defenses, ignore damage reduction, ignore invincibility, cannot be targeted, and even ignore void in spatial contraction. There are also effects like holy purification, holy defense, and a series of extraordinary holy sequence effects. However, those who can master these things are all super strong beings who have broken the 100 level barrier. Looking across Blue Star, such super strong beings are extremely rare. Even in the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild, there are hardly any who can break the 100 level limit. Therefore, at this stage, once someone receives Ouyang Tian's Eternal Night Envelopment talent effect, the true permanent effect is almost indistinguishable. The most terrifying thing is that Ouyang Long has more than one such extraordinary talent. It should be noted that his first and second tier advancement tasks were both obtained with 4-star templates. After completing the second tier advancement task, he gained a second abnormal talent, making his strength even more exaggerated. Not only that, Ouyang Tian is also Ouyang Long's own grandson. When he discovered that his grandson had become a potential user, Ouyang Long opened all the green lights in Qingyao City. All developmental resources were prioritized for his grandson. Because of this, Ouyang Tian was able to earn the title of the #1 genius of this generation in Qingyao City. It is precisely for this reason that he could gather so many geniuses from Qingyao City in such a short time within the secret realm. There was no way. With power and authority combined, Ouyang Tian's influence among the younger generation in Qingyao City is simply too strong. However, just at that moment, while Ouyang Tian was searching for monsters, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, look, why have our brothers from Qingyao City suddenly decreased by more than 10? What's going on? Glancing at his communication wristwatch, Ouyang Tian finally realized this strange situation. You should know, the strength of the geniuses in Qingyao City, even the weakest among them, would be among the top in any other city. In this secret realm, even if they encountered an unbeatable enemy, escaping should be quite simple, right? How could it be that in just over 10 minutes, they were directly eliminated. Moreover, more than 10 were eliminated at once? That's a bit strange. Soon, after some communication among the people around him, they quickly discovered the problem. Brother Ouyang, it seems that Wang Ji, Liu, and He Huaning have been eliminated. Wang Ji? Upon hearing this name, Ouyang Tian was momentarily stunned. That guy may not be a potential user, but his strength doesn't seem weak, right? I remember he was already at level 25 or 26. How could he be eliminated so quickly? Weaker than those useless people from Tianshui City 5 or 6 years ago? Hearing Ouyang Long's words, the other geniuses immediately agreed. He probably ran into a powerful group of monsters, right? You have to know. This is a secret realm, not some dungeon. This kid usually likes to stir up trouble everywhere. He might have encountered a strong group of monsters and still tried to show off. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Long nodded in agreement. After all, during their journey into the secret realm, they had indeed encountered many powerful monsters, but the cost-effectiveness of killing them was too low, and the risks were significant, so they avoided them directly. If Wang Ji stubbornly tried to conquer them, being eliminated would be entirely reasonable. Then, Ouyang Long seemed to suddenly remember something and asked the people around him, "By the way, what about Yi-chan from Tianshui City? Has anyone seen him?" Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Brother Ouyang, the secret realm is so vast, and the entry points are all random. How could it be that simple to encounter him? True, Ouyang Long frowned but wasn't disappointed. However, if he really has strength, he will definitely be encountered. Indeed, the other geniuses also nodded in agreement. After all, the battle royale mechanism of this secret realm will continuously compress the space, causing the outer space to collapse, forcing the professionals to move closer to the core area. At that time, all survivors will be forced into a small space to decide life and death. Yes, the other geniuses echoed, to survive without conflict under such a mechanism, there's only one way. That is to defeat the final boss of the secret realm. However, that's almost impossible. The strength of the final boss in the secret realm is much higher than that of the final boss in the Shura level dungeon. Let alone ordinary SSS level professionals, even those potential users would find it nearly impossible to conquer. Plus, there will inevitably be disturbances and disruptions during the conquest. The difficulty of defeating the final boss of this secret realm is almost like climbing to the sky. Exactly. Hearing these words, Ouyang Tian also nodded in satisfaction. If Yi Chen is strong, they will meet sooner or later, even if not here, in the finals. They could still decide life and death, no need to rush. However, if that Yi Chen is merely a paper tiger, unable to even enter the finals, then such a person isn't worth his effort. Thinking of this, Ouyang Tian waved his staff, and a level 7, bloodied secret realm monster that was frantically fleeing was completely annihilated. Ding, you have killed LV7 Night Poison Serpent, you gain 700 points, plus 200% experience. Ding, you have killed a level 7 monster, you gain 7 points, x 73% trial points. Not bad. Another 5 points added. Seeing his trial points information, Ouyang Long felt immensely satisfied. As for the high experience rewards from the secret realm monsters, he was already used to it. After all, he was different from Yi Chen. Ever since he had the ability to solo a first-tier nightmare level dungeon, aside from advancement tasks, he had been following his grandfather Ouyang Long's arrangements, going to the secret realm to grind monsters. Therefore, he was incredibly familiar with the rules of the secret realm. As for the suffix information of 73% regarding trial points, he had already anticipated it. This meant that among the monsters in Ouyang Tian's team, he alone accounted for 73% of the combat contribution, so it was 7 by 73%, ultimately earning him 11 trial points. There was no way around it. The monsters in the secret realm were simply too strong. Ordinary people couldn't possibly solo them. But even in a team, as long as someone controlled and tanked damage, Ouyang Tian could easily handle it and still achieve over half of the combat contribution, claiming most of the trial points. As for experience, that wouldn't be split. This was similar to grinding dungeons in a team. Meanwhile, after spreading for over 10 minutes, Yi Chen's skeleton army had almost covered at least 1/10 of the vast area at the edge of the secret realm. In this area, it had almost become the dominion of the Skeleton Legion. As soon as a monster showed its head, it would instantly be besieged by countless ordinary skeletons, invisible skeleton mages, or skeleton tyrants. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Ding, you killed LV9 Doom Poison Bug, you gain 900 points, plus 200% experience. Ding, you killed a level 9 monster, you gain 9 trial points. Ding, Ding, ding. At a glance, the dozens or even hundreds of kill notifications popping up every second had Yichen overwhelmed. Experience bar, trial points, or skyrocketing. Not bad. In less than 20 minutes, I've already racked up over 20,000 points. There shouldn't be anyone with more points than me, right? Glancing at his points information, Yichen was very satisfied. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, who would still dare to compete with him for points? It wasn't an exaggeration to say, even if you added up the top 100 on the trial points leaderboard, they might not have as many points as he did. But, just as he was about to continue resting, he suddenly noticed a strange commotion nearby. What's going on? Hearing the noise, Yichen was immediately puzzled. Without thinking, he directly summoned hundreds of skeletons from his summoning space to investigate the situation. Soon, upon seeing the source of the unusual noise, Yichen was astonished. The outermost space of this secret realm is constantly collapsing? The secret realm space is actually shrinking? Seeing this scene, Yichen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that there would be such a mechanism in this assessment's secret realm. And soon, Yichen figured it out. Isn't this the battle royale mechanism from those chicken-eating games in my past life? If this is the mechanism of the secret realm, then it's a bit concerning. Originally, Yichen just wanted to take a nap in this secret realm, wake up, and directly complete the secret realm assessment, and that would be it. But with the current situation, he couldn't continue lying down and resting in place, because the secret realm space was constantly collapsing. Shrinking, his outer area would soon collapse. At that time, if it really collapsed to the place right under his feet, would he be directly eliminated? That was hard to say. So, he needed to keep moving closer to the core area. No wonder President Lin emphasized to me that when explaining the rules of the secret realm assessment, killing monsters to gain points is not the theme of this assessment. The real intensity lies in this mechanism that forces everyone to kill each other in a survival game. If that's the case, then it makes perfect sense. If the space of the secret realm continues to shrink, then those who want to hide and survive will have almost nowhere to go. Of course, that includes me, who is trying to survive, and I won't be able to rest comfortably either. Sighing, Yichen didn't think too much about it. After tidying up his clothes, he began to walk towards the core of the secret realm. However, after walking for less than an hour, Yichen suddenly noticed that a large number of skeletons in a certain area had suddenly died. Fortunately, they were just ordinary little skeletons, so Yichen didn't pay much attention. However, the fact that over 1,000 ordinary skeletons suddenly dropped dead in just a minute or two was worth Yichen's attention. Encountered a secret realm boss-level monster? Seeing this scene, Yichen couldn't help but be surprised. Immediately after, he shifted his vision to the nearby skeletons. Oh, isn't this the genius from Qingniao City? With his terrifying mental power attribute exceeding 10,000 points, Yichen already possessed a powerful memory that allowed him to remember everything at a glance. After spotting the outbreak point of the skeletons, he immediately recognized that it was about 30 or 40 geniuses from Qingniao City being besieged by skeletons. However, the orders Yichen had given to the skeleton army were to exterminate all monsters, so human practitioners were not within their attack range. Unless Yichen specifically ordered it, the skeletons would not attack human practitioners unless provoked. However, those geniuses from Qingniao City were not fools. The moment they saw the skeletons, they directly identified them as monsters. But, when they unleashed several waves of group attack skills and wiped out 1,000 or 2,000 ordinary skeletons without gaining any experience points or trial points, they realized these were not ordinary monsters. Because of this, the skeletons suffered such heavy losses. In fact, a few invisible skeleton mages hidden in the air were also accidentally harmed by their group attack skills. Not bad, to be able to wipe out so many skeletons in such a short time. Since that's the case, let me see just how strong you all are. At this moment, Yichen was feeling bored. Seeing these geniuses from Qingniao City, Yichen suddenly became interested. As his mental power swept across, Yichen discovered that within a radius of several kilometers around those 30 or 40 geniuses from Qingniao City, there were over 9,000 ordinary little skeletons and more than 1,560 invisible skeleton mages. Moreover, there were also 7 or 8 skeleton tyrants maintaining their peak state wandering nearby, and they were not far from them. Without thinking much, Yichen immediately designated the skeleton army within this range and issued an order. Target, lock onto those human mages. Surround and attack them all. With Yichen's command, the army composed of over 10,000 skeletons instantly surrounded the group of geniuses from Qingniao City. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tian was leading his teammates towards the core area of the secret realm. Thinking about the scene where over 1,000 skeletons suddenly surrounded him earlier, several teammates couldn't help but use it as a topic of conversation. Brother Ouyang, What do you think was going on with that group of skeletons just now? According to reason, this poisonous jungle doesn't seem to have monsters like skeletons, right? Yes, Ouyang Tian nodded. A few days ago, his grandfather Ouyang Long had already told him all the information about this secret realm. The outer area of the secret realm was nothing more than some ordinary small monsters. Although their strength was indeed much greater than those from dungeon-type monsters, they were still no match for them. In the core area, it was composed of elite-level monsters and an unknown number of ordinary small boss-type monsters. If one reached the center of the secret realm, it would be a sea of monsters led by the final boss of the secret realm, along with a large group of small boss monsters and a massive number of elite-level monsters. For an average person, just stepping foot here and trying to survive was already not easy, not to mention having to face various students' sneak attacks, battles, and a series of uncertain factors. So, don't be fooled by the surface. The official requirement to pass the selection assessment is for one's trial points to reach the top 100 among all students. But in reality, as long as one can survive for 24 hours in this assessment's secret realm, they would almost certainly secure a spot for official selection. But no matter what, recalling the information his grandfather had told him about the secret realm a few days ago, Ouyang Tian could not find any news about the skeleton monsters. You guys say, could this be something summoned by someone? Otherwise, why didn't we gain any experience or trial points when we killed these skeletons? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian immediately reacted, "You're right." Not just him, the other teammates also chimed in. That's true, but aren't there just too many skeletons? Summoning thousands of skeletons, even if they aren't strong, it would still take a long time. Exactly. To summon so many skeletons, either their talent is very strong, or they are like our big brother Ouyang, a potential genius with enough time to accumulate the number of skeletons. Wait, you guys look, something seems off. Why are so many skeletons suddenly appearing around us? While they were discussing, a few people suddenly noticed large swaths of gray-white skeleton legions surrounding them. What's going on? We just wiped out over 1,000 skeletons, and now so many more have appeared? After seeing this scene, all the talented teammates around Ouyang Tian instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Hundreds of skeletons barely surrounded them, 1 or 2 circles. A few simple waves of area attack skills could easily break their encirclement. And this time, looking around, this wave of skeleton legions surrounding them seemed endless. Everyone, form ranks. Mages, prepare your skills. Warriors, form a protective circle on the outside. Protect our big brother Ouyang. Rangers and assassins, get ready to find the breakthrough point and break out. At this moment, a mage teammate who reacted first immediately began to command. In just a moment, 46 geniuses from Qingmiao City quickly surrounded Ouyang Tian, forming a formation to prepare for this wave of skeleton legions. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the monitoring center of the secret realm, when Lin Changfeng saw Ouyang Long's expression, which was almost about to spew fire from frustration, he couldn't help but feel smug. It was no wonder. For decades, since he became the president of Tianshui City, Ouyang Long had not spent a year without belittling and suppressing Lin Changfeng. The reason was simple. Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, Ouyang Long, Li Feng, and several other students all graduated from the first academy in Kyoto City in the same year. Although he did not manage to enter the 3 prestigious academies that countless people yearn for, nor did he qualify for the legendary Dragon Country Military Academy, this resume was enough for them to be called geniuses among their peers. Whether on the path of learning or on the battlefield, Lin Changfeng was undoubtedly a standout. However, it was because of one incident, after entering the battlefield, that Ouyang Long discovered a dangerous area but did not inform his teammates. Not only that, he also set traps along the way in this dangerous zone, tricking Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, and Li Feng into exploring it. This time, after being attacked by the traps, Lin Changfeng and the others nearly lost their lives, taking a full year or 2 to recover slightly. Yet, the credit for this exploration was entirely seized by Ouyang Long. At this moment, Lin Changfeng and the others suddenly realized. However, during the 1 or 2 years of recovery, Ouyang Long not only achieved numerous merits himself but also used the same insidious and treacherous methods to snatch away the accomplishments earned through the adventures of countless others. He became the greatest contributor among their cohort. However, although they understood this unspoken truth, they had no evidence to prove that Ouyang Long had framed them. So for all these years, they could only swallow their anger. Years later, as everyone retired from the battlefield, Ouyang Long leveraged these achievements and directly ascended to the position of president of Qingmiao City. Since then, Lin Changfeng had not lived a single day in peace. In the early days, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and in the middle period, he was utterly despondent. Especially over the past decade, Tianshui City had not produced a single genius who could officially enter the special training camp, which further led to Lin Changfeng's decline. And now, Lin Changfeng finally saw an opportunity to turn his fortunes around through Yichen. How could he let Ouyang Long have it easy? Without further thought, Lin Changfeng went straight to Ouyang Long's side. "Oh, Ouyang bro, why do you look so off?" Sigh. "No need to be anxious, it's just a few geniuses who were wiped out by our Yichen, right? Did you not just say that you still have some potential geniuses? Don't worry, if our Yichen encounters your potential geniuses later, they will definitely die even more miserably. Ha ha ha." At this point, Lin Changfeng burst into wild laughter. How many years had it been? He had never felt so relieved as he did today. However, upon hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Ouyang Long's already grim face darkened even further. "Lin Changfeng, what are you so proud of? This secret realm has just begun, and there are still more than 20 hours left. What happens next is still unknown." Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but laugh even more. Oh, is it still just the beginning? You should take a look at how many points our Yichen has now. It's only been 2 hours, and he's already close to 150,000 points? Let me see how many points your Qingniao City's strongest genius has? Oh, just under 3,000 points. Ha ha ha, there's such a huge gap. What do you expect to happen next? Even if our Yichen starts taking a nap now, all the geniuses from Qingniao City combined would probably struggle to reach 150,000 points in a day, right? Hearing this blatant mockery, Ouyang Long was nearly driven to the brink of exploding with anger. In the past, no, it should be said for many years, Qingniao City had not only suppressed the mere Tianshui City, the quality of geniuses in the entire Dongshan province, aside from Nanjishi and Linyan City, which could slightly match or surpass it, no other city could compare. And now, the cities of Nanjing and Linyan remain unchanged. However, no one expected that the most detestable Tianshui City would step on its own head. Yet, in the face of Lin Changfeng's wave of mockery, Ouyang Long could not swallow his anger. "Lin Changfeng, don't think that just because you are leading in points now, it means you are something special. I admit, your genius this time has indeed shown strong monster hunting abilities. But don't forget, our Qingniao City has produced a full 12 potentialists this time. Those people are all top-tier super geniuses, and each one possesses terrifying strength of up to level 30. Especially my grandson Ouyang Tian, he is the best among everyone. Do you really think that this genius who popped up from nowhere can compare with us super geniuses who are potentialists?" Hearing this, Lin Changfeng was not willing to back down. "Very well, Ouyang Long, since you say so, then I won't be polite. Let's make a bet. If our Yichen does not come in first, but is killed by your Qingniao City's genius or another city's genius, then from now on, all the salary resources I, Lin Changfeng, as the president of Tianshui City's Professional Association, receive, will be entirely offered up. But if your proud potentialist geniuses from Qingniao City are eliminated by our Yichen, then I will also offer everything up." At this moment, Ouyang Long could no longer endure this humiliation. He could tolerate Nanjing City riding on his head and suppress the jealousy of Linyan City's rise, but he absolutely could not tolerate the president of Tianshui City, Lin Changfeng, his former archenemy, being arrogant in front of him. Clap, clap, clap. Very good, very good. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng clapped his hands and repeatedly said, "Very good." To be honest, the presidents of Tianshui City and Qingniao City, although both are presidents, due to different resources and strengths, the quality of geniuses they can cultivate varies greatly, and for countless reasons, the salary resources they receive differ by several times. The reason he spoke halfway was that he did not want Ouyang Long to feel that he was bullying him. And now, since this guy has taken the initiative to bet his future lifetime salary resources against him, what is there to be anxious about? At this moment, seeing the tension between the two reach its peak, the other city-level presidents around could not help but feel nervous. Damn, President Lin is too tough this time. He actually dared to bet directly with President Ouyang? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, to be fair, if it were in the past, Ouyang Long would definitely not be this foolish, but this time, Qingniao City has directly produced 12 top-tier potentialist-level geniuses. Who will win? Is really hard to say. Stop talking nonsense. I think this time old Lin is sure to win. You guys don't see how exaggerated Yi Chen's monster hunting ability is? In the blink of an eye, he has already skyrocketed by more than 10,000 points. Hearing this, the other presidents chimed in. Yeah, this is too against the heavens. I think so too. If the lead weren't so large, it could still be said to be purely strong monster hunting ability, but now the trial points are almost a chasm. Still several levels of difference. This strength is already self-evident. Tisk TSK. I think you are underestimating the strength of potentialist geniuses, right? Have you forgotten the genius who first made the whole dragon country see Dongshan province 50 years ago? Hearing this, everyone present suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Are you talking about the so-called unparalleled genius Su-chun? Of course. At this moment, when the city-level presidents present thought of this name, they fell silent. Back in the day, that unparalleled genius Su-chen, after emerging from Dongshan province, every genius of that generation was shaken. Along the way, how many top talents were crushed and beaten by Su-chen? From the very first novice dungeon, he displayed an unmatched, super strong power. And then, first in the Dongshan province training camp, top 10 in the national exam, champion team in the Supreme Academy competition, third place team in the 3 major academies league. It is no exaggeration to say, Su-chen's appearance almost made all the geniuses of that generation fade away. Even those super geniuses cultivated by the 3 supreme cities were mostly crushed by Su-chen. And he was also a potentialist. No, it should be said that this guy is the potentialist among potentialists, a being known in legends as the Destined One. And the Destined One awakens as a professional upon birth, with a talent and strength that completely crushes potentialists. One could say, the gap between potentialists and SSS-level professionals is like the gap between SSS-level professionals and the weakest F-level professionals. And the gap between the Destined One and potentialists is even more terrifying than the gap between potentialists and SSS-level professionals. Although now, Blue Star has entered the era of great mutation with a history of over 500 years of universal job change. The population of Long Country has reached nearly 10 billion, but the number of Destined Ones born each year is even less than 100. The appearance of each Destined One is enough to make all the geniuses of that generation look up in awe. And in Dongshan province, since Su-chen's appearance, it has been a full 50 years without another Destined One. Thinking of this, several city-level presidents took a deep breath and repeatedly refuted, impossible. A potentialist is just a potentialist. They just awaken early. Although their talent and strength are stronger than ordinary SSS-level professionals, how can they compare to someone like Su-chen? Yes, if it were Su-chen, then this Yi-chen really has no way to survive. But they are just potentialists. So what if they are potentialists? Potentialists are not something ordinary SSS-level professionals can compare to, don't you know that? Indeed. And this time, Qingmiao City has directly produced as many as 12 potentialists. This power is too strange. If they all join forces, even a Destined One must be cautious. Need to join forces? Don't you know about this year's Ouyang Long's grandson Ouyang Tian? His awakened eternal night son is simply an invincible potentialist-level existence. Just him alone. I think he could easily beat Yi Chen. Damn, is this eternal night sun really that strong? It's outrageous. Then this time, it's really hard to say. Hearing the introductions from those city-level presidents, the others fell into silence. No one expected that Ouyang Long had hidden information about more than a dozen potentialists, and his own grandson had actually become an invincible potentialist. This news was simply explosive, and after learning this information, some city-level presidents who were originally leaning towards Yi-chen also began to waver in their thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Changfeng and Ouyang Long sat together, quietly staring at the score monitoring screen in front of them, like needles against wheat awns. However, Ouyang Long was not anxious at this moment. After all, it was only the beginning of the secret realm, and although the number of geniuses in his Qingmiao city was large, there were over 100, but these 100 or so people in the vast secret realm space were like a grain of dust in the desert. It was almost impossible to make them collide with the Yi-chun from Tianshui City so quickly. However, what Ouyang Long didn't know was that at this moment, his grandson Ouyang Tian was already surrounded by Yi-chan's sea of skeletons, and at this moment, inside the secret realm, when Ouyang Tian saw those skeleton legions rushing towards him, he was not flustered at all. If he had encountered such a massive number of skeletons from the very beginning, it would have been inevitable to feel nervous. But before this, he had already gained experience in exterminating thousands of skeletons. So now, he was completely calm. Seeing his dozens of teammates arranging themselves like they were facing a great enemy, Ouyang Tian couldn't help but reassure them, "You don't need to be so tense. These skeletons are very weak. It's just that there are a lot of them, but they pose no real threat to us. Make sure to conserve your skills. Just don't use all your skills at once." Yes. Hearing Ouyang Tian's words, the originally extremely nervous teammates instantly relaxed, especially the mage teammate in charge of commanding. In this team, besides Ouyang Tian, he was the second potential user. As for why the other potential users didn't gather around Ouyang Tian, the reason was quite simple. After all, those talented potential users also had their own pride. To be fair, ever since Ouyang Long prioritized all the resources of Qingniao City to support his grandson Ouyang Tian's development, those fellow potential users had developed a bit of resentment. So, they were even less likely to follow Ouyang Tian blindly. This mage was one of the few willing to follow Ouyang Tian, because, like Yi Chen, he was also from a common background. However, he still had parents. So, whether for his own future or for his parents, this mage had to leverage Ouyang Tian's influence to make his path to development smoother. And just at that moment, when Ouyang Tian had just finished giving orders, the skeleton army had already closed in on them. Charge! Warriors, hold the line. Mage team, unleash your skills. Push these skeletons back. With a command, 7 or 8 SSS level warriors instantly charged towards the skeleton army. However, before the mage team could unleash their skills, they saw those 7 or 8 SSS level warriors were instantly overwhelmed by the skeletons. The most terrifying part was, led by a giant skeleton towering 5 to 6 meters tall, 2 SSS level warriors with terrifying strength above level 25, didn't even get a chance to strike before being directly killed by a single punch from the giant skeleton. At that moment, when the other warriors charging at the front saw their 2 teammates turned into a mist of blood by that skeleton giant, they were instantly dumbfounded. No one expected this seemingly massive skeleton giant would possess such terrifying strength. It should be known, they all had levels above 25, and even had 4-star super strong attribute templates as SSS level warriors. Yet, despite that, they had no means of resistance against that skeleton giant. What the hell? This can't be real, right? How can this guy be so strong? This is ridiculous. With just a normal punch, he directly killed Wang Hai and Wu Lin? This is too bizarre. How are we supposed to fight against such a guy? At that moment, these warriors were also dumbfounded, scared to the point where they didn't dare to approach the skeleton giant even a step, all retreating with their weapons in hand. However, before they could take a few steps back, the skeletal tyrant behind them had already charged right in front of them. Bang bang bang! With just a few simple punches, these SSS level warriors were instantly turned into meat patties. Not far away, the geniuses of Qingniao City surrounding Ouyang Tian were frozen in place after witnessing this scene. What the hell? Wu Lin, Wang Hai, and the others actually died just like that? No way. This can't be a joke, right? They are so strong, yet they couldn't withstand the charge of those skeletal legions at all? Damn it, how did they die? How do we fight? How the hell do we fight? This time we've messed up. I thought these skeletal legions were about the same strength as the skeletons we encountered earlier. Why could they instantly kill Wu Lin and those SSS level warriors? We're doomed. Are we really going to be killed by these skeletons? At this moment, the mages and assassin warriors of Qingniao City were all panicking upon seeing that even the SSS level warriors couldn't withstand the charge of these skeletal legions and were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Just then, on the other side, Yi Chen felt a bit disappointed after witnessing this. Yawning, he glanced at the few SSS level warrior geniuses who had been smashed into meat paste by the skeletal tyrant and couldn't help but mock. I thought you geniuses from Qingniao City were really strong. I didn't expect. It was just this? Upon hearing this, the geniuses of Qingniao City felt a chill run down their spines. Isn't that the voice of Yi Chun from Tianshui City? What's going on? Where is this guy? Hearing this voice, the geniuses of Qingniao City instantly became tense. None of them expected to hear Yi Chen's voice at this moment. However, seeing them searching around, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled lightly. Stop looking. This little skeleton in front of you is me. What? Upon hearing this, the geniuses of Qingniao City felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that these skeletons were all summoned by that Yi Chen? How is that possible? How could that guy summon so many skeletons? Yeah, there must be at least tens of thousands of them, right? How did he summon them? It wasn't just the ordinary geniuses of Qingniao City. Even Ouyang Long was shocked upon hearing Yi Chen's voice. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? At this moment, Ouyang Long's eyes were fixed on the skeleton that had just spoken, and he questioned sternly. What else could I want to do? Yi Chen shrugged. Do you so-called geniuses of Qingniao City not understand what you should do after entering this secret realm? What I want to do is quite simple. Either you get killed by me, or I kill you. Alright, now let me see just how much strength you all have. At this moment, as Yi Chen's voice fell, the army of tens of thousands of skeletons charged in even more ferociously than before. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Long's pupils suddenly constricted. It was true. These skeletons were indeed all summoned by that Yi Chen. Although he didn't know what method this guy had used, there was no time to think about it now. The current situation was already very clear. Either They wipe out all the skeletons in front of them and completely eliminate this Yichen. Or, I felt like I was being completely overwhelmed by these skeletons, just like Wu Lin Wanghai had been moments ago. Everyone, don't panic. Wu Lin Wanghai and the others are dead. There's no one left to take the damage for us. If we panic now, there will truly be no way out. Everyone, don't hold back your skills. Release everything. Push these damn skeletons back. At that moment, Ouyang Tian fired a dark annihilation elemental projectile, directly blowing up the talking skeleton, and then let out a furious roar. At this time, upon hearing Ouyang Tian's voice, the geniuses from Qingmiao City instantly reacted. Yes, faced with the encirclement of tens of thousands of skeletons, if they panic now, there would truly be no way to survive. They could only fight, see if they could carve out a bloody path. At this moment, the genius mage in charge of commanding, a potential user, also discovered a relatively weak point in the skeleton encirclement. Everyone, break through in this direction. With a command, those SSS-level assassins and rangers, all above level 25, followed the potential user mage in charge towards that direction. The next second, with a barrage of skills, they indeed blasted a huge gap in the skeleton army's encirclement. Seeing this scene, the geniuses from Qingmiao City suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. They all rushed towards that gap. However, they forgot one thing. The skeleton army's encirclement had indeed been breached, but that gap had come at the enormous cost of all their skills. And at this moment, before they could break through the encirclement through that gap, they were instantly surrounded again by countless skeletons. At this point, countless ordinary small skeletons were already within arm's reach. The skeleton tyrant that had just killed 7 or 8 SSS-level warrior geniuses with a few punches was also stepping closer to them. Despite their desperate attempts to use massive area attack skills to continuously eliminate the charging skeletons, the next second, even more skeletons, stepping on the bodies of their fallen comrades, charged towards them again. Seeing this scene, all the geniuses from Qingmiao City were utterly despairing. By this time, the situation was already very clear. Not to mention that these ordinary small skeletons were endless. Once that massive skeleton tyrant approached them, they would have no way out. It seemed that breaking through now was almost impossible. At this moment, the potential user mage genius turned to Ouyang Tian behind him and said resolutely, "Brother Ouyang, this time, it seems I can't protect you anymore, but you must survive. You are the hope of Qingmiao City. Avenge us." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian instantly felt a chill down his spine. "Shenfeng, what the hell are you planning?" "Nothing much." The potential user mage named Shenfeng smiled slightly. Then, he turned around and loudly commanded the surrounding geniuses from Qingmiao City, "Brothers, follow me. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." Upon hearing this, the geniuses from Qingmiao City were momentarily stunned. "Brother Qian, are you really going to use your talent skill?" "That's right." Shenfeng's lips curled up. "Only in this way can we temporarily trap all the skeletons, and only then will our brother Ouyang have a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent, but Ouyang Tian directly stopped him. "No, you can't use it. If you use that skill, won't you be eliminated too? And how long can you hold out alone? With so many skeletons, they can kill you in seconds." "Exactly." Shenfeng laughed. "So, I want to pull all the brothers except you into my realm of talent. With our 30 or so people, we should be able to hold out for a few minutes, right?" "You damn." Ouyang Tian was instantly moved. He knew that Qianfeng, as a fellow potential user and a super genius, possessed an incredibly extraordinary talent. That is to pull all selected enemy and ally units within a certain range into a duel in an alternate space. In this alternate space, only the victorious faction can escape. This is Qianfeng's first talent as an SSS-level son of space, life and death in another dimension. It can be said that Ouyang Tian had faced many dangers along the way, but many times, it was Qianfeng who saved Ouyang Tian with this life and death in another dimension talent. This time, facing the impenetrable skeleton army, Qianfeng also chose not to retreat, resolutely deciding to unleash his talent. Ignoring Ouyang Tian, Qianfeng turned to the other geniuses of Qingmiao City and said firmly, "Brothers, are you ready? To buy our big brother Ouyang a little more time to escape, we are going to enter the alternate dimension together." "Ready!" At that moment, the geniuses of Qingmiao City responded in unison. It is worth mentioning that the reason these geniuses agreed to enter the life and death in another dimension with Qianfeng was not solely to risk their lives for Ouyang Tian. It was because they knew that even if they just lingered in the secret realm, they might not be able to secure a spot in the special training camp of Dongshan province. Rather than that, it was better to take a hit for Ouyang Tian and help him fight for a spot in the special training camp. In that case, when the secret realm assessment ended, the president of Qingmiao City, Ouyang Long, who was Ouyang Tian's grandfather, would definitely give them a substantial compensation. Compared to the formal selection for the special training camp, this compensation from Ouyang Long was a benefit they could securely obtain. Moreover, after taking a hit for Ouyang Tian this time, if he could successfully enter the special training camp, the resources of Qingniao City would surely be much more abundant. With Ouyang Long's help, their development in the resource-rich Qingniao City would not necessarily be worse than in the special training camp. No one wakes up early without profit. No one is a fool. It is precisely because Ouyang Tian has such connections and strength that these geniuses of Qingniao City are willing to risk their lives for him. Not just them. Qianfeng shared the same thoughts. At that moment, after hearing the responses of these brothers, Qianfeng no longer hesitated. Let's go. Brothers, life and death in another dimension. At that moment, before his words fell, Qianfeng directly unleashed his talent skill. The next second, accompanied by a strange spatial fluctuation, all the skeletons around gradually became blurry. Just 1 second before entering the alternate space, Qianfeng glanced at Ouyang Tian and said solemnly, "Big brother Ouyang, next, it's up to you." Before he could finish his sentence, Qianfeng, along with those dozens of geniuses from Qingniao City and the surrounding tens of thousands of skeletons, were all pulled into a pitch-black alternate space. Looking around, the potential users and those dozens of geniuses from Qingniao City were still surrounded by the skeleton army. Without thinking much, he directly commanded the other geniuses, "Brothers, we won't attack, let's huddle together and defend. Let's drag it out for as long as we can for big brother Ouyang." Yes. Hearing Qianfeng's words, all the geniuses of Qingniao City obeyed his orders. Entering this alternate space did not mean they could let their guard down. On the contrary, to buy Ouyang Tian more time to escape, they had to fight to the death here. So, the real blood battle has only just begun. Meanwhile, when Yi Chen saw that all his skeletons had been pulled into another space by that strange mage, he couldn't help but be astonished. It seems I underestimated the geniuses of Qingniao City. If I'm not mistaken, this level of talent skill absolutely cannot be the strength possessed by an SSS-level professional. So, what exactly is this guy? Could it be that there are even stronger professions beyond SSS level? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen didn't want to think too much. Since these skeletons had been pulled into another space, and there was no notification like kill prompt coming from his side, it meant that these people were theoretically still within the secret realm. If that's the case, then let's deal with these geniuses of Qingniao City right here. Let's see what the result will be after killing them all. However, even if these skeletons couldn't come out of the other space, Yi Chen didn't feel sorry. Just a few thousand ordinary little skeletons, a few hundred invisible skeleton mages, and a skeleton tyrant. For Yi Chen's real skeleton army, this was just a drop in the bucket. However, when Yi Chen scanned around at these geniuses of Qingniao City who had entered the other space, he noticed something unusual. It seems like one person is missing? That person they called Brother Ouyang seems to have not entered this other space. So, this guy pulled all my skeletons into the other space to protect that Brother Ouyang? Thinking of this, Yi Chen was almost moved by that mage. What a fearless attitude towards death. In that case, all skeletons, put this person on the kill list. Once his whereabouts are discovered, all skeletons within 100 miles must surround and kill him. After transmitting Ouyang Tian's appearance information and battle orders to the skeletons outside, Yi Chen turned his head and issued battle orders to the skeletons in the other space. Make your move. Don't waste time with them. Skeleton Tyrant, go straight in. Eliminate all these people. With a command. In the other dimensional space, the Skeleton Tyrant, still in peak condition, took the lead. Following closely, countless ordinary little skeletons rushed forward towards Qianfeng and his group in an instant. At this moment, when Qianfeng and the others saw this, they didn't panic at all. They raised their staffs high. A beam of elemental impact carrying a faint spatial force shot out from the tip of his staff in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary skeletons within 100 meters in front of him were instantly killed by this move. Even the skeleton tyrants suffered slight damage. Although Qianfeng's profession is very strong, his current strength was only enough to scrape off a few fragments from the skeleton tyrant's bones. The next second, when the skeleton tyrant led tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers to charge in front of these geniuses of Qingniao City, with just one punch, 5 or 6 SSS-level geniuses were instantly obliterated. Even Qianfeng himself, due to the terrifying impact of over 10,000 points of power, his state instantly diminished. At that moment, within the secret realm, when Ouyang Tian saw that Qianfeng and the tens of thousands of skeletons had all disappeared, he stood there, almost grinding his teeth in hatred. Yi Chen, I must tear you to pieces, make you wish for death but cannot. Standing still, Ouyang Tian cursed for a long time before slightly relieving the anger in his heart. To be fair, whether out of interest or so-called friendship, Ouyang Tian had always had a good impression of Qianfeng, because Qianfeng was the first potential user to choose to follow him. The other potential users either fought their own battles or formed their own small circles, completely disdainful of, or even unwilling to associate with him. Only Qianfeng, willing to stay by his side. He even gathered a large group of brothers to follow him. How could Ouyang Tian not be moved by this? And now, for his own future, Qianfeng had brought dozens of brothers from Qingniao City into the deadly and perilous alternate dimension. And all of this was caused by the Yichun from Tianshui City. You must know, in Ouyang Tian's initial plan, he intended to bring Qianfeng and those brothers who were willing to follow him into the special training camp, even if it meant using his grandfather's connections to pull some strings. But now, from the moment Qianfeng chose to use the death dimension as his talent skill, these people were destined to be eliminated. After a long time, Ouyang Tian finally calmed down. He knew he could no longer be so impulsive. Now, he had to run as far away as possible. No, I can't be too blind right now. In this secret realm, I alone can't accomplish anything significant. I need to find the other potential users from Qingniao City. That Yi Chen is just too strong. I must unite all the remaining potential users from Qingniao City to fight him. Yes, that's it. With this thought, Ouyang Tian suddenly felt enlightened. Although he was called the #1 genius of Qingniao City by his grandfather, he understood that this title, aside from some embellishment, was mostly due to his grandfather prioritizing all the resources of Qingniao City for him over the years. Secondly, it was because of his own strength in this profession. After all, as potential users, even if there were differences, they couldn't be too great. So, what he couldn't accomplish alone, as long as he gathered the remaining 10 potential users from Qingniao City, he believed he could definitely take down a mere genius from Tianshui City. But then again, Ouyang Tian truly hadn't expected that this Yi Chen would be so strong. However, as long as he could gather all the potential users together, even this Yi Chen would also be trampled underfoot by them. You must know, when they formed a team, they almost cleared the second-level Shura difficulty dungeon in one go. Although, in the end, they first explored the Hell-level difficulty and then took 3 or 4 more attempts to conquer that second-level Shura dungeon. But this strength should not be underestimated. They had already taken down a second-level Shura dungeon. Taking down a mere Yi Chen would be a piece of cake, right? With this in mind, Ouyang Tian raised his wrist and looked at the communication watch on his wrist. However, this time, it shocked Ouyang Tian. Wait, how come there are less than 100 geniuses left from Qingniao City? Didn't we come with 170 or 80 people? How could so many have died? Originally, Ouyang Tian hadn't noticed this information, but now, seeing this scene, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't too clear about the strength of geniuses from other cities, but he knew the strength of geniuses from Qingniao City like the back of his hand. Logically speaking, each of them had absolute strength to last until the final moment of the Secret Realm assessment. But now, the Secret Realm assessment had only started for 2 or 3 hours, and Qingniao City's geniuses had actually lost more than half? What was going on? Could it be? Have they also encountered the skeleton disaster? That can't be possible, right? We have already surrounded over 10,000 skeletons here. How could the Yi Chen have any extra skeletons to deal with others? After pondering for a long time, Ouyang Tian simply couldn't understand the reasoning behind it. However, what he didn't know was that, during these 2 or 3 hours, the situation for the genius in Qingniao City was still relatively good. At this moment, nearly 100 geniuses who entered the secret realm in Nanjishi had dwindled to less than 30. Linyan City was even worse. Originally, there were only over 60 geniuses, and now there were even less than 10 left. As for the geniuses from other first-tier cities, the situation was even more exaggerated. Some cities with fewer geniuses, at this point in time, had almost been extinct. The reason was simple. It was because Yi Chen's skeleton army had already spread to every corner of the outer area of this assessment's secret realm. And although Ouyang Tian was unaware of these circumstances, the city-level presidents outside the secret realm could see it all clearly. Outside the secret realm, while those city-level presidents were still gloating over the confrontation between Lin Changfeng and Ouyang Long, the continuous kill notifications instantly darkened their expressions. Ding, Wanfang City Zhouyi was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding, Yunhai City Fengtide was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding, ding. Seeing this series of kill notifications, the city-level presidents from first-tier cities were all dumbfounded. Isn't it that Yi Chen has gone crazy? How come all the geniuses from our city have been killed by him? This is terrifying. Our Yunhai city only has about 30 geniuses this time, and in less than 3 hours since the secret realm assessment started, they've all been killed by Yi Chen. Insane. This Yi Chen is really insane. Is he planning to single-handedly take on all the geniuses in the entire Dongshan province? I originally thought that Yi Chen only had some grievances with the geniuses from Qingyao City, but now it seems, this guy kills without any logic at all. Damn it! Is this guy trying to wipe out all the geniuses in this secret realm assessment? This is too terrifying. If I remember correctly, the total number of geniuses who came to apply for this special training camp is only over 1,200. In just 3 hours, he has already killed nearly 500 of them. Ridiculous. If this continues, won't this year's special training camp selection assessment be ruined? Where is Lord Jiang? In this situation, isn't he going to do something? If Yi Chen keeps killing like this, the entire secret realm will probably be left with just him. Originally, these city-level presidents were just watching the show, laughing at Lin Changfeng and Ouyang Long using their geniuses to duel. But now, when this disaster fell upon them, everyone panicked. Not only the ordinary first-tier city presidents. At this moment, even Zhang Yuntian, the president of Nanjishi, and Zhao Mingze, the president of Lingyan City, two major super cities in Dongshan province, showed fear on their faces. This Yi Chen was simply too outrageous. In less than 3 hours, he had killed about 2/3 of the over 1,200 geniuses in this secret realm. Meanwhile, the one who couldn't believe it the most was Ouyang Long. When the continuous kill notifications appeared, Ouyang Long immediately widened his eyes, fearing that any geniuses from Qingyao City might be caught up in these kill notifications. However, what he feared came true. Not long after, news of the deaths of at least 30 or 40 geniuses from Qingyao City appeared before Ouyang Long's eyes. At first, he didn't pay much attention. After all, those ordinary geniuses dying was no big deal. As long as the potential users were safe, there wouldn't be any problems. But soon, a fact he least wanted to see, completely unfolded. Ding, 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 Qingyao City Qianfeng was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, and has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. How could this happen? Qianfeng, isn't he my grandson's personal bodyguard? Seeing this scene, Ouyang Long suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It's important to know, Qianfeng's strength was something he had personally witnessed over the years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by Ouyang Long to be his grandson's bodyguard. Not to mention anything else, just his terrifying talent of life and death dimension, whether used for protection or offense, had extremely powerful effects. And now, although there had been no news of his grandson Ouyang Tian being killed, Qianfeng's death meant that his grandson was in considerable danger. Qianfeng must have used the life and death dimension to rescue Ouyang Tian. How could this happen? That Yi Chen is really that strong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If that Yi Chen really has such strength, then why haven't I received any news? It's important to know. As Lin Changfeng's arch-rival, Ouyang Long had also placed some spies in Tianshui City, and these spies had been lurking for over a decade. However, what he didn't know was, those spies had become so lazy due to Tianshui City being so useless over the years that they didn't even bother to seriously investigate the detailed situation there. However, those spies were not completely idle. A few days ago, when Tianshui City completed the awakening ceremony, Hanishu, who awakened as an SS-level profession, and Chen Yang, who was an SSS-level profession, were still reported on by these spies. As for Yi Chen, at that time, when those spies heard about this hidden profession being called a useless profession on the day of awakening, they didn't take it to heart at all. The second reason, and the most important one, that is, Yi Chen's growth speed was too fast. So far, only 4 days had passed since the awakening ceremony ended. Even if those spies had managed to gather some information about Yi Chen, before they could thoroughly investigate, this special training camp had already begun. Plus, Yi Chen had spent the entire day yesterday in Yinzhou City, and that day was also the fastest day of Yi Chen's growth, clearing the Shura-level desert ruins, completing the second-tier mission, experiencing the Magic Tide Riot, leveling up to level 30. He also received quite a few rewards. This information, those spy detectives simply didn't have time to collect. This led to Ouyang Long's information being severely outdated. It doesn't matter. Qianfeng is dead, so what? He was just a bodyguard. My Qingyao City still has 11 potential users. As long as my grandson can react and team up with the other potential users, this Yi Chen is just a character to be easily trampled on. Encouraging himself inwardly, Ouyang Long's mood stabilized once again. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Ouyang Tian also confirmed the coordinates of those genius potential users from Qingmiao City using the communicator on his wrist. Not wanting to think too much, he directly spoke into the communicator, immediately sending a message to all potential users. Ouyang Tian, all potential users of Qingmiao City, listen up. I now command you in the name of the president's grandson to all gather towards my direction. Now, immediately, right now. Those who are late will bear the consequences. On the other side, when the dozen or so talented potentialists from Qingmiao City heard this news from Ouyang Tian, they were momentarily stunned. They had originally been gathered together, hunting monsters to accumulate points. And now Ouyang Tian actually wanted them to assemble around him? What the hell did that mean? Is Ouyang Tian too arrogant? Relying on the fact that he is the grandson of President Ouyang, he actually acts so recklessly? Exactly. Who does he think he is? Ordering us to gather around him? This is hilarious. Could it be that this kid has encountered some danger? Otherwise, why would he have us gather now, after 3 or 4 hours in the secret realm? What the hell? Can this kid really encounter danger? In this secret realm, not to mention Ouyang Tian's own strength, just that Qianfeng isn't someone others can deal with, right? To be honest, I just heard that Qianfeng seems to have lost contact too. Maybe this old guy really is in trouble. Enough talk. What should we do now? What else can we do? He brought President Ouyang into this. If we don't go over now, this guy might settle the score later. Damn it! Being handsome is not as good as having talent. Having talent is not as good as being born well. Indeed, amniotic fluid is the watershed of a person's life. Let's go. Soon, the remaining 11 talented potentialists from Qingmiao City all gathered towards Ouyang Tian. Before long, everyone brought their teammates to Ouyang Tian's side. And these people were almost all the remaining combat power of Qingmiao City. However, as soon as they arrived at Ouyang Tian's side and saw that there was not a single person around him, the 60 or 70 talented individuals from Qingmiao City burst into laughter. Oh, Ouyang bro, what's going on? Where's your old buddy Qianfeng? Why haven't we seen him? Could it be that he encountered some terrifying attack? Speaking of which, our Ouyang bro is so strong, and with Qianfeng protecting him, could he still encounter danger? Could it be that he ran into some powerful boss monster? No worries. Ouyang bro, just give us the coordinates, and we'll fight back with you. Tisk tsk. That's right. If it weren't for those bosses, who could have made our Ouyang bro suffer so badly? It wouldn't be that Yi Chun from Tianshui City, would it? Ha ha ha. Too funny. Old foam, please stop making me laugh. Hearing the taunts from these potentialists, Ouyang Tian felt a surge of anger in his heart. However, a man of great stature knows when to let go. Right now, it was not the time to argue with them. So, instead of retorting to their mockery, Ouyang Tian directly and frankly admitted, "That's right. You guys are right. I was indeed beaten up by that Yi Chen." At that moment, when the potentialists heard Ouyang Tian's words, they were instantly frozen in place. Originally, when they said it was Yi Chen who bullied him like this, it was just a joke. After all, in Qingmiao City, there aren't many opportunities for Ouyang Tian to be put in a difficult position. Even in a training camp filled with geniuses, Ouyang Tian's combat ability was recognized by them. But now, upon hearing Ouyang Tian admit such a thing, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Hey, Ouyang Tian, did someone hit you in the head? Yeah, how could a mere genius from Tianshui City beat you like this? What a joke. Where's brother Qianfeng? What about those SSS-level professionals from Wulin? They can't have all been killed, right? Damn it. Are you trying to play a game of fire and chaos? I have no mood to play such games with you. Upon hearing the words of these potential users, Ouyang Tian merely snorted coldly. Then, he scanned everyone one by one, saying indifferently, "Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you right now?" At that moment, everyone fell silent, because they could tell from Ouyang Tian's heavy expression that this was not a joke at all. So, where's Qianfeng? What about those from Wulin? After a long pause, a straightforward warrior potential user named Qin Huitian finally couldn't help but ask, "They're all dead." Ouyang Tian let out a long breath, swallowed hard, and said heavily, "A few minutes ago, they were all killed by that Yi Chen. Qianfeng used his life and death dimension talent to save me. How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huitian immediately exploded. "Qianfeng actually got killed? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. If you don't believe it, you can continue to farm monsters independently now." Ouyang Tian blared at him, "Do you think I gathered you all here for what? To protect me? Yi Chen's strength is too terrifying. only by joining forces. Can we deal with him? Only we 11 potential users, along with these 50 or 60 SSS level professionals, can ensure our safety. I don't believe it. Hearing Ouyang Tian's words, Qin Huaiqian's eyelids twitched, but he still stubbornly said that Yi Chen is just a mere hidden class, not even a potential user. How could he be so strong? I've seen plenty of hidden classes. I've encountered many first-level hidden classes, and I've crushed them all. So, are you my opponent then? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian couldn't even be bothered to scold him, directly throwing out a harsh remark. Qin Huaiqian gritted his teeth, and after a long time finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. If it weren't for President Ouyang providing you with all the resources, my strength might not be any worse than yours. Ouyang Tian snorted coldly. So, you admit that you're not my opponent right now? Poof. Qin Huaiqian retorted, Ouyang Tian, don't get cocky. In the future, I will definitely trample you underfoot. Fool. Ouyang Tian was too lazy to waste words on this stubborn guy, turning to the others and saying, in any case, I called you all here for one reason. That is to band together, join forces, and take down this Yi Chen. After Yi Chen is dead, we can continue to compete fairly. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. There are still over 20 hours until the secret realm ends. Is Yi Chen really that strong? I just don't believe it. Meanwhile, another potential user named Lu Feng, after touching his second-tier weapon, the Black Crystal Twin Blades, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Stop talking so much nonsense. Next to Lu Feng, a priest professional named Wang Yun advised. Then he looked at Ouyang Tian and directly asked, Ouyang Tian, since you've already fought him, you must know a lot about him, right? So before we deal with him, we should understand what kind of person he really is. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian sighed and calmed his emotions. Then, he shared all the information he knew about Yi Chen with these people. What? Skeletons? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Pastor Wang furrowed his brows tightly, his expression revealing a hint of disbelief. However, Ouyang Tian solemnly confirmed, of course, I have no reason to lie to you. If it weren't for the fact that we simply couldn't withstand the siege of those tens of thousands of skeletons, Xin Feng wouldn't have needed to unleash the Death Dimension talent. And now, I suppose he must have been overwhelmed by those skeletons and killed in the secret realm. Hiss. At these words, a look of tension suddenly appeared on Wang Kai's face. He instinctively glanced at Lu Feng beside him and couldn't help but say, no wonder I've never heard of any skeleton monsters in this secret realm, yet we've encountered quite a few skeletons along the way. Killing them didn't even give us experience or points. So, the skeletons we encountered earlier were all summoned by that guy Yi Chen? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, Qin Huaiqian, and the other talented potentialists suddenly realized. It was obvious. Each of their expressions was written with I've seen these skeletons too, and recalling the information Ouyang Tian had just shared. At that moment, everyone understood what kind of power Yi Chen truly possessed. How could this be? Forget about how strong Yi Chen is, just the fact that he can summon so many skeletons is already quite terrifying, right? It's too abnormal. No exaggeration, I've encountered quite a few skeletons along the way. Although those skeletons weren't strong and could be wiped out in 2 or 3 hits, the sheer number is a bit too much. Old Lu, are you kidding? The skeletons aren't strong? On my way here, I even encountered a giant skeleton. If I hadn't run fast, I would have probably died at the hands of that giant skeleton. Is that true? There's actually one that strong? Of course. I originally had 7 or 8 teammates with me, but when we ran into that giant skeleton, in just one encounter, 3 of them were killed with a single punch. Damn. So these skeletons have different types? Yes, the giant skeleton you mentioned. Xian Feng and I also encountered it. Wu Lin, Wang Hai, and the others were directly pierced through by that giant skeleton with one punch. One punch, pierced, 2 SSS level warriors? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Although they were potentialists and much stronger than those SSS level professionals, after spending time together, everyone present was well aware of the strength of those SSS level geniuses. To be able to kill 2 SSS level professionals with a single punch. Such power, if they faced off against such a guy, they would probably be instantly killed too. So, what should we do now? That Yi Chen is so strong, able to summon so many skeletons, how are we supposed to fight? With just a few dozen of us, are we really his match? At this moment, the potentialist geniuses weren't panicking, but the SSS level professionals around them were already getting tense. According to Ouyang Tian, that giant skeleton killing them SSS level professionals was as easy as killing a chicken. How could they fight against that? Just then, the straightforward Qin Huaiqian instinctively spoke up. I think we should do this, since Yi Chen's skeletons are so strong. Why don't we just avoid fighting his skeletons? Let's directly launch a decapitation operation and kill Yi Chen. then all his skeletons, won't they be useless? Swish! At that moment, upon hearing Qin Huaitian's words, everyone instantly shifted their gaze to him. At this time, even Ouyang Tian couldn't help but speak up, as the ancients said, pay close attention to the words and actions of the foolish around you, because sometimes, wisdom that surpasses anyone else can burst forth from their mouths. That's right. At this, Lu Feng also chimed in, Wang Kai's profession is none other than the son of the celestial god, right? As long as he activates that celestial eye talent, he can directly extract the coordinate information of Yi Chen's true body from those skeletons. Then, all of us assassins and mages, including Ouyang Tian, will unleash a concentrated attack. I don't believe Yi Chen can withstand it. Exactly. Upon hearing these words, everyone's thoughts suddenly became clear. Yi Chen's skeletons were indeed terrifying, but the profession of source summoner had an unavoidable flaw. That was the weakness of the true body. So, as long as they avoided those so-called powerful skeletons, they could directly behead Yi Chen. At that time, even if his skeletons were strong, they would be leaderless soldiers. Moreover, if Yi Chen died, those skeletons might even collapse without a fight, disappearing entirely. With this in mind, everyone stopped overthinking. When the crowd found a group of skeletons nearby, Wang Kai lay in ambush and activated his talent, locking onto one of the skeletons, Celestial Eye. At that moment, before Wang Kai could search for Yi Chen's information, he instantly saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. What the hell? There are so many skeletons? What's going on? Hearing Wang Kai's astonishment, Ouyang Tian instinctively asked. Wang Kai shook his head, and after calming down for a while, finally spoke, I see. Yi Chen's skeleton army has already spread throughout the entire outer area of the secret realm. In terms of numbers, there are at least over 100,000. Moreover, many of them are invisible skeletons. Damn it, if those invisible skeletons get close to us, it would be impossible to defend against them. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the more than 10,000 skeletons Yi Chen used against him were actually less than 1/10 of his total number. And now, his skeleton army was so numerous that it had already spread throughout the entire secret realm. Damn it! With such a military force, it felt like they were being monitored. Soon, through the celestial eye, Wang Kai also found Yi Chen's figure. Found him. Where is he? Lucky for us, his true body is not far from us. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Heaven wants this kid dead. Hearing this, the potential geniuses felt a wave of relief. At this moment, Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and said, Tell me the coordinates. Lu Feng, Wei Ming, you three assassins, and Bai Yang, all come with me. Let's try to unleash our skills in one go and take this guy down. Yes. Upon hearing Ouyang Tian's words, the few potential geniuses named immediately responded in unison. Although these potential geniuses were usually unruly, now, facing a great enemy, to survive, they had to unite against this common foe and take down Yi Chen first. Only then would they have a chance to continue developing. Otherwise, with Yi Chen's strength, if they continued to fight individually, they would eventually be picked off one by one. Ouyang Tian, Qianfeng, and the others were a perfect example. Without further thought, after receiving Wang Kai's coordinate information, Ouyang Tian led the few people directly toward Yi Chen's direction. Others also wanted to go, but to avoid any accidents, they held back their thoughts. Soon, Ouyang Tian and his group of 5 arrived at a thicket just 1 or 2,000 meters away from Yi Chen. Seeing the figure not far away, Ouyang Tian even now wanted to rush over and flay this guy alive. If it weren't for him, his brother Qianfeng wouldn't have died so tragically. Not wanting to think too much, Ouyang Tian turned his head and directly commanded the few people behind him. Everyone, prepare your skills. Assassins, follow Lu Feng. Mages, get ready with your skills. 3, 2, 1, go! With a single command, the 3 potential assassins instantly unleashed their skills at Yi Chen. Dark Night Flash, Shadow Magic Stab, Radiant Charge. In an instant, the 3 potential assassins appeared right in front of Yi Chen. Not only that, behind them, Ouyang Tian and Bai Yang, the 2 potential mages, also released their skills at that moment. Eternal Night Aurora, Mental Destruction, Swish. At that moment, a pitch-black shock beam, accompanied by a mental shockwave hidden in space, rushed straight towards Yi Chen. In the next second, just as Lu Feng's 3 potential assassins hit Yi Chen, the 2 shockwaves also struck him simultaneously. Hit! Ha ha ha! This guy is indeed vulnerable. Being hit by our 5 potential geniuses at the same time, this time, he must be dead. Seeing Lu Feng's 3 attacks hit Yi Chen directly, Ouyang Tian excitedly jumped out from the bushes. There was no way. The previous encounter with Yi Chen's countless skeletons had made him feel too stifled, and he never expected that this time, the beheading operation would be so easy. Of course, this was also thanks to the priest Wang Kai, who possessed the Eye of the God, allowing them to locate Yi Chen's true position. Otherwise, let alone executing a beheading operation, just finding Yi Chen's location in such a vast secret realm would be an extremely difficult task. Not only Ouyang Tian, when Lu Feng's 3 potential assassins saw their attacks all truly hit Yi Chen, they also felt a surge of excitement. Even at that moment, a hint of disdain arose in their hearts. Originally, after hearing the information from Ouyang Tian, they thought Yi Chen was incredibly strong. Who would have thought? It was just like this. Their 5 potential individuals attacked together, and all hit. Not to mention mere 2nd or 3rd tier practitioners, even 4th tier practitioners couldn't withstand this blow. It should be known that for this beheading operation to be foolproof, their 5 attacks were executed with 100% of their strength. Moreover, on top of this attack, they all added their strongest talent skill effects. However, just then, before these people could celebrate for long, the boy who should have already become a corpse suddenly let out a cold laugh. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the boy standing among the 3 assassins glanced at them. This time, thank you all, I'm quite satisfied with the results of my experiment. Originally, I thought I would also be a unit that shared the damage. Who would have thought that before my skeletons died out, I wouldn't take a single point of damage? Yes, at the very beginning, the moment these 5 people launched their attacks against him, Yi Chen had already sensed it. However, sensing it was one thing, but his agility attribute was too slow, so even if he sensed it, he couldn't dodge with his movement. Although he could directly use his 2nd talent, Soul Transfer, to escape, this time Yi Chen wanted to try his 3rd talent, Soul of Faith. It must be said, the intensity of their 5-man attack was indeed quite extraordinary. After enduring this assault, Yi Chen directly lost 3,000 to 4,000 skeletons, barely managing to withstand it. The result of this experiment also left Yi Chen very satisfied. 2nd-tier talent Soul of Faith, when the host suffers damage, all damage will be automatically borne by the summoned creatures under their command. If all summoned creatures die, this talent becomes ineffective. At first, when Yi Chen saw the introduction of this talent effect, he thought he would also have to bear the damage. But now, it was clear he was mistaken. As long as the summoned creatures under his command did not all perish, he would not suffer a single point of damage. So, this wave of attacks from the 5 of them was equivalent to hitting those skeletons entirely. And Yi Chen? He didn't even feel a hint of pain. However, upon hearing that eerie cold laugh, Lu Feng and the others, who were originally prepared to leave, suddenly turned back. What's going on? This guy actually didn't die? It wasn't just Lu Feng and his group. When the dust settled, Ouyang Tian, not far away, saw Yi Chen still full of life and instantly went dumbfounded. How could this be? Our 5 elite potential users' full force attack didn't take this guy down? Isn't he a source summoner? How could he have such strong resistance? At that moment, Ouyang Tian felt a bit on the verge of collapse. He originally thought that with the combined efforts of the 5 elite potential users, taking down Yi Chen would be a piece of cake. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. Not quite. Upon hearing Ouyang Tian's familiar hysterical voice, Yi Chen's gaze instantly locked onto his direction. Your attacks are still quite effective. However, the effect is not on me. Upon hearing this, not only Ouyang Tian, but the other potential users were also frozen in place. However, just a moment later, Ouyang Tian snapped back from his immense shock. No! My attack must have missed. My Eternal Night Aurora can directly deal real damage. No matter how strong his defense is, it won't matter. At that moment, without a second thought, Ouyang Tian raised his staff and unleashed a 2nd Eternal Night Aurora towards Yi Chen. However, upon seeing this, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. You still want to attack? But my experiment has already concluded. The next second, before Ouyang Tian's Eternal Night Aurora could reach him, Yi Chen lightly snapped his fingers, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Immediately after, boom, accompanied by a pitch-black, brilliant shockwave descending from the sky. A small skeleton that had just been transferred was instantly blasted into fragments. What's going on? Seeing this scene, not only Ouyang Tian, but even Lu Feng and the other assassins closest to Yi Chen were dumbfounded. Could it be that this Eternal Night Aurora directly turned Yi Chen into skeleton dust? Then, before Ouyang Tian and the others could react to what was happening, Yi Chen's voice suddenly echoed from all directions. That guy named Ouyang, the last time I let you go, it was just your luck. I didn't expect that this time you actually want to come and seek death? Since that's the case, then let's have some fun with my skeleton army. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian and the 5 elite potential users were momentarily stunned. This guy wasn't dead. He hadn't been turned to ashes. Instead, he had used some special method to escape. Damn! How the hell did this guy run away? Where the hell is he? Ouyang Tian was on the verge of breaking down. After hearing Yi Chen's voice just now, he felt as if he was completely in this guy's palm. Wanting to escape was like trying to flee from the palm of the Buddha. He couldn't muster any strength at all. Immediately after, as Yi Chen's voice gradually faded, the 5 potential users suddenly discovered that a massive army of skeletons had appeared around them, surrounding them. Yes, although within a few kilometers, even within a radius of several kilometers, the number of skeletons they had was only a few hundred. But this time, Yi Chen summoned the skeleton army directly using the summoning space. After several days of battle, Yi Chen increasingly felt that his various talent skills and exclusive skills, while strong, were not as powerful as his summoning space, which was his ultimate trump card. It's simple. First, the summoning space had never encountered a situation of insufficient capacity up to this point. Yi Chen had once speculated that the skills he transformed into god level might be very powerful, capable of continuously summoning countless skeletons, but they could be limited by the capacity of the summoning space. But the reality was, he was wrong. At least so far, his summoning space had never shown even a hint of insufficient capacity. It could infinitely accommodate the skeleton army. Then, there was the truly powerful effect of the summoning space. For example, this time, although Yi Chen's skeletons were scattered in every corner of this secret realm, and there wasn't even a single skeleton around him, as long as he utilized the summoning space, he could instantly recall all the skeletons from every corner of the secret realm back into the summoning space. Then, release them all at once. At this moment, whether there were skeletons around Yi Chen or whether others were planning to carry out a similar decapitation action against him, trying to ambush him, that was almost impossible. It seemed he was indeed all alone, but in reality, his skeleton army was everywhere. This was the true terror of the summoning space. It was more defiant than any talent or skill. And at this moment, when he saw the countless skeletons aggressively surrounding him, Ouyang Tian's mindset completely collapsed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yi Chen, I will not rest until we are at odds. The former was ambushed and surrounded by the skeleton army. He was beaten to a pulp. He barely managed to escape thanks to Qian Feng sacrificing himself. Just now, they had attempted a decapitation action. Even the combined firepower of the 5 potential users couldn't take him down. The most ridiculous part was, his attack was even referred to by him as some kind of experiment. Now, he had to face the Skeleton Legion head-on, at a glance. Originally, they had difficulty dealing with a single giant skeleton, but now dozens had appeared from all directions. Not only that, there were also endless ordinary skeletons charging towards them. Faced with such a formation, he had no chance of winning at all. Not just Ouyang Tian. When he saw the Skeleton Legion's formation, Lu Feng was also stunned. He never expected that even with the 5 potential users joining forces, unleashing all their talent skills, and hitting all their attacks, they couldn't even kill a second-tier source summoner. To know, under normal circumstances, let alone a second-tier source summoner, even a third-tier or even fourth-tier summoner couldn't withstand his move, Night Flash. And just then, as a skeleton tyrant charged directly in front of them, it instantly threw a punch, directly smashing into Lu Feng, who was standing at the very front. Immediately after, ding! You have been killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen and have been expelled from the assessment's secret realm. At this moment, upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the giant skeleton, the other 2 assassin practitioners instantly panicked. However, before they could even begin to flee, suddenly, hundreds of skeletons wielding hard bone staffs appeared in the surrounding air. What the hell? What the hell is this? Just a scream. Before these 2 assassin potential users could even fight back, the hundreds of invisible skeleton archmages had already made their move. Necromantic magic bullet. Necromantic magic bullet. Necromantic magic bullet. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of necromantic magic bullets rained down upon them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 assassins were reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Long, who was standing at a distance, immediately panicked. Not only that, even the mage potential user beside him, Bai Yang, turned pale instantly. It was terrifying. This is the destructive power of the skeleton army? Lu Feng and his group could be considered rare geniuses in Qingyao City for decades. However, in front of that giant skeleton and those suddenly appearing skeleton archmages, they had no room to fight back at all. Instant kill. All were instant killed. Immediately after, as a skeleton tyrant suddenly appeared behind Ouyang Tian, it swung a punch straight towards Ouyang Tian's face. Ding! Qingmiao City Lufeng has been killed by Tianshui City Yichen and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! 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 Qingmiao City Ouyang Tian has been killed by Tianshui City Yichen and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Buzzing. At this moment, in the secret realm monitoring center, upon seeing this system prompt, all the city-level presidents present were shocked. What the hell? I can't be seeing this wrong. The people killed by Yichen now, aren't they the potential user geniuses from Qingmiao City that Ouyang Long just mentioned? That's right, they are potential users. Moreover, all 5 of those killed are potential users. The most outrageous thing is, Ouyang Tian was actually killed? Isn't he the grandson of our president Ouyang, who is said to be the strongest genius of this generation? This is too terrifying. He is a potential user. How strong is Yichen, that even President Ouyang's grandson can't defeat him? This guy is defying the heavens. Quick, look. Ouyang Long's face has turned green with anger. To be honest, before this kill announcement appeared, I didn't expect that Yichen could really kill that Ouyang Tian. Yes, I've seen Ouyang Tian's strength. What did Yichen do, the son of Eternal Night? Just a companion innate talent, is already ridiculously strong. Yeah, how did Yichen manage to take down Ouyang Tian? This is too exaggerated. Not to mention these discussions, they pierced Ouyang Long's heart like needles. Just seeing those 5 kill prompts and the announcement of his grandson's death left Ouyang Long completely dumbfounded. And at that moment, Lin Changfeng didn't care about Ouyang Long's face at all, directly saying in public, "So, how about it, President Ouyang? Have you admitted defeat now? Ha ha ha, in the future, the offerings you, President of Qingmiao City, will receive, I, Lin Changfeng, will not be polite." At this moment, upon hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Ouyang Long, who had originally managed to suppress his emotions, completely broke down. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My grandson is the strongest genius of Qingmiao City. How could I possibly be killed by the trash from Tianshui City? There's something wrong. This is definitely a problem. At that moment, Ouyang Tian directly ignored Lin Changfeng's mockery, turned his head, and shouted at Tian Yuan not far away, "Instructor Tian, I propose a thorough investigation of this Yichen. He cheated. Yes, this guy must have cheated." Upon hearing this, Tian Yuan's face instantly darkened. I say, "President Ouyang, are you just looking for trouble? I've already tolerated you once, but this time I absolutely cannot endure it any longer. Come here. President of Qingmiao City has gone mad, throw him out." Yes. Before Tian Yuan's words fell, 7 or 8 instructors with peak 6th tier strength sitting beside him stood up in unison. "President Ouyang, forgive us for our disrespect." The next second, each of those instructors threw a punch, and Ouyang Long didn't even have the slightest ability to resist before being knocked to the ground. Immediately after, the leading instructor dragged this dignified president of Qingmiao City out as if he were a dead dog. Just then, Lin Changfeng, who had originally been sitting next to Ouyang Long, couldn't resist adding insult to injury. "President Ouyang, don't forget our agreement. From today on, all your salary resources as the president of Qingmiao City must be handed over to me." Puff! Upon hearing this, Ouyang Long, who was on the verge of fainting from the beating, instantly spat out a mouthful of old blood and then fainted. The instructor dragging him didn't care about that at all. He simply tossed him at the entrance of the secret realm monitoring center and left without looking back. Grandpa, are you okay? How did you get beaten like this? Who did this?" After a long time, when Ouyang Long woke up, he saw his grandson hugging him while sitting on the ground. Beside him were several potential genius practitioners who had also been forced out of the secret realm with him. "Good grandson, I'm fine." After weakly uttering a few words, Ouyang Long took a moment to gather himself and used all his strength to sit up. Looking at the few potential genius practitioners who he had once been proud of but now appeared as dejected as drowned rats, a hint of guilt arose in Ouyang Long's heart. "Good children, this time it's my fault. It's all my fault for not gathering enough information about Tianshui City, which led to such a strong monster suddenly appearing, causing you to underestimate him along with me." No, Grandpa, it's all our fault. It's because our strength is too weak." Ouyang Tian was so ashamed he was almost in tears. To be honest, since he awakened as a potential level practitioner, he had never suffered such a huge blow. The biggest setback besides this was merely a few failures in clearing a second-tier Shura-level dungeon. But even then, after their group of potential genius practitioners teamed up, they still managed to clear that second-tier Shura-level dungeon. And this time, when faced with the monster Yichen, they finally understood what it meant that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. "President Ouyang, Brother Tian is right. Even when the 5 of us teamed up with a full set of skills and talent effects, we couldn't kill him. It's our strength that is too weak. It's not your fault. Yes, President Ouyang, we will definitely work hard to become stronger. After Ouyang Tian spoke, Lu Feng and the other potential genius practitioners also comforted him. No need to say more. Ouyang Long waved his hand. His gaze gradually turned cold. Then, he patted Ouyang Tian's head and said with determination, "Good grandson, Grandpa will definitely not let your future be obstructed. Since you can't deal with this Yichen now, then I will take matters into my own hands." What? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, with Ouyang Long's strength reaching the peak of the 6th tier and a level of 70, if he were to act, Yichen would surely have no chance of survival. But, grandfather, this is a major taboo. Isn't it explicitly forbidden by the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild for all public officials within the system to participate in family disputes? You have secretly nurtured our Ouyang family in Qingyao City, which is already walking on the edge of a cliff. If you personally take action against Yichen, if it gets found out, can you still hold on to your position as the president of Qingyao City? You're right. Hearing this, Ouyang Long smiled with satisfaction. If it gets found out, my position as president of Qingyao City would naturally be lost. But what if it doesn't get found out? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tian frowned and asked in confusion, "You mean?" It's simple. As a genius, he must have his own pride. Ouyang Long smiled slightly and explained to his grandson, "Once the secret realm assessment is over, you find a way to deliberately provoke him and fight with this Yichen. At that time, I will secretly intervene to assist you. Eliminate this Yichen. In the end, even if it gets investigated, it can only be said that you two were fighting each other, and Yichen was accidentally killed. I will exert some influence from within, and naturally ensure that you, my grandson, remain safe." What a brilliant plan, President Ouyang. Upon hearing this, before Ouyang Tian could speak, Lu Feng and his group of potential genius practitioners immediately praised him. If that's the case, then we will act together. Otherwise, if it's just Brother Tian alone, the intention would be too obvious. If necessary, all the potential geniuses in Qingyao City can join forces to provoke him once. Lu Feng, you truly are a smart child. Hearing this suggestion, Ouyang Long nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Ouyang Tian is dead. Lu Feng and the others have also been eliminated. Through the eye of the god, Wang Kai immediately learned of Ouyang Tian's death. Upon hearing this, everyone was drenched in cold sweat, especially Qin Huaitian. He could hardly believe the news. Wang Kai, are you saying that those 5 couldn't take down that Yichen even when they teamed up? Yes. Wang Kai nodded, then fell silent. How is that possible? Qin Huaitian was instantly shocked. If those 5 attacked me at the same time, hitting all their targets, even if I had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. How could they not kill a mere 2nd-tier source summoner? That's just how it is. And also, halfway through his sentence, Wang Kai suddenly stopped. And also what? Wang Kai's half-finished sentence nearly drove Qin Huaitian mad. However, at that moment, without waiting for Wang Kai to continue, when Qin Huaitian saw the sea of skeletons appearing before him, he instantly understood. This was the skeleton army, tracking the whereabouts of Ouyang Tian and the others, coming to kill him. It's over. Upon seeing the overwhelming skeleton army rushing towards them, everyone was left with this single thought. It should be noted, after Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng set off, those 5 were the only main combat practitioners among the 12 potential geniuses of Qingyao City. The rest, including Qin Huaitian and Wang Kai, were at best just support. Although warriors like Qin Huaitian had certain combat capabilities, their output damage, compared to Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng, it's almost like a drop in the ocean. Brother Yichen, we admit defeat. At that moment, when Wang Kai saw the first skeleton charging towards him, he immediately knelt on the ground and shouted to the sky, "We shouldn't have gone against Brother Yichen. It's all our fault for not recognizing the great mountain. Please spare us." At this time, upon hearing this series of words, the skeletons also stopped their charge. Is it really effective? Seeing this scene, hope ignited in Wang Kai's eyes once more. In fact, he didn't even know if Yichen could hear his words, but for the sake of his future, for the chance to enter the training camp, he had to give it a shot now. As for face? What a joke. If you have no strength, who would give you any damn face? If you have enough power, even if you lower your head, countless people will kneel before you. Power is everything. This is the mainstream of this great mutation era. Just then, a skeleton in front of Wang Kai suddenly spoke. "You said, you want to admit defeat?" Upon hearing this voice, Wang Kai instantly recognized it as the voice of the genius Yichen from Tianshui City, whom he had seen at the training camp entrance. Yes, we admit defeat." Without thinking, Wang Kai immediately pleaded with Yichen, Brother Yi Chen, I still have my uses. My profession is Son of the Divine, I have strong support abilities. I can help you avoid all dangers in this secret realm, including powerful boss monsters and the final boss of the secret realm. Let Brother Yi Chen's points rise even higher. Wang Kai knew, if he wanted to survive, he had to demonstrate his value. Otherwise, once they entered this secret realm, everyone would be in a fight to the death competition. Why would anyone let him live? Only by being useful to others could he earn the chance to survive. So, what about you? As if ignoring Wang Kai's words, the talking skeleton scanned the surrounding potential genius talents and the dozens of SSS-level geniuses. I also admit defeat. Me too. Brother Yi Chen, I'm very tanky. I can help your skeleton take damage. I'm an SSS-level priest. My healing output is substantial. Brother Yi Chen, I can help your skeleton attract aggro. I'm useful too. I can give your skeleton a lot of shields and damage reduction effects. In an instant, after hearing Wang Kai's words, most of the SSS-level geniuses from Qingmiao City knelt down and begged for mercy. At this moment, Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, and the other super geniuses from Qingmiao City had already been taken down by Yi Chen. Many SSS-level geniuses had also perished at Yi Chen's hands. To be honest, if they admitted defeat in front of Yi Chen now, they might very well secure a chance to survive until the last moment of the secret realm, which meant a spot in the training camp. If that were the case, it would be too great. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless trash. You actually kneel to others? Do you still have any shame? Where has your pride as geniuses gone? However, seeing these geniuses kneeling before the skeletons, Qin Huaiqian was furious. A real man endures for a moment, dominates for a lifetime. Hearing Qin Huaiqian's words, Wang Kai, who had been kneeling for a long time, suddenly laughed. You want to stand out now? Then go challenge these skeleton legions in front of you. Do you think I dare not? As he spoke, Qin Huaiqian drew out the radiant giant sword in his hand. Even if I die, I will never kneel to anyone. Even if I die, I will first kill this guy and a few thousand skeletons. Before the words fell, Qin Huaiqian, wielding a giant sword, charged directly at the talking skeleton in front of him. Yi Chen, die for me. Brilliant light blade. In the next second, a dazzling light burst forth from Qin Huaiqian's body, and at that moment, the giant sword in his hand was raised high. Following that, it came crashing down towards the skeleton. However, clang! A sound like metal clashing rang out, and just as Qin Huaiqian's giant sword was less than half a meter away from the talking skeleton, it was firmly grasped by a giant hand the size of a basin. How is this possible? In an instant, Qin Huaiqian was dumbfounded. His strongest innate skill, the brilliant light blade, was actually caught barehanded by this giant skeleton in front of him? Damn! Is this even human? Not only Qin Huaiqian. When they saw this, Wang Kai behind him, along with several other potential users and dozens of SSS-level geniuses, were completely stunned. What the hell? What kind of power is this? It can actually catch Qin Huaiqian's giant sword with bare hands? So terrifying. Good thing we didn't resist. How strong is this giant skeleton? Unbelievable. Qin Huaiqian's brilliant light blade could easily kill all of us SSS-level geniuses, yet such an attack has no effect on that giant skeleton at all? Exactly. The most ridiculous part is, this is just one of Yi Chen's giant skeletons. There are still dozens of such skeletons around us. In an instant, when they saw the dozens of skeleton tyrants standing around them, those SSS-level geniuses felt a chill run down their spines. Not to mention what kind of strength Yi Chen has. Just this one giant skeleton could easily beat all of them. Meanwhile, other potential user geniuses also woke up at this moment. Originally, when they heard Wang Kai say that Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng were instantly killed by Yi Chen's skeleton, these potential user geniuses were a bit skeptical. But now, they couldn't deny it. A giant skeleton that could completely crush Qin Huaiqian in pure strength. Once it got close, it would be a piece of cake to obliterate Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng. At this moment, Qin Huaiqian, as the person involved, was shaken to the core. He had just boasted that even if he died, he would first kill thousands or tens of thousands of Yi Chen's skeletons. But now, he couldn't even kill the seemingly weakest ordinary little skeleton in front of him, and he was already being held in its palm. However, the skeleton tyrant would not give him an ounce of mercy. With a slight exertion, it tossed the giant sword aside onto a tree, and the skeleton tyrant's left fist was already aimed at Qin Huaiqian's face. No, 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 don't! Bang! With a punch, Qin Huaiqian was instantly decapitated, red and white splattering all over the skeleton tyrant, and Qin Huaiqian was left as a headless corpse, thrown on the ground, twitching. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone was stunned. So brutal, pure power crushing. There was not a hint of technique. Is this Yi Chen's strength? In an instant, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Good thing he begged for mercy from Yi Chen at the beginning, otherwise, he would end up like Qin Huaitian, leaving not even a whole corpse in this secret realm. However, at that moment, the ordinary skeleton in front of them spoke again. Alright, is there anyone who still wants to resist? No. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai was the first to stand up and shout. He really didn't want to die. He wanted to live, to survive until the last moment of the secret realm, to earn a formal spot in the training camp, to gain more developmental resources. Even if it meant submitting to others now, he would do it without hesitation. Not just him. Other talented potentialists, including those SSS-level geniuses, also spoke up. Brother Yi Chen, from now on, you are our leader. Yes, you are the leader of everyone in Qingyao City. From now on, we will follow you. Spare us, Brother Yi Chen. We really shouldn't have provoked you. It was our mistake. In the distance, seeing these geniuses from Qingyao City looking like drowned rats, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. Boring. I thought that as the first city of Dongshan province, the talents of Qingyao City would have some backbone. I didn't expect. They are just a bunch of cowards. The next second, Yi Chen directly issued a combat order to the skeletons. Attack! Kill them all! Buzz. At that moment, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Kai was stunned in place. Why? We have already admitted defeat. Why do you still want to attack us? Why? Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed. From the moment we entered this secret realm, every one of us has been in a life and death struggle. Now that I am attacking you, you still dare to ask why? Don't you find it ridiculous? At this point, Yi Chen paused slightly. In front of these geniuses from Qingyao City, the talking skeleton walked over to Wang Kai's side. Only then did the skeleton continue, and, if I remember correctly, after you mocked me at the entrance of the training camp, the first person to attack me was you, the so-called son of the god, right? If it weren't for your president from Qingyao City stopping you, you guys would have probably wanted to kill me right at the entrance of the training camp, wouldn't you? At this moment, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Kai was stunned in place. Yi Chen was right. As the son of the god, his role was not only to have the probing skill of the eye of the god, but also a more terrifying control skill. So, after those geniuses from Qingyao City mocked Yi Chen, Wang Kai thought of taking the initiative to attack, to control Yi Chen tightly, so that he would have no ability to resist. Unexpectedly, now it was being used by Yi Chen as a reason for revenge. And just then, behind the talking skeleton, a giant skeleton tyrant, towering 5 to 6 meters tall, had already appeared in front of him. Don't kill me! Seeing the giant skeleton tyrant's raised fist, Wang Kai was instantly terrified and tense all over. The next second, boom! Ding! Qingyao City Qin Huaitian was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, now expelled from the assessment's secret realm. Ding! Qingyao City Wang Kai was killed by Tianshui City Yi Chen, now expelled from the assessment's secret realm. Ding! Ding! Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the monitoring center of the secret realm, when seeing the series of kill notifications that erupted again, all the city-level presidents present couldn't help but twitch their eyes. So strong. This genius from Qingyao City has actually been killed by Yi Chen dozens of times. Hiss. If I remember correctly, at the beginning, Ouyang Long said that the number of geniuses coming from Qingyao City this time seemed to be just over 170, right? Yes. So far, there have already been 177. 177? Doesn't that mean they're all dead? Hiss hiss hiss. It really is. I remember when Ouyang Long first provoked President Lin, he clearly stated that there were a total of 177 geniuses in Qingyao City. Damn, I'm so stunned. The secret realm assessment has been open for less than 4 hours, and all 177 geniuses from Qingyao City have been killed. Not just that, you have to know that all 177 geniuses were killed by Yi Chen alone. Oh my, I just noticed that. That's not just stating the obvious. You have to understand, the geniuses participating in this special training camp assessment from Qingyao City are all at least SSS level. If they don't band together, it's fine. But once they do, along with those potential geniuses, what other city has the power to kill the geniuses from Qingyao City? That's true. It's terrifying. This Yi Chen under President Lin is single-handedly annihilating all the geniuses from Qingyao City. Forget about Qingyao City. The geniuses from other cities have also been almost wiped out by Yi Chen. Yeah, now, there are less than 200 people left in the entire secret realm. No way. The secret realm just opened less than 4 hours ago. At this moment, the city-level presidents who initially looked down on Lin Changfeng immediately changed their expressions. There's no way. The power Yi Chen displayed is simply too terrifying. He topped the special training camp trial scores. He single-handedly took down 177 super geniuses from Qingyao City. Moreover, he even effortlessly killed all the geniuses from the entire Dongshan province, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Such achievements are simply too frightening. It's not an exaggeration to say, even 50 years ago, that unparalleled genius Su Chen, who was born as a heavenly professional in Dongshan province, did not exhibit such terrifying dominance in the special training camp secret realm assessment. At most, he was just slightly better than Yi Chen in terms of the speed of obtaining trial points. President Lin, you are truly blessed. With this Yi Chen, it seems you are destined to soar to great heights in the future. Yes, President Lin, if you take off in the future, don't forget about us old brothers. Brother Lin, we'll be counting on you to support us in the future. At this moment, these city-level presidents all changed their tune, frantically flattering Lin Changfeng. That's right, the talent and potential Yi Chen is showing now. His future achievements will surely surpass Lin Changfeng. But these city-level presidents also know that trying to curry favor with this genius Yi Chen is almost impossible. But Lin Changfeng is different. Most of them are geniuses who graduated in the same class and fought together on the outer battlefield. Although there have inevitably been some intrigues during these years of stable days, everyone knows there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Compared to Yi Chen, their chances of getting close to Lin Changfeng are obviously greater. Meanwhile, not far away, when Wu Ning saw the bustling scene around Lin Changfeng, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of loneliness. We agreed to be in this together, yet you took off early. It seems the title of the three biggest losers in Dongshan province is about to be completely erased from now on. However, just then, Wu Ning suddenly saw Lin Changfeng squeeze out of the crowd and sit directly in front of him. What's wrong, old Wu? Heartbroken? Heartbroken my ass. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng laughed heartily. Then, he draped his arm over Wu Ning's shoulder and cheerfully said, "Don't worry, even if I take off, I won't forget you. In the future, the benefits from Ouyang Long, the president of Qingyao City, we three, including that old guy Li Feng, will split evenly." Really? Enough nonsense. Upon hearing this, Wu Ning's eyes immediately lit up. You must know, the salary resources of the president of Qingyao City, even if all the resources of the three great wronged ones of Dongshan province were combined, might not even match half of what they have. In fact, let alone half, having 1/10 would be good enough. There's no way around it. While they can cultivate geniuses, they cannot produce them. The gap is just that vast. Saying it's a world apart is not an exaggeration at all. After all, not to mention Tianshui City, even when you combine the three cities of Yinzhou and Jianyun, there hasn't been a single genius who could officially enter the special training camp in recent years. So, if it weren't for the merits they established on the battlefield back then, and the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild ensuring their post-war benefits, whether they could even receive a basic salary now would be another matter. Because of this, Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, Li Feng, and others have been stuck at the peak of the 5th tier for many years. And what about Ouyang Long? Under the incredible benefits, he has even shown signs of wanting to break through to the 7th tier in the past year or two. This gap is not something ordinary. Old Lin, no need to say anything. We are brothers, lifelong brothers. However, I don't want Ouyang Long's benefits. Just give me the benefits that Yi Chen brought you. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng almost punched Wu Ning. What is Ouyang Long's benefits worth? Once Yi Chen's battle report goes up, the benefits he can bring to himself are probably even better than the president of Dongshan province's benefits. This old guy Wu Ning is simply taking advantage of everything. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, ding, you have killed LV-13 Dark Knight Scorpion, you have gained 1,300 points, plus 500% experience. Ding, you have killed a level 13 monster, you have gained 13 trial points. Ding, you have killed Jiaoyang City Zhouyun, you have plundered 3,368 points from Jiaoyang City Zhouyun. Jiaoyang City Zhouyun has now been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding, you have killed LV-12 Death Centipede, you have gained 1,200 points, plus 500% experience. Ding, you have killed a level 12 monster, you have gained 12 trial points. Ding, ding. When Yi Chen saw the massive amount of kill rewards, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I can quietly farm monsters. I have to say, the points from killing and plundering are indeed much more than killing monsters. It's just a pity that there aren't many people left now. Shrugging, Yi Chen didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, while the monster points are few, the quantity makes up for it. At this moment, when Yi Chen's skeleton army officially stormed into the core area of this toxic jungle secret realm, his skeleton legion could kill dozens of level 10 monsters every second. Calculating it, he could crazily farm 200 to 300 points every second. It couldn't be more enjoyable. Even better, the monsters in this secret realm not only have trial points. Experience rewards are what Yi Chen loves the most. It has only been a little over 4 hours since entering the secret realm. His level 30 experience bar has already surged to 856%. Next, there are nearly 20 hours of secret realm time left, and without the interference of those so-called geniuses, he might even be able to fill up all the experience bars for level 30 directly in this secret realm. That is equivalent to 30,000% experience for level 30 with a 300 times experience multiplier. Although it seems far from maxing out the experience now, but you must know, at first, Yi Chen was merely grinding monsters at the outskirts of the secret realm. The monsters in the outer area were all below level 10, and there weren't even any elite monsters. But now, he had reached the core area of the secret realm, where the monsters ranged from level 10 to 20. Moreover, there were a large number of elite monsters. The speed at which he was gaining experience was simply astonishing. It's no exaggeration to say that, just in the hours since Yi Chen entered the core area, he had directly gained over 500% progress in experience. And this was only the beginning. He hadn't even encountered many elite monsters yet. This meant that, even if he just kept grinding in this area, by the time the secret realm assessment was completely over, Yi Chen could accumulate over 100 times the experience bar. After that, once Yi Chen charged deeper into the core area, with the increase in monster levels and the number of elite monsters, the speed of gaining experience would undoubtedly increase even more. Soon, feeling a bit bored, Yi Chen opened his trial points panel and took a look. Trial points, 176,543 points. Has it already reached 170,000? It seems pretty good. I just don't know what these trial points are actually for. Before entering the secret realm, President Lin only told me that even if I had absolute confidence in achieving first place in the trial, I should still grind for more points. These trial points will have other greater uses once we officially enter the training camp. But he didn't tell me what those uses are. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. At that time, Lin Changfeng only told Yi Chen that these trial points were not just the scores from the constant secret realm assessment. Once in the training camp, these trial points would be used in various aspects. So even if he was absolutely sure, he should still grind for as many points as possible. Forget it. Anyway, whether for points or for experience, I can't let any of these monsters in the secret realm go. With a slight smile, Yi Chen stopped overthinking. While his skeleton army continued to advance deeper into the core area of the secret realm, he continued to slaughter all the monsters he encountered along the way. Soon, another hour passed. Yi Chen glanced at his points, and they had skyrocketed to over 330,000. In just 1 hour, he had crazily gained 170,000 points. It was simply exhilarating. And this wasn't even Yi Chen's limit. Not long after, when Yi Chen entered the 6th hour in this secret realm, his points had reached nearly 530,000. In just 1 short hour, he had directly surged nearly 200,000 points. Not only that, even his experience had skyrocketed significantly, directly increasing to 1,178% progress in experience. With such resources in the secret realm, this is just too enjoyable. I said I've been working hard these past few days. How could anyone catch up to my level? Originally, before entering the training camp, Yi Chen felt quite superior with his level 30. After all, although the talent quality in Tianshui City wasn't strong, there were still a few notable talents in Yinzhou City. But even those talents from Yinzhou City were only around level 17 or 18, at most not exceeding level 20. But now, the moment he stepped through the gates of the training camp and saw the super talents from other top cities, like Qingniao, Nanjing, and Linyan, Yi Chen was completely stunned. At a glance, the talents from those first-tier cities were almost all above level 20. Even the talents from the 3 top cities were almost all at terrifying levels above 25. Even more so, the dozen or so geniuses with special abilities from the city of Qingniao had all reached level 30, just like him. After seeing this, Yi Chen instantly began to doubt his life. It should be known that he was able to reach level 30 thanks to the God-level skill system, grinding day and night for 3 days, even tackling the highest difficulty of the Azura-level dungeons, just barely making it to level 30. What kind of strength did those top city geniuses possess, to be at the same level as him? However, at this point, Yi Chen finally understood. Damn it, while he was desperately grinding dungeons to level up, those top city resources were all being upgraded in secret realms with 100 times the experience. No wonder their levels were so high. They even reached the same level as him. If they were using high-level beast blood potions during their leveling process in the secret realms, combined with all the effects of the small monsters in the 100 times experience secret realm, how could their leveling speed not be fast? Damn it! If I had such resources in the secret realm from the start, I might have already broken through to the 3rd tier by now. Back then, before Yi Qin advanced to the 3rd tier, he had meticulously calculated his time. He even spent his sleeping hours in those harsh environments within the dungeons. But even so, in the end, he still fell short and couldn't complete the 3rd tier advancement task. Of course, this was also related to the difficulty and complexity of the 3rd tier advancement task. After all, to successfully forge that extraordinary weapon of at least perfect quality, it couldn't be done in a short time. However, if Yi Chen's current thoughts were known to Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai, those potential geniuses, they would probably scold him to death. Good grief, your leveling speed is already so against the heavens, and you still want to compare with us? It should be known that although they could reach level 30, it was indeed related to high-level beast blood potions and secret realm resources, but as potential users, their training time was completely different from Yi Chen's. Take Ouyang Tian for example. He automatically awakened as a potential user when he was just 15 years old. His development time, calculated from when he started attending the special training camp, was a full 3 years. Wan Kai also became a potential user just before turning 16. He had a full 2.5 years of development time. And what about you, Yi Chen? In just 3 days, you directly completed their 3 years of development progress. And you still think you're developing too slowly? Is there any room for others to live? Keep grinding monsters with this secret realm. If I work hard today, I might really be able to push my experience bar directly to 30,000%. By then, after completing the 3rd tier advancement task, my level could at least reach 35 to 38. If I grind 1 or 2 more dungeons, I might be able to start the 4th tier advancement task. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a wave of relief in his heart. Meanwhile, in the Secret Realm Monitoring Center, after Ouyang Long, who was once high and mighty but now despised by everyone, left the monitoring center, the atmosphere in the Secret Realm Monitoring Center became much more harmonious. However, just as everyone was trying to figure out how to curry favor with Lin Changfeng, someone suddenly noticed the score information on the monitoring screen. At this moment, there were less than 100 geniuses left in the entire secret realm, and when everyone saw the first-ranked trial score information, they were almost scared speechless. East Mountain Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Score Monitoring. First place, Yi Chen, 993,866 points. Second place, Ouyang Tian, 5,813 points. Third place, Lu Feng, 4,462 points. Fourth place, Qin Huaiqian, 4,338 points. Fifth place. At a glance, although the geniuses from Ouyang Tian's Qingniao City have long been eliminated, their strength remains unquestionable. Even after more than 3 hours since their elimination, these potential geniuses from Qingniao City still dominate the top 10 in scores. It can be said that, if it weren't for the emergence of Yi Chen and his group of dark horses, this year's Qingniao City would definitely have occupied all the top 10 positions in the training camp selection assessment. However, when everyone saw Yi Chen's score, they were completely stunned. That nearly 1 million points directly surpassed Ouyang Tian by nearly 200 times. It can be described as terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say, at least up to this point, not to mention the entire East Mountain Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Score Leaderboard combined. Even if all the genius scores from this training camp were added together, it might not even reach half of Yi Chen's score. You must know, Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, Qin Huaiqian, even those SSS-level geniuses like Wang Ji, if placed in other cities, would already be considered top-tier geniuses. However, these young men, usually referred to as super geniuses, compared to Yi Chen now, are not even as insignificant as ants. Monster, genius, freak, prodigy. In an instant, the countless city-level presidents present had their impressions of Yi Chen completely refreshed by this terrifying score information. So scary. In 7 hours, he racked up nearly 1 million points. Calculating it, this kid's progress in 1 hour can reach over 100,000? What kind of monster is this? So bizarre. The speed at which he racks up points in an hour, let alone those ordinary students, even Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng, might not be able to accumulate over 100,000 points in a day. Look, it's gone up again. He has successfully broken through the million-point mark. It's already 1,030,000. So fast. This is just too fierce. Unbelievable. I just said, this kid could only rack up over 100,000 points in an hour, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes, and he's already racked up nearly 60,000 points? What on earth is he doing in the secret realm? Ridiculous. What is this kid's limit? Freak. At this current speed, isn't this kid able to rack up nearly 300,000 to 400,000 points in an hour? That's a bit exaggerated. At this rate, isn't there a hope he could surpass the supernova Suchun from 50 years ago? What? That seems unlikely? I also think it's pretty tough. You must know, back then, the supernova Suchun racked up nearly 20 million points in a day. Calculating it, he could directly rack up nearly 1,000,000 points in an hour. Originally, when those city-level presidents were just discussing Yi Chen's points, it was all harmonious praise. However, when someone mentioned Su Chen, who was called a supernova 50 years ago, immediately someone stood up to oppose. There was no way. When recalling 50 years ago, when Su Chen emerged alongside them, the dominance he displayed was simply too terrifying. A born professional, with an absolutely crushing stance, he suppressed the entire city, the whole East Mountain province. Even above the national examination, all those known as once-in-a-century geniuses could not help but take notice. Even in various national and even world-class competitions and leagues, the team that Su Chen participated in crushed their opponents with an overwhelming force. It was as if there were no obstacles in front of him at all. One must understand, under the current population of hundreds of billions in the Dragon Country, let alone being a 1-in-a-million genius. Even if you were a 1-in-a-billion genius, there are still hundreds of comparable geniuses in the entire Dragon Country each year, standing atop peaks that you cannot reach. And Su Chen was a supernova standing above these geniuses. His only shortcoming was that he only achieved 7th place in the national examination back then, but even so, the reason at that time was simply because the geniuses from the 3 supreme cities felt a sense of crisis upon seeing this sudden dark horse. Just like Yi Chen now, after showcasing his strength in the training camp, he was besieged by a dozen potential geniuses from Qingyao City, along with over 100 SSS-level geniuses joining forces. Su Chen faced a similar situation back then. Under the combined suppression of the world-class geniuses from the 3 supreme cities, Su Chen still managed to achieve the terrifying result of 7th place in the national examination. Otherwise, even the revered Dragon Martial Champion title of the national examination could have been his. However, it is a pity that as Su Chen continued to shine and gain countless rare merits on the battlefield, he finally squeezed into a high-ranking position in the Dragon Country's Central Guild. Later, it was heard that Su Chen joined the Explorer team in the Starry Sky Divine Domain. After years of exploration, one day over a decade ago, he vanished without a trace. Some say, Su Chen's team encountered those mysterious beings beyond the 10th tier in the Starry Sky Divine Domain, while others say Su Chen was ambushed by foreign professionals during his exploration. After all, the exploration teams in the Starry Sky Divine Domain not only included people from the Dragon Country but also many foreign geniuses. These individuals were all seeking clues on how to break through the world's constraints above the 10th tier for the Blue Star professionals. However, some also say that after Su Chen witnessed the vastness of the Starry Sky Divine Domain, he became introspective, and thus completely entered seclusion. But regardless of the circumstances, from that day over a decade ago, the Dragon Country's Central Guild completely sealed off all information regarding the Starry Sky Divine Domain Explorer Team No. 749, the team that Su Chen participated in. Su Chen, once revered by the masses, especially admired by countless geniuses in Dongshan Province as a supernova, thus quietly fell into the background. Yet the brilliant deeds he left behind are beyond dispute for anyone. Even there was a saying that was regarded as truth by countless people, circulating in Dongshan Province for decades. You are strong, but no matter how strong you are, can you surpass the supernova Su Chen of that year? Despite seeing Yi Chen's terrifying speed and scoring points now, most people felt that compared to Su Chen, he was still far behind. After all, Yi Chen's displayed strength in the secret realm was only about 30 to 40,000 points at most in an hour. And back then, Su Chen, he averaged nearly 1,000,000 points per hour. Between the two, at least so far, there was really no comparability. But regardless of anything, when these city-level guild leaders saw the strength Yi Chen was showcasing now, it was as if they were witnessing the moment 50 years ago when Su Chen first emerged before the world, suppressing everything, unmatched. However, 50 years ago, these city-level presidents were the ones being suppressed. After 15 years, they saw their own shadows in the talents of Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, and Wang Ji. But after a long silence, some began to defend Yi Chen. Let me speak fairly. Actually, I think Yi Chen might just surpass Su Chen. What does President Zhao mean by that? Yeah, surpassing Su Chen? That's simply impossible. Exactly. Back in the day, Su Chen had a point gathering speed of 1,000,000 per hour, and this kid now, at most, is only around 300,000. Hearing President Zhao Mingze of Linyan City, the other presidents began to question in confusion. Even Lin Chongfeng frowned, looking at Zhao Mingze with disbelief. To be honest, the strength Yi Chen displayed now was already enough to astonish everyone, but to surpass that supernova, Su Chen, even he felt it was a bit unlikely. However, after hearing the doubts from those city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze merely smiled faintly. As one of the top 3 cities in Dongshan province, Zhao Mingze was different from Ouyang Long and Zhan Yuntian. One controlled the most resource-rich city in Dongshan province, the other was a central city with abundant resources. Yet, Linyan City, under Zhao Mingze, was merely the city with the strongest economic capability. Therefore, although Linyan City had few resources, he could rely on his economy. Once he discovered certain potential resources, he would actively purchase resources from Qingyao City, Nanjiqing, and even other nearby first-tier cities to cultivate the talents he valued. Because of this, Zhao Mingze's ability to recognize talent was beyond doubt. Otherwise, Linyan City would have collapsed long ago. If any other president had taken over, Linyan City would have been eliminated from the ranks of the top 3 cities in Dongshan province years ago. After scanning the city-level presidents, Zhao Mingze smiled lightly and said, "The reason I believe he has the hope of surpassing Su Chen is actually very simple. Based on the current time, if I'm not mistaken, Yi Chen should still be in the core area." Core area? President Zhao, are you saying? Upon hearing this keyword, the city-level presidents immediately reacted. Zhao Mingze didn't linger, nodded, and continued to explain, "Yes, the monster distribution in the core area consists only of level 11 to 20 ordinary monsters and elite monsters. The number of boss-level monsters, which account for the majority of points, is too few in the core area. In a few hours, when Yi Chen truly enters the center of this poisonous jungle secret realm, that will likely be the time for his real explosion." Think about it. Wasn't Su Chen the same back then? Wow! At that moment, upon hearing Zhao Mingze's words, all the city-level presidents present suddenly realized, yes, although the core area is already the limit for ordinary geniuses, for extraordinary talents like Su Chen and Yi Chen, it is not the true place to unleash their potential. I thought of that too. Back then, Su Chen seemed to have entered the core area of the secret realm only after the 12th hour of its opening. At that time, Su Chen's point-gathering speed skyrocketed several times. It might not be the case. We still don't know what profession this Yi Chen has. Some professions indeed have an advantage when facing those bosses one-on-one. That's right. Back then, Su Chen was a celestial occupation Divine Light Demon Blade Knight. Just the fact that he could master both light and dark fusion elements as a companion-level talent made it impossible for those bosses to counter him. Exactly. Not to mention the companion talent. When Su Chen participated in the special training camp, he had already reached the 2nd tier, and all of them were 5-star templates. But he also had those 2 even more monstrous celestial occupation talents. But this Yi Chen. At this point, all the city-level presidents, including Zhao Mingze, turned their gazes toward Lin Chongfeng. Previously, they had all been shocked by Yi Chen's terrifying speed and earning points. No matter what profession, as long as one had strong combat capabilities and a terrifying speed and earning points, that was commendable. But now, if they wanted to compare him to the supernova Su Chen from back then, it wasn't just a simple comparison of combat capabilities and point earning speed. One must know, the boss-level monsters in the central area of the secret realm, the weakest among them, were comparable to the final boss of a 2nd-tier Azura-level difficulty dungeon. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if the potential geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai teamed up, defeating them would require considerable effort. In comparison, theoretically, it would be more efficient to earn points by farming elite monsters. So, this brings us to what profession Yi Chen actually is. His profession is Unique Level Hidden Profession, Necromancer, the Origin Summoner Series profession. After a moment of silence, Lin Chongfeng frowned, and finally spoke up. What? Necromancer? An Origin Summoner profession? Isn't that a dead end? Yeah, if it were an Origin Ranger or at least an Origin Warrior Series profession, that would be better. No wonder this kid's point earning speed is so fierce. A powerful Origin Summoner profession can engage in multi-line combat, simultaneously clearing monsters in countless places. How could the point-earning speed not be fast? Sigh. That's true. However, while the Origin Summoner profession is strong against small monsters, it becomes very difficult to tackle elite-level monsters, let alone those boss-level monsters. Exactly. Back then, Su Chen's Celestial Occupation Divine Light Demon Blade Knight, although it was an Origin Warrior Series profession, his companion talent Hand of Light and Darkness was simply terrifying. That's right. If I remember correctly, his light element had strong recovery and resistance capabilities, while the dark element had powerful destructive and finishing abilities. The most outrageous part was, when the two elements fused, the explosive power was simply breathtaking. There's no way around it. Now Yi-Chen wanting to surpass Su-Chen is nothing but a pipe dream. I never expected. It seems that for Yi-Chen, not to mention surpassing Su-Chen, just establishing a foothold in the central area of the secret realm is no easy task. After hearing the keywords origin summoner profession, those city-level presidents who had initially looked forward to it suddenly felt dejected. To be honest, they also wanted to see Yi-Chen surpass Su-Chen in this historic moment, but given the current situation, it was basically impossible. Not only those city-level presidents, even Zhao Mingzi looked disappointed after hearing about Yi-Chen's profession characteristics. There was no way around it. Although the origin summoner profession has a high lower limit, its upper limit is too low. What those city-level presidents said was not wrong. This kid, even if he could stand firm in the central area of the secret realm, in the end, his speed of earning points might even decrease instead of increase. In the end, he would either choose to exit the central area for the sake of points, or for the sake of forcefully confront those boss-level monsters in the central area. At this moment, even Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. At first, after hearing Zhao Mingzi's analysis, he thought he was about to witness a historic moment. But thinking about Yi-Chen's profession, forget it. Even if he couldn't surpass Su-Chen, the terrifying strength Yi-Chen was displaying now was enough to make him rise to prominence. After all, Su-Chen back then was known as a once-in-a-century genius. Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai, at most, could only be considered ordinary geniuses. And Yi-Chen, no matter how you put it, he could be counted among the super geniuses, regardless of anything. This year he had thoroughly slapped Ouyang Long's face, and in the future, he might even take away all the salary and benefits of his position as president of Qingniao City. Just this alone was enough to satisfy Lin Chongfeng. Thinking of this, Lin Chongfeng's heart also eased a bit. However, seeing Lin Chongfeng's earlier gloomy expression, Wu Ning couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and tease him. Old Lin, don't act all innocent after getting a good deal. Damn, don't even talk about surpassing Su-Chen. When will our Yinzhou city give birth to a genius like Yi-Chen? I'd laugh in my dreams. Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng replied with a forced smile, yeah, I'm also very satisfied with this result. Before he could finish, a city-level president next to them suddenly shouted, damn, you guys look, Yi-Chen's points. How did they suddenly soar by tens of thousands? What the hell? Soaring by tens of thousands? You can't be mistaken. Hearing this, all the city-level presidents glanced at the leaderboard and immediately retorted, yeah, a boss-level monster only gives a few thousand points, right? Holy crap, it's gone up again. Over 30,000 points. What the hell? Over 30,000 points in a minute. What is this guy doing? Wait, could it be that he has already entered the central area of the secret realm? What did you say? Upon hearing this, the city-level presidents were instantly stunned. Yi-Chen entered the central area of the secret realm? This was impossible. In the central area of the secret realm, there weren't even any small monsters left, only those level 20 elite monsters, and even a large number of boss-level monsters. Yi-Chen could stand firm in the core area of the secret realm, so none of the city-level presidents questioned his ability to kill those elite monsters. But boss-level monsters were a different story. Just based on his source summoner profession, could he really kill boss-level monsters? You have to know. Those boss-level monsters were so powerful that even Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai, those potential genius hunters, might not be able to kill them even when working together. The most ridiculous part was, even if this guy could really kill them, his efficiency was too fast. After all, a boss-level monster generally only gave 3,000 to 5,000 trial points. And now, Yi-Chen's starting point was nearly 10,000 points in 1 minute, which meant this guy could average killing 2 or 3 boss monsters in a minute? Thinking of this, the city-level presidents present were instantly stunned. Too terrifying. This kid, could he really kill the monsters in the central area of the secret realm? This is a bit outrageous. You have to know. President Zhao has almost never had a problem judging people. Even he just said that Yi-Chen could hardly stand firm in the central area of the secret realm. But now, yeah, looking at the current situation, this kid seems to be going crazy killing in the central area of the secret realm. Incredible. Not to mention President Zhao, just a moment ago, we all thought that Yi-Chen couldn't possibly defeat those boss-level monsters before he even entered the central area. That's true, but now, every time Yi-Chen's points increase, it's often by several thousand at a time. If he hadn't entered the central area, how could this situation have occurred? So fierce. After all these years, it's rare for President Zhao to misjudge someone. Indeed, but it's no wonder. The strength Yi Chen is showing now has completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Hearing the discussions among the city-level presidents, on the other side, the president of Linyan City, Zhao Mingzi, was also confused. To be honest, for ordinary source summoners, even standing firm in the central area of the secret realm is not an easy task, let alone holding the line in the core area against those elite monsters. And now, after seeing Yi Chen's point increase speed, Zhao Mingzi was also a bit at a loss. Sure enough, true geniuses cannot be inferred by common sense. At this moment, Zhao Mingzi suddenly recalled Su Chen from 50 years ago. Back then, Su Chen was also questioned by countless people, but he broke everyone's expectations step by step. And now Yi Chen has once again recreated this scene. It's almost the same process as this world-class genius known as a supernova. However, just then, after carefully observing Yi Chen's point increase speed for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Mingzi couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, seeing Zhao Mingzi's expression, the city-level presidents immediately became puzzled. President Zhao, what's wrong with you? Yeah, if this kid can stand firm in the central area of the secret realm, doesn't that mean we might witness a historic moment surpassing Su Chen? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingzi shook his head and explained, surpassing Su Chen? You are overestimating Yi Chen. Hearing this, the city-level presidents all looked as if they had question marks on their faces. Even Lin Changfeng beside them couldn't help but lean in, wanting to hear what Zhao Mingzi had to say. After all, when it comes to cultivating geniuses in the entire Dongshan province, if Zhao Mingzi says second, even Ouyang Long and Zhang Yuntian wouldn't dare to claim first. There's no way. This is the strength and vision that single-handedly brought Linyan City, a place with nothing but money, to become one of the 3 top cities in Dongshan province. And just then, Zhao Mingzi didn't hold back. He directly explained to everyone, it's simple. Although Yi Chen has indeed stood firm in the central area of the secret realm, his speed of earning points hasn't increased. According to my observation over the past 10 minutes, Yi Chen's point earning speed, at most only increased from 3 to 400,000 in the core area to 6 to 700,000. At this moment, the city-level presidents suddenly understood. 6 to 700,000 points per hour? Isn't that slow? If he earns points for 24 hours, wouldn't that be 15 to 16 million? Yeah, if I remember correctly, Su Chen back then seemed to have earned just over 18 million points, right? That's right. Calculating it out, the average efficiency is just under 800,000 points per hour. If Yi Chen could put in some effort, surpassing Su Chen wouldn't be impossible, right? President Zhao, you can't be getting old now, can you? You can't even do such simple arithmetic? Hearing the words of the city-level presidents, Zhao Mingzi wasn't angry, he just smiled lightly. That's right. Back then, Su Chen indeed only accumulated over 18 million points. However, these city-level presidents overlooked a more important piece of information. Immediately, Zhao Mingzi reminded everyone, old Jiang is not wrong. Su Chen did indeed accumulate over 18 million points back then, but he might have forgotten that it was around 12 hours after the secret realm opened when Su Chen had just entered the central area of the secret realm. So, Su Chen's actual efficiency in accumulating points was actually above 1 million points per hour? Before Zhao Mingzi could finish, a president named Jiang Yuan directly interjected. That's right. Zhao Mingzi smiled and added, to be precise, when Su Chen entered the central area of the secret realm, he had just over 1.7 million points, so his true maximum speed for accumulating points was at least 1.4 million, even reaching 1.5 million. Hiss. At that moment, when the city-level presidents heard Zhao Mingzi's words, they all gasped in shock. 1.5 million points per hour. This is truly Su Chen. This efficiency is terrifying. You have to know. Back then, these city-level presidents, who were called geniuses, couldn't even accumulate 150,000 points in a whole day, let alone 1.5 million in an hour. And Su Chen, the points he accumulated in 1 hour surpassed the total points of the top 10 of them combined. This is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. This is the existence known as a supernova, not just those city-level presidents. At this moment, even Lin Changfeng, who was standing nearby, changed his expression drastically. The terrifying efficiency of 1.5 million points per hour. It seems that for Yi Chen to surpass Su Chen, that has become nearly impossible. You have to know. Although his point situation was similar to Su Chen's when he entered the central area of the secret realm, he had around 1.3 million. But after entering the central area of the secret realm, his efficiency in accumulating points barely reached 600,000 to 700,000 points, and that gap is just too big. To be honest, if it was only initially estimated that Su Chen had around 800,000 points per hour, then Yi-Chen might really be able to surpass him with some effort. But now, nearly 9 hours have passed since the secret realm opened. Normally, Yi-Chen would need to achieve a terrifying efficiency of at least 1.2 million points per hour to have any hope of surpassing Su-Chen. However, increasing the efficiency by 100,000 or 200,000 points seems somewhat hopeful. But to double it, just thinking about it makes it clear that it's already impossible. Sigh. As expected, it's still not achievable? With a sigh, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Not just Lin Changfeng, but the other city-level presidents also sighed in regret. Originally, they all thought they could witness someone breaking that historic moment of the supernova Su-Chen. But, unexpectedly, the record left by Su-Chen, like a chasm, still couldn't be surpassed. Sigh. If that's the case, this efficiency of 1.5 million points per hour, I'm afraid our Dongshan province really can't cultivate anyone to that level. Yeah, Su-Chen back then was indeed terrifying. Before, I just felt the pressure from the strength he displayed was very strong. Now I realize just how terrifying this is. Forget it. Your demands are too high, right? After all, Yi-Chen is considered the strongest genius in Dongshan province in the past 50 years. Indeed, it seems that Su-Chen's record can only be broken by geniuses of the same level born in the 3 supreme cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, fortunately, the ones competing with him now are not us. Back in the day, we were really crushed by Su-Chen. That's right. At first, when I saw those geniuses from Ouyang Long's Qingyao City being slaughtered by a small genius from Tianshui City under President Lin, I thought their generation of geniuses was nothing special. Now I realize, it's just that this kid Yi-Chen is too strong. Sigh. Being born in the same era as such a once-in-a-century genius, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. After seeing Yi-Chen's rising score, even though the city presidents roughly knew that it was almost impossible for Yi-Chen to surpass Su-Chen from back then, they couldn't help but feel pity for those once invincible geniuses who were eliminated by him. You have to know, over 50 years ago, when these city presidents were on the same platform as Su-Chen, they were just like geniuses Ouyang Tian and Wang Ji, being suppressed by this monster Su-Chen to the point where they couldn't even catch their breath. And now, standing in front of Yi-Chen, aren't these geniuses' situations exactly the same as theirs 50 years ago? Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Yi-Chen had no idea that after he just entered the central area of the secret realm, he had caused such a stir among the city presidents in the monitoring center. Ding! You have killed an elite-level monster, LV-20 Dark Mantis, you have gained 20,000 points, plus 500% experience. Ding! You have killed a level 20 elite-level monster, you have gained 200 trial points. Ding! You have killed a boss-level monster, LV-20 Venomous Swamp Merman, you have gained 500,000 points, plus 500% experience. Ding! You have killed a level 20 boss-level monster, you have gained 5,000 trial points. Ding! Ding! At this moment, seeing the massive number of kill notifications in front of him, Yi-Chen felt extremely excited. As expected of the central area of the secret realm, this experience reward is simply explosive. Glancing at those reward notifications, Yi-Chen felt immensely satisfied. Just one elite-level monster grants a whopping 20,000 base experience. Even with the terrifying 500% experience boost from the third-tier beast blood potion given to him by President Wu Ning of Yinzhou City, the experience from an elite-level monster could directly soar to nearly 100,000 points. It couldn't be more enjoyable. Not only that, but the rewards from boss-level monsters are even more exhilarating. Any boss-level monster guarantees at least 200,000 points of terrifying experience. That's a full 10 times that of elite-level monsters. If he encounters some high-intensity boss-level monsters, like the venomous swamp merman he just killed, the terrifying base experience reward reaches a staggering 500,000 points. Adding the boost from the beast blood potion, just this one boss-level monster gives a direct 2.5 million points of experience. Instantly exhilarating. Moreover, after killing this boss-level monster, he even gained 5,000 trial points. That's equivalent to killing 200 or 300 ordinary small monsters. To be honest, this secret realm's central area is indeed refreshing. Not to mention the monsters here, all of them are level 20 elite monsters, and there are even plenty of boss-level monsters scattered around. Sigh, if it weren't for those people from Qingyao City, I would have led my skeleton army here long ago. Instinctively, Yi-Chen set off towards the central area of the secret realm while shifting his perspective to the hundreds of skeletons that had just encountered a boss-level monster. At that moment, the attributes of the boss-level monster that looked like a half-human, half-horse appeared before Yi-Chen in an instant. Mutated Centaur, LV-20, category, boss-level monster strength, 5,600 spirit, 4,800 constitution, 5,300 agility, 4,400 skills, Centaur charge, Centaur trample, Centaur bloodline. Glancing over, the mutated centaur, already surrounded by the skeleton army, had attributes that were quite terrifying, not to mention its bizarre skills. Just the average of over 5,000 points in its four-dimensional attributes would likely wipe out those geniuses from Qingmiao City in no time. However, in front of Yi Chen, oh no, it should be said in front of Yi Chen's skeleton army, it was utterly vulnerable. The skeleton tyrant, which had just dropped due to its brutal state, devoured a few small skeletons and instantly returned to its peak state. At that moment, when it saw the mutated centaur boss charging towards it, the skeleton tyrant's fist, with a terrifying strength attribute equivalent to 30,000 points, mercilessly smashed towards the mutated centaur boss in an instant. With a thunderous boom, the mutated centaur boss hadn't even charged a few meters before it was directly pierced and killed by the skeleton tyrant's heavy punch. The next second, ding, you have killed the boss-level monster, LV-20 mutated centaur. You have gained 650,000 points, plus 500% experience. Ding, you have killed a level 20 boss-level monster, you have gained 6,500 trial points. What strength does this mutated centaur boss have? Why are the rewards even higher than that of the venomous swamp merman just now? Far away, when Yi Chen saw the skeleton tyrant instantly kill the mutated centaur boss, he was momentarily baffled. However, if others heard this, they would probably scold him to death. Goodness, the attack strength of your skeleton tyrant at full power reaches over 30,000 points. Not to mention that this level 2 Secret Realms boss-level monster couldn't withstand it. Even the level 30 boss-level monsters in the level 3 Secret Realm wouldn't be able to endure it, right? If Ouyang Tian and those geniuses from Qingmiao City knew the true strength of this skeleton tyrant, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. You have to know, even with their top-tier exclusive class equipment, these geniuses only have an average attribute of just over 1,000 points. Facing this skeleton tyrant that can unleash over 30,000 points of strength, who the hell can withstand it? The most important thing is, the current strength of this skeleton tyrant is not just empty boasting. Information, skeleton tyrant level, 30 strength, 150, plus 101, 69%. Spirit, 30, plus 101, 69%. Constitution, 300, plus 101, 69%. Agility, 90, plus 101, 69%. Skills, Brutal Devour, Rage Rampage. At a glance, the skeleton tyrant's base strength attribute had already reached 150 points. With Yi Chen's terrifying 101, 69% all attribute boost from his broken spiritual attribute, the power attribute of the skeleton tyrant skyrocketed to over 300 points. Even more frightening was the extreme fury state, which could reach a maximum of 100 layers by continuously devouring allied units, granting the skeleton tyrant a staggering 1,000% all-attribute increase. This directly elevated the skeleton tyrant's power attribute to a terrifying level of over 3,000 points. Moreover, the abnormal enhancement effect of the Fury Rampage skill, Fury Rampage, when entering the maximum Fury state and attacking, it increases one's attack and defense by 10 times. At a glance, the tenfold increase in attack and defense attributes gave the skeleton tyrant an ultimate power of over 30,000 points. And the physique attribute was even more outrageous. The skeleton tyrant's ultimate physique attribute could soar to over 60,000 points. This was an insane level. With such a few tens of thousands of power attributes bringing immense destructive power, that mere 5,300 points of physique from the mutated centaur boss was no match for the skeleton tyrant. To not be instantly killed by the skeleton tyrant, that would mean this guy's 4 legs were fast enough. It was utterly vulnerable. Charge on! All skeletons, rush to the center of the secret realm as fast as you can. Without further thought, upon seeing the terrifying rewards in the center of the secret realm, Yi Chen didn't want to hesitate any longer. Not to mention what the trial points were for. Just the insane experience rewards were enough to excite Yi Chen to the extreme. At this moment, after receiving Yi Chen's command, all the skeletons instantly halted their current actions and rushed madly toward the center of the secret realm. Along the way, unless they encountered monsters they could kill in an instant, the skeleton legion would only slightly engage. Any monster that wasted their time would not be touched again. Soon, in less than half an hour, a massive skeleton army composed of over 700 skeleton tyrants, more than 40,000 invisible skeleton mages, and nearly 150,000 ordinary skeletons surged into the center of the secret realm, beginning a frenzied slaughter. Meanwhile, when Yi Chen pulled this nearly 200,000 strong skeleton army into the center of the secret realm, the genius students who had been surviving in the secret realm until now were instantly stunned. Yes, by now, nearly 10 hours into the secret realm assessment, the original 1162 genius students from Dongshan province who came to participate in the special training camp selection assessment had dwindled to about 50 or 60. These people, some were terrified of the omnipresent skeleton army, some wanted to rise up and resist, others were trying to avoid this wave of undead geniuses. In short, for various reasons, these 50 or 60 people formed 3 or 4 small teams, cautiously killing monsters in the secret realm. And now, when they suddenly saw the skeleton army all running madly in one direction instead of slaughtering in place, these surviving geniuses were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are all those skeletons running away? Ha, they must be scared of us. I just killed hundreds of them. Wow, Brother Sun is so awesome. Of course, I'm an SSS level origin assassin. Killing these broken skeletons is a piece of cake. Tisk tsk tsk. Brother Sun is amazing. I'm sticking with him from now on. Yeah, Brother Sun is just too fierce. Hearing the bragging of his little brothers around him, Sun Ping immediately felt elated. Ha, don't worry. Right now, all the top geniuses in Qingyao City, Nanjishi, even those in Linyan City, are all dead. So, as long as you follow me, Sun Ping, I guarantee you all can enter the special training. But, before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, out of nowhere, a hidden skeleton mage sprang out from behind them. With a dark, ink-like elemental missile that contained a strange aura of death flashing by, it instantly struck the assassin named Sun Ping, and with just one move, it blew his head apart. In that moment, those geniuses who had just said they wanted to follow Sun Ping scattered in fear and fled. However, before they could run far, nearby hidden skeleton mages appeared one after another. The next second, necromantic missile, necromantic missile, necromantic missile, boom, boom, boom. As a series of terrifying elemental explosion sounds erupted, the fleeing geniuses from various cities met their demise on the spot. Thus, in this toxic jungle's secret realm, only 42 genius practitioners remained. Meanwhile, when a force 10 times greater surged into the central area of the secret realm, Yichen's trial points began to skyrocket instantly. Trial points, 1,564,743. Trial points, 1,635,441. Trial points, 1,717,328. Trial points. Looking around, as the army of 200,000 skeletons charged into the central area of the secret realm, Yichen's trial points soared at a terrifying rate of nearly 30 to 40,000 points per minute. In just over 10 minutes, Yichen's trial points surged to a shocking 1 million. Not bad. On average, that's almost 40,000 points per minute. And now, it seems there are still about 14 hours left until the secret realm assessment ends. After a quick mental calculation, Yichen couldn't help but feel excited. However, right now, the skeleton army had just rushed into the central area of the secret realm and had not yet fully dispersed. In another hour or two, that would be the real speed for Yichen to rack up points. But even so, outside the secret realm, in the monitoring center of the secret realm, when the city-level presidents saw Yichen's points skyrocketing, they were all shocked. Quick, look at Yichen's score. He's going crazy again. At that moment, when the city-level president Jiang Yuan, who was closest to the monitoring screen, saw the speed at which Yichen's points were rising, he immediately pointed at the screen and shouted. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the monitoring screen. Oh my, it really is. Just a minute ago, this kid could only increase his points by about 10,000. How did it suddenly jump to 30 or 40,000? I saw it too. I saw Yichen's points were just at 33 million, and in the blink of an eye, this guy shot up to around 37 million. So fierce. Increasing by 30 to 40,000 points a minute, wouldn't that be over 2 million in an hour? Damn, this is a bit abnormal. Is Yichen going crazy? Not crazy. I guess the reason Yichen's points weren't rising quickly before was because of his original profession's characteristics. Yes, it must be that way. As an original summoner profession, his summons definitely hadn't all entered the central area of the secret realm yet. And now, this is just the place where he can truly unleash his power. So strong, the speed of accumulating points at over 2 million per hour. Isn't this guy going to soar into the sky? Soaring into the heavens of the market, regardless of anything else. This really has the hope of surpassing Su Chen. Exactly. Damn it. Why am I even more excited than him about surpassing Su Chen? Of course you're excited. Back in the day, Su Chen suppressed us so harshly that we could barely breathe. Now finally someone can defeat him. Who here wouldn't be excited? Upon hearing the last city-level president's words, the others immediately reacted. Yes, back in the day, that Su Chen, who was called a supernova by countless people, nearly crushed these city-level presidents, who were also once called geniuses, to the point where they could hardly catch their breath. Now, finally seeing someone capable of defeating him, it felt like a deep-seated enemy, one you couldn't personally eliminate, was being brutally beaten by someone else. Who wouldn't feel good about that? Not just the city-level presidents. When they saw Yi Chen's terrifying speed of point accumulation, even Zhao Mingzi was taken aback. Goodness, when you first entered the central area of this secret realm, you were only accumulating points at a speed of 60 to 70,000 per hour. Now, in less than 1 or 2 hours since entering this central area, it has skyrocketed to a terrifying efficiency that can break 2 million per hour. Who could watch this without being confused? Not only that, even Lin Changfeng beside him was so excited he was about to sit up, just after watching for a little over half an hour. Yi Chen, who originally had only over 2 million points, was now about to soar to nearly 4 million. He's surpassed it. This time he will definitely surpass it. Awesome, Yi Chen. I really didn't expect you old guy could bring me such a big surprise. At this moment, Lin Changfeng looked at Yi Chen's rapidly increasing points, just like an ordinary person watching their money balance skyrocket. The feeling was exhilarating. However, before everyone could enjoy the moment for long, suddenly a city-level president seemed to think of something and instinctively spoke up. Wait, don't get too happy yet. With Yi Chen accumulating points so fast, it won't attract the final boss of the secret realm, will it? The final boss of the secret realm? Upon hearing this, those city-level presidents who were originally caught up in excitement instantly calmed down. Even the president of Linyan City, Zhao Mingzi, felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it! That's right, if I remember correctly, as long as the point accumulation efficiency exceeds 1 million per hour, the final boss monster of the secret realm will directly descend. Hearing this, the other city-level presidents were also horrified. The secret realm, the final boss monster. Although this was only a second-tier secret realm, the strength of the final boss in this second-tier secret realm could even directly crush the final boss of a third-tier Azura-level difficulty dungeon. It's not an exaggeration to say that even the final boss of a fourth-tier nightmare-level difficulty would be no match. And Yi Chen right now was still a contestant who hadn't even broken through to the third tier. If the final boss of the secret realm descends, could this kid still maintain such a strong speed of accumulating points? I just remembered. Back then, Su Chen also maintained a point accumulation efficiency of over 1 million per hour, and after 6 or 7 hours, the final boss of the secret realm directly descended before him. Yes, that's right, I remember. At that time, Su Chen relied on his terrifying recovery and resistance abilities from the light element to forcibly withstand the final boss of this secret realm, and then continued to farm those ordinary secret realm boss-level monsters. Yeah, if you put it that way, Su Chen is really outrageous. Although he didn't kill the final boss of the secret realm, being able to drag it along to farm points, how incredible must his resistance be? To be fair, it's not that Su Chen couldn't kill this final boss, it's just too difficult. Exactly. I remember that although Su Chen relied on his light element, he could prevent the final boss from killing him, but similarly, that final boss, with its powerful attributes and skill effects, made it impossible for Su Chen to kill it. So, dragging each other along was the best choice. Just thinking about this mechanism of the secret realm, everyone suddenly became tense. After all, as long as the point farming efficiency reached over 1 million points per hour, this mechanism of the final boss would be triggered, and they hadn't encountered it in a long time. Except for 50 years ago when Su Chen triggered it once, no one had been able to touch it since. There was no way. Unless a world-class genius like Su Chen or Yi Chen appeared, ordinary geniuses. Even if all the hundreds of geniuses in the secret realm combined, like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, they still might not reach the point farming efficiency of over 1 million points per hour. Moreover, the efficiency of over 1 million points per hour was just a threshold to trigger the final boss of the secret realm. Only by maintaining this efficiency for a long time would the final boss of the secret realm completely appear. In simple terms, this principle is like giving birth. At first, you use a little bit of effort, and at most you can only see the top of the baby's head. Only by continuously pushing can you completely give birth to the child. And the greater the effort, theoretically, the faster it is born. The final boss of the secret realm is the same. The higher the efficiency of farming points, the faster the final boss of the secret realm appears. However, when Su Chen triggered this final boss back then, he single-handedly held it off. This allowed others to learn so much information. Otherwise, when the final boss of the secret realm appeared, geniuses with strength similar to city-level presidents would not be its match at all. They would be wiped out in an instant. There would be no chance of survival at all. Sigh, Thinking about it this way, Su-Chen is actually quite nice. If he hadn't held off the final boss of the Secret Realm, we wouldn't have been able to farm monsters in the Secret Realm at that time. Damn right. This final boss was drawn out by him alone. If he didn't hold it off, who would? Besides, if Su-Chen doesn't die, the final boss's aggro will always be on him. It won't switch targets at all. Exactly. If it weren't for Su-Chen, back then, all of us geniuses combined wouldn't have been able to reach the point farming efficiency of over 1,000,000 points per hour. That's right. And although this final boss of the Secret Realm is very strong, its aggro mechanism is also quite simple. As long as the person with the highest aggro doesn't die, the final boss of the Secret Realm won't switch its target to the next person. The key point is, when Su-Chen drew out the final boss of the Secret Realm, it was already the 6th or 7th hour after entering the central area of the Secret Realm. That is, around the 18th or 19th hour since the Secret Realm assessment started, and Yi-Chen, his current point farming efficiency seems even more fierce than Su-Chen's. Will he trigger this final boss even faster? Of course. Didn't President Zhao just say, Su-Chen back then only maintained a score accumulating efficiency of around 1.5 million, and now Yi-Chen, it looks like he's about to hit around 2.5 million. It's over. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean the final boss of the Secret Realm will appear in just 3 to 4 hours? Not necessarily. I think it could happen even faster. At this thought, the city-level presidents all turned their gazes toward Zhao. Back then, among the geniuses who graduated with Su-Chen, aside from the president of Nanjishi, Zhang Yuntian, Zhao was the strongest. Moreover, Zhao had always been quite interested in researching student data. He even famously said, "Words can lie, but big data never deceives." Because of this, Zhao powerful decision-making ability and his day and night research on the data of super geniuses from various provinces, cities, and even the 3 supreme cities, are all closely related. Seeing the gazes of those city-level presidents, Zhao understood their meaning. Taking a deep breath, Zhao pondered for a moment and then directly spoke the words everyone was hoping to hear. Based on my calculations, if Yi-Chen can maintain this score accumulating efficiency of over 2.5 million, then in as little as 3 hours, or at most 5 hours, that is, between the 13th and 15th hour of the Secret Realm assessment, the final boss of the Secret Realm will directly appear. While, upon hearing Zhao words, everyone immediately gasped. The final boss would appear in the 13th to 15th hour? Does that mean this kid Yi-Chen would have to withstand this boss for at least nearly 10 hours to completely hold on until the end of the Secret Realm assessment? No way. This is absolutely impossible. If I remember correctly, Su-Chen was already struggling by the 3rd hour. Yeah, Su-Chen's Divine Light Demon Blade Knight was already so strong. Could Yi-Chen really last that long? It's over. It seems that when the final boss of the Secret Realm appears, Yi-Chen will definitely be killed out of the Secret Realm. At this thought, the city-level presidents all expressed their regret. Damn it! This Secret Realm is simply too despairing. Just when they saw a glimmer of hope for Yi-Chen to surpass Su-Chen, they never expected there would be a mechanism for the final boss of the Secret Realm. Back in the day, Su-Chen withstood the final boss of the Secret Realm for 3 to 4 hours, and that was already with all his might. Could this kid Yi-Chen really hold on until the end of the Secret Realm assessment? Perhaps. Not being directly killed by that final boss would be a stroke of luck. Moreover, Su-Chen was able to withstand the final boss of the Secret Realm because his profession was the Divine Light Demon Blade Knight, a Source Warrior class, not to mention the destructive power of dark skills. Just the terrifying recovery and resistance effects of his light skills are something ordinary people can only dream of. In contrast, the Source Summoner class, aside from being able to summon a large number of summons, its own attributes are simply a mess. Weak physique, slow agility. Aside from a spiritual attribute that even Source Mages envy, the other attributes compared to practitioners of the same strength are practically non-existent. It should be noted that the 2 major classes of Source Mages and Source Priests at least have somewhat decent physical attributes, although they can't compare to Source Warriors, but paired with their unique life-saving skills, they can barely manage. And Yi-Chen, this Origin Summoner, up to now, they didn't even have to wait for the final boss of the Secret Realm to appear. They could already foresee that as soon as the boss descended, Yi-Chen would undoubtedly be instantly killed by this final boss of the Secret Realm. Not necessarily. At that moment, the president of Yinjia City, Wu Ning, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. What Su-Chen couldn't achieve back then, Yi-Chen has now accomplished step by step, soloing the Azura-level dungeons, fighting against the tide of monsters all by himself. Now, his speed in earning points has far surpassed that of Su-Chen back in the day. On what basis do you think he can't do it? I now think Yi Chen might even be able to directly annihilate that final boss of the secret realm. Hearing this, not only the city-level presidents but even Zhao Mingze and Lin Changfeng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Soloing the Azura-level difficulty dungeons? All by himself? Fighting against the tide of monsters? All relying on his own strength? No way. This kid's achievements are actually that exaggerated? Exaggerated or not, those super geniuses born from the 3 supreme cities aren't incapable of doing these things. Yeah. Speaking of which, let's not even mention potential users. Just the number of professional job holders. Long Country can find 100 or so people from the 3 supreme cities every year. These people are only a hair's breadth away from Su Chen back then. If even Su Chen couldn't do it, on what basis do you think Yi Chen can? Annihilating the final boss of the secret realm? Old Wu, how can you even say that? Damn, you scared me just now. I thought this guy had some impressive achievements. Hearing Wu Ning's words, although the city-level presidents were a bit excited, they still shook their heads. You have to know, not to mention Su Chen, the emergence of every professional job holder, as long as they grow smoothly to the 3rd tier, can stand alone in any city, even completely overpowering the likes of Lin Changfeng and Ouyang Long. But until now, none of those city-level presidents, including Zhao Mingze, had ever heard of anyone capable of killing the final boss of the secret realm. If even these people couldn't do it, how could Yi Chen? He wasn't even a potential user, let alone a professional job holder. Just a mere level 1 hidden profession. To put it bluntly, at most, it's just a profession with an absurdly high SSS level strength. Old Wu, you must be crazy, right? Killing the final boss of the secret realm? How is that possible? Do you have any basis for saying this? At this moment, even Lin Changfeng couldn't stand it anymore and quietly returned to Wu Ning's side. Upon hearing this, Wu Ning just shook his head. No basis, just intuition. Pure intuition. Intuition? Cough cough cough. Hearing this, Lin Changfeng was so angry he coughed several times. You really seem to be crazy. To be honest, he still thought that Yi Chen being able to withstand the final boss of the secret realm while continuing to farm monsters was already a stroke of luck. Killing the final boss of the secret realm? He wouldn't even dare to think about it in his dreams, let alone actually let Yi Chen do it. To put it bluntly, seeing Yi Chen's achievements now felt like someone who never buys lottery tickets, accidentally bought one and won 5 million. And hearing Wu Ning's words felt like that 5 million lottery tickets suddenly being revealed to actually be 100 tickets, meaning he won 500 million. Only a fool would believe such words. Even if someone is drunk, there isn't a single normal person who has never bought a lottery ticket who would directly place 100 bets on the same ticket. However, upon hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Wu Ning scoffed. Old Lin, it's one thing for others not to believe in your genius, but how can you not believe in your own genius? Think about it. Since Yi Chen appeared, has he done anything that a normal person could achieve? He cleared all the Shura-level difficulty dungeons in one go. He even single-handedly faced the 2nd-tier demon tide. These things, even the Su Chen of that year could only look up to, right? At this point, Wu Ning let out a deep breath, looking at Yi Chen's rapidly increasing trial points on the surveillance screen, and said calmly, I always have a feeling that in this world, there really isn't anything that can stop this kid's progress. This feeling is like the emergence of a supreme powerhouse from back in the day. Supreme powerhouse. Hearing Wu Ning's words, Lin Changfeng felt dizzy. Crazy, old Wu, you really are crazy. I think you should skip the hospital after the secret realm assessment is over. Just go find a 10th tier divine priest and have them check your brain. A supreme powerhouse? Can a supreme powerhouse be born in this godforsaken Tianshui city? You really should think before you speak. Damn. After hearing Lin Changfeng's words, Wu Ning was completely speechless. He let out a curse and didn't bother to say another word. But no matter what, the feeling Yi Chen gave him now was indeed like that of an invincible supreme powerhouse emerging in the world. Of course, ultimately, Yi Chen only gave Wu Ning the feeling of having the potential of a supreme powerhouse. Whether he could truly grow into a supreme powerhouse would depend on the path ahead. After all, not to mention the countless demon tide crises facing Blue Star now. Just within Blue Star, even within the Dragon Country, there are countless pests. Talented geniuses with potential are ultimately just infants in swaddling clothes. Only by truly growing up can they be called supreme powerhouses. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Yi Chen had no idea that after he had just summoned all the skeleton army to the central area of the secret realm, Wu Ning had given such a high evaluation. At this moment, he only knew that his experience was about to explode. Ding, you have killed the boss-level monster, LV-20 Doom Spider. You gained 850,000 points, plus 500% experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 boss level monster, you gained 8,500 trial points. Ding, you killed the elite level monster, LV20 corrupted venom beetle, you gained 20,000 points, plus 500% experience. Ding, you killed a level 20 elite level monster, you gained 200 trial points. Ding, ding, ignoring the frenzied kill reward notifications refreshing in front of him, Yi-chan opened his attribute panel and took a look. Name, Yi-chan, LV30, experience, 2,556%. This is insane. In 1 hour, I directly gained nearly 1,000% experience progress. But it seems that's still not enough. It looks like there are only 12 hours left until the secret realm ends. At this speed, even if I fill the entire secret realm assessment time, it would only be about 20,000% experience progress. It seems I'm still far from filling this 30 level 30,000% progress. Originally, Yi-chan was very happy. In just 1 hour, he had crazily brushed through over 1,000% of the experience bar, which was equivalent to a terrifying efficiency of being able to level up 10 times in this secret realm. But then he thought, this level 30 experience bar could accommodate a whopping 30,000% progress, and he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. At this moment, it was already the 3rd hour since he entered the central area of the secret realm. He glanced at his current trial points, which had skyrocketed from over 1.3 million when he first entered the central area to over 7 million now. If this continued, by the time he completely cleared this secret realm assessment, he might be able to rack up nearly 30 million trial points. Within Dongshan province, there surely isn't anyone with higher points than me. I just wonder if this record can rank among the top in all of Long Country. Having lived in this world for a full 18 years, Yi-chan understood that under the scale of Long Country's 10 billion population, countless talents emerged every year. Having witnessed the secret realm and the disparity in resources, Yi-chan began to realize that even with his advantages, his growth speed was extremely limited without adequate cultivation resources. Just between the two cities of Tianshui City and Qingniashi City in the same province, there was such a huge gap in resources. So, what about the top provincial regions of Long Country? Kyoto, Jinghai, Jiangnan. What about the legendary 3 supreme cities of Long Country? How much resources did they have? How many talents could they cultivate? Yi-chan couldn't even imagine. He only knew, if he wanted to grow, he could only keep climbing. Charge into the special training camp, rush into the national exam, climb to the 3 supreme academies of Long Country, even enter the military academy of Long Country that even Lin Changfeng and others could only look up to. Only by entering these places could he obtain more resources, even strive for those resources he had never heard of. Only in this way could he develop and grow faster. Just then, as Yi-chan was endlessly envisioning the future, suddenly a shadow loomed over his head. What's going on? Instinctively, Yi-chan looked up. This glance was alarming. The monster floating in midair in front of him startled him instantly. What the hell? It's actually the final boss of this poisonous jungle secret realm? At a glance, the enormous figure floating a few meters above him made Yi-chan become serious. Voodoo Mage, LV20, category, final boss of the secret realm. Strength, 28,000 spirit, 65,000 constitution, 42,000 agility, 21,000 skills, voodoo curse, voodoo destruction, poisonous skynet. At this moment, upon seeing the attributes of the final boss of the secret realm, the voodoo mage, even Yi-chan was somewhat shocked. Was this really the kind of attributes a level 20 monster could have? No wonder, for the past 200 to 300 years, there had been no reports of any genius capable of defeating the final boss of the secret realm in the special training camps across the country. Of course, this was also due to the varying intensities of the secret realm assessments in different provinces. For example, Dongshan province, which held a mid-tier status in Long Country, used a second-tier secret realm, while those lower-tier provinces used only a first-tier secret realm for their assessments. And the legendary 3 supreme cities of Long Country, Kyoto, Jinghai, Jiangnan, used a third-tier secret realm intensity during their special training camp assessments. This kind of rule immediately reminded Yi-chan of how, in his previous life on Earth, the difficulty of the exam papers taken by students from different provinces during the college entrance examination was also vastly different. After all, the resources in each city area are different, so the strength of the geniuses cultivated naturally varies among various assessments. It is only natural to use secret realms of different difficulties. After waiting so long, since I've encountered it, I can't miss this chance. In fact, before entering the secret realm, Yi-chan had already heard about the reputation of the final boss from Lin Changfeng. However, at that time, when Lin Changfeng was explaining how to lure out the final boss of the secret realm, the assessment had already begun, so he didn't have the chance to say it. And Yi-chan, simply chose to recklessly kill monsters. As for whether he could encounter the final boss of the secret realm, that purely depended on fate. Now, he finally saw the true face of this boss, and he couldn't let this opportunity to challenge it slip away. I want to see, what kind of strength does this final boss of the secret realm, which even the entire Dragon Kingdom cannot resist, really have? Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi-Chen summoned back the 10,000 ordinary skeletons and 1,000 invisible skeleton mages scattered across the central area of the secret realm into the summoning space. Immediately after, Yi-Chen's mind moved, and he summoned all 11,000 skeletons around him. Yes, although Yi-Chen wanted to confront this final boss of the secret realm head-on, he wasn't foolish. It was impossible to let his strongest skeleton, the skeleton tyrant, go in first to test the waters. One must know, the average four-dimensional attributes of this final boss, the voodoo mage, reached nearly 40,000 points, and the current skeleton tyrant, in its peak frenzy state, was only a little over 30,000 points. Moreover, it took the skeleton tyrant a full 100 seconds to summon one. Up until now, Yi-Chen had only just managed to gather 700 or 800. He couldn't bear to let these precious skeleton tyrants rush in and die. First, let the ordinary skeletons and the invisible skeleton mages test how many skills this boss has. Once the ordinary skeletons had consumed most of the voodoo mage's skills, he would let the skeleton tyrant go in for a finishing blow. Go! Without hesitation, Yi-Chen directly issued the battle command to those over 10,000 skeletons. The next second, the legion composed of tens of thousands of skeletons charged fearlessly towards the voodoo mage floating in midair. So it's just a group of foolish, mindless undead creatures. You think you can offend the dignity of my voodoo clan? Die! The next second, the voodoo mage gently raised its arm and pointed at the tens of thousands of skeletons charging towards it. Immediately after, voodoo destruction. Boom! In an instant, within the blink of an eye, the first 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons at the forefront were surrounded by a strange, ghostly green poisonous mist. Then, when that ghostly green mist exploded, those skeletons didn't even have time to react before they were blown to gray-white powder. This guy is quite strong? I just don't know if this skill is on cooldown. Keep charging. With a slight smile, Yi-Chen felt no worry over the loss of 1 or 2 skeletons. As he continued to issue battle commands, the skeleton legion charged madly towards the voodoo mage again, looking for death. Are you undead creatures, so unaware of your own mortality? Poisonous mist Skynet. At this moment, the sky above the tens of thousands of skeletons was suddenly covered by a vast expanse of dense ghostly green poisonous mist. At the same time, Yi-Chen received a system notification. Ding! Your summoned creatures have been affected by the toxic Skynet voodoo curse. Constitution attribute reduced by 70%, agility attribute reduced by 50%, strength attribute reduced by 20%, spirit attribute reduced by 30%. Ding! Ding! I didn't expect this skill to be so overpowered. Once you enter the range of this toxic Skynet, all attributes are cut down so much. If that's the case, then the originally 30,000 plus points of strength attribute of the skeleton tyrant is left with just over 20,000. Frowning, Yi-Chen began to understand some of the effects of this voodoo master's skills. However, just at the moment when the toxic Skynet was fully formed, something even more terrifying occurred. Boom! 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 In an instant, within the entire range of the toxic Skynet, countless green shock beams, like thunder, rained down from the toxic mist clouds above, and with each strike, hundreds of skeletons perished instantly. There was no way. The spirit attribute of this voodoo master was simply too exaggerated. Ordinary skeletons with only a few hundred points of constitution, faced with the voodoo master boss's over 60,000 points of spirit attribute, had no power to resist at all. Time passed. The toxic Skynet that surrounded the heads of all the skeletons lasted for over 100 seconds, before finally slowly dissipating. However, that full 10,000 skeletons only managed to hold on for a mere 30 seconds before being completely wiped out. Over 10,000 skeletons just disappeared like that? Damn! Good thing I didn't use the invisible skeleton grandmaster, otherwise that would have been a total waste. But, looking at this situation, it seems this guy can't get close at all. How are we supposed to fight? Frowning, Yi-Chen felt a bit helpless. The Source Mage series of professionals truly lived up to their reputation as the nemesis of the Source Summoner series. There was simply no way to rush in. Just the terrifying range of that toxic Skynet. Not to mention letting ordinary skeletons in, even the skeleton tyrant couldn't charge that far. No way. Over 10,000 skeletons are already gone. If we don't take this guy down, won't these skeletons have died for nothing? Although Yi-Chen could summon over 10,000 skeletons in just 2 or 3 hours, they were still his loyal team. If they died like this, it would be too embarrassing, right? Another 10,000 skeletons. I refuse to believe. This guy's skills have no cooldown, though he said that Yi-Chen was already prepared. If this second wave of 10,000 skeletons was also easily wiped out by the Voodoo Master, he would have to find a way to avoid this guy. After all, he had the talent soul transfer. If this guy wanted to catch up or kill him, it wouldn't be a simple task. At that time, just sending a few skeletons to wear this guy down, even if it was 1 per second, would be enough to stall him. A few seconds later, as Yi-Chen summoned the second wave of 10,000 skeletons to his side through the summoning space, he was ready to launch an attack. Charge! At that moment, when the over 10,000 skeletons received Yi-Chen's command, they once again charged fearlessly towards the Voodoo Master. Here we go again? Seeing this scene, the Voodoo Master was completely dumbfounded. Originally, when he saw that the first wave of skeleton army had so little quantity, he immediately unleashed his area clearing skill. However, this boss never expected that those mere 10,000 ordinary little skeletons were just Yi-Chen's vanguard to test his skills. Of course, these 10,000 skeletons were also to test this guy's skills. At this moment, when faced with the second wave of skeleton legions charging towards him, the Voodoo Mage was completely at a loss. He could only raise his arms, continuously gathering those eerie green voodoo elemental magic balls, and bombard the skeleton army. Despite, with his terrifying over 60,000 points of mental attributes, a single voodoo magic ball could easily annihilate an ordinary skeleton. But there were a full 10,000 skeletons, relying solely on the single target destruction effect of his voodoo elemental magic balls, had no impact on the skeleton army at all. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton army rushed directly to the side of this voodoo mage boss, wildly swinging their bone blades and attacking him. However, the attributes of these ordinary little skeletons were too weak. Their strength attribute was only a few hundred points, therefore, their attacks could not inflict any damage on this voodoo mage at all. But, as expected, he has no skills left. It seems that the poisonous Skynet that wiped out the first wave of skeletons earlier, and the voodoo destruction, could be considered this boss's ultimate moves? Seeing this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smile. The Source Mage class was indeed the nemesis of the Source Summoning class, but a mere skill-less mage boss was nothing but a pure sandbag, right? Since that's the case, next, let's see how long the cooldown time for this Voodoo Mage's 2 skills really is. Once I figure out the cooldown time for these skills, I can gather the entire skeleton tyrant army and take down this boss in one go. With a faint smile, Yi-Chen had already envisioned the final outcome for this Voodoo Mage boss. Ordinary little skeletons couldn't harm him, and the invisible skeleton mage army inflicted minimal damage on this guy as well. But the skeleton tyrant with over 30,000 points in strength attributes could pose a terrifying threat to this Voodoo Mage boss. Not to mention, Yi-Chen still had nearly 800 of these skeleton tyrants at his disposal. With just one wave of their attack, they could easily carry away the Secret Realm's final boss, the Voodoo Mage. Soon, after 5 minutes, the Voodoo Mage boss finally began to unleash the second wave of skills. Voodoo Destruction. Boom boom boom. At this moment, all the skeletons within a 100-meter radius around the Voodoo Mage boss were instantly infected by that strange eerie green poisonous mist. With the sound of poison mist explosions ringing out, at least 5,000 to 6,000 skeletons instantly perished in one wave. There was no way. This time, the positioning of the skeleton army was too dense. It was inevitable that so many skeletons would die at once. Not bad. It seems the cooldown time for this voodoo destruction should be 5 minutes. Not bad. Just 5,000 to 6,000 ordinary little skeletons, and I figured out the mechanism of this skill. That's not a loss. For the Voodoo Mage, using a small skill to directly wipe out more than half of the skeletons was a huge profit. However, you can profit, but I will never lose. Immediately after, another 5 minutes passed, and the Voodoo Mage released both of his major skills simultaneously. Poisonous Skynet. In an instant, as the eerie green poisonous mist enveloped the air again. For a moment, the Voodoo Shock Beam erupted once more. In a short time, the remaining few thousand skeletons were all shattered. So, this poisonous Skynet has a cooldown time of exactly 10 minutes? Very good, very good. After figuring out all of this guy's mechanisms, Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with this guy. With a slight thought, all the nearly 800 skeleton tyrants that were rampaging in the central area of the secret realm instantly returned to the summoning space. Immediately after, Yi-Chen unhesitatingly summoned them all to his side. Attack directly. Wait, hold on. At that moment, when Yi-Chen commanded the skeleton tyrants to attack together and take down the final boss of the secret realm, the Voodoo Mage, he suddenly noticed a large group of boss-level monsters rushing towards him. At a glance, just the ones he could see. There were at least over 1,000 boss-level monsters. What's going on? Why are so many boss-level monsters suddenly running towards me? Seeing the scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown. He wasn't afraid of these thousands of boss-level monsters. After all, to him, these boss-level monsters couldn't even withstand a single punch from the skeleton tyrants. They were merely living experience bags. Could it be that these boss-level monsters are here to assist the final boss of the secret realm? As soon as the final boss of the secret realm is drawn out, all these boss-level monsters, the highest combat power in the secret realm, will be attracted here? Thinking of this, Yi-Chen suddenly understood. TSK. If that's the case, then the utility of this final boss of the secret realm is huge. With a slight smile, Yi-Chen instantly came up with a plan. He then unhesitatingly ordered the more than 800 skeleton tyrants to stand by in place, surrounding him. Then, he continuously injected the number of ordinary little skeletons into the battle with the voodoo mage. Soon, when those secret realm boss-level monsters rushed to Yi-Chen's side, he directly commanded the skeleton tyrants to attack the thousands of boss-level monsters charging towards them. At that moment, the skeleton tyrant army went completely berserk. With a single punch, at least 2 or 3 boss monsters were instantly annihilated from the densely packed formation of boss-level monsters. In less than half an hour, over 1,000 boss-level monsters were completely obliterated by the skeleton tyrant army. Ding! You have killed a boss-level monster, LV-20 Dark Demon Worm. You gained 430,000 points, plus 500% experience. Ding! You killed a level 20 boss-level monster, you gained 4,300 trial points. Ding! Ding! At that moment, when Yi-Chen saw the massive amount of boss kill notifications in front of him, he was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, why are there so many boss monsters? I've killed almost 1,000 already, and it's still not over? Is it never ending? Instinctively, Yi-Chen glanced at his time points. In just this short half hour, Yi-Chen's points had skyrocketed from over 7 million to now over 13 million, an increase of 6 million points. Moreover, this was just in a mere half hour. If calculated at this speed, could he really earn over 10 million points in an hour? That's just absurd. Not only that, in this short half hour, Yi-Chen's experience bar progress was even more outrageous. Originally, Yi-Chen thought that leveling up his experience bar in this secret realm would be quite terrifying. But now, just half an hour after the final boss of the secret realm appeared, his experience bar had directly increased from less than 3,000% to now over 7,000%, an insane surge of 4,000% experience. It can almost be said to be against the heavens. What the hell? Is this going crazy? In just 1 hour, directly filling 8,000% of the experience bar? So that means, in just 2 or 3 hours, I can completely fill the remaining experience? But, where did so many boss-level monsters come from? Are all the boss-level monsters in the entire secret realm attracted by this final boss? Thinking of this, Yi-Chen was instantly shocked. In 2 or 3 hours, to completely fill all the experience bars for level 30. This was something he wouldn't even dare to think about before. However, what was even more outrageous was the continuous influx of boss-level monsters gathering towards his location. To be honest, the number was just too much. Forget it. Since they have come, then let it be. Since these boss-level monsters are eager to come and give me experience, what reason do I have to refuse? All skeletons obey my command. These bosses, kill as many as come. With a single command, the skeleton tyrants, who were already crazily slaughtering, became even more ferocious. Previously, they could kill 2 or 3 boss-level monsters with one punch. Now, their towering bodies, 5 or 6 meters tall, even started using both hands and feet. Facing those small-sized boss-level monsters, they would just stomp them to death with a kick. There was simply no room for retaliation. Even when encountering those flying bosses, Yi-Chen showed no mercy. He directly commanded the invisibility skeleton mages, numbering at least 40 to 50,000, to focus fire on those flying bosses that dared to provoke him in midair. In an instant, in Yi-Chen's line of sight, the entire battlefield was a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Countless limbs and severed arms of boss-level monsters were splattering everywhere. The Skeleton Tyrant Legion and the Invisibility Skeleton Mage Legion all joined the fray. Meanwhile, the ordinary Skeleton Legion was dispatched by Yi-Chen in wave after wave to hold back the final boss of the secret realm, the Voodoo Mage. Soon, another half hour passed. Yi-Chen's experience bar jumped from the original 7,165% to 12,534% in an instant. That is to say, half of the full experience bar for level 30. So comfortable. I gained nearly 9,000% experience in 1 hour. In less than 2 more hours, this experience bar will be full. And the group of boss monsters attacking me hasn't decreased at all, and there seems to be a slight increase in their numbers. Seeing this scene before him, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel excited. With over 800 skeleton tyrants providing a protective core, and nearly 50,000 invisibility skeleton mages as control measures and cleanup support, Yi-Chen didn't have to worry at all about those boss-level monsters affecting him. Subconsciously, Yi-Chen glanced at his trial points, which had skyrocketed to 17.66 million points. That means, in just this short hour, Yi-Chen's Skeleton Legion had directly earned over 10 million points. It was simply exhilarating. This isn't even the maximum speed. After all, at the beginning, the Skeleton Legion hadn't fully engaged with the Boss Legion. The next hour will be my true limit speed for gaining experience and points. With a faint smile, Yi-Chen glanced at the battle with the Voodoo Mage and then lost interest in thinking further. And it must be said that at this moment, the Voodoo Mage was almost driven mad by the ordinary skeletons. After being tested by Yi-Chen time and again, he finally realized that he only needed to send out 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons to completely hold back the Voodoo Mage. If there are too many, it's just waste. If there are too few, then the Voodoo Master won't even use large-scale skills. Just relying on ordinary attacks like the Voodoo Ball can easily wipe out the skeleton army. And each time, sending out 1,000 or 2,000 skeletons can hold the Voodoo Master for 5 or 6 minutes. As this hour passed, only over 10,000 skeletons were lost. Sigh. I was too hasty before. Those first 2 waves of over 20,000 skeletons were simply given away. Looks like I need to pay more attention in the future. Glancing at the remaining 180,000 ordinary skeletons, Yi-Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, if others heard this, they might just die of anger. Good heavens! A broken skeleton that you can summon without cost in a second is equivalent to the number summoned over several hours, and you're actually feeling distressed? If it were another genius, in these few hours, they could have figured out the mechanism of one of the Voodoo Master's skills without being wiped out. That would have been fortunate. Finally can take a break. Finding a small mound, Yi-Chen ordered dozens of skeletons to dig out a sofa shape for him, then lay down on it. To be honest, he had been fighting in the secret realm for over 10 hours. Now, he could finally rest for a while. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Score Monitoring. First place, Yi-Chen, 17,823,361 points. Second place, Lin Xiufeng, 12,236 points. Third place, Chen Guang, 12,188 points. Fourth place. At this moment, when those city-level presidents saw Yi-Chen's trial score, they were instantly stunned. No way. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Yi-Chen's score just shot up to over 17 million? It's already 18 million. My goodness. What has Yi-Chen been doing for this hour? Wasn't he just at a score gaining speed of around 2 million per hour? How did he gain over 10 million points in just this hour? This is too outrageous. A score gaining speed breaking 10 million points per hour. Even Su Chen wouldn't dare to imagine such a speed, right? Wait a minute. With his current speed of gaining points, the final boss of the secret realm hasn't appeared yet? Hearing this, the city-level presidents immediately turned their gaze to Zhao Mingzi. However, after hearing the doubts from the city-level presidents, Zhao Mingzi was also dumbfounded. That's right. According to past data reasoning, if the score gaining speed was around 2 million per hour, the final boss of the secret realm should have appeared after 3 or 4 hours. In other words, with Yi-Chen's current score gaining speed of over 10 million in just 1 hour, the final boss of the secret realm should have already been drawn out. Could it be this kid really withstood the final boss like Su Chen? Impossible. A mere source summoner. How could they withstand the final boss of a second-tier secret realm? This isn't like those dungeon final bosses. That's not wrong. But, according to Yi-Chen's current speed, the final boss should have already appeared, right? It can't be wrong. It must be that this kid Yi-Chen has already withstood the final boss. After a long time, Zhao Mingzi finally reached this conclusion. The appearance mechanism of the final boss in the secret realm definitely won't have any issues. The only problem lies with that kid Yi-Chen. Soon, Zhao Mingzi stated his reasoning. The practitioners of the Origin Summoner series are indeed very weak in their physical form, but as long as they can escape and use their summon creatures to hold off the final boss, it's not impossible. In that case, the final boss naturally won't pose a threat to the summoner's physical form. It must be said, as the city-level president with the sharpest insight in all of Dongshan Province, Zhao Mingzi's theoretical analysis is indeed powerful. At this moment, Yi Chen's situation in the secret realm was almost exactly as Zhao Mingzi described. With the incredible effect of soul transfer as a safety net, even if his skeleton army couldn't withstand the brilliance of the final boss, the voodoo mage, he could easily escape. To take it a step further, even if Yi Chen couldn't use soul transfer in time to escape, he still had the abnormal talent of soul of faith to fall back on. Hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers would absorb the damage for him. Even if Yi Chen stood still and let the voodoo mage attack him madly, there would be no problem for a while. At this moment, the city-level presidents were completely shocked. Originally, they thought that even though Yi Chen had a score-accumulating speed far surpassing that of Su Chen back in the day, once the final boss descended, it would surely lead to his demise. But now, the strength Yi Chen displayed once again slapped the faces of everyone present. Even Zhao Mingzi, who usually relied on big data for battle analysis, misjudged this battle. However, whether it was Yi Chen or the Su Chen of that year, after experiencing these two major events, Zhao Mingzi finally understood a principle. Big data analysis can only apply to ordinary people. True geniuses, or those extraordinary geniuses who have transcended theory, cannot be analyzed with data. Rules are meant to constrain ordinary people, and for these extraordinary geniuses, rules are meant to be broken by them. However, while everyone was marveling at Yi Chen's ability to withstand the final boss, suddenly, a city-level president shouted at the monitoring screen, "Look, Yi Chen's score has already surpassed 18 million. So fast. Just a moment ago, it was still under 17. 9 million. Incredible. Is this the genius with a speed of over 10 million points per hour? In the blink of an eye, he directly accumulated over 100,000 points. Oh my. That over 100,000 points, I'm afraid even geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai wouldn't be able to accumulate in a day, right? It's gone up again. It's gone up again. Already 18. 35 million. So fierce. I remember. Su Chen's record back then was only 18. 5 million, right? No, to be precise, Su Chen's record was 18. 53 million. Isn't that almost surpassed? Look, it's already 18. 51 million. Surpassed. Really surpassed. Already 18. 66 million. What the hell? I didn't expect. This time I actually witnessed such a historic moment. So terrifying. Yeah, I never thought, after 50 years, there would still be someone who could break Su Chen's record. Wait, if I remember correctly, the Secret Realm assessment has only just started for 17 hours, right? No, that's right. It's only just 11 a.m. on the second day. It really has only just been 17 hours since it started. So, this kid still has 7 hours left to keep racking up points? Buzz. At this thought, all the city-level presidents present fell silent. Back then, Su Chen took a full 24 hours to accumulate 53 million points, and now, Yi Chen has broken that record in just over 17 hours? So, can this kid create an even higher record? I can't imagine. Just how high can Yi Chen's record go? Points exceeding 10 million per hour. And there are still less than 7 hours left. Could it be that Yi Chen's points could exceed 100 million? No way. Over 100 million points? At this thought, all the city-level presidents felt a chill run down their spines. You have to know, in the past 50 years, aside from Su Chen, the highest record was just a potential user from Qingyao City who accumulated 230,000 points. Besides that, most were only in the tens of thousands or just over 100,000. The gap was there, but it wasn't that big, and Su Chen's appearance directly refreshed that record to over 18 million. It was truly a peak achievement. Originally, everyone in Dongshan province thought that Su Chen's record would not be broken for at least the next 100 years. But now, just over 50 years later, this peak achievement of over 18 million points has been directly refreshed. The most terrifying part is that there are still a full 6 or 7 hours left until the Secret Realm ends. You have to know, when Su Chen participated in the Secret Realm assessment, this time had not even drawn out the final boss yet. I can't imagine just how exaggerated a record Yi Chen could create. Soon, an hour later, Yi Chen's points skyrocketed to 29.66 million, about to break the 30 million mark. Seeing this scene, the city-level presidents were all shocked. However, before their astonishment could settle, in less than an hour, Yi Chen's points directly broke 42 million. At this moment, all the city-level presidents exploded. At this rate, could it be that this kid really could rack up over 100 million points? After all, at the beginning, he was only around 10 million points per hour, but now, Yi Chen's point accumulation speed has soared to around 12 million. There are still 5 hours left. This isn't without a glimmer of hope. However, after hearing the vague comments from the city-level presidents, Zhang Yuntian, the president of the central city in Dongshan province, finally couldn't help but speak up. This time, Yi Chen crushing Su Chen's record is a done deal. However, if he wants to break 100 million points, that might still be impossible. After all, people do get tired. The summoning profession doesn't require direct combat, but constantly consuming mental energy to command summon creatures in battle is a much more serious drain than physical exhaustion. He probably won't last a few hours before he can't hold on anymore. But, if he really wants to break 100 million points, there's only one way. What way? Hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, all the city-level presidents looked at him. It's simple. The final boss of this secret realm is exactly worth 100 million points, right? What? Defeating the final boss? This is impossible, right? Upon hearing this, all the city-level presidents were astonished. Killing the final boss of this secret realm? Zhang Yuntian dared to say that they didn't even dare to think about it. Up until now, they had never heard of anyone truly slaying the final boss in a secret realm of the same tier. Of course, after Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he merely smiled. I was just making a comparison. I never said he could actually defeat the final boss. Such a thing, not to mention you all not believing it, I myself also feel. Just then, before Zhang Yuntian could finish his words, on the monitoring screen of the Secret Realms trial score leaderboard, Yi Chen's score information changed dramatically in that moment. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Score Monitoring. First place, Yi Chen, 145,823,361 points. Second place, Lin Xiufeng, 14,585 points. Third place, Chen Guang, 14,223 points. Fourth place, Buzz. At that moment, when the city-level presidents present saw Yi Chen's score information, they were all stunned in place. After a long while, someone finally spoke up, trembling. What? What is going on? Am I seeing this wrong? How did Yi Chen's score suddenly become a 9-digit number? What the hell? This doesn't make sense, right? It was just over 45 million a moment ago. How did it jump to 145 million all of a sudden? Instructor Tian, what is going on? Could it be that the secret realm monitoring equipment is broken? Seeing this scene, all the city-level presidents hurriedly surrounded Instructor Tian Yuan, who was in charge of all the technological equipment for the training camp. I don't know either. At this moment, Tian Yuan was also bewildered. When Ouyang Long first doubted his equipment, Tian Yuan had retorted with righteous indignation. But now, seeing Yi Chen's score suddenly soar by 100 million, it made him feel a bit insecure. However, before he could get up to really check the monitoring equipment, Zhang Yuntian beside him suddenly spoke slowly. You guys think, could it be that Yi Chen really blew up this final boss in the secret realm? Boom! Zhang Yuntian's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Originally, those city-level presidents understood in their hearts after seeing Yi Chen's sudden score change, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, even Zhang Yuntian himself had already refuted the idea of killing the final boss. How could they, mere first-tier city presidents, dare to say more? But now, when they heard Zhang Yuntian personally bring this matter to light, those city-level presidents all held their breath. It was as if the last thin layer of window paper had been directly pierced through. Killing the final boss of the secret realm, is that really possible? I've never heard of such a thing. That kid Yi Chen, can he really do something like this? Logically, it shouldn't be possible. But the monitoring equipment of this training camp hasn't had any issues for hundreds of years. How could it malfunction now? T2 terrifying. Is this what a once-in-a-century genius looks like? Yeah, killing the final boss of the secret realm. Even Su Chen back then probably wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing, right? And just as everyone was filled with doubt, another instructor responsible for the secret realm assessment suddenly ran up to Zhang Chang and Tian Yuan, along with the other instructors. Team Leader Zhang, Team Leader Tian. The second-tier secret realm, the Poisonous Jungle, which was the selection assessment for the training camp, has completely collapsed due to the final boss being killed by the students. I need to report. What should we do next? Boom! Upon hearing this instructor's report, for a moment, all the city-level presidents present felt their scalps go numb. The final boss of the secret realm was actually defeated by that kid Yi Chen? Oh my god, that kid Yi Chen has truly created a brand new historical phase for Dongshan Province this time. At this moment, the city-level presidents all turned their gazes towards Lin Changfeng, and at this time, Lin Changfeng was completely stunned, not to mention Yi Chen's past achievements. Just today, in less than a day of the Secret Realm assessment, the surprises Yi Chen brought him were already enough to leave people in awe. He annihilated all the geniuses within Dongshan Province. He broke the terrifying record set by Su Chen 50 years ago. He He directly defeated the final boss of this secret realm, causing the assessment to end prematurely? What the hell? What merit do I, Lin Changfeng, have to encounter such a once-in-a-century genius born in our Tianshui city? After a long pause, Instructor Zhang Cheng finally spoke. There's no way. Since the secret realm has collapsed, we can only end it early. The official selection quota for this special training camp's secret realm assessment will be calculated based on the current score information. Yes, the instructor replied and then left directly. Only the dozens of city-level presidents, all looking bewildered, remained in the secret realm monitoring center, along with the family heads who came to watch their children participate in the secret realm assessment. It's terrifying. Yi Chen actually defeated the final boss. Yeah, is this something a human can do? It's over. This time Dongshan province is finished. In less than a month, it's the national exam. It seems this time, the whole dragon country will be shaken because of that kid Yi Chen. Haha, amazing. I didn't expect our little Dongshan province could show off in front of the national exam. President Lin, congratulations, congratulations. Yeah, once the secret realm assessment is officially concluded, you're going to get rich. Damn, I'm so envious. At this moment, after hearing the words of those city-level presidents, Lin Changfeng felt like he was going to faint from excitement. At first, he was merely hoping that Yi Chen could let Tianshui City make a name for itself in Dongshan province. As for the national exam, he hadn't even thought about it. You have to know, for at least 100 years, the national exam has been completely dominated by that terrifying heavenly professional, let alone the top 10, even the top 100 scores. A mere SSS-level professional, and those potential candidates. Being able to squeeze into the top 10,000 would be considered a great achievement. And now, with the strength Yi Chen has shown, not to mention the top 100, even the top 10 seems to be within reach. If possible, can this kid aim for the top 3 in the national exam? Or even become the top scholar? No, no, no. Let's forget it. Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng shook his head repeatedly. Forget about being the top scholar, even the top 3 in the national exam. Feels impossible. Top 10. As long as I can squeeze into the top 10, I will soar. With this thought, Lin Changfeng clenched his fist tightly. He no longer hoped for the top 3, as long as he could achieve a top 10 score. Striving for results similar to those of Su Chen back then Lin Changfeng would rise straight to the Provincial Guild. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, watching the voodoo mage in front of him being engulfed by a wave of over 900 skeletal tyrants, turning into a mass of green mist, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. The source mage profession is ultimately just a fragile one. Once approached, it can also be annihilated. Soon, as the green poisonous mist completely dissipated into the air, in front of Yi Chen, a series of system prompts instantly refreshed. Ding, you have killed the second-tier final boss of the poisonous jungle secret realm, LV20 Voodoo Mage. You have gained 100 million points, plus 500% experience. Ding, you have successfully cleared the second-tier secret realm poisonous jungle. You have received rewards, experience x 500 million, plus 500% points, rare exclusive profession equipment chest x1, rare exclusive profession skill chest x1. Ding, the final boss of this secret realm has been completely defeated. The secret realm space will completely collapse in 1 hour. Please exit the secret realm in advance. Ding, you have received a reward, exclusive profession skill chest x1. Ding, you have received a reward, exclusive profession equipment chest x2. At a glance, the first 2 prompts were the system's clearance notifications. However, unfortunately, the massive experience reward of several billion points was wasted, because Yi Chen's experience bar had already been completely filled to 30,000% and could no longer. Wait, something seems off. Why is there still a portion of temporary experience? At this moment, when Yi Chen looked at his experience bar, besides the 30,000% permanent experience storage, there was also a large section of temporary experience storage. However, when Yi Chen infused his thoughts into the experience bar, he immediately received the information about this temporary experience storage. Temporary experience storage. When the personal experience bar reaches its limit, it triggers the temporary experience storage. The temporary experience storage has no storage limit, but if not used within 24 hours, it will be directly erased. Wow, there's such a mechanism? This is a bit exciting. So, as long as I can successfully complete the 3rd-tier advancement task within 24 hours, I can directly use the several billion experience? Thinking of this, Yi Chen was instantly thrilled. He had originally prepared to give up the experience rewards from the final boss of the secret realm and the clearance of the secret realm, but now it seemed he still had hope. If I had known this earlier, I would have just stayed in the secret realm and filled up the remaining hours. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen felt a bit helpless. However, having learned this lesson this time, he could make up for it next time. Moreover, those few hours were not wasted. Defeating the Secret Realm boss also meant that the Secret Realm assessment ended a few hours early. Those few hours, he could still make use of. By then, when he leveled up to the 3rd tier, and entered the 3rd tier Secret Realm, wouldn't those few hours allow him to gain even more experience? With this thought, Yi-Chen's mood brightened significantly. And next, it was time to sort out all the gains from this Secret Realm assessment. First and foremost, naturally, it was the clearance rewards obtained after clearing the Secret Realm. But, Rare Exclusive Profession Equipment Chest? Rare Exclusive Profession Skill Chest? What are these things? To be honest, it was Yi-Chen's first time seeing these items. But, being labeled as rare surely meant they were extraordinary. Without further thought, Yi-Chen directly opened the Rare Exclusive Profession Skill Chest. Ding! You have successfully used the 2nd tier, Rare Exclusive Profession Skill Chest. You have obtained the 2nd tier, Rare Profession Exclusive Skill, Necromancer Summon Skeletal Dragon. Rare skill Summon Skeletal Dragon, consumes 500 points of mental power, summons one skeletal dragon to fight for you. Skeletal dragon? Could it be a flying type undead summon? Seeing this skill, Yi-Chen instantly became excited. From the very beginning, after crossing into this world and discovering that his awakened profession was Necromancer, Yi-Chen was incredibly eager to obtain powerful flying undead summons like the Undead Bone Dragon. Of course, he also knew that this couldn't be rushed. After all, powerful flying summons like the Undead Bone Dragon were high-level beings of the undead race. How could he, a mere 2nd-tier Necromancer, summon such a creature? But now, Yi-Chen never expected that he would directly acquire a skill to summon a skeletal wyvern just after reaching the 2nd tier. Awesome! A rare skill is still a rare skill. The effect is simply amazing. Immediately, without a second thought, Yi-Chen fused this exclusive professional skill into his skill bar. The next second, a familiar prompt appeared before him. Ding! Rare skill Summon Skeletal Wyvern successfully evolved into Divine Level Rare skill Summon Skeletal Wyvern. Divine Level Rare skill Summon Skeletal Wyvern consumes 500 mental power to activate this skill, automatically summons one skeletal wyvern to fight for you every 500 seconds. One every 500 seconds? That means, it takes about 8 or 9 minutes to summon one. In an hour, I can only summon 7. 2 of them. Not bad. After seeing the effect of a summoned skeletal wyvern evolve into a divine level rare skill, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. Soon, after Yi-Chen consumed 500 points of mental attributes to activate the summoned skeletal wyvern skill, he waited nearly 10 minutes before the first skeletal wyvern finally appeared in his summoning space. Without thinking, Yi-Chen summoned it out directly. Wow, this skeletal wyvern is just too cool. At a glance, the skeletal wyvern that had just been summoned was circling dozens of meters above his head, resembling a pterosaur from the legendary dinosaur era. Its wingspan was about 20 to 30 meters, and its pure body length was nearly 20 meters. It was simply majestic, and at that moment, Yi-Chen also saw the attributes of this skeletal wyvern. Information: Skeletal wyvern level, 30 strength, 450, plus 101, 69%. Spirit, 90, plus 101, 69%. Constitution, 150, plus 101, 69%. Agility, 600, plus 101, 69%. Skill 1 Bone Hell, instantly releases countless bone spikes within a range of strength x 10%, meters, dealing massive damage of all attributes x 10 to all enemy targets in the area and causing a 10-second immobilization effect. Skill 2 Wings of Death. After activating the skill, your agility attribute instantly increases by 200%, lasting Spirit x 1 seconds. Special skill Undead Servant. The skeletal wyvern can be used as a mount, and when in mount status, its agility attribute will increase by 1000%, but it cannot use any attack methods like Bone Hell. Immobilization, unable to move, cannot use any displacement skills. Wow, this skeletal wyvern can also be used as a mount? This is just amazing. After reading through the attributes and skills of the skeletal wyvern, Yi-Chen was instantly stunned. Not to mention the attributes. Just the fact that it could become his mount with the Undead Servant made Yi-Chen feel that this rare skill was truly well-deserved. You have to know, this thing is not just a mount, but a flying mount. Skeletal wyvern, come down. With a command, the skeletal pterosaur that had been circling above him suddenly dove down and landed right in front of Yi-Chen, completely prostrating itself on the ground. As expected of my summoned creature, it really understands me. Seeing the skeletal pterosaur's submissive posture, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. Without a second thought, he leaped onto the back of the skeletal pterosaur. Take off for me. In the next moment, whoosh, With another charge, the skeletal pterosaur instantly soared to a height of over 100 meters with Yi Chen on its back. Soon, 200 meters. 300 meters. It continued to ascend at Yi Chen's command until it reached nearly 1,300 meters before finally stopping. 1,300 meters. Is this really the limit? It seems. This guy's flying height should be related to the total of its attributes. Yi Chen calculated slightly. At this moment, the level 30 skeletal pterosaur had a total of about 1,290 points in its four-dimensional attributes, which perfectly matched its current maximum flying height. If that's the case, as the attributes of the skeletal pterosaur increase, its flying height could also rise infinitely. That would be quite exhilarating. More importantly, the current skeletal pterosaur, under the passive mount effects of Wings of Death and Undead Servant, could have its maximum agility attribute soar to an astonishing 36,000 points. This speed was even 20 times faster than the agility attribute of the peak rage state of the skeletal tyrant. This meant that, once his undead army went to war, he could simply ride the skeletal pterosaur to survey the battlefield. He wouldn't have to walk like he did during this secret realm expedition. In the end, while his skeletal army had already finished the battle, he hadn't even reached the center of the battlefield on foot. With the skeletal pterosaur, if a battle of interest broke out somewhere, Yi Chen could instantly arrive at the battlefield. Moreover, under the terrifying flying height of the skeletal pterosaur, ordinary people, even those monsters, couldn't touch him at all. To take a step back, even if they could reach him, by then, he would have even more skeletal pterosaurs guarding him. It was a treatment akin to that of an emperor of the skies. It was simply exhilarating, not to mention the pure attribute strength and skill effects of the skeletal pterosaur. A terrifying area attack skill, Bone Hell, could directly deal 13,000 points of damage in a 90-meter radius. This damage was hardly inferior to that of the skeletal tyrant. After all, although the skeletal tyrant could unleash over 30,000 points of damage, that was merely a single punch's worth of burst damage. If he encountered something like the Magic Tide Riot, or the Boss Riot in this secret realm, relying solely on these few hundred skeletal tyrants would be too slow for killing monsters. It is no exaggeration to say, if these few hundred skeletal tyrants were replaced with a few hundred skeletal pterosaurs, in less than 10 minutes, he could completely fill his experience bar from 0 to 30,000%. After all, a single skeletal pterosaur had a destructive range of nearly 100 meters, so what if there were hundreds, or even nearly 1,000 like the current skeletal tyrants? That would directly result in a terrifying destructive power spanning tens of thousands of meters, even up to 100,000 meters. Wait, since the skeletal pterosaur can let me ride it, can it allow other skeletal types to ride it as well? As he flew, a thought suddenly emerged in Yi Chen's mind. After all, he just felt that it was a bit too slow for him to rush on foot to the center of the Skeleton Legion's battlefield. Although the agility attribute of the skeleton tyrants was much higher than his own, it was still far from that of the bone wyverns. If these skeleton tyrants could ride the bone wyverns directly to the center of the battlefield, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Thinking of it, he acted. Yi Chen immediately ordered the bone wyvern to land, then summoned several hundred ordinary little skeletons, several hundred invisible skeleton archmages, and over 100 skeleton tyrants from the summoning space, starting his experiment. A few minutes later, Yi Chen was suddenly delighted. His idea was indeed correct. The bone wyvern could not only be ridden by him but could also allow other summoned skeletons to be used as mounts. Of course, the carrying capacity of the bone wyvern varied with different types of skeletons. However, it seemed to have little to do with the type of skeleton, because, after Yi Chen's calculations, as long as the total physical attributes of all the skeleton summons carried by the bone wyvern did not exceed the bone wyvern's current maximum physical attributes, it could achieve the purpose of riding. In simpler terms, for example, the current bone wyvern had a maximum physical attribute of only 300 points. The ordinary little skeleton had a physical attribute of 30 points. The invisible skeleton archmage had a physical attribute of 40 points, while the basic physical attribute of the skeleton tyrant had already reached 300 points. In this case, if he purely loaded ordinary skeletons, he could fit 10 of them. If he only loaded invisible skeleton archmages, he could fit 7. If he loaded a skeleton tyrant, 1 would be the limit. In other words, even if he loaded 5 invisible skeletons and 5 ordinary skeletons, that would just add up to 300 points of physical attributes, which would be acceptable. However, although there was a physical limit for carrying skeleton summons, after testing, if the bone wyvern only allowed him to ride, there was no limit on physical attributes. After all, Yi Chen's current physical attributes had already soared to 2,400 points. That was a full 8 times higher than the bone wyvern. For now, only the skeleton tyrant has the value of quickly reaching the battlefield. Invisible skeleton archmages and ordinary little skeletons have no cost effectiveness for riding. However, if it's a skeleton tyrant, then it can only carry one in its original state. But without devouring allied units, the original state of the skeleton tyrant isn't very useful. It would be better to send myself directly to the destination and then use the summoning space to release all the skeleton legion at once. After thinking about it, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. One could only say, the effect of the bone wyvern being able to carry other types of skeletons was just a bonus. But in practical use, it was far more direct to send himself directly to the center of the battlefield. After all, Yi Chen's main body had a strategic weapon like the summoning space that could accommodate an unlimited number of skeletons. Even for temporary troop adjustments, Yi Chen could fully utilize the summoning space to implement operations. So, it turns out that the final meaning of this bone wyvern's undead servant skill is to be a servant of undead creatures, not a servant of me, the Necromancer? Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. But in any case, the appearance of the bone wyvern had greatly changed Yi Chen's combat style from now on. Whether in destructive power or battlefield mobility, there was a significant enhancement. Following that, Yi Chen no longer thought much and continued to look at the next reward. Ding! You have successfully used the second-tier exclusive profession skill chest, and you have obtained the second-tier profession exclusive skill, Necromancer Summon Death Knight. Rare skill Summon Death Knight, consumes 200 points of mental power to summon one Death Knight to fight for you. Finally appeared, Death Knight. Upon seeing this skill, Yi Chen, who was already somewhat excited, became even more thrilled. Although this Death Knight couldn't compare to the Bone Wyvern, which had surprised Yi Chen, it was still just an ordinary second-tier skill, not on the same level as the rare skill of the Bone Wyvern. Without a second thought, Yi Chen directly integrated the Summon Death Knight into his skill bar. Immediately after, another familiar system prompt appeared before Yi Chen. Ding! Second-tier skill Summon Death Knight has successfully evolved into Divine Skill Summon Death Knight. Divine Skill Summon Death Knight consumes 200 points of mental power to activate this skill, automatically summons one Death Knight to fight for you every 100 seconds. Not bad, with 200 points of mental power. It seems this Death Knight is a bit stronger than the Skeleton Tyrant. After waiting silently for 3 or 4 minutes, the first Death Knight finally appeared in Yi Chen's summoning space. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Death Knight. The next second, a skeletal warrior over 2 meters tall, resembling a general, riding a skeletal warhorse that stood over 3 meters high, appeared before Yi Chen. At first glance, just the aura alone was much more powerful than the seemingly clumsy skeleton tyrant. I just wonder if this skeletal warhorse will let me ride it. Although it's not as flashy as the Bone Wyvern, riding a skeletal warhorse is still pretty cool. With a slight smile, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it. He directly opened the Death Knight's attribute panel to check. Information: Death Knight level, 30 strength, 300, plus 101, 69%. Mental, 90, plus 101, 69%. Constitution, 150, plus 101, 69%. Agility, 240, plus 101, 69%. Skill 1 Death Charge, instantly charges forward in a range of strength x 10 meters, dealing all attributes x 200% points of terrifying damage, and causing a 3-second knock-up effect on all enemy targets in its path. Skill 2 Collective Will, passive skill. For every undead creature within a range of all attributes x 10 meters, your overall attributes will increase by 10%, with a maximum of 100 layers of collective will. At a glance, this Death Knight truly lives up to its reputation as a battlefield killing machine. Although it can't compare to the Bone Wyvern, its terrifying attribute strength is more than enough to crush the skeleton tyrant. Just the collective will. According to its current attributes, as long as there are 100 undead creatures within a range of over 15,000 meters, all attributes will double. Not to mention other attributes, just the strength attribute could soar to as much as 6,000 points, plus that death charge with a terrifying damage bonus of 200% to all attributes. It could directly deal over 30,000 points of attack. That's right, this extreme attack power looks similar to the skeleton tyrant, but keep in mind, this death charge is a linear area attack skill. Moreover, the mobility of this Death Knight is not something the skeleton tyrant can compare to. Once thousands of Death Knights charge simultaneously, the destructive power is simply unimaginable. Even calling it a battlefield meat grinder would not be an exaggeration. Compared to the cost of 200 points of mental power, the cost effectiveness is simply beyond words. This feels a bit comfortable. There are Death Knights and skeletal tyrants on the ground. In the air battle, there are skeletal pterosaurs. Now I basically have no shortcomings. Just now, when encountering the boss mob, many of the bosses were flying-type monsters. Although these flying-type monsters can currently be intercepted by the invisible skeletal mage using a ground-to-air method, what if they encounter those monsters that fly at an exaggerated height in the future? You have to know. The casting range of the invisible skeletal mage is only mental power x 1 meters. According to the current attributes, that's just a mere 300 meters. Not to mention anything else. Just letting these invisible skeletal mages attack the skeletal pterosaurs would be completely out of reach. But now, Yi-chan has a proper air combat unit. When encountering those flying-type monsters again, he can directly output damage right in their faces. It's simply exhilarating. Not wanting to think too much, Yi-chan continued to look at the next reward, Rare Exclusive Class Equipment Chest. Ding! You have successfully used the second tier, Rare Exclusive Class Equipment Chest. You have obtained second tier, Rare Class Exclusive Equipment, Necromancer Knight Crown. Rare Knight Crown, LV30, Attributes, Mental plus 5,800, Constitution plus 4,000, Agility plus 1,600 Special. All summoned creatures under your command have their Constitution attribute increased by 100%. Rare, all summoned creatures under your command have a Death Immunity effect. Death Immunity effect cooldown of 1 hour. Only effective for all summoned creatures of second tier and below. Wow! Is this what rare level equipment is like? This is simply outrageous. At this moment, when he saw the attributes of the Rare Knight Crown, Yi-chan was instantly shocked. At a glance, just the mental attribute has a terrifying increase of a full 5,400 points. The increase in Constitution attribute is even 800 points higher than the previous ordinary exclusive class equipment Dark Robe's 3,200 points. The most outrageous part is that it also has an additional third attribute entry, Agility plus 1,600 points. This is really satisfying. However, the terrifying attribute increase of this rare level equipment is only a relatively minor aspect. Even more outrageous are its two major special effects. The first special attribute directly doubles the Constitution attribute of all his skeletal summons. This means the survival ability of all his summoned creatures has directly doubled. And even more exaggerated is that rare attribute. All his summoned creatures directly have a death immunity effect. Moreover, this death immunity effect only has a short cooldown of 1 hour. This means, if those skeletal summons die once and then survive in battle for an hour, even if they die again, they can continue to resurrect. This is quite exaggerated. Of course, Yi-chan does not expect those ordinary little skeletons and other cannon fodder summons to have a second death immunity. But skeletal tyrants, death knights, skeletal pterosaurs, and even the invisible skeletal mage with powerful stealth survival abilities have a great chance of enjoying a second, or even more death immunity effects. In this way, wouldn't my undead army truly become immortal? Thinking of this, Yi-chan was instantly excited. Of course, this death immunity effect is not without any limitations. As second-tier rare equipment, its death immunity effect can only be effective for summoned creatures of second tier and below. In other words, if in the future Yi-chan advances to become a Tier 3 Necromancer and possesses Tier 3 summoning skills, then these Tier 3 undead summons will no longer enjoy the death immunity effect. However, even so, for Yi-chan, this piece of equipment is still quite extraordinary. After all, the special attribute, 100% enhancement to Constitution of this Knight Crown does not state that it cannot affect high-tier summons. So, even without the death immunity effect, just this special attribute is more than enough to justify its rare-level equipment status. Without further thought, Yi-chan directly equipped this item. In an instant, Yi-chan's attributes skyrocketed significantly. Name, Yi-chan, LV30, Class, Tier 2 Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 574 Spirit, 15969 Constitution, 6474 Agility, 2274. Glancing at it, the Spirit attribute, which was barely over 10,000, instantly soared to nearly 16,000 points. The other two attributes also experienced a substantial increase. This felt quite comfortable. Moreover, this was not the end. Without hesitation, after Yi-chan donned the Knight Crown, he directly opened the remaining two ordinary exclusive class equipment chests. Ding! You have successfully used the Tier 2 exclusive class equipment chest. You have obtained Tier 2 exclusive class equipment, Necromancer, Moon Erosion Gauntlets. Ding! You have successfully used the Tier 2 exclusive class equipment chest. You have obtained Tier 2 exclusive class equipment, Necromancer, Soul Resting Boots. Tier 2 Moon Erosion Gauntlets, LV30, Attributes, Spirit plus 2,800, Constitution plus 1300. Special, increases the attack power of all summons under your command by 30%. Tier 2 Soul Resting Boots, LV30. Attributes, Agility plus 1500. Constitution plus 2000. Special, increases the agility attribute of all summons under your command by 20%. Looking at these two pieces of equipment, although they cannot compare to the earlier Knight Crown, their attributes are still quite impressive. After all, among the 5 major equipment slots, the armor slot provides the most attribute increases. The combined attributes of these two pieces of equipment also represent a significant boost. Without further thought, Yi Chen directly equipped both items. This time, Yi Chen's attributes surged once again. Name, Yi Chen, LV30, Class, Tier 2 Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 574 Spirit, 18769 Constitution, 9774 Agility, 3774. At a glance, just the increase from a few pieces of equipment caused Yi Chen's spirit attribute to soar to over 18,000 points. It is important to note that this over 18,000 points in attributes translates to an overall attribute increase of more than 180% for all his summons. Not only that, Yi Chen's Constitution attribute also surged to nearly 10,000 points. It is no exaggeration to say, with his current attributes, even if he stood still and let those ordinary Tier 2 SSS level class geniuses attack him, they wouldn't be able to kill him for a while. Not to mention, he also has over 3,700 points in agility. Even without using soul transfer, relying solely on his 2 legs, ordinary practitioners of the same tier simply cannot compare. After all, the equipment Yi Chen is currently wearing is a full set of Tier 2 exclusive class equipment. Moreover, one of them is even a rare level Tier 2 exclusive item. Ordinary practitioners, even geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai, who are at the potential level, cannot gather such a powerful configuration even with the support of their families. However, just then, when Yi Chen put on the last 2 pieces of equipment, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding! You have successfully collected the full set, 2nd tier exclusive profession equipment. You have gained the 2nd tier equipment aura enhancement, all attributes plus 2,000 points. Ding! You have successfully collected the full set, 2nd tier exclusive profession equipment. You have gained the 1st tier equipment aura enhancement, all attributes plus 1,000 points. What the hell? This is a thing? At that moment, upon seeing these 2 system notifications, even Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. It was just a complete set of 2nd tier exclusive profession equipment, and it actually triggered an aura effect? Oh, no. It should be that it triggered 2 aura effects directly, because Yi Chen had never triggered the 1st tier equipment aura before. And now, after Yi Chen completed the 2nd tier equipment, even the previous 1st tier equipment aura was activated. Taking a look, these 2 auras combined provided Yi Chen with a total of 3,000 points in all attributes. This time, Yi Chen's mental power skyrocketed to over 21,000 points, his physique surged to over 12,000 points, and even his agility attribute increased to over 6,700 points. The most outrageous part was, even his originally weak strength attribute shot up to over 3,500 points. I didn't expect there would be such an extra gain. No wonder those talented individuals' families must collect equipment for them. If that's the case, even if I can't obtain the aura of this exclusive profession equipment, if I can get universal source equipment or all profession universal equipment auras, it should also trigger the equipment aura and significantly boost my attributes, right? As the top scholar and martial artist for 3 consecutive years, Yi Chen quickly understood the secret behind it. Of course, this didn't have much to do with him, and now, all the important gains from this secret realm expedition had been thoroughly sorted out. Bone Wing Dragon, Death Knight. The equipment, after adding the Knight Crown, Moon Erosion Gauntlets, and Nether Breath Boots, had completed the collection of all positions of 2nd tier equipment, triggering the 2nd tier exclusive profession equipment aura, which brought about a tremendous change in his attributes. Finally, these are the special items dropped from the boss. Opening his backpack, Yi Chen directly looked at the first item dropped from the final boss of the secret realm, 2nd tier Beast Crystal Essence. 2nd tier Beast Crystal Essence, X7 after use, increases your experience gained by 2,000% for 24 hours. At a glance, the effect of this Beast Crystal Essence was basically similar to the Beast Blood Potion Yi Chen had obtained before. It increased the experience gained. The difference was, the Beast Blood Potion could only last for 1 hour, and its effect wasn't high. The second-tier Beast Blood Potion could only increase experience by 200%. However, the second-tier Beast Crystal Essence could directly increase experience by a whopping 2000%. The most outrageous part was, this item even had a full day's duration. If I use a Beast Crystal Essence directly in the Secret Realm and grind for a whole day, wouldn't that be amazing? No wonder those geniuses in Qingniao City level up so quickly. If I had such good things earlier, along with resources like the Secret Realm, I would have broken through to the 3rd tier long ago, or even shot straight to the 4th tier. Shaking his head, Yichen stopped thinking too much. 7 Beast Crystal Essences, when fully counted, would be enough for Yichen to use for 7 days, if all went smoothly. After using these 7 Beast Crystal Essences, he might even be able to push for the 5th tier profession. That is to say, the same level of strength as the current president of Tianshui City, Lin Changfeng. Of course, Lin Changfeng is currently at the peak of the 5th tier. Even if I really break through to the 5th tier, at least on the surface, it still seems like there's some gap. Then, Yichen continued to look at the next reward. Spirit Energy Crystal, X2 after use, your level will directly increase by 1 level, cannot be used to break through tiers, disappears after 24 hours, and once obtained, it automatically binds to oneself. Glancing at this thing called Spirit Energy Crystal, Yichen couldn't help but squint. To be honest, the effect of this thing is quite terrifying. Ignoring one's own level, after use, it directly increases by 1 level. If this thing could be bought, giving it directly to those level 80 or 90 big shots, I wonder how terrifyingly high a price they would offer. Unfortunately, this thing is bound to oneself. Yichen knew that such items bound to oneself, even if not through trading means, would directly dissipate into smoke if they fell into someone else's hands. So, unless I use it myself, trying to make money with this thing is almost impossible. The key is, Yichen not only reached the 30th level of peak 2nd tier, but even his experience is already maxed out. How can I use this? Right, this thing can be held for 24 hours. That means, as long as I complete the 3rd tier advancement task within 24 hours, I can use it, right? Thinking of this, Yichen nodded in satisfaction. This is the special training camp of Dongshan Province, the place with the richest resources and connections in the entire Dongshan Province. Here, with 24 hours of time, completing my mere 3rd tier advancement task shouldn't be too difficult, right? Not thinking too much, Yichen looked at the other items in his backpack. At a glance, at this moment, the Universal Equipment for All Professions, Origin Equipment for All Professions, and various universal skills and origin skills in Yichen's backpack were simply countless. Yichen had been to the trading hall a few times, so according to the prices in the Tianshui City trading hall, he calculated the value of these items a bit. A minute or two later, goodness, just these equipment and skill resources are worth 5 to 600 billion? After calculating the value of the equipment and skill resources in his backpack, Yichen was somewhat astonished. Just clearing a 2nd tier secret realm can directly earn hundreds of billions. This is really more than what I earn from dungeons. Recalling the 2nd tier dungeon he cleared, all the way down, even including the equipment and skills of his exclusive profession, it was only worth a little over 10 billion dragon coins. And now, aside from the exclusive profession equipment and skills dropped from the final boss, just these miscellaneous useless items have a terrifying value of hundreds of billions. One can imagine how precious these secret realm resources are. Looking at it this way, that 10 billion given to me by President Wu back then really was pocket money. And it was particularly stingy pocket money. It seems President Wu's life isn't easy either. A dignified city-level president, with only 1 or 200 billion in pocket money, isn't that typical bronchitis? Suddenly thinking of the 10 billion dragon coin bank card in his hand, Yichen couldn't help but smile. At that time, he was shocked. Over 100 billion dragon coins, which Wu Ning casually mentioned, became what kind of pocket money? Now it seems, for those of us at the peak of the 5th tier, these hundreds of billions really aren't much money at all. Thus, all the gains from this secret realm assessment have been completely organized by Yichen. Attributes skyrocketed, strength greatly increased, plus, there are several hundred billion in miscellaneous goods in his backpack. Even money is no longer a concern. Originally, Yichen calculated that to forge a god-level extraordinary weapon, he would need at least 10 to 20 billion. Now with this 5 to 600 billion, forging 2 god-level extraordinary weapons is more than enough. Without further thought, Yichen waved his hand, recalling all the summoned skeletons back into the summoning space, and then directly left the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the entrance of this second-tier secret realm, the poisonous jungle, dozens of instructors, over 30 city-level presidents, and hundreds of clan leaders from various cities were all waiting here. For one reason, everyone wanted to witness with their own eyes what this world-class genius, who could crush thousands of talents in Dongshan province, break Su Chen's 50-year peak record, and even conquer the final boss of the secret realm, looked like. Just then, when the instructors and presidents were starting to feel fatigued from waiting, suddenly a clan leader shouted out, "Look, someone is coming out at the entrance." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Damn, it's not Yi Chen. Isn't this the young man named Lu Feng from Nanjishi? Damn, what a waste of my feelings. Seeing that the figure at the entrance was not Yi Chen, everyone began to curse. However, at that moment, just as the genius Lu Feng from Nanjishi had just left, Lin Changfeng suddenly exclaimed, "He has come out. It's Yi Chen. Is it really Yi Chen?" Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their attention towards him. Others might make a mistake in recognition, but Lin Changfeng is the president of Tianshui City. He couldn't possibly be wrong. Sure enough, when everyone looked over, at the entrance of the secret realm, a figure of a young man in a white shirt appeared right before them. Is this Yi Chen? I didn't expect. The world-class genius that hasn't appeared in Dongshan province for hundreds of years would look like this. The young man looks quite spirited. Seeing Yi Chen's appearance, the instructors and presidents couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, after hearing the news about Yi Chen, the commander of the special training camp, Jiang Chen, stepped forward to Yi Chen. "Hello, classmate. I am Jiang Chen, the head of our special training camp. You are Yi Chen?" "Yes." Yi Chen nodded seriously without hesitation. In fact, there was no need for Jiang Chen to introduce himself. Just by observing the respectful attitude of those around him, Yi Chen had already realized that he must be a significant figure. Good. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Chen's face was filled with joy. "Young man, you can still appear so composed now. You must not know how big of a thing you have done, right?" "What thing? Is it about the points?" To be honest, Yi Chen really didn't know. He only felt he had just accumulated a bit more points. If it were an ordinary student, even if they couldn't reach his current over 100 million points, a genius from King Niashi could easily rack up a few million, right? However, if this were to be known by Ouyang Tian and the others, they would probably be furious. Racking up a few million points easily? For geniuses of their level, even racking up tens of thousands, or even breaking six figures in points, would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. Yet in Yi Chen's mouth, it had turned into something easy? That was too demoralizing, right? However, when Jiang Chen heard Yi Chen's words, he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. "It seems you really don't know how strong you are now. Let me put it this way, aside from the more than 100 million points you've racked up, in the entire Dongshan province, within the 200 to 300 years since the special training camp was established, there was only one person named Su Chen who managed to accumulate over 18 million points. And excluding the two of you, the highest record in Dongshan province is only 580,000 points. This record, I set it back in the day. So, your appearance has broken the record set by Su Chen 50 years ago. You can be considered the strongest candidate in the history of the Dongshan province special training camp. All right." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded, somewhat understanding yet not fully grasping the situation. However, seeing Yi Chen's reaction, Jiang Chen was left dumbfounded. "Alright? What do you mean by alright? You just set the strongest record in 300 years, and your reaction is just alright? Is this even human?" Ahem. After a moment, Jiang Chen quickly cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. It seemed it wasn't that this kid didn't realize the magnitude of his achievement. His temperament was truly quite steady. "There's one more thing I need to tell you." At this point, Jiang Chen hurriedly changed the subject. "You might not know, but in the past 5 years, aside from you, only the geniuses from the 3 supreme cities of Longwa have managed to team up to challenge the final boss of the secret realm. So, Yi Chen, with your talent, it's quite possible that you will stand out in the national exam a month from now. Go for it." Upon hearing this, before Yi Chen could respond, Lin Changfeng beside them was completely shocked. The super geniuses from those 3 supreme cities actually managed to defeat the final boss in the secret realm assessment? How come I've never heard of this? Thinking of this, Lin Changfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. It seemed he had truly fallen behind. After all, it had been a full 10 years since Tianshui City had produced a student who could officially enter the special training camp. In the past 5 years, Not even a genius capable of passing the selection assessment had appeared. With such a long absence of these talented resources, he naturally lost his channels of information. He had thought the situation in the Secret Realm assessment was still like it was over a decade ago. How lamentable time changes. In just over a decade, such a significant transformation had occurred. However, it makes sense. 50 years ago, Dongshan Province produced the supernova Su Chen, who could withstand the final boss of the Secret Realm by himself. Perhaps at that time, the geniuses from the three supreme cities of Longwa were not much weaker than Su Chen. 50 years have passed. It's not surprising that a super genius capable of defeating the final boss of the Secret Realm has emerged. But, just now, Captain Jiang said, those talented individuals formed teams to defeat the final boss of the Secret Realm. And Yi Chen, he soloed the final boss. Doesn't that mean Yi Chen is stronger than the geniuses from those three supreme cities? Thinking of this, Lin Chongfeng's heart suddenly filled with hope that Yi Chen could strive for a top 10 finish in the national exam, or even aim for the top 3. As for the title of National Dragon Martial Champion, Lin Chongfeng didn't even dare to think about it. After all, in the national exam, having strong personal strength alone is not enough. Back in the day, Su Chen's strength is weaker than those super geniuses born from the three supreme cities, but in the end, wasn't it all a scheme against him? Ultimately, he ended up in 7th place nationwide. One must understand, those professionals who are born as practitioners have nearly 20 more years of developmental time than those ordinary genius practitioners. What is most despairing is the terrifying innate talent effects they possess from birth. In other words, the gap between professionals and potentialists is even more horrifying than the gap between potentialists and F-grade practitioners. This is the true reason why all those professionals are referred to as National Strategic Talent Resources. It is no exaggeration to say, every birth of a professional is a reserve force for the future Dragon Kingdom Central Guild. And people like Lin Chongfeng, Ouyang Long, even Jiang Chen, or the president of Dongshan Province, Wang Chong, might spend their entire lives striving and still never be able to enter the sacred place of the Dragon Kingdom Central Guild. Just then, after hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yi Chen also became very serious. The national exam? Huh? Captain Jiang, I will definitely work hard. Ha ha ha, hard work is a given. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, I must tell that old fellow Wang Chong this good news, so he can be happy. By the way, you've done such a big thing, I must reward you properly. Is there anything you want right now? Something I want? Yi Chen was a bit surprised to hear this. Can I really ask for a reward directly? However, since the head of the special training camp has already said such a thing, if I refuse, it would be disrespectful. Just right. Yi Chen actually has something he urgently wants to obtain. Captain Jiang, if we're talking about what I want right now, it's that perfect level or above extraordinary weapon needed for the 3rd-tier job transfer task. After a pause, Yi Chen added, however, I would prefer an extraordinary weapon of ghost god level quality, and it would be best if I could get it within 24 hours. As for money, I can provide that. It's just the resource issue that I can't manage alone. Captain Jiang, I wonder if you can fulfill such a request. A 3rd-tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. However, he did not directly agree or refuse. Instead, he turned to the dozen or so instructors behind him. Did you hear that? Yi Chen has already said, whoever among you can help Yi Chen forge a 3rd-tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon within 24 hours, that person will be his instructor. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, I was asking you, why are you pushing this onto those instructors? Who would have thought? As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, those instructors not only did not refute him, but even started to compete eagerly. President Jiang, I can do it. Zhang Chang, don't compete with me, okay? 24 hours, right? President Jiang, I can do it. 24 hours? By the time you really use 24 hours to forge this ghost god level extraordinary weapon, the flowers will have wilted. President Jiang, I can do it in 12 hours. I can do it in 10 hours. Whoever dares to compete with me, I'll be in a hurry with whoever. Tian Yuan, what do you think you are? This special training camp should be led by me, Zhang Chang. 8 hours. Classmate Yi Chen, before midnight, I'll let you see the extraordinary specialized weapon. How about that? 5 hours. 5 damn hours. Is 5 hours not enough for you to brag, kid? At this moment, seeing the dozens of instructors scrambling, Yi Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed. To be honest, he originally thought that crafting this Tier 3 Ghost God level extraordinary specialized weapon would be a difficult task, not to mention the materials and resources. Just finding a top-tier craftsman wouldn't be something that could be resolved in a day. But now, to these instructors, crafting this thing seemed as simple as eating and drinking? Not to mention Yi Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't stand it any longer. Alright, stop fighting over it. As usual, we'll draw lots. Saying this, Jiang Chen's secretary had already brought over several slips of paper. The rules are the same as before. Whoever's name is on the slip gets to take on this task. If it's a blank slip, then it means you're out of luck. Just go do whatever you were supposed to do. After saying that, Jiang Chen directly placed the dozens of slips in front of everyone. Soon, 1 minute later, the instructor named Zhang Chang, holding a slip of paper, was so excited he almost jumped up. Haha, I've hit the jackpot. I've struck it rich. Yi Chen, just you wait. By the earliest, before midnight, and at the latest, before 3 a.m., I'll let you see your extraordinary specialized weapon. Thank you, Instructor Zhang. Yi Chen shrugged, his mouth twitching slightly. Was it really worth being this happy just for grabbing a slip of paper? However, what Yi Chen didn't know was, this slip not only represented their ability to help Yi Chen craft the Tier 3 Ghost God level extraordinary specialized weapon, it also meant that Yi Chen would be a student under Zhang Cheng's name in the special training camp. After going through this selection assessment for the special training camp, even a fool could see the incredible potential Yi Chen possessed. Such a once-in-a-lifetime genius, he wouldn't even need to teach. Just by developing in his own way, he could reach limitless growth in the future. And with the results Yi Chen produced, Zhang Cheng could completely obtain a substantial amount of resources. To put it simply, whoever could get Yi Chen could directly reap a huge amount of resources for free. Even with Yi Chen, he could have a smooth career path, reaching great heights. How could that not be exciting? However, Zhang Chen was too lazy to waste so much time with them. He directly approached Yi Chen. Classmate Yi Chen, tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the special training camp. Since you all completed the secret realm assessment so quickly today, I'll have someone take you around the special training camp and get to know it a bit. Of course, you should also get to know your accommodation for the next month in the special training camp. Okay, thank you, President Jiang. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yi Chen immediately agreed. To be honest, he was also eager to understand what the special training camp was all about, and what role it could play in his future development. They say this special training camp has unlimited resources, but without seeing it with his own eyes, Yi Chen felt uncertain. As for how to address Jiang Chen, Yi Chen only just realized. He previously thought he was just the overall person in charge of the special training camp, so he naturally called him Camp Leader Jiang. But after hearing how those instructors addressed him, and Lin Changfeng's earlier secret advice, Yi Chen finally understood that Jiang Chen was actually one of the 3 vice presidents of Dongshan Province, and his strength was almost on par with the president of Dongshan Province, Wang Chong. Soon after, when Jiang Chen saw that Zhang Chang was preparing to busy himself with matters regarding the ghostly god-level extraordinary weapons, he directly dispatched Tian Yuan to lead Yi Chen on a tour of the major important facilities in the training camp. After all, when it came to understanding the training camp, no one, not even himself, could compare to Tian Yuan. Naturally, Tian Yuan did not refuse, and took Yi Chen along, starting to introduce the various important facilities in the training camp. When they arrived at a magnificent building that seemed resplendent, yet was enveloped by an unnamed powerful force, Tian Yuan began to introduce it directly. This is the replica hall of the training camp. Inside the replica hall, there is a heavenly eye observation device that can monitor all level 5 and below replicas within the entire Dongshan province, and through the replica hall, you can directly access the entrance passages of all monitored replicas. As long as you consume your training camp survival points, you can directly enter any replica suitable for your current stage. It's like sitting at home and observing the affairs of the world. So strong. All the entrances to level 5 and below replicas in the entire Dongshan province can be accessed directly. Isn't this just too convenient? Hearing Tian Yuan's introduction, Yi Chen was immediately shocked. However, Instructor Tian, what are these training camp survival points? How do you obtain them? It's very simple. The way to obtain training camp survival points for ordinary students mainly comes from the point rewards after conquering high difficulty replicas. At this point, Tian Yuan shrugged and added, of course, For you, it won't be that troublesome. Why is that? Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. He didn't have any training camp survival points right now, so why didn't he need to earn these point rewards? It's nothing, because the initial training camp survival points are all exchanged from the trial points you earn during the Secret Realm assessment. The exchange time is right after the training camp's enrollment ceremony tomorrow. Tian Yuan smiled lightly and continued to explain, and the exchange ratio is 1-to-1. So, with over 100 million points in your hands, do you think you still need to continue earning from those replica rewards? I see. At that moment, after hearing Tian Yuan's explanation, Yi Chen suddenly felt enlightened. The first I see was Yi Chen understanding the function and acquisition method of the training camp survival points. The second I see was him recalling why Lin Changfeng had told him, before entering the Secret Realm assessment, that even if he was absolutely confident in achieving first place, he should continue to earn trial points. Originally, Yi Chen thought Lin Changfeng was merely warning him not to become complacent, thinking that if he could be first, he could relax and let his guard down. It turned out, the fundamental secret was hidden here. The more trial points he had, the more training camp survival points he would earn in the future. And these training camp survival points were closely related to how many resources he could compete for in the training camp. It seemed Lin President truly had foresight. No wonder he was a master who broke into the top 10 of the Secret Realm assessment back in the day. After that, Tian Yuan took Yi Chen to visit other important facilities in the training camp. In just a few short hours, along the way, Yi Chen could be said to have completely opened up a new world. Just like the replica hall, inside the special training camp, there is also a Secret Realm Hall. Moreover, within the Secret Realm Hall, there is a device called the Heavenly Eye Observation Instrument, which is used to monitor the Secret Realm resources within Dongshan Province, below the 5th tier. Similarly, inside the Secret Realm Hall, students can directly access the entrance of any secret realm within Dongshan Province. It's incredibly convenient. In addition, there is a place called the Task Hall. This is where the special training camp issues various reward tasks for students to earn survival points. Finally, there are also the administrative offices of various instructors and President Jiang Chen. Ordinary students, as long as they have enough survival points, can consult the instructors about any difficulties they encounter. By consuming survival points, it can be said that in the training camp, not only does personal development require survival points, but even basic needs like eating, drinking, and using the restroom require survival points. Without points, one would be expelled from the training camp the next day. Therefore, for ordinary students, the greater challenge is not just entering the training camp, but how to survive normally within it. No wonder it's called survival points. So without this, it's really impossible to survive here. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. In fact, when he first saw the dungeon hall and the Secret Realm Hall, Yi Chen wanted to rush into the dungeon right away. However, after some thought, he realized that not only was his experience bar already full, but he also had a large portion of temporary experience overflowing. If he couldn't obtain an extraordinary specialized weapon within 24 hours, not only would that large portion of temporary experience go to waste, but even those 2 energy crystals would be given away for nothing. So, even if Yi Chen rushed into the dungeon hall now, it wouldn't be of much use. Rather than that, it would be better to take a break, a rare opportunity for rest. Starting tomorrow, it's going to be busy. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen seemed to envision his days here for the next month. Develop, grow stronger, strive to win the title of National Dragon Martial Arts Champion in the national examination. A few hours later, when night had fallen for quite some time, Tian Yuan finally took Yi Chen on a tour of the entire special training camp. Then, following Jiang Chen's instructions, Tian Yuan brought Yi Chen to the student living area of the training camp. At a glance, seeing the rows of neat, luxurious standalone villas in front of him, Yi Chen even felt a bit breathless. It should be noted, although he had not been in this world for long, he had always lived in an ordinary community, including in his previous life. He had lived the life of a 996 corporate slave, and his home was also an ordinary rental. He never expected that now he could finally live in the villa he had once dreamed of. Classmate Yi Chen, this villa No. 935 will be your personal residence from now on. As he spoke, Tian Yuan took out a card. This is your student identity card for the training camp, and it is also the key to this villa. Also, let me remind you, each villa in the student living area has a special formation barrier for protection. No one, not even President Jiang Chun or President Wang Chong, can forcibly enter your house without your consent. So, you can rest assured here. Formation barrier protection. Hearing this name, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Instructor Tian, What is this formation barrier? Oh, this. Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, Tian Yuan smiled lightly and explained, it's actually quite simple. These formation barriers are actually created by those special life profession practitioners, known as formation masters. You might not know this yet? In the Dragon Kingdom, besides the 5 national-level powerhouses, there are also hundreds of national treasure-level practitioners. All those rated as national treasure level are life profession practitioners. Once they go all out, their contributions can be just as significant as those of us combat profession practitioners. At this point, Tian Yuan's eyes gradually filled with longing. Formation masters, alchemists, craftsmen, each of them can play a crucial role in their respective fields. Not only that, like the celestial eye observation device you just saw, and even the flying iron we are currently traveling in, a series of technological products are inventions made by those technology practitioners using the elemental energy generated after the Great Mutation, not to mention the distant past. Just take the extraordinary specialized weapon of ghost god level quality that you want this time. It requires at least a peak 5th-tier craftsman to create, and hundreds of years ago, due to the lack of emphasis on life professions, not to mention our Dragon Kingdom, even the entire Blue Star suffered significant losses. Even career advancement became a major issue. Fortunately, our Dragon Kingdom has always placed great importance on agriculture and weaving, and in just a few decades, we have developed life profession practitioners. Hearing these words, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a deep respect for those life practitioners. It seems that even in this era of great mutation, the series of life profession practitioners in agriculture and weaving are playing a crucial role in ways that ordinary people cannot see. After that, the two chatted for more than an hour. After clarifying some details, Tian Yuan left. Upon returning to his room, Yi Chen subconsciously glanced at the time. Time flies so fast. It's almost midnight. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen also prepared to rest for a bit. However, just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Opening the door, he found it was Instructor Zhang Chang, who had promised to create the extraordinary specialized weapon by no later than 3 a.m., standing at his doorstep. But, isn't it still before midnight? He actually finished the extraordinary specialized weapon so quickly? Instructor Zhang Chang? It's so late. No need to say so much. Before Yi Chen could finish, Zhang Chang excitedly interrupted. The extraordinary specialized weapon is just one step away. Come with me. So fast? Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Yi Chen was even more excited than him. You have to know. This ghost god level quality extraordinary specialized weapon. Yi Chen had been longing for it for a long time. Not to mention the extraordinary specialized weapon. The strength of the exclusive profession equipment had already left Yi Chen in awe. The strength of the rare level exclusive equipment was even more astonishing to him. He couldn't even imagine how strong this extraordinary specialized weapon, especially the highest quality, ghost god level extraordinary specialized weapon, would be. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yi Chen directly followed Zhang Chang all the way to the place where the ghost god level extraordinary specialized weapon was being crafted. Before reaching the destination, through Zhang Chang's introduction, the craftsman who was creating the extraordinary specialized weapon for him was a classmate from the same university. Thanks to Zhang Chen's connections, he is currently the strongest peak 7th-tier craftsman in Dongshan Province, Wu Haitan. It is no exaggeration to say, a peak 7th-tier craftsman, not to mention Dongshan Province, but looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Except for those national treasure-level life professionals at the peak of the 8th and 9th ranks in the Dragon Kingdom's Courtyard Guild, they are already considered the top tier. Just hearing this title made Yi Chen feel a bit excited. The extraordinary specialized weapon crafted with such strength. I wonder how powerful it will be. It's not an exaggeration to say, even Zhang Chang, who has the strength of a peak 6th rank, would have to show respect when meeting Wu Haitian. We've arrived. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chang pressed the doorbell of the villa in front of them. A few seconds later, a plump middle-aged man appeared before them. Master Wu, this is the young man who needs to craft an extraordinary specialized weapon, Yi Chen. Hello, Master Wu. Upon seeing him, Yi Chen stepped forward and greeted him. Come on in. Wu Haitian looked very serious. The process of crafting an extraordinary specialized weapon. The earlier steps of fusing various materials are quite simple. Only the last step, fusing your own perfect essence blood, is the most difficult. Let me be clear. If your own fortune isn't strong enough, you won't be able to possess an extraordinary specialized weapon at all. In simple terms, whether the extraordinary specialized weapon can be successfully crafted has little to do with us craftsmen. It all depends on whether this drop of perfect essence blood can suppress the characteristics of those materials. Understood. Hearing this explanation, Yi Chen nodded solemnly. He knew Wu Haitian wouldn't lie to him. After all, there was also Jiang Chen as a sort of guarantor. Then, following Wu Haitian, they arrived at an equipment research room, and Yi Chen entered a special room as instructed. This room is for extracting perfect essence blood. Extracting perfect essence blood will not cause any pain. Of course, after extracting this drop of perfect essence blood, you won't suffer any damage unless the crafting of the extraordinary specialized weapon fails. Because, once the extraordinary specialized weapon is successfully crafted, it will completely merge with you. So, do you understand? I understand. Hearing Wu Haitian's words, Yi Chen nodded. The meaning of this was very simple. The extraordinary specialized weapon merging with oneself is equivalent to that drop of extracted perfect essence blood also merging back with oneself. In this way, the spilled water is collected back. Naturally, there will be no loss. Alright, when he saw Yi Chen enter the essence blood extraction room, Wu Haitian took a deep breath. Now, it's about to begin. Soon, after Wu Haitian completely sealed the essence blood extraction room, within a few seconds, a prompt appeared on the screen of the extraction room door. Ding, Yi Chen perfect essence blood extraction failed. Ding, ding. At this moment, when Zhang Chang saw this series of prompts, he was completely dumbfounded. Master Wu, what's going on? Why does it keep failing to extract? Zhang Chang didn't quite understand the crafting process of the extraordinary specialized weapon, but just looking at this series of failure prompts felt a bit off. However, unlike Zhang Chang, when Wu Haitian saw these messages, a look of joy appeared on his face. At this time, upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Wu Haitian didn't hold back and directly explained, "Don't worry, the essence blood extraction failure isn't a real failure, but because this kid's perfect essence blood is too strong, that's why the extraction is so difficult." Ha! Hearing this, Zhang Chang was stunned. The essence blood is too strong, so it keeps failing? Yes. Wu Haitian nodded. Generally speaking, if it can be successfully extracted within 10 attempts, it basically wouldn't even be able to craft an ordinary quality extraordinary specialized weapon. If it's 10 to 100 times, then one qualifies to forge the lowest quality of ordinary grade extraordinary weapons. By extension, extracting blood essence 100 to 1000 times can forge high quality extraordinary weapons. Within 10,000 times, it's perfect grade. 100,000 times can forge divine grade. The closer it gets to 1,000,000 times, or even higher extraction counts, the success rate of forging extraordinary weapons of demonic quality will increase. However, so far, the highest extraction count I've seen is only 970,000 times. What the hell? There's such a thing. When I forged extraordinary weapons before, why didn't I hear about this? Zhang Chang, now a 6th tier practitioner, was holding a 6th tier extraordinary weapon, although it was only of high quality. Generally speaking, as long as he met the requirements of his advancement task, that would be enough. However, he had no idea about the experience of extracting perfect blood essence multiple times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so flustered just now. However, upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Wu Haitian couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Young man, extracting perfect blood essence may take a long time for outsiders, but for those inside the blood extraction chamber, it's just a matter of an instant. Besides, you're not a craftsman practitioner. Even if I told you, what use would it be? Hey, that does seem to be the case. Hearing Wu Haitian's reprimand, Zhang Chun quickly put on a smile. No wonder when he was extracting perfect blood essence earlier, it felt like it ended in an instant. It turns out, there are secrets within the blood extraction chamber. If that's the case, then he can rest assured. After all, he not only assured Yi Chen that he would get the extraordinary weapon by 3 o'clock at the latest, but he also made the same promise to Jiang Chen. If he really failed, wouldn't President Jiang give him a good beating? Most importantly, Yi Chen's subsequent training camp signature might not be under his name anymore. However, thinking of Wu Haitian's words just now, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but become curious again. Master Wu, you just said the highest extraction count you've heard of is 970,000 times. Who is that? It was over 80 years ago, the president of the Central Guild of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Tian. Wu Haitian thought for a moment, and said directly, back then, when forging an 8th tier extraordinary weapon for President Zhu Tian, it was my master who personally crafted it. President Zhu. Just hearing this name made Zhang Cheng swallow hard. You must know, Zhu Tian, as one of the presidents of the Central Guild of the Dragon Kingdom, rose to power entirely on his own merit. At that time, who knows how many people opposed Zhu Tian's rise, but he silenced all the opposition step by step with his own strength. He even, with his peak 9th tier body, directly suppressed 13 vice presidents who opposed his rise. as well as various high-ranking officials. It's a pity. Ever since President Zhu Tian participated in the Cosmic Explorer mission, Team 656, 60 years ago, he has since vanished without a trace. Yes, Wu Haitian nodded. Although there are few who can forge demonic-grade extraordinary weapons, they do exist. Those practitioners almost all demand demonic-grade extraordinary weapons. However, so far, aside from President Zhu Tian with 970,000 extraction counts, ordinary practitioners only reach about 200 to 300,000 times at most. Anyone who can exceed 500,000 times is already a genius among the ranks of the dedicated. 500,000 times. Upon hearing this, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He wondered how many times Yi Chen would need to succeed in extraction. By the way, Master Wu. Feeling bored, Zheng Cheng glanced at the blood extraction situation in front of him while chatting with Wu Haitan. You mentioned your master. Who is that? One of the top 10 national treasure-level life practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild, Chen Yuan. Wu Haitan felt there was nothing to hide, so he said it directly. Master, Chen Yuan. Hearing these names, Zheng Cheng felt a tightness in his chest. Goodness, that is the legendary, strongest craftsman practitioner in the Dragon Kingdom, and there is no one else like him. Swallowing hard, Zheng Cheng dared not ask further. Indeed, these life practitioners seemed to have no skills, but the stories they told were more frightening than the last. Not thinking too much, after more than an hour had passed, the monitoring screen in the blood extraction room showed that the number of extractions had reached nearly 800,000 times. Goodness, this kid's blood strength is actually this high? Nearly 800,000 times of blood extraction. This is a rarity nationwide. Seeing this scene, Wu Haitan's eyes twitched involuntarily, and soon, after a few minutes, the number of blood extractions skyrocketed to 900,000 times. No, it can't be. Is this kid going to surpass the record of President Zhu Tian from back then? President Zhu Tian's blood strength was honed through countless trials of blood and fire. This kid, what gives him the right? Wu Haitan squinted his eyes, unable to believe the reality before him. But not long after, on the monitoring screen, the number of blood extractions directly broke through 1 million. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Wu Haitan felt as if his head had been hammered. Just how high is this guy's blood strength? 1 million times. This is already the theoretical limit for blood extraction. Yet, this kid still hadn't succeeded? No, this blood extraction, it can't really be failing, right? At this moment, the thought crossed Wu Haitan's mind, leaving him stunned. Blood extraction failure? He had been a craftsman practitioner for over 100 years, and had never heard of such a thing. Not just him. Upon hearing Wu Haitan's doubts, Zheng Cheng also became anxious. Master Wu, please don't let me down. I made a guarantee with President Zheng. This concerns my future, Master Wu. You brat, stop talking nonsense. A reprimand. Wu Haitan no longer bothered with Zheng Cheng, his eyes fixed, staring intently at the monitoring screen. 26 million times. 73 million times. 99 million times. Ding, Yi Chen perfect blood extraction successful. At this moment, when the number of blood extractions reached a full 2 million times, the monitoring screen finally displayed the message extraction successful. Seeing this scene, Wu Haitan was completely shocked. 2 million times. Not one less, not one more. What kind of devil is this kid? How strong must the extraordinary weapon crafted from this perfect blood be? At this time, seeing the smooth, jade-like, dark red perfect blood in his hand, Wu Haitan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. However, now was not the time to think too much. An urgent matter. It is imperative to quickly merge this drop of perfect blood essence into the embryo of that god-level extraordinary weapon. Soon, as the extraction of the perfect blood essence was successful, Yi Chen slowly walked out of the blood extraction room. To be honest, the whole process made Yi Chen feel as if he had just taken a nap. One moment he closed his eyes, the next moment he opened them. The extraction was over. If he hadn't glanced at the time, he wouldn't have realized it was already nearly 2 in the morning. Where's Master Wu? Upon exiting the extraction room, the only person Yi Chen saw was a bewildered Zheng Cheng. Hearing Yi Chen's question, Zheng Cheng stammered, He went to merge your perfect blood essence. All right, Yi Chen nodded, but, upon seeing Zheng Cheng's inexplicable expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Instructor Zheng, are you all right? Why is your face so pale? Upon hearing this, Zheng Cheng finally spoke, Yi Chen, you probably don't know that you've broken another record. Ha? What record? Yi Chen instinctively asked. The blood essence extraction record. Zheng Cheng swallowed hard and continued. the highest blood essence extraction count in the country is only 970,000. You, kid, directly hit 2 million. You almost scared Master Wu to death. Soon, after less than an hour of operation by Wu Haitian, Yi Chen and Zhang Chang suddenly heard an earth-shattering burst of laughter from his equipment research room. Ha ha ha, strong. So strong. This is the extraordinary weapon. This is the god-level quality extraordinary weapon I imagined. As he spoke, Wu Haitian held the god-level extraordinary weapon that Yi Chen had longed for in his hands and came before everyone. Yi Chen, you really gave me a big surprise. Saying this, Wu Haitian directly placed the extraordinary weapon into Yi Chen's hands. It was at this moment that Yi Chen finally saw the true attributes of this god-level extraordinary weapon. Wow, this is too fierce, right? Is this really a weapon for third-tier professionals? Extraordinary weapon Heavenslaying Falling Sunstaff, LV31, tier, third-tier quality, god-level quality base attributes, spirit plus 180,000, Constitution plus 150,000, Agility plus 100,000. Special 1, all summoned creatures under your command have their attack power increased by 500%. Special 2, all summoned creatures under your command have a 10% lifesteal effect. Special 3, all summoned creatures under your command are immune to all negative status effects of 3rd tier and below. Negative status effects above 3rd tier only take effect at 10%. Extraordinary trait Spirit Burn, all summoning skills consume 10 times less spirit power. God trait Thorn Armament, all summoned creatures under your command, after being attacked, will inflict 1000% rebound damage on the attacker. At a glance, the attributes of this extraordinary weapon can simply be said to have opened Yi Chen's eyes, not to mention anything else. Just the total increase of 430,000 points in attributes is already quite exaggerated. Even more terrifying is that the increase in spirit attributes alone skyrocketed to a full 180,000 points. It can be called heaven-defying. You must know, Yi Chen's total attribute points now only add up to about 20,000 to 30,000. Even the lowest increase in agility attributes is not even half. Even more outrageous are those 3 special effects and the 2 major trait effects. Attack power skyrockets 5-fold. All summoned creatures under your command are immune to all negative status effects of 3rd tier and below. These negative status effects not only include hard controls like knockback and stun, but also a series of soft controls like slowing and hindering. Even negative states like bleeding and weakening are completely included. It is worth mentioning, although this extraordinary specialized weapon can only make the summoned creatures under Yi Chen immune to negative states of level 3 and below, even negative states above level 3 will be directly reduced by 90%. Moreover, that second special effect directly grants all summoned creatures under Yi Chen a 10% lifesteal effect. This directly compensates for the lack of recovery ability in his skeleton army, which can only recover from the summoning space. This is the power of the extraordinary specialized weapon. Not only that, there is also the ghostly god-level trait Thorn Armor, which gives all summoned creatures under Yi Chen a powerful reflection damage effect. A full 10 times reflection damage capability, not to mention the Skeleton Tyrant and the Invisible Skeleton Archmage among those undead units. Even the weakest ordinary skeletons under Yi Chen can now play a significant role, not to mention anything else. Previously, the role of ordinary skeletons was merely to attract fire as cannon fodder. At most, they would allow the Skeleton Tyrant to devour them to maintain the rage state of the Skeleton Tyrant. Beyond that, they had almost no other use. It can be said that even without the ordinary skeleton as an undead summon, it would have almost no impact on Yi Chen at this stage. And now, with the ghostly god-level Thorn Armor trait, ordinary skeleton summons can not only serve as cannon fodder, but can also act as self-destructing trucks. It's simply exhilarating. Just imagine a wave of hundreds of thousands of ordinary skeletons charging at you to self-destruct. Who can withstand that? In the future, when tackling powerful bosses, there may not even be a need for the Skeleton Tyrant or Death Knights to appear. Just let the ordinary skeletons self-destruct, and it can be easily resolved. Now, what needs to be understood is whether this reflection damage effect is 10 times the damage taken or 10 times the maximum health. If it's the former, then the effect of this Thorn Armor would truly be against the heavens. But even if it's the latter, those ordinary little skeletons would still gain an additional function. To be honest, no matter which one it is, it can play a significant role for Yi Chen right now. Finally, the extraordinary trait that surprised Yi Chen the most is the Mental Burn. All summoning-related skills consume mental power reduced by 10 times. Don't be fooled by this effect. It may seem like it has no impact on the surface. You must know, Based on Yi Chen's understanding of his profession over this period, the summoning speed of undead creatures is closely related to the mental power consumption of skills. A skill that consumes 1 point of mental power summons 1 undead creature per second. If it requires a full 100 points of mental power to activate this skill, then it would take a full 100 seconds to summon one. And now, as long as he equips this heaven-slaying fallen sun staff, the mental power consumption of skills will be directly reduced by 10 times. In other words, his speed of summoning skeletons will be directly increased by 10 times. 10 ordinary little skeletons per second. 1 invisible skeleton archmage per second. In just 10 seconds, he can summon 1 skeleton tyrant. In 20 seconds, he can summon 1 death knight. Even the summoning time for the skeletal wyvern has been directly reduced to less than 1 minute, allowing him to summon one directly. By the end of the day, he can summon over 1,700. It's simply exhilarating. However, now the problem arises. It seems I haven't cleared the level 3 dungeon at the Azura difficulty yet, so even if I have obtained the extraordinary specialized weapon, I can't equip it? Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. There was no other way. He had risen to level 30 from the magical Tide Riot in Silver Mirror City and, after receiving the Tier 3 advancement quest, had rushed directly to Qingmiao City with President Lin to participate in the special training camp selection assessment. Just a few hours ago, after he had completely shattered the secret realm, the selection assessment had just ended. After being introduced to the special training camp facilities by instructor Tian Yuan, he hadn't even had a few minutes to rest when Zhang Chang brought him to meet Wu Haitian. It had been like this until now. Where was there any time to grind the Tier 3 dungeon? The only time that seemed to be squeezed out was those few hours when Tian Yuan introduced him to the special training camp. However, Tian Yuan was also acting according to President Zhang Chen's orders. That said, if it weren't for Tian Yuan's introduction, he wouldn't even have found the location of the dungeon hall, let alone grind the dungeon. What he didn't expect was that this introduction took a full several hours. Not wanting to think more, Yi Chen first stored the extraordinary weapon in his backpack and deeply thanked Wu Haitian. Then, after a few pleasantries, just as he was saying goodbye to Wu Haitian, Yi Chen turned to Zhang Cheng on the road and said, "Instructor Zhang, can I go directly into the dungeon hall now to grind the dungeon? Are you in a hurry?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but frown. But the camp ceremony is at noon tomorrow. After the ceremony ends, it will be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Then, the trial score exchange process will begin. By the time the exchange is over, it will be around 6 or 7 in the evening. Yi Chen was not in the mood to listen to these introductions and directly said, "I have too much temporary experience right now. And there's this thing." While speaking, Yi Chen took out the 2 energy crystals from his backpack. "So, if I really delay until the trial score exchange ends, I might not finish grinding the dungeon in time. My temporary experience and these 2 energy crystals might expire. So, I must start now." "I see." After seeing the 2 energy crystals, Zhang Chang, although shocked, quickly calmed down. This was the product obtained from defeating the final boss of the secret realm. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard of such things. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Cheng directly said, "In that case, let's go back to the special training camp first. You wait in your room, and I'll go report this special situation to President Zhang Chen to see if we can give you the green light now." "All right," Yi Chen nodded. "Then I'll trouble Instructor Zhang. It's a small matter." Zhang Cheng's expression was serious. Clearly, he was taking this matter to heart. After all, Yi Chen was now a student under his name. If anything obstructed his path to development, not to mention Yi Chen being unhappy, Zhang Cheng would be the first to stand up and oppose it. In the office of the head of the special training camp in Dongshan province, upon hearing Zhang Cheng's explanation, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. "So, you mean Yi Chen wants to open the dungeon hall right now?" "That's right, President Zhang." Zhang Cheng nodded. "Yi Chen directly killed the final boss in the secret realm. You should be very clear about that, right?" "Of course," Zhang Chen replied directly. Then, Zhang Cheng continued to explain, "So, not to mention the temporary experience on him, if he follows the procedure. Waiting for all the ceremonies to end, the energy crystals on him will directly expire. That would be a direct loss of 2 levels. An ordinary person wouldn't know how long it would take to cultivate. So, in order to secure Yi Chen's future, I request that he directly exchange points now and open the dungeon hall." "All right," without a moment's hesitation. After hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Originally, Jiang Chen was concerned that everyone in the special training camp had been working nonstop for nearly a week for this secret realm assessment. In these past few days, almost everyone had been in a state of preparation without eating or drinking. So, he had been thinking, as a matter of routine, that after the assessment ended, everyone should take a break. However, now that such a situation had arisen, he naturally could not hesitate any longer. A genius. Special matters require special handling. Back in the day, after Su Chen finished the secret realm assessment, he also went straight to grind dungeons. It's just that, when Su Chen entered the special training camp, he was not the one in charge here. At that time, he was merely a fledgling soldier on the Abyss battlefield. You go tell Yi Chen to wait at the No. 3 Affairs Hall, I'll be there shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chang left the office without a moment's hesitation and headed straight for Yi Chen's villa No. 935. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen also directly dialed the phone of the president of Dongshan Province, Wang Chong. Hello? Jiang Chen, what the hell do you want in the middle of the night? Wasn't today the day your special training camp assessment just ended? Instead of busying yourself, you come here to disturb my peaceful dreams. As soon as the call connected, a middle-aged man's gruff complaint came through. This middle-aged man was the strongest in Dongshan Province, also known as the local emperor, Wang Chong. However, upon hearing Wang Chang's voice, Jiang Chen was not angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Old Wang, stop messing around with women. I have something to tell you, and you better not jump up directly." What is it? At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Chang's previously relaxed tone suddenly turned serious. It's simple. I've discovered a super genius. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said directly, "Genius? What kind of genius?" Wang Chong on the other end of the line sneered coldly, "I've seen plenty of geniuses, but they all call me a genius." You idiot. You old man just labeled yourself a genius again. Jiang Chen chuckled, "The genius I've discovered directly slaughtered over 1,000 candidates in yesterday's special training camp assessment, including more than a dozen potential geniuses." In an instant, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the other end of the line fell silent, losing the previous arrogant tone. However, Jiang Chen couldn't care less. He continued, "Moreover, this kid not only broke the special training camp assessment record set by Su Chen 50 years ago, but he also single-handedly broke through the second-tier assessment secret realm. He killed the final boss of the secret realm. What do you think? Is this genius interesting to you?" After a long while, there was still no sound from the other end of the line. It took a minute or two before a doubtful voice finally came through. "Jiang Chen, are you serious?" Wang Chong swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous, not to mention anything else. How could anyone break Su Chen's record? You can believe it or not. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. "Anyway, I'm telling you now, that kid is just about to grind dungeons, and if you don't believe it, then come over and see for yourself. Wait for me." While speaking, Jiang Chen could hear the sound of hurried dressing and organizing from the other end of the line. Soon after, Wang Chong continued, "If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease, "Old Wang, I just advise you that when you see Yi Chen's results later, don't get so excited that you call me dad. Go to hell." Wang Chong cursed without hesitation, "Am I going to call you dad? You might as well call me grandpa." "Alas, good grandson, since you're willing to call me grandpa, then I'll just accept it in advance. Ha ha ha, get lost, get lost." Hearing this, Wang Chong was infuriated. Back on the battlefield, "It wasn't you begging me. I wouldn't have bothered to save you. All right, no more nonsense. Come if you want. Do you think I'm welcoming you?" With that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. However, he knew, having heard this information, with Wang Chang's personality, he would definitely come. After all, on the other side, Wang Chong was racing towards the training camp, fully aware. The two of them, if there weren't any major events, they rarely kept in touch. The last time they had a meal together seemed to be 5 or 6 years ago. But their relationship wouldn't change just because they hadn't contacted each other for a few years. Meanwhile, in the No. 3 Affairs Hall, after completing a series of point exchange processes for Yi Chen, Jiang Chen, holding Yi Chen's information, fell into silence. He hadn't attended the secret realm assessment, but all of Yi Chen's information had long been reported to him by several other instructors. At first, when he heard about Yi Chen's achievements, Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. But after seeing Yi Chen's actual results, Jiang Chen was completely astonished. Putting aside the terrifying achievements, just the fact that this kid came from an orphan family background in Tianshui City and still has his current strength was enough to leave one dumbfounded. One must know, for a genius to grow, while it is closely related to their talent, the cultivation and resource supply afterward are equally crucial. An orphan, with no support, no background, and no special resources. Even more outrageous was, this Yi-Chen was a hidden profession that wasn't even considered a potential user. It's hard to imagine how he could grow to the level of crushing the talents of potential users in Qingniao City in just a few days. This was simply shocking. Looking in the direction Yi-Chen had just left, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He wondered, when Wang Chong, that old guy, came and learned about these things, what kind of expression would he have? On the other side, after Yi-Chen received his points, he directly went to the dungeon hall with Zhang Chang. Go in, choose a third-tier dungeon that seems suitable to you, and after consuming the survival points from the training camp, you can directly enter the dungeon entrance. After listening to Zhang Cheng's explanation, Yi-Chen thanked him and stepped into the dungeon hall alone. Passing through a magnificent hall, Yi-Chen saw several grand room entrances. First tier series dungeon hall entrance, second tier series dungeon hall entrance, third tier series. Yes, each of these room entrances distinguished the series of dungeon tiers. Without thinking much, Yi-Chen directly entered the third tier series dungeon hall entrance. Immediately, he saw countless dungeon entrance markers appearing before his eyes. Third tier series dungeon entrance information. Glorious Temple, 28 days in July. Demon Light Ruins, 15 days in November. Death Underground Palace, 18 days in March. At a glance, not only were there various dungeon entrances above, after selecting these dungeon entrances, there was also information about their remaining time. Third tier dungeon. If I remember correctly, it should last up to a year at most. In that case, let's choose the one with the least remaining time. Yi-Chen glanced at these dungeons and found the third tier dungeon, the Underground Demon Palace, which had only 1 month and 25 days left. The next second, a familiar system prompt appeared right in front of Yi-Chen. Ding, you have opened the third tier dungeon entrance, Underground Demon Palace. Please choose the difficulty level you want to start, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or Shura. Underground Demon Palace Space Dungeon Countdown, 1 month and 25 days. Underground Demon Palace Dungeon Strategy Record. Normal, 8 hours 16 minutes 22 seconds. Hard, 19 hours 27 minutes 38 seconds. Nightmare, first stage 55%. Hell, none yet. Shura, none yet. Not bad. It looks like this dungeon can be cleared pretty quickly. After seeing the strategy record for the Underground Demon Palace, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. It should be noted, previously, when Yi-Chen encountered the second-tier dungeon, the Desert Ruins, the simplest normal difficulty took about 13 to 14 hours to clear. And now, the strategy time for the normal difficulty of this Underground Demon Palace is only about half of that. This indicates that this time, his luck is quite good. At least the dungeon difficulty isn't high. Immediately, without a second thought, Yi-Chen directly chose to enter at the Shura difficulty. Then, another system prompt appeared right in front of Yi-Chen. Note, the Nightmare difficulty and above for third-tier dungeons will have special mechanisms, including but not limited to, global dungeon status, monster special buffs, attack formations, buffs, debuffs, etc. As expected, the special mechanisms for third-tier dungeons are even higher than those for second-tier dungeons. The second-tier dungeons only have global dungeon status and monster buff effects, but the third-tier dungeons even have a bunch of chaotic formations. Seeing the prompt, Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown. He had heard about the effects of formations, and while they might be manageable for other professions, for a source summoner like him, those attack formations were practically a disaster. Not to mention, he was choosing the Shura difficulty for a third-tier dungeon. The strength of those attack formations would only be greater. However, even so, in order to challenge the third tier, Yi-Chen still chose to enter without hesitation. Soon, as a familiar feeling of dizziness faded away, Yi-Chen's figure disappeared directly from the dungeon hall. Then, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the outskirts of a dim, oppressive, and eerie palace. At a glance, countless castle buildings emitting a dark glow stood before him, as if they were about to swallow Yi-Chen whole in the next second. The aura of death? It might be a bit uncomfortable for others, but for me, a necromancer, isn't this the best hot spring? With a slight smile, Yi-Chen didn't take the environment to heart. Meanwhile, as soon as Yi-Chen entered the dungeon, a series of prompts appeared. Ding! You have entered the third-tier dungeon, Underground Demon Palace. Ding! You are affected by the Shura-level Demon Palace miasma, defense reduced by 50%, attack reduced by 30%. Ding! You are affected by the Demon Palace miasma, and your health has decreased by 100 points. Ding! Your third talent, Soul of Faith, is activated. Your summon creatures bear the damage for you. Ding! Ding! it looks like the global debuff status of this Tier 3 dungeon is quite strong. Ordinary Tier 3 professionals probably can't hold out against this Magic Palace's miasma for long, right? What a pity. It doesn't do anything for me. With a calm smile, Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much and directly summoned all the skeleton army from his summoning space. Let's end this quickly. Let me see what this Tier 3 dungeon is really like. With a command given, a total of 130,000 ordinary skeletons, over 50,000 invisible skeleton mage legion, and nearly 1,400 skeleton tyrants surged out all at once. Not only that, there were also over 230 Death Knight legions and more than 70 skeletal wyverns. The moment they left the summoning space, they all charged out. Then, after Yi-Chen mounted a skeletal wyvern, he simply lay down on it. All troops, move out, kill. With a command, the undead army instantly spread to every corner of this underground magic palace. Not long after, the first batch of oblivious monsters directly collided with the Death Knight Legion, which was grouped in hundreds. Azura level Dark Assassin, X38, level, 31 strength, 2550 spirit, 1800 constitution, 2100 agility, 2800 skill. Dark Assassination. After an attack hits, deal 500% dark elemental damage to the enemy. At a glance, the attributes of the small monsters in this Tier 3 Azura level dungeon were even comparable to the strength of boss level monsters in the Secret Realm. Moreover, just this one wave had over 30 of them. Even the top tier Tier 3 professional teams had to take it seriously. However, Group Will X100, all attributes plus 1000%. No restrictions. Death charge, death charge, death charge. Boom. At this moment, as the hundreds of Death Knights, wielding long swords glowing with a dark gray light, charged towards those Dark Assassins, the Dark Assassin small monsters didn't even have time to react before they were all wiped out in one wave. Ding, you killed LV31 Dark Assassin, you gain 310 points, plus 200% experience. Current dungeon progress, 0, 1%. Ding, ding, in just a few seconds, with a series of kill notifications appearing, the first phase progress of this dungeon skyrocketed by 3, 1%. The progress is increasing so fast. No wonder that ordinary difficulty could be cleared in just over 8 hours. At this moment, seeing the dungeon's progress, Yi-Chen was overjoyed. Kill, kill, everyone go find monsters. Let's end this quickly. With a slight thought, hundreds of thousands of skeleton troops instantly seemed to enter a berserk state, beginning to search every corner of this underground magic palace. Once they discovered the whereabouts of those Dark Assassins, what awaited them was either a terrifying squad composed of dozens of skeleton tyrants or a collective assassination group made up of thousands of invisible skeleton mages. Or, it would be the hundreds of Death Knights, charging fearlessly. Not only that, in the air, nearly 100 skeletal wyverns circled above the magic palace. Once they spotted the Dark Assassin small monsters, it would be a wave of skeleton hell, turning these monsters into sieves. In just over half an hour, Yi-Chen's first phase dungeon progress shot up to 23%. Meanwhile, the rushing Wang Chong had just arrived at the special training camp. Jiang Chen, where's the genius you told me about? Before even entering Jiang Chen's office, Wang Chong began shouting, Stop calling, damn, my ears are going to be shattered by your shouting. Hearing Wang Chang's call, Jiang Chen rubbed his ears and strolled out of the office. Let's go. That kid is currently grinding in the dungeon. But why did you take so long? If you come any later, the dungeon might be cleared already. What dungeon is he grinding? Can it really be that fast? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was instantly stunned. It seemed he had taken less than an hour to get from home to the training camp. How could that kid finish a dungeon? Just kidding. Seeing Wang Chang's straightforward expression, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. With the dungeon rules in place, even if he was grinding a first-tier dungeon, it wouldn't be possible to be that fast, right? However, I heard from my subordinate's instructor that this kid chose a dungeon with the fastest strategy, solely to break through his third-tier advancement task. Third tier? Wang Chang's eyes widened instantly. That kid has already leveled up to 30 with 100% experience? To be honest, according to the information I have, he is now at level 30 with 30,000% experience progress. And he also has 2 energy crystals and a large amount of temporary stored experience. So, if he doesn't quickly clear the third-tier dungeon and complete the third-tier advancement task, those things might just go to waste. Hurry, take me to see. Upon hearing this information, Wang Chong was immediately shocked. As far as he knew, the strongest genius in Dongshan province this year was just those dozen or so potential users from Qingyao City. But even they, up until 3 days ago, had just barely reached level 30. They didn't even have 100% experience progress. That kid actually managed to push his experience directly to 30,000% full progress? My god, if he really breaks through, with that experience plus those 2 energy crystals, it might be enough to directly level up to 40. Just completing the 3rd tier advancement, and about to start the 4th tier breakthrough. My heavens, I've never heard of such a bizarre existence in my life. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly took him to the dungeon hall. Just then, as the two arrived, they saw Zhang Chang waiting at the entrance. What's the situation? How long has that kid been in there? Seeing Zhang Chang, Jiang Chen asked without a second thought. It's been almost an hour. Seeing Jiang Chen and the president of Dongshan province, Wang Chong, Zhang Cheng didn't dare hesitate and replied directly, as for the specific dungeon progress, you two can see for yourselves. Okay. Responding, Wang Chong eagerly urged Zhang Chen to open the monitoring information of the dungeon hall, and then looked directly. 3rd tier Azura level difficulty underground demon palace, real-time monitoring information. Current Yi Chen's team progress, first stage 32%. Seeing this scene, Wang Chong was instantly dumbfounded. He instinctively turned his head and couldn't help but ask Zhang Cheng beside him, what did you just say? How long has that kid been in the dungeon? Less than an hour, President Wang. Hearing Wang Cheng's words, Zhang Cheng was so scared that he glanced at the time. Yi Chen entered at 4:16, and it's just now 5:07. Do you have any questions? An hour. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was completely shocked. Are you saying that this kid, in just 1 hour, in this 3rd tier Azura level dungeon, he directly achieved over 30% progress? He soloed it at that moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but add, peak 2nd tier strength. Soloing the tier 3 Shura dungeon. 1 hour. 32% progress. Hearing this series of information, Wang Chong felt his head buzzing. Since taking over as the president of Dongshan province more than 30 years ago, Wang Chong had seen quite a few geniuses capable of clearing Shura-level dungeons in recent years. Even if they weren't from his province, he had encountered countless powerful and talented professionals during the national exams. However, someone like Yi Chen, who fought beyond his level, and was directly soloing a Shura-level difficulty dungeon, was something Wang Chong had never seen before. What was even more outrageous was that this guy had cut through 32% of the progress in just 1 hour in the Tier 3 Shura dungeon. This meant that in this most complex and lengthy first phase, this kid could almost break through in just over 3 hours? This was no longer genius, this was madness, a monster, a prodigy-level existence. Wait, where's the strategy record for this dungeon? Let me see. Suddenly thinking of something, Wang Chong directly ordered Jiang Chen beside him. Jiang Chen, too lazy to argue, directly pulled up the strategy record for the underground demon palace dungeon, and handed it to him. At that moment, when Wang Chong saw the strategy record for this dungeon, he was completely shocked. Even the normal level takes 8 hours. The hard level is almost 20 hours. This kid can clear this Tier 3 Shura level dungeon in 5 or 6 hours? Just then, Jiang Chen smirked, tilting his mouth, and smiled at Wang Chong. So, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Old Wang. No. Wang Chong swallowed hard, instinctively asking, Jiang Chen, where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him? Qingniao City? Nanjishi? Or Linyan City? No, that's not right. I've seen geniuses from these 3 major cities, but there's no information about him at all. Moreover, not to mention someone like Yi Chen, I've never even heard anything about the Yi family. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, patted Wang Chang's shoulder, and said directly, it's normal not to have heard of him, because this kid, Yi Chen, doesn't come from any family background. Not from a family background? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was stunned. Could it be this kid was personally trained by some city-level president? No. Jiang Chen shook his head and said directly, this guy actually comes from an orphan background. All his current achievements are self-made. Orphan background? At that moment, Wang Chong was dumbfounded. An orphan background can cultivate to this level? That's right. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Moreover, according to the information I have, before joining the special training camp, even his local president didn't really train him. He only informed him of the reference channels for the special training camp, and everything else was all achieved by this kid on his own. It is said that a few days ago, he helped Yinzhou City fend off a Tier 2 demon tide crisis. And it was also he who single-handedly suppressed the demon tide. One person suppressed a demon tide? Wang Chong found it hard to believe. How did he single-handedly suppress the demon tide? It should be known that once a demon tide is triggered, it could affect the entire monster area at that moment, even several surrounding monster areas. Moreover, if the situation couldn't be contained, it could easily spill over to nearby cities. Despite the second-tier magical tide riot, it was as easy as sprinkling water for Wang Chong. But, this time, the one suppressing the second-tier magical tide riot was a practitioner who, until now, had only reached the peak of the second tier. Jiang Chen. This kid is a potentialist. No, he is a heavenly professional? Although somewhat incredulous, Wang Chong still asked tentatively. After all, while examples of heavenly professionals emerging in ordinary cities are rare, they do exist. 50 years ago in Jianyun City, wasn't Su Chen born here? At that time, for several decades before and after Su Chen's birth, the entire Jianyun City could even be considered the most mediocre city in Dongshan Province. However, upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. No, he is just a unique first-level hidden profession, a necromancer. Unique. At that moment, Wang Chong was stunned in place. For a long time, he finally calmed down. Unique first-level hidden professional? Jiang Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Not a potentialist, fine. Not even a heavenly professional? The most outrageous thing is, this kid even has the simplest background of an orphan family. Even more astonishing is, Jiang Chen had previously mentioned that he had broken the record of the secret realm assessment that surpassed Su Chen's year and accomplished the feat of destroying the assessment's secret realm. A genius, a prodigy, a freak. Is this kind of person even human? Jiang Chen, stop messing with me. You quickly tell me, he. Which city is he from? Our Dongshan province can actually give birth to such a genius. This is simply a blessing for Dongshan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled meaningfully and said playfully, if you want me to tell you, it's simple. Just call me Dad and I'll tell you. Hearing this, Wang Chang's face immediately darkened. Alright, stop messing with me. Quickly say, I need to reward this city-level president properly. To discover such a monstrous genius, our Dongshan province has hope for revival. Back in the day, because of Su Chen's influence, Dongshan province leaped to become a first-class provincial region in the Dragon Kingdom, aside from the 3 supreme cities. However, time has passed, and after more than 50 years, it seems like a single Su Chen has exhausted the entire fortune of Dongshan province. In these 50 years, let alone heavenly professionals, even the number of potentialists born has been minuscule. Looking south to the East Sea and Suzhou, the 2 current first-class provincial regions. In the past decade, which year hasn't seen 3 to 5 heavenly professionals emerge? The number of potentialist geniuses is counted in the hundreds. Just last year, the number of potentialist-level geniuses directly exploded to over 260. SSS-level professionals are simply countless. The Shushan provincial region, which was once on par with him, although not comparable to the East Sea or Suzhou, now at least has 1 or 2 heavenly professionals each year. The number of potentialists is much greater than that of Dongshan province, at least around 100. And now, ever since President Li Chengfeng took office as the vice president of the Supreme Academy in the capital and entered the Central Guild of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing himself to take over as the president of Dongshan province, in these 30 years, the number of heavenly professionals has only been 10, and they are all professionals with relatively weak talents. Looking back over the past decade, there hasn't even been one. Thinking about all this, it truly makes one heartbroken. And now, finally, a world-class genius has appeared who can rival Su Chen from back then. Oh no, it should be said that this genius is even more talented than Su Chen back then. How could Wang Cheng not be excited? But, after hearing Wang Chang's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle wickedly. If you don't call me Dad, how am I supposed to say Yi Chen's information? Have you ever seen someone with no money still able to eat at a restaurant? At that moment, Wang Chong was almost driven to death by Jiang Chen's words. Goodness, this time, you've really got me in a tight spot. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Chong, after countless internal struggles, finally gritted his teeth and spoke up. Father, you better say it quickly. However, what? Little brother, I didn't hear clearly just now. Was there a fly buzzing around? You bastard. In an instant, Wang Chong was on the verge of breaking down. After holding it in for a long time, he finally continued, Dad, Grandpa, is that enough? You better hurry up and say it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Alright, good righteous son, good righteous grandson. Then I'll reluctantly tell you. This kid is trained by Lin Chongfeng, the president of Tianshui City. But, hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Chong was instantly dumbfounded. Tianshui City? Lin Chongfeng? How is that possible? Don't you dare lie to me. As the president of Dongshan province, he knew all too well what Tianshui City had been like in recent years. Wasn't that the area known as one of the three biggest fools of Dongshan province, with the worst economy, strength, and talent output? How could such a place produce a genius that surpasses Su Chen? However, Jiang Qin wasn't going to let him off easy, directly retorting, "Old Wang, it's still the same saying, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, go ask Yi Chen when he comes out of the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was completely defeated. He knew Jiang Chen had no reason to lie to him. Tianshui City, orphan background, hidden profession. These three pieces of information sounded like a real person. However, suppressing all the geniuses in Dongshan province, breaking the highest record for supernovas, even single-handedly annihilating the final boss of a second-tier secret realm, connecting these three pieces of information with the previous three. Each one was so unbelievable, yet it had become a reality just like that? This kind of thing. Not to mention Wang Chong couldn't believe it. Who would dare to believe such a thing? To be honest, this kind of event couldn't even be considered a miracle. It was simply a divine miracle. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, soon after the entire underground magic palace had been cleared of over 200,000 skeleton legions in less than 3 hours, all the dark assassins of the first stage were wiped out. However, what surprised Yi Chen was that the elite-level monsters of the second stage hadn't even fully revealed themselves before being taken away in a single wave of bone hell from the hundreds of skeletal wyverns circling in the air. Is this the difficulty of a third-tier Azura-level dungeon? This is too weak. Glancing at the series of kill notifications for the elite-level monsters, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought that the second stage would at least take some time to fight. Unexpectedly, they were instantly wiped out by the skeletal wyverns. But then again, the attack power of the skeletal wyverns, compared to the skeleton tyrant and death knight, though not much, couldn't be helped since they had a wide area group attack skill. A wave of bone hell from hundreds of skeletal wyverns would probably injure even the boss of the second-tier secret realm. Not to mention, in this mere third-tier Azura-level dungeon, there were only elite-level monsters with an average of 3,000 to 5,000 attributes. Not worth mentioning at all. However, just after those elite-level monsters were taken away, a sudden, piercing shriek filled Yi Chen's ears. Immediately after, a massive ghostly figure slowly emerged from the air. Azura level, which Spirit Mage Devil Gresslade, LV40, category, boss level monster. Strength, 12,000 Spirit, 25,000 Constitution, 21,000 Agility, 18,000 Azura level aura. All attributes plus 100% skills, which Spirit Impact, Life Devour, which Spirit Summon, Death Canopy. At a glance, the attributes of this third-tier Azura-level dungeon's final boss appeared right before Yi Chen. To be honest, these outrageous attributes, even compared to that second-tier Secret Realm's final boss, the Voodoo Mage, were hardly inferior. However, the final boss of the Secret Realm could also attract other ordinary boss-level monsters from the Secret Realm. This third-tier dungeon's final boss could only be used for his own advancement. Without a second thought, Yi Chen directly issued the battle command. Let's finish this quickly. Everyone, attack! Hovering in mid-air on the back of the skeletal wyvern, Yi Chen only focused his thoughts and then no longer intervened. However, although the floating witch spirit mage hundreds of meters above made it impossible for ordinary skeletons, skeletal tyrants, and the Death Knight Legion to act, at that moment, the over 60,000 invisible skeletal mages and hundreds of skeletal wyverns instantly launched their attack. Bone Hell! Bone Hell! Necromancer's Magic Bullet! Necromancer's Magic Bullet! Necromancer's Magic Bullet! In an instant, tens of thousands of pitch-black, shadowy Necromancer's magic bullets, along with bone spikes like a torrential downpour, surged towards this third-tier dungeon's final boss named Devil Gresslade. The next second, before this final boss could even launch an attack on Yi Chen, it was instantly killed. The ghostly body, towering at 2 to 3 meters high, directly dissipated into the air, followed by a series of system prompts flooding before Yi Chen. Ding, you have killed the final boss, which Spirit Mage Devil Gresslade, you gained 58 million experience points. Ding, you have successfully cleared the dungeon, Azura level underground demon palace, rewards, 200 million experience points, third tier exclusive class equipment chest X1, third tier exclusive class skill chest X1. After seeing these two system prompts, Yi Chen did not hesitate, and directly collected all the rewards that the final boss had just dropped onto the ground into his backpack. Ding, you have obtained third tier priest class universal equipment, Robe of Mercy. Ding, ding, not a small amount of junk, looks like it can sell for 200 or 300 million. However, these things don't mean much to me right now. Ignoring these rewards, after Yi Chen completely cleared this third tier Azura level difficulty, the massive system prompts for completing the advancement task appeared directly before him. Ding! You have successfully solo cleared the Azura level 3rd tier dungeon, and successfully fused with the 3rd tier, Ghost God level extraordinary exclusive weapon. You have completed the 3rd tier advancement task. Ding! You have obtained a 5-star attribute growth template. Your level cap has been raised to level 40. Ding! You have obtained 3rd tier talent skill, Soul Resurrection. Ding! Your level has increased, current, LV 31. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 500 points to all attributes, 5,000 points to mental attributes, 3,000 points to free attributes. Ding! Your level has increased, current, LV 32. Ding! 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 Your level has increased, current, LV 37. Ding! You have received an upgrade reward, 500 points to all attributes, 5,000 points to mental attributes, 3,000 points to free attributes. With all this combined, I only managed to reach level 37 with over 35,000% progress on the experience bar. At this moment, after reading this series of upgrade notifications, Yi-Chen couldn't help but frown. Originally, he thought that with over 350 times the experience bar, he would at least be able to jump straight to level 40. However, when he seriously looked at his experience bar, he realized that his current experience was actually over 80 times what it was before. If that's the case, reaching level 37 with over 350 times the experience bar was already quite good. Without thinking too much, Yi-Chen took out the 2 energy crystals and used them directly, immediately. Ding! You used energy crystals X2, current 3786% level, successfully upgraded to 3986% level. Nice! It didn't even replace the experience. The experience bar for level 39 is still at 86%. At first, when he used the energy crystals, Yi-Chen suddenly felt a bit regretful. He was already at 86% progress. If he leveled up to 38, wouldn't his experience bar be completely reset? Fortunately, the situation was much better than he had imagined. Not thinking too much, the moment he finished using the energy crystals, Yi-Chen took out the demon god level weapon, the heaven-slaying falling sun staff, from his backpack and equipped it. At that moment, the attribute increase from the extraordinary weapon, combined with the effect of the Tier 3, 5-star attribute growth template, which provided a total of 9 levels of enhancement, caused Yi-Chen's attribute panel to undergo a dramatic transformation. Name, Yi-Chen, LV 39, Class, Tier 3 Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 8074 Mental, 278269 Constitution, 167274 Agility, 111,274. At a glance, Yi-Chen's mental attributes skyrocketed from just over 20,000 to over 270,000 now. His Constitution attribute also rose from just breaking 10,000 to now 160,000. The most outrageous was the Agility attribute. It directly increased to 110,000. It is no exaggeration to say that Yi-Chen's current Agility attribute is even comparable to the strongest Source Ranger class of the same tier. Not only that, it should be noted that this time, the final boss of the Tier 3 dungeon dropped a piece of exclusive class equipment for Yi-Chen. Without a second thought, Yi-Chen opened it directly. Ding! You successfully used the Tier 3 exclusive class equipment chest. You obtained Tier 3 exclusive class equipment, Necromancer Hell Gauntlets. Tier 3 Hell Gauntlets, LV 37, Attributes, Mental plus 26,500, Constitution plus 18,200, Agility plus 12,700 Special. All summon creatures under your command ignore 50% of enemy targets' defense. Glancing at it, just this Tier 3 gauntlet could boost Yi-Chen's attributes by several thousand points. It was simply exhilarating. Without thinking too much, he directly equipped it. This time, Yi-Chen's attributes surged once again. Not bad, not bad. This mental attribute has finally broken 300,000 points. Seeing his current attributes, Yi-Chen was extremely satisfied. With a spiritual attribute of 300,000 points, it means that all the skeleton army under my command has received a full attribute increase of over 3,000%. Instinctively, Yi-Chen casually opened the attributes of the skeletal pterosaur beneath him. Information: skeletal pterosaur level, 39 strength, 585. Plus 3,019, 69%, Spirit, 117, plus 3,019, 69%, Constitution, 195, plus 3,019, 69%, Agility, 780, plus 3,019, 69%. At a glance, just that basic agility attribute of only 780 points after Yi Chen's spiritual power enhancement, could directly soar to over 24,000 points. If you add the 10 times agility increase in Mount State, that would be a staggering 240,000 points of ultimate agility attribute. It's not an exaggeration to say, with this attribute, let alone 3rd or 4th tier professionals, even 5th tier, or even 6th tier professionals specializing in agility, like Source Rangers or Assassins, would struggle to match the ultimate agility attribute of the skeletal pterosaur. Not just the skeletal pterosaur, even the most useless ordinary skeleton under Yi Chen, currently with only 39 points of total attribute strength, after Yi Chen's spiritual power enhancement, directly surged to over 1,200 points of total attribute. Adding in the extraordinary specialized weapons and all the equipment on Yi Chen, the attack power, defense power, and movement speed of the summoned creatures would see various enhancements. Their true strength. Even the final boss of the 2nd tier Azura difficulty Desert Ruins dungeon, the Hydra Woman, might not be able to withstand it. Indeed, in Yi Chen's eyes, the strength of this ordinary little skeleton could only be used as cannon fodder. But for those ordinary 3rd tier professionals, or even those SSS level professionals, under Yi Chen's command, even without 10 little skeletons, they could easily defeat an SSS level professional of the same rank. Even for genius potentialists, throwing a few hundred ordinary little skeletons at them would be enough to give them a hard time. As for genius level professionals, to be honest, Yi Chen has not yet experienced their strength, so he didn't dare to make rash conclusions. However, if this army of hundreds of thousands of ordinary skeletons charged at them, Yi Chen truly did not believe that any professional of the same rank could withstand it. Then, Yi Chen stopped thinking so much. After closing the skeletal pterosaur's panel, he directly looked at his own attribute panel. This newly appeared talent after completing the 3rd tier advancement, Soul Resurrection. 3rd tier talent Soul Resurrection. When any summoned creature under your command kills an enemy target, that enemy target will have a high probability of being resurrected in full state, and the summoned creature that killed the enemy target will immediately devour all its life force, restoring itself to peak condition. It worked! It's taking shape. At this moment, when he saw the effect of this 3rd tier talent, Soul Resurrection, Yi Chen was instantly astonished. He had been looking forward to this effect for an unknown amount of time. You must know why the undead army is called one of the 4 great disasters of the undying and unextinguishable. The real reason, besides the terrifying characteristic of the undead army being undying and unextinguishable, there is an even more terrifying characteristic. That is, while other geniuses decrease in number as they fight, the undead disaster only increases. The more complex the large battlefield is in terms of numbers, the more the undead army can unleash its most core characteristic. And this 3rd tier talent, Soul Resurrection, perfectly showcases this characteristic. It's just that, this larger probability, what exactly is it? It's still not very clear. 1%? 5%? If there is a 10% chance of resurrection, then for the Undead Legion, that would be quite a terrifying figure. Although this 10% resurrection chance seems low, in terms of the war characteristics of the Undead Legion, it is already quite frightening. Moreover, this is just Yi Chen's preliminary calculation. Its true effect is yet to be developed. And the most terrifying effect of Soul Revival is not just this, it lies in its latter effect. As long as monsters are killed, the summoned beings can directly devour their life essence, allowing themselves to recover to peak condition. In other words, the fiercer the battle, the more terrifying the Undead Legion under one's command becomes. The Undead Calamity is not frightening. What is frightening is the Undead Legion that can maintain peak condition continuously. That is the most despairing thing. Feels good. The preliminary state of the Undead Calamity has already been completed. Next is its undying and indestructible characteristic. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen closed the effect panel of this 3rd tier talent. And in this dungeon, Yi Chen had one last reward left, a 3rd tier exclusive profession skill chest. Without much thought, Yi Chen directly opened it. Ding! You have successfully used the 3rd tier exclusive profession skill chest. You have obtained the 3rd tier exclusive profession skill, Necromancer Undead Commander. Skill Summon Undead Commander. Consumes 1000 mental power to summon one Undead Commander to fight for you. Ding! Skill Summon Undead Commander is affected by extraordinary trait Mental Burn. Skill consumption changes to consumes 100 mental power. Undead Commander? Does it mean commanding my Undead Legion? No, I can command them myself. What do I need this Undead Commander for? Upon seeing this 3rd tier exclusive skill for the first time, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. Moreover, this guy requires 1000 mental power to summon one. Even after the enhancement from the extraordinary trait Mental Burn of the Staff of Slaying Heaven and Falling Sun, it still requires 100 mental power to summon one. Calculating it, that means one can only summon 36 in an hour. What use is there for an undead creature that consumes so much mental power to summon? Although he had doubts, it was still his first third-tier exclusive skill. No matter what, he had to at least see what level this third-tier undead summon was. Without further thought, Yi-Chin directly integrated this skill into his attribute panel. Immediately after, ding, skill Summon Undead Commander has successfully transformed into Divine Level Summon Undead Commander. Divine Level Summon Undead Commander consumes 100 mental power to activate this skill, automatically summons one undead commander to fight for you every 100 seconds. After silently waiting for more than a minute, the first undead commander also appeared in Yi-Chen's summoning space. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen directly teleported it in front of him. Information: Undead Commander level, 39 strength, 108, plus 3019, 69%, Spirit, 1950, plus 3019, 69%, Constitution, 1170, plus 3019, 69%, Agility, 585, plus 3019, 69%, Skill 1, Death Barrier. After activating this skill, all enemy targets entering the range of the Necromancer, Mental Power X 50%, will receive continuous damage of Mental Power X 1% per second. Additionally, enemies entering the Death Barrier will experience a severe 99% slow effect for 10 seconds. Skill 2, Hell Spring. After activating this skill, all summoned creatures within Mental Power X 10 meters of the Necromancer will recover Mental Power X 1 health points per second. Skill 3, Necromancer Guardian. After activating this skill, all summoned creatures within Mental Power X 10 meters of the Necromancer will gain a shield of Mental Power X 10 points. This shield refreshes every 100 seconds and provides a damage block effect of Mental Power X 10%. This Necromancer is actually this strong? If this guy really has intelligence, I might as well let these guys command my undead army. At this moment, after reading through the attributes and skill effects of the Necromancer, Yi-Chen was completely shocked. He originally thought he could command the undead army himself, so why bother with this so-called Necromancer? But now it seems it's just that this guy lacks intelligence. Otherwise, if he handed over his entire undead army to these guys, not only would he have less to worry about, but he could also significantly enhance the strength of his undead army. Not to mention the first skill with offensive characteristics, Necromancer Guardian. Just the second skill, Hellspring, is already outrageous, with a range of Mental Power X 10 meters. According to this guy's current attributes, that means a full 600 kilometers, where all summoned undead within that range can enjoy an increase of over 60,000 health points per second. It's worth noting, at this stage, even the peak state of the Skeleton Tyrant has a health pool not much more than 60,000. And let's not even talk about ordinary skeletons, stealth skeletons, death knights, or even skeletal dragons. The health of these undead units is even less than that of the Skeleton Tyrant. This means, once the Hellspring is activated, as long as the summoned creatures within 600 kilometers of the Necromancer are not instantly killed, they can instantly recover to full health? Incredible! Thinking of this, Yi-Chen was utterly astonished. This is basically a massive healer. The most outrageous part is that Necromancer Guardian, with the same range of Mental Power X 10 meters. Once activated, all undead summoned within that range will receive a shield that refreshes every 100 seconds, with a staggering shield value of over 600,000 points. With this shield, the undead army under his command would find it hard to die. Even more incredible is, this Necromancer Guardian not only provides a shield effect but also has a damage block effect of over 6,000 points. It's important to note, this damage block is not just defense. This attribute can directly immunize elemental damage and even true damage. It's worth mentioning, if the damage dealt does not exceed the base defense attribute, there will still be a mechanism for 1-point force damage. So, as long as the damage frequency is high enough, it can still kill enemies. However, if the damage cannot exceed the block attribute, then there won't even be 1 point of force damage. It's worth noting, even those SSS level 3rd tier professionals, if they don't have universal 3rd tier equipment, can't even deal 6,000 points of damage. This means, once the Necromancer Commander is deployed, any undead summoned within the Undead Guardian range, even the weakest ordinary skeletons, cannot be shaken even a bit by those SSS level 3rd tier professionals. To be honest, just this one skill can elevate the strength of the undead army by several magnitudes. Of course, this Necromancer Commander is not purely a support type summon. On the other hand, its attack skill Death Barrier, once activated, all enemies within a 30,000 meter radius will take up to 600 points of damage per second. Don't be fooled by the seemingly low damage. The most outrageous part of this skill is its latter half. Once inside the barrier, enemies will experience a severe slowdown. Not only does the slowdown effect reach 99%, but it also lasts an astonishing 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, it's likely enough time for the skeleton army within the barrier to beat them down hundreds of times. So powerful. This third-tier skill is indeed outrageous. If we deploy thousands or even tens of thousands of Necromancer commanders in the future, wouldn't that be a sweeping victory? Just thinking about it, Yi Chen couldn't help but get excited. It took a full 2 to 3 minutes for Yi Chen's excitement to finally calm down a bit. Thus, all the gains from this third-tier dungeon had been completely processed. Alright, now, it's time to leave the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Wang Chong and Jiang Chen were still silently waiting at the entrance of the dungeon hall. Just then, Zhang Cheng, standing in front of the two, suddenly exclaimed, "Presidents, look, Yi Chen has finished clearing it." Finished clearing? It's barely dawn, and that kid Yi Chen has already cleared this third-tier Azura level dungeon? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong was instantly stunned. Since Yi Chen entered the dungeon, it seemed like it hadn't even been 4 hours, right? And he had completely cleared this third-tier Azura level dungeon? Is he even human? Not to mention Wang Chong, even Jiang Chen found it a bit unbelievable. However, when the two actually saw Yi Chen's dungeon completion record, they were completely dumbfounded. Third-tier Azura level difficulty Underground Demon Palace, real-time monitoring information. Current Yi Chen's team progress, cleared, 4 hours 26 minutes. At a glance, that eye-catching 4 hours 26 minutes dungeon completion time was glaringly displayed right in front of them. This is too shocking to know. A few hours ago, Wang Chong had seen the full difficulty completion record for the Underground Demon Palace, and if he remembered correctly, even the simplest ordinary level difficulty took over 8 hours to clear. So, he solo cleared the Azura level difficulty faster than a team clearing the ordinary difficulty by a whole lot? This is a bit too outrageous. Just then, while Wang Chong was still in shock over Yi Chen's terrifying efficiency in clearing the dungeon, at the entrance of the dungeon hall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chang knew it must be Yi Chen coming out. However, just as Zhang Chang was about to step forward, Wang Chong took 3 steps in 2, directly coming up behind him and pushing Zhang aside. The next second, he was right in front of Yi Chen. "You are Yi Chen, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instinctively glanced at Wang Chong. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen stepped forward. "Yi Chen, this is our East Mountain Province President, Wang Chong." "So it's President Wang." Yi Chen greeted directly. "Hello, President Wang, may I ask, is there something you need?" "I do have something to discuss with you." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Chong directly asked, "I want to know, are you really from Tianshui City?" To be honest, Wang Chong wanted to ask if Yi Chen truly had an orphan background. However, asking such a question in front of him would seem a bit rude. Yet, when Jiang Chen heard this, his expression darkened. To ask this in front of him clearly showed that this old fellow still didn't believe him. At that moment, after hearing Wang Chang's question, Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen in confusion, then directly replied, "Yes, didn't Chairman Jiang tell you?" "He did mention it." Wang Chong smiled faintly and said, "But what that old fellow said made me a bit skeptical." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was so angry that he almost wanted to punch him. However, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After all, his information wasn't confidential. If Wang Chong, as the chairman of Dongshan Province, wanted to know such simple information, he should be able to find out with just a casual check, right? But Wang Chong didn't care about that and continued, "Actually, I've already looked over your information. I just wanted to confirm it with you in person. And now, since it's confirmed, that's great. From now on, before the national examination begins, I will do my best to provide you with all the materials and resources you need for your development." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown. "So, what does Chairman Wang want me to do?" To be honest, although Yi Chen was only 18 in this life, he was over 30 in his previous life, a seasoned veteran in the workplace. So, Yi Chen firmly believed in one thing, that is, there are no free lunches. At this moment, the chairman of Dongshan Province suddenly wanting to go all out to satisfy him must mean he had demands of his own. There's no way someone would be motivated to do something without profit. Not to mention, the person in front of him was at least 100 years old and a seasoned player. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Chong smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, talking to smart people is efficient. Actually, it's very simple. my purpose in helping you cultivate is to let you compete for a top 3 position for our Dongshan province in the national examination. Just like that? Hearing Wang Chang's words, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew, even without Wang Chang's current request, he would still strive for a top 3 position in the national examination, or even the title of National Dragon Martial Champion. Having a provincial chairman suddenly helping him cultivate was simply amazing. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Chong couldn't help but frown. Kid, what do you mean just like that? You probably still don't know what kind of value the top 3 in the national examination holds, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shrugged and instinctively said, well, I really don't know, please enlighten me, Chairman Wang. Wang Chong nodded, somewhat satisfied with Yi Chen's calm demeanor. It's actually very simple. According to the information I have, you are currently just a hidden profession, not even a potential user, let alone a heavenly professional. Potential user? Heavenly professional? What are those? Hearing this information, Yi Chen was immediately puzzled. Since awakening as a professional a few days ago, he had never heard of these terms. Could it be? This is what I wanted to know before. What about the professionals above the SSS level? Just then, Wang Chong, without any hesitation, directly explained to Yi Chen, it's simple. Potentialists are actually geniuses who automatically awaken as professionals before the age of 18. And the destiny professionals are super geniuses who become professionals the moment they are born. Following that, Wang Chong elaborated to Yi Chen about the almost insurmountable gap between SSS-level professionals, potentialists, and destiny professionals. A few minutes later, after hearing the information Wang Chong shared, Yi Chen was astonished. Instinctively, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask Wang Chong directly, so, President Wang, how many potentialists, or even destiny professionals, are there in this special training camp selection assessment? After thinking for a moment, Wang Chong replied, as far as I know, there are a total of 12 potentialists just in Qingmiao City, and if you add up other first-tier cities like Nanjishi and Linyan City, the entire Dongshan province has almost 20 potentialists participating in this special training camp selection assessment. However, there are none when it comes to destiny professionals. There's nothing we can do. You should know. Although our Dongshan province is not considered a bottom-tier province in Longwa, it is merely a province with average strength. To have such a group of potentialists born is already a blessing from heaven. 20 potentialists. After hearing Wang Chang's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. No wonder. The Qingmiao geniuses he encountered during the Secret Realm assessment could level up to above level 25, even directly reaching level 30. Most of the other geniuses he met from different cities were around level 25. He had been a bit puzzled before. The awakening ceremony had only been completed a few days ago. With their strength, even if they had been consuming second and third tier beast blood potions and grinding monsters in the secret realm for these few days, theoretically, it wouldn't be enough to push them to level 30. Now, Yi Chen finally understood. It turned out that these so-called geniuses not only had perverse resource support but also ample development time. Early awakening. Such a thing. For ordinary people, even for those self-proclaimed geniuses in Tianshui City, it was something they wouldn't even dare to think about, let alone being born as a professional. They probably had never even heard of such a thing. Just then, Wang Chong continued to add, and what I want to tell you is that up until 50 years ago, at least the top 10 in the national examination were all destiny professionals. Up until 30 years ago, at least within the top 30 were all destiny professionals. About 10 years ago, in the national examination, at least within the top 50. Even 70 or 80 were positions held by destiny professional geniuses. The most outrageous thing is that starting from 5 years ago, at least the top 100 in the national examination have all been occupied by destiny professionals. At least within the top 1,000 in the country, they are all the potentialists you are encountering now. And the sources of these destiny professionals are almost all from the 3 supreme cities of Longwei, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan. In other words, almost all of the current core power in Longwei is dominated by these 3 supreme cities. What I want you to do is to break into the top 3 positions from among these dragons. Now, you should understand how great the pressure of this national examination is, right? Of course, I won't force you. If you get scared after hearing this information and hesitate to agree, I won't push you. But similarly, my promise to help you train and provide you with resources and materials will also be within reason. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but shrug. President Wang, to be honest, I haven't seen these professionals yet. How do I know how great the pressure really is? But, let's skip the top 3 in the country. If I can't secure the title of National Dragon Martial Champion, wouldn't that be a disgrace to your cultivation of me? Wang Chong, Jiang Chen? Upon hearing this, both Wang Chong and Jiang Chen were instantly taken aback by Yi Chen. Goodness! He opened with the throne of the National Dragon Martial Champion. This ambition, this courage, perhaps even those true geniuses capable of claiming the title wouldn't dare to say such things? You must know, to rise to the pinnacle of the national examination, it's not enough to just have strength. Luck, connections, are equally indispensable. Just like Su Chen back in the day, everyone thought that year's National Dragon Martial Champion title was his for the taking. However, due to the combined assault of the professionals from the three supreme cities, even with all his resistance, Su Chen could only manage 7th place nationally, just barely breaking into the top 10. But, at that time, everyone knew that Su Chen could reach 7th place because the top professionals from those three supreme cities had shown him mercy. Because, first, they didn't dare to be too ruthless. Second, those people's goal at the time was only the top 3 in the country. Su Chen was already unable to contend for the top 5. Naturally, they let him off. And at this moment, hearing Yi Chen's bold words again, Wang Chong felt a surge of ambition rise within him. Good. This is what a genius should be. This is the rebellious spirit a genius should have. To be honest, among all the geniuses Wang Chong had seen so far, those who had merely heard of the reputation of these potential professionals were already scared to the point of trembling. Yet Yi Chen, upon hearing this information, not only showed no signs of fear, but was even eager to challenge them. Excellent, very good. This is the extraordinary genius I've been dreaming of. So, what are you going to do next, Yi Chen? Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong calmed his emotions, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, and said directly, "Don't worry, whatever you want to do, from now on, I will do my utmost to help you. Don't say you want to fight for the top 3 in the country. Just for your character, even if you end up outside the top 10, I, Wang Chong, will be satisfied." Hearing Wang Chang's words, Yi Chen instinctively glanced at his experience bar. To be honest, President Wang, I'm currently 114% short of experience progress to start the 4th tier advancement task. So for now, let's just find a dungeon to grind a bit. After saying that, Yi Chen looked at the time. It was already 6:30 in the morning, approaching 7. If he was lucky enough to find a relatively easy dungeon to conquer, and if he could grind quickly, he could directly encounter the 4th tier advancement task before the special training camp's opening ceremony began. Very good. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Chong nodded with satisfaction, meticulously, striving to become stronger. Now it seems, this kid not only has a genius personality but also possesses the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. After saying this, Wang Chong waved his arm and directly took out a full 100 bottles of 4th tier beast blood potions and 10 5th tier beast blood potions from his backpack. Not only that, there was also a 3rd tier monster crystal essence that could directly amplify monster experience by 5,000%. Upon seeing these items, Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. If he wasn't mistaken, Wang Chong had taken out all the resources from his salary benefits last month that could enhance development, right? However, when he looked at Wang Chang's expression, the guy showed no signs of reluctance at all. Incredible! It seems that this time, Wang Chong was determined to invest heavily in the Dongshan province revitalization plan to cultivate. One must know, if it weren't for the benefits given to provincial guild leaders by the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild, these 4th tier beast potions, even in all of Dongshan province, one might not see a few bottles in a month. And these 100 bottles of 4th tier beast blood potions were at least a month's worth of development benefits for this old guy Wang Chong. Moreover, this was at least, because, as one of the 3 vice presidents of Dongshan province and the total person in charge of the Dongshan province training camp, Jiang Chen had only received 50 bottles last month. Theoretically speaking, Wang Chong could have at most around 80 bottles. Not to mention, there were also a full 10 bottles of 5th tier beast blood potions. If he wasn't mistaken, these items could only be exchanged for after achieving at least 5th tier merits on the Abyss battlefield. The most outrageous was the 3rd tier monster crystal essence. This item could only be obtained after completely clearing the 3rd tier secret realm and defeating the final boss within the secret realm. With good luck, a final boss of a secret realm could drop 1 or 2. With bad luck, even 10 or 8 final bosses might not drop a single one. And, don't think that just because this was dropped from the final boss of a mere 3rd tier secret realm, it lacked value. One must know, secret realms, like dungeons, only allow practitioners of 3rd tier and below to enter. It is no exaggeration to say, even for top tier 3rd tier practitioners, the difficulty of tackling the secret realm boss is almost like climbing to the sky. Because of this, even a 1st tier monster crystal essence is an extremely precious existence. And now, this old guy Wang Chong showed no hesitation at all, giving all of it to Yi Chen. This shows just how strong his determination is this time. However, after placing these resources in front of Yi Chen, Wang Chong showed no signs of regret. He simply patted Yi Chen's shoulder lightly and said, "Go ahead, these resources aren't too many, enough for you for a few days. I'll continue to find ways to provide you with more resources. You don't need to worry about that. For the next month, all you need to focus on is to do your best to improve your strength." Wang Chang's willingness to empty himself and generously give so many resources was not without reason. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. After hearing Jiang Chen's information, no matter how much he trusted Jiang Chen, Wang Chang's trust in that information was at most only half. But now, after witnessing Yi Chen's performance in this third-tier dungeon, Wang Chong completely believed in Yi Chen's strength, suppressing all the geniuses in the province, crushing the same-tier secret realm, breaking Su Chen's record. Moreover, he had also pierced through the same-tier Azura-level difficulty dungeon at an extremely bizarre speed. All these achievements combined, the current Yi Chen, completely capable of matching, or even completely surpassing Su Chen from back then. Looking back 50 years, Su Chen's failure was not without reason. Due to the scarcity of resources in Dongshan province, coupled with the control of resources by other provinces, it greatly limited Su Chen's maximum development speed. Therefore, no matter how hard Su Chen wanted to develop, under the condition of insufficient resources, his growth ceiling was objectively constrained. It was for this reason that Li Changfeng, who served as the president of Dongshan province back then, saw that Su Chen was unable to secure enough resources due to his connections, which led to his regretful loss of the chance to compete for a top 3 national position, or even the title of National Dragon Martial Champion, causing him to fall into despair. Fortunately, Li Changfeng had a more powerful relative, his brother Li Yingtian, who has been serving as the president of the Supreme Academy in the capital from 50 years ago until today. With Li Yingtian's help, Li Changfeng began to focus on cultivation from that time, and relying on his own abilities, he entered the Supreme Academy in the capital to become the vice president and also made his way into the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild. Back then, if resources had been sufficient, even if Su Chen couldn't secure the position of National Dragon Martial Champion, being in the top 3 nationally would have been more than enough. 50 years later, he absolutely could not let Yi Chen fall into the same predicament as Su Chen back then. Just then, when he saw the extremely precious resources in his hands, which ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a deep breath. For others, the rarest beast crystal essence didn't evoke much feeling in Yi Chen, because during the Secret Realm assessment, after defeating the final boss of the Secret Realm, Yi Chen had directly obtained 7 or 8 second-tier beast crystal essences. In contrast, the resources for 4th-tier and even 5th-tier beast blood potions made Yi Chen feel a bit short of breath. Although he had never used such high-level beast blood potions, he knew these things were hard to come by, because, during several casual chats with Lin Changfeng, the president of Tianshui City, Yi Chen learned that even a bottle of 1st-tier beast blood potion required at least a peak 3rd tier, or even a 4th-tier alchemist, to have absolute confidence in its successful creation. Following this logic, to successfully create a 4th-tier beast blood potion, at least a peak 6th tier, or even a 7th-tier alchemist would be needed. As for 5th-tier beast blood potions, they would require an 8th-tier alchemist. It should be noted that 8th-tier life profession practitioners are all nurtured by the Central Guild of the Dragon Kingdom. 9th-tier life practitioners are even referred to as national treasures throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Just this piece of information makes it clear how precious the 4th-tier and 5th-tier beast blood potions in his hands truly are. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen earnestly said to Lin Chong, "Thank you, President Wang. I will do my utmost to improve my strength." "Good." Wang Chong nodded with satisfaction. "Then go ahead." At this point, Yi Chen suddenly found himself in a dilemma. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Jiang Chen instinctively asked. Shrugging, Yi Chen awkwardly said, "It's nothing. It's just that I've already completed a dungeon today, and if I want to continue, I need to borrow someone else's dungeon attempts to enter again. So that's how it is. I almost forgot about that." Wang Chong suddenly laughed. "But this little matter shouldn't be difficult for our Jiang Chen, right?" Wang Chong, as the president of Dongshan province, could easily dispatch practitioners of 4th tier, 5th tier, or even 6th tier strength. However, if you want to contact some professionals of the 3rd tier or below, you can only look to Jiang Chen. After all, this guy is the head of the genius training camp. Hearing these jabs, Jiang Chen could only smile wryly and shake his head. "So in the end, you old man still have to rely on me." "All right, stop the nonsense." Wang Chong glared at him. "Hurry up and find some 3rd tier or below professionals for our genius. Okay. Zhang Chen sighed and glanced at Zhang Cheng in front of him. The latter immediately understood what he meant and quickly returned to the student dormitory of the training camp. Because, after the secret realm assessment was completely over, those geniuses who successfully qualified would have to move into the training camp within a month. Soon, in just a few minutes, Zhang Cheng called all the nearly 100 secret realm survivors who had just been selected for the training camp to stand before Wang Chong and Zhang Chen. They were called secret realm survivors because these selected geniuses from various cities were the fish that slipped through the net when Yi Chen swept through the entire secret realm during the assessment. At that time, after Yi Chen lured out the final boss of the secret realm and discovered its mechanism that could attract boss-level monsters, he couldn't be bothered to dig out and eliminate each of these city geniuses one by one. Because of this, these SSS-level geniuses, whose strength was even less than that of Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai, successfully obtained formal admission to the training camp under the selection mechanism for training camp admission. However, when these geniuses arrived here, they couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Isn't the training camp admission ceremony supposed to start at noon? Why are we called here now? Oh no, it can't be that because we found a loophole, we have to run a dungeon to test our strength, right? Oh my god. I said this training camp isn't that easy to get into. I was about to quit, but my dad insisted I stay here. President Jiang, we were wrong. Can't we exit the dungeon now? Hearing the timid words of these city geniuses, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit angry. However, it was normal for them to be scared. You have to know, geniuses like Ouyang Tian and Wan Kai, as long as they formed a full team of 10 and achieved good coordination, they would have the ability to tackle dungeons of the same tier at the Shura difficulty. And these SSS-level geniuses, let alone tackling dungeons of the same tier at Shura difficulty, even Hell-level difficulty, for them, it would be like climbing to the sky. It is not an exaggeration to say, letting them enter a Shura-level dungeon would almost be equivalent to taking their lives. Fear was inevitable. Sighing, Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with these useless people anymore. Turning around, he directly approached Yi Chen. Yi Chen, just pick a few at random. Alright. Yi Chen nodded, then pointed to a few students who were closer to him and said directly, just them. Good. After responding, Zhang Chen went straight to those few people and said in a deep voice, you few, step forward. The few selected geniuses from various cities, although confused, still slowly walked out under Zhang Chen's pressure. Then, Zhang Chen directly said, the reason I brought you here this time is not to test your strength, but to have you follow Yi Chen to run a dungeon. Follow Yi Chen? Let us help him run a dungeon? Hearing this, the few selected geniuses were completely dumbfounded. One of the geniuses from Qingmiao City named Li Chenghui was so startled by this statement that he shivered all over. Seeing Yi Chen standing behind Zhang Chen, his mind immediately flashed back to the terrifying scene from yesterday during the secret realm assessment, where Yi Chen's horrifying skeleton army annihilated Wang Ji, Ouyang Tian, Wan Kai, Qin Huitian, and others without leaving a trace. Now, they were actually being asked to help Yi Chen clear dungeons? Was this a joke? President Jiang, you can't be serious, right? Does Yi Chen really need us to help him clear dungeons? Isn't it a simple matter for him to clear a Shura-level dungeon of the same tier by himself? After holding back for a long time, Li Chenghui finally couldn't help but ask. It wasn't just him. The other selected genius students looked equally bewildered. Could it be that President Jiang wanted Yi Chen to teach them a small lesson in the dungeon? Oh my god, that skeleton army could even take down Ouyang Tian and the others. How could they, mere SSS-level geniuses, possibly be a match for him? However, after seeing the expressions of these people, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Chen has no more attempts left to clear dungeons, would I still need you? Letting you in isn't to have you help him clear dungeons but to provide an entry attempt. Do you think Yi Chen's strength needs your help? Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Chenghui suddenly realized, President Jiang, you mean, let us go in to gain experience? What do you think? Ah, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Li Chenghui immediately cheered up. Then we certainly have to do it. President Jiang, I've already formed a team. Shall we go in now? Not just him. After hearing Zhang Chen's explanation, those genius students who had not been selected earlier also began to stir with excitement. President Jiang, I'm an SSS-level priest. I can provide a significant boost to Yi Chen's skeleton army. Yeah, Li Chenghui is just a lousy assassin class. He doesn't provide any benefit to Yi Chen's skeleton army at all. Let me do it. I'm an SSS-level warrior. I can help his skeletons tank damage. Who says our assassins are useless? President Jiang, I'm an SSS-level assassin. I can help Yi Chen's skeleton army go into stealth. Let me do it. At that moment, those originally unsuccessful genius students began to compete fiercely. Each one showcased their strongest advantages, trying to squeeze into Yi Chen's team. You have to understand, in the eyes of these people, Yi Chen was a powerhouse who could directly obliterate the final boss of the secret realm. A mere third-tier Shura-level dungeon was nothing to him. This time, it was completely a chance to gain experience from a third-tier dungeon for free, and it was even at Shura-level difficulty. It's no exaggeration to say, after this round of clearing, as long as they had high-tier beast blood potions to assist, the terrifying experience rewards would be enough for these newly promoted second-tier, level 20 professionals to directly reach around level 30. How much effort would that save them? And seeing this intense competition, Zhang Chen was also taken aback. Yi Chen, why don't you choose again? No need. Yi Chen shook his head. It doesn't matter whether there are support classes or not, just let those few people from before come. Upon hearing this, the previously unsuccessful geniuses finally relaxed their anxious hearts. No wonder Yi Chen could obliterate the second-tier secret realm. What he said was simply too arrogant. However, there was nothing to be done. He was indeed arrogant. That was the capital of madness. To be honest, if one had the strength to crush the same-tier secret realm, there would be no need for all those messy assists. Isn't it more appealing to solo it? Oh, Yi Chen has already soloed it before, and now calling them over is just because he has no attempts left? Well, that's fine then. Soon, after the genius from Qingniao City, Li Chenghui, formed his team and brought in the selected geniuses, he also invited Yi Chen to join. Once we enter the instance, what you need to do is very simple. Just find a place to rest. The instance will be cleared quickly. Leading these people into the instance hall, Yi Chen directly instructed. Okay. Li Chenghui nodded, but then asked, Brother Yi Chen, we don't have any points right now, so we can't enter the instance. What should we do? Isn't that simple? Hearing this, a genius named Zhou Yuan immediately said, since Brother Yi Chen has already entered the instance once, he must have exchanged all his training camp survival points. You can just ask him to transfer you some. Right. How did I forget about this? Saying this, Li Chenghui looked at Yi Chen with a flattering expression. Brother, what do you think? No problem. Yi Chen shrugged and directly transferred a sum of training camp survival points to Li Chenghui through his training camp identity card. After all, just to enter a first-tier ordinary difficulty instance, one needs to consume 10,000 survival points. For a difficult instance, it's 20,000. For a nightmare level 30,000, and for a hell level, it's 50,000 points. If it's a Shura level difficulty, it requires a full 100,000 points. And this is just for a first-tier instance. If it's a second-tier Shura level instance, it requires 1 million points. A third-tier Shura level instance, that would need a whopping 10 million points to enter. Although, if they can successfully clear the instance later, these points will be returned to the team according to the scoring mechanism, up to 10 times for the conquering team. But right now, even if they pooled all the points from those dozens of people outside, they still wouldn't be able to gather enough for this 10 million points. And Yi Chen had a staggering 145 million training camp survival points. Plus, after clearing the third-tier Shura level instance just now, he received an additional 100 million points. That totals a whopping 245 million. To quickly let himself clear the instance, Yi Chen didn't need to care about this mere tens of millions of points. Then, when Li Chenghui saw the full 10 million points transferred to his identity card, his excited body couldn't stop trembling. 10 million points. He couldn't possibly earn that much in a year of secret realm assessments. Without daring to hesitate, Li Chenghui followed Yi Chen's instructions, found the fastest cleared record for a third-tier instance, and directly chose to enter. Ding! You have opened the third-tier instance entrance. Glorious Temple, please select the difficulty level you want to start. Ordinary, Difficult, Nightmare, Hell, Shura. Glorious Temple Space Instance, Collapse Countdown, 28 days. Glorious Temple Instance Strategy Record. Ordinary, 11 hours 55 minutes 38 seconds. Difficult, 1 day 7 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. Nightmare, second stage 18%. Hell, none. Shura, none. Not bad. If the fastest is 11 hours, then it's not too difficult. I hope I can clear it efficiently. Nodding, Yi Chen looked at Li Chenghui. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Li Chenghui didn't dare to think too much. Taking a deep breath, he directly confirmed to enter the instance. The next second, a series of panic-inducing system prompts appeared directly in front of everyone. Ding! You have entered the Tier 3 dungeon, Glorious Temple. Ding! You are affected by the effect of Azura-level Glorious Light, attack power reduced by 30%, movement speed reduced by 20%, defense reduced by 100%. Ding! You are affected by Glorious Light, your health has decreased by 500 points. Ding! Your third talent Soul of Faith is activated. Your summoned creatures bear the damage for you. Ding! Ding! At this moment, when they saw their health plummeting, the talented students who entered the dungeon with Yi-Chen were instantly panicked. Damn! Why is the global debuff in this dungeon so outrageous? Quick! Who's the priest? Heal me! What the hell? This tier 3 dungeon is too bizarre. Forget about farming monsters. Just this glorious light. How long can we withstand it? There was no way. Although Yi-Chen could endure the damage from the faint golden glorious light, Li Chenghui and the others, who were only at the initial stage of tier 2 as SSS level professionals, simply didn't have that kind of strength. 500 points of damage per second. This could directly take their lives. However, the moment they entered the dungeon, Yi-Chen didn't want to waste any more time and directly released all the skeletons in his summoning space at once. The next second, hundreds of thousands of undead legions surged out in an instant. At a glance, the number of ordinary skeletons alone reached a staggering 270,000. The number of invisible skeleton mage legions skyrocketed to over 76,000. Even the number of skeleton tyrants had now directly surged to over 3,000, doubling in number. Not only that, the Death Knight Legion had also increased from just over 180 when they first entered the previous Tier 3 dungeon, the Underground Demon Palace, to nearly 1,000 now. Even the Skeletal Wyverns had risen from just over 80 to nearly 400 now. Moreover, even the Necromancer commanders, since coming out of the Hell Demon Palace dungeon, had accumulated about 12 or 13. Yi-Chen glanced around. All these undead units combined had increased from the previous 180,000 to a staggering 350,000, almost doubling in number. And this was just the result of Yi-Chen's mere 3 to 4 hours of effort. To be fair, the extraordinary characteristic of the Skyslaying Fallen Sun Staff was simply too outrageous. With a tenfold increase in summoning speed, it had caused Yi-Chen's undead legion to explode in growth. It must be said, even if Yi-Chen started to play it safe from now on, not wanting to farm dungeons or secret realms to level up his strength, just relying on his current power, he would still have enough terrifying deterrence in the national exam a month later. Yi-Chen calculated slightly. Based on his current summoning speed, a month later, just the ordinary skeletons would number over 20 million. The invisible skeleton mages would also reach nearly 2.6 million, not to mention others. A month later, even if he purely summoned Necromancer commanders, he could directly summon over 26,000. It is no exaggeration to say, just these tens of thousands of Necromancer commanders would allow Yi-Chen to sweep through at least 99% of the geniuses in the national exam. As for those professionals, Yi-Chen had not yet encountered them, so he had not been able to gauge their strength. But based on the information Wang Chong and Jiang Chen had shared with him, aside from that 1 or 200 professionals, with Yi-Chen's current strength, no one would be his opponent. The most outrageous thing is, this is just my initial undead army. You have to know, I have just awakened the 3rd tier talent, Soul Resurrection. Every time I kill an enemy, I can resurrect them to become my strength. This means that in a month, my undead army will reach 1 million strong. And when they storm the college entrance examination hall, this is just the initial scale. Once the battle heats up, those heavenly professionals will only get more exhausted, while my undead army will only grow larger and stronger. Just then, when Yi-Chen summoned hundreds of thousands of various undead troops, the few SSS-level geniuses who had entered the dungeon with him were instantly dumbfounded. Damn, is this Yi-Chen's skeleton army? This is too overbearing. My god, I thought Yi-Chen's skeleton army would only have a few thousand at most. Looking at it now, there must be at least tens of thousands, right? Tens of thousands? You underestimate my brother Yi-Chen. This has to be at least 3 to 500,000. Yeah, just that shortest little skeleton looks to be at least 2 to 300,000, and you're still talking about a few thousand. I'm dying of laughter. You really leveled up to 2nd tier for nothing. Go back and redo it. Exactly. Brother Yi-Chen even opened the skeleton vision permissions for you, with a few hundred points of mental power. And you can't even count these hundreds of thousands in a few seconds? To be honest, this skeleton army is just too oppressive, especially those dozen or so undead soldiers floating in midair, holding gray-white magic orbs. It's simply stunning. No way. I think that 5 or 6 meter tall skeleton giant is even more oppressive. Those floating in the air are clearly squishy mages. Tisk tsk tsk. Isn't there anyone like me who likes that group of undead knights riding skeleton warhorses? That's just too cool. Woo woo, so handsome. Are these hundreds of thousands of undead troops all only listening to Brother Yi Chen? That's obvious. These are all summoned by Yi Chen. If they don't listen to him, who will they listen to? Exactly. You idiot. No wonder Brother Yi Chen is so strong. Just having hundreds of thousands of undead troops in front of me is already making my legs a bit weak. Yeah, it looks too fierce. At this moment, when these SSS-level genius teammates received the vision permissions of Yi Chen's undead army, they went crazy. Hundreds of thousands of immortal undead troops, only obeying one person. Just thinking about it is enough to make one's blood boil. Hearing their discussions, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. However, this has nothing to do with me anymore. Alright, now, let me see just how strong the power of soul resurrection really is. With a thought, Yi Chen directly issued a combat order to the entire skeleton army. Quickly resolve, eliminate all enemies in this space at the fastest speed. Boom! With a single command, the army of over 300,000 undead troops immediately swept towards every corner of the dungeon. It wasn't long before the first batch of monsters appeared in front of Yi Chen. Azura level Glorious Believer, X113, level 31 Strength, 1200 Spirit, 4500 Constitution, 2300 Agility, 1500 Skill. Glorious Impact condenses the power of Glorious Divine Light to launch a glorious impact on enemies ahead, dealing Spirit X3 points of damage and causing a 5-second blindness effect. Blindness suppresses the target's vision and reduces the enemy's hit rate. At a glance, hundreds of humanoid spirit monsters, emitting a faint golden glow and only having upper bodies, appeared before Yi Chen. However, as soon as these monsters emerged, they were sensed by a nearby Necromancer commander. The next second, Necromancer barrier. Whoosh! In an instant, a layer of gray-white barrier light, seemingly as thin as a cicada's wing, erupted from all directions centered around the Necromancer commander's body. Immediately after, the moment this gray-white barrier enveloped the hundreds of newly appeared glorious believers, these little glorious monsters didn't even have time to attack the nearby ordinary skeletons, before they were instantly vaporized as if scorched by fierce flames. Ding! You have killed LV-31 Glorious Believer, you gain 310 points, plus 25,000% experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.05%. Ding! Ding! Just a few seconds later, with a series of kill notifications appearing, the first thing Yi Chen saw was the terrifying experience rewards brought by each little monster. The 500% boost from the 5th tier Beast Blood Potion, combined with the horrifying 5,000% experience boost from the 3rd tier Monster Crystal, added up to a terrifying total of 25,000% experience boost. PS, 500% asterisk 5,000% equals 5x50 equals 25,000%. Ha! In other words, just that little glorious believer monster could provide Yi Chen with a whopping 77,000 experience points. It was simply exhilarating. No wonder I've always heard that the Monster Crystal is regarded as a precious item by all professionals. So, this is the fundamental reason, I thought. The 3rd tier Monster Crystal, combined with the 5th tier Beast Blood Potion, would only provide a 5,500% experience boost. I never expected that these two would actually stack multiplicatively. This is a bit outrageous. To be honest, this result was truly beyond Yi Chen's expectations. This Monster Crystal not only had a more perverse monster experience boost effect, but it could even stack multiplicatively with the Beast Blood Potion's effect. This way, the efficiency of leveling up was simply unimaginable. The reason why those geniuses from the 3 supreme cities have such powerful strength, aside from their innate status as professionals, having more ample training time than ordinary people, perhaps these perverse resources are what make it difficult for commoners to reach their level. Although Yi Chen had been in this world for 18 years and had never been to the 3 supreme cities, he had heard about them from his parents when he was young, and with the explanations from high-ranking individuals like Lin Changfeng, Zheng Chang, Tian Yuan, Zhang Chen, and Wang Cheng during this time, he could somewhat grasp what a terrifying place it was. Under the endless supply of resources, countless super geniuses were born. In this virtuous cycle, ordinary cities, even ordinary provincial regions, would find it nearly impossible to break the dominance brought by the 3 supreme cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Even during the peak period of Dongshan Province 50 years ago, it couldn't even compare to 1/10 of the 3 supreme cities. This is why all professionals in the Dragon Kingdom yearn for these 3 supreme cities. Not wanting to think too much, Yi Chen randomly glanced at his current dungeon progress. At a glance, although each little monster could only provide 0.5% progress, these hundreds of glorious believers had directly increased Yi Chen's progress by 5 65%. Goodness. A wave of small monsters gives about 5% progress, right? It depends. This glorious temple dungeon seems to be faster than that previous underground demon palace. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately felt relieved. In the previous underground demon palace dungeon, a wave of small monsters only contributed about 3% progress. And now, it's nearly doubled. However, Yi Chen clearly remembered that before he entered this dungeon, the speed for the glorious temple at normal difficulty took over 10 hours. Perhaps, the reason why other ordinary adventurer teams were slow in clearing this dungeon was because these glorious followers were difficult to deal with. After all, once hit by these small monsters' glorious impact, regardless of their damage, just the blindness effect was quite troublesome to handle. Soon, even before the Undead Legion could spread out in the dungeon, wave after wave of glorious follower small monsters appeared directly in every corner of the dungeon. To be fair, the reason why the first phase of every dungeon is so tedious is because of this inhumane small monster respawn mechanism. Because these small monsters respawn randomly wherever the adventurers go. So even though it seems simple for the adventurer teams to kill the small monsters, just finding these monsters wastes a lot of time. But fortunately, once those small monsters respawn, they seem to have a keen sense of smell, heading straight for the current adventurer's position. This is quite comfortable. Of course, this situation is only comfortable for Yi Chen. If it were an ordinary adventurer team, if they couldn't quickly kill the wave of small monsters in front of them, they would soon be overwhelmed by wave after wave of incoming small monsters. So those ordinary adventurer teams weren't unable to defeat these mere 100 or 200 small monsters. But every time the battle dragged on, they would be wiped out by thousands of small monsters attacking them. This was the most frustrating part. After all, the small monsters in this Tier 3 Azura difficulty dungeon, in terms of pure attributes, were already equivalent to the final boss level monsters of a Tier 2 Azura difficulty dungeon. It's not an exaggeration to say, even compared to the previously claimed strongest Tier 2 dungeon final boss, the Hydra Queen, Aishilia, they were not much different. Because of this, it was impossible for those ordinary adventurer teams to cope with thousands of monsters equivalent to the final boss of a Tier 2 dungeon. No one could withstand it. However, in front of Yi Chen's Skeleton Legion, ding, you have killed LV31 glorious follower, you gain 310 points, plus 250 times, experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.05%, ding, ding. At a glance, as the kills refreshed faster and faster, Yi Chen's dungeon progress skyrocketed. In less than 5 minutes, a golden light directly shone upon Yi Chen. Ding, your level has increased, current, LV40. Ding, you have received upgrade rewards, 500 points to all attributes, 5,000 points to spirit attributes, 3,000 points to free attributes. This feels good. Finally reached level 40. Seeing these two upgrade notifications, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly allocated all 3,000 points of free attributes to his spirit attributes. In the next second, Yi Chen's spirit attributes surged dramatically. Name, Yi Chen, LV40, Profession, Tier 3 Necromancer, only Level 1, Strength, 8570 Spirit, 310469 Constitution, 184674 Agility, 124474. Glancing at his current attributes, just a single level up, and his spirit attribute had directly increased by nearly 10,000 points. Along with that, the countless undead summons under his command had their overall attribute boost rise to 3104, 69%. This felt great. Next step is to push for 100% experience progress at level 40. Let me see. What exactly is the advancement task for Tier 4? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed his slightly excited emotions. However, just a short 10 minutes later, Yi Chen's experience progress directly broke through the 100% barrier. Immediately after, a series of system prompts appeared before him. Ding, your current level has increased to level 40 100% experience, successfully triggering the Tier 4 advancement task. Ha! Finally triggered this Tier 4 advancement task. After seeing the system prompt for the advancement task appear, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, without hesitation, Yi Chen looked directly at the enhancement effects of the Tier 4 attribute template. Ding, your current level has increased to level 40. Please choose the difficulty of the advancement task you want to complete. 1-star difficulty reward, gain 800 points in all attributes, 8,000 points in spirit attributes, and 5,000 points in free attributes after each level up. 2-star difficulty reward, gain 1,000 points in all attributes, 15,000 points in spirit attributes, and 10,000 points in free attributes after each level up. 3-star difficulty reward, gain 2,000 points in all attributes, 30,000 points in spirit attributes, and 20,000 points in free attributes after each level up. For star difficulty reward, gain 5,000 points in all attributes, 65,000 points in spirit attributes, and 50,000 points in free attributes after each level up. Additionally, there is a chance to obtain the 4th exclusive talent. 5-star difficulty reward, gain 10,000 points in all attributes, 100,000 points in spirit attributes, and 80,000 points in free attributes after each level up. And you will definitely obtain the 4th exclusive talent. At a glance, just the 1-star tier 4 attribute template, after each level up, would directly grant 800 points in all attributes. Not only that, just the spirit attribute entry alone, with its staggering 8,000 points of growth per level, could even match the total growth effect of the 5-star tier 3 attribute template. Without thinking much, after glancing at the growth effects of the various star level attribute templates, Yi Chen directly chose the 5-star advancement task. Immediately after, the requirements for the tier 4 5-star advancement task appeared before Yi Chen. Ding, you have chosen tier 4 5-star advancement task. Tier 4 5-star advancement task. Task 1, successfully clear a level 40 or above Shura level dungeon without taking damage, and cannot form a team. Task 2, obtain a tier 4 extraordinary exclusive weapon of god level quality. Task 3, survive for 24 hours or more in at least a 1-star outer realm secret space, and maintain a 100% status for at least 50% of the time. Hiss. Indeed, this 4-star advancement task is vastly different from the 3-star. The higher the tier, the more absurd the difficulty of completing the advancement task becomes. Recalling at the beginning, when Yi Chen first encountered the 1-star 5-star advancement task, he only needed to clear a Shura level dungeon once. Even the 3-star advancement task, it only required a transcendent weapon of perfect quality or above. And now, not only has the requirement for a transcendent weapon been raised to the highest ghostly quality, but there's also an added condition to survive for 24 hours in a 1-star secret realm. Moreover, it must be ensured that within at least 12 hours, one must be in full health. For an average person, this third task seems to be the hardest to complete. But for me, it doesn't seem so troublesome. With a slight smile, Yi Chen already had a plan in mind. If it were the old him, isolated and helpless, just the task of forging a ghostly quality transcendent weapon would have troubled him for a long time. But now, with the help of big shots like Jiang Chen and Wang Chong, this task of forging a transcendent weapon has become the simplest task. As long as he tells them, it won't be long before it can be completed directly. However, forging a 4th-tier transcendent weapon should not be that simple. I wonder if Master Wu from last time can still help me continue forging. Not wanting to think too much, Yi Chen took a deep breath and continued to command his undead army to speed up the monster-killing pace in the dungeon. Not long after, just half an hour later, those SSS-level genius teammates who entered the dungeon with Yi Chen were already ecstatic. My goodness, this experience is too amazing, right? In less than half an hour, I've already leveled up 3 times in a row? Me too. I was just level 24 when I entered the dungeon, and now in less than half an hour, my level has already shot up to almost 28. You guys are too foolish. Luckily my dad prepared a few bottles of 3rd-tier beast blood potions for me, which I was reluctant to use in the secret realm. Now after using them in this Azura level dungeon, my level has directly shot up to 30 with 280% experience. Damn, I'm so envious. I only have 2nd-tier beast blood potions. Whoa, this is too awesome. I never thought I could level up so quickly in my life. Yeah, Brother Yi Chen's undead army is too powerful. I saw from the perspective of those undead summons that those glorious believer minions just refreshed and were instantly wiped out. There was no chance of survival at all. It's terrifying. Other teams of professionals are afraid that these minions refresh too quickly. But in front of Brother Yi Chen, the speed at which these minions refresh simply can't keep up with his undead army's killing speed. Damn, this is too exhilarating. This kind of terrifying leveling efficiency, even Ouyang Tian can't compare, right? After witnessing this terrifying leveling speed, everyone present couldn't help but marvel. However, when Ouyang Tian was mentioned, the SSS-level genius Li Chenghui from Qingniao City couldn't help but sigh. I'm from Qingniao City, and Ouyang Tian's leveling speed is simply not even comparable to Brother Yi Chen's leg hair. That's right, even if they are potential users, once they reach level 25, no matter how fast they grind, it still takes several months to level up by 1. Yeah, those potential users of Ouyang Tian, although they claim to be the strongest genius in Dongshan province, but it takes them at least a few months to clear a dungeon. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Like us ordinary people, every time we clear a dungeon, we can only slowly progress from ordinary difficulty. Every time we clear a dungeon, who knows how many attempts it takes and how much time it consumes. Indeed, even though Ouyang Tian and the others are stronger than us, they are only a bit faster in speed, leveling up, even if it's fast. How much faster can it be? That's right, even those genius celestial beings can't just charge into a Shura-level dungeon like Brother Yichen, and do it with such ease, like killing a chicken, right? At that moment, when they saw their experience bar skyrocketing like a rocket, those SSS-level genius teammates were all stunned. Before they had witnessed Yi Chen's true strength, they thought that Ouyang Tian and his group were already the top geniuses in the world. However, now that they saw Yi Chen's power, they realized what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. It was too exaggerated. No wonder Yi Chen could single-handedly suppress Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, brutally dominating them. Damn! Having an undead army with such overwhelming power under one's command, who wouldn't go on a killing spree? Not long after, in less than 3 hours, the progress of this glorious temple dungeon surged directly to 100%. Immediately after, when those SSS-level genius teammates wanted to see what kind of monsters were in the second phase, a series of kill notifications appeared right in front of them. Ding! You have killed LV-35 Glorious Guardian, you gain 35,000 points, plus 250 times experience. Current dungeon progress, 1%, ding, ding, ding. Current dungeon progress, second phase 100%. After seeing this, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What just happened? How did all the elite monsters in the second phase get wiped out so quickly? I just saw. To be honest, Brother Yi Chen's undead army is truly against the heavens. Those glorious guardians barely showed up, and were instantly wiped out by the bone dragons in the sky. What bone dragons? It was clearly our skeleton mages who killed them with their barriers. It was the bone dragons. I saw them release the skeletal spikes. At this moment, when they saw the hundreds of elite monsters in the second phase only exist in front of them for 2 or 3 seconds, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This is the power of the undead army. The elite monsters in this third-tier Shura-level dungeon could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. It was simply too outrageous. Just then, after all the hundreds of elite monsters in the second phase vanished, the final boss of this dungeon slowly appeared before everyone. Shura-level, Glorious Sect Master Remnant Soul Faisal, LV40, Category, Boss-level monster. Strength, 15,000 Spirit, 28,000 Constitution, 16,000 Agility, 12,000 Shura-level Aura. All attributes plus 100% skills, Glorious Annihilation, Glorious Splash, Glorious Soul. At a glance, this boss-level monster, wrapped in a robe radiating a faint golden light, looked like a divine servant, appeared before Yi Chen. Goodness, looking at these attributes, isn't this just a fragile mage boss? In that case, let's just end the battle. With a faint smile, as Yi Chen's thoughts stirred, nearly 600 skeletal wyverns hovering in the air launched their attack together. Bone hell! Bone hell! Bone hell! At this moment, like a torrential downpour, the skeletal spikes erupted from midair, all surging towards the High Priest Master Faisal boss. In the next second, minus 536,546, minus 533,384, minus 535,761. As a series of terrifying high damage numbers exploded, the health of the High Priest Master Faisal began to plummet wildly. Even before it could finish chanting its first skill, its health was completely wiped out by the overwhelming damage. It should be noted that the High Priest Master Faisal was not only enduring the damage from hundreds of skeletal pterosaurs, there was also the outrageous damage unleashed by over 100 Necromancer commanders through the Necromancer's barrier. In just a moment, the body of the High Priest Master Faisal was utterly shattered by thousands of summoned undead. Immediately after, ding, you have killed the final boss, Glorious Master Remnant Faisal, you have gained 72 million, plus 250 times, experience. Ding, you have successfully cleared the dungeon, Azura-level Underground Demon Palace, rewards, 250 million experience points, Tier 3 exclusive class equipment chest X1, Tier 3 exclusive class skill chest X1. At this moment, upon seeing these two prompts for clearing the dungeon, Yi Chen directly approached Faisal's side and collected all the rewards that had dropped to the ground into his backpack. Ding! You have obtained Tier 3 warrior class universal equipment, Dark Greatsword. Ding, ding, not bad, another few billion worth of items in hand. After glancing at the haul in his backpack, Yi Chen felt very satisfied. However, he ignored the miscellaneous items for other classes. Instead, he looked directly at the things he could use. First and foremost, was naturally the exclusive class skill chest awarded for completely clearing the dungeon. Without further thought, Yi Chen opened it directly. Ding, you have successfully used the Tier 3 exclusive class skill scroll. You have received the reward, Necromancer Summon Rampaging Elemental Spirit. Skill Summon Rampaging Elemental Spirit. consumes 2000 mental power to summon one rampaging elemental spirit to fight for you. Ding, skill summon rampaging elemental spirit is affected by extraordinary trait mental burn. Skill consumption changes to consumes 200 mental power, originally 2000 mental power, to summon a single undead summon? Stronger than the Necromancer commander? After seeing the effect of this brand new summoning skill, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of interest. It should be noted that at least up to this point, every time he obtained an exclusive class skill had never disappointed him. Then, Yi Chen, too lazy to think further, directly integrated this skill into his attribute panel. Just then, a familiar prompt appeared before Yi Chen. Ding, skill summon rampaging elemental spirit has successfully evolved into divine level summon rampaging elemental spirit. Divine level summon rampaging elemental spirit consumes 100 mental power to activate this skill, automatically summons one rampaging elemental spirit to fight for you every 200 seconds. Soon, after Yi Chen quietly waited for more than 3 minutes, a small-sized spirit summon, looking like a transparent goblin and only about 1 meter tall, appeared in his summoning space. At this moment, Yi Chen moved his mind and directly teleported it in front of him. Information, rampaging elemental spirit level, 40 strength, 40, plus 3104, 69%, mental, 4000, plus 3104, 69% physique, 40, plus 3104, 69%, agility, 40, plus 3104, 69%, skill 1 elemental riot, passive skill. The Riot Elemental Spectre masters all basic elemental effects. When releasing any attack on an enemy, it will activate the elemental ability that counters them. The counter effect will increase its skill damage by 200%. Skill 2 Riot Piercing. The Riot Elemental Spectre unleashes a terrifying riot element on an enemy, dealing mental power x 100 points of damage and causing mental power x 1% points of bleeding, lasting for 100 seconds. After stacking 100 layers, the bleeding effect will persist until the target's death. Skill 3, Spectre's Wail. The Riot Elemental Spectre unleashes a terrifying wail, causing all enemy targets within mental power x 1% meters to instantly enter a state of chaos, cooldown 100 seconds. Chaos, targets are indiscriminate between friend and foe, forcibly triggering attacks including but not limited to basic attacks and skills. Goodness, is this a tier 3 summon? Indeed, they are more ferocious than the last. At this moment, after seeing the attributes of the Riot Elemental Spectre before him, Yi Chen was completely stunned. To be fair, compared to the functionality of the Necromancer commander, the Riot Elemental Spectre is not just one level weaker. But if we talk about pure destructive attack effects, this Riot Elemental Spectre is quite terrifying. Not to mention anything else, just its seemingly useless passive skill Elemental Riot actually possesses extremely overpowered power. It is worth mentioning that this Elemental Riot skill is not just about enhancing the Riot Elemental Spectre's skill damage by 200%. The most frightening part is that this skill can automatically identify the elemental effects that counter enemy units. Not to mention the simplest water element countering fire element, the relationship of light element countering dark and undead creatures. The true meaning of this elemental riot is that the lower your resistance to a certain type of element, the more it can automatically unleash attacks of that elemental type. Simply put, if a practitioner has resistances of 100% to wind, fire, wood, earth, water, and other major elements, but has a resistance of 0% to lightning element, then the riot piercing will automatically convert its elemental damage into lightning riot piercing. This is the true terrifying aspect of elemental riot. Finally, there's that auxiliary skill Spectre's Wail. To put it simply, this is a control skill. According to the current attributes of the Riot Elemental Spectre, once it activates Spectre's Wail, all enemy targets within a range of over 12,000 meters, or rather, within a 12-kilometer radius, will enter a chaotic attack state. This also benefits the Riot Elemental Spectre's subsequent attacks. After all, this guy's attributes are evident. Aside from one mental power attribute, the other attributes can be described as quite dismal. But even so, as long as there is a control skill as support, once the Riot Elemental Spectre enters true combat, it can still greatly exert its effects. Incredible! This Tier 3 Undead summon truly did not disappoint me. After closing the attribute panel of the Riot Elemental Spectre, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, so far, looking at the 8 exclusive summoning skills Yi Chen possesses, it seems that each type of undead summon has its own unique combat capability. Of course, excluding the ordinary little skeleton. This is merely a companion summoning skill, so there's no need to expect too much. But aside from that, the invisible skeleton, combined with the skeleton mage, has become the invisible skeleton grand mage, along with the skeleton tyrant, death knight, skeletal wyvern, necromancer commander, and now the chaotic elemental wraith. Overall, these undead summons, even without the support of other types of summons, possess incredibly strong solo combat capabilities. Soon, Yi Chen figured out the reason behind it. If it were an ordinary necromancer, they could only summon one undead creature at a time. So, the last necromancer could only prepare the most advantageous undead summon for their next battle in advance. But I'm different now. As long as I expend that tiny bit of mental energy after activating the skill, no matter how many types of undead summons there are, I can summon them all at once. With this thought, Yi Chen collected all the undead summons in the dungeon into the summoning space, then counted the number of his current undead army. At a glance, ordinary little skeletons, over 410,000. Invisible skeleton grand mages, over 90,000. Skeleton tyrants, over 4,500. Death knights, over 2,000. Skeletal wyverns, over 650. Necromancer commanders, around 150. Lastly, there was this one just summoned, chaotic elemental wraith. Of course, besides these, there were also the undead creatures produced by the third talent, soul resurrection after being killed by the undead army in the dungeon. However, these do not count as Yi Chen's undead summons, so they cannot be included in the summoning space. But even so, looking around, Yi Chen's current undead army has reached over 500,000. This is quite satisfying. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen felt quite pleased with his current undead army. Next, he directly looked at his next reward, Tier 3 exclusive class equipment chest. Ding! You have successfully used the Tier 3 exclusive class skill chest, and you have received the reward, Necromancer Dark Spirit Robe. Seeing the prompt, Yi Chen immediately opened the attribute panel of this Tier 3 exclusive equipment. Tier 3 Dark Spirit Robe attributes: Spirit plus 48,200, Constitution plus 32,500, Agility plus 27,000 special. All summons under your command have a 55% damage immunity effect. Goodness, this is Tier 3 equipment. Each one is more powerful than the last. Yi Chen had long known that the armor equipment increases attributes the most, but he didn't expect it to be this much. At a glance, the attributes of this Tier 3 exclusive equipment, the Dark Spirit Robe, are almost twice that of the Hell Gauntlets. Without hesitation, the moment he saw these attributes, Yi Chen directly equipped it. Immediately, the attribute panel skyrocketed again. Name: Yi Chen, LV40, Class: Tier 3 Necromancer, Unique Level, Strength, 8,570 Spirit, 355,469 Constitution, 215,374 Agility, 151,474. This feels good. Next, it's time to prepare for the Tier 4 advancement quest. With this thought, Yi Chen directly led his SSS class teammates out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, when the eliminated geniuses saw Yi Chen leading the students who came with him into the dungeon, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. At first, it was fine, especially after these few hours. When they saw Yi Chen leading the team successfully clear this Tier 3 dungeon, the talented students who were still lingering at the entrance of the dungeon hall, unwilling to leave, suddenly erupted with excitement. Look, Brother Yi Chen has finished the dungeon with them. Woo woo, I'm so envious. Exactly. Why do those few people have such good luck, being directly chosen by Brother Yi Chen? Right. I think if there's ever another opportunity like this, it would be fairest for President Jiang to draw lots directly. Sigh. I can't imagine how many levels these people will gain after wandering around a Shura level dungeon. Li Chenghui went in at level 22, and after this round of dungeons, if there are second or even third tier beast blood potions, he could at least reach level 25. Or even 26? I don't think so. This is a third tier Shura level dungeon. I think he could at least reach level 27 or 28. Hiss. Can you really gain that much experience from just one third tier Shura level dungeon? It's infuriating. I've been grinding like crazy at level 22. Plus, under the pressure of Brother Yi Chen's skeleton army, I've been farming monsters in the secret realm. Me too. So frustrating. Why do they get to level up so much just by lying around for a few hours? Just thinking about how Li Chenghui and those SSS level geniuses who joined Yi Chen's team would have their levels skyrocketing made the outside talented students' eyes turn red with jealousy. Just one dungeon. In just a few short hours, they didn't even have to exert themselves, and could directly jump from just over level 20 to nearly level 30. This was simply unbelievable. However, after witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If I had known this would happen, why did you all come here in the first place? When I just called you here, each one of you was more scared than the last, and now you're envious. It's too late. However, just then, while those students were feeling indignant for themselves, someone suddenly pointed at the entrance of the dungeon hall and exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Yi Chen coming out?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately focused their attention on that figure. Soon, Yi Chen's lean and tall figure appeared before everyone as usual. However, when those talented students saw Li Chenghui and the others behind Yi Chen, they were instantly taken aback, because each of them had a mournful expression. Not a single one looked like they had come out with the joy of leveling up. Li Chenghui, what's going on with you guys? Why does everyone look like they've lost a loved one? Seeing this scene, a student named Wu Yuan, who was also from Qingmiao City like Li Chenghui, directly approached Li Chenghui and asked, "Could it be you didn't gain much experience in the dungeon?" Just thinking about this, Wu Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. "I'm really worried about my brother's suffering, but even more worried if they're driving a Land Rover." Thinking about how Li Chenghui and the others didn't gain any benefits in the dungeon, Wu Yuan not laughing out loud right then was already a great achievement for him. However, upon hearing Wu Yuan's words, Li Chenghui couldn't help but sigh. "It's not that we didn't gain much experience. You have no idea, when we just finished the first phase, our experience was almost at 10,000% for level 30. By the time the final boss was defeated, the rewards from the final boss, plus the experience rewards for clearing the dungeon, my experience bar for level 30 just couldn't handle it. It all turned into temporary stored experience." Hearing this, Wu Yuan, who had just wanted to laugh, was instantly stunned. "What the hell did you just say? You already have temporary storage experience?" "That's right." Li Chenghui couldn't help but shake his head. "To be honest, I already have over 8,000% progress in temporary storage experience." "Ah, what the hell are we going to do? If we can't complete the tier 3 task in 24 hours, won't all that experience just go to waste?" Boom! At that moment, when Wu Yuan heard Li Chenghui's explanation, he felt like the sky had fallen. Damn it! This is some ridiculous Versailles nonsense. We all complain about having too little experience and not leveling up. And you, kid, are here showing off your temporary storage experience, right? Not just him. When these temporary teammates of Yi Chen came out of the dungeon hall, the students waiting outside also learned about this news from others. At that moment, everyone exploded. Damn it! No one told me that doing a tier 3 Azura level dungeon would have such outrageous rewards. I'm jealous. I'm envious. Brother Yi Chen, are you still running dungeons? I want to go too. Give me a chance. God, I can't even dare to dream about finishing a dungeon lying down and going from just over level 20 to a full experience bar at level 30. This is too outrageous. Why didn't I get into Brother Yi Chen's team? On the other side, Yi Chen ignored the students' outrage and, seeing that Wang Chong and Zhang Chen were still waiting, he directly approached the two presidents. Not bad. Yi Chen, this dungeon, which takes others over 11 hours to clear at normal difficulty, you actually blasted through in just 3 or 4 hours. Wang Chong smiled with satisfaction, increasingly fond of the young man before him. In just a few hours, he had consecutively cleared 2 tier 3 Azura level dungeons, and all solo, not to mention his own excitement. Even the presidents of the 3 supreme cities of Longhua, like Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, would probably lose control upon seeing Yi Chen. By the way, how's your experience situation now? Suddenly remembering something, Wang Chong asked directly. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Yi Chen replied, "Well, I've already triggered the tier 4 advancement task, and I've also accepted the 5-star advancement task." 5-star advancement task? If I remember correctly, this tier 4 5-star advancement task requires not only clearing Azura level dungeons but also crafting a god level quality extraordinary weapon, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Chong said directly, "How about this? I'll take care of this matter with President Jiang for you. After all, no one in Dongshan province can craft a tier 4 god-level extraordinary weapon. Wasn't that Master Wu capable? I remember. He seems to be a peak tier 7 craftsman." Hearing Wang Chang's words, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. A tier 7 craftsman can't even craft a tier 4 god-level extraordinary weapon? That's a bit exaggerated. It's not that he can't. Wang Chong sighed. It's just that if he skips the step of fusing perfect blood, the success rate of simply crafting the extraordinary weapon embryo is only 10%. If he were to craft it, even if he succeeded, it would at least take 10 days to half a month. If it were a heavenly gifted extraordinary weapon embryo, then he would have absolute confidence. But that's all about the 4-star advancement tasks. It has nothing to do with us. As for what you just said, once the enrollment ceremony is over, just continue with your own business. I see. Then thank you, President Wang. Yi Chen nodded. He didn't expect that the craftsman's series of life professionals would also have such a strict hierarchy, but since Wang Chong had already taken this matter upon himself, there was no need for him to think too much. As a peak-level 7th-tier combat professional and the president of Dongshan Province, Wang Chong naturally had his own connections. However, to be honest, if Wang Chong didn't speak up, Yi Chen really wouldn't know how to bring up the matter of the extraordinary specialized weapons. Just then, Jiang Chen also spoke up. "Alright, Yi Chen, since President Wang himself said he can help you with this, there's no need to think too much. It's almost 11 o'clock now. Let's go participate in the special training camp's enrollment ceremony together." Okay. In fact, at first, Yi Chen didn't really want to attend such a useless ceremony, not to mention wasting time. The key was that it wasted his precious development time. You have to know, those professionals had a full 18 years of development opportunities, and he only had this 1 month. However, since President Jiang was so eager to invite him, he naturally couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, as Jiang Chen led Yi Chen to the special training camp's base hall, he explained, "Actually, this enrollment ceremony is very simple. I want you to participate in this ceremony to inspire the growth motivation of those trainees. You have to know, your hidden profession, which isn't even considered a potential user, has grown in just a few days to the point where you can crush those geniuses like Ouyang Tian who have trained for 3 years. Such an inspiring achievement. Isn't it worth those useless ones to learn from? So, when the enrollment ceremony starts, you just need to go on stage and say a few words to motivate those useless ones. Let Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, those self-righteous useless ones realize that in this world, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Hearing this, Yi Chen was speechless. What the heck? Asking him to inspire Ouyang Tian and those useless ones? He wondered if those young people, who were all called super geniuses by everyone locally, would have their hearts shattered upon hearing Jiang Chen's evaluation of them. However, just a little motivation is enough, right? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and Yi Chen instinctively asked Jiang Chen. Exactly. Jiang Chen looked at Yi Chen beside him. "Have you thought about what to say?" "About that," Yi Chen shrugged. "I definitely won't let President Jiang down." "Aha, that's good." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile proudly. "Actually, when I first saw your background, I was quite worried that you were an introverted child, which is why I wanted you to go on stage to practice a bit. After all, if you're not good with words, you'll miss out on many opportunities." At this point, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "You have to know, you are a genius. A genius should have special treatment. So, when it's time to speak up, you must fight for yourself." Understood. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a bit moved. Originally, Yi Chen thought Jiang Chen wanted him to go on stage for the enrollment ceremony just to satisfy his vanity. Because of this, Yi Chen felt that this enrollment ceremony seemed to be just a useless ritual for him. But he didn't expect. Jiang Chen had his own concerns. He didn't want his future path to be marred by any regrets. Soon, after a few minutes, Yi Chen followed Jiang Chen all the way to the base auditorium. What caught his eye was not only the hundreds of SSS-level genius students who had fortuitously secured their official enrollment spots, but even Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai had come here. At that moment, when Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai saw Yi Chen, their previously calm expressions twisted instantly. It was because of this man's skeleton army that they, as capable geniuses at the potentialist level, had not obtained the official qualification for the training camp. They had even wasted countless developmental resources of the training camp. Now, they didn't know how much their developmental progress would be unfairly dragged down. Damn it! It was simply infuriating. Not only Ouyang Tian and the others, Ouyang Long, Zhang Yuntian, Zhao Mingzi, and other city-level presidents from Dongshan Province also focused their gazes on Yi Chen. Meanwhile, feeling the almost murderous stares from those city geniuses he had eliminated during the secret realm assessment, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. Then, when he saw Jiang Chen walk onto the podium, Yi Chen casually found a seat near the front. After all, he would be going on stage soon, so it was better to have a front row seat for a direct ascent. "Welcome everyone to the enrollment ceremony of our Dongshan Province training camp." At that moment, as this year's training camp assessment head, Instructor Zhang Cheng took the stage, he began with the usual welcome words. In the past, these words never felt significant. After all, no matter how one put it, those who successfully secured spots in the training camp, the city-level presidents and family heads, had a rough idea in their hearts, even if they couldn't be completely certain of all 100 spots. At least more than 90% of the geniuses who could obtain enrollment had already settled in their minds. And this year, with the emergence of a dark horse named Yi Chen from one of the 3 major Rong cities in Dongshan Province, Tianshui City, all the geniuses that the presidents and family heads thought could secure spots were shattered one by one. Potentialist level figures like Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, Xianfeng, Qin Huitian, Lu Feng. None of these geniuses could escape the clutches of Yi Chen's undead army. Instead, those SSS-level geniuses who were usually not well known became the survivors of this disaster. Because of this, the customary opening welcome speech of this year's training camp enrollment ceremony sounded extremely harsh in the ears of these presidents and family heads. Every word felt like a sharp knife, deeply piercing their hearts. Soon, after a group of instructors finished speaking, Jiang Chen, the overall head of the training camp, also appeared before everyone. Still wearing that familiar expression meant to encourage everyone to cultivate well, not waste resources, strive to become stronger. After such remarks concluded, Jiang Chen's gaze finally landed on Yi Chen, who was not far from him. Next, let us invite this year's training camp assessment champion, the super genius Yi Chen, who broke the 50-year assessment record of Dongshan province, to come on stage and speak to everyone. Wow! Upon hearing this, everyone immediately focused their attention on the young man who had just stood up from his seat. Everyone was looking forward to this young person who was about to take the stage. In front of all the presidents, clan leaders, and those geniuses who dominate the entire Dongshan province, what would he say? Yi Chen, how is it? Isn't it a bit hasty to let you speak so soon? At that moment, seeing Yi Chen take the stage, Jiang Chen kindly asked, "It's fine, President Jiang." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled lightly and said, "I prepared for an hour, so there shouldn't be any problems." Prepared for an hour? Does that mean you started preparing what to say the moment I mentioned this to you? Jiang Chen didn't expect Yi Chen would be such a serious child. He originally thought that a genius like Yi Chen, who was extraordinary, would be the kind of child who only focused on improving his strength and didn't think about anything else. He never imagined that his casual remark would make him take it so seriously. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that this time, Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, and those originally unruly geniuses should take Yi Chen seriously. This child not only has exceptional talent but also possesses such a calm disposition. He is simply a seed of a future powerhouse. Alright, everyone quiet down. Next, let's welcome Yi Chen to the stage to speak. With this thought, Jiang Chen emphasized once again, at this moment, accompanied by the terrifying aura of the peak of the 7th stage, the moment it was released, the previously chattering presidents, clan leaders, and geniuses below all fell silent. Everyone looked at Yi Chen on the stage. Their gazes and expressions varied: anger, curiosity, admiration, disdain. Each person's face was filled with a different attitude towards Yi Chen. "Thank you, President Jiang, for the invitation." At this moment, Yi Chen spoke directly. Then, after a brief pause, a shocking statement came directly from his mouth. "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Chen. In 3 days, I will defeat you so-called geniuses who are nothing but trash. I know, many of you geniuses present originally had the chance to be officially selected for the training camp, and many of you are not convinced by me, especially not convinced by my skeleton army. You think that I, a mere practitioner of the source summoning profession, have only become strong because of my summon creatures. Well then, today, I will give all the geniuses present a chance to challenge me. From now on, I will not use any of my undead summons. If anyone is unconvinced, you can come at me together." Buzz. At that moment, when Yi Chen finished speaking, the voices of thousands of people below, which had been buzzing like mosquitoes, suddenly vanished. In their place was silence, a deathly silence. No one expected that when Yi Chen took the stage to speak, he would say this. Not just the presidents and geniuses. When Jiang Chen heard Yi Chen's words, he was also instantly stunned. "Goodness, so you prepared for an hour just to come up with this speech. I brought you, Yi Chen, to the stage to inspire those trash, and you directly challenged them? This is outrageous." But, thinking about it, Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, and those people have long been used to being tyrannical in Dongshan province. If they don't feel the real gap in strength, how could they learn their lesson? However, is this method a bit too simple and crude? You let Ouyang Tian and the others challenge you, and you don't even use your own undead army? You have to know, you are a necromancer. If you don't use your undead army, how are you going to fight? A long time passed. As everyone snapped out of their shock, the student from Qingyao City named Li Chenghui suddenly exclaimed, "Awesome! As expected of my brother Yi Chen, this momentum is incredible." After the shout, it instantly broke the previously dead silence in the venue. The next moment, Wang Ji from Qingyao City stood up and shouted angrily, "Yi Chen, don't get too cocky. Who do you think you are? It's just that your skeleton minions are a bit stronger. Without the skeletons, what are you? A waste." Ha! Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately looked towards the source of the voice. At a glance, it turned out to be Wang Ji, the genius from Qingyao City who was the first to be eliminated by him in the secret realm assessment. Sure enough, if he were to use the skeleton army, these people wouldn't dare to talk back. But if he were to put away this big killer, there would still be people who wouldn't accept it. Not just Wang Ji. After he spoke, Shen Feng, Qin Huaiqian, Lu Feng, and other top geniuses who had been eliminated by Yi Chen were also provoked. Yi Chen, you really underestimate us. That's right. Since you dare not use your undead army, this time, it's your death sentence. Take this: Eternal Night Aurora, Dark Night Flash, Shadow Stab, Mental Destruction. At this moment, when Ouyang Tian took the lead to attack, those genius-level potential users from Qingyao City all locked their strongest strikes directly onto Yi Chen. In an instant, dozens of potential-level skills and hundreds of SSS-level genius skills all landed on Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, the instructors like Zheng Cheng who were nearby gasped in shock. Those guys from Ouyang Tian, their first move was a killing blow. This was clearly not a duel, but a fight to the death. However, just as the instructors like Zheng Cheng were about to intervene, they were directly stopped by Jiang Chen. Don't act. Since Yi Chen dares to say such arrogant words, he must have his trump card. Moreover, if even Ouyang Tian and the others can't withstand it, then Yi Chen would really be a bit unworthy of Wang Chang's hard work. Seeing the expressions of the instructors, Jiang Chen appeared extremely calm. And just then, as the hundreds of skills effects gradually dissipated, what appeared before everyone was the tall and slender young mage. At this moment, the presidents and clan leaders present all widened their eyes. How is this possible? Yi Chen is actually still alive? Could it be this kid used his undead army? Impossible. My profession is a mentalist, and I haven't sensed any undead creatures appearing in this assembly hall at all. This is terrifying. Without using his undead army, how did this kid withstand these hundreds of attacks? Not only the city-level presidents, when they saw their skills all hit Yi Chen, yet he still stood there unscathed in front of them. Ouyang Tian and the other geniuses were also dumbfounded. How did this guy not die? He didn't use the skeleton army to block the damage. How could a mere source summoner withstand our damage? This. Is he really human? My god, the damage from our hundreds of people. Even if a peak 4th tier person came, they would probably be instantly killed. Yet Yi Chen is completely fine? Hearing the chattering discussions around him, Yi Chen patted the dust off his clothes. He actually hoped he had something to do. What a pity. The attacks from these people were just too weak. Although he had the talent of the soul of faith, even if he lay there motionless, allowing others to slaughter him, the undead legions he summoned from his space would automatically shield him from damage. However, what Yi Chen never expected was that the combined attacks of these hundreds of people couldn't even break a single weakest skeleton in his summoned space. This was just too weak, right? But this was also reasonable. There was no way. Yi Chen's attributes were simply too strong. Just relying on that terrifying physique attribute of 180,000, the damage these people inflicted on him was almost negligible. Plus, with his skeleton army shielding him from damage, after the 55% damage reduction effect from the 3rd tier Dark Spirit robe, and the high shield provided by the Necromancer commander's 3rd skilled Necromancer's Guardian, along with over 6,000 points of block attribute, even the weakest ordinary skeletons, after going through these layers of filtering, completely suffered no damage at all. You have to know, the most perverse damage block attribute is the one that counters multi-hit damage. If they could deal 1 million points of damage directly, then Yi Chen's mere 6,000 points of damage block attribute would have almost no effect. However, if it was just 100 hits of 10,000 points of damage, then the 6,000 plus points of damage block effect would directly immunize 600,000 points of damage. Just the seemingly insignificant damage block attribute directly immunized half of the damage. Not to mention, before this layer of attributes, there were various damage reductions and high physique defensive resistance effects. Indeed, the damage dealt by these hundreds of geniuses, if added up at once, was indeed quite considerable, but they were dealt over hundreds of times, making it very difficult to shake Yi Chen, or even the skeleton army under him that was shielding him from damage. Shaking his head, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Staring at the potential assassin Lu Feng in front of him, Yi Chen slowly raised his fist. Give me, go back underground. Boom! As Yi Chen punched out, Lu Feng felt as if his face had been hit by a locomotive, instantly flying back over 100 meters. If it weren't for the head of the Qingyao Lu family catching him, he might have flown straight out of the Special Training Base's assembly hall. Even so, the just recovered Lu Feng, with an expression of disbelief, pointed at Yi Chen and stammered for a long time with you, before fainting from anger. How is this possible? Lu Feng, actually got one-shot by Yi Chen? How much power attribute does this guy have? At that moment, when Ouyang Tian, Qin Huaitian, and Wang Ji saw this, they were instantly dumbfounded. They had no idea how many times they had witnessed the scene of one-punching an enemy. But wasn't Yi Chen a magic-type profession? He could also one-punch someone? What kind of joke was this? However, what Ouyang Tian and the others didn't know was, although Yi Chen appeared to be a necromancer on the surface, his current strength attribute was even 2 to 3 times that of Qin Huaitian, who was a potential warrior profession. You have to know, as a peak second-tier powerhouse, Qin Huaitian, with his universal profession equipment, plus a few exclusive profession equipment, only had a little over 3,600 points. And Yi Chen? Relying purely on the full attribute growth boost from the 5-star template that had come all the way, the power attribute had now skyrocketed to over 8,500 points. Don't even mention Qin Huaitian. Even the assassin class, which typically focuses solely on pure power attributes for the ultimate attack, like the earlier potential user, Lu Feng, only had a power attribute of barely 6,800 points. Compared to Yi Chen, he was nearly 2,000 points behind. This is terrifying. A magic class can one-punch kill opponents of the same level? What kind of monster is this? Damn it! Isn't the Origin Summoning class all about mental attribute points? Where did he get such a high power attribute? This is outrageous. How can this guy be so strong? Freak, monster, genius. At this moment, all the geniuses present who witnessed this scene were instantly filled with dread. Even the previously aggressive Ouyang Tian now became timid. Damn it! I refuse to believe that a magic class can one-punch me, a potential warrior. At this moment, just as Ouyang Tian was about to retreat and quietly leave this place of trouble, Qin Huaitian behind him suddenly shouted. Immediately after, Yi Chen, die for me, brilliant blade, boom! In the next second, Qin Huaitian once again wielded the giant sword radiating dazzling light, striking at Yi Chen. However, too weak. You don't even have the strength to hit, and you dare call yourselves geniuses? No wonder you were eliminated. Just go home and train for a few more years. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly reached out with his left hand, grabbing the giant sword that had struck his shoulder. Then, his right fist smashed fiercely towards Qin Huaitian's face. Boom! In an instant, Qin Huaitian felt a wave of dizziness flooding his mind. Not long after, as Yi Chen slowly released his grip, Qin Huaitian's body slumped softly to the ground. Instant kill. Another one-punch kill. At this moment, Ouyang Tian and his group were completely stunned. Lu Feng was killed. That was because he was just an assassin class, with inherently weak physical attributes. But no one expected that even Qin Huaitian, a potential warrior class, would be knocked out by Yi Chen with a single punch. What kind of terrifying power was this? A magic class. Can one punch kill? My god, are we really in the same dimension? It wasn't just those geniuses. On both sides of the stage, the dozen or so instructors from the training camp were also left dumbfounded. They had thought Yi Chen was strong, but never imagined he would be this strong. This kid, a mere magic class user, actually used his fist to instantly kill a genius of the same level? Strong. Too strong. This was the true strength that a world-class genius should display. Meanwhile, on the stage, when Yi Chen saw Lu Feng knocked out by his punch, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the assassin class was also a fragile class, wasn't this a bit too weak? It was just a punch with over 8,000 points of power attribute, and he fainted? Isn't that too pathetic? Indeed, there was a reason these people were eliminated by him. If you're weak, just train more. Why must you seek the limelight? Why not learn from those geniuses like Li Chenghui who successfully squeezed into the special training camp? Isn't it better to hide in the shadows? After waiting for a moment, when he no longer saw any challengers, Yi Chen calmly glanced at the geniuses below. Just one look. Ouyang Tian, Wang Kai, and the others who originally wanted to take action suddenly felt as if their bodies had been sharply scraped by a blade. That one gaze was sharp and piercing. A mere sweep made one feel a chill run down their spine. After a moment, bang! Yi Chen kicked Qin Huaitian, who was blocking his way, back to the seat he had just rushed from, and said calmly, "You all don't want to come again, do you? Since that's the case, I won't keep you company any longer." At that moment, as Yi Chen walked towards the podium, the faces of the thousands of geniuses below displayed expressions completely different from when the camp initiation ceremony began. Shock, worship, surprise, fear. In an instant, these geniuses, who were usually called the rarest of the rare, all felt that Yi Chen was the true genius in their hearts. So strong. In the secret realm assessment, with his own strength, he directly suppressed all the geniuses of Dongshan province. During the camp initiation ceremony, with the might of a single punch, he showed everyone why he, Yi Chen, was invited by Jiang Chen to stand on this podium. However, after Yi Chen stepped down from the podium, he directly approached Jiang Chen's side. President Jiang, my speech is over, I'm leaving now. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen, who was used to grand occasions, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He took a deep breath. Only then did Jiang Chen respond to Yi Chen, okay, you can go back now. At that moment, when the several thousand gazes in the hall finally watched Yi Chen leave this place, everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not just the talented students, even those city-level presidents and family heads felt a bit breathless. So strong, the pressure this young man brought them was like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Given time, no one could imagine what he would grow into. Meanwhile, seeing the mess in front of him, Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile, then went directly to the stage to announce the end of this camp initiation ceremony. Very good. Although Yi Chen's carefully prepared speech was a bit different from what he had imagined, the effect it produced greatly exceeded his expectations. Soon, when the crowd dispersed, Jiang Chen gathered all the hundreds of geniuses who had officially been selected together again. Let's go. Follow me to the dungeon hall. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Chen is about to start tackling the 4th tier dungeon to challenge his 4th tier advancement task. Hearing this, the geniuses who had just been in a daze instantly became excited. No way, is this a joke? Brother Yi Chen is going to start attacking the 4th tier dungeon so soon? Just thinking about how a mere 3rd tier Azura level dungeon could allow people like Li Chenghui to jump from just over level 20 to a full 30 level experience. These talented students all followed Jiang Chen, heading towards the dungeon hall again. However, when they saw everyone following Jiang Chen towards the dungeon hall, among the crowd, there were also 2 or 3 dozen geniuses hesitating to move forward. Seeing this scene, Li Chenghui, who had just been overwhelmed with excitement, was momentarily stunned. He frowned and quickly walked a few steps to the side of a girl in that hesitant group. Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Brother Yi Chen is about to take us to clear the 4th tier dungeon. You weren't selected last time. Why aren't you hurrying to go? Hearing this, the girl named Chen Shiyu lowered her head, a bit timidly saying, Go, I think it's better to forget it. This is a 4th tier dungeon, and according to Brother Yi Chen's character, he will definitely go for the Azura level difficulty. That's not nonsense. Li Chenghui chuckled. Brother Yi Chen's strength. Does he even need to grind in dungeons below the Shura level difficulty? That's the problem. Chen Shiyu pursed her lips. This 4th tier Shura level dungeon is vastly different from the 3rd tier dungeons. I'm worried that Brother Yi Chen, who has just recently advanced to the 3rd tier, might not be able to handle it. If he dies, we won't stand a chance against those 4th tier Shura level monsters. Upon hearing this, Li Chenghui frowned. Chen Shiyu was a girl he had pursued in Nanjicheng, and both of them were SSS level professions, so they had some mutual feelings. Because of this, Li Chenghui was even more willing to help Chen Shiyu quickly improve her strength. But now, his experience bar was already maxed out, and with his own strength, there was no way he could complete even a 3-star advancement task within 24 hours. Following Yi Chen to grind dungeons would just be a waste of a spot. However, after hearing Chen Shiyu's words, Li Chenghui hesitated. Dungeons were different from secret realms. In a secret realm, if you were killed, you would be teleported out. At worst, you would just suffer from a 24-hour extreme weakness state, reducing all attributes by 99%. But dungeons were different. If you died in a dungeon, it was truly death. You only have one life. No one dared to take risks. Although he wanted Chen Shiyu to soar with him, he didn't want her to lose her life. However, when a beautiful genius named Muingying from Lingyan City, who was about to follow Jiang Chen into the dungeon, overheard their conversation, she instinctively retorted, Chen Shiyu, I say, if you don't want to follow Brother Yi Chen to grind dungeons, that's fine, but why slander him? Haven't you seen what kind of strength Brother Yi Chen has? It's just a 4th tier dungeon. Even if it's Shura level difficulty, it's a piece of cake for him. You can go or not, but I will always believe in Brother Yi Chen. After saying this, Muingying glanced at them and the 20 or so timid geniuses, unable to help but mock. It's a shame you all were once called geniuses. Let's take a step back. Is there really anything in this world that carries no risk at all? Now you won't even dare to go lie down in a dungeon, and you still call yourselves geniuses? Brother Yi Chen was right at the initiation ceremony. You really are a bunch of useless people. Muingying, don't get too carried away. Hearing this slander, Li Chenghui became anxious. If you dare to say one more word, be careful, I might just take you down right now. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Upon hearing this, Mu Engying immediately put on a fearful expression. But the next second, she shot back, Li Chenghui. Don't think just because your level is a few higher than mine now, you can act so arrogantly. Don't forget, who helped you grind those levels up? Exactly. Hearing this, not only Mu Engying couldn't stand it, but several geniuses from Linyan City around her also began to rebut Li Chenghui. Li Chenghui, what are you even worth in our SSS level profession? Just because you leveled up a few times by following Brother Yi Chen into a dungeon, you don't even know your own surname anymore? Don't forget, we are also SSS level professions, so what if our levels are a few lower? Do you really think we fear you? That's right, the few of us together could easily take you down. The Qingyali family is just a bunch of nobodies. You're killing me with laughter. Picking up the bowl to eat, putting it down to curse. You really are something, Li Chenghui. And that bitch Chen Shiyu, she's the most detestable. Did Brother Yi Chen ask you to run a dungeon? How dare you talk big? So funny. I hope when we finish the 4th tier dungeon later, you all don't end up begging Brother Yi Chen to take you along. If I remember correctly, Li Chenghui, the survival points consumed when the last dungeon group was formed were transferred to you by Brother Yi Chen, right? Yes. Opening a 3rd tier Azura level dungeon costs a full 10 million points. The scariest part is, after clearing it, you can directly get a reward of 10 times. That's a whopping 100 million points. Tisk TSK. If I'm not mistaken, Li Chenghui, that 100 million points is still lying in your hands, right? Put. You're killing me, ungrateful wolf. Swallowing Brother Yi Chen's points and then turning around to slander him. So stupid. Exactly. How can there be such people? When I see Brother Yi Chen later, I will definitely tell him about this. I will too. At this moment, upon hearing the barrage from these people, Li Chenghui and Chen Shiyu instantly turned red. There's no way. Although what they said was harsh, every word was the truth. Before Li Chenghui ran the 3rd tier dungeon with Yi Chen, he had just reached level 21. He had just advanced to a 2nd tier professional. Now look, after running a dungeon with Brother Yi Chen, his experience was filled up, and he started slandering Brother Yi Chen for this and that, especially Chen Shiyu. She even joined in the slander. Who does she think she is? Even if Yi Chen really couldn't clear the 4th tier Azura level dungeon, could a mere 2nd tier SSS level professional like her dare to slander him? At this moment, those who followed Mu Engying quickly to the dungeon hall suddenly understood what it meant to be like a tracks-like, and people gather in groups. The fact that Li Chenghui and Chen Shiyu could walk together was not without reason, and those who walked with Mu Engying couldn't be bothered to think further and headed straight for the dungeon hall. Meanwhile, Li Chenghui was feeling miserable. What those people said was true. He really did have 100 million points lying in his hands. At that time, because he was the one responsible for opening the dungeon, the reward points returned naturally fell into his pocket. Originally, Li Chenghui thought that if he kept his mouth shut, he could get away with it and directly swallow the 100 million points. By then, he could spend the month in the training camp without a care in the world. He could even use this 100 million points to help Chen Shiyu improve her strength. Once the training camp ended, the two of them could smoothly progress together. But he never expected this matter would now be exposed by this group of people. If it really got to Yi Chen, there was no way he could keep that 100 million points. Hui Gu, do you really have that 100 million points? At this moment, after everyone had left, Chen Shiyu couldn't help but ask. Li Chenghui nodded, yes. Hearing this, Chen Shiyu couldn't help but her eyes lit up. That's 100 million points, completely enough for the two of them to use for development during this month in the training camp. But thinking about those people wanting to expose this matter, Chen Shiyu also panicked. Although she wasn't sure if Yi Chen could clear the 4th tier Azura level dungeon, she was certain Yi Chen's strength was more than enough to crush their group of SSS level professionals. Thinking of this, Chen Shiyu couldn't help but ask, "We go, what should we do now? That's 100 million points. Are we really going to give it away? Let's go take a look." To be honest, Li Chenghui was indeed scared. There was no way around it, not to mention the secret realm assessment. Yi Chen could suppress all the geniuses in Dongshan province by himself. Just at that recruitment ceremony, the pressure Yi Chen brought was already terrifying. With 2 punches, he shattered the dreams of countless talented individuals. Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, those potential level geniuses. In the end, they didn't even dare to let out a sound. How could their mere SSS level profession compete with Yi Chen? However, upon hearing Li Chenghui's words, Chen Shiyu immediately became unhappy. "Huigu, these points are earned by your own ability. Why should we give it away? With this 100 million points, we wouldn't have to worry about our development in the training camp for a month. There's no way. Li Chenghui sighed. If Yi Chen really gets angry because of this, then our lives would be in danger, and we wouldn't even be able to develop. Shi Yu, we can't be so unreasonable, understand? This. Fine. Hearing the keyword no life, Chen Shiyu immediately became obedient. After all, she didn't dare to participate in the instance selection this time because she was afraid of losing her life, right? After thinking for a moment, Chen Shiyu directly followed Li Chenghui towards the instance hall. Meanwhile, after hearing the slander from Mu Yingying and her group, the 30 or so talented students who originally didn't want to participate in this instance selection were also furious. I'm dying of laughter, Mu Yingying and the others actually called us useless? Doesn't she know her own character? Exactly. This is a 4th tier Azura level difficulty instance. They can't really think that Yi Chen is invincible, right? I'm really speechless. I hope Yi Chen doesn't regret it when he dies in the instance. That's right. No matter how strong Yi Chen is, he's still just a mortal born from a mother. Those people from Mu Yingying are simply too stupid. Stop talking. Anyway, I'm definitely going to see how Yi Chen gets beaten up in this 4th tier Azura level instance. Tisk TSK. It might be hard for him to even get through the first stage. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to seeing Yi Chen getting tortured. Let's go. If we wait any longer, we might miss this good show. While talking, the 30 or so geniuses also followed Li Chenghui's footsteps towards the instance hall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the instance hall, when Yi Chen saw Jiang Chen bringing a large group of geniuses to him so quickly, he was a bit surprised. President Jiang, you guys came so fast? What else? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Chen shook his head speechlessly. The recruitment ceremony was ruined by you. What else is there to maintain? Naturally, it was to end quickly and come to see what you need when you enter the instance. However, just then, when Jiang Chen was letting Yi Chen choose his teammates, he suddenly spoke up. Yi Chen, although it sounds harsh, isn't it a bit too fast for you to go directly to the 4th tier Azura level instance now? Hearing this, Yi Chen was a bit surprised. What does President Jiang mean? It's nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged and said directly, you have just advanced to a 3rd tier professional. Although your level meets the requirements to start the 4th tier advancement task, the equipment on you, if I'm not mistaken, there should still be a 2nd tier dungeon, right? Why not run a few more 3rd tier dungeons to enhance your equipment and skills before tackling the 4th tier dungeon? After all, this 3rd tier dungeon isn't really a challenge for you. Even if you gather all the 3rd tier equipment for every position, a day or two should be enough. Thank you for your kind suggestion, President Jiang. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, I believe my current strength is sufficient. I can directly start the 4th tier dungeon. Moreover, rather than wasting a day or two in the 3rd tier dungeon to gather resources, wouldn't it be better to use that time to challenge higher difficulty dungeons? That way, wouldn't my strength improve faster? That's true. Hearing this, Jiang Chen fell silent. However, those students who originally didn't want to participate in the dungeon selection couldn't help but start discussing among themselves after hearing Yi Chen's words. TSK. Did you hear that? Yi Chen is way too arrogant. Exactly. President Jiang was just trying to help, and Yi Chen doesn't understand at all. Isn't that a bit too cocky? I think Yi Chen just doesn't know what kind of difficulty the 4th tier dungeon really is. That's right. I don't know how many geniuses have lost their lives because of arrogance. Back then, Ouyang Tian and Xianfeng went confidently to tackle the 2nd tier Azura level dungeon, and they were wiped out in less than an hour. If they hadn't run fast, they probably would have died in the dungeon. I've heard about that too. It seems that later, Ouyang Tian and the others honestly started from the nightmare level difficulty. Yes, it seems they spent a little over a week before they finally cleared that 2nd tier Azura level dungeon. Tisk TSK. Ouyang Tian's group back then is just like Yi Chen now. Laughing to death, Yi Chen now is probably going to suffer much more than Ouyang Tian did that time yet. If he was really willing to run a few more 3rd tier dungeons, even if he went to the 4th tier dungeon afterward, I would be willing to follow him. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant, wanting to start the 4th tier dungeon directly. Indeed, this is just too outrageous. Arrogance isn't supposed to be like this. To put it bluntly, aside from his level, isn't he just a newly promoted 3rd tier practitioner? Sigh. I'm just waiting to see how Yi Chen gets beaten up after he enters the dungeon. Ordinary people love to create idols, but they love even more to see those godlike figures fall from grace. However, when Jiang Chen heard these discussions, he instinctively glared at these geniuses. Then, he directly approached Yi Chen. Alright, since you insist on entering the 4th tier dungeon, I won't say much more. Today is your 3rd time running a dungeon, go ahead and pick. See if there are any teammates you like. Thank you, President Jiang, no need to choose, just these few. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yi Chen didn't think much and directly pointed to the few people closest to him. Did Brother Yi Chen choose me? Wow, I'm about to take off this time. Ha ha ha. As expected, it seems I was right to squeeze to the front this time. Long live Brother Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen is the best. After being chosen by Yi Chen, those students immediately became excited. Not only that, among the crowd, Mu Engying was also very excited. Last time, Yi Chen didn't bother to choose and directly picked the few people closest to him. This time, Mu Engying, having absorbed the experience from last time, squeezed into the spot closest to Yi Chen. This is a tier 4 dungeon. I'm an SSS level source priest class. I must perform well. If I can catch Brother Yi Chen's eye, my life will take off. Just thinking about entering the dungeon with Yi Chen made Mu Engying's heart race with excitement. However, at that moment, before Yi Chen could enter the dungeon, a boy named Feng Ziyuan suddenly approached him. Brother Yi Chen, don't enter the dungeon yet, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Yi Chen paused slightly and instinctively asked, what is it? Feng Ziyuan immediately spoke up. When you last entered the dungeon, did you transfer 10 million survival points to that Li Chenghui? Yeah, didn't that mean he had to open the dungeon? What's wrong? Yi Chen frowned, unsure of what this guy was getting at. Just then, after confirming, Feng Ziyuan directly reported to Yi Chen, what else could it be? You let him open the dungeon, and after clearing it, the 10 times reward from this dungeon. That's a full 100 million survival points, all going to that kid. Aren't you going to get that 100 million points back? Not only Feng Ziyuan, but the other team members also chimed in. After all, they didn't get that benefit themselves. How could they let Li Chenghui take such a big advantage for free? In other words, if Li Chenghui had gotten that 100 million points and was willing to share, giving each of the 100 or so of them a million points, then Feng Ziyuan and the others wouldn't have said much. But Li Chenghui wanted to hog it all? Where in the world does such a good thing happen? You get to join Yi Chen's team to grind dungeons, accumulate experience, and you also get to pocket 100 million points for free. So all the good stuff goes to you, huh? That does seem to be the case. To be fair, if Feng Ziyuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have really forgotten. After all, he had just finished a dungeon and was pulled by Jiang Chen to attend the enlistment ceremony. After the enlistment ceremony, he came straight to the dungeon hall to prepare, figuring out which dungeon to tackle that would be relatively easy. And then, it had been like that until now. At this moment, Yi Chen held 240 million points in his hands, enough to open a tier 4 Azura level dungeon, so he had completely forgotten about the 10 million points. But, where is Li Chenghui now? Did he not come this time? Instinctively, Yi Chen looked back but didn't see Li Chenghui's figure. That kid is here. At that moment, Feng Ziyuan smirked, saying proudly, Brother Yi Chen, wait a moment. I'll go get him. Let him return that 100 million points to you before we enter the dungeon. Sure. Hearing Feng Ziyuan's words, Yi Chen nodded. It wasn't a hassle anyway. Waiting a few minutes was fine. Soon, Feng Ziyuan pulled Li Chenghui from the outer edge of the crowd right in front of Yi Chen. Li Chenghui, that 100 million points of yours was earned by Brother Yi Chen for you. Now hurry up and spit it out. Still trying to secretly hide Brother Yi Chen's points? You should take a look at what you are. At that moment, Feng Ziyuan's high and mighty expression was like a judge issuing a final ultimatum to Li Chenghui. Seeing this scene, Li Chenghui was instantly scared. However, just as he was about to hand over the points to Yi Chen, Chen Shiyu, who had come with him, suddenly stopped his hand. In the next moment, Chen Shiyu directly stood in front of Li Chenghui, questioning Yi Chen, aren't you being a bit stingy? You're so powerful, what's wrong with sharing a little of those points with us? Is 100 million points a lot for you? Why do you have to take back my husband's points? Besides, if it weren't for my husband Li Chenghui joining your team back then, you probably wouldn't even have been able to open that third-tier dungeon, right? Hearing this, Li Chenghui was almost moved to tears. Thank you. Having you is truly my blessing. Although seeing Chen Shiyu stand up without hesitation to protect their joint property made Li Chenghui feel incredibly touched. However, when he heard Chen Shiyu say this, he suddenly felt like he wanted to die. Not just Li Chenghui. When Yi Chen's teammates heard Chen Shiyu's words, they fell silent for 3 to 5 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Big Sock, do you hear what you're saying? What do you mean Yi Chen thinks 100 million points is a lot? Does he think that just because he doesn't think 100 million points is much, he can just give it away? I'm dying of laughter. How could I hear such outrageous statements? Chen Shiyu, you can't possibly think that without your Li Chenghui, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to open that third-tier dungeon, right? I can't take it anymore. I'm really speechless. So she really thinks Li Changhui is something special. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. No wonder Li Changhui was still thinking about swallowing Yi Chen's points. Having someone like this as a partner doesn't seem surprising now, huh? So funny. She even says Yi Chen is stingy? Can't she hear what she's saying? Yi Chen can take your Li Changhui to clear dungeons. That's already a huge favor. Exactly. How many people are lining up wanting Yi Chen to carry them, and she still thinks that without your Li Changhui, he wouldn't be able to open dungeons? I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die laughing. It wasn't just those teammates. When Mu Yingying heard Chen Shiyu's words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not wanting to think too much, Mu Yingying took a few steps to Chen Shiyu and said sternly, Chen Shiyu, oh Chen Shiyu, aren't you being a bit shameless? You say I'm shameless? Hearing this, Chen Shiyu became anxious. Am I wrong? My husband Li Changhui helped him clear a dungeon. Shouldn't he get some reward? Should he just follow him to clear a dungeon for free? Hearing this, Mu Yingying felt like her head had been struck by lightning. After taking a long breath, she finally spoke. Chen Shiyu, you still want a reward? Your Li Changhui has so much experience. Isn't that a reward? Aren't you being a bit too greedy? Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyu couldn't help but speak. What about me? I'm his girlfriend. Shouldn't I also get a little reward? Put. At that moment, Mu Yingying almost spat out blood. How could there be such an outrageous person in this world? Chen Shiyu, what do you think you are? Do you even deserve to ask our Yi Chen for a reward? Let me tell you, if Li Changhui doesn't spit out that 100 million points today, he can forget about leaving here alive. Before she finished speaking, not just Mu Yingying, just now, those teammates chosen by Yi Chen, along with other talented individuals who wanted to team up with him but unfortunately were not selected, immediately stood by her side. In an instant, seeing these hundreds of SSS-level talented professionals surrounding her and Li Changhui, Chen Shiyu was instantly frightened. Without thinking, she ran to Jiang Chen's side and cried out, "Woo, President Jiang, look at what they want to do. Aren't they just bullying us girls because they have more people? President Jiang, you must stand up for us." At this moment, Jiang Chen was also speechless. He originally thought it was just a small scuffle among kids, but he never expected the situation to escalate like this. To be honest, after watching this grand spectacle unfold, Jiang Chen felt like his brain capacity was a bit insufficient, especially when he saw Chen Shiyu walking towards him. Jiang Chen instinctively took a step back. He never imagined that such a peculiar person could exist. Moreover, this kind of person actually got a spot in the special training camp? It seems that Zhang Chang really needs some education. This special training camp, how could just anyone get in? However, after hearing what they said, Jiang Chen seemed to understand. It was probably because Li Changhui, as the captain, helped Yi Chen clear a dungeon and then wanted to monopolize the reward points from that third-tier Azura-level dungeon. With this in mind, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. Looking at Chen Shiyu standing in front of him, Jiang Chen directly said, "Chen Shiyu, synchronize, let your elder come over later." Hearing this, Chen Shiyu was momentarily stunned. "Principal Jiang, are you saying you want our Chen family's elder to seek justice for me? Seek justice my ass. Chen Shiyu, you've been expelled from my special training camp, do you understand?" At this moment, Jiang Chen finally couldn't hold back. "So, now, immediately, right now, get your people from the Nanji Chen family to come over. If you don't bring you away within an hour, I will personally come over and crush you, then throw you at your Chen family's doorstep." Hearing this, Chen Shiyu was so scared that her body stiffened. Not only that, Jiang Chen directly approached Li Changhui. "Li Changhui, you think your sneaky tricks can work in my Dongshan province special training camp, huh? Very well. When I have time, I will personally visit your Qingniaoli family and see what kind of scum you all are. You have 1 minute. Immediately return the points to Yi Chen. If I see you within my sight after 1 minute, don't blame me, the head of the special training camp, for bullying you juniors." Boom! At this moment, Li Changhui was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that this trivial matter would actually anger the head of the Dongshan province special training camp. Soon, Li Changhui, not daring to hesitate, transferred all the points from his identity card to Yi Chen, and without thinking, took Chen Shiyu and fled madly towards the entrance of the special training camp. At this moment, when everyone saw the two of them fleeing in such a disheveled manner, all the talented students present couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with so much anymore. Although that Chen Shiyu did have some extraordinary qualities, the things he wanted to say earlier had basically been said by Mu Yingying and those teammates. And all of the 100 million points eventually returned to my own pocket. No matter how much I pursue it, it would just be a waste of my time. Yi Chen, I'm sorry this time. I didn't expect Zhang Cheng would actually let such a student enter the gates of my training camp. Don't worry, when I get back, I will definitely teach this guy a good lesson. Seeing that the situation had calmed down a bit, Zhang Chen immediately came to Yi Chen to apologize. To be honest, it was the first time everyone present had seen Zhang Chen, the vice president of Dongshan province and the head of the training camp, who was at the peak of the 7th level, apologize to a mere junior. Yi Chen directly replied, "President Jiang, you're overthinking it. I'm not that petty." "If you're not petty, I have to be a bit petty with myself." At this point, Zhang Chen suddenly thought of something. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you something because of their interruption." Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately asked, "What is it?" "President Jiang, please go ahead. It's about your 4th level extraordinary weapon." Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, "When our training camp's enrollment ceremony started, President Wang had already set off for Kyoto City to find you a top-tier craftsman who can forge a 4th level extraordinary weapon." Kyoto City. Upon hearing this name, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. To be honest, even in my past life, Yi Chen had never been to Kyoto. There's no way. If you wanted to go to Kyoto City, the restrictions like license plate limits, residence permits, and temporary permits would give anyone a headache just by hearing about them. In this life, the scrutiny in Kyoto City is said to be even stricter. Correspondingly, within Kyoto City, there are all kinds of hidden talents. The legendary Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild, the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy, and one of the 3 Supreme Academies, the Supreme Academy of Kyoto City, are all established in Kyoto City. For just a 4th level extraordinary weapon, Yi Chen never expected that President Wang would go directly to Kyoto City to find resources for him. "President Jiang, is forging a 4th level extraordinary weapon a very troublesome matter?" Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. "It's somewhat troublesome, but not too much. Compared to the 3rd level, 4th level extraordinary weapons are relatively simpler. The main requirement is just a bit higher for the craftsman. Because the process of forging a 4th level extraordinary weapon, if made with the same quality, only requires using a 3rd level extraordinary weapon as raw material, plus the fusion of star source stones, to form the embryo of a 4th level extraordinary weapon. After that, just fuse your perfect blood essence, and it can be successfully forged. Of course, if you want to improve the quality, for example, if you currently have a 3rd level bestowed extraordinary weapon and want to forge a 4th level god level extraordinary weapon, then you will need to collect materials again." At this point, Zhang Chen simply stopped hiding anything. After all, it was Yi Chen's own matter. He would find out sooner or later. Then, Zhang Chen directly said, "So, if I'm not mistaken, Wang Chong should be going to Kyoto City to find the former president of Dongshan province, Li Chengfeng. Only by using President Li's connections can we find the current national treasure level craftsman in the Dragon Kingdom, Master Chen Yuan, who is also the strongest craftsman in the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, if you want this 4th level extraordinary weapon, you could also find an 8th level craftsman to successfully forge it steadily. But your growth rate is too fast. This time, we won't look for Master Chen Yuan, but when you start the 5th tier mission, you'll still have to go. So, it might be better to go straight to the point, to avoid any trouble later." "I understand now." Hearing this explanation, Yi Chen suddenly realized, he never expected that forging an extraordinary specialized weapon would be this difficult. Just a mere 4th or 5th tier extraordinary specialized weapon requires such precious manpower and resources. He couldn't imagine how many resources and how much manpower would be needed to successfully forge a 6th tier, 7th tier, or even higher extraordinary specialized weapon. "Thank you, President Jiang, and President Wang for your support." Thinking of this, Yi Chen deeply bowed to Zhang Chen. "No need for that." Before Yi Chen could lower his head, Zhang Chen directly helped him up. "We want to cultivate you, not only to supply talent for the Dragon Kingdom but also for our own purposes and selfish reasons. So, you don't need to feel guilty about it. I still say this, you are a genius. You should enjoy special treatment. If our great Dragon Kingdom can't even support a genius like you, wouldn't that make everyone in the Blue Star laugh at us? So, you just need to work hard to become stronger. Leave the other trivial matters to us." "Got it." Hearing this, Yi Chen let out a deep breath. He knew Zhang Chen's words were just to prevent him from feeling guilty. But no matter what, Yi Chen was still very grateful for their contributions to him. "Then President Jiang, I'll go tackle the 4th tier dungeon now." "Go ahead." Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then watched Yi Chen enter the gate of the dungeon hall. Just then, after Yi Chen entered the dungeon, Muing Ying quickly walked up to him. "Brother Yi Chen, I can help you open the dungeon. Don't worry, once the dungeon is cleared, no matter how many points there are, I'll transfer them to you right away." Alright, Yi Chen didn't want to think too much and directly transferred 100 million survival points from the training camp to Muingying. This was the point requirement for the 4th tier, Azura level difficulty dungeon. Without further thought, once Muingying received the points, she directly opened the 4th tier dungeon in front of them according to Yi Chen's request. Ding, you have opened the 4th tier dungeon entrance, Dark Demon Marsh. Please choose the difficulty level to open, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, Azura. Dark Demon Marsh Space Dungeon, Collapse Countdown, 2 years, 6 months, 11 days. Dark Demon Marsh Dungeon Strategy Record. Normal, 21 hours, 12 minutes, 57 seconds. Hard, 5 days, 16 hours, 33 minutes, 42 seconds. Nightmare, 28 days, 12 hours, 58 minutes, 36 seconds. Hell, first stage 73%. Azura, none yet. At a glance, the strategy for this dungeon was quite mature, just one hell level away, and they could directly unlock the Azura level difficulty, preparing to completely destroy this dungeon. However, this was also because this 4th tier dungeon had existed long enough. After all, dungeons below the 3rd tier can only exist for a month at most. 3rd tier dungeons can only exist for a year, and 4th tier dungeons can exist for 10 years. As for this Dark Demon Marsh dungeon, with only about 2.5 years left until collapse, having such a strategy progress was not surprising. Without further thought, as Yi Chen gave the order, Muingying directly opened this dungeon at the Azura level difficulty. The next second, Yi Chen led everyone into the Dark Demon Marsh dungeon. Seeing Yi Chen and the others enter the dungeon, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but question Zhang Chen's earlier suggestion for Yi Chen to first tackle the Tier 3 dungeon. President Jiang, you must have noticed that Yi Chen's current strength is already sufficient to handle the Tier 4 Azura level dungeon, right? Why does he still have to go through a few Tier 3 dungeons to accumulate strength? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Cheng, your years as an instructor have truly been in vain. Have you forgotten? The difficulty of the Tier 4 dungeon is much greater than that of the Tier 3. Well, that's natural, but it doesn't seem that much harder, does it? Zhang Cheng frowned and instinctively asked. For ordinary people, perhaps there isn't much difference, but for Yi Chen, it's a different story. Zhang Chen sighed and continued, in Tier 3 dungeons and below, the first stage only has minor monsters, the second stage only has elite monsters, and by the third stage, a final boss level monster will appear. And what about the Tier 4 dungeon? The first stage will have elites, and the second stage will have boss level monsters. The most outrageous part is, when entering the second stage, where those ordinary boss level monsters appear, the attack formation will also activate immediately. This attack formation, for Yi Chen, with his overwhelming undead army, can almost be said to cause a catastrophic blow. This, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. President Jiang, but the Tier 3 dungeon also has attack formations, right? Can the attack formation mechanism of Tier 3 be compared to that of Tier 4? Zhang Chen couldn't help but scoff. The attack formation in Tier 3 only appears when the final boss monster's health drops below 50%. I had inquired about Yi Chen's experience in Tier 3 dungeons at the beginning of the camp ceremony. The final boss of that Tier 3 dungeon was instantly killed as soon as it appeared, so even if the attack formation showed up, it disappeared before it could even activate. In other words, the attack formation mechanism in the Tier 3 dungeon is practically non-existent for Yi Chen. He even thinks that the attack formation mechanism in the Tier 3 dungeon is a joke. It has never appeared before him, but the attack formation in the Tier 4 dungeon is different. This thing activates as soon as the boss appears in the second stage, and once the attack formation is activated, you should understand what I mean, right? So, I wanted Yi Chen to first go to the Tier 3 dungeon to accumulate some strength, so that he would have a bit less pressure in the Tier 4 dungeon. After hearing this explanation, Zhang Cheng fell silent. To be honest, he was already at the peak of Tier 6 and had long forgotten the specific mechanisms of the Tier 3 and Tier 4 dungeons. He only remembered that the dungeons at these two levels were still in the nascent stage of the attack formation mechanism and were not yet perfected. It was only at Tier 5, or even now facing the Tier 6 dungeon, that the attack formation mechanism would truly explode. There were attack formations like lightning attack formation that could cause paralysis effects, and frost attack formation that could cause freezing effects. These weren't even the most outrageous. The most disgusting part was those chaotic support formations. Various nauseating negative effects and enhancements for monsters were simply countless. However, when Zhang Chen's words reached the ears of those students who had no intention of following Yi Chen into the dungeon, they immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did you hear what President Jiang just said? Luckily, we didn't enter the instance. This time, Yi Chen is not doomed, right? Yeah, I thought the 4th tier instance would be tough, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. I've heard about the power of the attack formation. Once activated, the attack frequency is like a Gatling gun from 500 years ago during the peaceful era. Wow, is this attack formation really that fierce? Of course, the most outrageous part is, the main body of the attack formation is invincible and won't take any damage at all, so we can only dodge these attacks by moving our bodies. Hiss, if that's the case, isn't Yi-Chin the biggest nemesis of the undead army? Yeah, it's over. The 4th tier instance is so hard, and Yi-Chin isn't willing to listen to President John's advice. It seems this time he won't just escape unscathed. That's why I said, the current Yi-Chin is just like Ouyang Tian back then, wanting to directly tackle the Azura level instance. Originally, when they saw Yi-Chen enter the instance, those students who also wanted to team up with him but were not selected felt a bit upset. But now, after hearing Jiang Chen's words and the discussions among these geniuses, they felt much more balanced. Luckily, they weren't chosen this time. Otherwise, wouldn't their lives also be wasted alongside Yi-Chen in this instance? Leveling up quickly is great, but if you lose your life, what's the point of leveling up at all? Sigh, to be honest, I don't care whether Yi-Chen lives or dies, but it's a pity for that beauty Mu Yingying. Yeah, I'm also from Linyan City, and I've had a crush on Mu Yingying for years. Tisk TSK. I hope this time, Mu Yingying can survive. Thinking about their goddess entering the instance with Yi-Chen, the few geniuses from Linyan City suddenly felt regretful. Meanwhile, inside the instance, as soon as Yi-Chen entered, he saw the dark marsh all around, filled with the harsh environment of a deadwood forest swamp permeated with dark purple poisonous mist. At that moment, a series of familiar system prompts appeared right in front of Yi-Chen. Ding, you have entered the 4th tier instance, Dark Demon Marsh. Ding, you are affected by Azura level Dark Demon Poison Fog. Your maximum health is reduced by 30%, your maximum mana is reduced by 50%, and your defense is reduced by 60%. Ding, you are affected by Poison Fog Demon Chi, and your health has decreased by 300 points. Ding, your 3rd talent Soul of Faith is activated, your summon creatures bear the damage for you. Ding, ding. At this moment, as everyone just entered the instance and saw the series of negative status prompts in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? This 4th tier instance's global debuff state is too terrifying, right? That Poison Fog Demon Chi deducts 3,000 health points per second? Damn, I can barely hold on. Heal me. Who among you is a priest? Please, save me. Woo. No one told me this 4th tier instance was so twisted. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Is it too late to exit now? What exit? You can only leave the instance when you're out of combat. We're currently affected by this Poison Fog Demon Chi, so we can't exit the instance at all. What do we do? Aren't we doomed? No way. Even though I'm a priest, my healing alone isn't enough. I'm almost out of blue too. What the hell? Are we really going to die here? When the warning of the poisonous miasma's continuous damage appeared, those genius teammates were instantly terrified. Over 3,000 points of damage per second. For these early-stage second-tier professionals, lasting half a minute would be impressive. At that moment, everyone present lost all confidence. However, just when everyone was in despair, they suddenly noticed a thick shield inexplicably appearing around their bodies. Not only that, at the same time the shield appeared, these teammates also discovered that they had gained a special effect that added over 6,000 points of block attribute to themselves. What the hell? What's going on? How did we suddenly get such a thick layer of shield? Damn, I just took a glance, this shield has over 600,000 points. This is insane. So powerful. Whose skill is this amazing? My health is only over 20,000, and this shield is more than 20 times my health. Wait, who healed me? Over 64,000 points of health per second. My maximum health isn't even that much. This is too outrageous. And this extra block attribute, directly over 6,000 points of block attribute, isn't this invincible? Fountain of Hell? Death Spirit Guardian? Why does this look so much like Brother Yi-Chen's skill? No, wait, look, it's not Brother Yi-Chen. It's that summon creature called Death Spirit Commander from his subordinates. What? This is a skill from Brother Yi-Chen's summon creature? At that moment, when everyone saw the layers of buffs on themselves, they were instantly dumbfounded. Originally, the poisonous miasma dealing 3,000 points of damage per second had pushed everyone to the brink of despair. But this series of buffs instantly pulled them back from the brink of death. Fountain of Hell restores 64,000 health per second. Death Spirit Guardian grants all teammates a shield of 640,000, plus a 6,400 points damage block effect. Just these two skills made the effect of the poisonous miasma which only dealt 3,000 points of damage per second, completely ineffective against them. What shocked them even more was, this terrifying series of buffs beyond their comprehension, were all just skills from a Death Spirit summoned creature under Yi Chen, and the same Death Spirit summoned creature had been summoned in nearly 200 quantities by Yi Chen. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Yeah, just one Death Spirit commander has such great power. What kind of terrifying effect will nearly 200 of them have? So strong. This Death Spirit mage profession, isn't it just a hidden profession? How can it be this powerful? Yes, the strength of this undead army is simply out of this world. At that moment, when they saw nearly 200 Death Spirit commanders slowly spreading out in all directions, all the teammates present were completely shocked. Is this the strength of Yi Chen's undead army? Just one Death Spirit commander could instantly save all of them from the brink of death. And looking around, the number of undead under his command was actually in the hundreds of thousands. It was unimaginable. What kind of terrifying disaster would occur if all these hundreds of thousands of undead were unleashed? Fortunately, the skills of the Death Spirit commander can actually provide buffs to teammates. With that said, I can relax a lot more. Glancing at the situation of his teammates, Yi Chen didn't take it too seriously. This was a level 4 Shura difficulty dungeon. Since they dared to follow him here, they must be prepared to face death. However, since he could slightly protect their safety, Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. After all, it was just summoning a Necromancer commander. For Yi Chen's skeleton army, it was hardly worth mentioning. But, just as he had released the undead army, the first wave of monsters appeared directly in Yi Chen's line of sight. However, upon seeing these monsters, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Shura level Corrupt Poison Beetle, X103, level, 41 Strength, 9700 Spirit, 6500 Constitution, 8000 Agility, 7200 Skill. Poisonous Fangs, attacks will inflict, Strength X 50%, points of poisonous elemental damage per second to enemies, lasting for 10 seconds. At a glance, there were over 100 beetle-like monsters, each 2 to 3 meters long, charging towards the nearby skeleton tyrants. However, what surprised Yi Chen was not these corrupt poison beetles, but among these creatures, there was an elite monster, about twice their size, appearing in Yi Chen's line of sight. Shura level Dark Demon Poison Insect level, 42 category, elite monster, strength, 23,000 spirit, 12,000 constitution, 19,000 agility, 15,000 Shura level aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skill Dark Demon Poison Fangs, upon any attack hitting, it will inflict, all attributes x 10%, points of deadly poison elemental damage per second to enemies, lasting until the target dies. At that moment, upon seeing the attributes of this elite monster, the Dark Demon Poison Insect, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. To be honest, this guy's attributes were actually average, but that skill was truly fearsome. Once any attack hit, it would inflict over 6,900 points of deadly poison elemental damage per second. The most terrifying part was, the effect of the Dark Demon Poison Fangs would last until the target died, before disappearing. This meant, as long as the target didn't die, the poison damage from the Dark Demon Poison Fangs would essentially have an infinite duration. Unless a priest could purify this state, there would be no chance of survival. However, even though the appearance of the elite monster surprised Yi Chen, he wasn't overly shocked, because, just as these monsters appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight, in less than a second, ding, you killed LV41 Corrupt Poison Beetle, you gained 410 points, plus 250 times, experience. Ding, 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 you killed Elite LV42 Dark Demon Poison Insect, you gained 42,000 points, plus 250 times, experience. Current dungeon progress, 0. 5% yes. Although these small monsters looked fierce, they couldn't withstand much time within the death barrier released by the Necromancer commander. The most ridiculous part was, when these guys just refreshed, due to being in the death barrier, they were directly slowed by 99%. Immediately after, the chaotic elemental spirits ambushed and struck. With a strange wave in the air, a wave of light system chaotic piercing shot out, instantly piercing and killing that elite monster, along with the small monsters behind it. However, upon seeing this series of kill notifications, Yi Chen was left stunned. What happened? After killing this entire wave of small monsters, why did only one prompt for dungeon progress appear? Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. But soon, Yi Chen figured out the progress logic for the first stage of this Tier 4 dungeon. In fact, it wasn't that killing this wave of small monsters would calculate the progress, but rather that only the elite monsters within that wave would provide progress rewards. The small monsters only offered ordinary experience rewards. Simply put, no matter how many small monsters were killed, the progress of this first stage would not change at all. Conversely, even if no small monsters were killed and only the elite monsters among them were slain, progress rewards could still be obtained. So, if one only wanted progress rewards and aimed to quickly clear the dungeon, they should just finish off all the elite monsters in the first stage to enter the second stage. If that's the case, then the progress from one elite monster is indeed quite substantial. One elite monster can increase the progress by 0.5%. If that's true, then I only need to kill 200 elite monsters to directly unlock the second stage? It sounded like it could indeed be quick. Just 200 elite monsters to complete the task directly. But in reality, each wave of respawning small monsters contained only one elite monster. This meant it wasn't about killing 200 elite monsters, but rather clearing a full 200 waves of monsters. No wonder I saw that the times for other Tier 4 dungeon strategies were all longer than each other. So that's the reason. With a slight smile, Yi-Chen didn't take it to heart. Undead Legion. Let's start hunting, quick and decisive. At this moment, Yi-Chen merely had a thought, and directly issued combat orders to all summoned creatures in the Undead Legion. Ding, you killed LV-41 Corrupted Beetle, you gained 410 points, plus 250 times experience. Ding, you killed Elite LV-42 Dark Poison Bug, you gained 42,000 points, plus 250 times experience. Current dungeon progress, 0.5%. Ding, ding. Soon, the prompts for killing monsters refreshed wildly, and the dungeon progress skyrocketed. Yi-Chen glanced at the speed of the dungeon progress increase and silently calculated his strategy time. Based on this efficiency, the first stage of the Dark Swamp dungeon should be completed in less than 10 hours. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi-Chen was too lazy to think further. The dungeon monsters. The Undead Legion would help him clear them. The members who came to join the team also had a Necromancer commander protecting them, so there was no need for him to worry. At this moment, Yi-Chen leaped onto a skeletal wyvern and flew up into the air to rest. However, it hadn't even been an hour when the team members in those dungeons saw their rapidly rising experience bars. They were instantly thrilled. Oh my god, is this the Tier 4 Azura level difficulty dungeon? This experience is just too amazing. Yeah, Li Chenghui and those who followed Brother Yi-Chen into the Tier 3 dungeon still needed high-level Beast Blood potions. I haven't even used a Beast Blood potion yet, and in this first stage, I've only just cleared 11%, and I've jumped from level 22 to level 25. This is too outrageous. It seems we don't even need to use Beast Blood potions to reach level 30 with 30,000% experience. Ha, we hit the jackpot this time. Yeah, this is just too exhilarating. I used to think that as long as I could reach level 30 in this month of special training camp, I would be satisfied. Now it seems this is just the beginning. I'm dying of laughter. Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, those talented potentialists, took a year or two of hard work to achieve this progress, and we completed it in just a few hours. At this moment, when they thought of Ouyang Tian and the others, who had desperately resisted Yi-Chen only to be eliminated from the secret realm assessment, the members who had entered the team couldn't help but laugh. It must be said, if it weren't for Ouyang Tian and those people fighting desperately, how would they have had the opportunity to gain a formal spot in the special training camp? To be honest, I heard that even Ouyang Tian and those talented potentialists, their experience progress at level 30 is still just under 2,000%. By the time Brother Yi-Chen takes us to finish this dungeon, our experience bar might not even be able to hold anymore. I'm dying of laughter. It seems now that Ouyang Tian and those people feel like clowns. No matter how hard they try, what use is it? We just need to hold onto their coattails and directly surpass them. Ha. Honestly, if they could recognize the situation and not compete with Brother Yi-Chen in the secret realm assessment, it probably wouldn't be our turn now. Yeah. What can potentialists do? Once we follow Brother Yi-Chen and level up, won't we be able to crush them anyway? Exactly. I can already imagine Ouyang Tian and those potentialists being stepped on by me. Ha. So satisfying. Just thinking about how Ouyang Tian and those once high and mighty potentialist geniuses were now lower than their own levels, the talented members in the team felt ecstatic. Once upon a time, they were also called geniuses. However, after the emergence of Ouyang Tian and these freakish potentialists, they, the ordinary geniuses, instantly faded into the crowd. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tian, Chen Feng, and Qin Huaiqian became the super geniuses towering above them. But no one expected. It was precisely because of their arrogance as super geniuses that this time they were severely harmed. Now, They didn't have to work hard at all. They just needed to lie flat and follow Brother Yi Chen to clear a level 4 Azura difficulty dungeon, and they could directly catch up to Ouyang Tian and those super geniuses, achieving in a few hours what would have taken them 1 or 2 years of effort. It was like those rich second-generation kids, being painstakingly cultivated by their families, spending years to build a company worth tens of millions through their own entrepreneurship, and then they bought a lottery ticket and won $1 billion, instantly surpassing them. The feeling was simply too exhilarating. Not only that, outside the dungeon, those who originally wanted to watch Yi Chen being tortured in this level 4 dungeon were also shocked when they saw his rapidly increasing dungeon progress. What the hell? This isn't a joke, right? Didn't we agree that Yi Chen would definitely be tortured in the level 4 dungeon? How come after just over 4 hours, his dungeon progress shot up to almost 50%? Woo woo, I regret it so much. Why did I listen to those idiots and stand at the back of the team, not letting Brother Yi Chen notice me? So fierce. Half of the progress in the first phase in 4 hours. At this rate, he could clear the first phase in 8 or 9 hours. Wait, aren't the elite monsters in the first phase all historical? Why not blow up Yi Chen's skeleton army? I don't believe it. Isn't he just a newly promoted tier 3 professional? Why is he so fierce? To be honest, Brother Yi Chen is still Brother Yi Chen. His strength is just too abnormal. A level 4 Shura difficulty dungeon, and he can just casually dominate it. Yeah, I'm so envious. With such strength, my goddess Mu Yingying would definitely fall in love with him. Damn it, don't say that. Goddess Mu Yingying is mine. Woo woo. No matter what, if I were a girl and had such a strong man in my team, I would like him too. Bro, don't just project yourself into this. Looking at the progress of the dungeon, everyone couldn't believe the reality before them. So fierce. They originally thought, once Yi Chen reached the level 4 dungeon, he would surely face defeat. But, unexpectedly, the strength of Yi Chen's undead army far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even in the level 4 Shura difficulty dungeon, they still suppressed everything. However, after hearing these discussions, another group of students immediately retorted, you guys are too hasty. This is just the first phase. According to President Zhang, the real disaster for Yi Chen will begin in the second phase. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a long while, someone suddenly realized, although the first phase has some elite level monsters, the actual difficulty is pretty much the same as the level 3 dungeon. Indeed, President Zhang also said that after reaching the second phase of the level 4 dungeon, the attack formation mechanism will appear. This is a disaster level attack that Yi Chen simply cannot withstand. Tisk TSK. To be honest, hearing you say this, I'm kind of looking forward to Yi Chen quickly advancing to the second phase. What a pity. I didn't join the team, otherwise I would really want to see how Yi Chen's skeleton army gets blown apart by those attack formations after entering the second phase. Just thinking about this, those students who were looking forward to Yi Chen being defeated in the level 4 dungeon became excited again. Hearing these students' discussions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. These kids, can't they wish for others to do well? However, he was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. To be honest, even though what these students said was harsh, it was also the truth. Not to mention those students, even Jiang Chen himself. His heart was always in his throat. The first phase posed no difficulty for Yi Chen at all. Only when they reached the real second phase would the true disaster begin. It was precisely for this reason that he had strongly suggested Yi Chen to first accumulate strength in the level 3 dungeon. Unfortunately, Yi Chen insisted on directly entering the level 4 dungeon, so he couldn't say much more. However, judging by Yi Chen's current efficiency in clearing the dungeon, he should be entering the second phase in about 5 hours. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen was clearing the dungeon, in the Supreme Academy of Kyoto City, in the vice principal's office, Wang Chong looked seriously at the middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man in front of Wang Chong was the one who had raised him, taught him to read and write, accompanied him through the awakening ceremony, and led him to the Abyss battlefield, where he achieved countless merits, the former president of Dongshan province. At the same time, he was also the person Wang Chong trusted the most in his life, the current vice principal of the Supreme Academy of Kyoto City, Li Chengfeng. After a moment of silence, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but speak, "President, this time, you must help me no matter what. 50 years ago, what happened to Su Chen? I absolutely cannot allow him to repeat the same mistakes in our Dongshan province." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Li Chengfeng hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, "Xiao Wang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but what you're saying is a bit too unbelievable. A mere orphan background could produce such a terrifyingly gifted student. How can I believe what you're saying?" President Li. Hearing this, Wang Chongting suddenly stood up from his seat. "If you don't believe the student, we can go to Dongshan province right now to take a look. If the student is lying to you, I can swear that I, Wang Chong, will be struck by lightning the moment I step out. No need for that. Li Chengfeng waved his hand and sighed. Alright, I can agree to let my brother contact Master Chen Yuan, but whether he agrees to help Yi Chen forge a 4th-tier extraordinary weapon, I can't guarantee. Why? Wang Chong instinctively asked. Li Chengfeng pursed his lips and took a deep breath. First of all, a mere 4th-tier extraordinary weapon doesn't require Master Chen Yuan to intervene. Moreover, you may not know, Master Chen Yuan has a very peculiar personality. If you want him to help, it won't be as simple as me just saying a few words. I'm not afraid of difficulties. When have I ever been afraid of this? Hearing this, Wang Chong said straightforwardly, as long as you can find a way to let me meet Master Chen Yuan, even if I have to go through fire and water, I won't hesitate. No matter how you go through fire and water, what good will it do? Li Chengfeng was somewhat speechless. It depends on whether the Yi Chen you mentioned can catch Master Chen Yuan's eye. It is said that aside from those within the Dragon Kingdom's central guild, he doesn't help anyone else. So, even when Su Chen back then wanted to forge a 6th-tier extraordinary weapon, I was rejected by Master Chen Yuan and had to contact Master Zhao Changchun. So, there's really no way? Even if I could just meet Master Chen Yuan, that would be fine. Hearing this, Wang Chong became anxious. President Li, you don't understand, that kid Yi Chen is really very talented. He is even comparable to Su Chen back in the day. And now, he is just a professional who isn't even a potential user, yet he has already reached level 40 and received a 5-star advancement task. This 4th-tier extraordinary weapon is already urgent. As he spoke halfway, Li Chengfeng seemed to have heard some keywords and directly interrupted. Xiao Wang, what did you just say? That kid Yi Chen isn't even a potential user? Yes. Seeing Li Chengfeng's serious expression, Wang Chong was stunned. President Li, do you have something going on? No. Li Chengfeng waved his hand and continued to ask, I want to know. If I remember correctly, wasn't the nationwide awakening ceremony just completed 5 or 6 days ago? What's wrong? Today is June 7th, just 1 day short. It's exactly a week since the National Awakening Day. So, you're saying that Yi Chen, that student who isn't even a potential user, actually leveled up to 40 in just these 7 or 8 days? Hearing this, Li Chengfeng's face finally showed a hint of shock, and he also received a 5-star difficulty advancement task? Yes. Wang Chong nodded, responding with a look of astonishment. Could there really be such a person? Li Chengfeng frowned, suddenly thinking of something, and immediately asked, by the way, what were the star levels of his previous tiers? All 5-star. I've already looked at his information. If you don't believe it, I'll have that old rascal Jiangchen send you a copy right now. At that moment, Wang Chong seemed to sense a hint of something unusual about Li Chengfeng and instinctively became serious. However, Li Chengfeng directly refused, saying, no need. I believe what you say. If that's the case, then no matter what, I will find a way to help you contact Master Chen Yuan this time. As he spoke, the 2 fists crossed over his chest tightened slightly. After a long while, he slowly uttered a few words. The matter of Su Chen absolutely cannot happen a second time in Dongshan province. President Li, are you deciding to help Yi Chen? Seeing Li Chengfeng's expression, Wang Chang's heart suddenly surged with excitement. Of course, Li Chengfeng replied as he slowly stood up. Just wait, I'll go find my brother now and see if he can contact Master Chen Yuan. Alright, thank you, President Li. Wang Chang stood up and bowed repeatedly. He knew that as long as Li Chengfeng could agree to this matter, it was basically a done deal. Although he was not an official within the Longhua Central Guild, he was somewhat familiar with President Li Chengfeng's connections. Li Yingtian, the supreme scholar of the capital, was his biological brother, and Master Chen Yuan was a good classmate who graduated in the same year as Li Yingtian and was like a brother to him. So, as long as Li Chengfeng gave the nod, Li Yingtian would definitely help him contact Master Chen Yuan. Therefore, as long as the eccentric Chen Yuan was willing to give Li Yingtian a favor, this matter would be as good as settled. At that moment, after hearing Wang Chang's words, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smile. Alright, stop frowning. I'll be back in at most an hour. Don't worry, if my brother doesn't agree this time, I won't recognize him as my brother anymore. Saying this, Li Chengfeng patted Wang Chong on the shoulder, offering some reassurance. The matter of Su Chen was a lifelong pain in Li Chengfeng's heart. 50 years ago, if Su Chen hadn't failed to become the national dragon martial champion, or rather, even if Su Chen could have placed in the top 3 in the national exam, Li Chengfeng wouldn't have fallen to this state. You must know, back then, Su Chen was the first person in Dongshan province to awaken and become a professional. At that time, when he saw Su Chen come into the world, Li Chengfeng once thought he could rise smoothly, step by step, into the Longwa Central Guild with his own strength. But, unexpectedly, in the end, he only received the news of Su Chen's failure. Since then, for more than 10 years, Li Changfeng began to lose heart. What made him change his ways was the second time he received news of Su Chen going missing during the Cosmic Explorer mission. Originally, even though he was sad to hear about Su Chen's failure in the national exam, the news of Su Chen's disappearance made him furious. From that point on, Li Changfeng's heart was filled with only one thing: to climb up, to squeeze into a higher position, to reach the Longwa Central Guild. Because only with a high enough position could he receive more information. To put it bluntly, even if it cost him his life, he had to find out the true reason behind Su Chen's disappearance. Su Chen was someone he had nurtured himself. To Li Changfeng, he even regarded Su Chen as his own son. Therefore, even though he could endure Su Chen's failure, he absolutely could not tolerate Su Chen's inexplicable disappearance. Unfortunately, Li Changfeng's talent was indeed limited. After being stuck at the peak of the 8th level 7 years ago, he had not made any progress since. Because of this, his current position in the Dragon Kingdom's Central Court Guild is merely a low-ranking one. The resources and information he can access are extremely limited. And now, he has seen a brand new hope. Speaking of which, the core reason why Li Changfeng is determined to help Wang Chong is actually quite simple. Besides seeing his own shadow in Wang Chong, he also sees in Wang Chang's words the genius Yi Chen, who can help him uncover the truth behind the Su Chen disappearance case. Yi Chen, it must be said, with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to advance further in the Dragon Kingdom's Central Court Guild. But Yi Chen has a great chance to rise to a position even higher than his. Therefore, by helping Wang Chong, he is also helping himself. Only through this connection with Wang Chong can he assist Yi Chen in growing, so that the truly powerful Yi Chen in the future can fulfill his unfinished wish to find Su Chen. Before long, Li Changfeng went directly to the principal's office, getting straight to the point. The moment he saw his brother, Li Changfeng immediately said, "Brother, don't be busy for now, I have something important to tell you." Hearing this, Li Yingtian, who had just been handling official business, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Changfeng, you know I hate being disturbed when I'm thinking. Brother, just put aside your trivial matters for now." Seeing Li Yingtian's indifferent attitude, Li Changfeng stepped forward and forcibly took the documents from his hands. "I'm here to talk to you about something serious." Hearing Li Changfeng's words, Li Yingtian was speechless, let out a sigh, and then continued to ask, "Then go ahead." Without hesitation, Li Changfeng said directly, "I want you to help me find Master Chen Yuan." Find Chen Yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yingtian couldn't help but smile. "You're just in time. He owes me a favor from last year." "But why do you want to find Chen Yuan?" "It's simple," Li Changfeng said seriously. "I want Master Chen Yuan to help me forge a 4th tier extraordinary weapon for a genius named Ji Chen from Dongshan province." Forge a 4th tier. Hearing this, Li Yingtian almost choked. "Little brother, I didn't mishear, did I? You need to find Chen Yuan for just a 4th tier extraordinary weapon? Did I hear wrong, or are you confused? Don't you know that to ask Master Chen Yuan to forge an extraordinary weapon, you at least need to be at the 6th tier or above? I don't care about that. I just want to ask you one thing, will you help or not?" Li Changfeng's expression was extremely serious. "You may not know, but this Yi Chen is a rare super genius. Ha ha. Everyone from Dongshan province is a super genius in your eyes." Li Yingtian laughed. "However, a mere 4th tier extraordinary weapon can be easily handled by an ordinary 8th tier craftsman, so why bother Master Chen Yuan? You probably don't know how difficult it is to make Master Chen Yuan owe a favor." "I don't care." Li Changfeng sat on the sofa, acting like a child throwing a tantrum at his 100+ years of age. "Anyway, if you don't help me, I'm not leaving this time, and don't think about handling these things." "You damn." Seeing Li Changfeng holding the documents he was about to deal with, Li Yingtian was instantly furious. "I think you need a beating, don't you? Go ahead and hit me." Hearing this, Li Changfeng immediately put on a look of being at the mercy of others, but his face was filled with pride. "Anyway, if you beat me to death, then I'll go below and tell our mother that I was killed by my own brother." Upon hearing this, Li Yingtian was completely out of patience. 100 years ago, when their parents passed away, their mother had told Li Yingtian to take good care of his younger brother. This instruction had remained etched in Li Yingtian's heart until now, but he never expected that this would instead become a shield for his brother to play tricks on him. Seeing that Li Yingtian was silent, Li Changfeng directly took out his trump card. "Sigh, I know that my talent is not as good as my brother's, and this life might just be like this. I came to the Dragon Kingdom's Central Court Guild just to find out Su Chen's whereabouts. It's a pity that now I'm stuck in a situation where I can't go up or down, and I still have to be bullied by my own brother. if it really doesn't work, I think I might as well just die. As he spoke, Li Qingfeng slowly stood up, striking a pose as if he were about to seek death. Seeing this scene, Li Yingtian waved his hand directly. Alright, if you're going to act like this, then I'll help you look for him, okay? He pursed his lips. Li Yingtian added, but I have to tell you in advance. If Chen Yuan is unwilling, then I can only help you find other 8th tier craftsmen. Do I still need you to find 8th tier craftsmen? Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng's heart blossomed with joy, but he still pretended to be dissatisfied on the surface. He scoffed. Li Qingfeng nonchalantly said, I know quite a few 8th tier craftsmen from the Central Court Guild myself. Alright, you're impressive, okay? Li Yingtian rolled his eyes. I'll go find Chen Yuan for you right now. I really can't believe I have a brother like you. That's my good brother. Mother would definitely be at ease knowing how good you are to me, even in the underworld. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng smiled and stood up. In that case, I'll head back to my office first. If you have any news, just contact me directly. Okay. Nodding, Li Yingtian snatched the few documents waiting to be processed from Li Qingfeng's hands, placed them on the table, and then left. Soon after, Li Qingfeng also returned to his office. When Wang Chong saw the newcomer, he immediately stood up from the sofa. President Li, you're back? How did it go? Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng pondered slightly. I've already asked my brother to find Master Chen Yuan at the Central Court Guild. If he has any news, then we can start crafting right away. However, even if Master Chen Yuan can't be contacted, I will help you reach out to 8th tier craftsmen. At least, I can help you get through this critical moment. Thank you. Hearing this, Wang Chong couldn't help but bow deeply to Li Qingfeng. Soon, after about 10 minutes, the phone in Li Qingfeng's office rang. Just after answering the call, Li Yingtian's voice came through directly. Little brother, things aren't going well. Chen Yuan isn't at the Central Court Guild. If you're in a hurry, you should find an 8th tier craftsman first. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng instinctively asked, Master Chen Yuan isn't there? Where did he go? How would I know? Li Yingtian replied, feeling speechless. Craftsmen often run around for some special materials. Who knows where he could have gone? All I know is, he won't be back for at least a week. Damn. A week's time, and even the damn daylilies have cooled down. Li Qingfeng was even tempted to curse. However, fortunately, there was still a turn of events. A mere 4th tier extraordinary weapon could definitely be successfully crafted by an 8th tier craftsman. After hanging up the phone, Li Qingfeng relayed this information to Wang Chong. Hiss, Master Chen Yuan isn't here? That's indeed a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Wang Chong couldn't help but frown. So what should we do about this 4th tier extraordinary weapon now? President Li, I'm in a hurry. It would be best to see the embryo of the extraordinary weapon within the next day or two. So urgent? Li Qingfeng was taken aback. Didn't you say that brat Yichen just received the 4th tier advancement task? Yes. Wang Chong sighed, but the 4th tier Shura level dungeon can be completed by that brat in at most a day, and the rest is just a 24-hour survival in a secret realm. All things considered, that's just 2 days, right? That's really quite urgent. In that case, we can only find an 8th tier craftsman. Li Qingfeng nodded and said directly, Xiao Wang, you don't need to worry about this matter. Since Master Chen Yuan isn't here, I'll first find an 8th tier craftsman to help you forge this 4th tier extraordinary weapon. As for Master Chen Yuan, once that brat advances to the 5th tier, I think I should be able to help you contact him. I've told you before, Master Chen Yuan is quite eccentric. Even if he returns in a few days, it will take some time to get him to agree to this matter. However, it should be doable before Yi Chen challenges the peak of the 4th tier and receives the 5th tier task. Alright, then, I'll trouble President Li to take more care of this. Hearing this, although Wang Chong appeared slightly disappointed on the surface, he was actually overjoyed inside. To be honest, when he came to find Li Qingfeng this time, he didn't really expect to see Master Chen Yuan immediately. At least he hadn't thought about getting Master Chen Yuan to agree to help him forge a 4th tier extraordinary weapon in such a short time. But, precisely because of this, Wang Chong needed to maximize the pressure from the start. This way, he could have a long buffer time in advance. The so-called art of negotiation lies in this. Of course, what Wang Chong didn't know was, the reason Li Qingfeng agreed to help him was almost entirely because he also valued Yi Chen's potential to directly challenge the 4th tier advancement task within a week. This potential was completely beyond what ordinary people could reach. If in the future Yi Chen could really rise to a position higher than his own, then he would have a better chance of finding Su Chen's whereabouts. However, Li Qingfeng was still aware of how difficult this matter was. The Universe Explorer operation was held jointly by several major super empires of Blue Star, gathering those who successfully reached level 100 and had a strong desire to explore the outer starry sky, seeking a path for Blue Star's future. So far, this operation had lasted for at least 100 years, and regardless of whether the Universe Explorer team could successfully return from the outer starry sky, or what kind of information they obtained from it, only the leaders of several major super empires of Blue Star knew. Therefore, in theory, to find Su Chen's whereabouts from back then, one would at least need to contact the top figures of the Dragon Kingdom's Central Guild, the pinnacle of this pyramid. However, those who could reach such strength were all beings who had reached level 100 and were 10th tier powerhouses. And these supreme beings are at least top tier experts who have advanced through all 5-star templates. Not to mention anything else. Just this one restriction is something countless professionals wouldn't even dare to dream about. There's no need to think about SSS level professionals. For this type of person, reaching the 7th or 8th tier is already the limit. Talented potentialists may hope to challenge the 9th tier, but even the most outstanding geniuses at this level can only reach around the 3rd tier, and their attribute templates can no longer challenge the 5-star strength. Even the most elite among potentialists can only reach the 5th or 6th tier at most, and they would have to settle for a 4-star or even 3-star strength template. So far, it has been over 500 years since the Great Mutation transformation began on Blue Star, entering the universal job change era. The only beings capable of successfully challenging the 10th tier are those like the heavenly professionals, and to become a 5-star, 10th tier supreme being, one must be among the top figures of the heavenly professionals. Simply put, just to figure out what the Cosmic Explorer Initiative is all about, one must look to the top geniuses of the entire Dragon Nation. Back then, Li Chengfeng, in a moment of impulsiveness, wanted to enhance his own strength to investigate Su Chen's matter, which, to put it bluntly, was a bit of a failure to recognize his own capabilities. But now, being able to grasp onto a straw of hope like Yi Chen, he must try no matter what. Moreover, if he could get Yi Chen into the team of the Cosmic Explorer Initiative, it would not only help him find Su Chen's whereabouts but also allow Yi Chen to explore the path to becoming a 10th tier supreme being in the future. Blue Star, to put it simply, is just a tiny place. A 10th tier supreme being can circle Blue Star tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye. And this is still because Blue Star has expanded 1,000-fold compared to over 500 years ago. Therefore, a 10th tier expert may be a top tier being on Blue Star, but perhaps in the vast, boundless outer starry sky, they might not count for much at all. Only by successfully breaking the shackles of Blue Star can one hope to surpass the 10th tier limit. Soon, not long after Li Chengfeng left, he returned to Wang Chang's side. I've already contacted an 8th tier craftsman for you. Once that kid Yi Chen arrives, we can start right away. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, President Li. No need. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly and continued. As for Master Chen Yuan, once he returns, I will do my best to contact him for you. Rest assured. Alright, Wang Cheng replied, then I'll head back first to see how Yi Chen is doing now. Li Chengfeng nodded. Go ahead. Just remember to send me a copy of Yi Chen's information once you return. Okay, I'll have that kid Jiangchen send it over to you right now. After responding, Wang Cheng left directly. He was quite satisfied with the results of this trip to the capital. Yi Chen's 4th tier extraordinary specialized weapon had a lead, and with President Li keeping an eye on Master Chen Yuan, although there were no results yet. Once Yi Chen's strength reached the peak of the 4th tier and he engaged with the 5th tier advancement tasks, Master Chen Yuan would surely have news. Even if it doesn't succeed, he could still seek another national treasure level craftsman through Li Chengfeng. That would be the Master Zhao Changchun that Li Chengfeng had mentioned before. He is also a craftsman at the peak of the 9th tier, with strength not much inferior to Master Chen Yuan. At the very least, crafting extraordinary specialized weapons of the 5th tier, or even 6th or 7th tier, would be more than sufficient. However, by the time Yi Chen reached the 6th and 7th tiers of extraordinary specialized weapons, he would have likely already completed the national examination and entered one of the 3 Supreme Academies of the Dragon Kingdom. If he got into the Supreme Academy in the capital, then Yi Chen's future growth wouldn't require so much effort on his part. Meanwhile, just as Wang Cheng boarded the Jingdong flying train and spent several hours returning to the special training camp in Qingyao City, Dongshan Province, Yi Chen's 4th tier dungeon had just finished its first phase. 4th tier Azura level difficulty Dark Demon Swamp, real-time monitoring information. Current Yi Chen's team progress, 2nd phase 0%. At the entrance of the dungeon hall, when the group of students saw Yi Chen's dungeon progress information, they all widened their eyes in shock. Yi Chen has finally entered the 2nd phase. A boss-level monster is about to appear. The attack formation is also going to show up. Yi Chen is probably going to be in trouble soon. Yeah, I really want to see how Yi Chen's undead army is going to be tortured to death in the second phase by those attack formations. Tisk TSK. Who told him not to listen to President Jiang? Just after reaching the third tier, he rushed straight into the fourth tier Azura level difficulty dungeon. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Indeed, not listening to the advice of the elders, and now he's facing the consequences. Look, it's been a minute or two, and the progress in the second phase hasn't moved at all. Tisk TSK. Those attack formations must have made Yi Chen's undead army collapse completely, right? It wasn't just the students. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. After waiting for more than 9 hours, the second phase finally arrived. However, what Jiang Chen hoped the most was, if Yi Chen couldn't hold on in the second phase, it would be best if he could exit the dungeon directly. If he stubbornly fought through, it would be difficult when it came to the final phase. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, when Yi Chen entered the second phase, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Azura level spirit of dark demon level, 45 category, boss level monster, strength, 26,800 spirit, 82,000 constitution, 45,000 agility, 33,600 Azura level aura, all attributes plus 100%. Skills, Soul Devouring Claw, Dark Demon Devour, Dark Demon Impact. At a glance, when the monsters of the second phase refreshed, not only did a boss level monster appear, but at least 1,000 elite level monsters also emerged. However, what surprised Yi Chen was not the boss level monster in front of him, but at the same time these monsters appeared. A pitch-black transparent circular magic formation slowly manifested in front of everyone. Darkness Attack Formation Category, Special Formation Effect, launches 100 dark beam attacks per second, dealing 100 points of dark elemental damage to all targets within a 100-meter radius who have aggro. This formation will automatically disappear once the boss monster is killed. At that moment, when Yi Chen saw the Darkness Attack Formation appear, the teammates behind him instantly panicked. Holy crap, it's actually an attack formation. Damn, 100 attacks per second, and a single dark beam can deal 100 points of dark elemental damage? That's too fierce. God, how are we supposed to withstand this? Over 10,000 damage per second. My health can only last 2 or 3 seconds at most. Look, the attack formation has activated. It's over. At this moment, when they saw the Darkness Attack Formation covered in strange secret patterns, the teammates were instantly frozen in place with fear. However, when Yi Chen saw the attack formation in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. An attack formation that appears in a Tier 3 dungeon. I finally encountered it in a Tier 4 Shura difficulty dungeon. However, while the attack frequency is high, the damage is just too low. After glancing at the effect of the Darkness Attack Formation, Yi Chen no longer paid it any mind. Although this thing could unleash 100 attacks per second, each Dark Beam impact only dealt 100 points of damage, which could hardly inflict any harm on Yi Chen's skeleton army. To put it into perspective, the damage block effect from the Necromancer's third skill, Necromancer's Guardian, was over 6,000 points. So, even if these attack formations dealt dark elemental damage that could ignore basic defenses, they still couldn't surpass the damage block effect of Necromancer's Guardian. Just then, as the Darkness Attack Formation erupted with a dim light in midair, a barrage of dark beams fell like a torrential rain upon countless summoned undead. However, ding ding ding, -0, -0, -0. At that moment, when those dark beams descended, a series of bizarre 0-point damages continuously floated from the undead summons. This was the effect of the damage block attribute. As long as the damage received couldn't exceed the block attribute, even a 1-point forced damage couldn't be dealt. At this time, not only the undead summons, but also the teammates who had panicked upon seeing the attack formation were shocked when they saw that the dark beams were completely blocked by the shields around their bodies, unable to inflict even forced damage. Wow! This attack formation can't deal any damage at all. Whoa whoa, Yi Chen's undead summon is just too strong. Not only can it heal, but it can also summon defensive shields. The most outrageous part is, it has such a strong damage block effect. Yeah, this is too insane. I thought I was done for. Oh my god. Following such a powerhouse to clear dungeons is just too awesome. Hearing the exclamations of his teammates, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. But, since this attack formation is only this strong, then let's go on the offensive. Without further thought, Yi Chen directly issued combat orders to all his summons. Riot Elemental Wraiths, take down that boss-level monster first. Other undead summons, charge at those elite monsters. At that moment, after receiving Yi Chen's orders, the number of Riot Elemental Wraiths had reached over 200, all locking their skills onto that boss-level monster. Light Riot Piercing, Light Riot Piercing, Light Riot Piercing. At that moment, With a strange fluctuation in the air, a dazzling piercing arrow erupted from the bodies of the more than 200 riot elemental wraiths. The next second, over 200 light-piercing arrows were all firmly pinned into the body of the Dark Demon Spirit boss. Immediately after, a kill notification appeared right in front of Yi Chen. Ding, you have killed the boss-level monster, LV45 Dark Demon Spirit. You have gained 5 million, plus 250 times, experience. Current dungeon progress, stage 2 10%. Not bad, just as I thought. No need to worry about those elite monsters. As long as we can kill the boss-level monster, we can directly obtain the progress rewards for the dungeon. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, before the corpse of that boss-level monster could completely dissipate into the air, the Necromancer Commander, Skeleton Tyrant, and Death Knight all charged towards the thousands of elite monsters that were originally beside the Dark Demon Spirit. In the next second, the originally overwhelming thousands of elite monsters were instantly scattered by the Undead army. In just a short moment, a massive number of kill notifications suddenly appeared before Yi Chen. Ding, you have killed an elite LV42 Dark Demon Poison Serpent. You have gained 42,000 points, plus 250 times, experience. Ding, ding, soon. In just a minute or two, after a wave of trampling from the Undead army, the thousands of elite monsters turned into a pile of severed limbs. At this moment, when they saw this, Yi Chen's teammates were instantly dumbfounded. No way, really? I thought this wave of boss-level monsters was going to have a big battle with Brother Yi Chen's Undead army. It only took 1 or 2 minutes, and the fight is over? This is too fierce. That boss-level monster didn't even last a second. It just let those ghost summons focus fire for a moment, and then it died instantly. So strong. As expected of Brother Yi Chen. Whoa, this experience is too much. My experience bar is already full. What should I do? There's nothing to be done. I can only do this. My temporary stored experience has already exceeded 2000%. The normal experience bar has long been filled. I didn't expect this 4th tier Azura level dungeon to have such a fierce experience reward. So satisfying. I want to cling to Brother Yi Chen's thigh forever. This leveling up is too fast. Originally, those members who followed Yi Chen into the 3rd tier Azura level dungeon were using 2nd tier or even 3rd tier beast blood potions, and only after the high rewards from clearing the dungeon could they barely fill their experience bars. And these people didn't even need to use the lowest 1st tier beast blood potions, and just after finishing the first stage, they directly filled their level 30 experience bar to a whopping 30,000%. It was simply too satisfying. However, just as these teammates were excited, the second wave of monsters randomly refreshed. But there was no need for Yi Chen to continue giving orders. When the second boss-level monster appeared, leading a massive number of elite monsters, the entire Undead army immediately surged forward. This time, the battle ended even faster. In less than a minute, that boss-level monster, along with thousands of elite monsters, was completely slaughtered by the Undead army. At that moment, outside the dungeon, when Yi Chen's real-time dungeon progress information appeared before everyone was left dumbfounded. 4th tier Azura level difficulty Dark Demon Marsh, real-time monitoring information. Current Yi Chen's team progress, 2nd stage 20%. What the hell? How is this possible? It's only been 5 or 6 minutes, and Yi Chen's dungeon progress has shot up to 20%. Are you kidding me? What were the boss-level monsters in the 2nd stage doing? Didn't they cause any resistance to Yi Chen's skeleton army? The most ridiculous part isn't there supposed to be an attack formation in the 2nd stage? How did he get to 20% progress so quickly? This is simply against the heavens. I originally thought the 2nd phase would definitely be a disaster for Yi Chen. I didn't expect that it couldn't be stopped after all. Whoa, I regret it so much now. Who the hell said that Brother Yi Chen couldn't do it before? Step forward now. It's all your fault that I didn't get to join Brother Yi Chen's team this time. It wasn't just those students who initially thought Yi Chen was incapable. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked when he saw his current dungeon progress. In just 5 or 6 minutes, this kid had conquered 20% of the 2nd phase. This was simply beyond everyone's expectations. I didn't expect Yi Chen could actually withstand the attack formation of the 2nd phase. It seems that I really underestimated him this time. With a deep sigh, Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. Indeed, true geniuses cannot be judged by conventional thinking. These guys only break the conventional thinking in ordinary people's minds. Just as everyone was continuously shocked, Yi Chen's progress in the second phase was rapidly soaring. After just 10 minutes, the progress that was only 20% had skyrocketed to over 80%. Only 2 more boss-level monsters were left before he could directly enter the final boss phase. However, just at that moment, while Jiang Chen was still shocked by Yi Chen's powerful strength, Wang Chong suddenly appeared in front of him. "Jiang Chen, how is our Yi Chen doing now?" As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask, "Old Wang, why are you back so soon? How did it go with the old president? Did you meet Master Chen Yuan?" At this time, it was basically a done deal that Yi Chen would clear this 4th tier Azura level dungeon, so Jiang Chen didn't think much more and turned to Wang Chong to ask. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Chong directly replied, "I didn't meet Master Chen Yuan, but at least Yi Chen's 4th tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon should be fine." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly curious. "How so?" "It's simple." Wang Chong smiled slightly. "The old president has already helped me contact an 8th tier craftsman, so the matter of forging the 4th tier extraordinary weapon is definitely settled." Then, Wang Chong continued to add, "However, although I didn't meet Master Chen Yuan, the old president has already promised to help me make contact first. By the time Yi Chen reaches the peak of the 4th tier and is ready to forge the 5th tier extraordinary weapon, Master Chen Yuan should be able to negotiate." "That's also." Jiang Chen nodded silently, "But the advancement task for the 5th tier isn't that easy. With the pressure of the national exam so high, to be honest, I'm really a bit worried that Yi Chen won't even reach level 50 before the national exam, let alone forge the 5th tier extraordinary weapon. That's not something you need to worry about." While speaking, Wang Chong shifted his gaze to the real-time monitoring screen above the dungeon hall. "Huh? This guy cleared the 4th tier dungeon so quickly? In just over 10 hours. He's already close to the final stage?" "It's not over 10 hours. It's only less than 10 hours. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "After you left, I pulled Yi Chen to participate in the camp initiation ceremony, and after the ceremony ended, he only then started grinding this 4th tier dungeon." Less than 10. At that moment, Wang Chong was stunned. "What the hell? This is a bit too intense. When I first tackled the 4-star Azura level dungeon, it took me a total of about half a year to get through it, right? This kid, his efficiency is directly 300 or 400 times mine? He. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Don't even mention you, even Su Chen, when he first cleared the 4-star Azura level dungeon, took a full week to barely make it through. So strong." Thinking of this, Wang Chong couldn't help but exhale deeply. His potential naturally couldn't compare to a prodigy like Yi Chen, but he never expected that even Su Chen from back then couldn't compare to the current Yi Chen at all. This was a bit too exaggerated. Heavens, I really can't imagine what kind of monster Yi Chen's potential will turn him into in the future. Is he the strongest? Shoo! Before Wang Chong could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted directly. "Enough nonsense. Yi Chen has already reached the final stage." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chong instinctively looked at the monitor screen. Just then, when the last boss-level monster of the second stage was instantly killed by the chaotic elemental ghost, Yi Chen finally entered the 3rd stage. "It's finally coming. Let me see what kind of strength the final boss of this 4-star Azura level dungeon will have." Not only him, but Yi Chen's teammates, when they saw the dungeon progress finally reaching the final stage, also held their breath. They were no longer hoping to gain much experience. After all, at this point, their experience bars were already completely filled. Not only that, but there was also a large amount of temporary stored experience, leaving them with no way to utilize it. They couldn't help it. They weren't like Yi Chen, who could complete the advancement task in 24 hours. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that for them, no matter how much temporary stored experience there was, it was completely meaningless. However, just then, with a series of strange hissing and crackling sounds coming from all directions, a monster shaped like a python slowly appeared before them. "No way, it's not a python. This is clearly a giant worm." At that moment, when they saw the appearance of the final boss, the team members felt their hearts skip a beat. At a glance, this worm monster was not only enormous in size, but even its attributes had reached a level that was utterly despairing. Azura level Dark Demon Worm level, 50 category, boss level monster. Strength, 86,500 spirit, 55,800 constitution, 135,000 agility, 76,300 Azura level aura. All attributes plus 100%. Skills, Dark Demon Body, Dark Demon Summon, Dark Demon Devourer. Goodness, it's actually a meat tank type boss. This is a bit troublesome. At this moment, when Yi Chen saw the attributes of this final boss, he couldn't help but frown. If he had to say what type of boss monster he least wanted to encounter, aside from mages, it would definitely be meat tank type monsters. They were just too resilient. Tackling them would require quite a bit of effort. Of course, it would only require a bit more effort. Let's go. Quick battle, quick resolution. All undead legions, mobilize. With a command, hundreds of Necromancer commanders simultaneously unleashed their skills. The next moment, the originally transparent gray-white death barrier now appeared as if it had been layered hundreds of times. At a glance, it looked like a gray-white bowl turned upside down on the ground. At the same time, over 200 chaotic elemental spirits also moved simultaneously. Light chaotic piercing, light chaotic piercing, light chaotic piercing. In an instant, more than 200 light-piercing arrows shot towards the dark demon worm. Not only that, the skeleton tyrant, Death Knight, and even the invisible skeleton Grand Mage all launched their strongest attacks directly at the final boss of this dungeon. Boom boom boom. After just a few seconds, before this massive wave of attacks could completely settle, a series of system prompts appeared before everyone. Ding, you have killed the final boss, Dark Demon Worm. You have gained 250 million, plus 250 times, experience points. Ding, you have successfully cleared the 4th tier dungeon, Azura level Dark Demon Swamp. Rewards, 1 billion experience points, 4th tier exclusive profession equipment chest X1, 4th tier exclusive profession skill chest X1. At this moment, upon seeing the dungeon clearance prompts before him, Yi Chen didn't think twice. He went straight to the Dark Demon Worm and collected all the rewards into his backpack. Ding, you have obtained 4th tier priest class universal equipment, magic spirit orb. Ding, ding. Compared to the gains from the 3rd tier dungeon, the value of this 4th tier dungeon's rewards was much higher. Yi Chen glanced at the equipment skills in his backpack, which were worth at least 3 to 5 billion dragon coins. However, I still haven't successfully advanced to the 4th tier. So, these 2 4th tier exclusive chests can't be used. In that case, let's exit the dungeon first, just in time to check how President Wang is doing. Then, after putting the 2 4th tier exclusive chests into his backpack, Yi Chen instinctively looked at his current experience bar. After completing a 4th tier Azura level dungeon, Yi Chen's experience bar skyrocketed to over 3,800%. I have to say, the effect of the 5th tier Beast Blood Potion combined with the 3rd tier Monster Crystal Essence was indeed explosive. A single monster gave tens of thousands of experience points. Clearing a dungeon resulted in nearly a 40-fold increase in experience. It was simply exhilarating. Immediately after, Yi Chen didn't think much more. After closing his attribute panel, he directly left the dungeon. However, before he could exit the dungeon hall, Mu Yingying walked up to him from behind. Yi Chen, wait a moment. Seeing Mu Yingying, Yi Chen couldn't help but stop. Now that the dungeon is cleared, is there something else? It's just that now that the dungeon is cleared, I was looking for you. Mu Yingying smiled sweetly. After finishing this 4th tier dungeon, the 1 billion reward points have already been credited to my identity card, and I'm transferring them to you now. So that's what it is. Yi Chen pursed his lips. To be honest, if Mu Yingying hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it again. However, Yi Chen didn't expect Mu Yingying to be so proactive. Compared to the previous Chen Shiyu, this full 1 billion points, she didn't say anything and just transferred it directly. Soon, as the identity card glowed slightly, Yi Chen also saw the balance of his survival points on his identity card. He directly gained a full 1 billion points. Not bad. Now the points have reached 124 billion. It seems that when entering the 5th tier Shura level difficulty dungeons in the future, it will definitely be enough. Previously, while Jiang Chen was still maintaining the camp initiation ceremony, Yi Chen had already taken a quick tour around the dungeon hall and casually checked the survival points required to enter the 5th tier dungeon. Just for the ordinary difficulty of the 5th tier dungeon, it already required 100 million points to enter. If it were the Shura level difficulty, then it would require a full 1 billion points. Fortunately, his current points were sufficient. As long as he cleared a 5th tier Shura level dungeon once, he could successfully earn a whopping 10 billion points. By the way, this special training camp in Dongshan province only has resources for up to the 5th tier dungeons. It seems that these extra points I have are of no use. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Others were fighting tooth and nail for survival points. Even Chen Shiyu, Li Changhui, and others were willing to offend him just to monopolize that 100 million points. And now, these mere hundreds of millions of points were practically insignificant to Yi Chen. However, what Yi Chen didn't know was that within the training camp, the real place where points were consumed was not the dungeon hall. Just then, Yi Chen, along with a few teammates behind him, directly left the dungeon hall. However, what surprised Yi Chen was that Wang Chong was actually at the entrance of the dungeon hall. President Wang, you're back from Kyoto City? Upon seeing Yi Chen, Wang Chong immediately stepped forward excitedly and came to Yi Chen's side. Yes, this time I went to Kyoto City mainly for your 4th tier extraordinary weapon, but now it's good. The matter of you forging a 4th tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon has already been settled. At this point, Wang Chong got straight to the point. So, if you have nothing to do right now, let's set off together to Kyoto City. Sure, my 4th tier advancement task only has one secret realm left, and it doesn't matter if this task is done a little later. Since President Wang has already found someone, let's go get the extraordinary weapon first. To be honest, ever since he saw the 3rd tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon, and realized that the 4th tier advancement task also required forging an extraordinary weapon, Yi Chen had been eagerly anticipating what his 4th tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon would be like. The secret realm task, whether it was done a little earlier or later, didn't matter to him. After all, the secret realm hall was right there, and it couldn't run away. As long as he wanted to clear the secret realm, he could just pay the survival points, and start right away. But this extraordinary weapon, although he didn't know if Wang Chong had really found that national treasure level craftsman from the Dragon Kingdom, Master Chen Yuan, no matter who it was, a craftsman capable of forging a 4th tier ghost god level extraordinary weapon was definitely not someone one could easily meet. Meanwhile, after hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Chong nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's set off right now. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. Then, after bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Wang Chong took Yi Chen directly to the Flying Iron Station in Qingyao City. After buying a ticket, Yi Chen boarded the top-tier super flying iron that could exceed speeds of over 10 million kilometers per hour. To be honest, even flying iron actually has a level classification. The flying train from Tianshui City to Qingyao City can only be considered the most basic type of flying train, with a top speed of just about 1 million kilometers per hour. And every flying train that can go directly to Kyoto City is undoubtedly the top-tier, safest flying train in the Dragon Kingdom. It must be said, even now, in the era of universal job change, the inherent infrastructure fanatic trait of the Dragon Kingdom people has not diminished in the slightest. Soon, after a short ride of less than an hour, as the super flying train arrived in Kyoto City, Yi Chen followed Wang Chong and got off the train. At that moment, after leaving the station and seeing this city, the supreme city of the Dragon Kingdom that all professionals dream of, Kyoto City, Yi Chen was completely stunned. Wow, is this really the top city of the Dragon Kingdom? At a glance, even the surrounding civilians are all professionals, and they are all at least level 4 or 5 professionals? Originally, Yi Chen had only heard about the power of Kyoto City, but now, after just leaving the flying train station and seeing the civilians around, he was instantly shocked. To be honest, this is too terrifying. Looking around, among the 100 or so people in sight, it is no exaggeration to say, almost all of them are professionals. The most astonishing thing is that level 3 professionals make up at least over 50%. Moreover, there are quite a few level 4 and 5 professionals. It should be noted that the president of Tianshui City, Lin Changfeng, is only at the peak of level 5. So in Kyoto City, if you randomly grab a passerby, their strength could easily match Lin Changfeng? Is this the foundation of Kyoto City?